In a world where people sweat blood to grasp one level of cultivation, this young man just needed to sign once to master the supreme skill. Defying heaven, others burned out, training with blood and coughing up phlegm. But Kungu, with his system, just woke up daily and automatically leveled up. It is unfair his rivals spent their lives struggling, yet in the end, they were nothing but punching bags for him to vent on. Kungu's dominance did not stop there. His dansion was like a bottomless pit, not just storing energy but printing cultivation resources non-stop. In this cultivation world, Kungu had absolutely no rivals, but who knew that before this? He was just a nobody at the bottom of society. Kungu came from a prestigious lineage. The original owner was one of the 18 divine heirs. His father a powerful warrior ruling a region, and his ancestors were all elite. He should have had a superhuman constitution, either a saintly or divine body, but Kungu was just an ordinary mortal. Even as a mortal, with his backing, the defying heaven skill, and endless resources, hard work could still make him extraordinary. But mocked and scorned, Kungu gave up cultivation, ended up a waste, and died a month ago by accident. The current Kungu accidentally transmigrated here. Heaven never closes a door without opening a window. Along with this world came a system marking the multiverse, granting rewards for visiting new places. The first mission led him to the highest peak of the Manhwa sect, a cloudless pavilion. For an average disciple, this was nothing. There were tons of ways to fly up, but for a mortal like him, climbing was harder than reaching the sky. Luckily, he was good at climbing, so it was not as difficult. So besides the months spent conquering that mountain, he climbed every day from dawn to dusk. The people of Manhwa sect shook their heads in disbelief. A once famous waste, now trying to climb like a goat. Kungu's bad reputation had spread far. The son of a powerful man could not even fly and had to climb by hand. Many mocked him, saying the 18 divine here must have lost his mind to climb the cloudless pavilion. Surely not a disciple ending his life. Even the nearby elders nodded, agreeing that it might be true, especially with the Divine Hair Conference coming soon. At that event, all 18 divine hairs gathered. Those whose names did not match their talents would lose their status. But Kungu ignored everyone. Even if birds laughed at him, he did not care. His only path to fame, literally and figuratively, was climbing that mountain, his whole body etched. But he finally reached the top. Out of breath, Kungu collapsed on the ground. He made it. Before he could say a word, the system announced, "Congratulations. You have successfully marked Cloudless Peak. Reward, Eternal Dynamic Dansion." Hearing this, Kungu's face turned panicked. Eternal Dynamic Dansion, infinite eternal spiritual energy. Cultivating the Eternal Dynamic Dansion is the highest secret in the multiverse. The spiritual energy is a supreme treasure, infinitely usable and limitless in output. Even the ancient emperor admired it, but could never obtain it. His eyes gleamed brightly at this supreme dansion. The surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed into it continuously. The huge energy flow caught many onlookers' attention, causing them to wonder what was happening. Was something wrong at Cloudless Peak? Their skepticism turned to doubt, then to awe. As the 18 divine hairs arrived, the spiritual energy fluctuated wildly. What was he doing? Could this Cloudless Peak have a genius or a treasure? The strange phenomenon grew stronger, and all the spiritual energy seemed to gather at the summit, absorbed relentlessly by Kungu. His eyes radiated a different aura. Kungu marveled. Eternal Dynamic Dansion. Truly legendary. The spiritual energy inside me is endless. No matter how much I use, it never runs out. Not knowing how to get down the mountain, suddenly someone flew over on a sword. She stood on the sword, slowly descending, then quickly sheathed it. Kungu stood thoughtfully aside, knowing that only the young lady's status and identity matched the divine hair of Manhwa sect. But since there was only one young lady, being favored by her was like gaining the support of the sect leader. The maidens of Duchai have always been the target of the gods' covert battles. Then Hai boldly spoke up, saying she heard the Manhwa sect divine son's grand event was about to start, and her guardian ordered her to observe. He smiled and waved in response. "Is that so? Maiden, please come over here a moment." She sat on the sword, curious. What is going on with the 18 divine sons? As then Hai approached, Kungu placed her hand on the sword beside her. Then she flipped around and sat facing her, much to her surprise. "You shameless thing." Then Hai blushed. "Move over a bit. Let me sit down too." She covered her face in embarrassment. But seeing this, then Ai's aunt grew angry and shouted loudly, "How noble a maiden is, yet she rides the same sword with someone else. What would outsiders think if they saw this?" Then Hai waved her hand to defuse the situation. "Aunt, the 18 divine sons do not follow cultivation rules strictly. If I let him have a spot, it won Tico's gossip." Kungu smiled faintly and extended her hand. "You truly are a wise maiden." But then he wrapped his arm around her waist, making her even more embarrassed. Kungu nuzzled against that knee. "Your cultivation is too weak. If I do not hold on tight, you would definitely fall. You understand that, right?" Seeing this, her aunt's anger manifested as she immediately drew her sword, charged, and pulled his hand away. "How dare you disrespect the maiden? You deserve to die." But surprisingly, then I shyly replied, "I understand." Her aunt's eyes widened in disbelief. "Maiden," she retracted her sword with force, her face veined with frustration and disdain. Everyone said the 18 divine sons were useless, But today it seems he is even more of a disgrace. Then, the two of them left together, flying as they admired the scenery below. Kunshu raised her hand to her forehead to better observe the situation down below. Suddenly, a system notification sounded clearly in his mind. It announced, "Location refreshed. Marker unlocked on the Yunyai stone inscription." Kunshu turned and smiled at Nai teasingly. "Where do you want to go now?" "Maiden," she gently replied. "There is still some time before the Divine Sun's grand event. I want to go to Yunyai stone inscription to observe first." The Yunyai stone inscription of Wuhua sect holds a mysterious history, containing the secrets of the heavenly Tao. I want to try to comprehend it. His eyes lit up upon hearing the name. Yunyai stone inscription. Kunshu then hugged Nai tightly. "What a coincidence. I want to go there too. Let us go together." She hesitated and asked, "Divine Sun, can you not cling so close?" "Don't worry. I promise it is safe." Her aunt flying beside them saw this and felt bitter resentment rising. Then Aisat lost control and cursed. "Damn dog. Shameless brat." At Yunyai stone inscription, disciples from all sects were gathering. They respectfully inquired, "The 11th Divine Sun, will Duchi Immortal Sun really make an appearance soon?" Simempha smiled faintly and answered, "Yes, that is right. Duchi Immortal Sun is the one who invited us to observe the Yunyai stone inscription." Everyone began to admire how noble the Duchi maidens are. Today, thanks to the 11th Divine Sun, we get to witness their grace. Duchi maidens are pure and untouched by worldly matters. Only the 17th Divine Sun treats them differently. It is said the maidens grew up in Duchi and rarely speak to men. Maybe only a handful. Yet now they are invited by a Divine Sun. How formidable those suns must be, and laughed modestly. "You flatter me. Duchi maidens are truly pure. They usually avoid men. The one I talk to most is indeed this Divine Sun." Other Divine Suns don't even mention talking. Some probably have never even met a maiden. Zongmo looked up and saw her figure appear, then shouted, "The maiden is here. Everyone over there wants to see her." He noticed something off. "Wait. Look behind the maiden. What is that?" It seemed to be a person. And a man at that. "What is going on here?" Simemphi saw it too and the words stung his ears sharply. He clenched his teeth in anger. They immediately whispered, "It really is a man. Didn't they say the men closest to Duchi maidens are the 17th Divine Suns? Judging by this man's relationship with the maiden is not normal." He looked closely. "Did you all notice? This man seems familiar." Looking down from above, Tanda felt a bit overwhelmed. Too many people. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, stunning him, marking the successful engraving of the Van Hai stone, rewarding a tier 1 cultivation boost. Reached the 2nd tier realm, +1 to the 3rd tier realm. Congratulations on reaching the 4th tier realm. The sound of Song Tanthu's joy echoed. The original owner had no cultivation before but now is starting the path of immortal cultivation. Then, a scroll appeared in the air, awarding the Cloudbite stone engraving cultivation method. Suddenly, beams of light descended from the sky, leaving him stunned. The beams lasted 3 days. Then I anxiously looked left and right, while Tanthu reassured her, "If they are good people, this thunderlight in the clear sky is not bad. This palm strike in the clear sky is decent." The crowd below watched every move they made in the sky attentively. Finally, she slowly stepped down with a graceful aura. Then Hai retracted her sword technique from large to small for easy storage. She used it as a hairpin, gently fixing it in her hair. Suddenly, Kamfi called him angrily. 18th Divine Sun. Tanthu. Kamfi was covered in battle scars, face fierce, fists clenched and raised as he approached. He was truly a man. Tanthu turned with a smile. 17th Divine Sun. Kamfi? What do you want from me? Then his gaze darkened in thought. The competition in the martial transformation sect was ruthless among the Divine Suns. It was fierce beyond measure. Out of 8 Divine Suns, only one would become the Emperor's heir, and the others faced tragic ends, their Divine Sun path extinguished. So the competition among Divine Suns was a life or death struggle. Kamfi's face bulged with veins as he confronted him. Tanthu, a crippled freak like you is nothing but a traitorous Divine Sun. Yet you dare slander the Saintess in front of everyone. Looks like today this Divine Sun has to teach you a lesson. So outsiders 1T think all martial transformation sect Divine Suns are worthless. Tanthu sighed and scowled. Kamfi? What do you have to do with the Saintess I am protecting? He casually reached out his hand toward Then Hai. Then Tanthu pulled her into his embrace, making Then Hai blush shyly. He smiled and asked, Saintess, is not that right? As he walked, Tanthu asked the 11th Divine Sun why he came to see the Cloudbite stone engraving but could not enter. He asked irritably, is the Cloudbite stone engraving your home or something? Kamfi sneered with disdain, saying someone like Tanthu could visit the Cloudbite stone engraving, and even mocked him. Then he turned his back to Tanthu with indifference and left. This Divine Sun is too lazy to argue with you. If you want to come, then come. Under the harsh sunlight, Tanthu looked at their backs with obvious contempt. In front of them stood a stone stele with a name engraved, Cloudbite stone engraving. At this moment, then he spoke up. The Cloudbite stone engraving truly lives up to being the sacred ground of the martial transformation sect. She explained that this stele looked ordinary with nothing strange, but inside it held profound truths of the great Tao that could not be underestimated. She did not know the full history of the cloud-bite stone engraving. Kamfi chimed in. The saintess is right. I have studied the cloud-bite stone engraving for many years. The cloud-bite stone engraving must have once been preserved by the one supreme god king. Kamfi placed his hand on the stele. One supreme god king? The name their master once mentioned. A legend of an era. A steadfast god king who upheld the great emperor. He continued about one supreme god king. Before becoming king, he was some ancient realm's wild wolf. He was masterful at calligraphy, combined with the beautiful characters on the cloud-bite stone engraving. Kamfi kept marveling that the engraving was truly left by the god king. No doubt about it. Tando scoffed at his words and shot back. So anyone with pretty handwriting leaves their mark. He did not forget to taunt. Kamfi? Are you confident in that claim? Those words angered him a bit, and he immediately retorted. Tando, the saintess and I are consulting the cloud-bite stone engraving. There is no room here for your nonsense. Tando shot back equally cold. Do you think I want to chat with you? He lazily said. I am just afraid you will blabber and scare off the saintess. Feeling insulted, Kamfi bluntly said. How dare someone uneducated like you question me? To humiliate Tan. He immediately mocked you. You say I talk nonsense. If the 18 divine sons have any insights, do not hesitate to share them with me and the young lady. Tando agreed immediately, showing no fear, and said, Go ahead then. You pushed him aside and warmly said, Young lady Mui. Listen closely, I will tell you. This Vanya stone inscription is related to the Dutrai sect, created by a young lady from the sect 1,000 years ago. Young lady looked at you, puzzled about Tandu's words. Were you mistaken? At that moment, young lady San spoke up to dismiss it. What nonsense. The Dutrai sect's 10,000-year records have no such inscription. Kamfi then added, that young lady Tanthu is not trustworthy. No need to waste time. Let me explain some of the heavenly principles carved on the stone. Tanthu interrupted him, daring to ask the young lady, did 1,000 years ago in the Dutrai sect, a talented and beautiful young lady named Bichka mysteriously disappear? Young lady began to recall. Yes, that did happen. Bich Jiaoxian Tu took the Trung Dong Then Kin, one of the southern scriptures of Dutrai. To this day, the Dutrai sect's southern scripture is missing one volume. A regret felt throughout the Dutrai world. Tando continued. Bichki Xian Tu and a founding master of the Vuho sect were deeply in love, but the master left Bichki to pursue the great Tao. In the end, that founding master's fate was grim. Perhaps his heart was not pure, leading to demonic possession during cultivation. Ultimately, he died a martyr's death. Upon hearing this, Bichki Xian Tu stayed at Vania stone inscription to carve her sorrowful farewell. After finishing, Kamfa clapped loudly, while Henmok didn't expect the 18 divine sons lacked talent in cultivation. He also sneered at Tan's storytelling skills, saying you are just lucky with your stories. Tanthu ignored Kamfi's words with disdain and asked the young lady if she did not believe him either. Then Hai Lungtung said that Bichki Xian Tu truly disappeared unexpectedly back then. Some say it was because of a lover. Though the Dutrai records never mention this, Kamfi told Then Nai that no matter how detailed the Vania stone inscription is, or how special the story sounds, in the end, it is just a story. Han firmly said, what matters now is their enlightenment of the great Tao. Everything else is child's play. Young ladies on agreed, saying Han is right. Encouraged, Kamfi continued. Honestly, after nearly 20 years of enlightenment, I discovered the Venia stone inscription contains a set of chief spells. Really? The young lady admired. Han smiled happily and said it is true. What is more, he has already comprehended 1/3 of these chief spells, and with more time, he will understand them all. Han also chimed in. The Elephant Divine Son is truly talented and knowledgeable. No wonder he holds the position of Divine Son in the Vuho sect. Praising him more, she turned to Tanthu with surprise, not like someone who only knows how to tell stories but can actually do serious work. Kad. Actions speak louder than words. Han rolled up his sleeves and said he always practices what he preaches. Then he wanted to show young lady. Watch closely. I will demonstrate one of the chief spells I have mastered from the Vanier stone inscription. Saying that, he began to perform the spell. His hand movements refined, sparks immediately igniting, and shaped the sparks into a circle, then proceeded to perform a more advanced level. Kamfi continued performing the spell smoothly, this time even more advanced than before. Young lady also exclaimed, when practicing this chief spell, it even brought about strange phenomena. Though subtle, it clearly shows the Vanier stone inscription's legacy can't be underestimated. After a moment of Kamfi's proud display, he finally finished, blowing out a breath after finishing, and said again, Young lady, this is 1/3 of the chief spell I have comprehended from the Vanier stone inscription. Then Kamfi turned to ask Tantho how he felt after watching, without letting Tantho answer, and casually said, Forget it. Asking you is pointless. You clearly do not understand. You did not hesitate to bluntly criticize him. I think you are way off. Honestly, you have not grasped even 1/3 of this chief spell. 1/10 would be generous. Tantho's words made Kamfi angry. What did you say? You continued. Only with Han's kind of insight would it take 20 years to understand, even a little. You held up a friendly finger and said to him, if I were you, I would have smashed my head against the Vanier stone inscription and died by now. Kamfi felt instantly insulted and furious. Wild and reckless someone without any scholarly merit. Babbling nonsense like that. Truly hopeless. Tanthu ignored Cam Phai's words and immediately ran over laughing to Than Nai, the modest young woman who had grasped only a tenth of the ministerial law after 20 years. She asked if this was not a useless person. Than Nai hastened aside and criticized the clumsy boy as completely incapable. This made Cam Phai even angrier. 18 divine sons, everyone knows exactly what you are, he said, no matter how much the young lady babbles nonsense. It won't change the fact that Tanthu is useless. You say I am slow to grasp skills. Then you try learning it yourself. With that, Cam Phai provoke him? Probably someone who does not even know what the characters on the Yunyan stone engraving say. Tanthu did not argue but straightforwardly said, if you dare, then do it. Come on, Tanthu calmly declared. Look closely. Everyone. This Yunyan stone engraving is called the Heavenly Star Record, the first form of the chief law. Cam Phai clenched his teeth in anger and spat out 4 words. Empty bluff. Show your move. No longer a small spark. A large swirling flame appeared above. That swirling flame was conjured by Tanthu with a flick of his hand. After that flick, a loud explosion rang out, but he did not stop there. He continued to cast spells, 3 in total, which even annoyed Cam Phai. The young lady watched excitedly at the scene before her. After witnessing this, the young lady and her aunt both exclaimed, "This is an incredible phenomenon." Even the onlookers nearby had to admit it was stronger than the 11th Divine Sun's display. This left Cam Phai stunned. Tanthu continued casting the spell. The Heavenly Star Record's total forms on full display. He added that today he would perform the entire sequence, and the sky opened with a brilliant light. Tanthu smiled slyly, saying he would open their eyes wide. From the sky burst a series of majestic celestial flames. Seeing this, the young lady exclaimed 4 words, "Divine phenomenon beast." Before them appeared a fiery phoenix. The 18 divine sons had truly mastered this entire ministerial law. After a deep breath, the phoenix dispersed. After finishing, Tanthu asked Cam, "Do you understand the 11th divine son's Heavenly Star Record now?" Furious and unwilling, he could only spit out 3 words. Impossible. Tanthu did not hesitate to ask what part was impossible and offered to demonstrate it again. Then he joked with the young lady. The modest one, people like this do not stand a chance. Now does she believe this Yunyan stone engraving was left by the Jade Talisman Immortal? Cam Phai now asked, "So you have trained this ministerial law before, right? If not, how could you have grasped the Yunyan stone engraving over the years?" It must be so. He insisted that he had trained this ministerial law before, then spun the story about the Jade Talisman Immortal to fool the young lady. Tanthu casually waved off the rough man, adjusting his gear, and said to Cam Phai, "And yet you still do not believe it." He pointed in one direction. "Then what do you see here?" With just that finger point from Tanthu, another loud explosion sounded. The noise was so loud that Than Nai Sao was startled. What appeared before them was the Zhongjiang Classic. Even she was surprised. It really was the Zhongjiang Classic, lost for over 1,000 years. Yet here it was. The Zhongjiang Classic hovered in midair, emitting sparkling light. The Zhongjiang Classic naturally floated toward Than Hai, who reached out to catch it. Tanthu smiled and asked, "Is this Zhongjiang Classic real or not?" Holding the Zhongjiang Classic, Than Nai calmly answered that it was indeed real. Now that the 5 sections of the Than Classic are complete again, it is a great blessing for our group. As soon as she finished speaking, she bowed to him. 18 Divine Son, please accept Than Hai's salute. Then I saw it also tearfully apologized. "I was wrong about you. Please forgive my earlier words," to the 18 Divine Son. Even the onlooker who had been watching bowed respectfully, marveling. The 18 Divine Son is truly a hidden titan, the one who does not lie. The 18 Divine Killers paid me a bow. Hearing their respectful words, Tanthu was as happy as a puppy learning the name Than Nu was actually Than Nai. She still politely bowed and thanked you. Tanthu stepped closer excitedly and said, "Then from now on, I will call you Than Nai, little Than Nai." Being called that by Tanthu made Than Hai blush and quickly stand up, feeling a bit shy from Tanthu's friendly gesture. This made her aunt furious beyond words. Damn it all. Suddenly, she pulled out a sword, muttering nonstop, "I take back what I said. 18 Divine Killers are hopeless." Tanthu did not forget to tease. 11th Divine Killer. "You mad?" He was furious and could not help but curse Tanthu as a troublemaker. As he stepped forward, a loud crack shattered the tile beneath him, breaking a large chunk away. From behind, Cam Phai heard a booming noise. He slowly turned toward the source of the sound. The rock above began cracking, making a deafening noise. Then with a crash, the rock shattered, large fragments breaking off and falling toward Cam Phai. Smoke billowed everywhere after the blast. But Tanthu still did not forget to mock him. He chuckled and said to Than Ki, "The 11th Divine Killer can face others, so he just buries himself." From the rubble came some faint cracking sounds. Another noise sounded, and he peeked out from where the sounds came. Cam Phai escaped the debris, looking down with raging hatred for Tanthu. "Wait for me, Divine Killer." Cam Phai clenched his teeth, glaring at him furiously. The Nayaxabao's face showed 4 words, "Nupakachi." As he left, Tanthu enthusiastically waved goodbye like a kid. After saying goodbye, Tanthu resumed talking with Than Nai. He put on a serious face and said, "Little Than Nai, The 11th divine killer is gone. Why do not you come sit with me for a bit? Then I hesitated, unsure how to reply. Well, her aunt was fuming, ready to slap him. Before then he could answer, her aunt dragged her away without mercy, carrying that knife. She said to him, "Understand. Then Nu just secured Trung Duong Kin and needs to report quickly." Then the system announced with a sharp ding. The new marked location was Donghak Dae Daean. The name sounded somewhat familiar. After receiving the notice, he could not recall what to do next. He would have to find someone to ask. Saying that, Tando stomped once and quickly flew off. Heading back, Tando's face showed unimaginable joy. Even he marveled at what it felt like to reach the 4th tier of cultivation. After speaking, he arrived at his destination. Tando looked around, thinking although he could not fly well yet, it was much easier than walking before. Plus, with my father's eternal moving elixir, my spiritual power never runs out. One word can't even describe it. He arrived in front of the gate of Vu Ho sect, running like a kid at a bar, saying, "Feels great to cultivate. Already back so fast." He ran toward the gate without noticing someone watching him from the bushes. Tantho stood at the bottom of the stairs. Looking toward the gate, he noticed someone spying from behind, glanced at them, and smirked with satisfaction. Gathering his energy, he took a stance, ready to jump straight into Vu Ho sect. Tando took a running start and leaped up just as his feet left the ground. 2 hands grabbed his legs. 18th divine killer. I have finally caught you. Someone appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Tando's legs tightly, startling him into shouting. There was a thud as he fell while struggling. Tando fell to the ground, sitting atop the other person. Clutching his head in pain, he quickly jumped off, pointed at the sprawled figure, and said, "Where's the demon who dared to ambush me?" The man stood up awkwardly. "Divine killer. That is me. I am Law." Hearing him say he was Law Ka, Tando did not recognize who he was, though unsure. Tando boldly guessed he was some kind of demon frog. Thinking he was a demon, you immediately switched to a hostile, threatening stance. "Look at my sharp celestial spear here." Tando cast a spell, and the sky instantly roared fiercely. This made him jerk away and quickly defend himself. "What demon?" "The 18 divine sons. I am a peacekeeper." Hearing the name peacekeeper caught your attention, recalling scattered memories. This old man seemed to be a puppet of the original owner. Definitely not a good guy. At that moment, Tantho withdrew his sharp expression and asked him, "What do you want from me?" The demon then said, "Your mother has exploded." No sooner had he spoken than Tantho slapped him hard. The demon recoiled from the burning slap. Lying close to the ground, Tantho snarled, "Your mother exploded. Your whole family exploded." His chubby cheek quickly flushed red as he clutched his face and said, "The divine son, your mother's idol, has exploded." It really happened. Those princes are still lying in bed. This is no small matter. Tando did not know who his mother's idol was, so the demon continued, saying those princes and princesses of the ancient divine realm really were not good people. The demon claimed they led Tanthu astray at the Wua sect and took out many treasures. This time, the divine artifact he pulled out was even more powerful, a holy relic of the matriarch, glowing with divine light. That is why it shone even when covered. He said they lost control of it, causing the explosion, yet blamed the divine son. The demon went on to say that this world has several powerful clans like Wua sect, some newly established divine realms, and ancient ones founded tens of thousands of years ago. Tando pondered that while those ancient princes and princesses could not compare to the divine sons of Wuhua sect, their status was still noble, and to obtain certain special cultivation materials from Wuhua sect, some people would impose their intentions on the original owner. Although the original owner was unwilling to cultivate, he had a habit of raising female demon beasts. Those princes often brought female demon beasts to lure the original owner into exchanging treasures from Wuhua sect for them. You recall those years when the original owner was truly deceived by those people many times. And this Azing was the intermediary who profited from both sides through these dealings. The old man cut off Tantho's thoughts, saying the divine son, the 7th prince of the Moonwheel divine realm, had just sent word. He demanded 3 items with divine light relics, or threatened to come looking for trouble, and also wanted the fairy messenger from the previous deal returned. His words made you lose patience, your face showing clear anger. Saying that, Tantho turned and walked away. The old man hurriedly asked, "Divine son, where are you going?" You did not answer and walked off, leaving him momentarily at a loss. How would this be resolved? The answer had to come from you. According to the old man, the Moonwheel divine realm was powerful, and the 7th prince was arrogant and tyrannical. If you did not give him a satisfactory answer, he would never spare Tanthu. Just thinking about it, the old man wiped sweat from his brow, helplessly waiting for your decision. Seeing Tanthu silent, the old man continued, "Also, the 18 divine sons are not like other divine sons of Wuhua sect. They're highly skilled. If the 7th prince arrives, you definitely want to have the strength to fight him." As soon as he finished speaking, you instantly showed great anger. Tandho's aura thickened intensely as you cast a spell with one hand, so powerful that the old man's bones cracked audibly. With just one hand, you sent the old man flying backward, tumbling down the stairs below. He rolled like a stone, slowly tumbling off the stairs before lying motionless. Tanthu asserted, showing he was not afraid. You think I do not have the strength to fight? This scared the old man into asking cautiously. Wait. Divine Son, where does your power come from? Weren't he Divine Sons always untrained? How are you so formidable? You did not answer. Just gave him a sharp glance. Saying that, he got up on all fours, holding his sword back from the fall. Wait for me. Divine Son, the old man trailed behind Tanthu, babbling nonstop. Clearly someone who could be easily dismissed. This cultivation level is not weak. It has only been a few days since we last met, and I do not know how you got so strong and managed to get inside the main gate. Tanthu asked him where the 7th Prince of Deen 2 was taken from. The old man said it was the 10,000 Demons Abyss, but he was not sure of the details. He looked at him and shyly laughed. Divine Son, is not that pretty impressive? Isn't it thrilling? Doesn't it feel amazing? Remembering the beating from before, Tanthu had to admit that the bitter taste was indeed very fierce. You do not need to know. Tanthu proposed to the old man that after he fixes this little demon girl, the old man should help him send her back. Seeing this, would not the old man regret it? He solemnly said that the bitterness is easy to handle, just teach her to obey. Tanthu opposed, saying he is powerless to teach, and he also argued back calmly. He said, Immortal, this is my specialty. I can explain in detail to you. As long as she is willing, no matter how wild the demon girl is, she can become obedient. I have experience with this. Suddenly, Tanthu spoke. You go in first. He replied. 18 immortals. No need for formalities. Then Tanthu gently pushed the door open. Inside, a pot of tea was already placed on the table. Immediately, the tea was poured over Tanthu's body. He was startled. What is going on? Before he could react, Baizuju shouted, Lie down for me. Suddenly, a wooden board flew at Tanthu, followed by bowls, plates, and cups crashing down, all aimed at him. Tanthu froze on the floor. At this moment, Baizu slowly stepped out. Tanthu panicked and immediately hid behind the door. Her tone was sharp and fierce. Who told you not to send me home? If you do not send me home, Baizuju said as she attacked Tanthu. She demanded again, Send me home now. Tanthu behind the door could only sigh in helplessness. Tanthu spoke up. Enough. Seeing him, Baizuju instantly froze. She exclaimed in surprise. You. How come you are here? Watching Baizuju torturing Tanthu, Tanthu calmly said, You are attacking the wrong person. He thought to himself that this little demon Baizuju was the most arrogant of all the princes who gave gifts. Over the past month, without any cultivation, he had been mercilessly bullied by her. Now, the space had calmed down, and a pot of hot tea was set out. The three of them sat together, Baizu's attitude full of defiance. Tanthu spoke again. Still want to cause trouble? Or should we send you home? Tanthu immediately replied, I dare not. I dare not. Just as the immortal said. This little demon is poisonous, but should still be released. Tanthu continued. I hereby grant you freedom. You can leave now. She suddenly asked sharply. Do you no longer want my body? Tanthu put on a proud face and answered. I act with honor and integrity, not that kind of person. Go quickly. Do not get caught again. Baizuju immediately approached him. Send me home quickly. Tanthu curiously asked, Where is your home? She suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. Baizuju's face went blank. I do not know. Tanthu helplessly said. If you do not know, how am I supposed to take you home? She grabbed Tanthu's neck and said, I do not know. If you are taking me home, then take me home. Take me home. Demon. Take me home. Tanthu felt like he might suffocate. Dunti. Do not. Baizuju let go. But the marks were already on Tanthu's neck. He coughed painfully a few times, then he thought, Forget it. Just stay here for now. Once I find your home, I will take you back. Is that all right? The next day, at the Juyun Peak, Tanthu was running across the ground. He leaped from one high rocky peak to another until he landed at a cliff's edge. Suddenly the system announced, Juyun Peak successfully marked. Tanthu took a breath. The system continued. Cultivation level increased by 1. 5-tier realm. On the third day, the system announced again, successfully marked Juyun Peak. Cultivation increased by 1. 6-tier realm. Then on the fourth day, successfully marked Juyun Peak. Cultivation increased by 1. 7-tier realm. On the fifth day, successfully marked Juyun Peak. Cultivation increased by 1. 3-tier realm. 5 consecutive days of marking will unlock the Heavenly Dog Devouring Moon technique. The Heavenly Dog Devouring Moon manual was then taken out. Tanthu guessed, Heavenly Dog Devouring Moon must be a set of cultivation techniques. Back at the peaceful frame, Zhang Quan was speaking. 7th Immortal. You sought me out. Shi Dan Thin immediately replied, A Trijong Toan, you have been training daily and spying inside the 11th Divine Envoy's camp for years. Now it is time to act. Trong Tome was stunned. Divine Envoy. You want me to take down the 11th Divine Envoy? Shi Dan Thin said calmly. The 11th Divine Envoy is deeply skilled, way beyond you. You only have 7th layer power, how could you be his match? Trong Tone was still confused, asking if that meant 7th Divine Envoy. Then Xian Thin narrowed his eyes and said, Go find the 18th divine envoy and cripple him. Trong Tone was shocked. Cripple the 18th divine envoy's power. Suddenly, he nodded with a sly smile. I get it now. A few days ago, the divine envoy insulted the 11th divine envoy in front of Sao Tritine too. If I secretly cripple the divine envoy, others will definitely think the 11th divine envoy did it. When the divine envoy's father comes down hard, he definitely won't spare the 11th divine envoy. Hearing this, Trong Tone agreed 7th divine envoy and Min, no empty talk, has already eliminated 2 enemies. Seen Thin quietly took out a vial and continued. If you understand, go do it now. This pill is your reward. Taking it will boost your power by 2 layers. Now holding it, Trong Tone exclaimed, this pill directly increases cultivation. And by 2 layers at that, outside, even the divine prince struggles to get this. 7th divine envoy is truly cunning and powerful. Thanks, divine envoy. Saying this, Trong Tone turned and walked away, all under the watchful eyes of Old Man Trun. The old man slowly stepped out and said, 7th divine envoy's plan is clever, but Trong Tone is simple-minded. Though he is a pawn planted in the 11th divine envoy's camp, once the mission ends, it is almost inevitable he will be exposed and break under interrogation, revealing the divine envoy's identity. Shida Thin immediately replied, Old man, to seriously injure the divine envoy in VFAMUN without anyone noticing is impossible. That is why I gave Tranjingtoin a flowed pill. Hearing this, Old Man Tron seemed to realize something. He said, I understand now. Divine envoy, you are brilliant. Shida Thin smugly said. Tintha, the Semempha group, under Twite Van room, Tintha was alone, pondering where Ligan might be next time it is marked. So far, no clues. Asking many in VEMN brought no news. Could the system have marked the wrong location? Suddenly he recalled that moment and took a few steps when someone unexpected appeared trying Chine. Face covered. Standing still, Tentha was surprised. A thief in VEMN, that is rare. Trong Toin quickly spoke. Useless divine envoy, stay on your path, let me cripple you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless and deadly. Tentha calmly said, I want Timu. You come at me. Trong Toin grinned. Good. A useless piece of trash is still trash. Then he grabbed his sword and charged. But Tiantha showed no fear. With a light kick, Trong Toin was instantly thrown like a snake. Trong Toin scrambled up. Stunned. You dare challenge me? Tentha replied. Sorry. I did not expect anyone here would dare attack me. And that I am this weak. Again, I promise I won T-move this time. Trong Toin furiously shouted. Watch as my cultivation bursts to 7th layer now. He rushed forward. But at that moment, Tentha lightly touched Trenging Tone. Trong Toin was shocked he had just taken Tentha's strike, the whip strike. His legs wobbled wildly and he collapsed weakly. I did not expect a divine envoy to be so unguarded. Tentha gently stroked his messy hair. I did not expect you to be so simple. You are a scoundrel. How can you trust others so easily? Trong Tone shrugged his hand off and quickly retreated. He was shocked. The cultivation of the 18th divine envoy has already reached 7th layer. Trong Tone took out a vial, quickly opened it, and swallowed a spirit pill, thinking he had no choice but to boost himself first to deal with Tenthes. Trong Tone said, 18th divine envoy, this time I will see what you have got. Suddenly, his body convulsed in pain, blood poured out. He was shocked. Why? Why is this happening? He collapsed before Tentha's cold gaze. What is going on? You think you can beat me? Humiliated. He then flipped him over, looking at Trong Toin's face. He thought to himself, this guy looks familiar, probably one of the 11 divine sons. Don Camphai's mind surely is not that simple. Within Vuhomun, there must be followers who like Sata. Senza? Someone's definitely scheming behind this. At the palace, Tran Lao told everything this is how it really happened. To Canthian, said he only hoped that after Truong Choin severely wounded the 18th divine son, he would take the pill to cure himself. Poison would take effect, and he would die without a trace. But unexpectedly, he failed, and after taking the pill, he turned out to be useless. Tran Lao suddenly spoke up, saying it is better if I act the 18th divine son's father, Tanfa Thien Kong. Is it Vuhoma now? This is our chance to strike and seize the divine son's mirror. Only by collecting all 18 divine son mirrors can we combine them into the Emperor Sun order, giving us a shot at rising to Emperor Sun rank. Takan Thien said no need, since the plan failed. We must be patient for now. Vuhomun has 18 divine sons. Acting too soon will only help those behind, leaving one piece missing. As I know, the 7th prince of the lunar dynasty wants to come to Vuhomun to settle scores over the divine scroll. Let us watch quietly. Koangson rushed off anxiously, shouting, the 18th divine son, something bad's happened. Something bad? Then Thu asked calmly, what is so bad? Your mother's blowing it out of proportion. Koangson stomped in frustration. My mother's not exaggerating. The 7th prince of the lunar dynasty has made his move, bringing many with him to seize the Daitine sun. Then Thu remained unbothered. I thought it was something serious. After all, The teen son is not leaving. If he wants to snatch it, let him try. If he manages to steal it, I will thank his ancestors for 18 generations. Koangsin glared. Seems like that is the case. Then Thu suddenly said, right? Lao Ka. Go check if there's any news about the Donghak Grand Ceremony. Koangsin quickly replied, nothing. Recently, Vahomun held a Divine Sun Conference, and the Lunar Dynasty teamed up with the Thieu Dynasty to hold a Grand Fengshan ceremony. Also, since the Trung Duong Classic has been lost for ages, they supposedly want to hold a celebration. No other major ceremonies planned? Then Thu asked curiously. The Fengshan ceremony where Sit held, Koangsin answered, seems to be at Donghak Tai Sun. Hearing that, then Thu was stunned. Donghak Tai Sun. Then he stomped off. Let us go back. Koangsin was terrified as they returned. Divine Sun, wait for me. Isn't he this about the 7th prince's attempted theft? Why go back now? Then Thu thought silently. The Fengshan ceremony is at Donghak, so this so-called Donghak Grand Ceremony must be the Fengshan one. No doubt. Let us go back and confirm. Under the sunlight flooding the house. Then Thu and Koangsin stood at the door when suddenly a voice rang out. Something flew up into the sky. Then Thu was stunned. Something just flew by. Koangsin was puzzled too. Looks like a person flying by. Then both were terrified by the scene before them. These guys had been beaten and were lying all over the courtyard. Batch Chuk Chuk had appeared, facing her. The 7th Prince Junjai stammered. Is so stubborn. A little earth demon dares to hit the prince. Traitor! Traitor! Batch Chuk Chuk snapped back. Little demon. She lunged at the 7th prince. About to kick him, Batch Chuk Chuk said. Call me old lady. Earth Divine Son. Then she swung down at him. Then Thu was scared watching this. There is something wrong. This Earth Divine Son is so violent, and many people can T-match her. Initially, how they caught her was unclear. Koangsin beside him was also frightened. Honestly, I have been wanting to ask about this for a while. Then Thu approached him. 7th Prince. Then he helped him sit up. 7th Prince, are you okay? Though bruised. He replied. Thanks, I am. The 7th Prince gripped his sword tightly. He said, I do not believe it. I am the 7th Prince of the Lunar Dynasty and can handle a little demon like you. Then Thu warned. 7th Prince. Maybe you should rest a bit. That little demon is fierce, not something an ordinary man can handle. Proud prince or not. No need to take her seriously. The 7th Prince immediately realized that there was some truth to it. The crown has debts and creditors. This time I am here to deal with that worthless 8th Prince. Don't let me catch him, or I will tear him to pieces myself. Suddenly, he turned to Then Thi. Right? Hien Li, what is your call? Then Thide replied without hiding anything. I am the worthless one Hien just mentioned. The 7th Prince was shocked immediately. Step back quickly. The 7th Prince spoke up. Are you deliberately trying to sneak up and ambush me? You think you can fool me? Now. He was only 3 meters away from Butch Chechi Chech. She moved her arm and gave the 7th Prince a shocking hit on the head. He immediately collapsed to the ground. Butch Chia said, why would I need to sneak up on a retard like you? The scene returned to calm, with a steaming cup of tea left untouched. See you Angson. And the 7th Prince were sitting together. At that moment, the 7th Prince slowly came to. That spoke. 7th Prince, are you okay? Sit up and have some tea. Suddenly, the 7th Prince slammed his hand down on the table. He declared boldly, if you have got the guts, fight me fair and square. That answered calmly. 7th Prince, violence won't solve anything. Let us sit down and talk this through. What do you say? The 7th Prince waved him off. Get lost. I am gonna kill you. At that moment, Butch Chi 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 appeared. Seeing her expression, the 7th Prince panicked and quickly let go of That Thi. He said, fine, we can talk. Besides, I am thirsty anyway. That Thudge unleashed his inner power and struck the 7th Prince with a thunder attack. He was instantly charred black like a burnt fish. That said, you are just a prince stuck in the mortal world, and you dare be rude to me, the true god. You think I will keep letting you get away with this? The 7th Prince sneered. You worthless piece of trash. How dare you act so high and mighty? That eyes flared with fire. He unleashed his wrath upon the 7th Prince. Onlookers wondered why such a scene was unfolding today. That declared, you all sold the treasured artifact of Vi Hamun, that is the first offense. You dared disrespect me, the true god, that is the second offense. And you came here to stir trouble, that is the third offense. These 3 offenses combined mean you can be forgiven. Faced with his fury, the 7th Prince begged for mercy. Still, the fierce thunder struck down. Su Angson outside said, 7th Prince, the Moonwheel god supports this momentum. Things are heating up. Don't he actually kill him? Looking at the battered 7th Prince, Thentha said, lock him up. Then bring him to the Moonwheel god as proof. Make them pay to get him back. I will make them return 10 times what they took. Akung Hanen, Tichendevan asked. 7th Prince, what is the situation? Trunla replied. Your Highness, there were some unexpected issues with the 7th Prince. Tichen then guessed. Unexpected means the seventh prince did not cause trouble for Thenthe, or Thenthe was not seriously hurt, Trunlao said quietly. The seventh prince was actually captured by Thao Pi beat Thenti. Hearing that, Tichen then was shocked and stood up. What? Trunlo added. Also, the Upi, Thenti demands that we raise money through the moon wheel god to trade for him 10 times the value of what they took before. Suddenly, Nathan suspected. Don't you think Thepi Thena has changed a lot recently? Not only insulting the 12th prince but also bullying the 7th prince. How could this be the same worthless Then Thi as before? I thought the divine guardian of Then Then was the easiest to handle. But it seems that is not the case anymore. Trunlo asked. 7th prince. Should we still hold back? Maybe we can use the feud between Thapa P beat Thanti and the mortal world's divine court to benefit ourselves and take the divine guardian. Shiani then waved him off. No need. I will quietly watch the second act unfold. I am actually quite curious to see what tricks that beat Thendi still has up his sleeve. Thentha and Si and Sin, along with Bech Chiki Chek, are standing in this courtyard. Si and Sin spoke up, saying these 7 floating islands are the true core of V Heso Amen. Even the 18 divine hairs do not have the right to ascend them. Thun Ti. These 7 floating islands are the heart of Via Hema Men, created by the 7 elders together. If you want to get on the islands, it is not impossible, you just need to be taught by one of the elders. As far as I know, Zia Then Ti, Nathana Ti, and Tam Then Ti have all joined the sect under the elders before. Hey, some of them are still in seclusion on the floating islands. Right? Thenthet replied. Is that so? How come I did not know about this? Si and Sin hesitated and said, Thun Ti, you never cared about these things before. All your attention was on that little demon girl. Then Thed felt embarrassed. Then said, speaking of the little demon girl, why have not we seen any of the others lately? Except for Butch Chicky Chick. Si and Sen pointed to Butch Chicky Chocks. Isn't it because of her? She said that within the mansion of the 18 divine hairs, there can only be one female owner, and that is her. She spent a lot of money hiring people to send the other little demons back home at that time. Bush Chadrachut was very pleased. Everything went smoothly. Thentha awkwardly said, female owner, and spent a lot of money. Suddenly he panicked. Wait, where did that money come from? Si and Sen replied. Exactly. The 18 divine hairs have been bankrupt for years. Their mansion has long been poor and run down. Only then did Thun Thi turn to Butch Chechi Chech. Zeep Tini. Where did you get that money? She answered frankly. From Zivai. No problem. Thentha was confused. Zivai? Who is that? Butch Chi Chi Chek answered. Bilwa. Thentha was stunned, and so was Si and Sin beside him. Bilwa. The 14th divine hair of VF Amun is done. Bilwa, also known as Chu B outside, is in the same business as me, but his dealings are much darker. Using his divine hair status, he treats people like pigs. If he can strip a layer of skin off you, he won't let go. Thentha was curious. You are just a little demon. How could the 14th hair trust you with that, sending more than a dozen female little demons back through dangerous roads, mountains, and rivers? With many monsters roaming around, it was not cheap either. Butch Chi Chi replied. I never said it was my debt. I just registered your name and said it was borrowed. Hearing that, Thentha snapped. Damn it, you tricked me. Let me go. I will fight you to the death. Suddenly, Thenth was amazed as a fairy aura burst open across the sky. Above, people were buzzing with excitement. What is happening? Via has not seen such a lucky sign in a long time. It is happening at Nguai Chi Floating Mansion. Is it the breakthrough of Nguai Hai Lodi? Nguai Hai Lo Ti. It is Tam Thenti. He has been in seclusion at Nguai Chai Mansion. This must be his breakthrough to the spiritual realm, causing this uproar. Tam Thenta truly is the born Nguai Line divine body. At this moment, the system sent a temporary mission to Nguai Chi Floating Mansion. Thentha was stunned. There is a temporary mission too. But it is very hard to get to the floating mansion. We succeed. The reward will definitely be generous. Now, the huge gate opened slowly, and Lozio Nien appeared. Master? Everyone is stunned. Tam Thenti has emerged from seclusion. Lo Nevin landed silently, showing a noble demeanor. The crowd immediately bowed respectfully, greeting Tam Thenti. His fame spread everywhere. They paid their respects. Tam Then, the Ningite Lin divine body, unmatched in strength, will surely become the ancient lord of Via Hyamen. Tun Thuv thought. I do not know his cultivation level, but he looks really strong. Butch Chie added, where I am from, guys like that are called all show. No go. Tun Thuv praised her. You really know your stuff. Then seeing the 3 still standing casually, she asked, greeting Tam Than Ti, why are not you kneeling? Si and Dun immediately answered, they are the 18 divine hairs. Do they need to kneel to a divine hair? Lahoden quickly spoke. So it is the 18 divine hairs. Haven't T seen you for years? And you are still useless. Tentha said sharply, if it has been years, why has not Tam Then invited me to the floating mansion as a guest? Lai Dao Nian smiled and said, as a guest, it is So why not have the 18th Divine Son hand over the Divine Son's mirror to me? After all, in this fight for the throne, you do not even deserve it, Tantho replied decisively. Fine, as long as the third Divine Son has the ability. Take it, thought to himself, that Divine Son's mirror. I do not even know where it is since crossing over. I have searched everywhere. Not a single clue. If you can find it, then you truly have skill. Lai Dao Nian spoke up. If that is the case, 18th Divine Son, please come up and follow his silhouette above. Tantho stayed below. Hearing these mocking words, people wondered how the 18th Divine Son would get up there after all. He was not supposed to be able to, of course. No matter what, he could not get up there. I heard the 18th Divine Son just started training recently but is still only at the physical realm. The strength of a physical realm dansion is like empty air. Barely usable. Relying on himself, it is impossible. At that moment, Tantho took a deep breath, pushed off powerfully, and shot up very high in an instant. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. He jumped. How could he succeed? Physical realm dansion strength is not enough. Plus the distance is quite high, completely unreachable. They thought, clearly knowing it was impossible, but still trying this is the only way for the 18th Divine Son. But Tantho shouted loudly, Lao Ka, help! Angson immediately responded, coming. Then he shot up after Tantho. Tantho's words echoed silently. Almost there. Now, Angson's back became a springboard for Tantho. Using that, he soared even higher. Thinking, still a bit short, Lao Ka. Again, Angson rushed forward once more to support Tantho. Those watching below were amazed and stunned. You can do it this way? This is not right. Without dansion support, pure physical strength can make you jump this high. Could the 18th Divine Son have broken through the physical realm already? That is impossible. Breaking through to the martial realm lets you fly directly up. By now, Tantho was nearly there. Thinking, Vindong dansion really is good. Others at physical realm have almost no power. But I have this strength, of course I can fly up. Now he landed. Lai Dao, this Divine Son has arrived, Lai Dao Nian thought. Relying on others to boost you is just freeloading. Saying that, he walked away. The system voice rang out. Congratulations. You have received the Solar Divine Physique. Tantho thought. High difficulty mission. The reward is extraordinary. The Solar Divine Physique. One of the super exceptional physiques. No wonder the disciples of Wu Ho sect all dream of training on Fukong Island. The atmosphere is incredibly refreshing. Tantho continued. The energy here is truly abundant. More than 10 times that of Wu Ho sect. Dreaming alone 1T help. To train on Fukong Island, first you must gain favor from one of the elders and become a direct disciple. Lai Dao Nian's subordinate spoke up. Exactly. Among the 18 divine sons of Wu Ho sect, 3 are from our family. Without that, you will never set foot on Fukong Island in your life. Consider yourself lucky. Tantho spoke up. 3 divine sons. Yet your dog talks to me like that. Don't you know the rules? That kind of talk will get your legs broken. Don't Camphi said. Tantho. Enough talk. Hand over the divine son's mirror. Tantho bluntly said. I do not have it. Don't Camphi angrily said. Give me the mirror. Tantho replied. Why play games? The mirror is not with me. If you have the skill, find it yourself. If you get it, it is your Dao Nian subordinate angrily said. Cheating with half a mirror. Let me teach you a lesson. He lunged immediately, but Tantho dodged. He quickly unleashed internal power and decisively punched him in the face. You are too noisy. Lai Dao Nian's subordinate groaned, while Dong Camphi hesitated. Now, he slowly got up. Damn it, the dark god power the third divine son gave me. Today you will taste it. Take this. At that moment, his power surged toward Tantho. Tantho smiled. Perfect timing. Then clasped his hands together. Tantho chanted, Heavenly orb devouring moon, and his power immediately poured out. Lion's jaws crushed his power. Lai Dao Nian's subordinate was stunned. The lion's paws were full of fierce claws. Next to Tantho, he spoke up, insulting this god. While fighting, that lion suddenly surged forward. Lai Dao Nian got angry. Tantho, the overseer. At this moment, his subordinate was already bitten on the leg by the lion. Tantho replied, I warned you your lackey would break his leg easily. And now it is broken? The martial skill he gained a few days ago, the heavenly swallow moon, surprisingly has some strength. Lai Dao Nian was nearly furious. Tantho, overseer, attacking my people? He thought, what is going on? Tantho's skill is suppressing this god's moon spirit power. Tantho said, if you can control your dog, I will take care of him for you. Lai Dao Nian unleashed spiritual power. Shouting, damn it, kneel in a tone. Ka Tantho answered, what if I do not kneel? Lai Dao Nian immediately challenged, then try it if you dare. Tantho suddenly looked stunned. The sky darkened, but the crowd below buzzed. What is happening? Why is it getting dark? It is the third god using the moon spirit body. Changing heaven and earth, the moon spirit body is truly amazing. The 18 god has found his death. But why roast the third god's wrath? Koan Sin worried. He is doomed. The moon spirit body's power of heaven and earth. This time the 18 god is finished. Lai Daonian still raised his power. Kneel and repent. Tando refused. You think you can force me to kneel? The sun god body activated. A beam of light descended, surrounding Tanthu. A halo appeared above his head. A full sphere of spiritual energy clearly formed. Lai Daonian was shocked. How is this possible? Now, Tanthu's sphere of power grew larger, then illuminated everywhere. The crowd below was stunned. What is this? Iblimi. Omut. This is the legendary sun god body. Xin spoke. The 18 god Tanthu has awakened the sun god body. From what I know, the sun god body was created to suppress the moon spirit body. Suddenly he shouted, 18 god iPhone. The sun god body has appeared and shines everywhere. None can match it. From the high mountain, the light from Tanthu's awakening radiated powerfully. Lai Daonian thought bitterly. Damn, it is the sun god body. The moon spirit body is suppressed. How can this be? Tanthu spoke. Third god. Now maybe you are the one who should kneel. Lai Daonian prepared to respond. Tanthu, though my body is suppressed, my cultivation far surpasses yours. And to suddenly surge forward, shouting loudly, Die! At that moment, another presence suddenly arrived. It was Dongmin, who shouted, Stop! Lai Daonian froze because Dongmin's huge hand was about to strike Hanta, immediately crushing Lai Daonian. Crowd gasped. It is Dongmin, the patriarch of the Duong clan on the No Island. They all knelt down in a respectful tone. The great Dongmin above, we pay respects to Patriarch Dongmin, Patriarch Ifong, who suppresses heaven and earth. We pay respects. Even Tanthu admired him. This was one of the masters of the Duong clan on No Island, the clan patriarch. He could not help but exclaim. Incredible. Dongmin quickly said, 18 god Tanthu has awakened the sun god body and will join my disciples today to cultivate at the Duong clan on No Island. The crowd below admired. The 18 god is truly lucky to be accepted by the patriarch. This has not happened in hundreds of years. Indeed, Dongmin is above even the other patriarchs. Tanthu will rise forever. Admiration is useless. Who else but him could awaken the sun god body at the critical moment? This is one of the ancient superior physiques. Up above, Dongmin said. 18 god. Follow me. Tanthu gently flew off. He waved goodbye to Lai Daonian. Third god. Maybe we will meet again someday. Just like that, he flew away with Dongmin. Lai Daonian swore revenge. Tanthu, I will remember this humiliation at the Duong clan on No Island. Tanthu and the others respectfully say. The 18th divine son Tanthu requests an audience with Elder Yang Ming. Yang Ming spoke. The solar divine body is the embodiment of the Yang intellect. It has not appeared in the martial transformation sect for 10,000 years. It is especially rare for a descendant to awaken it, something unheard of until now. From today onward, you will take over the Yangchi mansion skyless island. Hearing this, Tanthu's face immediately flushed with excitement. Tanthu reached out to receive the token and said, Elder Yangming, is not this a bit too fast? He thought to himself, just after arriving and already taking over Yangchi mansion's skyless island. Is Elder Yangming being too generous to me? Suddenly, Yangming spoke again. For years, you have been weak, unworthy of the heavens. Despite having the peerless divine body, no need to hide. The Nanyang Guardian sword shines in the heavens, sweeping across this generation. Only then will you not tarnish your father Fat Thean's reputation. Clutching the token tightly, Tanthu resolutely replied, Disciple obeys. The building basks in the warm sunlight of the heavens. Inside, Takan Thean exclaimed, Good. Very good. Tanthu still has an ace up his sleeve after all. It is just that no one expected this ace to be so earth-shattering, not only suppressing the third divine son, but also catching Elder Yang Ming's attention, truly full of secrets. Elder Tran added, No matter how well hidden, eventually there is nothing left to hide. How could this compare to the 7th divine son? Your ace is the perfect trump card. Now that the 18th divine son has used his ace, should we start taking action? Takan Thean said again, Keep monitoring the situation. Although Tanthu has been accepted as a disciple by the Elder, the battles between divine sons are matters the Elder 1T intervene in. A useless guy taking over Skyless Island will have many bowing to him. The show is about to get even better. At a city gate, in the courtyard, on one side a fierce spiked leopard, on the other a female servant. Don Camphai in the center swings her sword and shouts, You scum! The spiked leopard suddenly charges, and she calmly slashes. Die! The useless Tanthu has awakened the solar divine body, and even taken over Skyless Island. How could this be true? The servant nearby added, The 12th divine son, that is not all. A few days ago, Tanthu even killed a slave in your territory. I have already made my calculations. Don Camphai angrily said, Fine, so this is a provocation against me. The solar divine body is truly a superior constitution. If I lose it, my chance to fight for the throne only grows slimmer. At the Moon Wheel Divine Pavilion, swift footsteps danced on the city wall. It was Tiu Min Gayet weaving through the air, her gaze sharp as a sword. In an instant, she slashed down a phoenix nearby, and a voice from the crowd praised, The former princess cultivation deepens, truly the pride of Moon Wheel Divine Pavilion. The most beautiful in the next generation of Moon Wheel Divine Pavilion. The former princess lived up to her reputation like a flawless jade body. Such a rare talent does not come often. Not bad. Soon the former princess can join the battle for the Frost Emperor. Manga breathed a sigh of relief just as someone approached, offering a rare spirit pill and saying, "Former princess. This is a rare spirit pill brought from the ancient kingdom. It replenishes vital energy." This person was none other than Lin Vu, Crown Prince of the Long Elephant Ancient Kingdom. Manga replied, "Crown Prince Lin, the Long Elephant Ancient Kingdom is indeed generous. Such a precious pill. Yet you casually offer it to me." Lin Vu smiled and said, "Though our kingdom lacks territorial treasures, we do not give gifts lightly. Perhaps the ninth princess understands my sincerity." Manga teased, "Crown Prince Lin, you are joking. I must depart for martial transformation sect. You can rest here a few days at Moon Wheel Divine Pavilion." She thought to herself, a flawless jade body like mine is rare. Even if he is Crown Prince of the Long Elephant Ancient Kingdom, how could he match me to become my consort? The first condition is to have an unparalleled divine body, like the third divine son of martial transformation sect, who has the moon spirit divine body and cultivates at Moon Chai Mansion S Skyless Island. Only such a divine body suits me. Tu Lung. Suddenly, Vu spoke, "A martial transformation sect. I heard the 7th prince was captured by that useless 18th prince. 9th princess. Is this why you are here?" Manga replied calmly. "Exactly. Over the years, several have tricked the 18th divine son. This is just payback, but I do not know what the 18 divine sons are up to now." Suddenly they arrested Kaka, and even demanded he be returned immediately for the second time. Vu said, "9th princess, you do not need to get involved in this. I know that rancor well, greedy, lustful, and useless. Let me handle him instead of you." Princess Manga thought, "No need to worry. Crown Prince Lam, a worthless divine son is not worth my attention." Then she immediately flew off, gliding across the mountains. Manga whispered, "This trip to Vuho is not just to rescue the 7th prince. The real reason is to request from the 3rd divine son a batch of ice spirit elixir. This elixir is a divine medicine, second only to the immortality elixir in quality. My hand clan body wants to evolve into the Solar King body and must use this divine medicine." That day, I was fortunate to meet the 3rd divine son. He was probably captivated by my appearance. When I asked, he definitely would not refuse. At the Yangchi Void Island, Tanthu sat in the palace, happily enjoying some delicious fruit. Koaxine was also delighted, congratulating the divine son on taking over Yangchi Void Island. This is an unprecedented Yang treasure of immense value. No divine son has ever done this before. Ancestor Senja Dongmin highly values the divine son, believing he has the emperor's favor. Tanthu calmly replied, "Yang treasure. Void Island is a sacred place for cultivation, so of course I know what the Yang treasure is." Koaxine then explained, "Divine son, you might not know, but among the ancestors of Vuho sect, Dong Min is most obsessed with collecting treasures. Each treasure was plucked from the heavenly palace. Extremely rare. Even the legendary immortality elixir is in Duong Min's possession." Suddenly, Tando slammed his hand on the chair, amazed. Immortality elixir. Each immortality elixir pill is unique and unmatched. Legend says after use, one can be reborn for another lifetime. Whether true or not is unknown. 3 days later, the fame system had been active for 15 days. Granting the martial vein refining pill. Tantho thought the martial vein refining pill could help cultivators break through martial realms, reaching the peak just as we both wanted to break through. This pill arrived perfectly timed. I will go with the flow. Today's the day to break through the realm. Meanwhile, Mangayan stood before the city gate, saying, "The city gate has also reached Vuho level. Not sure where the 18 divine sons are, but we should settle Kaka's issue first, then go find the 3rd divine son's life elixir." At this moment, Kongdan was walking and singing, while the young master Lang Nai was freezing. Mangan immediately recognized him. Kongdan, he was shocked. "9th princess, why are you here?" Mangayan spoke sharply. "I know you know, tell me quickly where that useless divine son is." Koangsan replied. "9th princess, since we know each other, I advise, the 18 divine sons are not as they were before, so be careful with your words." Mangan immediately sneered. "Koangsan, long time no see, you sure talk a lot. Are you going to tell me or not?" Hearing that, he had no choice but to say, "If that is the case, 9th princess, follow me." Then he quickly flew off. In the majestic mountains, Tantho was training alone. He thought to himself, to break through the martial realm, the most crucial milestone is achieving flesh transcendence. The principle is advancing the flow of spiritual power so that the spiritual energy can eventually permeate the whole body. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the clouds, radiating from Tantho and blazing intensely. Tantho thought, it depends on how much spiritual energy his spiritual peak can absorb. Mangayan saw the power and was very surprised. "What is that?" Koaxin exclaimed. "Looks like someone is breaking through the martial realm. It is coming from the 18 divine sons' place. Could it be one of them breaking through?" Impossible. A few days ago, the 18 divine sons were only at the 7th layer of the realm. How could they advance so fast? Tu Manguyan was stunned. Breaking through the martial realm. What is more surprising is the spiritual peak formed in the void is a large spiritual light pillar. Usually, when breaking through, the spiritual peak is barely bigger than a single chopstick. Even a genius like me. At best, the spirit pillar is only worth one arm. This person's breakthrough in martial realm is earth-shattering. I have never seen anything like it. Maybe he is VFMUN's top genius. Tu Manguyan must go make contact with that side. The 18th Divine Son will be handled soon enough. By now, she had landed. Still believing he was breaking through the martial realm, while Ensign kept rubbing his eyes. He was stunned, never expecting the 18th Divine Son to be breaking through the martial realm. How long had it been? Even now, that power still shone brightly. Tentha clenched his fist tightly. Standing at the foot of this mountain, about to unleash a move, Tentha said, "Let us test my current strength." He exerted his power. The entire mountainside shattered. Tentha thought to himself, after breaking through the martial realm, he could now control more spiritual power from heaven and earth inside his body. The stronger the technique, the faster the spiritual power drains. But since I have the eternal dantion, I do not need to worry about that at all. Seeing this, Tu Manguyan muttered, "The spiritual power is just too strong. Like it never runs out. Just how much spiritual power does he have inside?" At this moment, she and Ensign were both behind Tentha. Tentha turned around curious. The old man asked who she was. She immediately said, "I am Tu Manguyan, former princess of the Moonwheel Divine Realm." After witnessing the young master's breakthrough, with such a solid and powerful foundation, I have honestly never seen anything like it. Tentha replied, "Former princess of Moonwheel Divine Realm. So you have come to take the lost prince back?" Tu Manguyan seriously said, "That is right. Didn't expect the young master to know about this. I am here to teach that 18th Divine Son a lesson." Tentha asked with hidden meaning. Teach him a lesson how? Tu Manguyan thought. That useless Tentha is just an idiot. Of course. I will use my fist to beat him so he won't dare act up anymore. Seeing Xin nearby was alarmed. "Former princess, watch your words." Tu Manguyan snapped. "Coward! I wonder what kind of sedative Tenhavanth Jess people fed him to be so scared of me. Lucky for him, he is still working with Don Chaidu and the former kingdom." Tentha suddenly spoke. Tu Manguyan, are you really that confident? Though you are a princess, I am also a divine son of Vgmm. Your status can compare to mine, she countered. "Young master, you are joking. It is just a divine son title. As far as I know, no one in Vgmm respects you. The princess coming to teach him is a blessing 3 generations in the making for him." Tentha narrowed his eyes. "Do you even know who I am?" Tu Manguyan answered. "Young master, your aura is extraordinary, your talent unmatched. Just standing here radiates a presence that commands fear. I am sure you are a divine son of Vgmm, but which one?" Tentha decisively said. "You guessed right, I am the 18th divine son." Tu Manguyan showed respect. "So you are the 18th divine son. No wonder you are such a handsome, outstanding figure." Suddenly she recognized him, her voice full of shock. "Wait, you are the 18th divine son?" Tentha. He stepped forward. "That is right." Surprised, shocked, Tu Manguyan gritted her teeth angrily and quickly jumped back. Her steps hurried, but she still could not believe it. How could this be? And Sin spoke. "Former princess, this is the 18th divine son Tentha. I can only say you have made a big mistake this time." Tentha also said. "Former princess, you are reckless. You called me a waste right in front of me, thinking I am a punching bag who won't get angry." Suddenly he snapped his fingers. His power instantly exploded. Tu Manguyan exclaimed. "Damn it!" She quickly prepared to fight. "Though you are powerful, Tu Manguyan is not weak either. We are about the same age. But I broke into the martial realm earlier. You are no match for me." Tentha chuckled softly. "Just a weakling body, and you still dare to challenge me." He immediately unleashed his aura, solar divine body. Tu Manguyan whispered. "What the hell is this?" Too overpowered. The ice armor on her body suddenly melted away. She thought silently. My ice body is melting again. Tanthu is still unleashing her power. Just one attack could take her down. The Thanthian Tichlich strike, a deadly blow, crashes down onto Tu Manguyan. She takes the hit, pain bursting through her, and immediately loses the ability to fight, collapsing to the ground. She thinks to herself, "Damn it! This 18 godchild has awakened such a unique physique, and it is specifically designed to counter my frozen jade essence body. I have to retreat quickly." Tu Manguyan flies away at once. Cohen Sin asks, "Godchild, Tu Manguyan has been disrespectful to you. Will you really just let her go?" Tanda replies, "It is. I will let her go. She will come back eventually." At that moment, Tu Manguyan speeds off like a madwoman, seriously injured. She thinks, "Now I can only seek out the 3 godchildren for the Ice Spirit pill. If I can get that pill, my body can transform into the Sun King physique. Then, the 18 godchild won't stand a chance. And I will be able to save the 7th prince once I arrive." Feeling the energy around her, Tu Manguyan says, "This is the Void Island of Yu Ho sect. The spiritual energy is so rich, no wonder it is a sacred place for cultivation. Its reputation is justified. Only extraordinary people like the three godchildren can become disciples of the Vu Ho sect ancestor and train here on Void Island. Tiyumanga Gayet harshly thinks it compared to the three godchildren. That Tanthu is just a joke. Just then, a subordinate appears, asking who has entered the Moonlight Void Island. She immediately replies, I am Tiyumangia, 9th Princess of Moonwheel Divine Dynasty. An old acquaintance of the three godchildren, please report to them for me. Then I will leave. Please wait a moment. Meanwhile, Tiyumangayat thinks, the three godchildren possess the moon spirit divine physique and train here on Void Island. Their future is definitely extraordinary. She arrogantly believes she is unique, more beloved by the beasts than other princesses. And after meeting the three godchildren, he will surely agree to my request with the three godchildren's help. That Tanthu is nothing but a shrimp to me. The subordinate returns and says, 9th Princess. Sorry. The three godchildren are in seclusion and will not meet anyone. Tiyumangayat is stunned and says, Auntie, did you hear wrong? How could the three godchildren refuse to meet me? I am a disciple of the godchildren, the subordinate confirms. No mistake. The three godchildren said exactly that. Tiyumangayat insists. Then maybe the three godchildren heard wrong. Go back and report again. He snaps back. What do you mean? Are you doubting my godchildren? Tiyumangayat insists loudly. I am the 9th princess of the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty. The three godchildren must meet me. The subordinate does not care. Who you are does not matter. What matters is no disturbances here. If you disturb my godchildren's cultivation, the princess won't be safe either. Tiyumangayat boldly insists. I am the 9th princess. Here specially to see my brother. The three godchildren. The subordinate is furious. How dare you? Just then, the door suddenly opens, and Lei Dao Nian's voice rings out. Stop. Let the 9th princess in. The subordinate reluctantly obeys. Understood. Godchildren. Go ahead. Tiyumangayat strides in arrogantly. She thinks, I told you, with my talent and status, how could the three godchildren refuse to meet me? It must be that servant Nguyen Can. In Lei Dao Nian's chamber, she enters and respectfully says, Tiyumangayat pays respects to the three godchildren. Lei Dao Nian replies gently, 9th princess. No need for formalities. May I ask what brings you here? At this moment, Tiyumangayat speaks frankly, not hiding anything from the godchildren. I am here to deal with that useless 18 godchild, but I have hit some trouble, and I hope the three godchildren can help. Lei Dao Nian frowns. What exactly do you want me to do? Tiyumangayat senses this is her chance. He immediately explains, the three godchildren possess the moon spirit divine physique. If they could help me suppress the 18 godchild's physique, nothing would be better. Lei Dao Nian raises an eyebrow. She continues, why would the godchildren say that, the 18 godchild's physique compared to the godchildren's is worthless? Suddenly, Lei Dao Nian angrily interrupts. Enough, Tiyumangayat. If the 18 godchild's physique is worthless, then what does that make my physique? Trash. The solar branch body awakened by Tanthu is a divine body created specifically to counter the useless 18th divine sun. The solar branch body awakened by Tanthu is a divine body made specifically to suppress the moon spirit divine body of this divine sun, whether he truly does not know or is just pretending not to know. Hearing this, Tiyumangayat grew even more confused. What is this all about? Tam divines? Calm down. I really did not know about this. At this moment, Lei Dao Nian had already turned and left. Showing respect because you are the princess of the divine chi. Just go back. Tiyumangayat hurriedly pleaded. Tam divines, I still have one more request. Please Tam divine. Suddenly Doran suddenly stopped. The precious spirit treasure. You know how valuable spirit treasures are. Second only to the immortal divine treasures. Even on Fukong Island, they are rare. Tiyumangayat calmly replied, I know the spirit treasures are extremely precious. Only those with the status to cultivate on Fukong Island, like Tam Divine's son, can possess them. That is why I came here. Seeing her smiling face, Lei Dao Nian suddenly became angry. Furious? Tiyumangayat, are you insulting this divine son? She immediately froze. Stunned, Lei Dao Nian continued. Although I cultivate on Fukong Island, I only have the right to cultivate. Only the steward of Fukong Island has the right to own all the heavenly and earthly treasures here. And the 18th divine son not only cultivates on the Yang branch Fukong Island, but also fully manages it, meaning he can freely use everything on the island. You insult this divine son over and over. How bold of you. Tiyumangayat was shocked. Divine son, I did not mean to insult you. I just did not expect Tanthu could suppress the third divine son. Lei Dao Nian snapped back. Who said he could suppress this divine son? He just happened to be better than this divine son in some ways. Are you looking down on me? Tiyumangayat grew even more fearful. Divine son, please listen to my explanation. At this moment, Lei Dao Nian attack get lost. Tiyumangayat was pushed far away, chased straight off the island, but she quickly used her power to hold her ground. Tiyumangayat panicked. What now? What should I do? I can rescue the 7th prince, and now I have angered the 3rd divine son too. Tanthu, you are the one who caused this. Save my brother first. Then we will figure out the rest. Saying that, she immediately flew off under the bright sunlight of Yang Branch, Fukong Island. Tantha played chess while speaking. Baizu, whose style did you learn this move from? As far as I know, demons like you do not usually play chess. At this moment, you place the chess piece on the board. Baizu Zuo spoke, I am not like other demons. Besides cultivation, I was forced to learn all sorts of arts from humans since I was a child. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, everything human. I know it all. Tantha felt sympathetic. Not easy. Huh. Even a demon like you was forced into all those extra lessons. Now, Baizu Zuo has defeated you. You lost. When will you give me the extreme immortal medicine this time? Tantha immediately handed her something and said, use this precious medicine for now as a substitute. Those immortal elixirs are not yet mature. Wait a little longer. When suddenly Koensin stepped in, announcing, the 18th Divine Sons, the 9th Princess have arrived. They wish to meet you. And Tantha placed his hand down on the chessboard, saying, let her in. As Tu Min Guide entered, facing the majestic Tanthu seated high on the throne, while Betch had already seen her, and she remained silent, quietly eating those rare fruits. Will channel ready again? Tanthu asked. Agree to what exactly? She replied. Agree to return the tenfold. But make it 100-fold. Release me quickly. This number of spirit stones is enough to compensate you. Tantha laughed softly and said, 9th Princess, you are mistaken. The price was 10 times before. Now this divine son wants 100 times. Hearing this, Tu Min Guide was stunned. What 18th divine son? Is not this disrespecting the rules? Tantha said loudly. Rules. On Yang Branch, Fukong Island. My word is the rule. Tu Min Guide gritted her teeth in anger. You suddenly. Batch Chuk Chuk spoke up. This is not good at all. She threw the precious fruit away, drawing Tu Min Guide's curious gaze. Looking at the fruit Batch Chuk Chuk just rejected, Tu Min Guide was stunned. This is the Chu Hong Spirit Treasure, able to activate the Golden Supreme Sun. Extremely valuable. Batch Chuk Chuk then ate another fruit, commenting, this one's no good either. Then Kwang left immediately, and Tu Min Guide exclaimed, this is the Hong Long Holy Fruit, which can materialize the dragon's soul. Butch Chi Chi kept throwing away the other fruits. Not tasty. Not tasty. Tu Min Guide spoke again, mentioning the Trepavongtron flower, Fenugreek fruit, and malign herb. All these are precious herbs. Extremely rare. Treasures infused with the essence of heaven and earth, yet discarded like trash here. Looking at the sparkling fruit on the floor, Tu Min Guide exclaimed, I spirit precious herb. This is exactly what I need. Then she gently picked it up, while Betch Chi Chi sneered. Tintha. None of this is tasty at all. I want to eat the immortal herb. I want to taste if it is any good. Hearing that, Tu Min Guide froze. What? Immortal herb. Since when did immortal herb, which can reincarnate a life, become so cheap? She continued with a shocked tone. An immortal herb outside costs no less than an eternal divine elixir, a treasure even emperors covet. Tu Min Guide thought silently. The ice spirit precious herb can help me upgrade my solar jade body. It is right here in front of me. I must have it, she said. 18 divine sons. I can agree to pay 100 times the price. But I have one condition, Tantha replied. You still have conditions. Tell me, Tu Min Guide continued. I want this ice spirit precious herb. Tantha immediately agreed. Fine, but I also have a condition. You must kneel and beg me. Tu Min Guide got angry. 18 divine sons. You are being overly oppressive. Tantha bluntly said. So what if I am oppressing you? Tu Min Guide proudly declared. I am the 9th princess of the Moonwheel divine sect. Revered and respected. I have never been treated like this before. Tantha quickly retorted. That is because you have not met me yet. He exerted authority and seriousness. For kneel. Tu Min Guide instinctively moved and immediately knelt down. She realized this was the pressure of Tao fate. Tu Min Guide shouted. You can actually manipulate Tao fate. Your cultivation is lower than mine. How can you wield Tao fate, which only the supreme intellect can use? Even the supreme intellect takes 100 years to cultivate one stream. Yet you have countless streams here. Tantha said that on this Yang Chai Isle. I decide what is yes and no. Tao fate is mysterious to others, but to me, it is as natural as breathing air. Tu Min Guide was stunned. Now you have turned away. And kneel slowly, and stand up when you understand. Suddenly, Tantha sensed something. A moment later, something appeared, delivering a scroll of paper to him. Tantha was amazed. This is, young master spoke up. Divine Son, this is the divine decree issued by the VIFA Divine Hall. Its contents represent the supreme will of VIFA sect and cannot be disobeyed. Suddenly, the scroll moved, and lines of text appeared before Tantha's eyes. He was shocked. 18 divine sons gathering. What do they intend to do? At the VIFA Divine Hall, under the blazing sunlight, Tantha's footsteps appeared, holding a precious flame. He said, VIFA Divine Hall is right here. Truly an extraordinary aura. Tantha enjoyed the precious flame deliciously. Looking at the space before him, he exclaimed. The spiritual energy here surpasses even Fief Kang Isel. The core of Via sect is no ordinary place. At this moment, 2 guards shouted loudly, "Prejudice against the 18 divine sons." One suddenly said, "Divine son, are you just going to walk in like this?" Tunth's expression remained serious and composed. He wondered, "Can I really just walk in like this?" The man immediately explained, Yes, I forgot. The 18 divine sons have limited cultivation and can conceal the heavenly secrets. Please come this way." Divine son, Tuntha handed him the precious flame and said, "Keep it for me," then stepped inside. The guard grumbled, "This 18 divine sons is really something else. Even wants me to hold his flame." Suddenly he realized, wait, this aura is from the Chu Deng holy fruit. This really is the Chu Dong sacred fruit, an incredibly precious treasure. The 18 divine sons are surprisingly generous, biting just once and then discarding it. Seeing that, the guard beside him also craved it. Sacred fruit. I have never even smelled one. I have to take a bite. He immediately put the sacred fruit into his mouth. A satisfied smile spread across his face. After all these years practicing at Vuho sect, I have never met a divine son this generous. Today, anyone who dares to harm the 18 divine sons or sell off the sect's sacred artifacts will face my wrath. Inside the palace, everything was bright and solemn. On this side, only mysterious shadows remained. The other side was no different. Tando helplessly exclaimed, "What is going on? Why is everyone hiding so seriously?" Suddenly, one divine son spoke up. It was one of the 18 divine sons. "The long-awaited day for Vuho sect's gathering has finally arrived." Tantho sneered. "You all hiding like this because you are afraid to face me?" Hen replied. "Tantho, the divine son's battle is a life-and-death matter extremely important. Of course everyone must be cautious and conceal their aura. How can you not understand such a basic thing?" Other divine sons mocked. "The 18 divine sons are so lowly. Trying to hide the truth won't get you anywhere. But you do not even deserve to participate in the divine son's battle. If you want to join, hand over the divine son guardian now to save your life, or else you will end up torn apart." Tantho retorted, "Fine. Then tell me who you are. Show yourself now, and I will hand over the divine son guardian." The divine son who mocked Tanthu remained silent. He continued, "What is the matter? I offer it to you, but you are too scared to take it. Cowardly little rabbit. You deserve to be mocked by this divine son." The divine son snapped angrily. "Tanthu, you." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Order. Divine sons, please take your places." Tantho looked up to see a creature covered in sleek feathers. It spoke, "Take your positions. Today, I have an announcement." Tantho was shocked. "What is that?" "A parrot hosting the meeting." The creature said, 18 divine sons. "Why are you still standing there? Today's announcement involves you." Tanthu immediately obeyed. The creature quickly explained, "A few days ago, Tanthu of the 18 divine sons helped the sacred maiden find the long-lost Trung Duong classic. Today, the 5-part sacred scripture is complete and its power has reached its peak. That is why I specially convened this sacred assembly." A surprised divine son spoke. "The sacred assembly? As far as I know, it is a grand event for the immortal sect, and it has not been held for at least 500 years. Another divine son added, "I heard the last sacred assembly even had the emperor himself attend. Even if the emperor does not come this time, holding it for the first time in 500 years will surely be lively." This divine son suddenly said, "The 4 divine sons have long been fascinated by the sacred assembly's beauty. I will be participating this time." The creature continued, "This sacred assembly is co-hosted with the Bandao Society. It was mentioned that the number of Bandao entries is limited. The relationship between the sacred assembly and Vuho sect has always been good, so we have 3 spots. That means 3 divine sons will attend." The divine sons immediately protested, "Only 3 spots out of 18. That is nothing. I heard Bandao fruits bloom, bear fruit, and ripen with the new year. Bandao can increase lifespan and cultivation truly miraculous. I really want to taste them once." The creature sighed. "How do I choose 3 out of 18 of you? You are making this really hard." One divine son responded, "You are wrong. It should be 3 out of 17 divine sons." They began to mock the divine sons again. "I agree. The 18 divine sons should just leave. If the Vuho sect's representative shows up at the sacred assembly, it might embarrass us all." Tanthu immediately reminded them, "Don't forget, the Trung Duong classic was found by me. Without me, there would not even be a sacred assembly. You are just biting the hand that feeds you." "I have something to say. Not sure if I should. But Kyunshu thinks that even if you do not join the legendary Bandao assembly, the ceremony must have temporary missions assigned by the system. Now I can only check in a tie at Van Feng daily. The rewards are getting fewer and less useful to me. Only missions offer better rewards. And the Dong Nahak Grand Ceremony has not happened yet. I have to get into the Holy Assembly." Suddenly, a god disciple said, 18 god disciples. "It is not that I want to give you a chance. No matter how you pick the 3 to go to the moon, Kunshu will definitely be eliminated, since it is just ranking anyway." Suddenly, Dinjia shouted angrily, "Damn it! I thought this competition method was a bit unfair. After all, each disciple's cultivation time and talent differ. as well as their realms. This is a spirit-absorbing orb that can store spiritual energy. The strength and amount of spiritual energy in the body relate not just to realm, but also to each individual's cultivation opportunities. It best shows a cultivator's overall power and is the fairest method. All God disciples, please transfer your spiritual energy into the orb. The 3 who transfer the most will earn spots at the Holy Assembly. Dinjia shouted start, and the disciples immediately released their spiritual energy. Everyone gave their all, desperate to seize this chance. Now, the orb shone brightly. Filled with the disciples' spiritual energy, Kunshu also pushed forward, saying, "Let us see who has got the most spiritual force." He unleashed his spiritual energy and said, "Watch me scare you all to death." His energy flew into the orb, and Dingjia announced that each person's spiritual force was represented by a different color. The 3 colors occupying the most space in the orb belonged to the 3 chosen for the Holy Assembly. This god disciple kept mocking. 18 god disciples. Why bother? Go home and play with your little demon. This one also looked down on Kunshu, saying the orb consumes spiritual energy, and he probably won't last half a moment. They kept sneering. People overrate him. A worthless disciple like him is not any threat. Kunshu, maybe you should consider quitting your position as a god disciple. You have held that position for years, and it is why we are suppressed by eternal powers. Suddenly, a god disciple defended him. Everyone, the 18 god disciples are progressing fast. What if something unexpected happens? Kunshu immediately suspected. No way. Someone is speaking for me. Though it is good, the person might not be trustworthy. Looks like this god disciple has been watching me for a while. I have to be more careful. The god disciple said, there can be an accident. If he lasts half a moment, I will withdraw. Half a moment passed, but Kunshu still held strong. Half a moment. It is past that now. Time to leave the Wuho Grand Hall. The god disciples kept releasing spiritual force. All silent. Kunshu complained. Dingjia, what should we do? Dingjia said immediately, as a noble god disciple, you must keep your word. The god disciple got scared and pleaded. Sir Dinga, please show mercy. Still, he had no choice but to retreat, flying away fast. Kunshu spoke up. All right, let us continue. How long can I hold this time? The god disciple replied. Kunshu, do not get cocky. If you can hold for 1 moment, I will withdraw. 1 moment passed and Kunshu's spiritual force continued. He said confidently, 1 moment is up. The god disciples were shocked. The 18th god disciple still holds on. Even with his martial realm, he should not last this long. Could Kunshu be using some secret trick? The god disciple withdrew and flew off, turning back. He said, 18 god disciple, no matter what tricks you use to hold on, you still can represent Wuho sect at the assembly. We will wait and see. After saying that, he left. Kunshu challenged. Guess how long I can hold this time? Now, the remaining disciples dared not bet. All were silent in shock. Tanthu immediately spoke up, one after another. You all look down on me, so why is no one daring to say a word now? If you are already scared, what right do you have to talk in front of me? From the start, Diura had been watching him closely. He thought to himself, the 18 disciples are not like the rumors at all. Is this guy trying to mock the others? Interesting. Suddenly, another disciple shouted, enough. 18 disciple, you have no right to mock the others. I will take half an hour from you. If you can last that long, I will back off myself. Tanthu immediately said, you alone won't be enough. Bring a few more. This time, I want it to be bigger. The guy quickly replied, including me as well. Others joined in. Me too, not to disrespect you, but you really won't last half an hour. 18 disciple, is that enough? Tanthu spread his spiritual energy and said, 3 disciples should be enough. Fine, let us begin. Time passed, and half an hour later, Tanthu's spiritual energy was still strong. He yawned from the long wait, making him feel weak. Tanthu cheerfully said, half an hour's up. The 3 from before. Step forward. 1 disciple stopped. Another was angry and unconvinced. Another snapped. Tanthu, it is us who look down on you. And just like that, all 3 quickly left. Tanthu smiled. 5 have left so far. He loudly challenged. Now, the remaining 12 disciples. Who wants to step up? Everyone fell silent again. Tanthu thought, you all act so high and mighty, but when it counts, you stay silent. Not a good habit. How about this? 4 disciples want to raise the stakes. I will pick a disciple to wager. Anyone dare to challenge me? Hearing this, everyone gasped. What? 1 disciple said. Absorbing energy over time doubles the spiritual energy intake. Ordinary disciples can hardly last an hour. It gets harder to last as time goes on. If someone dares to wager a disciple, I will challenge you to half an hour. Another jumped in. Me too. I dare to wager a disciple. Tanthu, you are interesting. More voices joined. Me too. Me too. Seeing this, Dira got excited. Interesting. Interesting. I will be the witness. Is the 18 disciple trying to trap the others? Let us see. 1 disciple grew anxious. What is going on? Almost an hour has passed and I can barely hold on. Tantho kept channeling spiritual energy, determined to hold on. If he dared wager a disciple, he must have a plan. But a weakling is still weak. He absolutely could not last an hour. Half an hour later, Tantho's footing was still firm. He said, 7 disciples. Time's up. I win. Yang Ming, the ancestor, once taught me fly without blocking, sword like Chushin. Sweep through in one shot. With my strength, from today on, no one will dare look down on Tanthu again. Those disciples slowly stopped releasing spiritual energy. They were stunned he actually lasted a full hour. The rumors were not true. The 18th disciple is not a weakling, Ra said. 7 disciples have lost their bets. Please leave immediately. I still want to watch the show. Rai said as they quickly left. Tanthu said. 7 disciples left, plus the 5 before. That is 12 eliminated. He looked up and said, 6 disciples remain. Tanthu challenged again. The remaining 5? Anyone want to bet against me? One disciple scoffed. Tanthu, you are hiding your strength? How about a fair fight? Stop running. Tanthu laughed loudly. Without some flair, it would be boring. You are all hypocrites. Then he shouted. 14th disciple, are you here? I heard my disciple borrowed a lot of money under my name. Want to bet that money? Silence filled the air. No one answered when this god here spoke. Tanthu, this is the crucial moment. The gravity of the Nepigayan sphere keeps rising. Whether the 14 god hairs are here or not, they won't answer you. To avoid revealing their true strength. Enough talk. Fight us once. I want to see how long you can hold out. Suddenly, Diura coughed a few times. He spoke up. If you do not push harder, I will make this more interesting for you. Diura's eyes flashed. The Nepigayan sphere's gravity multiplied tenfold. Hearing this, that guy panicked. What? Another spoke up. Diura? Think again. 10 times more gravity. In no time we will have all our spiritual power sucked dry. The Nepigayan sphere kept pulling in their spiritual power relentlessly. At this point, one who had exhausted his power immediately fell down. 2 others on this side struggled to hold on, refusing to back down. Tanthu suddenly spoke. 4 of you. Why not let Diura increase the gravity another 10 times? His eyes challenged. What do you say? They all fell silent. No response. Tanthu cheerfully thought. Since you did not answer, that is a yes. Res spoke again. The remaining 3 god hairs. Though you have decided who will face me, I am not satisfied yet, he replied bluntly. 4 god hairs love a challenge. If you can handle it, you can back out. Hearing that, the guy was speechless. Tanthu shouted. Diura? Crank it up 10 times more. He agreed immediately. All right. Increase the gravity another 10 times. The 2 god hairs quickly ran out of spiritual power. They fell straight down. The tension in the air thickened. Res spoke again. The remaining 3 god hairs. Though you have decided who will face me, I am still not satisfied. Whoever can hold out until the end, I will give the Nepigayan sphere to that person. The guy thought. The Nepigayan sphere is said to be the great emperor's treasure. Truly extraordinary, the one next to him added. That is right. Plus, the Nepigayan sphere has many powerful effects. Suddenly, Tanthu moved. He said, I do not know if the 2 remaining god hairs are strong or weak, but your luck is definitely not bad. If you were not lucky, you would have been eliminated already. I wonder which god hairs you 2 are. They snapped irritably. Why should we tell you? Tanthu, trying to probe us. Dream on. Tanthu helplessly said, Are you idiots? Only 3 of us are in the holy gathering. If you do not tell me now, I will find out who you are at the holy gathering anyway. Hearing this, the 2 stayed silent, still refusing to speak. Annoyed. Enough talk. The Nepigayan sphere is the great emperor's treasure. It might even contain his essence. The Nepigayan sphere belongs to me. The other also insisted. I am very interested in it too. Let us fight one-on-one. Only 3 left in the fight. Daonian reminded. Tanthu, you better back down yourself. Sorry to be blunt. Even though you have held out so far, compared to other god hairs, you are just a loser. This Nepigayan sphere is not something for someone like you. Hearing this, Tanthu bowed his head and laughed loudly, one hand still creating a new energy sphere. He said, Then I will fight all of you and see who is really the loser. Tanthu withdrew his words and surged energy forward, stirring his dansion. Suddenly, the Nepigayan sphere flared with 7 colored essence. What? The 2-hair guy was amazed at his power. His spiritual force alone could match our combined power. The 2-hair guy roared to take control. Use all your strength, or this Nepigayan sphere will be his. Now, the sphere's essence was contested by 3 forces. Tanthu sneered. Then he boosted his internal energy. Dimly mocking. Weaklings like you dare to fight the sun. He unleashed a fierce, fiery spiritual power. Today, I will open your eyes wide. Instantly, the energy orb was reduced to just the light of the aura. It was so blinding that Daonai could not cast spells. No way. The 2 strands of hair on the other side suffered the same fate. What is going on? What is Tanthu doing? In just a moment, they were blasted away by the energy force. Where the 2 strands of hair landed, The air was thick with dust and smoke. Down I was thrown into another corner, badly injured and coughing up blood, and was not convinced. You clearly know this field. Tintha, how did you beat me? Tell me, I am really curious. On the other side, Down I stood up and added, I am curious too. I think you are just at the martial level. Even if there were 1,000 like you, they could not do this. And shot a sharp glance and asked, what method did you use? Tentha sneered with satisfaction. Why ask? You all hide your identities, suppress your aura, change appearances to avoid others spying. Down I gritted his teeth in irritation at the jab, and even one of the 2 strands of hair had to hold back. Tentha bared his teeth and continued, I openly welcome you all to spy on me. Don't you want to spy? He even pointed a finger mockingly at them. At first, you called me useless. Looks like now you are the real dead weight. The arrogant tone made the 2 strands of hair furious, and Down I's face turned vein popping angry. Without losing his temper, the 2 strands of hair pointed right at him and warned, Tintha, do not get cocky. After today, I am sure many warriors will be watching you. Then he vanished into a flash of light, saying, 4 words for you. Watch your back. Now only Tintha and Down I remained in the chamber. Down I called out, Tintha. Down I made a proposal. Give me the energy orb. If any warrior messes with you later, I will take the hit for you 3 times. How about that? Tintha frowned, waving him off disdainfully. You are already my defeated opponent. How do you have the right to take a hit for me? Dali warned sternly. Tintha, you do not know your limits. Do you think these warriors only have this little skill? He even revealed the secrets of other warriors. Their trump cards are all different. Their strengths, their specialties vary completely. Even if you have beaten some of them now, many are stronger than you. Knowing staying was pointless, he angrily passed by Tintha. 4 words for you. Before leaving, he threw a final line at Tintha. You chose this path, so accept your defeat gracefully. Tintha paid little mind and casually grabbed the orb in the air, holding it neatly in his palm. Tintha praised. What a treasure! Suddenly, Re flew over, calling out loudly, 10 top warriors, if you do not try, fine, but once you do, you will shock everyone with your style. Tintha clasped his hands respectfully and smiled. You flatter me too much. You yourself are truly unmatched. But as soon as he turned, Tintha's smile turned calculating. This parrot, Luch Bien, holds a high position in Vika M, often acting on behalf of the sect leader. Making good ties with him will surely have many benefits. On the other side, Ziurai observed Tintha's and commended, not bad at all. All other warriors are exhausted. Only Tintha remained steady. He looked at Tien and added, I think this Emperor's battle might just belong to you. Tintha smiled slyly. Then I must rely on your support. Hearing the praise, Ziurai was delighted. Smart and shameless, I like you. He flapped his wings, sending a breeze toward the energy orb. Inside this orb lies a great opportunity used to seal a certain state. Even if you take it, its effect won't be much. Now, I will pave the way for you. Watch closely. Tintha now held the treasure firmly in his hand. He watched the aura steadily rising and felt joy. After a long night, the next day arrived. Walking through the garden, holding the energy orb, everyone said it was incredibly powerful. But what exactly does it do? He toyed with it like a plaything. The only certainty was that the orb contained a massive spiritual energy. Could it be released? Saying that, he reached out to touch it and see what happened. Suddenly, a blazing red light flashed, and the aura exploded out like a huge laser beam, piercing a section of the garden wall. Tintha was so shocked he swore, Damn, you can even use it like this? He glanced at the small orb floating at eye level. In a blink, it could release the spiritual energy inside, directly attacking the target ahead, and it was huge. Then Tantho transformed into a little dog and grabbed the big orb. This skill is amazing. Just what we needed to absorb the attack's force. Holding the spiritual orb, Tantho kept calculating. The spiritual energy in my dansion is now infinite, my cultivation rising steadily, and the released energy grows stronger over time. He directly fused it with his dansion, allowing continuous energy recharge for the orb like having a mobile energy core. He forcibly fused it with his internal power. If I put the orb inside a sealed dansion, then the orb disappeared. And Tanthu worried whether it could absorb this spiritual energy, and what changes might happen after that. Scene shifts to Yangchai Mansion's island. Tantho silently enters through the main gate. A few figures are waiting in the main hall. Ming Gayat is kneeling on the ground inside the hall. The official beside her only cares about peace and order. Adun speaks up when he sees Tanthu. Divine disciple. Why have all 18 disciples gathered? What is the matter? They are not causing trouble. Are they? Tanthu replies calmly. Nothing's wrong. He even shrugs off the earlier dispute like a joke, saying 3 people will be chosen for the Saints' Assembly. Everyone wants to join, so they are holding a trial to pick the 3 representatives. The official is surprised. Choosing 3 from 18 must be fiercely competitive. She watches Tanthu's every move then adds, how will it turn out? Will you be chosen? I have long wanted to come to the Saint's assembly. The three-person conversation irritates Min Yu-gayet. Even if Tantho can cultivate now, he can compete with other disciples. He definitely won be chosen. He has got no chance. Tantho sits proudly. Confident. I have already taken action. No way I won be selected. This time, I am ranked first. He boasts. Nose in the air. The other 17 disciples do not stand a chance against me. The big sponsor even gifted me the spiritual orb, a treasure from the great emperor. She looks him over skeptically. Spiritual orb. I have heard of it. It really is the emperor's personal treasure. She brightens. Eyes wide. Show me. Let me see it. Hearing her name, she shyly looks away. The more she thinks, the angrier she gets. He even got a treasure from the emperor. Shameless. The emperor's treasures are sacred. Not something you just get. Suddenly, a mighty figure appears at the door. The 18th disciple. Asen startles and turns sharply. It is the 14th disciple. Uncle? Tantho frowns but does not speak yet. Penta bursts out laughing. No need to worry about the 18th disciple. Biba class hands. Grinning arrogantly. I am here to congratulate you on taking first place and receiving the spiritual orb. Min Gayet, still kneeling, jumps up shocked. What? First place and the orb? Did Tantho really do it? Am I hearing this right? At that moment, Phoebe sneered. Everyone knows the 18th divine son loves to play around. Seeing it today, he sure knows how to have fun. To have a proud princess of a country kneel before him, truly no sense of cherishing beauty. Hearing her name, she blushed and looked away. Then Thu sat calmly and asked, what brings the 14th divine son here? Babi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then continued, everyone at Vu Ho Mun knows this divine son's words are debts to repay. Understanding VBA's meaning, Tantho leans back and orders, old man, a few days ago, did not the princess pay us compensation? Convert our debt to the 14th disciple into spiritual stones, and pay him. He pulls out a small cloth pouch, respectfully bows to Viba. 14th disciple, Batch Truong owes you 50 spiritual stones, with 20% interest over 5 years, totaling 60 stone. Due in 10 days. He suddenly changes tone. Dismissive. Not enough. Worried, he hesitates and asks again. 14th disciple's meaning is, Viba spreads 2 fingers before him. You miscalculated. The 20% interest is correct, but not yearly. He pursed his lips, making excuses, as if mocking the business sense of this lord. He took out a small fabric pouch from his body, rubbing it oddly. Could it be daily interest? Isn't this way too high? As expected. He sneered. Listen carefully now. He is like a starving tiger demanding debt. I calculate interest by the hour, 20 per watch. Compounding exponentially, the interest is worse than black market loans, making him pale with shock. Seeing this, he pressed on. Business is business, and I never make mistakes. Then the divine messenger cut in sharply, saying he still has not been taught a lesson. The pouch owner frowned. Someone behind suddenly shouted, dare cheat me, I will kill you. A shock hit his head. The man dropped his weapon and rushed to check the pouch owner's head. Why is your head so hard? His eyes reddened with anger. Just a little demon dared to ambush me. The sharp clap of the divine messenger echoed. White pouch, you step back first. He slowly stood up, recalling how the 7th prince fainted from a light hit and left a huge scar. The 14th prince's head was just insulted. Pouch owner could not take it anymore. Tantho, you owe me a total of 11,320 spirit stones. Pay in cash or spirit energy now, or today's deal is off. The pouch owner's fury was a windfall for Min Gayet. She cast a calculating gaze at him. Tantho clearly overestimated himself and disrespected the 14th prince. The outcome was going to be brutal. With his cultivation, the 14th prince could beat him with one hand. The more she thought about it, she bluntly exposed Tantho's scheme. His rambling was just to buy spirit energy from me. The pouch owner did not even bother hiding it. So what? He stepped forward, ignoring the others. Tantho, I have never been beaten by anyone this big. Looking Tantho straight in the eye, he declared, if you do not give me a satisfying price today, do not blame me for being ruthless. Tantho laughed scornfully at his lame excuse. Never been hit before. Tantho stepped down, saying, that is because you have not met me yet. The pouch owner paused. What do you mean? He grinned confidently. Tantho, do not tell me you want to fight me. That means you are ready to hand over your spirit energy, right? He threw it straight at him. I am giving this to you. The glowing red orb lit up the hall. Min Gayet clenched her teeth in anger. Tantho, I thought you would fight at least once. Even if you lost, at least you would save face. She still looked down on Tantho, but the pouch owner caught the spirit energy with a laugh. At least you know your place. Unexpectedly, Tantho used a clever feint. He launched a sudden attack. The pouch owner's face went blank, realizing he would fallen into a trap. A great beam of light shot from the orb straight at him. The pouch owner could not dodge and was blasted into the air. Mingayat gasped in shock. What? The spirit energy orb still flared brightly. The pouch owner sat on the ground, panting. Tandhu, how dare you hit me? He pointed accusingly. Who says I did not fight fair? I fight openly and honestly. Tandhu was left speechless. You? Tandhu controlled the orb, striking down at the pouch owner. Who are you calling you? Haven't you ever been hit before? Today I will let you taste that pain. The pouch owner endured a few hits in a row, screaming in pain. Mingagat could not believe her eyes. The 14th prince was actually being beaten by Tandhu. Was she hallucinating? He pouted. Pouch owner, have you given up yet? The pouch owner's face was bruised and blackened but still stubborn, refusing to yield. Tandhu's expression darkened. The hall filled with dust and smoke from the endless power clash. After a few minutes, the pouch owner spat out blood. Weakening, he raised his hand in surrender. Stop, stop. 14th prince. Let us talk this out. Tandhu was reasonable and stopped. Fine, I am reasonable. Let us negotiate. He ran up, handing the orb to the pouch owner. Do you still want the spirit energy or not? Back then, my himself was so scared, I could not breathe. No, I did not want it anymore. You narrowed your eyes. A fierce aura blazing out so fierce. Kunshu handed over the original power orb to Weiba. And the principal money to me. That was enough. To be sure, Kunshu even pressed the power orb to Weiba's face, telling me to hand over the orb to him. My hand self turned green with envy and resisted, saying I would not even take the principal anymore. The 18 divine trials owe me nothing. Getting a satisfactory reply. You nodded. Fine. If I owe the 14 divine trials nothing, then now it is my turn to settle what they owe me. Hearing this, Wei's eyes widened in horror. Owe you? What do I owe you? From the love letter. She was scared. In the front room, Maletta pout, throwing the food she was holding. Then she switched to acting mode, sitting on the floor and crying yes. Really? She placed her hand on her head, lamenting, now my head hurts. Then she brought her hand down to her chest to illustrate. My chest hurts. She stretched out her foot and sighed. My foot hurt, tears streaming down her face. She acted with her whole body, every part ached. Weiba saw this clumsy act and whispered to himself, she is totally overacting. Now my hand self spoke. The 18 divine trials are originally just ordinary, usually just ordinary divine trials. The martial arts, sect 18 divine trials are used to competition. The last one standing becomes emperor, walking the path of the great emperor opened by countless predecessors. He scoffed and continued. If you can do it, then that is really something. Without competition, there'd be casualties. So as long as you rely on your own strength, divine trials killing divine trials 1T be held accountable. Hearing this, Weiba was horrified. While the divine trial with a scheming look spoke up. Fine. Then today this divine trial will kill one of you to show you. Weiba struggled desperately, hoping his martial skills would work. Divine trial. You are insane. Daughters of kings fighting. There is no way they would slaughter each other. Plus, every divine trial has powerful backers and clans, backing them against others. My own backers 1T spare you either. Unexpectedly, Kunshu just shrugged and asked, do you have powerful backers? This divine trial does not have any, that I am sure of. Then proudly added, my powerful backer is the Yangming Patriarch. Who can compare? Kunshu's power orb glowed stronger. All right. Time's up. You fired a blast at the enemy. With a loud roar. Die. Weiba panicked loudly. This is not good. A strong beam of light shot through the house wall, leaving a long streak of light on the ground. Weiba vomited a huge pile of super goo on the floor, groaning. Kunshu, you really dare to kill me? He looked at the dense super goo on the ground, utterly incredulous. Kunshu spoke again. I will count to 3. If you do not dare to hand over the divine trial, I will blow you to bits by 3. Kunshu's voice rang out. 3. You slowly closed the gap with Weiba. Who's next? And when you stopped before him, the final reckoning was at hand. 1. Weiba saw the power orb in your hand and was terrified. Wait, divine trial dares? I surrender. Ming Yu, watching nearby, could not believe it. Thinking, this is not real. The 14 divine trials defeated so easily. She was horrified inside, realizing they were forced to hand over the divine trial. They were all made by divine trials. Then she covered her face, questioning herself. Was I wrong? Remembering how arrogant the divine trial was, Mingyu bit her lip, blaming herself. From the start, I should not have underestimated the 18 divine trials. They are way stronger than the others. Most of what he does is beyond what other divine trials can manage. Divine trials are not what the substitutes thought they were. As for Wei, he was now sitting cross-legged on the ground. A yellow buffalo bead appeared on his forehead, enveloping his whole body in a faint yellow aura. In his hand was a seal carved with a single Chinese character. Wei's expression grew wary. He struggled to breathe, holding the item he needed. Kunshu commented, this is the divine trial seal, firm in your hand. as if a great power courses through it, definitely no ordinary object. Your expression flickered as you continued. Besides, it flew out from inside the body. Does that mean my piece was also inside me? Way bad. The divine trial seal is yours now. He started spouting nonsense again. Teener, it's innocent people carrying the jade are guilty. Your strength right now is not worthy of what you have. The more you have, the more dangerous you become. After saying this, Vibi turned around and shouted back. Wait, how can you take the divine jade guardian from inside the skin? He continued to explain. The divine jade guardian represents each divine subject's identity. There is a special connection between the divine jade guardian and its owner, no matter the distance. You can sense the divine jade guardian's presence. You just need to use your mind to connect. Hearing this, Tentha was stunned. Dozens of question marks filling his mind. No matter how far, you can still sense it. He wondered silently. But I have no connection at all right now. What is going on? That damn divine jade guardian thief. That damn using the power of the soul pearl to steal my divine jade guardian. You have crossed me now, then, walking and thinking. So what if you took my divine jade guardian? You still can't completely cut off the link between me and the divine jade guardian. Deep down, he had already planned further. The connection remains. The divine jade guardian is still mine. Just wait. Soon I will not only get back the divine jade guardian, but I will also shatter you to dust and wipe away today's shame. Tentha kept watching the divine jade guardian in his hand. He tapped his temple and spoke to the person below. Ninth Princess, you stayed silent just now watching the show. What do you think? Mingite knelt silently. She opened her mouth but said nothing. This defiant attitude annoyed Temnith. No words. Huh, he declared coldly. Then keep kneeling. Only then did Mingite blush and mutter. The scene suddenly grew interesting. So Tentha pressed on. Speak up. I did not hear you. Mingite blushed, reluctantly uttering words she did not want to say. I should not have treated the divine jade guardian like that before. It was my narrow vision and offense against the divine jade guardian. Please forgive me. Tentha replied slowly. Come with me and serve me as a servant for 3 years. Hearing this, she was shocked and looked up at him, asking, what? Then she explained, Divine Jade Guardi, my identity is that of the former divine princess. How could I serve you as a servant? But Tenthe responded coldly, I do not care who you are. You dared to offend me, the real divine jade guardian. So you must pay the price. When the overwhelming energy was released, I ask you one more time. Do you agree to be my servant? Min Nguite was nearly pushed to the ground by that energy flow. Hesitating, and finally, she had to agree. Yes, Mingite gritted her teeth and endured. She handed over a strip of radiant spirit jade to Tu Mingguai. Xin quickly responded, yes, and the room instantly fell silent. The box holding the strip of radiant spirit jade was brought out by him with both hands. Mingite took the item, pleased as she pondered. Radiant spirit jade. Something I have longed for day and night. Finally in my hands. I could not get it from the third divine jade guardian, but unexpectedly got it from the 18th divine jade guardian. The more she thought about it, the louder she laughed. I can finally evolve from cold spirit jade to Taiyan King body. Choosing to follow the 18th divine jade guardian was definitely the right decision. Now, a figure was approaching Min Yugai. 7th prince waved excitedly at her. 9th says, I knew you would come to save me. Then he turned to Tinthish, shouting loudly, Tintha, you damn worthless bastard. How dare you imprison this divine jade guardian? You have just messed with something big. 7th prince grabbed 10th's arm, acting all tough. 9th says, I am a Jeet, facing the divine princess. I am scared now, completely relying on Min Nguite for support. Kneel down and apologize to me. The prince, or else. But she slipped free, slapped him hard across the face, making syrupy blood flow. 7th prince fell right down with her. He stammered, looking up. 9th says, what has gotten into you? Min Nguite glared at him threateningly and coldly demanded, apologize to your master. Your master. 7th prince's hand was swatted away by her. He asked in disbelief. 9th says, are you crazy? You call this worthless guy your master? From 7th prince's perspective, Tunthav looked no different than a pauper. The moment the words ended, Mingite landed another punch on his face, sending him flying far away. Mingite spoke firmly. I think you are crazy. The 18 divine sons. Unmatched aura. One of a kind. Yet you are humiliated by someone like you. The 7th prince shouted angrily from the ground. I despise you. Just a few days apart. And what kind of brainwashing medicine did Tanthu give you? He raged. You are going overboard. Daring to hit even your own brother over that 18 divine son's letter. He even pointed at her face, accusing, are you still that arrogant? Unmatched prodigy I know, but Mingite just sneered and replied, I am Taiyu Mingite, of course unmatched in pride, but in front of the 18 divine sons, I willingly bow my head. She did not forget to warn. 7th prince, I advise you to admit your mistake to the divine sons. Her expression grew more threatening. If not for the divine sons stepping in, I would have broken your legs today to pay for their sake. The 7th prince was shocked. Xin, watching the scene from above, could not help but admire The divine sons are truly wise. Princess Tu Min Gait is completely subdued by his aura now. The seventh prince gritted his teeth. I admit my mistake. Min Gait continued. Master, do you see this? The divine sons responded with a wave. Since you recognize your duty as prince of the divine court, I won't hold it against you. Now go. The seventh prince turned and left, clutching his anger. Thinking, the divine sons tricked my little sister to make the genius of Ngayan Loon divine court their servant. Such humiliation Ngayan Loon divine court won't forgive this. As the seventh prince's figure faded, the divine sons spoke. All right. Get ready. Let us depart together. Xin asked confused. Divine sons, where are we going? He looked at him and smiled briefly. To the Duchi summit. Soon, a figure was seen flying toward a place, accompanied by voices as the seventh prince landed. Congratulations. Seventh prince, welcome back victorious. Officials patted him, saying, Seventh prince, you have suffered enough. Whoever imprisoned you must be punished. That useless divine sons deserves a beating. From afar, another asked. Seventh prince, where's the former princess? Lumvi questioned him. Why has not she returned with you? But the seventh prince snapped. Don't mention Tu Min Gait to me. Just hearing her name makes me angry. Seeing his attitude, Lumvi grew anxious. Seventh prince, what exactly happened? The seventh prince explained bitterly. The former princess accepted the 18 divine sons as her master. She became his servant. This is an unforgivable disgrace to Numun Loon divine court. Hearing this, Lumvi was shocked. Why? Then the seventh prince grabbed his shoulder. Crown prince, I know you like my little sister, he tried to convince. But things are like this now. I do not know what that Tandhu did to her. She looked like she was drugged and even tried to break my legs. Hearing this, a fire blazed in Lumvi's heart. Damn it, Min Gait acts so proud. Like ice and jade. How could she become someone's servant? It must be that Tandhu. He definitely used some dark magic on the former princess. Fear scenes flashed in his mind. The seventh prince agreed completely. I think so too. We have to find a way to rescue my little sister, he continued, and deal with Tandhu as well, so he knows the consequences of taking advantage of my little sister. Lumvi looked up at him, asking, Seventh prince, tell me, what should we do? I represent Long T ancient nation, and can join you to take down that useless guy. The seventh prince nodded knowingly. When I left V, I heard the 18 divine sons would come to Duchi summit. As far as I know, both the ancient nation and divine court are on the participant list for Duchi summit. He smiled coldly. At Duchi summit, all sides gather. If we can defeat the 18 divine sons, my little sister will break free from his control. Lamvu wasted no time and left immediately. I understand. I will go prepare now. Elsewhere, near some misty peaks, Xin pointed ahead, guiding them through. Divine Sun, that is the Duchi ahead. A nearby observer commented, that is Duchi. It is nothing special, just a big lake. Not even as pretty as the fish pond back in Ha Viet. Hearing this, he smiled and began to explain, you do not know. Duchi used to float in the air and even birthed the great emperor. His expression shifted with each part of the story, adding, but after some events, Duchi settled here on the ground. Xin pointed east. But continuing, still, the water in Duchi is not normal. It is sacred water filled with spiritual energy that can cure all diseases, especially the lake on the island in the middle, called Vukan water. Xin further explained, it gathers the spirit energy of heaven and earth, the power of creation. Legend says it can extend one's lifespan. His longing for the treasure showed clearly. I wonder if this holy gathering will let us use Vukan water to host the divine sons. Suddenly, something appeared before Tandhu's eyes. He read the system screen, a new mission to reach Vukan water. Time limit 2 watch periods. Tandhu could not help but smirk. As expected, such an important place always comes with a timed mission. They quickly arrived, and Tandhu carefully looked down before slowly landing. Then Xin spoke. Divine Sun, many visitors came this time, including some of the top talents from the ancient kingdom and divine sect. The figures of Kanthean and Kamphai appeared quickly. Vahomon's 7th and 12th divine sons arrived. Then Y led people out to greet them, welcoming the 7th and 12th divine sons. She politely gestured, inviting them this way. Kamphi felt uneasy recalling past events. Last time, I invited the Holy Maiden to Vuhomon during the Divine Sons gathering, but that useless Tanthu ruined it. So the Holy Maiden left, this time at Chichi. I must impress the Holy Maiden, so she will support me at the next Divine Sons gathering. Determination shone in his eyes. Kanthean curiously watched Kamphai move. A faint smile played on his lips. Kamphai approached Than Nai and called her to stop. Holy Maiden, wait a moment. With a smile, he continued his smooth talk. Don't worry. Than Nai is already here to welcome us. For this Jiaochai holy gathering, I have specially prepared a gift for Than Hai. Before he could finish, a divine sun dashed past. He suddenly jumped into Than Nai's arms, snuggling and nuzzling her. This scene made Kamphai's face darken. While Tantha put on a show, Cam Phai's face turned as dark as a pot bottom as he watched the two. Tantha blurted out a comment to Than Nai. Then Hai. It has been a while. You have gotten chubbier. She immediately blushed, hurriedly looked at herself, and stammered. Huh? Did I gain weight? Then Nai's hand was firmly grabbed by Tinatha. He pulled and tugged, excitedly demanding, Come on. Tell me. What on earth did you eat that made you get so chubby? Watching this, CM Phai's hand gripping the collar tightened so much it nearly crushed the box, and growled angrily. Tintha. You bastard. You have taken my woman away. The two of them quickly walked away together. Now Tenthen turned to her, smiling as he asked Han. Then he shyly said, I heard the void water at Jiatria is amazing. Can you take me there? Then Hai awkwardly explained. Of course. But I have to greet some important guests first. I will take you there when I have time later. But he declared firmly. What important guests? I am your only important guest. At that moment, Sima Phai loudly interrupted. Tintha. That is enough, and stood tall, accusing him. Dragging off someone's woman like that, what kind of behavior is that? Unexpectedly, Sheena then spoke from behind. Seventh Divine Son. This is the Lord's event. As the Lord's representative, please show some restraint. In response, Tentha waved dismissively from afar. Eighth Divine Son. You are putting on a fake smile. Definitely not a good guy. Actually, he was calculating something inside. This was his first time meeting the Eighth Divine Son. He would heard him was usually secretive, so it was surprising he came to the Lord's holy gathering this time. Sheenan then's expression darkened as he heard this. Suddenly, an entity appeared in the sky with an announcement. The Kulin Holy Sun has arrived. The blue light swiftly appeared, spiraling into a sphere as its aura spread through the surrounding space. The figure's arrival sparked whispers, so the Kulin Holy Sun had come too. A towering presence rivaling the top superpowers, despite the chatter, had maintained a cold expression. The Kulin Holy Sun was the most outstanding among the younger generation, a young prodigy. Definitely top 3 among the geniuses attending the Lord's holy gathering. The blue light faded, leaving the Kylan standing before Tanas and the others before the Lord's lady. Hearing those words, Tentha curled his lip in disgust. Shameless, calling the holy lady my dear too. Then Hai politely bowed her head and responded, Holy Son. Then she continued, Everyone's arrived, so I will make a brief introduction. Then Hai pointed to Tenthi, Si Memfe, and Sian Then. These 3 are. But Cullen cut her off bluntly. No need. Then Han walked inside. I will go in first. I will wait for the holy lady there. Cullen's attitude annoyed Simafi so much he swore. What a Cullen holy son. The towering presence ignored me completely. Sian Then quickly helped him calm down. Stay calm. Stay calm. Then he added, the Cullen clan is the offspring of the divine race and has never respected human cultivators. Even as a divine son like me, I am nothing compared to the Killen holy son. But Han could not just ignore me. Tuntha silently observed, thinking this Lord's holy gathering is quite a ruckus. A moment later, he looked around while walking. Approaching someone, Tentha asked, Where's Baish? She was just here, but now she is gone the moment I blinked. Aksin replied, Not sure when Betch left. Then he pointed to one side and continued, She was still here before the Kulin Holy Sun arrived. The man scratched his head, puzzled. Strange, as soon as the Kulin Holy Sun came, Butch vanished. Meanwhile, someone was calling out to Than Nai, addressing her as Than Lady. Than Mistress, pleading her to come. She reluctantly left a message for him before going. Eighth Divine Son. Than Mistress is calling. I am off to the Void Water Pool. Tun and Thi did not want to wait, waved his hand and said, Then Hai. Just go to your job. Love that lasts is true love. See you later. Those words made her blush. Then she ran off, leaving him behind with just 2 words. Goodbye. Tando's attitude shifted immediately as he turned to Aksin behind him. Let us head to the Wukan Water Pool. Go find Baksh first. That head of theirs is stubborn and not easy to reason with. Don't let anything happen. He nodded sharply. Then from another corner a voice rang out. Thun T. Tanthu is going alone to the Wukan Water Pool. Such a good chance. Should we act now? Kan asked slowly. Are you ready? She quickly poured both hands forward. Thun T. This is the 7th Emperor's broken body nail. Carefully explaining, it can block the Sun God body of the real Bethun A, and then activate a secret technique. The Sun God body is Tanthos' invincible defense. They will transfer it to the body of the 12th God T. Both master and servant wore the same triumphant expression. Once the 12th God T possessed the Sun God body, the path to becoming a great emperor would be one step closer. Kamphi gave a satisfied signal. Let us follow. Meanwhile, Tantho kept moving until he stopped before an area, exclaiming, the Wukan Water Pool. I have arrived. Before him was a completely new space. Tantho took his first steps upward, but was immediately pushed back, even falling a good distance away. He sneered silently. The water spirit energy here is way too strong. Just getting close to the pool pushes you out. Then he calculated. Even though Wukan water pool is crucial, there is no guard because anyone trying to enter just gets smashed to pieces by this water spirit energy. He pictured himself drowned in the water. Suddenly, multiple notifications sounded. Congratulations. You have completed the base marking and received the Forbidden Supreme Skin. Along with it came a technique. Tandu eagerly checked it out. Forbidden Supreme Skin. The system assigned it to me. Wide-eyed, he stared at his hands. Like on the great continent, things tagged as forbidden and supreme rarely go together. He continued. Even emperors can casually use these words. Yet my skin is called Forbidden Supreme Skin. Then Tandu ordered. System, mark to learn the Dragon Statue Prison Classic. The system displayed. Congratulations, host. You have learned the Dragon Statue Prison Classic. Next came the effect. Learning this martial art will strengthen Tandu's body. Slightly disappointed, he thought. Turns out it just boosts stamina. What use is that? Still, he sighed and decided to try it out. Tandu planted his feet on the ground, chanting the Dragon Statue Prison Classic. A fierce tremor erupted. Tandu marveled. The force is so strong. I have shattered the land of the Wukan water pool. The ground was now piles of broken earth and rocks. Tandu muttered. This land was built from the toughest hard stones. This technique is pretty interesting. Suddenly, his gaze caught something, then Tandu was hit and shoved backward in shock. What the? He could not defend in time. His body slammed against a distant wall, then collapsed. Now Camfi's arrogant ladder echoed. Trash is just trash. Didn't they expect one move from me could defeat you? While he stood still, his loyal Noti slowly rose. She looked down at Tandu and calmly said, one move and it is over. Saves us a lot of trouble. Then she reached forward. Next, just directly extract the sun body from the ancient god Tia's body. Unexpectedly, her hand was suddenly grabbed. Noti's eyes widened in shock. What? Tandu pulled her down with force, then kicked her squarely. She flew far back, knocked out in front of Camfi. Camfi's face darkened, grinding his teeth. Tandu, are you okay? Tandu pulled out the needle from his hand and muttered. 12th Godta, you are bold, daring to attack me. He sneered. Too bad. The god test of this god T is incomplete. Your little tricks won't work. At this moment, Noti lay on the ground, clutching in pain and crying out. Impossible. The 7-star body-shattering needle is specifically designed to break through any defense. The 12 divine needles were bought with the entirety of my fortune. So how could they fail to pierce your solar body? Hearing this, Tandu finally spoke up. So this needle has that effect too. Then he directly slipped the needle into his shirt while saying, this divine needle is mine to keep. Actually, inside, Tandu was silently amazed this time. He was lucky thanks to the royal servant's skin. He recalled just minutes ago, when the crucial moment the 7-star body-shattering needle tried to pierce his body. This skin truly had unbeatable strength. Meanwhile, the sea Memphi beside him kept growling threats. Damn it, Tandu, quickly bring out your 7-star body-shattering needle. Unexpectedly, he sneered and warned him back. 12 divine needles. I suggest you think carefully about how you will explain yourself to me next. Hearing this only made him angrier as he shouted, explain my ass. Then he declared outright, if you fail the first time, I will personally come to kill you. Who can escape my wrath? Tandu, you do not deserve the solar body. Hand it over obediently, and I might spare your life. Now his servant slowly sat up and intervened. Master, this useless trash does not need your involvement. She instantly leaped up from the ground, attacking Tandu with the declaration, let me kill him. Facing her, Tandu chose to use his heavenly whip staff. The strike sliced past her, making the servant sneer. With skills like that, you still want to defeat me. But he did not stop there and continued to gather energy. Preparing another strike, heavenly sphere devouring moon, she gasped in surprise. What the? Her careless foot twisted on landing, yet the servant still managed to back out of the attack's range. Looking at the powerful technique before her, she challenged, what kind of technique is this? The technique took the form of a fierce dog growling, gathering a sphere of energy in front. Now the servant commented, this technique is amazing but still too weak. She struck hard, break it for me, then sneered, 18 divine needles with skills like yours. Before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock. You want to catch me? Above in the sky was the dragon elephant prison formation. Seeing it, she panicked. What? Tandu sneered while launching a finishing move. She desperately screamed. 12 divine needles. Save me! But it was too late. A column struck straight down on her head, piercing through the ground. Tandu looked down at the servant lying cold on the ground. The sea Memphi eyes widened in disbelief. She is dead. She was motionless, syrup still smeared on her lips. The sea Memphi's face showed rage as she shouted, damn it, Tandu! You killed my subordinate before. Now you have even killed my close servant. Well done. Today, you are definitely going to die. But Tandu just sneered back. I did not kill Truong Choyan. He took his own poison. Looking back now, it is kind of funny. Now Siemfi was completely enraged, holding a breath sword in his hand. Arguments were useless. In note, it transformed into a sword, Sima taunted. Do you recognize this sword? Tanthu opposite him calmly requested. Why do not you introduce it? He sneered arrogantly. Then I will make it clear for you. This sword is called Longai. Nurtured inside a dragon's body and grew up with it, bathed daily in dragon blood energy. He continued. Then the dragon was defeated and died, and Long Yun broke free. The more he spoke, the more ethereal the sword in his hand became. Absorbing the dragon's essence into a mighty blade, the sword emerged. Beasts appeared, and in battle, it could wield the dragon's power to defeat foes. Sima smiled, looking ahead and declared, this is the ultimate treasure of the Dongjia family. Anyone who dies by Longyun's sword is blessed. His eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly said, die. Without hesitation, a surge of power struck toward Tanthu. He dodged while cutting through several sword strikes to block them. Truly a treasured sword. Even its sword energy alone was that powerful. Seeing this, Simemphi was shocked and amazed. How could he dodge that? The dragon sword energy stirred the space into chaos. A beam of light struck down from Simemphi, forcing Tanthu to fly upward. His expression growing more annoyed. Tanthu flew away, chased by dozens of swords behind him, all obeying Simemphi's command. He laughed arrogantly. Tanthu, with your cultivation, you won to last 3 seconds resisting. In 3 seconds, you will be dead for sure. Those dozens of sword points merged into one massive sword, striking toward Tenon. A pillar of light pressed down onto the ground in front of Simemphi. Tunthese's figure appeared beneath the dust, and he looked annoyed. From above, he spoke. If you are obedient and reasonable, you want meet death. Then he slowly landed. Simemphi's expression turned vicious, his words full of malice. How dare a worthless person like you defy this god? Death is your only way out. But Tanthu just laughed, tilting his head to ask, is that so? Seeing his expression, Simemphi was startled. What? How could you? At this moment, a surge of power surrounded Temith as he declared, 12 gods. It is my turn now. Simemphi was shocked and immediately grew cautious, charging his energy orb. Then Tanthu launched an incredibly powerful strike towards Simemphi. Simemphi was blown away like an ant by Tanthu's strike, coughing up a mouthful of syrup, yet he managed to flip and land safely. Looking at the syrup splattered on the ground, Simemphi was a bit surprised. He muttered angrily, energy orb really is a treasure of the great being. Its attack power is so strong. But Tanthu, borrowing the power of a weapon. What kind of skill is that really? The spiritual energy stored inside the orb must have been heavily drained by now. Right? From now on, you want to be able to resist me. The divine son, he shouted loudly, his whole body enveloped in a red aura. Yet Camphi's eyes suddenly gleamed with a spark. The powerful energy orb continued to surge fiercely toward him. The light shone all over Camphi's body. Tanthu sneered nearby, acting arrogantly. The thick white mist quickly dispersed, leaving Camphi collapsed on the ground, disbelief on his face, while the orb still held strong energy. Where did you get so much spiritual energy? Tanthu landed on the ground too. He looked down at the other and spoke slowly. 12th Divine Son, what will you use to keep your life? Camphi raised his hand defensively. Warning, I do not believe you dare kill me. This is fate. Suddenly, a beam of light shot threateningly straight at his hand. Camphi sneered and retorted, do you believe I can shatter you into 1,000 pieces? Hearing this, Camphi finally gave in. I will hand over the original spirit sword to you. Tanthu accepted the valuable item with satisfaction. The sword flew toward him, holding the item in his hand. Tanthu nodded with approval. A rare sword. Now with the power of a true dragon. The number is definitely very limited. The divine son accepted it. He carefully put it into his bag, leaving an enraged Camphi on the ground. Tanthu, there will come a time when the spiritual energy in the orb runs dry. Hopefully, you will still be able to keep the original spirit sword of the divine son. Thought he was spared. But then Tanthu spoke again. Stop. He directly demanded hand. Divine son, dare you? Hand it over. Camphi snapped irritably. No way. But Tanthu pressed on. Why not? If you have it. Then he directly intimidated him, forcing Camphi to hand over the item. Then you still have not fought enough. He saw several domineering auras and could only swear, and was blown away a second time. Tanthu's last strike left a thick smoke cloud below. Camphi crawled up, coughing heavily, and angrily growled out each word. I am risking my life against you. As soon as he finished, Camphi launched himself upward. Tanthu looked down with a smile. Camphi gritted his teeth, flying straight at him. At this moment, Tanthu shuddered again. Dragon statue prison seal. He stomped on Camphi once with his foot, delivering a powerful strike to hand, making syrup shoot out wildly from Camphi's pores. Hem was defeated in an instant. Only then did Tanthu land on the ground. He looked down at this guy, holding out his hand to collect. Hand over the divine test token. I do not want to say it twice. Camphi's hand slowly reached out and obediently gave him the divine test token without hesitation. Don't kill me. The god's trial glowed, with Chinese characters inscribed on it. Tanthu took a moment to examine this item before launching away, leaving behind only one word. Farewell. Camphi is sweating on the ground, coughing harshly, and forced himself to sit up. After a moment, sudden applause broke out. Shenten spoke sarcastically. That was quite a show just now. Who would have guessed? A worthless loser just defeated the 12th divine trial. Camphi? Even though Han used the soul-absorbing orb. Then he sat down opposite Camphi and commented, the 12th divine trial. You look truly pathetic now. I can see you mean no good. Camphi questioned sharply. 7th divine trial. Are you mocking me? Hearing this, Seeing Thien smiled slightly, he quickly denied it. How could I ever mock you? After all, my relationship with the 12th divine trial is not casual. Hearing this, Camfi angrily proposed, if that is the case, then right now, I am not here to help you either. Camfi gave you that confused. He asked again, then what? Xian Thin's finger turned blue at that moment. Han muttered. Then he fired a direct shot at Camfi. Here to send the 12th divine trial off. Han was shocked. Before he could react, he was turned into a pancake. Then, the soul-absorbing orb kept firing non-stop. Camfi's expression twisted. Han stammered. I am Chen Thin. Why you? Xian Thin slowly wiped the orb still on his finger while explaining. There is no reason. Because I... Shidan Thin. Love to cause chaos the most. The messier it gets, the better I like it. If the 12th divine trial falls after you die, this debt will definitely fall on the divine trial. That makes it even more exciting. Exactly. Forgot to tell you. Your chosen servant was killed by the divine trial. Actually, it is because the divine trial was undercover in your place. Hence, killing of the divine trial was ordered by me. Then burst out laughing, adding a little salt to the story. And I died so foolishly. Actually, it was because I drank the divine trial as poison. Enough. I am done talking. The 12th divine trial can now close his eyes. Camfi collapsed to the ground. No chance to react further. Han's behavior like this made Tenderer Thin a bit uncomfortable. Bored, Han turned and left. How many years has it been? The last of the 18 divine trials has finally lost one. Too serious. Next should die quickly to really be dead. Meanwhile, the soul-absorbing orb glowed somewhere else. It flew like a ball, returning to the divine trial's place. He turned his head as he sensed it, then quickly reached out to grab the item. The soul-absorbing orb is definitely no ordinary treasure. The monitor made no sound, completely hiding all aura. Others could not detect it at all. The divine trial had long noticed someone was standing there after the game. Seeing Thin, a shadow appeared clearly. He continued speaking. Turns out to be the 7th divine trial, the one always lurking around. Scene shifts to a rooftop. This place is called the Dance of Transformation Shrine. Inside the shrine, the life pearl of the 12th divine trial began to crack. Light shone through it, and the fate orb shattered into pieces. The scene shocked everyone into reaction. He quickly flew away, seeing CMF Ging's fate orb. He commented, you are sitting on the fate orb of the 12th god, and it is already broken. That god is probably dead now. He muttered a dark sigh. The Empress War is starting again this fast. At that moment, and Sin called out from behind to Thunthethi. Thunthe. He immediately turned his head to look. He waved his hand, gently announcing, we found Betch, Tegdu. Thunthe pointed at her. Puzzled, Butch tried Dixie, why are you wearing a bamboo veil? She smiled and explained, just for fun. Hearing that, Thunthi tilted his head in confusion. Fun? What is fun about that? Where did you run off to just now? She kept dodging the question. I went looking for the bamboo veil earlier. Then she asked again in a playful tone, wearing this bamboo veil, do not you think I look really pretty? Thentha took a moment to observe. Then he turned and walked away straightforwardly, leaving only one sentence behind, weird. For sure. Because of Du Tree, and Sin stroked his beard as he explained, Thun T. I just learned some news. This Dutra Holy Assembly, besides enjoying the legendary Banjio, they will choose the luckiest one to bathe with the Dutra Holy Maiden at Vu Kenthi Chang. This news shook Thuntha deeply. Bathe together. Bathe with the Holy Maiden, and Sen quickly corrected him. Thun T. This bathing together is not what you might imagine. It is a tradition of Dutra. When the Dutra Holy Maiden comes of age, they pick a young man with qualities to perform a baptism ceremony at Vu Kenthi Chu together, because the pure water element at Vu Kenthi Chu is incredibly miraculous. It needs to be balanced in yin and yang. That is why a man and a young maiden must cultivate together to maintain that balance. Then, after the baptism ceremony ends, the Dutra Holy Maiden will transform inside and out, becoming absolutely stunning. After the transformation, the maiden becomes an immortal being, stepping into the supreme world. This baptism benefits not only the maiden but also the accompanying young man in many ways. Another small but important point is, it can also build goodwill from the maiden. And Sen then told another story. That man, immortal Bichi from Dutravai, bathed with the founder of Vich of a man named Mim Lung Titing Ti. He lost the Trung Deng Kin, causing the Dutra Holy Assembly to halt for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Thai repeatedly nodded in understanding. I get it now. And then, you are planning. The Holy Maiden also has a good impression of me. I can let someone else steal her away. Unexpectedly, a voice came from behind. Isn't it that Shu and Sin both immediately turned their eyes that way, seeing the 7th Prince and Lum Vi? They were somewhat surprised. Lum Crown Prince. 7th Prince. At that moment, and Sin quickly informed Thenthe. Thun Ti. They are not here with good intentions. And Gunlun Shendi, the 7th Prince, got badly played at your place. The 7th Prince sneered, while Lum Vi showed obvious annoyance. He continued to explain, Lum Crown Prince standing beside him is the Crown Prince of the ancient Longta Kingdom. He always admired Princess Tu Min Gayat, but now she is a servant to the master. Only then did the 7th Prince speak up. Have you really become a dog of the 18 divine sons? He hesitated before asking again. 7th Prince, why mock me like that? If you have something to say, just say it straight. But he sneered, clearly challenging. Fine. I will be blunt. This prince will break your dog's leg. Those words shook an Xin, who scrambled to respond. The 7th Prince was just joking. Unexpectedly, Lamvu cut in between them. You used to be a loyal servant. working hard. This crown prince's dog was an obedient one. But now you have chosen to side with him. Then do not blame us for being ruthless. Then he directly ordered the men behind him. Ma followed the 7th prince's command. Break that DOS leg. Lam Vu's eyes burned with hatred as he warned. If you dare resist, I will wipe you out. The others rushed in quickly, overwhelming him, sneering down at Enixin. The 7th prince laughed loudly, eager to show what happens to a traitorous dog. Just then, Tantho stepped in for Enixin, stopping the attack. You think I do not exist? The 7th prince sneered back. 18 divine sons. Even a dog deserves your attention. Tantho put an arm around him and said, Dog Enixin may be a mutt, but he is no ordinary dog. Those biting words poured out. Tantho of the 18 divine sons have always considered him a sworn brother. Enixin was deeply moved. Divine son, but shortly after, his expression made the prince uneasy. Lam Vu shrugged and said, 18 divine sons calling a servant a sworn brother. Never thought you would say that. The 7th prince chimed in. Don't forget, although the treasure of Yu Ho was bought by us, it was you who sold it. And Exin, he sneered threateningly. And now you protect him. Watch out, or he will bite you. Hearing this, Exin hesitated. Divine son. Actually but Tantho cut him off immediately. You do not need to explain, smiling. He continued, I do not care what you were before, but I know well how loyal you have been lately. The more Tantho spoke, the more moved Enixin became. Divine son, those words only made Lam Vu scoff. Loyalty, duh, do not forget. You mutts are still just commoners in Long Tong ancient kingdom. This crown prince offers you a chance. Leave the 18 divine sons and return as my dog. Otherwise, you will never escape your lowly status in Long Chong ancient kingdom. And Exin, annoyed, tried to interrupt. Crown Prince Lam, is not this going too far? No matter what, this does not concern the mutts. But Lam Vu did not care. If I say it concerns you, it concerns you, mutts. Just wait for me to return. The men of the clan will be sent to the 18th level of hell to mine resources. A sly smile curled at his lips. As for the women of the clan, you already know. Enixin panicked in reply. Crown Prince Lam, please. What do you want me to do? I can give you any amount of money. Please do not do this. But he received only a harsher demand. Kneel here and lick my shoes clean, and I will spare them. The 7th prince added, Duh. You want an easy life, but chose the wrong master. A divine son without power is just a useless pawn. Follow him, even as a dog. You will be the cheapest dog around. Exin, annoyed, retorted again. At this moment, Enixin irritably retorted, Enough! You two can insult Enixin and treat me like a dog all you want. He gestured toward Teenthi in defense, but you two can treat the 12 gods like that. Hearing this, the 7th prince let out a sigh. Sure enough, and yet it knows how to protect its master. And Exin, it seems you no longer care about those lowly people out there. Before finishing, he was suddenly knocked away. The attacker was Trixie Tritrites, who quickly retreated. Several attendants rushed over to the 7th prince's side. 7th prince, are you alright? He was helped up, groaning in annoyance. Again? It is that little demon. How dare you attack the prince sneakily? But Trua only smiled in reply. This pot is mine. Whoever gets hit 3 times becomes the original owner. You would better behave. The 7th prince pushed aside a nearby person as he spoke. Are you threatening me? He pointed directly at Trenchiatex. Give me back that little demon. At this moment, then Thay suddenly shouted. He asked softly, Had enough chaos? Are you causing trouble just to insult and threaten me? Then as he stepped forward, he continued, So what? Lumbai now stood face to face with Thuntha, loudly declaring, 12 gods. I do not care how you found out Princess Tu Min Gait became your servant, but today, I will show Min Gait that the 12 gods are nothing. As he finished, he was slapped hard by Thantha. Lumbi was shocked, clutching his bright red cheek. He turned to question, Who hit me? Unexpectedly. Then Thantha slapped him again. You are just a prince, the son of that kingdom's queen. Low cultivation and still daring to show off before me. I do not hit people. Who else would I hit? Lam Vu took several steps back from the beating. He pointed a finger at Thanthu, shouted a demand. Someone, come here, kill him for me. Bonthanthu wanted to see him become a dog crawling at his feet. A rough-looking subordinate stepped forward, ready to teach Thanthu a lesson. Lam Vu shouted an announcement. Thanthu, this warrior of mine has the power of the Vongtong Dunfong. You have not even stepped into the martial realm yet. Let me see how you handle this. After returning the guy, Thanthu ordered directly to the Nepi gun Sichu. Hurry and use him for me. A beam of light shot toward him, leaving a trail of smoke behind. Lam Vu's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, What the? Then he took another hit on the other cheek and was sent flying. Only then did Thanthu sneer and ask, Was I wrong to hit him? Lam Vu lay knocked out on the ground from your blow. He looked up, furious, grinding out each word. Stop bragging. Hong La, if you do not act now, when will you? Then another voice shouted out, Tenbat Thanthu, give up, no matter what, you can beat me. Hong La let him continue. If I did not owe Long Tong Kokok a debt of gratitude, I would not waste time dealing with a lowlife like you. At this moment, and Sin softly announced, Then Thu switched to another scene in a space with two figures, and Sin's voice echoed that Hong Lo once wandered into Long Tong Ko Kwok, exploring the 18 levels of Hell Cave, got seriously injured, and was helped by Long Tong Ko Kwok. There, Hong Lao encountered a chance and successfully cultivated the left-hand technique that absorbs others' spiritual energy. Ordinary people dare not anger him, because fighting Hong Lao always ends with their spiritual energy drained. Cultivation ruined, or even death, he softly reminded. He just remembered. Meanwhile, Tangdo turned her head and asked in a loud voice, "Who is this kid? Looks familiar." Looks familiar. Quan Dao ran over on all fours. He smiled and spoke, "Bro, after all these years, have you forgotten me? I'm La Quan Dao, your younger cousin. You forgot. Before, you always handed me precious Kim Ben Mai and Vu Sun Dime." Surprised her for a moment, Tangdo quickly covered Quan Dao's mouth before he could finish. "Let me see," she said kindly. "So you are the younger cousin. I remember now." Tangdo silently thought. La Quan Dao is the son of this body's maternal elder sister. La Quan is also from a great immortal family, one of the powerful clans of the Taygate era. They say La Quan Dao was born a natural Dao embryo, which is why he got that name. La Quan Dao was also restless, learning many bad things from the body's former owner, and never settling down. Now Tangdo slowly released the hand covering Quan Dao's mouth. Thinking about the pile of books the body's owner showed him, she looked curiously and asked softly, "Bro, what are you doing?" Before he could answer, a new figure appeared. Quan Dao, stay away from Ten Bat Then 2. The one glaring at her was Lac Van, the Ten Bat Then 2's counterpart, warning Quan Dao to stay back. She turned to the girl and said, "Sis, no matter what bro says, he is still your younger cousin. We can just be distant." But Lac Van sternly warned, "Shut up. I am afraid if you follow him, he will lead you astray. Come over here." Tang Tho looked at her thoughtfully. Lac Van is Quan Dao's sister. Quan Dao replied sadly. Years ago, because of the original owner, Lac Quan Dao almost became a scoundrel and did many bad things. Once, he even stole the clan's sacred treasure. The 12th type of spiritual jade was sold outside. Fortunately, the Lac family found out. Since then, the Lac family forbade Lac Quan Dao from associating with the original owner, and Lac Van despised this useless younger cousin. The 7th prince clasped his hands and greeted her. "Miss Lac." Lac Van asked curiously, "Who are you?" The 7th prince introduced himself. The 7th prince of the Yuanlin divine dynasty, Lin Vuet, Crown Prince of the ancient Dragon Elephant Kingdom. Lac Van looked at them suspiciously and asked, "Do you two have conflicts with the ancient divine sons?" The 7th prince smiled faintly and confirmed directly, "Yes, but out of respect for Miss Lac and the relationship between the Lac family and the Yuanlin divine dynasty, if Miss Lac intervenes, we might spare him this time." Lam Vu gritted his teeth, growling out, "7th prince." Yet the 7th prince just smiled and explained, "Out of respect for Miss Lac, the Lac family is an ancient powerhouse. Tan the 1T escape. No matter how late, he will get his lesson." At that moment, Quan Dao warned cautiously, "Sis, I think old Huang here is extremely strong. Sis, you should speak up for your brother." La Fan's glanced sideways, clearly seeing Tanthu still relaxing. She snapped back, "Why should I defend him? Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me." Quan Dao's expression immediately darkened. He looked at Tanthu appealingly. "Brother, maybe Sis could beg her a little, have her speak up for him," but was refused again. "No need. I can handle this myself." Quan Dao pointed and explained. "Brother, you do not know. Old Huang has been famous for a long time. His power is tremendous. Even if his talent is lacking, all those years of cultivation make his strength deep and unpredictable." Old Huang, mentioned on the side, clicked his tongue. Then Lac Van interrupted. "Quan Dao, that is enough." She kept going. "Even if he begged me, I would not care about his affairs. Having relatives like this is truly a disgrace for the Lac family." Then Tanthu spoke up, clearly trying to reconcile. "Lac Van, even if I influenced Lac Don badly before, do you have to hold such a grudge?" She let you explain. Lac Quan Dao is the Lac family's hope, their precious gem. The one who dirtied that gem has committed a grave sin. The victim in the story laughed lightly, says, "It is not that serious." Then Tanthu straightforwardly responded, "I think you are just acting for yourself. Last year you wanted the pill mother left behind, but I did not give it to you. I kept it for myself. You have probably held a grudge against me since then, right?" Tanthu was calculating internally. That pill was very special. Mother left it for the original owner, saying she must use it at 16. At that time, Lac Van was breaking through a crucial stage, so she wanted the pill. Luckily, the original owner was not a fool despite losing everything and took the pill. Lac Van glared, arms crossed, retorting, "So what? That pill has immense spiritual power. Even a king-level alchemist could not refine it successfully. If I used it, I could break through to a higher realm. What about you? You used it and did not change at all. You are still a useless waste. Why waste such a precious pill?" But Tanthu just sneered. "Why? Because it is me. I should be the one asking you why you think I owe you that pill because of your face. Every word dripping with sarcasm. Or maybe it is your big chest. Lakvan was so angry she stammered. Hey, stop it. She turned to the two princes. Voice raised. Listen up. The 18 divine sons' business has nothing to do with our Lak family. If today you want to punish or kill him, suit yourself. Hearing this, the 7th prince could not hide his smile. Miss Lak. We understand. Lamvu signal 2. Old Huang, make your move. Old Huang accepted the order and spoke. 18 divine sons. As Miss Lak said, the age gap between us is huge. To avoid accusations of bullying, I will only use one move. If you get lucky and survive, I will spare you. Axon boldly stepped in front of Tanthu and declared, Divine son, let me hold him back. You go ahead, but he gently reassured. Then he smiled at old Huang. Just an old pest. Can't he harm this divine son? The old man started to show off his skill. Very well. I heard 18 divine sons were weak and spineless. But you do have some backbone. Controlling a power orb as he spoke. Then said, let me send you to the afterlife with one arrow, so you can die with some dignity. The pressure it radiated made everyone shield their faces in awe. So strong. The power of the divine book is no match for him, yet a son blindly supports it. I believe in the divine disciple. At this moment, that power headed straight for the divine book. But unexpectedly, you easily stopped it. Absorb it for me. The fire origin orb quickly absorbed the power of old Hong. His eyes widened as he silently thought. What the? Looking at the divine book below, old Hong continued to wonder. What kind of divine artifact is this that can fully absorb the contents of Lu Fi? The official watching the scene excitedly shouted, Brother, your power's fierce. On the other hand, Lesiven grew more and more irritated and stayed silent. She watched you closely and thought silently, this divine artifact is extraordinary. Could this be the fire origin orb, the legendary item of the great emperor? How did it end up in the hands of an 18th divine disciple? At this moment, the divine book retracted the fire origin orb and observed what had been absorbed inside. Old Hong raised the blue sword in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Suddenly, the divine book spoke up. Hold on, you are being straightforward here. Old man, didn't you say you would only use one container? Now you are trying to mess with me. Caught red-handed. Old Hong growled in frustration. Damn it, the fight broke out among the 18 divine disciples. Why only now? The two sides stared each other down. The first to speak was the divine book. Gentlemen, the 4 disciples want to continue, but Lam V stopped him from leaving, shouting, Wait, you are too reckless. Divine book, if you have the guts, then fight me. The divine book slowly turned to him and said, Let me ask you, on what basis do you think I am dumb enough to let you lay a hand on me? Hearing this, the 17th prince stopped provoking. 18th prince, are you scared of us? Then admit you are just a loser. Unexpectedly, the divine book calmly replied, That kind of provocation does not work on me. Old Hong looked at the divine book and said, 18th prince, since you have changed your mind, why do not you come at me instead? What do you say? Lum IV eagerly supported him. Right? Divine book. Old Hong can stand still while someone fights him. If you do not dare to compete now, do not blame the world for looking down on you. The divine book crossed his arms, glanced over, and laughed. Come at me. Silence fell. A few princes were so annoyed they froze. The 17th prince pointed at the divine book and declared, 18th prince, Old Hong stands still for the fight. You do not dare. Do you? Lumvi emphasized. If you do not fight us today, do not even think about leaving. The divine book chuckled again. He laughed and asked, Are you guys so cowardly you are begging me to fight? 17th prince, Lundrum prince, are you trying to make me laugh? Then he agreed softly and kindly set a condition. Fine, but each of you has to give me 100,000 spirit stones first, then I will agree. The shocking number made the 17th prince's jaw drop. 100,000. 18th prince, are you serious? Lumvia nearby frowned. You want us to pay you spirit stones just to fight us? What kind of logic is that? But the divine book just crossed his arms and replied, Who told you to be cowards? Will you pay or not? If not, I do not have time for you. Turning away from their words, the 17th prince called after him, Wait, then take this. Here's 100,000 spirit stones from me for you. Lumvia's face darkened as he added, I do not have that many spirit stones. This long elephant jade token can shield against the fatal strike of the mad wind cultivator. Its value is no less than 100,000 spirit stones. The cash was quickly placed on the table. The divine book smiled with satisfaction and said, If you enjoy getting beaten, I can reluctantly play along. His eyes widened at the call. 18th prince, Old Hong is ready. No more talk. Strike now. Over here, Uxin kindly warned once more. Divine disciple, I am afraid old Hong has a deadly move. Be careful, but the divine book calmly replied. No problem. Old Hong looked at him and slowly commented. 18th Prince, you are using too much strength. Don't just scratch me like an itch. The divine book launched his move, bluntly saying, Old man, take this. As he finished speaking, he pushed the attack toward Old Hong. The power surged and violently blasted Old Hong away. Old Hong's body suddenly emitted a green aura. The divine book remarked, looks like his spiritual power is being absorbed. The green aura from him clashed with the golden aura of the divine book. 18th Prince, next, I will show you the unique ultimate technique of Luo Fi. Old Hong continued to perform the mysterious fusion divine art. Absorb it for me. The divine book struggled to defend as the 17th Prince laughed in delight. Divine scroll. The 100,000 spirit stones of this prince are not so easy to swallow. Let us see if you can escape this time. Linvu beside him added, the Emperor's mystic absorption technique is used to drain spiritual power. Once caught, you can't escape until you are completely drained and turn into a dried husk. The entire divine scroll's body was covered in eerie blue energy. Linvu pointed at him and exclaimed, Divine scroll, you dare save the princess. My goddess as a servant, I want you dead. On this side, Quan Dao worriedly asked Lac Van, says, Big bro will be fine. Right? She is just asking about fate, to see what happens. He observed the situation and commented, probably nothing serious. Divine scroll big bro is not gifted but is reckless, but he is definitely not stupid enough to walk straight into death. That guy's smart. Unexpectedly, Lac Van insisted, then let me tell you, this time he is definitely going to die. His cultivation is too low. He can possibly beat the Emperor's mystic absorption technique. In less than half a moment, he will be drained dry and die. Hearing this, Quan Dao panicked, says, if that is true, you have to save Big Bro quickly. But Lac Van stubbornly said, Quan Dao, I absolutely want to save this kind of person, but since you begged me like that, I will save him once. Yet Quan Dao's joy was short-lived as Lac Van declared, you must beg me, if you want the divine catch to stop. Hearing that, Quan Dao called out to Divine Scroll, Big Bro, quickly Bex's, life is more important after all. He only smiled and replied, Quan Dao, I appreciate your kindness. Big Bro accept, but for me to beg a human like Lac Van, she is not worthy. Hearing this, the 7th Prince was furious. Divine Scroll, you dare disrespect Miss Lac. I see you are about to die without regret. Linvu intervened. Divine Scroll, even if you begged, it is already too late. The Emperor's mystic absorption technique, once activated, it can be stopped until the victim is completely drained. Emperor, absorb harder. Turn him into a dried husk. Receiving the order, the old Emperor launched his attack. Divine catch. Your spiritual power is almost gone. The old Emperor grew more excited, declaring, it is almost over. But Divine Scroll sneered and said cryptically, if it can be stopped, then yes, it is almost over. At that moment, Lac Van turned to Quan Dao, saying, Quan Dao, let us, there is nothing worth watching from a dying man. Divine Scroll sneered, gathering more spiritual energy, then gracefully spun on one foot. He boldly declared to the old Emperor, you want to absorb? I will let you have your fill. A sphere of power was hurled toward the old Emperor. The old Emperor's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, this is the blue aura of his own energy is suddenly overwhelmed by Divine Scroll's power. He marveled, how does this man have such immense power? But Divine Scroll just glared and said, old man, keep absorbing. The old Emperor's body swelled. No, he wanted to stop, but Divine Scroll struck again, giving him one more hit. The old Emperor's eyes opened wide in terror. Then he shouted out loud, Crown Prince Lam, save me. At this moment, Lac Van noticed something strange. She turned back, quietly pondering. He actually still has spiritual power inside. The old Emperor kept begging, his face pale. I can take it anymore. Divine Scroll sneered, enjoying the moment. Then Linvu requested, Divine Scroll, stop. But Divine Scroll snapped back. How can I stop now? Today, you will be full for sure. A huge surge of power was pushed toward the old Emperor. The old Emperor's eyes widened in horror, followed by a massive explosion. Watching this, Linvu was amazed, and the 7th Prince's eyes also widened in shock. Quan Dao excitedly cheered from the side. Big bro so fierce. Meanwhile, Lac Van was puzzled. Why does Divine Scroll have so much spiritual power inside? His cultivation is obviously low. Linvu pointed and shouted, Divine Catch. Our Divine Catch told you to stop, yet you dare kill the old Emperor. Lu looked at him with cold eyes, and Lam Vu was instantly intimidated by this aura. A sharp slap followed, aimed at this guy's face. Then Thu angrily demanded, who the hell do you think you are? You tell me to stop, so I have to. He clutched his slapped cheek, shouting furiously, I am the Crown Prince of the Long-Tong Ancient Kingdom. You have insulted me 7 times. I want to let you off. But then drawing his sword, replied, beating you is nothing. He slashed once while continuing, daring to disrespect this prince. I will cut you to pieces. Several swift strode strokes sliced through Lam Vu, blood spraying nonstop. In an instant, Lamvu was cut in half, barely alive, collapsing on the ground. Then Tho held up his sword coldly, saying, "Seventh Prince, your end has come." The seventh prince's face turned pale in fear, and he quickly bowed to beg for mercy. "10th Prince, please spare me, I beg." Then Tho turned away. Then he looked back at him, scornfully saying, "Trash. You dare challenge this prince relying only on yourselves." After they left, Lakvan curiously asked, "Then Tho, where did you get that spiritual power just now, besides the energy orb? Do you have other treasures?" Unexpectedly, he just smiled and asked, "Why? Are you worried now?" Lakthadi's words made her furious. "Then Tho, how dare you insult me?" he said. "Explain yourself. What if I insulted you? If I had not been beaten, I would love to spar with you." Lakvan bluntly continued, "Good that you know your place. Relying on outside help, you still have no right to be proud in front of me." "Quan Dao, let us stay away from people like that," he gently reminded. "Brother, you really dared to anger my sister. You used to be most afraid of her. Why do you seem like a different person now?" Then Tho put his arm around him and said, "Younger brother, remember this. There is always struggle, then victory." And then he walked away. Quan Dao, feeling the momentum against him, said, "Well said. Brother, I better step up my game." At Quan Van Den, a son introduced then Tho, "Prince, ahead is the Van Pass Cliff, a sacred place in Jiaocha, perfect for cloud watching." Quan Van Non looked far ahead and asked puzzled, "What is so special about watching clouds?" He slowly explained, "The clouds in Jiaochai are not ordinary. They form from the water here. Even from the purest essence of the Wukan River evaporating, millions of years pass to gather just a bit. The formation process is very slow. The clouds here hold high-level spiritual power and the great Taoist wisdom. Legend says the Heavenly Emperor once watched clouds here. It is said this greatly helped him on his path to becoming the emperor." Then he gestured ahead. "Prince, Jiachai also hosts the Bandao festival here." Then Thu's eyes gleamed, hearing the talk. "The Kulin Holy Sons Aura surged. Jiachi's holy maiden is extraordinary. They really are a perfect match," they whispered. "This time, the one baptized with the holy maiden has to be the Kulin Holy Son." The gossip did not stop. "Not sure about that. This time 3 princes from Vuho sect came too. The Crown Prince of Longtong and the Crown Lion God also came. They clearly do not know how powerful the Keelan Holy Son is." They kept commenting on him. "This holy son of the Kylan clan is far superior to the younger generation and can even rival the Dragon Son from the Dragon clan." Though 3 princes from Vuho sect came, everyone knows the strongest were not present. Then they mentioned Thu again. Even the 18 princes showed up this time. Not worth mentioning. Then I silently listened on the side. At this moment, Cullen spoke. Then Nu Mui, "I wonder what you think about all this talk." Then I strongly defended Thu. "I think they are wrong. The 18 princes are not like they say." But Cullen just coldly said, "18 princes? Huh, I do not care. He is still not worthy of my notice." He continued to tease her. "What I care about is that they say me and little Mui are a perfect match. A destined couple. Only have the right to baptize with Mui this time." Then I quickly stepped back and replied cautiously, "Cullen then too, those jokes can be taken seriously, right?" But he did not give up. Moving closer again. "Little Mui, you probably know why I am here this time." Suddenly, an arm slipped between them. Tantho sneered and questioned, "What do you think you are doing?" Cullen was startled by the move and asked, "Who are you to question me?" Hearing that, he arrogantly replied, 18th Divine Son of the Wuhua sect. Tantho, knowing his identity, Cullen sneered and said, "What is the matter?" Tantho began to explain. "Earlier you said I was not in your sight." He pulled Denai closer and asked again, "So am I in your sight now?" The crowd started whispering. The 18th Divine Son hugging the girl right in front of Cullen Than too. This is clearly provocation. They understood his intentions immediately. The 18th Divine Son wants a fight. Does he think he can take on Cullen Than too with his strength? Cullen, dark-faced, asked, "Are you provoking me?" Before anything happened, an announcement echoed. "The ceremony guardian has arrived." Everyone present bowed simultaneously to the ceremony guardian, who stepped forward slowly and said, "Cullen Than too, 18th Divine Son. It seems you both care for the girl. But only the one who passes today's trial can baptize with her." Cullen turned and replied, "As long as the ceremony guardian approves. The girl is not someone just any worthless person can approach." Meanwhile, Tantho was teasing Dan Ni, saying she had too soft a skin and was too cute, clearly annoying Kylan. Dan Hai blushed, shyly pushed him away, then spoke to the ceremony guardian, saying, "Ceremony guardian, everyone is here now. Can the ceremony begin?" The ceremony guardian spoke again. "Everyone. Aside from the final step of baptizing with the girl, the peach ceremony also includes 2 minutes of benefits, either tasting the guardian's peach or admiring the clouds at Quan Van Nahai. The Emperor's secret path, the crowd below whispered excitedly. The ceremony guardian's place truly is a blessed land. So generous with the welcome. I probably won't get to baptize with the girl, but tasting the peach would satisfy me. They each had different thoughts. I want to watch the clouds, maybe I will discover some truth at that moment. Then I gently signaled. The peaches are ready. And an announcement sounded. These are 1,000-year peaches that bloom, bear fruit, and ripen only once every 1,000 years. They can extend lifespan and cultivation truly miraculous, causing those below to sigh in amazement, enchanted by the fragrance and spiritual energy, eager to taste one. They looked in one direction, eyes full of longing. Lifespan is the hardest thing to extend, except with immortality elixirs. Only a few rare elixirs in the mortal world can extend life. I must get one of these peaches. Then the ceremony guardian Du Chai spoke. Everyone. There are a total of 18 peaches here, each as precious as any treasure. The largest peach is the rarest in Du Chai's tens of thousands of years. Named the divine peach, equivalent to half an immortality pill. The crowd discussed quietly. Half an immortality pill. A full one can grant reincarnation. Half an immortality pill must be incredibly powerful. Too bad we won't get a chance. They named a few. Kulin then two. Lac Van. Officials who qualified to possess the divine peach. Clenching her fists tightly, she shouted, Immortality pill, I have wanted to eat that for a long time. Baocam could not hide her greed and said, I must get it. Tantho beside her added, no problem. Duchi ceremony guardian spoke again. This time everyone qualified to join the Peach Festival will also get to admire the clouds at Quan Van Nahai. Meditating at Quan Van Nai not only boosts everyone's cultivation enlightenment, but the lucky ones can also grasp the path the great emperor chose. Everyone's insights and thoughts flow into Quan Van Hai, making the peach tree blossom, grow, and bear fruit truly a win-win for all. The crowd's eyes fixed on that peach tree, which actually grew from their collective reflections. An old man sighed, saying it is no wonder Du Chai always hosts the holy gathering and even brings out the peach tree to welcome everyone. Others chimed in, agreeing this definitely benefits everyone. Holy Mother, let us start already. I am drooling here. As Du Chai Holy Mother is the final judge. Meditating on the clouds is a heaven and earth technique. Who can claim the peach? Who will get the largest divine peach? This depends on how much everyone can enlighten through the heaven and earth technique. Started whispering. Tengrip Divine Son. You are the first to show off like this before me. Rumor has it he is just a low-level cultivator. I do not know why Wuhua sect sent him to the holy gathering, but he probably won't even get a taste of the peach. Kaelun sneered. Don't worry. Once I get the divine peach, I will make sure you taste a seed. But then Du Chai Holy Mother announced an exception. Ten Grip Divine Son. Since Ten Grip Divine Son helped Du Chai find the Trung Dong scripture, no matter the meditation outcome, he will get a peach. He thanked her profusely. Thank you, Holy Mother. Then turned to Kaelun teasingly. Kaelun Divine Son, watch me eat this. His sharp teeth quickly sank into the peach. He exclaimed, delicious. Kaelun did not even glance at it and said, your loss. The order was given. Everyone, begin the cloud meditation at Du Chai Mountain. Lights shone continuously. Participants lined up, seriously meditating on the clouds before them. Tenthai's eyes widened. Before him was a new task, a temporary mark on the clouds of Quan Van Nahai. Tentho thought silently, marking on clouds. How do I get up there? Jump. Then he was puzzled. Then he spoke up. Everyone must be careful not to step too far off the cliff. She warned that the clouds contain wind thorns that can seriously injure even divine kings. Contact means severe injury, possibly death. So meditate on the clouds, but do not touch them. Only those who can enlighten the great emperor's path and follow it can step on those clouds. But such things rarely happen. Tentha frowned, thinking only by understanding the great emperor's path can one pass. This marking task is tough to swallow. A purple beam struck the ground. Kaelun's body reacted. Du Chai Holy Mother sighed. Kaelun Divine Son is extraordinary, already enlightened the first of the heaven and earth techniques so fast. He teased Tianth. Your mouth is not bad. 18 Divine Sons. Hope your strength matches your mouth. Don't he make everyone laugh at you? Then Lexi Van's body began to react. Du Chai Holy Mother praised again. Congratulations to Miss Lexi Van for enlightening the first step. Next up is Quan Zio. The crowd murmured. Incredible. 3 beams of golden light in the blink of an eye. They looked at him and said, Quan Zio of Luffy truly lives up to his innate Tao form. His grasp of the heaven and earth technique is exceptional. Du Chai Holy Mother smiled and added, to enlighten 3 steps at once, such a thing has not happened in tens of thousands of years. Only then, remained silent. Then urged, you have to try harder. I want to taste half a piece of that immortal peach. But he responded with a blank expression. I want that too. The problem is, no matter how hard I try, it is useless this time. Then Thai thought, I have not been through time long. Still do not fully understand this world, but do not even mention enlightenment of heaven and earth laws. In this area, I can compete with cultivators born in this world. Looks like this marking mission has failed. Previously, Bat was still cheering passionately. People can just stand there and accept defeat. It makes Shen Shu annoyed and restless. If you can do it, then step up. Surprisingly, she agreed immediately. If so, then go ahead. Then she slowly stepped forward, a smile spreading across Bai's face. While the crowd buzzed with talk about her, someone there had also reached enlightenment. Who was that? And why was their face covered? They whispered to each other, unsure, but said she accompanied the 18 divine sons. Apparently, she is his maid. Can a maid really be that powerful? Even I have not reached enlightenment yet. Bai's enlightenment amazed them so fast to reach the second level already. Could she really be the 18 divine sons' maid? Even Shen Shu was shocked she actually did it. Bai sneered a bit. The gossip below had not died down yet when she suddenly reached the third level. She was catching up to Quan Dao fast. With such talent, how could she just be a maid? Maybe she is an ordinary maid of the 18 divine sons. Shen Shu seized the moment to show off. Karen Holy, you have only mastered 2 levels, keep trying. Then he added, I do not need to lift a finger. My maid alone can push you away. Karine, you are doomed. Damn it, and shot a glare at Bai. Who exactly was this woman? Looking her up and down, Karen could not help but marvel such talent could shake heaven and earth. Why did she seem so familiar? Shen Shu kept bragging. You all better try harder. I want to intervene. Let my maid take you on. Don't say I am bullying you. These words irritated Karen shameless. How could I, the holy, lose to anyone? In his hand was a bead, instantly recognized by those around as the Enlightenment bead. They began commenting the Enlightenment bead is of golden quality, able to boost a person's enlightenment ability by 1,000 years in a short time. They kept marveling, does the Kirin Holy Sun really have this? Someone curiously asked, is using the Enlightenment bead cheating for the Kirin Holy Sun? Karen laughed and repeated the question. Cheating? He challenged further. If you have got what it takes, drink it too. I do not care. The chatterers fell silent. I want to drink. But can indeed? How precious is the golden Enlightenment bead? Only the Karen clan can possess it. They looked at Karen and continued to place the bead on him. His body immediately reacted. Blackfan commented irritably. What skill is there in using the Enlightenment bead? Quan Dao, with innate Dao body. Stop being modest and show off that amazing physique of yours. He sighed in response. Tai Tai? Can we keep it down a bit? I'm exhausted. Her eyes met his as she sharply said, no way. Seeing Shen Shu's smirking mouth made her furious. She absolutely had to surpass him. Quan Dao sighed deeply, then closed his eyes. When his aura glowed, light radiated all around. At this moment, then I gently announced, half an hour left to finish. She continued. Quan Dao has mastered 6 levels now. Next is Karen Holy Sun with 5 levels. Bai is third, the maid of the 18 divine sons, with 4 levels. And last is Lac Van, with 2 levels. Only Than Ma smiled and spoke. Today's competition is harsher than previous years. The aura you leave behind will help this Dao flourish and bear fruit. It is a blessing for the Dao and all the disciples. Karin's body now radiated power as he slowly opened his eyes. The crowd watching was amazed. Someone remarked, Enlightenment really is powerful. Karen Holy Sun 7 golden beads put him in first place. Lac Van muttered irritably. Quan Dao, with the physique of Earth, could easily take first place if you tried harder. Could it be that the Earth no longer wants the divine path? The official sighed deeply in response, saying no. Then he continued to fly away. Quan Van was exhausted but visibly angry. I think the Earth has been corrupted by the divine book. Luckily, we have passed the 18 divine sons. If you are not first-rate, then forget it. Hearing this, the official could not help but sweat. At this moment, the divine book on one side also spoke to the official. Keep trying. The K Lun divine son is acting arrogant again. She looked at him, telling him to respond. I am afraid if you try too hard, everyone will get scared. But these words meant nothing to the divine book. What do you mean? If you do not try, you won't get the divine path, because only when immersed in spiritual power can they truly feel it. This scene made Ki Lun burst out laughing. 18 divine sons. Do you think you can claim the divine path just because of a maid? I see you lying in the rain. His words were strangely cruel. A maid is still just a maid. How could she compare to a divine son like me? But just as he finished speaking, the surrounding space began to shift. Suddenly, the figure of the Dragon Father appeared in the sky. What is going on? They looked up, murmuring in awe. Why is a blessing suddenly falling from the heavens? Even the Holy Mother herself was surprised, saying, someone has realized the Great Emperor's path. Her words quickly became the new topic of discussion. What? The Great Emperor's path? Who has realized it? Several names were suggested. Kalen Divine Son? Or Le Quan Hyo? But none seemed quite right. Then Tenthoutha looked forward and questioned. Could it be that person? She casually replied, I just tried a little. Unexpectedly, strong rays of light appeared. She stood still. An entire path seemed to be created just for her. The official silently said nothing. The crowd could not hide their astonishment and murmured. The maid of the 18 divine sons, who would be thought she would realize the great emperor's path. The murmurs continued. It is not K Lun divine son. They looked at Quan Zio, not Lefa Quan Zio, and finally stopped at the maid. Could it really be her who realized the great emperor's path? The Holy Mother looked at Tenzin and commented, "The 18 divine sons are truly a blessing that defies heaven, a maid with such extraordinary talent." He snorted and replied, "Holy Mother flatters me. It is all thanks to my master's careful teaching." The crowd kept teasing. What kind of luck does the 18 divine sons have? They surrounded Tin, but their focus was on the maid. Why do not I have a maid that powerful? Then a proposal was made. 18 divine sons. I am ready to marry your maid and pay 1 million spirit pearls as bride price. Others joined in, saying, 18 divine sons. I am willing to be her brother-in-law and will even gift 100 little demon girls. Holy Mother also joined the discussion. 18 divine sons. Such a gifted girl wasted as a maid, truly a waste of heaven's grace. Then she made a shocking suggestion for Nam Cha. Why not let her join my order, so she can become the next holy maiden of my order? What do you say? The crowd instantly expressed regret. The next holy maiden of the order. The order's holy maiden has such realization already. To realize the great emperor's path, one must have exceptional talent, hard to imagine. Tentha glanced at the maid. Half teasing, half serious. You are hot now. How does it feel? Unexpectedly, she answered bluntly. I want to claim the divine path. The match still had not ended. Tentha turned to the Holy Mother and said, Thank you for your concern. Holy Mother, it is just that my holy maiden loves her master too much, so she can leave me. I accept your blessing. Everyone, the crowd burst out. How ridiculous. Someone like that is blocking the fairy's future. Tintha, I advise you to be a decent person. Even the Holy Mother herself spoke up. If that is true, it is really a shame. However, the path marked by my own hand is always wide open, waiting for this young lady. Now, please. Young lady, begin your ascent on the Emperor's path. Black Van and the officials were astonished, and even the Kylan showed a flicker of surprise. Tantho smiled brightly, accepting the kindness. Seeing it as a chance to broaden his horizons, she signaled to Truuk. This event is rare, once in 1,000 years, and they all turned their eyes toward that bridge. Since the Holy Mother spoke, only one person may ascend the Emperor's path. Up there, one can witness many wondrous sights that reveal profound insights and extraordinary realizations. She continued explaining that one could even converse with the ancient emperor from long ago. Hearing this, Tantho whispered in surprise, You actually do not want to go up the Emperor's path? Truuk folded his arms and replied, I just want to eat the divine peach. This Emperor's path. There is nothing interesting about it. Boring? Tantho asked curiously. What now? Everyone's watching, but Truuk insisted. If you want, then go ahead and climb. Without another word, she turned and walked away, leaving Tantho with a smirk on his lips. Tantho stepped forward boldly and muttered, Fine, I will go up then. I thought I would never complete this daily attendance task. Turns out this is a golden opportunity heaven has given me. People below hurled insults. Tantho, you are really shameless. But he kept walking despite their continuous jeers. Get lost. This is not your Emperor's path. I have never seen anyone so shameless. Hearing this, Tantho just sneered back. She is my maid, so I am in charge? Got it, you are the ones mad. His steps headed straight forward, each movement echoing like thunder and causing ripples. The path ahead was bathed in the light of power. Tantho looked at it and breathed out. The Emperor's path really is mystical. At that moment, everything around seemed to vanish, leaving only the path before him. Even time and space seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Nearby, the onlookers watched silently. Black Van Hang spoke up. That kid's really shameless, daring to climb the Emperor's path. Others joined in the ridicule. Doesn't anyone know the 18 divine sons are useless cultivators? Let him climb the Emperor's path. Isn't he that just wasting a rare chance? Who told him he is dumb but lucky enough to have such an extraordinary maid? Let's wait and see. With his talents, the 18 divine sons won't gain anything from the Emperor's path. The Kulan explained. He is not climbing for his own gain but intentionally. That is a provocation to heaven and earth. Doing that will bring the heavenly tribunal's rejection. The 18 divine sons won't end well. Meanwhile, in front of Tantho, a golden aura spread powerfully. Kadung Tren continued forward, when suddenly a voice called out from above. Who goes there? He asked in surprise. Someone is speaking to Ben. Could this be the ancient emperor? It is said that after opening the Emperor's path, the chance to speak directly with the emperor is incredibly rare. And I just started climbing and already met the emperor. The figure of a celestial appeared asking, Who are you? He obediently clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am the 18 divine son of Vuho sect. That name shocked the elder. Vuho sect. Is the Vuho emperor still alive? Tantho began recounting. Senior emperor. 100,000 years ago, the Vuho emperor evolved and disappeared. Now, there are no more emperors in this world. The last words drew an angry roar from the celestial. No more emperors. Space trembled wildly. Those nearby panicked and whispered. What is happening? Why such a huge disturbance? Even the Holy Mother is shaken. Everyone had their own theory. This is definitely not caused by an ordinary power. Could it be related to the 18 divine sons? Hearing this, the Kulan slowly explained. Everyone. I said from the start, if the 18 divine sons deliberately climb the Emperor's path, heaven and earth will reject them. Such a huge disturbance could only come from the power of heaven and earth. Who else could cause it? Then I could not help but worry. The Holy Mother, the 10 captive divine sons. She replied to Than Hai that our realm also has many layers of protective divine laws extremely solid, able to sense disturbances. This proves the power is terrifying. Whether it is the power of the great emperor or the power of heaven and earth depends on the creation of the 10 captive divine sons. This cryptic hint made her anxious. The Holy Mother means that if it is the power of the great emperor, then the 10 captive divine sons have met the ancient great emperor. But if it is the power of heaven and earth, then the 10 captive divine sons are being rejected by the cosmos and likely already dead. The Holy Mother sadly agreed it is exactly like that. The appearance of the great emperor's path today is a once-in-a-millennium event. Even rarer is someone walking the great emperor's past path without having awakened to it, something that has never happened here before. The celestial emperor stood facing Tan Thu. He asked if the martial transformation great emperor was the last great emperor on earth. Tan Thu spread his arms and smiled. That was 80,000 years ago. The last great emperor was the initiating great emperor, who inherited the title, but disappeared shortly after. Since then, no one has become a great emperor. Legend says the great emperor's path was severed. He was full of confidence in his answer. Luckily, during the time I traveled back, I read a bit of history from this era, or I would not have been able to answer. Hearing this, Thien Van said, initiating great emperor. I understand now. Taking advantage of the moment, then Thu brought up another point. The powerful forces in the world are constantly trying to restart the emperor's path. They keep selecting divine sons, holy sons, noble heirs, and so their goal is to create a new great emperor for the world. The old man began to say more but fell silent before finishing. The emperor's path cannot be broken, nor allowed to be broken. Suddenly, countless black tentacles appeared from nowhere, grabbing the celestial emperor and pulling him backward. This scene made Than Thu extremely confused. What could pull an ancient great emperor back like that? And where were they trying to drag him? The celestial emperor sensed danger and immediately warned him. I do not have much time left. If the emperor's path had not appeared, I definitely would not be able to talk to you. You must follow the emperor's path and see how far fate allows you to go. The great emperor's ship drifted farther away. Then Thu looked at the old man, a thought flashing through his mind. The old master was trapped by the tentacles. Then Thu could not help but sigh. To the world, a great emperor is the symbol of invincible divinity. Yet he was dragged away by those mysterious tentacles. Who could be behind them? If I told this outside, no one would ever believe it. The great emperor told me to follow the emperor's path. Go as far as possible. The system has not confirmed my progress yet, so I have to keep going forward. After a while, Then Thu kept walking along the emperor's path. Priceless techniques and treasures gradually appeared along the way. He looked closely at each item where they meant for him to pick a treasure. Then Thu reached out toward one, but he quickly pulled back. Disappointed. These treasures were far inferior to the system's rewards. This Then Thu is not interested. He decided to keep moving forward, only to find countless beauties waiting for him. Each one was stunning. Speaking sweetly. Then Thu, come over here. The demon girls all tried hard to seduce him. I am your little demon girl. Then Thu. Tan Thu scratched his head awkwardly. This emperor's path sure has a lot of temptations to stop me from moving forward, even releasing little demon girls. Too bad I am not the original owner. This is not my thing. At the exit of the emperor's path, many people were gathered. Down I stepped forward, saying, the 18 then thus entered long ago, but have not come out yet. Looks like they are trapped. One passerby seized the chance to mock. That incident was not small. I bet the 18 then thus are no longer in this world. Another was gleeful at others' misfortune, not realizing his own limits. This is the fate of the 18 then thus. Meanwhile, Tan Thu calmly continued walking on the emperor's path. After walking for a while, you stop. Just how long is this emperor's path anyway? We have been walking for so long and still have not reached the end. The worst part is, even if we mark the spot, it does not guarantee success. As if sensing something, you look off to one side. Ahead, a wave of black energy appears, revealing the figure of a corpse. Your expression turns serious. What is this now? The corpse radiates a dangerously ominous aura. The corpse mutters repeatedly, soul, collect the soul. Your whole body tenses instantly. On guard. The emperor's path really is not easy. This road is full of obstacles. Is this really the corpse? The corpse silently watches you. Then it threatens. No one escapes here. All souls will be collected. You glance down at it, fending a ghostly form, then quickly rush forward, attacking with your celestial lightning fist. The corpse's body shatters under your blow, but in the blink of an eye, it fully restores itself. You gape in disbelief. No damage at all. Determined not to give up, you charge in again. Once more, you unleash a powerful strike. Dragon statue prison smash, hitting the corpse's chest hard, but something puzzles your eyes. A pink hole appears in its chest. You exclaim, I pierce through it. What is going on? The corpse's body is not even solid. Suddenly, it turns and says, Anyone who comes here will have their soul stolen. It starts attacking you. Any resistance is useless. Seeing things turn bad, you jerk away. Damn it. The scythe slashes through your body. For some unknown reason, your body remains fine, barely a scratch. It is The corpse looks at you baffled. It can collect anything, meaning your soul must be unusual. You silently assess it. What is this guy actually doing? I can touch him. And it seems he can touch me either. It asks you, what happened to your soul? Why can't I steal it? Knowing you are safe. You smile and say, how should I know? If neither of us can hurt the other, then I will just keep going. The corpse says nothing, just watches you leave. As you walk, you ponder this corpse's claim that your soul is problematic. Could it be because I am a time traveler? This cultivation world is seriously terrifying. Remembering everything you encountered along the way, you can help but sigh. Today, everything on the Emperor's path has been beyond belief. What exactly is the hidden truth behind all of this? Zishen watched Qian Shu's retreating figure and wondered, without capturing his soul, would this person become an emperor one day? But soon he let out a slight scoff of disdain. He said firmly, there is no way it is that easy. Ahead, a huge group was blocking my path. Is there really such a massive stone on the great emperor's path? Right at this moment, the system's voice rang out. Attendance successful. You received a creation law vein pill and 10 void energy pills. The pills appeared in midair. Quan Shu immediately gathered them finally. Attendance succeeded. This time, all the rewards are medicinal pills. Holding the golden pill, he instantly recognized it as a creation law vein pill. This pill lays the strongest foundation for breaking through from martial realm to law realm. Pills like this no longer exist in the world. Only a great emperor could forge it. Taking this pill to break into the law realm grants the best possible foundation there. I once got the martial vein bone-shattering pill and secured the best foundation in the martial realm. Now it is the law realm's turn. I want the best foundation too. These 10 void energy pills can boost cultivation strength. Might as well take them all now. Thinking nothing twice, Quan Shu popped a pill into his mouth and chewed. He closed his eyes, feeling his internal power surge. He had just leveled up to martial realm stage 2. Opening his eyes, Quan Shu felt his body incredibly refreshed. The effect was really good. Riding the momentum, he took another pill, leveling up again to martial realm stage 3. One more pill, martial realm stage 4, just eating and leveling up continuously. Finally, he exhaled deeply, breaking through to martial realm stage 9. A powerful force radiated from Qian Shu. After swallowing all 10 energy pills, he felt his body bursting with vitality. Soon, he would be able to break into the law realm. Then he kept going. Suddenly, a stone tablet appeared from nowhere. It read, 16th place Qian Shu, 18 divine sons of Wuhua sect. He stared at the tablet. This seemed to be a ranking board ranking those who entered the great emperor's path. Right now, I am at the bottom, so many ahead of me, but I do not see their names. He looked back. Was there still a path behind? Seeing that, Quan Shu glanced past the tablet and moved forward to see what was next. After a while, he was startled. Someone was fishing on the great emperor's path. He hurried toward the person, approaching from behind. Suddenly, the man shouted loudly, "Got a bite." Just as he spoke, something was pulled from the water, not a fish, but a golden dragon. The sight before Qian Shu was unbelievable. A mutt, fishing a dragon. Dragons no longer exist in this world. Yet this guy just pulled out a live one. The fisherman looked at the golden dragon with pride, happily saying, I have been fishing for it a long time. Finally caught it today. The golden dragon slowly shrank and was stored away. He smiled and said, Xiao Tu, you have brought me luck. Quan Shu clasped his hands respectfully. Senior, you flatter me. There is no luck in catching this golden dragon at all. It is all thanks to your unbeatable strength. Senior, catching a dragon as easily as catching a worm, truly admirable. On the outside, he kept a friendly smile but thought to himself, fishing dragons for fun on the great emperor's path is not something an ordinary person does. The fisherman laughed heartily. Xiao Tu, you are really interesting. No one who enters the great emperor's path lacks noble blood or proud ambition. This is the first time I have met someone who knows how to flatter like you. Hearing that, Quan Shu forced a smile and scratched his chin. Then the man waved his hand. Countless treasures and immortal herbs appeared. By the rules, the first person to arrive here must be given one item from my belongings. Right now, these are all I have. Pick one. Quan Shu waved and smiled. Senior, I can choose anything on your person. Right? He confirmed that the person can choose anything they want. You have a bright smile on your face. Pointing at his fishing rod. I choose the fishing rod of the senior. Hearing that, he hugged his fishing rod tightly. This kid is way too cunning. You are not allowed to pick the fishing rod. It is my everyday pastime tool. Tanda wisely chose something else. Then I will pick the small basket covering the golden dragon inside. Senior, he immediately frowned at the basket and refused. That one's off limits too. Seeing you being difficult, his expression completely changed. Tando put his hands on his hips and pouted. Didn't you say I could choose anything you have? He refused to give it to you. Kid, when I say no, it means no. You shook your head. The senior said it is the rule. Looks like he does not even have to follow the rules himself. When called out on that, he was speechless. Then he hurried to explain, "Who said I do not follow the rules? Kid, if you can ascend the imperial path a second time and come before me again like this, then I will give you the fishing rod and basket," he challenged. Tantho respectfully agreed. "Thank you, Senior. I will hold you to your word." He grinned slyly and warned, "Do not get cocky yet. I forgot to tell you something. There are only a few imperial paths in the world, and ordinary cultivators can only enter one once in their lifetime. Wanting to open a second imperial path, that is impossible," you confidently said. "I forgot to tell you, Senior, this imperial path was not opened by me. It is just that the person before did not ascend. So at hearing that, he gaped, then pointed at you to chase you away. Go on, get out of here." Tantho quickly soothed him. "Senior, do not be mad. I just saw you are lonely here all alone, so I came to keep you company." He stayed up until he was smoking, so forget about keeping company. "I do not even know how many years I have been here, fishing all my life. And yet today this kid managed to piss me off." He waved his hand to shoo you away. Go on, go on. I see you have hidden blessings, but no Empress aura." That assessment left Tantho speechless. Tantho pointed at the treasures. "Senior, can I choose one of these?" He was not stingy and agreed you could pick one. "The rule does not change. Take one thing." You asked, "Senior, what is special about these treasures?" He pointed to one treasure. "Choose this locket is mysterious and can open a new divine realm." He secretly thought the lock was the most valuable. But with this kid's cunning nature, he would probably think I am tricking him and would not choose it. The older the ginger, the spicier. Unexpectedly, Tantho decisively picked the lock. "All right, I will listen to you, Senior," he said with a sly look. You asked innocently, "Senior, what is wrong? Your expression seems off. There is still a path ahead. I want to keep going and see." Tantho clasped his hands behind his back and turned, not forgetting to tease. "What if there is someone as kind as you up ahead, Senior?" Then he quickly ran off, leaving the old man about to blow his top. He shouted loudly, "Brushing you away. I'd..." "Bullshit. Get out of here." He glanced once and immediately vanished, then appeared in front of the golden plaque. He read the names on it and could not help but sigh. Truly a strange kid. Not only did he ascend someone else's imperial path, but he is also the first to register on the golden plaque after ascending. He said this with amusement, stroking his beard. Just then, a pillar of light shone down the 9 imperial paths. Ordinary people must pass at least 3 trials to register on the plaque. But he frowned, noting that while he has fortune, he lacks the aura to be an emperor. After saying this, he vanished again, mumbling under his breath, "What will happen? It is worth looking forward to." Outside the exit, everyone was still waiting for Tantho. They were losing patience. "It has been so long. I think we do not need to wait anymore." Another said, "Yeah, the 18 divine sons must have died inside." A person must understand themselves and follow their own path. Taking someone else's path can easily cost you your life. When the sacred disciple frowned, Duchai Holy Mother stepped forward and said, "Holy Mother, no need to wait any longer. The peach banquet can begin, and we can proceed with the most important ritual for the Holy Maiden." Duchai Holy Mother turned to the attendant and said, "Miss, the 18 divine disciples entered the great emperor's path a long time ago. I am afraid something uncertain has happened." The attendant ignored others' words, saying it is just a path in the great emperor's domain. What kind of trouble could possibly happen? And has not come out yet. Maybe she is just having too much fun inside, Duchai Holy Mother said silently. Watching her, others awkwardly chimed in, "This disciple is exceptionally gifted and proud. But you are putting too much faith in the 18 divine disciples." An ungrateful fool spoke ominously. "By the end of today, the 18 divine disciples will perish." Miss, others hearing this did not see anything wrong and even echoed him. "Rise up then." Lakvan turned to his younger brother and said, "Officials, this is the fate of gifted souls. Ignorance leads only to death." The official replied firmly, "Why do I feel like Big Bro will be fine?" Hearing that, Lakvan sneered. "Gifted souls. Mortal bodies. Mortal lives, there is no way he will be unharmed." Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred on the great emperor's path. The road began to crumble. Everyone there started feeling extremely uneasy. "Look quickly. The great emperor's path is starting to vanish." Someone laughed disdainfully at the gifted soul. "Looks like the 18 divine disciples 1T be coming out this time." Another person in front hurled insults. "What a pity. The fairy maiden barely opened the great emperor's path, and now the 18 divine disciples have ruined it." While flying in the air, suddenly you heard a strange noise and turned to look back. The scene before you caused confusion. The great emperor's path. The expression on the gifted soul's face could not hide surprise. Shattered already. Light kept pouring out from the great emperor's path. Then it moved toward the gifted soul, swirling all around him. These streams of light gathered where he was with great force. He closed his eyes and felt the energy move. "This is the raging wave of heaven's law manifestations. Seems like there are thousands of waves. I can absorb them all at once. But they have already accumulated throughout my body. So this is what I have gained from the great emperor's path." Nearby, Lac Van leaned on the edge, smiling. Well, the great Emperor's path is about to disappear. Told you. The gifted soul one to make it back. Suddenly, the ground shook and powerful light shone everywhere. Downa quickly covered her eyes. What is happening? Everyone was confused. What is that blinding light? Axin saw you return safely and cheered loudly. The divine disciple. Finally, the divine disciple is back. Lac Van could not believe his eyes. How is this possible? People started buzzing. The 18 divine disciples are back. But the way he returned is strange. Why is he glowing like that? That light seems like the manifestations of heaven and earth's laws. Each beam is a law of the universe. How many laws of heaven and earth did the 18 divine disciples absorb? Another person kept sweating. So this is the terrifying power of the great Emperor's path. Someone else added. What exactly did the 18 divine disciples go through in there? Kylan gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it! And he still did not die. Meanwhile, Danhwa was so happy she almost cried. Then Mother. The 18 divine disciples are fine. He is back. Duchai Holy Mother nodded. Yes, not only is he back, but this experience was extremely unusual. Tando continued absorbing the remaining manifestations. Someone noticed and said, the 18 divine disciples are absorbing the heaven and earth laws around him. After absorbing them, he flew down to where the others were and landed safely. Tantha looked up with a very serious expression. The divine disciple has returned. Duchai Holy Mother approached and asked Tanthu. Divine disciple. What did you experience inside the great Emperor's path? Why did you stay inside so long? And of course, if someone is not comfortable speaking, it is okay not to say anything. Why were you out for so long? Of course, if someone is not comfortable speaking, it is okay not to say anything. Scratching his head. Then honestly answered the question. Really? It was nothing. Just that he met an old man in there. I felt that old man was quite lonely. So I chatted with him for a bit. Who knew that old man's fiery spirit would throw me right back out like this? Everyone was shocked, thrown out. Since only Than's mother was doubtful, she asked again. Did you meet someone on the Emperor's path? Someone could not hold back and criticized, though it was dazzling to force a deity to return. Claiming to meet someone on the Emperor's path was clearly a lie. The voice went on. Met someone up there. Could it be the Emperor? That is a bit much. Kunshu gave them a thumbs up. You are just a bunch of clueless folks. I am not even going to argue with you. No one dared say another word until only Than's mother broke the silence. The Emperor's path is truly miraculous. Everyone has their own fate. So it is not impossible for the deity to meet someone on the Emperor's path. It is recorded that the leader once met a senior on the Emperor's path. Kunshu listened quietly as someone asked, Leader, is not that senior an emperor? Another added, before becoming emperor. They struck an emperor's path. Is not that emperor? Another added, before ascending as emperor. They also met someone on the Emperor's path, just like today. So this deity is similar. Does that mean they can rival the Emperor? They just could not accept this idea. Absurd. Kunshu remained silent without rebuttal. Than's mother continued. This journey of the deity is not impossible. The deity's path is not impossible. It is like a parallel in the history of the holy path itself. Than's mother continued. This journey of the deity truly exceeded all imagination. It helped everyone open their eyes. She turned to face everyone and declared, Today's divine peach will belong to the deity. Kunshu and Chuck happily high-fived. Everyone was stunned. The Kylan said nothing but just watched him carefully. Lac Van and Quan Dao turned to look at him. Kunshu, expressionless, went to tease her. Lac Van, since they are related, maybe you can fix this. Seeing they all ignored him, he turned and walked back to the front. What a boring group. He handed her his peach. Her peach. She quickly took it and ran off. I will go find a place to eat. Than's mother spoke up. Everyone, enjoy the peach feast. Next up is the most important event of the Jiao Che celebration. It is the Batrung. Please proceed to the Wugan Shui Chai to participate in the competition. The winner. The next words were spoken. Watching this scene made everyone drool. Batrung. After a while, they arrived at Shui Chi. Than's mother began the introduction. Everyone. The ascending bridge ahead is called Qian. Above Qian lies Wugan Shui Chi. Water in Jiao Chai is the most spiritually rich in the world. Wugan Shui Chi is where the essence of Jiao Chai's water gathers. It can help calm the mind and refine the body. Truly miraculous. Danhai was already standing by a pool waiting for them, but Tam Trung and the Holy Maiden can activate the full essence of the boundless water lead. Tam Trung and the Holy Maiden can each seize their own powerful opportunity. Lac Van turned to instruct his close companion, Quang Dao. This time you must join if you can enter the boundless water lead with your innate Dao body. This chance could be the first step to elevating you to the Emperor's path, he asked curiously. Titty, Big, are you joining? She felt uneasy when she heard him mention the divine book. What is he planning? Your biggest rival is the Keelan Holy Sun. As for the divine book, he is on a different level from the others. Quang Dao muttered. But I feel Big Bro will join. Since the lead Holy Mother started spreading the law, every step on the heavenly path feels like climbing a mountain. It is an incredibly tough journey. It tests both the strength and spirit of everyone. Only those who reach the summit earn the right to enter the boundless water lead. Though the boundless water lead greatly benefits cultivators, the water here is violently harsh. Normal physics can endure it. meaning no one else can bathe here. They whispered among themselves, though my talent is average and I have no chance to bathe with the holy maiden. This is the legendary heavenly path. I want to try it at least once. They flattered the Keelan. The pressure on the heavenly path is immense. Only the strong physique of the Taelong divine clan, the Kulin Holy Sun, can endure it. This time, the Kulin Holy Sun is likely the only one to reach the end. Hearing this, he smiled confidently, approaching Tanthu. He began to tease him. 10th Divine Son. Last time you got lucky climbing the Emperor's path with a good maid. This time you have to rely completely on yourself. Don't just take a few steps then collapse before the 4 Divine Sons. He stayed silent and took the first few steps. After a while, everyone started struggling. Exclamations rose. No wonder it is the heavenly path, the first level already this intense. Baklay spoke up. Now will anyone actually reach the peak? They looked at the Kulin and judged. With this pressure, even the Kulin Holy Sun might not want to continue. He tearfully stared at them. Do you dare bet against the 4 Divine Sons? He moved with great ease. The other side. Good grief, the Kulin Holy Sun stepped up 2 levels effortlessly. No wonder he is from the Kulin Divine Clan. Such an impressive physique. Tanthu struggled immensely. Clearly exhausted, Kwangdao saw Tanthu freeze and anxiously asked, Big bro, why stop at the first step? Tanthu waved at him. Kwangdao, just in time, help me up. Without much talk, he moved closer so Tanthu could grab his shoulder. All right, Kulin, look down from above. Kanthuong commented, 10th Divine Son. Seems like he is starting to back off again. A piercing scream rang out. Tanthu? Shameless. Lakfan angrily pointed at Tanthu and his close companion. Let go of Kwangdao. Lean on Tanthu. Big bro. Maybe you should let go and leave. Seems angry again. Tanthu frowned at him. Little bro. Do you remember what I just said? Where there is oppression, there is resistance. You can feel it forever in Siz's shadow. He helplessly bowed his head. Big bro's right. But Tanthu shook him toward the front. No buts? Just keep moving. He continued helping Tanthu climb. Lakfan was so furious he felt like bursting. Kwangdao, why stand around waiting? Help Tanthu and watch those climbing the stairs. Focus ahead. Kwangdao frowned with fear. Big bro, I am still scared. Sis has always hit me hard before. Tanthu reassured him, saying just pretend you did not hear anything and ignore her. Later, when you become the emperor, how could you possibly fear a woman? Then he raised his hand high, signaling that big bro believed little bro could definitely make it. He kept encouraging, stepping up another level, and Kwangdao obediently responded, yes. When Kylin glanced at Tanthu, they took another step. Kylin sneered, you can even walk on your own, but want to bathe with the saints. Sounds like you are dreaming. The 4 Saint Sons won to fight you. I am embarrassed for you. Tanthu laughed mockingly. Then you can just forfeit your right to compete. At that, Kylin fell silent, refusing to waste words, and kept moving forward. He pointed toward him, signaling Kwangdao to get up. Kwangdao, did you see that? Although he's a saint's son, he is so stubborn and competitive, really short-sighted. Tanthu sneered. People like this are easy to leave scars in your heart. Their cultivation path never lasts long. His eyes shifted to one side. That is why you need to break free from your sister's control and live your own life. Kwangdao seemed to realize the truth. Nodded painfully. Breathing heavily. Groaning repeatedly. I am done. Just the second step and I am at my limit. Someone else added. I can take the third step either. There are still over 10 steps ahead. I quit. Someone could not hold back and cursed Tanthu. The 18 Saint Sons are shameless. Borrowing Kwangdao's strength to climb up. Another clenched his teeth and chimed in. I admire the 18 Saint Sons. I want to borrow others' strength to move up, too. Lakfan frowned, annoyed, and looked away. The 18 Saint Sons really? Even Kwangdao does not listen to me anymore. After moving a bit more, Kwangdao started to weaken. Big bro, it seems the earth can't help you anymore. Tanthu forced a comforting smile. It is I will handle the rest. He released Kwangdao, his body suddenly feeling heavy. Collapsing hard, he bit his lip, thinking to himself, the pressure here is several times stronger than at the start. I almost can't even stand. Tanthu gave a thumbs up to Kwangdao. Little bro, you are done. Keep going. And do not forget, he added with a smile. Remember, today you managed to say a few words to your sister. That is a big step toward your future freedom. Tanthu's encouragement continued. Keep going. Big bro believes you can do it. Kwangdao put his hands on his hips. Panting, I will remember what you said today, because only the Holy Mother explained the current challenge. There are now 3 people left on the heavenly platform. Quilin Saint, 18 Saint Sun, and Lak Kwangdao. Quilin Saint temporarily leads. The Saintess is already waiting up there. The first to arrive will receive a great opportunity. Quilin is extremely confident in his ability. Today, who else could win besides me? Kwangdao looked down at Tanthu. Big bro, you go ahead. Kwangdao kept moving forward. Tanthu sat down on the ground to rest. The others below kept criticizing and teasing him. The 18 Saint's son barely managed a few steps leaning on Quan Dao. Looks like that is the end for him now. It is my first time seeing a Saint son like this. In the end, it all comes down to real strength. Without it, you have nothing. Look at Kai Lin Saint's son. Almost at the top. That is real power. Kai Lin Saint's son taunted the 18 Saint's son. The Saintess is up there waiting. If you can reach her. Who says the Saint's son can take it up? Sweat poured down his entire body. Quan Dao stood not far off. Worried. Big bro, do not force yourself like this. The pressure could seriously injure you. Tantho forced himself onward, biting his teeth. My cultivation can't handle this kind of pressure right now. Saint Nai saw him struggling and worried too. 18 Saint son. Know your limits. Don't push yourself or you will get hurt. Kuei Lin spoke quietly while Tanthu started to use his power solar divine body. His eyes flickered with blazing light. A blazing sun symbol appeared behind him. Everyone there was shocked by Tanthu's overwhelming presence. The 18 Saint sun stood up again. A small sun appeared behind Tanthu. The crowd could not believe what they were seeing. Everyone was stunned. The solar divine physique is one of the rarest. So how could the 18 divine suns be a worthless 2-star? Someone with hidden solar divine physique hair. Lackvan frowned. If Tanthu has the solar divine physique, why did not I know? The judges could not help but praise Tanthu. Big bro is amazing. At that moment, he struck, flying up instantly to stand level with Kai Lan. His whole body radiated a strong aura, resisting the pressure of the steps. Tanthu taunted him. Kai Lan wholly surprised, shocked, and smiled close to him. Yes. Very surprising. Who would have thought he would have the divine physique? Kai Lan Holy Sun was certain. He could only go this far, and the Holy Sun was just one step away. But as he stepped on the final step, a powerful force pushed him back, the pressure growing stronger. Gritting his teeth, he thought the final step's pressure was so intense, even he felt the struggle. His eyes sharpened, refusing to give up. But this challenge was not enough to trouble him. Kai Lan Holy Sun already considered himself the winner. Tanthu, I am going up to bathe with the Holy Maiden. You stay here playing alone? Tanthu just smiled lightly and activated the Dragon Elephant Prison Seal. Right beneath him, the ground cracked and shattered. Behind Tanthu appeared a mighty divine elephant. Everyone watching could see the swirling smoke, so thick even the judges had to shield their eyes. Using the power of the dragon elephant, Tanthu quickly soared upward. Moments later, he vanished like a gust of wind, boldly passing Kai Lan Holy Sun, who was furious. He shouted in shock. What? Tanthu stopped only here, gasping for breath. Kai Lan was stunned before him. Meanwhile, the main character seized the moment. Holy Sun, I am here now. She blushed deeply. By now Kai Lan Holy Sun had arrived too. How could this be? Seeing the two like that, his eyes reddened with anger. The judges were delighted by this outcome. Big bro forever. No wonder you are Big bro's brother. The senior brothers and elders could not believe their eyes. In the final moments, the 18 Divine Sun overtook Kai Lan Holy Sun. One step from the finish. They all shared the same feeling, unbelievable. By two, infamous as a worthless Divine Sun, actually surpassed Kai Lan Holy Sun. The pressure on the divine path increased greatly toward the end. Even with the solar divine physique, he could not pass easily. Just then the Holy Mother arrived. Clearly, the solar divine physique alone was not enough, but the reason the 18 Divine Sun leapt 3 steps at once was because he used a special technique to boost his energy, allowing him to finish in 1 step. This explanation finally cleared things up for everyone. So it was not what they thought. Some even admired the Divine Sun. With the solar divine physique and supreme divine skill, the legend of the 18 Divine Sun will resound forever. Now the Holy Mother announced the results. In this competition, the 18 Divine Sun of Vuho Sect won and will undergo the sacred ritual to bathe with the Holy Maiden. As she finished speaking, the Divine Sun smiled triumphantly. He quickly wanted to take the Holy Maiden away. Proud of himself, the Holy Sun was furious but powerless, his eyes blazing with resentment. How could he lose to this scrub? Unacceptable. He had planned to use this shared bath as a step forward in the Empire as throne battle. But the Holy Sun ruined it. Later, by the majestic waterfall, servants hurriedly prepared to attend, escorting the Holy Maiden and the 18 Divine Sun into the infinite water pool. Tanthu happily led the Holy Maiden in. Let us go inside. Tanthu and the Holy Maiden grabbed the Divine Sun. What are you doing? Tanthu answered calmly, laughing. Isn't it to bathe together? What did you think? The so-called shared bath. Not like what you are thinking, the Holy Maiden said, a bit embarrassed. The water in the pool was already shallow. Then 2 main figures floated up from the water. Then Hai pointed at him and said to Tanthu, the 2 of us are on the stone platform in the lake. She shyly continued, after finishing the shared bath. Then you understood it was like that. This time, the loser seemed ready to mock Tanthu, the young woman bathing with the 18 spirits. He grimaced and said, really humiliating. No one paid him any mind. The 2 quickly sat down on the main seat. Tanthu was probably a bit nervous but kept her composure. Then I remained calm and focused. Below, because only Than Ma spoke. Before the shared bath, I have to warn the 18 spirits. She began to explain. First, once the shared bath starts, it can be interrupted until the young woman finishes. Second, though the shared bath can grant unimaginable benefits, during the process you must use your body to withstand this barrage. She explained. If you can endure it, since the shared bath can be stopped. Result, as Than Ma bluntly put it, is death for the 18 spirits. Her words hit like a slap. So the shared bath is that dangerous, careless, and you die. One brother immediately understood why so few generations have bathed with the young woman. No wonder. They all died. Amid the noise, Than Ma asked the spirits if they still wanted to continue. She gently asked again, do you wish to keep bathing together? K Lun seemed to be waiting for this chance to jab. 18 spirits, do not overestimate yourselves. Your cultivation is too low. Even with the sun divine body, you will definitely die. His face darkened. His malicious intent. Clear retreat now, and give the chance to the pure young spirit. Then he added, I want to pursue your earlier provocation if you back down. But that disappointed him. Tanthu would never give up. Than Ma, begin. She immediately started the ritual. By the power of the ceremony, the shared bath began. The water in the lake started moving endlessly. Then I closed her eyes, focusing her energy. Below, Lakvan watched with his younger brother. No wonder. This is the purest spiritual essence of the ceremony. No wonder it is the essence of pure water. The official continued. Standing here, you can feel the swirling spiritual power ready to engulf us. He added, your older brother and the young woman at the center of the lake must endure an incredible spiritual pressure. Lakvan, who hated Tanthu, sneered bitterly. Whatever it is, given Tanthu's reckless nature, her fate was sealed long ago. This time, she won't be so lucky. Tanthu started to feel it getting harder. This is the spiritual energy of the lake, clearly different from normal spiritual power. Right now, inside the storm, the pressure is huge, but her mind feels strangely unclear. He silently sensed that this lake, could it be cleansing and strengthening the mind? The spiritual energy intensified even more. Opposite her, then I had a rainbow appear behind her. Everyone below was amazed by this majestic sight. A rainbow appeared. The young woman was transforming into a celestial being, a scene not seen in thousands of years. The rainbow's appearance also meant Tanthu's pressure was about to peak. He clenched his chest, marveling. It hurts so much. Something's trying to break inside me. Looking closely at the light before him, he thought in disbelief. Could it be my consciousness? Tanthu murmured. I am only at the martial realm now. Only at the next level, the magic realm. Will the mind transform into consciousness? Unexpectedly, nurtured by the pure water, her mind evolved into consciousness first. Below, some stage players unaware of the situation were smugly preparing to mock Tanthu. Look over there. The 18 spirits could not hold on any longer. Those nearby agreed the young woman's transformation still needs time. It seems this time the spirit's chances are slim. K Lun was definitely the most pleased. Trash. But if I got the chance to bathe earlier, I would not be like this. Next was Lakvan, who said to the official, see, I told you I was right. He thought she was premature in celebrating. Says, do not jump to conclusions yet. Watch a little longer. Just as the official said, Tanthu was not really losing, although the consciousness was small, but being freed from the martial realm is already a step ahead. And now, it only makes it stronger. Saying that, Tanthu unleashed his solar aura. Though the pressure grew heavier, it did not faze him. Les Ivan saw the tide turning and grimaced. Damn it. He blocked it again. The water began to swell with huge waves as Than Hai and Tenthes soared up to the hilltop. The lake's water rose, forming two dragons entwined around each other. Both of them focused all their energy, driving the water into a fierce storm. Watching this, the Duchi matriarch praised Than Hai. No wonder she is the most gifted young woman Duchai has seen in 1,000 years. She even drew the water to form a dragon shape, purifying the two. Tun Thetis showed some progress. He endured the fierce pressure of the water. The mystical water nurtured his spirit, making it grow stronger by far. Now, his whole body felt clear-headed, a feeling he would never experienced before. From the start of the shared ritual until now, Than Hai remained calm, not uttering a single word. Suddenly, a brilliant halo appeared around her, dazzling the onlookers who had to shield their eyes. What was that? Such a dazzling divine light. Has the young woman completed her transformation? The Duchai matriarch looked pleased at the halo. It was a rare phenomenon tied to the 7th layer of the cloud terrace that the young woman had triggered. In Duchai's history, only 3 people have ever achieved this. Meanwhile, the water in the lake kept churning violently. The violent movement made the ground spin, making people stagger. In the center of the lake, a lotus flower bloomed, revealing a bright pool of water inside. The Duchi matriarch immediately recognized it as the source water. The others were shocked when she said this. What? Source water is not the divine water, even purer than the lake's mystical water. It is said that source water is the only primordial water, the origin of all waters in the world. Everyone was full of admiration. The young woman's talent surpassed all expectations. She even summoned the source water. Meanwhile, Tunthe seemed to be on the defensive. Once the source water appeared, The pressure on him increased. Its spiritual force grew even more overwhelming. Tantha gritted his teeth and endured as the water shattered his circle of fire. He swore under his breath that he could not hold on any longer. Then Tanthe fell down below. Those below saw this and gasped, "Did the 10 catching god fall?" They were a bit scared. Clearly, he could not hold on any longer. The Duchai matriarch understood this young woman had triggered the source water. At this moment, the spiritual force in the mystical lake surged to its peak. This was extremely beneficial for the young woman's transformation, but incredibly dangerous for the 10 catching godfall. The senior disciples bowed respectfully. Acknowledging the situation, the cold Karen laughed. "Then let us just wait for the 10 catching godfall to die." Now, only Than remained in the sky, still fully focused on her spiritual energy. The 2 streams of water beside the lotus kept swirling up continuously. Tintha, who had fallen below, was confused what was going on. He began to try again. He realized the pulling force was trying to drag him into the source water. Gradually, Tantha moved closer to the source water. Someone who did not know asked aloud, "Bathing together in the source water. Matriarch Chuje, what does this mean?" The Duchi matriarch explained that after the source water enters the body, only one person in Duchai's history achieved this, the Duchi great emperor himself. The young woman's talent far exceeded imagination. Could she be the one to give birth to Duchai's second great emperor? After asking, the matriarch relaxed a bit. She told everyone that, in other words, a great era was about to dawn. Hearing this, Lesivan scoffed coldly. She showed disdain given the mighty force of the source water. If what just happened was extremely dangerous, her face twisted cruelly as she continued, "Now, death is certain in the end." Only the young woman could complete the shared bathing ritual. The official kindly whispered to my sister, Sis, you still need to talk less, or you will get forgotten." Lesivenin glared back at him. "Shut up." This time, Tantha absolutely cannot survive the merciless water pool. If I am wrong this time, I will shut up for good. Inside the water pool, chaos rages, but then Hai remains calm. Tintha, on the other hand, is barely holding on. Suddenly, Tantha shouted, "The solar divine body can hold much longer. The force of the ancestral water is truly unstoppable." Suddenly, his divine body shattered. Even he was shocked. Both had reached the lotus center, where a voice commented, "The divine body shattered. Tintha's solar divine body is broken." Everyone was fearful. Under the overwhelming pressure of the ancestral water, nothing could withstand it, yet it crushed the divine body of the 18 divine sons outright. Someone worried for Tinthish, as he reverted to human forms-based body, could not resist the ancestral water. Another sighed in relief. The ancestral water is terrifying. Lucky it was not me sharing the bath. Lesivan still smiled. Official. The divine body shattered. This time, even a divine being like Thenthi is hard to save. Kaelun was also surprised by such overwhelming power. The force of the ancestral water is so strong that even I could not withdraw unscathed, let alone the 18 divine sons. Hun Kaizaju muttered. Cheating to bathe with the saintess only led to losing your bones and flesh. That is fate. Indeed, Tenthe's situation is truly alarming now. He must keep struggling. His cultivation is too low to manifest the true solar divine body. His divine body has collapsed. Then he relied on something else. Now it is your turn. Supreme forbidden wisdom. Immediately, a strong halo appeared around Temintha, quickly blocking the water. He breathed a sigh of relief. Blocked it. The words forbidden and supreme wisdom are no joke. The skin is incredibly strong. Even the ancestral water can penetrate it. The onlookers below saw the situation improve. The 18 divine sons seemed to still be alive. Someone was amazed. No way, they actually held out. Everyone was surprised. But Leffy Van was unimpressed. The official smiled and said to her, "Sis, your attitude is like you have been dragged by a dog." He continued, "Forget it. I am done asking you." Sis is probably so mad she won't say a word anymore. Lesivan sighed in frustration. And Kei Lun was the same. They both could not stand being outdone. Kei Lun growled in disbelief. This can teep. How did he do that? Meanwhile, at the Lotus Center, the water's turbulence lessened. But a new problem arose. Then Naya's clothes caught fire and started to burn. They gradually disintegrated, but she did not notice. Her clothes melted faster and faster, revealing the flesh beneath. Now only a thin layer of fabric clung to Than Nai's body. Soon she was completely naked, blending with the water. Seeing this, Thentha almost had a nosebleed. He awkwardly muttered, "Her clothes got burned too. It is not like I wanted to look. She just happened to be right in front of me." Suddenly, a small orb appeared and flew toward Thentha. He knew exactly what it was. Looking at it, Thentha sneered. The spirit absorbing the ancestral water has changed again. It is much more condensed now, turning into a liquid state. This is a sign of spirit maturation. He added, "The ancestral water is powerful, but it is also strong against the spirit's core." Looking at the orb in his hand, he sighed. It is hard for the spirit to grow. Ordinary cultivators take years, even decades, to mature their spirit without special methods. Those with poor talent might spend their whole life trying. The orb began to pulse violently, and the water around it moved as well. Thentha was surprised to realize, even though the spirit's matured, it is still aggressively absorbing spiritual energy. Even more intensely than before, is it trying to develop further? The sphere began to turn crystal clear, allowing Dante to see inside clearly. Just as he was focusing, the sphere suddenly changed violently again. He guessed another transformation was happening, and water swirled around him, forming a nearly complete circle. Inside the sphere appeared something that amazed Dante, a seed, a blue seed floating within. He held the seed, satisfied it was the soul seed. Then he proudly thought, I actually condensed a soul seed at the martial stage. Then Entha pondered further. After the martial stage comes the magic stage, where spirit can be condensed. After that is the spiritual stage, where the soul seed can finally form. Suddenly the seed floated upward, and he watched its movement in surprise. It slowly entered above Thentha's head. The seed went inside his body, with half of it still visible outside. Thentha felt immense joy, realizing he had condensed a soul seed before reaching the two major realms. This was unheard of before. The benefit gained from Jiaochu's this time was truly great. A strong, shimmering stream of water, accompanied by a direct beam of light, shone down onto a lotus. Meanwhile, golden light wrapped on Thenthe. At the same time, Danhai was tightly wrapped by a pink aura. Around them, energy radiated powerfully throughout the sky. Suddenly, the water surged violently, swirling around Danhai, who was inside the glowing sphere. It squeezed so tightly she let out a painful cry. Witnessing this whole scene, Thenthe on the opposite side seemed to awaken, vaguely understanding what was happening. The original water vein was attacking Danhai, but then he realized this was wrong. It was not an attack, but the water vein forcing Danhai to undergo a final transformation. He wondered if she could endure it. Unable to resist any longer, super toxins began flowing from her blood vessels. Feeling something was wrong, he grew worried. If this continued, she would not last. I have a sacred skin protection taboo. But Danhai does not. How can I save her? Just then, Thentha's golden light was pulled by the opposing side. He was surprised by these actions. This was the absorbed from the path of the great emperor. Now appearing here as well, he was nearing the end. The light surrounding her was gradually taking shape. Thentha understood. The not only protected them, but was also quickly being absorbed and transformed by their bodies. He was truly impressed by the scene. As if flesh and blood were merging with the body, this was true absorption of. Suddenly, then he tensed. Someone appeared within the light. Below, because Chi Them Mu had witnessed the entire transformation, she calmly called out twice. Then the eightfold ritual is almost complete. Her words surprised everyone below. After a moment, Danhai slowly opened her sparkling eyes. After the transformation, the first words she said were, Tenfold Divine Son. Thenthe kindly asked, Then I may? Are you awake? Realizing it did not quite fit, he corrected himself. You have completed the transformation, right? She confidently affirmed. Yes. Thank you, Tenfold Divine Son, for pulling me out just now. Without you, I would not have made it through the last stage. Denthe's face showed deep admiration as he replied. No problem. What are we to each other now? Go put on some clothes first. Then I seemed to understand and stammered. The rainbow bridge is lit, the eightfold ritual is complete. Then, water and light suddenly transformed into a precarious staircase. Danhai looked a bit hesitant, saying, I will go down first. The aura around her cheered, congratulating Danhai on her promotion to immortal. She slowly stepped down the stairs, her face still flushed, her hands covering her private parts. Suddenly, the pieces of cloth in her hair gradually disappeared. Danhai's pink hair softly faded behind her. The earlier aura gradually turned into cloth wrapping her body. Soon after, her legs were covered by a smooth skirt. Silks and brocades with a new appearance continued to unfold. The subjects below also bowed their heads respectfully. Congratulations to the young lady on her promotion to celestial being. Then they changed how they addressed her, saying, We pay respects to Daozi, the celestial. The ground suddenly trembled, splitting apart. Daozi's mother gasped in shock. The crowd below also murmured in awe. Even the great emperor's realm shook. Daozi seemed to rise above the water's surface. Daoran exclaimed in surprise could be drifting once more in the air, recreating the sacred scene. Even Daozi's mother was shocked her daughter had become a celestial, yet it caused such changes in Daozi. She spoke again, causing Daozi to lift slightly. But as the celestial stepped onto the path of the great emperor, all eyes turned toward Qin. She is Daozi, the celestial who became an emperor the day Daozi floats once more above the air has come. Daozi's mother sighed, saying a great era is truly about to arrive. Kunai slowly stepped forward. Tanshu on one side quickly reunited with her. He smiled and said, Kunai, congratulations to you, and congratulations to Daozi. Then he teased, Once you sit on the throne, do not forget about me. Kunai smiled back. You must be joking. Sitting on the throne has always been incredibly difficult. Not to mention this kind of time, if we bathe together, would you still call me 10 capturing subject? Kunai blushed, as if remembering something, then shyly said, Tanshu, this public display of affection caught the attention of the Kulan. Henyen ground his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it! The 10 capturing subject stole the one alike, and my chance it is like I do not even exist to Dao Zi. Soon they faced each other once again. Tanshu clasped hands respectfully and said, Mother Dao, Kunai, the Daoji ceremony has ended, and I must take my leave. Dao Zi's mother squeezed her hand firmly. She smiled, promising, at the next divine subject gathering, I look forward to your performance. Kunai next to her added, Tanshu, may everything go smoothly. Tanshu and Sheng and Chu all said their goodbyes. Kun said, see you another day. They watched until he was out of sight. Then Dao Zi's mother turned to King Nai and asked, Kunai, how do you feel about the 10 capturing subject? Mentioning him, she smiled and explained, Tanshu, continue. Kunai, who previously bathed together with Dao Zi's young lady, recounted how even if lucky enough not to die, one often ends up half disabled after the ritual bath. This time, the 10 capturing subject was able to withdraw intact and even gained much truly beyond my expectations. A scenario was laid out. Kunai slowly continued, Mother, the ritual bath is really that dangerous. If only I would known sooner. Hearing this, Dao Zi's young lady quickly interrupted. Kunai, I know what you want to say. Your foundation is too simple. Yet you are talking about your ritual bath, and then you expect me to explain. But if the 10 capturing subject has successfully completed the bath, then we do not need to discuss this any further. At this point, Dao Zi's mother's tone changed. What I want to tell you next is that after the bath, you will definitely develop feelings for the 10 capturing subject. She continued, even romantic feelings. This is a negative influence of the ritual bath. Unavoidable. I asked, how do you plan to handle your feelings toward the 10 capturing subject in the future? Kung Nai's cheeks flushed red. She stammered, I mean, Mother, what do you suggest I do? Dao Zi's mother said firmly, You, Kuangkan, she gently reminded, your identity is that of Dao Zi's disciple. Your bloodline and origin are extremely noble. Your path forward has only one direction, the path to becoming a great emperor. Dao Zi's mother was serious as she continued teaching. So no matter what feelings you have now for the 10 capturing subject, you must immediately cut them off. She does not even notice Than Niai's increasingly ugly expression. Her only goal now is the imperial throne. She speaks more sternly. The lessons from the Blue Clown Fairy are right in front of you. Think carefully about everything. Understand. Kong then, seeing this, she reluctantly agrees. Mother, I understand. The garden is so clear and cool. Tanda wonders, where Spatch Chuck? Where did she run off to? Azing answers, she went to eat the peach spirit fruit. Said she will wait for us outside. Seeing this, Tando gives up and says, all right then, let us go find Batch Chuck and head back together. She walks through the vast green forest and spots a figure. Turns out it is Chuck. Greedily complaining, not enough to eat, she thinks irritably. The peach spirit fruit only ripens once every 1,000 years. Want some? But there is none. Suddenly, a Kulin appears, landing amidst a gust of wind. It whispers urgently. The 18 divine sons are about to appear. We must capture them today. The Kulin looks uneasy and talks to Chuck. That girl seems to be the maid of one of the 18 divine sons. The maid must be special enough to make even the divine sons jealous. Why is she here alone? Deciding to approach quietly and spy, they plan to ask where the 18 divine sons are. A call to maid girl successfully makes Chuck turn around. She looks at the Kulin cautiously. The Kulin immediately demands, where are the 18 divine sons now? His tone grew more threatening, but he added, still, I want to kill you. It would be a waste to kill a gifted person like you. He did not spare any sweet talk to try to sway her. I am giving you a chance. From now on, leave Tenthets and follow me back to the Keelan divine clan. He promised firmly that life would be far better than staying with that useless 18 gods. She did not waver at all, harshly insulting him and shouting, get lost. Seeing his words did not move her, the Kulin grew angry. Don't you rely on me for nothing. I will punish you. His face turned sinister as he raised his hand threateningly. Then do not blame me for taking you by force. He spoke boldly, but she quickly dodged his strike with sharp reflexes. She followed up by using her treasure to knock him away. Surprised, he exclaimed, what? But to save face, the Kulin quickly regained his stance. He praised the extraordinary young lady, saying, you really are not ordinary. After that display of skill, she grew more confident and challenged. Try me and see if I do not beat you to a pulp. The Kulin praised her agility but sneered. It is a shame for a maid to serve that useless 18 gods. With a displeased expression, he continued, today, the Kulin divine being, am determined. His face lost all humanity. His words filled with desire. To take you? Saying this, he fiercely raised his claws and lunged at her. She could not help but be shocked by his terrifying transformation. The Kylan showed a fierce expression and clenched his fist. Moving with lightning speed, she used both hands but suddenly he resisted, the Kulin clearly underestimating her. Then do not blame me for going all out. He gathered his energy and fought back with full strength. roaring fiercely at the Kilin. Thunder, lightning, and rocks rose violently, creating a terrifying scene. Suddenly, she was caught in the storm's attack and had to glare fiercely. He rushed forward. Triumphant. You won, escape me. Maid. Before she could respond, he launched another attack, aiming at her head. What? She gasped. It seemed he realized something. She broke into a cold sweat, stunning the Kulin in place. Thinking, how is this possible? Why is she here? Seizing the moment, she countered all his recent attacks. Her treasure was nearly at his face, but the Kilin was still stunned. With a loud crash, the Kilin was slammed to the ground. She succeeded in knocking him down, and as he lay coughing and defeated, she still glared angrily at him. It seemed he had misjudged her from the start, and now had to kowtow. Kulin, divine being, I salute you. After bowing, he immediately took another blow to the head, his rounded form hitting the ground again as his master watched helplessly. Suddenly, Chu was also attacked by that storm. Forced to defend fiercely, he dashed forward. Triumphant, knowing she could not escape death without waiting for her reply, he launched another attack with a different technique, targeting her mind, making Che's face twist. What was that? It seemed he realized something. A cold sweat broke out all over you, leaving Kei-lan stunned. Thinking, how could this be? Why is she here? Taking the chance, Che swiftly countered all his previous moves. The treasure was almost within reach, yet Kei-lan was still frozen in shock. With a deafening crash, Kei-lan was slammed to the ground. Che succeeded, leaving him sprawled coughing on the ground. After dishing out the punishment, she still glared at him. Furious, apparently, he had misjudged her from the start, and now he had to grovel the sacred hair of the Lundgren clan bows to you. After the bow, he immediately took another blow to the head, sending that balloon-like part crashing down again under his helplessness. Yet Chevchak was not done. With a bit more anger, she blew off my face covering scarf. I will kill him. Facing that fierce flame, Kei-lan had no choice but to bow respectfully. It is my fault. With a terrified expression, he timidly asked Chick, why? Why are you here? And just like that, he took another powerful strike from her. She flat out denied any master-servant relationship, saying, we are very close. After several bumps on his head, the timid Kei-lan waved him off. We are not close. Hearing the answer he wanted, she snapped, not close. Then get lost. With a hint of eerie cruelty, she warned, wait for me, then scolded him harshly. Kei-lan hurriedly complied. Yes, I am leaving right now. As if fleeing. After all that mess, Tentha and Ensign arrived just in time. Looking at the chaos behind, he asked her, who was that just now? That silhouette looks a lot like Kei-lan and T. She was still angry and complained. It was him. He forced me to return to the Kei-lan clan. Damn him. She also added that he fled after being beaten by me. Hearing this, Tentha raised his hand in approval. Well done. He then cautiously analyzed. The character of Kei-lan and Thani is suspicious. A divine heir. In recent years, the divine clans have been very active across the continent, with many new bases opening. He continued. Rumor has it is to compete for the Emperor's destiny. This is no small power, and they have a superior attitude. Considering themselves born noble, they have always looked down on cultivators from other clans. These people hold grudges. Best to be cautious. Hearing this, Tentha seriously considered it. The divine clan's strength can't be underestimated. Even if Kei-lan can't guard my divine essence. That is the difference in racial talent. Having said what needed to be said, Tentha called out, let us go back to Veman first. He guessed. This time, after returning, it won't be as peaceful as before. It turned out that the battle of the Emperor's Hair, the slaughter among the 18 divine hairs, had officially begun in the vast windy forest. Tentha and Ensign flew mid-air, scouting the situation. Quan Ven and Heng Kex, the 7 divine hairs, still had not appeared. When asked if he had seen him leave, he replied disappointedly, not yet, but we must watch out for the 7 divine hairs. Hearing this, Tentha asked suspiciously, why? Ensign replied calmly, when I mediate trade at VHON, most divine hairs want to deal with me. He smiled and continued, of course, most want to buy items. Only the divine hairs sell stuff. After finishing the talk, the 3 of them flew off into the night. Tentha shyly said, you do not need to remind me about the dark history of the divine hairs. Just get to the point. And Sin began explaining, the 7 divine hairs are strange. They have never bought anything from me. And Sin's tone grew serious. But I noticed the most powerful artifacts that passed through me eventually ended up with the 7 divine hairs. Think about it. Divine hair. What does that prove? Hearing this, she and Tenthe exchanged worried looks, but Tenantha quickly regained confidence. It means the 7 divine hairs are just old merchants. And Sin agreed. Right? The best items always end up with the 7 divine hairs. He went on. If no divine hair took their place, those items would have been bought by others. All signs show the 7 divine hairs have huge power. pulling strings behind the scenes. Hearing this, Tuntha quickly said, I understand now. He thought, the death of the 11th divine hare is connected to me. But it was the 7 divine hares who actually killed him. This person is humble but ruthless, a real player behind the scenes. He vowed, if given the chance, he would deal with them. Then, noticing something, she suddenly gasped in surprise. She quickly shouted to the others, look over there. Tunanthe was shocked by what she would found a brutal forest massacre. Raging flames boiled as if ready to swallow the wooden houses. Seeing the whole scene, Tuntha bluntly said, the fire is huge. Seeing this, and Sin called out, let us go check it out. In the chaos, Tantho landed on the ground. Truok, and Sin were all shocked. The entire village was burned to ashes. Truly, the fire and wood combined felt like the torment of hell itself. Tantho really could not understand who could have done this. Suddenly, Truok looked down and noticed something. She quickly turned around and told everyone to look here. Before them were withered, dry victims, and Sin guessed from their appearance. He studied those dry, lifeless faces carefully. Seeing that, Tantho grew curious and cautiously asked Sin and Lao Kao about it. They realized the 4 people seemed to have been completely drained of life. Hearing this guess, everyone was filled with bitter sorrow. It was too cruel. Suddenly, from afar, many victims shouted, help me! Behind them, another figure seemed to be wrapped in flames. They saw that the figure was chasing a person surrounded entirely by fire. It turned out to be the Blood Shadow Shepherd King, who was preparing an attack amid the victims' screams. The Blood Shadow Shepherd King raised its hand to unleash a move. The 2 victims' faces turned pale, with fear as the attack was about to hit. It was coming. What had to happen? Happened. A merciless strike landed directly. The attack was so powerful and ruthless that the 2 tiny humans cried out in terror and helplessness. Immediately, their life force was completely drained. The 3 of them froze in horror witnessing the dreadful scene. Tantho was shocked and scared, exclaiming, what kind of monster is this? Her words instantly caught its attention. The Blood Shadow's face turned white. This is not good. Retreat now. The chase officially began between the 2 sides, and Sing looked back, his face drained of color. Omut. It is coming right at me. He had to use a treasure to buy more time to escape. The 3 yuan ball. But Sing's plan did not go as expected. The Blood Shadow Shepherd King easily broke through the quigway. What? It went right through it. Damn. It is relentless. Panicked, and Sing wildly threw everything he had at it. Sunblade, Moon Sword, Double Fire Whip, but Sing's attacks could not harm it at all. Tantho turned around and saw Sing under attack. You still have your key eye open. Lawcaw. Get out of the way. Tantho launched an attack at the Blood Shadow Shepherd King with a mighty energy blast. The energy orb shot forward like a missile straight at the monster. It moved quickly, its tentacle-like appendages curling and exploding. Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted on the battlefield. Shockingly, it still stood firm. Tantho was frustrated but determined against the Blood Shadow Shepherd King. Suddenly, it leapt up and charged straight at its attacker, and Sing sensed the danger and cautiously warned, be careful. Truok watched the rapid move, mouth agape in disbelief, seeing the Blood Shadow Shepherd King rushing at him like an arrow. He thought, I can dodge this. Tantho tried to resist the attack with all his might, but the blow was too strong, and knocking him back. Seeing this, it roared with delight and satisfaction. While Tantho was forced to retreat, the Shepherd King was stunned. Immediately, he saw his opponent hesitate. Finally, Tantho regained his composure. The Supreme Kai instrument had taken effect, able to block the Shadow's attack. The hand that had just planned to strike him suddenly pulled back. It turned out it wanted to flee from his fierce power. Understanding this, Tantho grew cold. Want to run? I will catch you. He moved swiftly. He rushed back to the Blood Shadow Shepherd King, thinking, my skills can control this thing. After a while, the houses and village looked like ashes under the greedy flames. The Blood Shadow Shepherd King seemed defeated by Tantho's overwhelming power. Before, I was still terrified and asked, what the hell is that thing? Is it dead yet? Tantho looked at it cautiously. This thing is clearly some kind of evil spirit, probably not easy to kill. Sing also noticed something. The Death Gate and the border intersect here, suppressed by 2 powerful forces for years. He was so anxious he turned pale. Normally no evil spirit dares to disturb this place. This one must be extraordinary. After hearing that, Tuntha saw the Blood Shadow Prison King before him and could not help but sigh. This thing truly is bizarre. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and laughed amidst the brutal scene of blood, mist, and fire around. It seemed to have found a connection. Like something invisible, magic and magical artifacts could not attack or harm it. Yet it could directly drain a person dry. Sing agreed, saying there is no way to guard against it, unless someone is a godly warrior. No one can stop this evil spirit. He was still fearful, wondering if there were 2 more of these. If many appeared, they would surely bring disaster to all living beings. Tantha tried to reassure himself. No matter what, let us see if we can bring this thing back and study it carefully. He conjured another sphere, charged it with energy, and fired it straight at the creature like a probing strike. But before the attack landed, Tentha was surprised. The energy was endless. But this evil spirit was truly strange. He was not sure if the energy could absorb it. The Blood Shadow Prison King looked at them, then slowly vanished, completely absorbed into Tintha's energy sphere. Asing finally spoke up, saying this energy sphere is truly worthy of being a treasure carefully kept by a great master, once used by the Heavenly Emperor. He excitedly added that this evil spirit was impervious to everything, yet it was captured and absorbed by the sphere. Tenenthi urged you to hurry up. We should not stay here long. The three ascended and left. After a while, the space gradually shifted. Blue streaks cut across the sky, and the ground where the fallen lay suddenly glowed. Strange energies appeared, followed by the silhouette of a stranger. In an instant, the space was shrouded in a mystical blue hue. At that moment, Lum V appeared again. The one who had been split in two clasped his hands respectfully, bowing as the junior prince of the ancient dragon elephant kingdom. Greeting the prison king, he knelt and said, "Congratulations on absorbing enough blood essence to fully awaken." The prison king asked who had just absorbed his blood shadow. Lum V gritted his teeth and explained it was the 18th divine sign of the martial transformation sect, the enemy who took Ta's legs. The memory of being cut in half resurfaced. Lum Vi clasped his hands and asked why, if Han dared attack his blood shadow, he did not kill Han then. The prison king explained it was too close to martial transformation sect and the border. Acting then would risk alerting powerful figures. Ve spoke again, saying he, Kamtum, was willing to offer a border city of the ancient dragon elephant kingdom to the prison king. The people there would serve as food for him, so he would not have to roam searching for sustenance anymore. And I beg Han to act quickly and help me kill those 18 divine sons. Wuhan have reached the 18th level of hell. Han's body is extraordinary. It is the finest I have ever encountered. Han coldly declared, I want to skin Han alive. Lam Vu could not hide the smile on his face and quickly replied, Understood. Meanwhile, I mount that Van Day. Xin was flying beside Than Thu and said, Divine Son, up ahead is the Vu Ho Gate. Suddenly, a summons rang out to gather the 18 divine sons of Than Thu, urging them to quickly return to the floating sky island. Thuk Thai's expression grew thoughtful. Than Thu responded slowly, That is right. Hearing this, Xin felt curious. Why? Divine Son? Than Thu, can you explain? Than Thu said, Yangmin Lada sent word for me to return quickly. Thinking of that man, Thukthi firmly believed something serious must have happened. Otherwise, with loudest cultivation and temperament, he would not speak a word even after hundreds of years in seclusion. On the floating island of Duong Trifugong, Than Thu appeared before Duong Min, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Than Thu reports to Lao Tu. La Hailong replied, Than Thu, how is your recent training going? Upon hearing this, Than Thu smiled and reported, I have reached the 9th realm already. Sir, this number shocked Duong Min. The 9th realm already. Lada closed his eyes again and continued, I assigned you this position to oversee Duong Trifugong Island. You have full authority to deploy at will. He then added, but reaching the 9th realm in such a short time is beyond my expectations. You have truly upheld the honor of your father. Fat Thean, Than Thu humbly replied, It is all thanks to Lao Tu's excellent guidance and nurturing. Dongmen began to compare. However, your patient and calm nature is completely different from your father's. Hearing this, Than Thu could not help but snort. Lao Tu continued teaching, Most divine sons in Vu Homon cultivate at the magical realm. Those with high cultivation can break through soul barriers. He added, You wasted too much time before, but now, as a late bloomer, you have awakened the postnatal divine body. Truly a talent beyond compare. Dongmen's eyes focused on Than Thu, saying, Now, you are only 1 or 2 realms behind them. It is not too late to join the competition among the Imperial Sons. The upcoming Divine Sun tournament you need to prepare well. Than Thu finally asked curiously, Lao Tu, did you call me here today because of the Divine Sun tournament? Dongmen slowly explained, The competition among the Imperial Sons is fierce. All 18 Divine Sons are striving hard, but in the end, only one can become the sole Imperial Son of Vu Homon. Outsiders cannot interfere. You must rely on yourself. This rule has always stood since ancient times. Then he got to the main point. Today I called you to talk about your father, Tanfa Thien. This new information astonished Than Thu. His father, a man's image, appeared in his mind. After transmigrating here, he had heard many times about this father but had never met him even once. Dongmin continued. Your father, Tanfa Thien, is practically my half-brother. His talent is unparalleled, truly a prodigy of this era. Rare to find his equal, Lada proudly said. In the last Imperial Sun contest, the title of Imperial Sun could only belong to your father. Then he recounted the next tragedy. After your mother passed away, your father became deeply discouraged and lost all ambition. Dongmin continued. In the years your father began fighting across the skies, he rarely returned to Vu Homon. Amphithean's achievements during that time were recorded. However, in those sky battles, your father truly made a legendary name for himself. Lada added, But these are not the main focus. Today, I want to talk to you about another matter, your mother's death. Then Tho wondered silently why his mother had died. In his mind, the original host's memories were incomplete, mostly just fragmented recollections. But for Mother, the memories are incredibly clear. At this moment, Tho recalls that in the original owner's memory, his mother was very gentle, kind, and deeply loved the male lead. His past was tragic, due to a weak body. Illness spread, and he could only survive by taking medicine day by day. Tho continued to think once, when the original owner was very young, there was a day his mother suddenly left. The next part of the story was that when she returned, she brought back a pill, the same pill the male lead took at age 16. After giving that pill to the male lead, his mother passed away. It was a deeply sorrowful memory. Even I could feel the pain he endured. Dong Bun asked again, "Why did your mother die?" "This is complicated. I do not fully know. Later, you can ask your father." Then he posed a question. "But how do you feel about yourself?" These words confused Tho. How do you feel about yourself? What does the ancestor mean? The ancestor explained. Since childhood, your cultivation was average at best, and you were the son of Yu Ho sect. You were mocked, called useless, and humiliated by the sect. How did you feel about that? He did not hesitate to express his feelings. Of course, he was obedient, but he admitted he was flesh and blood. His talents truly were inferior to others, and then sighed. He began to reflect. The original owner's talent was poor from the start, obvious as daylight. Without the system, he would still be useless now. Dong Bun looked at him slowly and said, "Let me tell you, your innate talent was actually extraordinary, comparable to an emperor. Even now, though you have grasped the later Heaven Taeyang divine body, you are still far behind your past self, not even 1/10. Tho thought about this miserable number, not even 1/10, and asked in disbelief. "What?" The ancestor of Duong's clan explained further. "Your mother came from the Lac family in the ancient era, the highest clan then, with innate celestial constitution." Then he mentioned others. "Your father was born with a mixed hybrid constitution." The story continued. "You were incredibly lucky. The year your mother conceived you, she experienced a divine anomaly during pregnancy. This attracted attention everywhere. After you were born, many believed you would be a saintly being, a hybrid of two innate constitutions never seen in 1,000 years. They said such a supreme constitution would transform directly into a saint." The ancestor reaffirmed, "How could you be ordinary?" Dongmin warned, "Are you sure you are useless?" He quickly dismissed that thought. "Not all. On the contrary, if nothing unexpected happens, you will become a genius like your father." Tho was stunned by this, but he still felt uneasy. "Ancestor, why has no one ever told me this before?" Duong Min calmly explained that when your mother was pregnant, she hid it from outsiders to protect you. Only powerful figures knew. In the end, something happened to you. Tho desperately wanted to clear things up. "Ancestor, what is really behind this?" Also mentioned the heartbreaking matter. Why did his mother die? Duong Min did not hesitate to reveal that when your mother was pregnant, she was harmed by others. You were already a fetus struggling to breathe. He said you should not have survived, but your mother sacrificed herself, using all her talent and cultivation to destroy her innate celestial constitution to save you. As a result, you were born safely but had to live like a mere mortal. Hearing this, Tho was furious and coldly asked, "Who did this?" But the ancestor admitted helplessness. He did not know. Even if he did, it would not help. Dongmin explained that whoever did this in silence must be a high-ranking sect ancestor. He warned, "Do not say it was you. Even your father might not have the strength to confront that person." Understanding the truth, Tho asked another question. "Then what was the pill your mother gave you at 16? Dongmen once clearly said that the blazing pill is called the celestial strength pill, and your mother paid an enormous price to get it for you." Those words made him speak frankly. The old master continued, saying that although you were born safely, your fetus was severely corroded by cursed energy that year, and you were destined to die young, unable to live past 16. The old master went on to say that is why your mother risked everything to exchange for that celestial strength pill, so you could survive. After hearing this, Tho seemed to understand everything, feeling a deep bitterness. He recalled the scene of his father as heroic defense in battle. Min spoke again, interrupting his thoughts, warning that even so, your fate to die young has not completely changed yet. Maybe at 20, maybe at 30. Your life will suddenly end. Closing his eyes, he solemnly explained this was why your father had to fight in those heavenly wars. Faced with this information, Tho was very surprised. The true immortal pill. The immortal pill of this Yang Tri-Island domain. He pondered the blood flowing in his body, and the memories in his mind. Dongmen directly confirmed, "Of course it is true, but it is only a shadow of the real one." His teaching continued, or rather the shadow of the true immortal pill, whose effect and power can never compare to the real pill's peak potency. He added that is still an incredibly valuable item, far better than the sacred heaven fruit you obtained in Jiao Qi, because the shadow's purpose is to help sense the breath of the true immortal pill more easily. When that true immortal pill is born, Its location can be identified quickly. The true immortal pill is like a great emperor, though it lacks spirit and intelligence. It holds the power to absorb heaven and earth. But the true immortal pill, like a great emperor, will not be born again. He concluded that the shadow of the immortal pill is the best treasure in this world. Those words truly troubled Tenantha deeply. Tenantha fell into his own thoughts. The original owner suddenly died. Turns out it was a premature death fate. He pondered the blood flowing within him and the memories in his mind. A comparison formed. They were exactly like the original owner. He could clearly feel everything, the same blood, the same memories as the original owner. Tantho recalled how his mother sacrificed everything for the original owner, even her life. He sadly thought that his father was still fighting the heavenly deities above. Despite constant danger, his eyes lowered slightly, and Tantho clenched his palm tightly. He had decided his own fate. To my ancestors, I swear that everything you gave me will not be in vain. Moved by this passion, Dongmin explained the deeper reason. Today I tell you this because our ancestor sees the recent changes in you. He said you are no longer the knave fool, unwilling to beg for money like before. Then he earnestly advised Tanthu. Now you have officially begun your path to rise up. Dongmin entrusted that these things will inspire you to move forward. No longer a burden to hold you back. Encouraged by Dongmin, he firmly declared with great spirit, Ancestor, rest assured, I will no longer be the Tanthu of the past. The old master was somewhat relieved. The past story was done. Now I will tell you about your father's current situation. Another story was told. This time, your father collected some clues about the immortal medicine during the Heavenly War. Soon he will go on a trip to search for that immortal medicine based on those clues. Duong Min said that originally your father did not plan to return to the Vu Ho sect, but because of your recent outstanding performance, he decided to come back to the sect for a visit. Get ready. But how long will that last? Tantho hesitated. Get ready. Ancestor, what exactly do you want me to prepare? Dongmin said no more. Speaking mysteriously, you will know when the time comes. He ended the conversation there. That is all for today. No matter how many hundreds of years I speak, it won't be as important as what I told you today. Tantho saw this and respectfully accompanied the old ancestor to see him off. But before truly leaving, the old ancestor had one more thing to say. Make sure you watch over my little demon girl carefully. He grumbled that although Yangchai Island had abundant resources and countless treasures from heaven and earth, none could match her appetite. Yang Ming worried, concerned about his young disciple. If she kept eating like this, she would devour the whole island in no time. He was helpless and just said yes, as if understanding. Meanwhile, on Yangchi Island, inside the martial transformation sect, the blood image of the prison king and Tanthu were both cultivating internal energy, and it screamed out in frustration. But despite that, Tantho showed no fear at all. He moved a little internal energy. Confidently, he said to the blood image of the prison king, I was lucky to obtain this divine soul seed through wisdom. Then he muttered, now that the divine soul is released to probe this blood image, it feels like this blood image is some kind of spiritual energy. Behind him, the blood image showed disdain. Why release such a disgusting thing? It ruins my appetite. Hearing this, Tantho was helpless and said, Big Sis, I am working here. Stop thinking only about food, okay? Besides, eat less. The yin-yang old ancestor already said, do not eat the whole island clean, but the blood image remained unmoved, insisting that nothing was more important than eating. The blood image of the prison king seemed to feel neglected and made a move to grab attention, making Tantha even more uncertain. Spiritual energy is the most mysterious. Where exactly did this blood image come from? He muttered again, cultivators transmit divine souls to spirits. But that is just the beginning. The growth of a divine soul is extremely difficult and requires an enormous amount of spiritual energy. He silently observed. That is why ancient great emperors could never find enough spiritual energy. Most ended up absorbing it into themselves. Very few became true great emperors. Hearing this, the blood image suggested, stop staring. Why do not you just eat me? But Tantho's clean habits kicked in, and he hesitated. Eat that disgusting thing? You expect me to eat it? The blood image raised its tone, trying to persuade him. Eating me might even help your divine soul grow. Who knows? Surprisingly, Tantho seemed to agree with that logic. You might be right, but how exactly am I supposed to eat you? Though he gave that opinion, maybe even she did not know the answer. So she gave up and said, Dunti, no. You figure it out. That phrase seemed to clarify things for Tanthu, and he agreed confidently. Alright. Tantho raised his hand and unleashed martial arts against the blood image of the prison king. Let us see how this goes. The blood image of the prison king got excited and let out a shout. The fight suddenly turned fierce, but just as Tantho felt confident, he was hit with sudden dizziness. Tantho was surprised to see the divine soul strike the blood image's wrist, causing it to scream in pain. He himself was thrown back. The blood image watched the whole scene, clearly surprised as well. Tantho rubbed his head, finding it hard to believe. When my divine soul touches this blood image, both of us suffer intense pain. It seems they do not meld easily. Not forcing it further, Tantho ordered, Return. The divine soul neatly settled back into his hand. Tando seemed to understand the situation clearly now. No wonder it is so hard for a divine soul to mature. Finding spiritual power is tough enough, but absorbing it is even harder. He reasoned that since spiritual energy can harmonize with other things, it obviously can be absorbed. Relying on devouring others' spiritual energy to upgrade a divine soul is nearly impossible. Suddenly, Angson burst, panicked. Divine Disciple. Divine Disciple. He anxiously announced that the 14th Divine Disciple had sent a challenge invitation. Tando was also surprised by this news. A challenge. Last time, I took the Divine Disciple's mirror from Chuvaibei. Now this guy dares to challenge me. Angson hesitated. Describing the opponent, the 14th Divine Disciple is not considered very talented compared to others, but recently, not only has his martial realm broken through the magic realm, he is also using Chu's influence. With one cultivation, he reached the 9th tier of the magic realm. Chuvai even left the blind ones far behind. Divine cultivators still should not intervene. Shenshu was also curious, asking where the challenge was. Axon answered, "It is at La Thuong Mountain." Wuhosek, seeing the location, Tanshu finally focused. It seemed very familiar. La Thuong Mountain. The name sounded a bit familiar. Axon added, "It is a special place established for the Emperor's sons' challenges. It only opens when they fight. The intervals between matches can be hundreds of years. I do not even know how much blood of divine cultivators has been shed there. Every Emperor's son challenge claims many divine cultivators' lives. So the place is also called the Graveyard of Divine Cultivators." Chu Vaibai's intentions are clear, not only to reclaim the Divine Cultivator's mirror but possibly to make others die here. Seeing and suspicion, Axon worriedly suggests, "Let me refuse on your behalf." In contrast, Tanshu seemed a bit determined about this matter. Before he could decide, a voice echoed saying, "It is time for the mission head to Lao Thuong Mountain." Wuhosek. Tanshu had not made a decision yet. Utterly confused at Wuhosek, he hesitated, asking what would happen if he refused the challenge. Axon explained, "According to the rules of the contest, refusal means you will never be allowed in here again for life." He added that the contest holds the insights of Emperor sons in history. Only by challenging each other can you qualify to enter. Axon's expression grew serious. However, entering the contest also means risking defeat or even death as the price to pay. He reminded him that the one who got the Divine Cultivator's mirror is already the 14th Divine Cultivator. Challenging him offers no benefit and is an unnecessary risk. After hearing this, Tanshu smiled quietly, seeming to have made up his mind. If that is the case, he declared, "This Divine Cultivator, accept his challenge." That surprised Axon greatly. "Divine Cultivator," Tanshu reassured him, "do not worry. I never do anything I am not confident about. Just watch." Long Tanshu thought, "If I can never enter the contest again. So I won't finish this temporary mission. Let us enter first, complete the mission, then think this contest is dangerous." Inside the contest, many heard the news that the tome chapter was gathering. Tanshu saw the scene and could not help but admire how many people showed up to watch. Axon seemed to understand why. The contest only opens once every 100 years. The 14th Divine Cultivator and another were the first to fight, naturally attracting many to the Wuhua sect to watch. As soon as people saw him, they shouted loudly, "The 14th Divine Cultivator is here." One among them chatted, "The 14th Divine Cultivator has been so famous lately." Another replied, "I heard he was even assigned to guard the tome. Yanhu, known for associating with the 8th Saintess." And another added, "The 14th Divine Cultivator is becoming a dark horse, someone with unpredictable strength who will rise fast." One worried for Tanshu, saying the more outstanding someone is, the more jealousy they attract. If the 14th Divine Cultivator is not humble, he won't last long. Another said, "The 14th Divine Cultivator has been useless for years. If he trained humbly, it would be better. But now he is reckless. His future's really worrying." They continued, "He is just starting to show talent. The 14th is still far behind other divine cultivators. Otherwise, he would not have been challenged by the 14th Divine Cultivator." Seeing Tanshu appear, the gate suddenly opened. Weiba stepped out arrogantly to welcome and invited the 14th and the 14th Divine Cultivator to the contest duel. Tanshu saw Weibi's eyebrows nearly meet, and Weiba asked with a sinister, mocking smile. It turned out he was not alone but came with his father and subordinates. Facing them, Tanshu was not intimidated. Weiba spoke first. 14th Divine Cultivator, I did not expect you would actually dare come." Tanshu replied smoothly, "Why would not I dare? I am just someone you defeated before," his face full of confident pride. "Daring to challenge me, this Divine Cultivator. You are threatening me? Looks like you are still itching for a fight." Hearing that nonsense, VBI gritted his teeth, furious beyond words. "You." He pointed at the Divine Scroll but still could not find the right words. "You." Finally V managed to find a word to respond with. "Fine. V, as a relative of the Death God, you should keep your cool and your image. What is the point of blabbering with a useless fool?" The old man spoke broadly to the Divine Scroll, making it clear he knew why you came today. "Talking more is pointless." Angrily, he declared war. Divine scroll. We will meet somewhere else. Then the uncle turned his back and walked away. Tenthi intended to enter the arena, passing the old man who said confidently, 18 death gods. No matter how many thousands you have, it still counts. You stole my son's divine mirror. This is the end of the bright future of our old uncle. Not forgetting to provoke the divine scroll spirit. If today's fight ends badly, do not blame me for not knowing your limits. But you still calmly retorted about the old uncle's bright future, dropping a firm line. You miserable old man. Just because of your son you want a glorious path. You are dreaming. Hoist with his own petard, provoking the old man. Yet the old man got angry and confronted him, still daring to call me a miserable old man. You were not afraid and answered back. Old man? So what if I call you miserable? Just riding on your fame and yet you look down on me. At the peak of his anger, he stomped the ground loudly. The old man shouted, You insolent brat. Suddenly, a masked figure shouted from above, The emperor's fight is no place for outsiders. As he finished, he acted to warn the old man. Annoyed, the old man recognized the masked figure as the gatekeeper of Via Home N. From here, seeing the whole city, Tentha could not help but feel pleased. So fast he is already kneeling before me. Don't worry. Your son will kneel even faster. And indeed, he successfully pushed the old man's anger to a new level. Fine, fine. A cowardly loser like you acting tough. Today my son will make sure you get what is coming. The masked man reminded Tenanthi again. 18 death gods. Go to the arena and fight. He obeyed immediately. The gatekeeper finally announced to everyone. The duel in the arena is a serious matter of Vigai Hemamun. No one can interfere or disturb. The fight ends only when one side dies. If one side admits defeat but the other insists on continuing, the battle goes on until someone falls. Hearing the rules, some were shocked. Duels in the arena are always brutal, and admitting defeat is no longer allowed. Another thought. Today, one death god will surely fall. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Tuntha prepared mentally. Calculating. Upon entering the arena, he smelled a faint scent of strawberry syrup. The ground and walls were stained with syrup like marks fresh blood from generations of death gods. Suddenly, the loud sound of a door cut through his thoughts. Seeing this, Tentho thought silently, no mission completion notice yet, so I probably have not reached the arena center. Senza has to fight now. Outside, the gatekeeper continued. Death god duels are a big deal for Via Hamamundoa. Battles between emperors decide the fate of Via Hefa Minenta. After speaking, he invited everyone outside to enjoy the show. Among the crowd, one man loudly interrupted. Turns out he was the bookmaker in this ancient-style version. The old fox had found his business spot. He smiled sly, leapt up to the gatekeeper's side, and confidently shared with everyone. Today is the first match in the arena. According to tradition, death god duels always open the betting window for everyone's enjoyment. This time is no exception. If anyone wants to bet, come to me. Bet on the death god you support and win some prize money. Attracted by the pitch, people rushed to place bets, some betting the 14th death god to win, others betting 100 spirit stones on him. Some said they also bet on the 14 spirits to win. In the midst of that lovely scene, someone approached. It turned out to be La Lu, who boldly said he would bet half of Uncle Giagia's assets as his stake, rooting for his son to win. But this was not exactly what Lo Lu wanted. Everyone, you can play like this? You all bet on the 14 spirits. He pointed out the mistake, saying no one bet on the 18 spirits at all. How could that be a fair contest then? Yet no one wavered. Instead, they turned to mock him. Well, that is on you who said you are the house. Everyone knew the 18 spirits belonged to the martial realm. The 14 spirits belonged to the magical realm. The gap between these two realms was huge. How could this even be a fair fight? Lalu was dumbfounded by that stubborn decision. What? He asked again. You want to bet on the 18 spirits too? She raised her hand upward. I do not want to, she said firmly. I do not want to. What the hell is going on? Unreadable text in gibberish. Unable to translate. Ashish? That makes more sense to me. This Jiaho guy runs a business at Vuho Gate. Rumor has it many spirits buy their gear from him. Others said the 18 spirits gear was sold at his shop. Some even said Jiaho has gotten close to the 18 spirits lately. Not sure if he has lost his mind or what, someone added. And yet he bets all his money on the 18 spirits. Though he claims to play fair and square. Lalu was surprised and asked again. Cold man, are you serious? Replied seriously. Kawa, I am a businessman. When have I ever not been serious? Lalu showed a hint of disdain. He reminded. Kawa, we both do business at Vuho Gate. Though we are competitors, I still want to advise you, these past few years, making money has been tough. Be careful not to throw away the money you worked so hard for. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Ignoring the curious crowd, I suggest you think this through. His mind was set like a tripod. He was determined. No second thoughts. I trust the 18 spirits. Seeing that determination, even the old master could not help but be moved. Yet the old master still could not help but be moved. The old master even gasped at that unusual decision. What? He asked again. Do you really want to name the 18th divine Shine you? She raised her hand and pointed upward. Before the title of protector. I do not want it. I do not want it. I do not want to. Is link male or not? Kula Koloth the role. Dying. Impressions in the mail. Mathematics. Math is so annoying. Can't handle it. Namen dermatkiversen siamalai plus I try to explain the way. Shish. That makes more sense to me. Hey, we are supposed to eat at Carl's own. It is rare and precious. Its value can't be measured or weighed. Also, as far as I know, Danji Fi Kulio is currently governed by the 10 caught divine envoys. Seeing this, I previously handed over my authority over coal management. Here is the authority token for managing Degchen Fichikuka Zilo. She is still very determined. So can we place the stake now? The old master is truly helpless against this stubborn person. Aksin saw the token and muttered softly. That envoy is really carefree. Even gave her the management token. Earlier I explained. Only with the token can I easily harvest the fruits. She also said some places forbid entry, which is quite troublesome. The old master interrupted their private talk. With the token, of course it is possible, but are you sure you want to stake an entire empty island for the 10 caught divine envoys? He also said, I have never done a deal this big before, at this moment. And Sen whispered to the official, is not staking the whole empty island a bit risky? But she did not hesitate. Rafa Olam said, it is just an empty island. And I have already eaten almost all the good stuff inside. That left Sin speechless. The old master smiled slyly. Stake an entire empty island is a serious move. Then he waved his hand. Wait a moment. At the Ninga Spirit Tower, Thin and Eldertron watched from afar. Daring to stake the whole empty island, this had never been seen in the martial transformation sect. Eldertron added, they said the 10 caught divine envoys went bankrupt and fell, but their subordinates are even worse. He sighed. Lust will bring destruction, driving people mad. Looks like these guys are all crazy. Thin agreed, and told the old master to accept their request. Eldertron said, the 10 caught divine envoy is backed by the yin-yang ancestor, which could cause trouble. But the rule has always been whoever holds the token of the empty island has full control over everything there. Thin was confident. The ancestor is human. No matter how upset about the island changing hands, he won't intervene personally. Previously, the yin-yang ancestor was cared for by the important level of Thin, supporting the 10 caught divine envoy. Now that the envoy has wagered the empty island, the ancestor will only disapprove more. But we can hold Dichifi Kongi low, raising our power to a new level. Hearing these cunning plans, Eldertron finally understood and praised them. 2 birds with 1 stone. The envoy is truly clever. I will spread the word immediately. After a while, the old master stepped forward to the crowd. He hurried over, saying this is a serious matter. And though he is a bit worried, he can meet their stake. The old master did not hide his joy, but asked the seniors present to witness the deal. The gate guardian standing above agreed. Fine. In the crowd, someone whispered, I have met people who went bankrupt before, but never this bad. Another echoed, the subordinates of the 18 divine envoys really are different. Their bankruptcy is just as impressive. Someone else grinned. Today, I am going to witness this earth-shattering spectacle. This is exciting. Meanwhile, in the battle arena, Ge Hung provocatively shouted, 18 divine envoy, honestly you should not be here. I am proud to say I have broken through the magic realm, reaching the 5th level. From what I know, you have only just broken through the martial realm. These words were like dust in the ears of the divine envoy. Not worth bothering with. Your father told you to talk less. So why are you still so noisy? Outside, a bright yellow screen captured every moment of the fight, and the crowd below was buzzing. Is starting. First match in the battle arena. 18 divine envoy versus 14 divine envoy. Inside, because Bia was still very confident, he said, I will let you live a bit longer, but you still won. Accept it. Then he got bolder. If that is the case, he is officially making his move, unleashing the tyrant's might. As he gathered his energy, his mouth kept threatening, I will make sure you pay. The tyrant's huge hands seemed to multiply and grow larger. Wrapped in a terrifying and grotesque red glow, he flew up, aiming his giant hand at Thenthen. But on this side, you were not holding back either. Thenthe activated, charging up your energy. However, before the move could finish, your golden light suddenly stopped flowing out. Taking advantage of that moment, the tyrant's huge hand slammed down on Thenthe. Fortunately, you quickly dodged the attack. After that opening exchange, though uncertain at times, Thenthe still stood firm. The tyrant grew even more excited in that situation. Let us see if you are curious. Can you really not regain energy here? You stayed calm and replied, not being able to recover energy here definitely means something's wrong. The tyrant sneered. Forgot to tell you something. This duel, besides your own power, you can't control any external treasures. So here, the two of us have to fight with our true strength alone. Those words made Thenthe very alert. The tyrant shamelessly calculated every debt. You used energy to defeat me before. You stole my mirror of the divine, thinking I would be foolish enough to duel you without a sure win. Outside, where everyone was watching, chaos erupted. As expected, the 18th Divine Sun was suppressed by the 14th Divine Sun. This match probably lost all meaning now. You should have told Thenthe earlier you could not use energy. He has really got his own troubles. I did not know either. The last duel opened centuries ago. I really did not know. A Jin started to worry without energy. Then this strategy was halved. How can this be good? But then, a Jin seemed to sense it and comforted him. It is do not panic inside the arena. Upon hearing the rules, then Tha got excited, ready to show his true power. Good. You regained your usual confidence. Let us fight. I want to see just how strong I really am. Feeling provoked, the tyrant charged wildly. Unaware of his limits, the tyrant unleashed his power. You calmly activated your energy, invoking the solar divine form. That giant hand squeezed the energy orb you created. Seizing the moment, you countered with your innate power heavenly thunder palm. The tyrant was hit and slammed far away. He seemed to realize it was no longer a basic martial state but peak martial prowess. Didn't expect your cultivation to advance so fast. I will have to watch you closely. Blood boiling. Then Enthe showed his might. Who do you think you are to challenge me? The tyrant fired back without hesitation. What is the use of arrogance? We are divine sons who is not proud. He clenched his teeth, hatred sparking like thunder and lightning. My cultivation is one level above yours. You are just a parasite. Die. Amid that attack, then Tha coldly smirked. You unexpectedly launched a counterattack. Heavenly Orb Moonstrike. The fiery wolf shadow swung and bit tightly into the tyrant's hand. He panicked. What kind of technique is this? After multiple hits, then Tha leapt into the air, spinning gracefully, then unleashed a new move. Dragon Elephant Prison Strike. The tyrant was blasted several meters back. Outside the arena, the crowd gasped. Everyone was in an uproar. The 14th Divine Son was no match for the 18th Divine Son. It seems you are just opening your eyes. The 14 Divine Sons are that weak. The 14 Divine Sons just used too many tricks. Zero poured out like a stream from his mouth. Vibe was getting beaten badly. With your meager martial cultivation, how could you possibly hurt me? He grit his teeth in anger. How could you think that? Annoyed, Tando casually cursed. Fatty is doomed. And just like that, the fight changed hands and the upper hand shifted. While speaking, he calmly focused his energy into his hand. Looks like I have to make you rethink who I really am. His opponent was not far behind, boasting that despite not matching the highest level Divine Sons in talent and cultivation, he was still tough as nails and stronger than this useless guy. Seeing the constant sneers, Tando warned. Looks like you still think you are barely scratched. Confidently, he said. Don't worry. Today I will force you to change your worldview. The clash between the two Divine Sons grew more intense than ever. Dense energy radiated from Vibe as he grimly said, I have infinite potential ahead. I won't let you stop me halfway. Getting more fired up, Vibe really exploded, forcing me to reclaim my Divine Son status. He unleashed an awakening, the Vibe King form fully activated. Despite that fierce display, Tando remained focused, searching for a weakness. Meanwhile, Vibe seemed to lose his humanity, unleashing all his power to activate it fully. Outside the arena, the crowd watched intently without moving a muscle. Seeing this, a spectator exclaimed, This is not good. Everyone praised Va, saying it was the first time the 14 Divine Sons had activated the King form. This is Vibe's true King form, truly an extraordinary presence. Some wondered what the 18 Divine Son would do next. Inside, Vibe kept attacking. What about the 18 Divine Son, who has the solar divine body? He repeated confidently, Your cultivation can fully unleash the solar divine body's power, but I can use all my strength to wield the King form. Vibe firmly declared, You are no match for me. Threatened, Tando jumped up and threw a powerful punch at him, but Tando could not hold and was pushed away. Seeing this, Vibe became even more arrogant, laughing loudly. Before my King form, you are just a worm. Unexpectedly, Tando retorted. Too weak. Confidently, he said, If that is the King form, then I have clearly overrated you. Hearing that from the one he just knocked back, Vibe got even angrier. You are asking for it. Vibe stomped and executed the next move. King form divine shock in all directions. A huge explosion shook the arena, destroying nearly half of it. Tando quickly flew up to shield himself. Outside, the audience witnessed the whole spectacle. Some said Vibe's King form lacked hierarchy, but its final move was undeniably overwhelming. Others said if this kept up, the 14 Divine Son would surely lose. Back inside, Tando landed lightly. He brushed dust off his coat, so his power was only about this much. He did not forget to taunt a bit. Still just half awakened, that remark pushed Vibe to the edge of fury. With bloodshot eyes, he swung his fist. Damn you. The duel flared up again, even brighter than before. Vibe shouted, unaware of his limits. Tando was pushed back again but shouted, Bring it on. Like moths to a flame, they clashed fiercely. Vibe's attacks were relentless. Tando could not block them all. He was forced to retreat to gather strength. Seeing him back off, This is all you have got? How dare you challenge me? I am a little disappointed, so let us finish this. Vibe roared. King Fist. Die. Faced with that powerful punch, Tando suddenly stood frozen. The punch grew louder and closer. And outside, everyone watched the scene unfold. That confident man said, My son just unleashed his final move. The 18 deaths will surely fall. Inside, it seemed the match had ended, As she shouted, "Die!" The hand slammed down, crushing Tanthu. Everyone who saw it had to admit. That punch was devastating. No one could believe it was over. 18 deaths was dead. Everyone buzzed with excitement over the result. That was his strongest punch. Right? But then, a surprise came from the one thought to be defeated. What was it? It turned out that powerful punch was blocked by a small Tanthu. His face now beamed with satisfaction. Someone nearby exclaimed. He blocked the final move. Unbelievable. Baba was even more shocked than anyone else. How could this be? Still wearing that confident look, he announced briefly. Next, it is my turn. No sooner said than done. The move came channeling energy into his dansion. Tanthu focused all his strength on that gigantic hand. Vibai refused to back down from the block. I do not believe it. He pushed harder with his arm. King's fist. Tanthu replied crisply but full of force. I command my spirit energy. Feel this. The triumphant face said it all. Now it is my turn to strike back. Their arms clashed fiercely again, but this time Tanthu punched Vibai away. Luckily, he managed to stand back up, but that previous attack only fueled Vibai's rage even more. He tore off his shirt, revealing bulging muscles, and shouted. Damn it, Vibai was now twice his size. Taking such a powerful hit from me, and still able to fight back. Tanthu smirked and taunted. Come on then. He did not hesitate. My strength's been building for 18 years. I do not believe anyone can keep fighting me. Despite the pressure, Tanthu smiled brightly. Outside, commentators were eagerly watching the 18 deaths. It really was a spectacle. Even without outside help, the fighting realm and spirit power of 18 deaths were truly strong. That man remained confident his son's strength was boundless. Even if 18 deaths could block this attack now, he could not hold on long, crossed his arms meaningfully. After all, 18 years of power, just dragging this out would wear 18 deaths down to death. Inside, the fight grew more intense than ever as Vibai swung his arm, but Tanthu was quicker, dodging skillfully and landing smoothly, not forgetting to taunt his opponent. What? Can I keep up now? Tanthu even laughed scornfully. Your king's fist? 18 years in the making. Pathetic. Watching the screen, the man seemed to realize the stakes. Damn it. He had to kill 18 deaths quickly. Inside the arena, Vibai finally understood the problem. Why was Tanthu still so full of energy? His spirit power did not seem to weaken at all. Hearing the question, Tanthu just smiled quietly and suddenly charged. He leapt forward with full force, saying simply, let us end this here. Dragon Seal prison strike. Vibai was caught off guard, unable to react. Tanthu landed and said as Vibai knelt, crushing him to the ground. He was injured internally, coughing up blood that splattered across the cold ground. Vibai questioned suspiciously, Tanthu, have you been hiding your true power all these years? Tanthu loudly replied, hiding? Against trash like you. Why would I hide? His last words shocked Vibai even more. I am naturally gifted beyond compare. I just did not take training seriously before, but now that I have, what are you even worth? With that, Tanthu's strength seemed endless, and the battle only grew fiercer and more thrilling. Outside, everyone was stunned. The 18 divine sons had turned the tide, and the person beside them widened their eyes in response. Truly beyond expectations. Today was definitely beyond all predictions. At this moment, that man strode confidently, looking up at the extreme situation and growling, my son has actually lost. Inside the battlefield, Vibai covered his face begging, I admit defeat. Please spare my life. Outside the hall, this voice showed no mercy. Vibai, if you dared to challenge me and want to kill me, then of course I have to take your life in return. Vibai heard this and panicked terribly. 18 divine sons, do not kill me. I can give you spirit stones and magical treasures. You kicked Vibai's body. Not enough. The fiery aura of the flared up again. Last time you traded a life for the divine sun's mirror. This time, if you can offer something equal in value, you will have to accept death. I've decided to use connections to save my life. Chuzada Aveman is no small power. Killing me means offending Chuza. If you do not die then, it won't be right. At this, your anger flared up even more. The clenched his fist again, sending Vibai flying back, then regained his usual calm. At this point, your threats mean nothing to me, he said coldly. My patience only lasts so long. If you keep hesitating, I will personally send you straight to heaven. Vibai seemed to realize something. His face suddenly filled with panic. Finally, Vibai knelt down and surrendered. I can sever the connection between me and the divine sun's mirror, so it fully belongs to you. Outside, someone exclaimed. He can accept this. Severing the mirror's bond means losing his divine son status and the right to compete among the emperors. Son, no matter what, even death can justify this. Inside, Vibai was swallowing his humiliation. Everyone saw the result and started whispering. No one had ever heard of severing the divine son's bond like this before. The battle among the emperors is top secret. No information can leak out to avoid stirring up chaos. Someone even admitted, that is right. Those who truly face each other hide their aura to avoid revealing their trump cards. They never share any information at the battlefield. This face remained serious. While Vibe was full of shame, this is the harsh reality of the Emperor's war. Everyone was cautious, like walking on thin ice, meaning they had to act very carefully. This competition was interesting. Only during open fights could secrets about the Divine Sons be uncovered. Suddenly, the 14th ring appeared. They understood the situation clearly now. No wonder last time he agreed to hand over the Divine Son's mirror was because the bond had not been severed yet. But he also admitted, bowing respectfully, I have lost twice to you now, and I no longer have the confidence to compete for the Emperor's title. Vibe was internally resentful but said, I can let you fully control my Divine Son's mirror to save my life. Seeing the advantage, they nodded in agreement. All right, you may go. Granted mercy. Vibe gathered his energy and began to cast a spell to leave. As Vibe spat out a mouthful of syrup but kept going, severing the bond with the Divine Son's mirror. He said, if your mark appears on the mirror, then it will belong to you, no matter how much the outside world screams. Do not do it. He was too strong. Though Vibe could not hear, the head of the clan surely would not just let this slide. After finishing, Thid examined carefully. He continued creating a magic circle, water slowly appearing, shimmering illusions forming in front of him. They suddenly realized something. He stared intently at the water flow, raising both hands to channel internal energy, realizing the truth. This is a container holding some kind of powerful rule. He truly understood the meaning now. The Divine Son's mirror is not just a symbol of status, it is definitely more complex. Suddenly, a noise snapped Thid out of his thoughts. The arena door had opened. Sang entered gloriously. Sang's gaze lit up this delicate face as if praising his achievements. Tando, the gatekeeper, also announced the results of the duel, blocking the final fight since it was over. The winner could proceed straight ahead, walk to the heart of the arena to admire and feel the emperors of the great academies from the past. Hearing this, Tando strode out the door with a determined expression on his face. Tando smiled smugly, thinking to himself that he could finally fully sign on. Tando walked proudly, seeming to enter a very ancient place. With stone slabs cracked and weathered, Tando approached 3 massive statues. His eyes filled with surprise. Secretly, he thought to himself that these ancient statues must be emperors from history. Tando pondered quietly. Suddenly the system announced that the arena mission was complete, awarding a special cultivation technique, Divine Soul Transformation. He was truly excited. Divine Soul Transformation. Tando quickly pointed to the guideboard, suddenly realizing the name sounded like a soul-refining technique. Indeed, countless cultivation methods have existed since ancient times, but soul-refining techniques are extremely rare, mainly because the Divine Soul is very mysterious and nurturing its growth is incredibly difficult. Cultivation methods related to the Divine Soul are very scarce. Divine Soul Transformation swallows the Eternal Soul, transforming it day by day. After completing 9 levels, it becomes an immortal soul. Seeing this, he thought to himself that this Divine Soul Transformation technique was definitely not to be underestimated. Suddenly, the stone statues began to move and tremble violently in the air. Tando also sensed the strange occurrence. The Emperor statues stirred suddenly. Each began to move. One stroked its beard, another swung its arm, one turned its head, and another opened its mouth. They spoke loudly together. We are the emperors of history. This startled young Tando. What were they trying to do? One statue spoke in a commanding voice. Emperors of many eras, bestowing blessings on future generations. Kneel down. Tando froze in fear when he heard this. The statues then said in unison, we will teach you the way. After hearing that, Tando, genuinely confused, asked, why? The statues began to explain. We are emperors from many eras, passing down the path to become an emperor. But Tando still frowned. Then why must we kneel? One statue stepped forward sweetly. Young one, obediently listen. Past emperors achieved greatness, ascended as divine kings. Saints were not lacking. Another statue, still stern, said, we teach you the righteous path. Kneel quickly. Hearing that, Tando said, then why has no one become a great emperor? He cautiously expressed his thoughts. Although the Vshava sect has many powerful figures since the last great emperor passed away, no true great emperor has appeared in the past 10 years. This angered the statues. You insolent one. One statue raised its sword threateningly. Kneel down. We are emperors. Who dares defy us? Tando did not back down. Tando retorted, nonsense. You are just cracked stones. What right do you have to order me to kneel? The statues, seeing this, lost all patience. If you refuse our blessings, then the Vshava sect has no reason to keep an ungrateful scoundrel like you. One statue threatened again. Kneel or die. Tando snapped back. Kneel to your head. Not a chance. They clashed with full force, and Tando shouted, get lost. The official fight began, but one thing surprised him. What was going on? Suddenly, the stone statues fell silent, and someone else appeared. The statues quickly returned to their original stillness. A voice echoed, Announcing, "Tenacious divine son? Your arrogance ends here." It was the gatekeeper, coming to announce that after passing the initial test, he was the guardian of the Vepsar gate. Tanthu thought to himself that the gatekeeper was a mysterious existence who had protected the sect since ancient times. No one knew who the gatekeeper truly was or his cultivation level. Legend said he was the sect's strongest defense. Understanding the man before him meant no harm. Tanthu respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Elder." The gatekeeper did not make things difficult. "No need for formalities. If you have questions, just ask." He looked around the 3 statues and voiced his doubts. "Senior, those leaf statues are not just decorations. Inside the stone statues lies the divine power of emperors, preserved through the ages." He added that the purpose was to conduct a test with divine hairs. Hearing the words "test with the divine hairs" felt strange to Tanthu. The gatekeeper replied steadily, "The path of the great emperor always moves forward without fear, backed by my undefeated trust. Kneel to heaven, earth, and parents, but kneeling before anyone else is not necessary. Even facing another great emperor, you must not kneel. Or else, without this stubborn pride and defiance, the path to emperor supremacy is doomed to fail horribly. It is an arduous journey. One great emperor is born once every 10,000 years. Only by surpassing ordinary confidence 10,000 times over can one hope to glimpse even a corner of the emperor's path." Hearing the truth, Tanthu was momentarily speechless. Then he softly asked, "I understand now. Senior, have I passed the test?" The gatekeeper confirmed, "You have passed." He praised Tanthu, saying his performance was excellent, given the circumstances. He recalled past exams where many divine hairs failed to resist temptation or pressure and ended up kneeling. Even kneeling brought no punishment, but it meant losing their undefeated will and severing their chance at Emperor's supremacy. Hearing this, Tanthu's true nature immediately showed. "Senior, if this is a test, then I have passed for sure. There must be a reward, right?" The gatekeeper held something out. "Here, there is no prize, and no special reward either." Hearing this, Tanthu squeezed his hand to flatter him. "Senior, if the rules are normal, surely there must be some special ones, right? There must be a reward here." The gatekeeper doubted Tanthu's determination. "You were so tough just now, but now you are begging for rewards. I really can't understand you." Finally, the gatekeeper relented. "Fine, I will give you a little something. How did the 18 divine hairs do?" He looked at the stone statues on the right, then at those on the left. The gatekeeper flew up. "Hearing something, if that is the case, should we share some good items with the 18 divine hairs?" Tanthu glanced around the statues again. Nothing happened. Seeing this, the gatekeeper asked, "What is wrong?" "Nothing else." He clasped his hands behind his back. "After all these years, this is the first time a divine hair has wanted to take something from you." Suddenly, light shone around the stone statues. Tanthu was surprised. One by the statues on the left and right glowed blue. The gatekeeper continued for Tanthu. "It is a sudden burst of dazzling light." He added, "You accepted the 18 divine hairs like this, even giving up something important." Suddenly, a blue circle appeared before Tanthu, surrounding him as well, while the stone statues vanished. After the ritual, Tanthu hurriedly asked the gatekeeper, "Senior, just now was..." He answered firmly, "Emperor Side." Tanthu truly did not understand. "Emperor Side? What is that?" The gatekeeper explained, "You will understand once you become an emperor hair. It is the greatest acceptance from the many generations of our Wuhua sect toward you." Tanthu was eager to know more, but since he received a gift, he bowed politely. "Thank you, seniors." After leaving that place, the gatekeeper reminded him, "Emperor hair, supreme glory." He also gave some advice. "Great emperor, glorious yet harder still." Although the many generations of disciples from our Wuhua sect have been outstanding, the gatekeeper was always saddened that no one yet became an emperor. But the difficult path only proves it is more extraordinary. Before seeing Tanthu off, he whispered, "Today you have gained something extraordinary. When you truly become an emperor hair, you will realize how great today's harvest was." Then he waved as if to dismiss him. "Go now." Tanthu respectfully said, "Senior, farewell." He turned and left, while the gatekeeper returned to converse with the stone statues. One becomes an emperor, many wither away. He who steps onto the emperor's path will not regret it, even if in the end he gains nothing. Looking at the statues as if seeing old friends, after so many years, you still hold on to an emperor's Stao Kai, leaving only regret behind. Impossible to forget. The gatekeeper muttered to himself, "But I do not understand, what exactly did you see on the 18 divine sons just now?" He asked curiously in return, "Why gift him the emperor's aura? Even if he passed the test, he is still just one of many divine sons." One of the emperor's sons spoke up, saying the 18 divine sons carried the breath of the imperial path. This made him frown in doubt. He had once walked the path of the great emperor, though only partway. It seemed the gatekeeper finally grasped the true meaning and nodded. "So that is how it is." Everyone waited anxiously. Finally seeing Shen Shu and Vibia step outside, the 18 Divine Sons had come out. Some even reluctantly bet a few coins, saying the 18 Divine Sons made them lose terribly. Others were thrilled by the performance. Witnessing the rise of the 18 Divine Sons today was worth it. Vibia was walking, ashamed and looking down, when suddenly she heard a familiar voice calling her name. Vibia's father's face flared up like a fire. Seeing that expression, Vibia's face turned even redder. Father gave her a sharp slap across the face. Painful enough to sting, everyone around gasped in shock. Panic? The father shouted loudly in front of the crowd. You have really lost your mind. How could you deliberately sever your Divine Son connection? He explained hurriedly. Father, I am no match for the 18 Divine Sons. But it did not matter to him at all. Even if I die, I won't give up the Divine Son connection or my identity. His voice faltered with emotion. And here you are cutting off my Uncle Jia's supreme path. Are you worthy of Uncle Jia's support? Vibi face, already flushed, now turned pale and sickly. He apologized quickly. Father, I was wrong. After all, he was his own son. He sighed deeply and turned away amid the crowd's disapproving stares. Damn it! That guy. Come with me. Before leaving, he quietly called out to the old man. Old man, she mentioned money again. I put everything on the line for this island. But now I have one. Hand over the money quickly. Tantha was startled. The former island lord, you are so angry you can barely hold yourself. Damn it! I fought so hard inside there. And you all outside just want money. And even the entire island. He did not know how to explain it. It turned out the anger was one thing, but Tantha's fear was another. If the yin-yang elder found out, he would probably burst a blood vessel. Asen could only sigh helplessly. Miss Batch was quite generous. I could not stop her either. The old man bowed his head, watching Vibi and his father leave. He called them back. Master of Chusa. Wait. It turned out he called them back to remind them about the lost debt. Chusa's people owe even more than the entire realm of Chusa. Don't forget that, the old man said anxiously. Otherwise, I won't be able to repay this island to the young lady. It struck a nerve. The father glared at him unpleasantly. Of course, Chusa won't dodge debts. So do not worry, he said coldly, walking away in utter disappointment. After a while, the father got a bit mad at Vibi again. You are worthless. This time you caused heavy losses to Chusa. You are useless. 3 days later, at the Nyingainenga mansion, Shenshu was refining Kai in his chamber. His spirit was being nourished. The water around flowed more steadily and orderly. Still not done. Then Thay said confidently, the divine soul transforms. Truly mysterious. The more he talks, the more excited he gets. I have been training less than 3 days, but I can already feel the old divine soul condensation starting to change. Suddenly, the divine soul radiates a dazzling light. Thentha could not help but gape. The glass orb before him sparkled brightly. Gradually, a strange soul aura appeared. He was still stunned. Long thought. This is... And finally, Thentha understood. It turns out the divine soul transforms. Each transformation raises it a level. His divine soul had just completed its first change, now turning into a sturgeon. This really fired him up, made him thrilled. Then he tried using spiritual power. Gently touching the floating energy orb, the orb burst with a huge energy wave. Releasing a blood shadow to test it out, the blood shadow prison king appeared instantly. He ordered his soul sturgeon to attack it. The soul sturgeon and blood shadow instantly merged, causing the blood shadow to roar fiercely. In that moment, Thentha was truly excited. It was thrilling. Before, his divine soul clashed with the blood shadow, both hurting each other. After thinking it over, Thentha promised himself that next time his divine soul transforms, it could absorb the blood shadow. He looked at the floating soul, and then at the blood shadow above. He planned this carefully, and after absorbing it, his divine soul would grow even stronger. For cultivation to progress smoothly, divine soul growth is extremely difficult. Basically, no external force can help. Thentha was sure of this. That means his divine soul could now mature by absorbing the blood shadow. This secret technique is no joke. This divine soul transformation is extraordinary, probably a cultivation method even emperors envy. Suddenly, he remembered something important. The most important thing is that cultivating the divine soul transformation feels smoother than ever before. This method seems to suit me perfectly. Soon after, the absorption of the blood shadow finished, and the soul sturgeon looked even bigger. Seeing this, Thentha quickly judged that the absorption was complete. The soul sturgeon had grown a lot, and he could already feel its attack power. Suddenly, a Sing appeared out of nowhere. Panting, seeing him out of breath like that, Thentha was curious, what is the rush? A Sing caught his breath and said there were 2 things. First, this time the spirit fruit wins. The old man brought them here, all converted into spiritual fruits, and sent to the Moon Branch's floating island. But that was not all. He also revealed shocking news. Second, the 3rd divine envoy at the Moon Branch's floating island broke through the barrier, gathered divine souls, and advanced to the next realm. He officially summoned all divine envoys to join the Moon Branch's floating island faction. Hearing this, Thentha's face turned serious and he asked again, gathered all divine envoys to join the Moon Branch floating island. The 3rd divine envoy's moon spirit body was once defeated by my solar spirit body bitter enemies. Does he have that strong a call? Realizing the situation was serious, a Sing immediately shared more info with him. Divine Envoy. Our martial transformation sect has 7 floating islands, each led by a founding ancestor. The 3rd divine envoy controls 1 island, showing strong backing. Most importantly, This time the third divine envoy advanced realms, at least on the surface. The third divine envoy is the first among the 18 divine envoys to reach the next realm. Then the fell into deep thought. Martial realm. Magic realm. Next realm. After a moment of reflection, he decided to go all out. I am 2 realms from the next level. It looks like that spiritual pulse refining pill must break through the magic realm. Just when he thought the matter was settled, Angson hesitated next. Also, there is a third thing, although he had not said it yet. Then the guessed it might be related to the 11th Emperor's matter. Angson then leaned forward to confirm the god's letter's prediction. The divine message seemed like a prophecy. Based on what he had overheard, he recounted that a few days ago, the 11th divine disciple died unexpectedly at the godly trade meeting. The outside world spread the news that the 18th divine disciple was responsible. Now the enemy had killed the 11th royal disciple. It is true that good deeds do not always go unpunished. Although innocent, Tantho still carries the blame. Angson was deeply worried about the current situation. Now the force behind the 11th divine disciple, Duang Saya, was forcing Vuasek to deal with it, but with his cleverness. Tantho had already prepared a counterplan. I have got a plan. No need to worry. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Old Tan, are you here? Tantho heard this and immediately sneered, asking sharply, Old Tan? Who is calling? Well, he was still confused. Angson guessed it was probably a call for the master. Plus, judging by the voice, the visitor was likely a good friend of the 18th royal disciple, Fat Ditch Thang. Tantho, based on the similar sounding name, secretly thought, a lifetime spent chasing women. That name can be good. After recalling a bit, he confirmed Angson's guess. Based on memories flashing through his mind, Fat Ditch Thang was indeed the best friend of the original divine disciple. They shared a hobby, drinking flower wine and raising little demons. This hobby was originally caught from the 16th divine disciple. You could say the original disciple was spoiled by the 16th divine disciple. Suddenly, at that moment, a shadow flashed past their faces. Fat Ditch Thang appeared instantly with a sly look. Old Tan, I hear you have been doing well lately. Don't forget your old friend. Angson immediately warned him to watch his behavior. Divine disciple. This visitor is the external incarnation of the 16th divine disciple. It is a secret technique unique to the 16th divine disciple. Tantho perked up hearing this. External incarnation. That is quite a skill. Fat Ditch then cut to the chase without wasting breath. Old Tan, this incarnation won't last long, so no time to waste. Recently, a stunning demon princess arrived at Dang Tin Tay, and a new Enlightenment has come as well. Both of them stood silently, listening intently. Fat Ditch Thang sneered, tossing some spirit stones and said, that demon princess belongs to that person. After saying that, he turned away. I will wait for you at Dang Tin Tay. Don't be late. In a flash, Fat Ditch Thang vanished into thin air without a trace. The atmosphere fell silent and heavy with just the 2 of them left. He sensed something was off and warned Tantho. Divine disciple, since you stopped your womanizing, the 16th divine disciple has not reached out for a long time. This time, I heard you control the Fukong Island, defeated the 14th divine disciple, and took half of Churas territory. That is why they are coming. You must be careful. Suddenly curious, Tantho asked Angson, where is Dang Tin Tay? Based on what he knew, Angson revealed it is a place over 300 miles east of Vuwa sect. It is a bustling spot where many cultivators gather to travel and play. Of course, the expenses there are unusually high. Unable to hide his curiosity, Tantho asked more. What is special about Dang Tin Tay? Now ready for new challenges. He knew that according to the system's rules, the more special the place, the more likely it offered missions. Without delay, Angson said, Dang Tin Tai is legendary as the place where an ancient great emperor achieved enlightenment. Hearing this, Tantho was stunned. Suddenly, his tone turned serious and concerned. In recent years, some heavenly figures have come to Dang Tin Tai to break through realms. For example, many divine disciples of Vuwa sect have succeeded in breaking through realms there. It is said that during breakthroughs, the comprehension of heaven and earth's laws can draw out immortal elixirs and legendary mysterious wines. After hearing every word, Tantho was amazed. Drawing out immortal elixirs. Is that true? Axin then confirmed once again it is true. This Lu Shenzi is honored as the commoner divine disciple of the Wuhuo sect. He then delved deeper into the matter. Lu Shenzi initially broke through the divine realm at the Ascension platform. At the Ascension platform, he formed his body, causing the immortal medicine's illusory vibrations to ripple grandly. Tantho did not quite understand and asked, what does commoner divine disciple mean? Seeing him look so clueless, and Sin explained, Lu Shenzi came from humble beginnings but had extraordinary talent. The only one from the Wuhuo sect to gradually rise as a divine disciple. He did not rely on any backing or connections. He became a divine disciple on his own. Rumor has it Lu Shenzi is arrogant. Even after becoming a divine disciple, he rejected help from any faction, relying solely on his own efforts. So even as a divine disciple, he still worked at the Ascension platform to earn cultivation resources. Hearing this story, Shendo found it interesting, a divine disciple working for money. With this divine disciple's experience, pretending to be decent is definitely not his style. Right after, Shen Tu decided not to stay and set off on a trip. The Ascension platform is a perfect place to break through realms. I have to see it for myself. You can teach us, sit still. You have got to seize your chance. My father, whom I have never met, is still searching for immortal medicine for me. If I can find any clue about it, that would be great. After a while, the two arrived at a vast forest. As the wind blew past the high peaks below, Asing introduced. Divine Disciple. 300 types come to the Ascension platform. All are Wuho sect's territory. Ahead lies the Great Silver Mountain, home to rampant demon beasts. Divine Disciple. Be careful, just as Asing warned. Danger appeared. A long vine suddenly emerged and wrapped tightly around Shen Tu's body. Seeing this, Asing's face turned pale as a banana leaf. Divine Disciple. Even Shen Tu was shocked by the sudden attack. What is that? Looking down, in front of him was a terrifying celestial demon beast. Shen Tu was startled to recognize it as a giant blind demon beast. Asing rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Demon beast, release the 18 divine disciples." Even while up high, Shen Tu refused to back down, stating, "I am the 18th divine disciple of Wuho sect. Great Silver Mountain is under Wuho sect's jurisdiction. All demon beasts inside are raised by Wuho sect. Release me quickly, or I want to let you live." But despite his warning, the celestial demon beast only looked at him challengingly. Then it opened its maw wide and used its tongue to pull Shen Tu closer. Moments later, the celestial demon beast swallowed him whole in one swift move. Seeing this, Asing could not hide his shock. Divine Disciple. He could not just stand there, so he wiped his face and prepared to risk it all. Asing attacked the celestial demon beast's rock-hard skin like a fierce god, but his strikes barely made a dent. While Asing missed a beat, the beast used its tongue to lick him. Just that simple move sent Asing flying far away. He crashed into a rock and hit the ground hard, struggling to get up. Asing's determination burned bright. Damn it! The divine disciple must not lose. He stood up immediately, flames erupting fiercely around him. He was determined to counterattack. Burning with fury, whirling energy swirled powerfully around Asing. He was serious now, ready to strike. Dare kill a divine disciple, and I will kill you. Asing swung a roundhouse punch forward, while the demon beast blocked with its tongue. Finally, the two clashed head-on. While the battle raged outside, Shen Tu struggled inside. Searching for a way out, he ran along the beast's stomach, heading forward. Suddenly, Shen Tu sat down, stunned by what he saw ahead. His face turned as pale as a banana leaf. What is this? In front of me now are just some white bone fragments. Did I get swallowed by a toad again? This must be inside its stomach. When I looked back, I saw the skeleton of some kind of demon beast. At a glance, I recognized it as a long lang, the lowest cultivation level at the spirit realm. I did not expect this huge toad to have killed it too. Suddenly, something fell off my clothes and evaporated. I immediately frowned, realizing I was facing something serious. The digestive fluids in this toad's stomach are corrosive like that. Anything swallowed by it probably gets corroded to death. Even a long lang at spirit realm can escape it. A slimy greenish substance dripped onto my hand. I felt relieved recalling I can resist this fluid. I have a taboo skin layer. Aside from some nausea, this digestive fluid can't harm me. Swallow me then, but do not blame me for being rude. Without hesitation, I exploded with power to show the toad what manners really are, unleashing a crushing blow. Outside, and Sin was pushed away once again. He looked as worn out as a banana with no fight left. Meanwhile, Yu was still strong and ready to take more hits from him. Although losing ground, and Sen did not give up. Even if I risk my life, I will save you. He grit his teeth and said. He tightened his jaw firmly. Then Sin leaped forward to cut Chu Trung, surprising the toad. Yu was caught off guard and stood frozen. It could not react in time and was forced down to the ground. But surprisingly, he still had not made a move. Even Sin did not understand what was happening. What is going on? Before he could touch a single hair, the toad collapsed to the ground. I could not just stand there waiting to die. So I clenched my fists and pounded its flesh from inside. I delivered sharp, precise punches one after another. Outside, Yu struggled in pain. It wondered how I could still stand and fight back like this. No way. Why am I not dead? I could clearly hear its voice from inside. It could even talk. Turns out it is a spirit toad. I quickly gathered intel on my enemy. Knowing that, I did not hesitate and immediately started recovering my strength. Powerful electric sparks burst from my hands, crackling fiercely. My punches now carried not just force but also electricity. This doubled the pain Yu had to endure, making it flail helplessly. It hurts. It hurts so much. It slammed itself against the rocks, trying to stop my attacks from inside. But that only caused more external injuries and could not stop me. Stop it now. And Sen just stood there watching, doing nothing. Truly a worthy spirit warrior, swallowed by a demon beast yet unharmed. This big toad is in trouble now. Soon after, Yu completely passed out. He was genuinely proud of my strength. Our spirit warrior is not someone who can be swallowed easily. After a while, Yu could no longer take it and begged for mercy. Please spare me. Was wrong. Spare my life. Inside, it looked pitiful. completely different from its previous arrogance. But I had no intention of stopping. Spare your life? Don't even dream it. I am not done playing yet. This time, I am determined to teach it a lesson. Yu then continued to suffer through hell on earth. The attack from the divine script was so powerful that it could not be countered. Its eyes rolled back, crackling with deadly lightning inside. The celestial demon was not backing down and was determined to trap him inside. The 18th divine child, you have killed me already. Don't think you can just walk away. The celestial demon's body trapped the sky, earth, and man alike, not at all inferior to the body of the divine king. In fact, it was even stronger and more durable than the divine king's body. But the divine script did not care and kept stomping on it, not only throwing punches, he also unleashed a flurry of strikes. Seeing it could not hurt him, the celestial demon resorted to threats. If you kill me, you will be trapped inside my body for life, never to escape again. Hearing this, the divine script was not scared, he just laughed mockingly. He raised his foot, ready to stomp again. Celestial demon body. Last time I broke through the 11 divine child's body with the 9-star pierce. It can pierce through any body in this world. Today, let us see how it handles this power. The divine script decided to use that treasure this time. Seeing no move from him, the celestial demon thought he was backing off. The 18th divine child stopped, thinking that was right. As long as you do not attack me, I can let you out. We want to cross paths again afterward. But he was not interested in making deals with it. You think you can negotiate terms with me? Without hesitation, the divine script immediately launched that treasure forward the 7-star pierce. Then he stood still, focusing on piercing through its skin. A blinding, powerful light flashed fiercely. Now the celestial demon truly tasted what pain was. It whimpered like a wounded wolf. In agony, even Angson could not help but be amazed by this destructive force. What is that? Just seconds later, an incredibly powerful light burst forth. Now a huge burnt hole appeared on the celestial demon's belly. At this moment, the celestial demon could not accept it. Not my body. Impossible. How could my body be pierced? While still in shock, he was suddenly launched out from inside with his peak power. The divine script had completely defeated. Just after escaping, the divine script stepped onto the celestial demon's body. Now face to face, he showed what a true battle is. This is your celestial demon form. Not worth a single hit. He looked at the celestial demon with utter disdain. Meanwhile, the celestial demon's eyes widened in sheer terror, begging for mercy. The divine script had no intention of going easy and made things hard. It demanded sincerity in the plea. Hearing that, the celestial demon hesitated. I do not understand what you are saying. Seeing its stubbornness, he unleashed a few kicks. Then I will cripple your celestial demon form. Under his relentless assault, it screamed for him to stop. Suddenly, something caused the divine script to be thrown off the celestial demon's body. Now he was standing at a considerable distance. At this moment, the celestial demon suddenly transformed back into human form. As the white smoke cleared, it was none other than Vian Hong. Angson immediately recognized this as the 12th divine child. Hearing him say that, the divine script also recalled the 12th divine child, Vian Hong. Right? Hearing this, he was stunned. The 18th divine child. How did you recognize this form of mine? My celestial demon form is so well hidden. No one in the martial Dao sect knows about my unique constitution. Even few have seen my true face. But then Shen Shu immediately denied what had just happened. I never recognized your identity. I just felt that even the fierce beasts in this great silver mountain would not dare approach a divine disciple of the martial transformation sect. So I sensed you had a different status. You cautiously advanced forward. I just did not expect you to be the 12th divine disciple. The battle of the divine disciples, extremely brutal. I know that well. I just do not understand why you chose to fight me. The youngest disciple. Who would be thought that the scarlet disciple would be so blunt as to say it straight to your face? It is simple. Because you are the weakest. Hearing that, Shen Shu immediately lost his composure. I am the weakest. Next, you revealed something shocking. Didn't you know that 3 days ago, I defeated the 14th divine disciple, Chui? Hearing this, he thought you were bluffing, but could not hide his surprise. What? Then the scarlet disciple honestly shared with you. I really did not know that. I have been lying in ambush here for half a year, completely unaware of the news from outside. Hearing this, Shen Shu stood frozen for 5 seconds. Then you spoke again. You did not know the divine disciples would pass through here. Based on what I have learned, he answered. This place often has divine disciples passing through. It was exactly when the 18th prince was passing by. That is when I made my move. Unexpectedly, the 18th prince was nothing like the rumors. The divine disciple struck another divine disciple for the first time, and yet failed so badly. Axin next to Shen Shu sensed something and said, Divine disciple. The 12th divine disciple has been lying in ambush here for half a year. Maybe it really is just a coincidence, but being meticulous, you still want to investigate clearly. Whether it is a coincidence or not, it is too soon to say. The 12th divine disciple has been lying in ambush here for half a year. You looked up at the blue sky ahead. Then you frowned seriously and looked toward him. If others learn about this, they might use it to pull some tricks. Axin immediately caught your intention. Divine disciple. Are you suspecting the 16th divine disciple of causing the epidemic? After all, it was the 16th divine disciple who invited you to the Ascension platform. And to get there, you have to pass through this great silver mountain. After considering these things, he really saw a connection to the epidemic, but the divine disciple did not rush to conclusions. wondering if it was really him. This trip to the Ascension platform will be very interesting. You truly look forward to whatever the epidemic has prepared to welcome you. The Scarlet Disciple was now completely convinced by the Divine Disciple. 18th Divine Disciple. Today's matter is truly embarrassing. I salute you. Another day I will offer a proper gift to atone. He did not dare to stay any longer and quickly excused himself. The Divine Disciple takes his leave. I want he delayed the 18th Divine Disciple's journey. But as the Scarlet Disciple turned to leave, you called out, "Stop!" He immediately sensed a powerful aura behind him. It seems the Divine Disciple still has matters to settle with the Scarlet Disciple. So he held him back. "I will let you go. Wait." Seeing you so stubborn, he could not help but feel annoyed. 18th Divine Disciple. I already said I will offer a gift to atone. What more do you want? Kunshu did not waste words and immediately demanded, "Hand over the Divine Disciple's seal. Hand over the Divine Examiner." Hearing this, Bin Hung could not hold back and spread his legs wide with real strength. 18 Divine Hairs. Do not oppress others too much. At worst, the Divine Hair will be caught like a fish in a torn net with you. He refused to follow you and decided to resist to the end. Faced with his stubbornness, Tantho wasted no time taking action. "You think these cursed souls can escape me? Just relying on your half-destroyed celestial demon body." His eyes now filled with admiration. At this moment, Tantho raised his hand high and sneered. "Do you even deserve it?" Dingfa. 7 stars. Bin Hong was determined to go all out. "Today, the cursed soul will cripple you." He immediately took a stance, preparing to counterattack. Bin Hong clenched his fists, trying to block the attack. Damn it! Tanthu instantly summoned a metal ring behind him. He clearly overestimated himself. Solar body. Suppress. The large ring immediately released a tremendously powerful shockwave. A flash lit the sky, unleashing an overwhelming force. While Bin Hong was still caught off guard, a sword darted toward him. Not good. Bin Hong could not defend and was thrown far away. He could not withstand the momentum and coughed up blood. Then Bin Hong was slammed into a rock behind him with earth-shattering force. He is motionless now. Unconscious. Tantho stood calmly, observing from a distance. From Bin Hong's wounds, a strange energy began to emanate. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. "The 18 cursed souls. Spare me." Tantho reached out, repeating his demand to the cursed soul guardian. "Give it here." The only thing he wanted now was that treasure. From inside Bin Hong's chest appeared the cursed soul guardian. It hovered above his palm, radiating a strong light. Immediately after, the guardian unleashed spirals of energy toward him. The cursed soul guardian flew toward him like a god, finally resting in his hand. Now, the cursed soul guardian belonged to the cursed soul. But he did not stop there. He demanded to sever the connection with the guardian. Bin Hong weakly spoke, 18 cursed souls. Can you spare me a way out? Don't cut off my path as a cursed soul. He pleaded. Part despair, part begging, but the cursed soul thought this was what he deserved. You hit, you heal. When you stabbed me in the gut, did you even think about sparing me? Tantho sneered. Challenging him, the cursed soul approached Bin Hong, stating a harsh truth, winner is king, loser is rebel. Let me see what you have got. Bin Hong looked bitter, clenching his fists tightly, but Tantho was right, he had no argument, so he admitted defeat. Fine. Forget it. Then Bin Hong raised 2 fingers to his forehead, pointed forward, and unleashed a brilliant light straight at the cursed soul. At this point, Bin Hong had no choice but to sever ties with the guardian as Tanthu ordered. The cursed soul guardian in the cursed soul's hand began to fade and bleed. Blood inside his body was drawn out, forming a congealed mass. The blood of the cursed soul and the guardian mingled, creating breathtaking colors. A dazzling, mystical spectacle appeared. Once in 1,000 years, that magical mixture expanded even further. Then it shot a powerful energy blast straight into the sky. Everything was now completely under the cursed soul's control. The guardian transformed into a towering mountain. He eagerly awaited the results before him. Now, I'm really curious. A huge ambition stirred in his mind. What miraculous change would come from gathering all 18 cursed soul guardians? Just thinking about it, the cursed soul guardian already belongs to him. Can I leave here now? He did not want to stay any longer and asked right away. But then the next godling raised 2 fingers. I give you 2 choices. He slowly laid out each option. Surrendering to me. Death. The godling slowly smirked before saying, seeing you cornered like this, he was furious. The 18th godling. Dare push me this far. The godling raised his hand and unleashed a burst of energy. That energy shot straight at him. A battle between godlings is a fight for survival. I spare you from death, but I want to let you go easily. From today on, you will be my mount. If not, then go die. Hearing this, the red orb froze in place. Then he slowly stood up. Everyone said the cultivation of the 18th godling was worthless. The damned traitor. Today I finally understand. The patience and decisiveness of the 18th godling far exceed the others. In this imperial battle, the 18th godling might be the one laughing last. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. Then the red orb transformed into a celestial beast. Red orb. I willingly submit to the 18th godling. I only hope the 18th godling rises to power so that I may rest in peace. With his agreement, they did not hesitate and both leaped onto the celestial beast. Consider yourself reasonable. The divine scroll immediately gave orders. Depart, head to the ascension platform. The celestial beast quickly prepared to move. Without delay, It shot forward, thanks to the celestial beast. They now sliced through the wind, becoming the first ever to ride it so fast. Meanwhile, Yicheng gazed into the distance, waiting for their arrival. Yicheng recalled the achievements of the Divine Scroll, first defeating the 11th Godling, then defeating the 14th Godling in battle, and now at Great Silver Mountain, defeating the 12th Godling. This Divine Scroll has exceeded my expectations. Elder Shen, worried, spoke up and asked the Godling. Last time he fought the 14th Godling, causing heavy losses on the island. Now the 18th Godling carries at least 3 Godling mirrors. Should we intervene? Yicheng calmly replied, no rush. That common Godling on the Ascension platform is a tough nut to crack. Meanwhile, the Divine Scroll and Sheng were still on the Celestial Beast's back. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and announced, it has been tens of thousands of years flowing by. The Divine Scroll immediately looked toward a distant platform, on the Ascension platform. Excitement welled up inside him. He sensed the spreading power of heaven and earth. The Ascension platform truly is no ordinary place. And Sheng suddenly remembered something and asked him, Godling, the Ascension platform forbids warriors from flying above. Should we go down? The Divine Scroll did not want to waste energy and said, no need. Instead, I will rely on the Celestial Beast. Red Orb, land directly on the Ascension platform. It immediately obeyed. Indeed, the 18th Godling has spirit, and they plunged downward like gods. On the ground, a small banquet was underway. Sitting before a table of delicacies, the old sage praised the Divine Scroll, the 16th Godling. Last time the 18th Godling won and took a relic from the Void Island. In wealth, no one in the martial transformation sect compares to the 18th Godling. He is now a precious mountain. The old man looked up with admiration. Yicheng did not disagree and wholeheartedly agreed, and that reminded him of an old friend. The 18 divine sons obey me completely, drinking flower wine, raising various little demon girls, all taught by me personally. That said, the 18 divine sons have changed quite a bit recently, and Old Lu now fears the Divine Scroll 1T appear. The Demon Prince's performance is about to start. Do not say the 18 divine sons want to show up. Next up, Baixing quickly reassured him. Don't worry, I know the 18 divine sons. No matter how much he has changed, he is still the useless one who won to be chosen. He will definitely come this time. I have already drained all his reincarnation energy before, and it has been a long time since the sun contacted him. Thanks to the Demon Prince's recklessness, I have been able to gather another bulk of cultivation energy. Later, the two of them raised their glasses together. He did not want him to worry, so he said, Divine Son, rest assured, Old Lu have been doing business at the Ascending Immortal stage for years. This time I guarantee to take all of the 18 Divine Sons' cultivation energy. The 16th Divine Son will get his share. Hearing this, Aishin could not help but smile. Deal. Here's to a happy partnership. The two raised their glasses to seal the cooperation. Waiting past the green spring and still no Divine Scroll, he grew anxious and sent someone down to check if the 18 Divine Sons had arrived. The Divine Scroll, along with Ensign and the Heavenly Demon, landed immediately. The Heavenly Demon's massive form shook the ground. The table they were sitting at was overturned in the chaos. Their arrival injured others. Flying high is strictly forbidden at the Ascending Immortal stage. Who are they? Not knowing the rules. Judging by their looks, they must be Divine Sons from the Martial Transformation sect. Someone recognized him as the 18 Divine Son, said to have come because the 16th Divine Son was here to see the Demon Prince. Old Lu slowly forced himself to stand and looked at the boy with displeasure. The 18 Divine Son, you are breaking the rules a bit. I do not want any trouble, so I am giving you a warning. Divine Son, this Ascending Immortal stage is officially managed by Old Lu, but the person behind it all is still unknown. Last time we took plenty of resources from him, and Old Lu holds grudges in business. Be careful. The Divine Son reminded himself of the rules, then immediately launched himself downwards. He landed decisively on the ground. At first meeting, he challenged them. You set the rules, or should I change them for you? Old Lu was stunned by his audacity. Meanwhile, Aisheng was slowly getting up from the mess, and Old Lu softened a bit for the Divine Son. The 18 Divine Son is our honored guest. He smiled coldly, waiting for you. Hearing this, Old Lu just sighed. Forget it. Then he proposed, can the 18 Divine Son recall your pet? No one expected Old Lu to be attacked by the Heavenly Demon the moment he spoke. It refused being treated like a pet and argued, I am the pet here. A brilliant light flashed, and the Heavenly Demon transformed into a pink orb. Only then, seeing clearly the person before him, he was shocked. The 12th Divine Son, he was puzzled. Why are you following the 18 Divine Son here? He replied gruffly. I like. What is wrong with that? Then he snapped, I will crush you. He glared at Old Lu like a bullet and threatened him. Hearing this, Old Lu did not dare argue. Fine, fine. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. The Demon Prince has arrived. Everyone turned their eyes forward. From the blooming flowers emerged Mai Nai. Like a goddess descended to earth, everyone was stirred by her presence. She is here. She fell from the sky. Mai Nai's beauty was veiled by a face cover, but it could not hide her enchanting aura as a true beauty of the world. Everyone was captivated by her graceful charm. The demon prince has arrived. She is stunning, though masked. Her shimmering aura was unmistakable. People began whispering about her origins. You do not know this? Do you? The legendary demon princess is known for her kindness. The legend says she is the princess of the ancient demon clan, now descending to the mortal world for trials. Even Tantha was left speechless by my nigh-eye's effortless beauty. From afar, Dichthang stepped forward enthusiastically to introduce Old Tan. This is the legendary demon princess herself. No one has ever seen her true face. She is definitely the top female demon. Legend also says she is the princess of the ancient demon clan. Today's a great chance. The demon princess appears in person. Whoever offers the highest price gets her. Old Tan, I guess you only need 5,000 spirit stones to see the demon princess' real face. Dichthang seized the chance and started bidding. Just 10,000 spirit stones to talk all night with the demon princess. Tantho had to praise my nigh. The demon princess's body carries a rare charisma. Truly captivating, a little demon with great potential. Hentao was still trying to persuade you. Old Tan, if you were not good, I would not even introduce Dichthang to you. Hurry up and bid. Now that you own Few Island, 10,000 spirit stones is nothing to you. Meanwhile, Chalap was serving tea to someone else and slowly poured tea below as a challenge. Then he looked toward Han, bowed respectfully, and said, Sorry to bother you. Sixth son, Chalap picked up the teapot and replied sharply, It is Suddenly, he handed Han a small pouch. Please accept this. Sixth son, Han took it without hesitation. After examining it, Han showed clear disappointment. Is this all there is? Hearing that, the man coughed awkwardly and fumbled for more. There is more. It is an honor to be gifted by the sixth son. These are all what a divine son should have. Only then was Chalap truly satisfied. Thank you. Meanwhile, Dichthang and Tantha glanced at Chalap. Next, they pointed directly at him without hesitation. Is that the sixth son? Dichthang crossed his arms and confirmed immediately. That is right. It is sixth son Chalap, a bit eccentric, not easy to get close to. He usually works at the Ascension Pavilion, has earned quite a few spirit stones. After all, as a divine son of the prestigious Vu Ho sect, served by divine attendants, the price he offers is not low. Hearing this, Tantho thought Chalap was not at much of a loss. The price is not low, using divine son status to trade for cultivation resources. Sixth son really is something. Back to the matter. Dichthang kept urging you on, but I heard the sixth son has always favored princesses. Old Tan, hurry up and bid. Once you do, no one else can compete. Tonight, the demon princess will be yours. Thinking this, he even spoke flattering words to charm you. Hearing that, Tantho decided to go all in. Then this divine son, will place my bid. Dichthang was extremely happy, smiling brightly. Quiet now. Tonight the 18th divine son wants in. Bid 100,000. Dichthang, this divine son, bids 1 spirit stone. Hearing this, everyone froze on the spot. What? Everyone was shocked by your decision. What is going on? The 18th divine son only bids 1 spirit stone. Rumor says the 18th divine son is generous with his bids. Not that stingy. Though, everyone there also felt the price was unfair. 1 spirit stone for a demon hair, even if it is a noble divine hair? No way. After all, the status of a demon hair is not low at all. Thinking about how he stayed silent so far, now he is stepping up. Even Dichthang felt something was off about Tantha. This old guy here he did not let him wonder long and quickly explained. Lately, I have lost interest in little demons. Dichthang immediately showed a curious look and asked, Then what do you like? Tantha did not hesitate to share. Cultivation. I did not come to the Ascension platform just to watch little demons. I heard the Ascension platform is the best place to break through realms. That is why I am here. Tantha saw straight through Dichthang's heart, truly enraging this divine hair. At this moment, Lila could not help but worry and turned to ask him, 16th divine hair, what now? The 16th divine hair did not fall into the trap. Dichthang also noticed the change in Tantha. Looks like the 16th divine hair really has changed. The divine hair I personally trained at first, definitely not the same as before. Meanwhile, Chu Lup was still watching them closely. He could not help but step forward at the divine hair's attitude. That 16th divine hair put a price of 1 spirit stone, clearly insulting the demon hair in a flash. Chu Lup crushed the vase in his hand. It seemed he could not hold back any longer. Truly reckless. The most despised people are spoiled rich kids. The atmosphere now was thick with surging spiritual energy. There is truly the presence of mystical immortal energy here. Just standing here makes your mind feel calm and relaxed. Definitely the perfect place to break through realms. But with such an important place, why is there no branch mission? That puzzled him. The system board appeared, stating the location marking limit has been reached. Please hurry to the Harmony stage to mark your presence and refresh from the initial temporary mission mark. After reading, Tantha wondered, maxed out already. Marks have limits. Senja just has to finish the main mission quickly, then return to the Ascension platform to mark presence. Now Tantha stood far away, gazing into the distance. Suddenly someone appeared and spoke. Honored guests, the 18th divine hair just put up 1 spirit stone. According to Ascension platform rules, others can start bidding. Highest bidder wins the demon hair. Seeing the silence, he asked again, No bids? Lua began to feel anxious. If no one bids, We want to get the 18 divine heirs tens of thousands of spirit stones, and we will suffer a big loss. Others eagerly argued. Aren't we all here to see the demon hair? Why not bid? What good is bidding? Does anyone think a demon hair can be touched by ordinary cultivators like us? Then he turned to Teen TD. Not bad. The 18th divine hair just released a demon beast from the sky, and that demon beast is the 12th divine hair. Anyone who bids is asking for death. One there thought they stood no chance against 10 Ts. Judging by the 18th divine hair's temperament, even if it is just a game, no matter who bids, they want to match him in the end. Seeing no other bids, he sealed the deal. If no one bids, the demon hair today goes with the 18th divine hair. Who would have thought the next bidder would go this big? I bid 1,000 spirit stones. With this, he has pushed the price to an unimaginable level. Everyone was stunned by his all-in move. The 6th divine son actually placed a bid. This is the first time the 6th divine son at the Ascension platform has joined the bidding. Looks like the rumors were true. He really loves the spirit son. But then, Mina spoke up, reminding him, 6th divine son, you are an insider at Ascension platform, so by the rules, you are not allowed to bid. Chalap could not hold back his anger and spoke up for her. Spirit son, the 18th divine son bidding just 1 spirit stone is clearly insulting her. I personally can't stand it anymore. And since I really like her, today I want to show my feelings to all the spirit sons. No one expected Chalap to be so bold today. Damn. The 6th divine son who has always been quiet and humble just confessed. But Minai stubbornly stuck to the rules. Thank you, dear 6th divine son. But rules are rules. This is exactly why the Ascension platform has always thrived and prospered. I do not want the 6th divine son to break the rules because of me. I hope you understand. Today, I am willing to give up my rights to uphold the platform's rules. Following the 18th divine son, everyone obeys the spirit son. If the 18th divine son dares to disrespect the spirit son, please tell me I will stand up for her. Aksain could not help but admire him. Our spirit son is amazing, holding 1 spirit stone. No one dares to compete, forcing Mimi to reluctantly follow. Vian Hong also respected the spirit son's dominance. The 18th divine son is really cool. His level of playing the field is something even a horse could not catch. Meanwhile, the spirit son stood silently in a corner. Naturally confident, this place holds countless insights from countless people spanning ages, forming a powerful force. This trip to the Ascension platform was definitely worth it. Today I will break through the law realm here. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The 18th divine son. He turned toward him with annoyance. What is your business, spirit son leader? The spirit son will accompany you. Hearing this, the spirit son could not help but ask, Leader, I am leading. I bid 1 spirit stone and still lead. What are these people thinking? After a brief pause, she calmly walked over to him. Have you met the 18th divine son? She clasped her hands and said, Today, Ro will follow the spirit son. Unexpectedly, the spirit son waved her off. Stay out of my way. Right now, all he cares about is cultivation. No woman, no matter how important, is more important than that. Besides, there is already a little demoness at home who has practically become my ancestor. If there is another little demoness, there is no way life will be peaceful. Tantho really did not want to keep Minai around. This spirit son is crazy. I have made my feelings clear, and she is delaying my enlightenment of the great path. This annoys me. But Minai stubbornly refused to give up and kept persuading him. Spirit son, you have the highest bid. Tonight, Nung Rai is going with the 18th divine son and can handle official matters with him. Words did not work, so Tanda bluntly pointed at her. Get lost. This shocked Minai and everyone else there. Everyone was caught off guard by his harsh attitude. The 18th divine son scolded the spirit son right in front of everyone. He is 100 times welder than the rumors said. She could not hold back after being scolded and spoke up. 18th divine son, if you speak like that, I am afraid Ma will leave. Do not embarrass yourself. In his mind, he silently guarded against Minai and the others here. There is definitely some spirit intrigue behind this. This spirit son just wants to trap me. The water around this trip to the Ascension platform is deeper and more unpredictable than I thought. Suddenly a sharp voice rang out. 18th divine son, you are really stubborn. Looking toward the voice, he saw Chalap pointing at him and repeatedly stood up to defend her, daring to say she was rude to the demon prince, truly arrogant beyond measure. At this moment, Tando remained calm, arms crossed, addressing the demon prince. The title prince here is deeply honorable. Even the saintesses of Dao Tri have endured countless hardships to earn it. Only after undergoing the baptism in the endless deep pond can one transform into a prince. A petty demon flaunting beauty to seduce others has no right to be called a prince. Hearing this, she became even more furious. Just now, he said, your humble servant is not even human, but do not come here to disturb your humble servant as breakthrough to enlightenment. Annoyed by your arrogance, he was too angry to respond. You. Standing beside, playing the victim. Luthen 2 and the 18th then 2 spoke up. That is right, I am the low-status one. looked down upon. Thanks to Luthen too for speaking up for me. But today I have lost all face to stand here. No sooner had Cha Lap finished thanking than she immediately turned away. But he stopped her. Prince. Wait, then Cha Lap turned back to ask Then Thu again. 18th and 2. You want to break through the Dao stage here? You should know that breaking through at the Dao stage here causes a strange phenomenon, the appearance of the leader. Who is your humble servant? Seeing he was provoking her, Then Thu went straight to the point. Lud, if you have something to say, speak plainly. No need to beat around the bush and waste our time, Cha Lap proudly boasted. Until now, among all cultivators on Dao stage, I am the one with the strongest foundation for breaking through. 18th and 2 trying to break through here. Isn't he that just asking for humiliation? You descendants with your wealth and power think you are on top, insulting others at will, except for my humble origins. I have nothing else. Then Thu patiently listened to him speak. Cha Lap then grimaced as if eating chili. I despise people like you the most. Cha Lap slowly stepped toward Then Thu, relying on his background to become a Then Thu, judging strength by cultivation. Talent for breaking through can be faked. Standing right in front of her, he challenged. 18th and 2. If you have the skill, surpass me in breaking through. If not, take back your arrogant words about the demon prince today. At his challenge, she just laughed. Since everyone here came for the breakthrough anyway, I accept your provocation. As she finished, Then Thu slowly stepped back. Watch closely. Everyone's eyes fixed on her. Then Thu approached the clear blue water and began to control it. She closed her eyes and felt the world around her. From knowing nothing about this heaven and earth to now truly sensing a bit of the primal power flowing through this world. The water twisted and flowed softly under her control. The heavens and earth seemed to shift with her breakthrough. Witnessing this miracle, everyone could not help but marvel at Then Thu's mastery over the laws of heaven and earth. And 18th, Then Thu already enlightened so quickly. Impressive, even the most experienced had to respect her control. What shocked others was that most cultivators gradually grasped these laws one at a time. Yet the 18th Then Thu grasped 9 at once in moments. At first, Luthen Thu had only comprehended 1. Everyone's gaze toward Then Thu changed. The rumors were false. 18th Then Thu is truly a prodigy. Everyone acknowledged Then Thu's immense progress. Her recent performance far outshone the gossip. The Dao stage has great Dao energy condensed there, making it easier to perceive the laws of heaven and earth, because you said the only true one among thousands can awaken the source of the immortal elixir. Right now only Chi Ju Lup looks at you with the gaze of a bullet. After a dazzling display, you restore everything back to normal. The divine book now senses the essence of heaven and earth merging, the creation meridian elixir, the system's reward that can build the strongest foundation of the magic realm. Because at the ascension platform, I gained many insights. But this radiant elixir is where my true power lies hidden. You did not hesitate and raised the orb high, ready to begin. That energy orb immediately produced streams of blazing red aura. It caused the meridians below to converge and spiral at one point. One of them was astonished by the pure level of the divine book. Just breaking through the realm at the start shook the ascension platform. The river flows backward. This breakthrough might just broaden our horizons. Dutch Theng still could not believe his eyes. A realm breakthrough. I thought the old teen was joking. But he is really breaking through. I know how useless he was before. But how long has it been? Cultivation has risen so quickly already. Le Alu can easily predict that Tenenth will soon shake the underworld. The 18 divine hairs have surprised many lately. Wherever he fights, others can only watch in awe. At this rate, no one can match him. But Dutch Thing disagrees. No one can beat him. Lu Algu, you are exaggerating a bit here. Among the divine hairs, there are super beings, but they remain humble and cautious. Old Teen still is not at their level when facing them. As the red aura swirl around Tenthi, he quickly seizes the chance to break through, shattering the realm. The whole space trembles from the powerful aura he radiates. Everyone is wide-eyed and stunned. What is going on? Black clouds cover the sky. It is dark again. Realm breakthroughs at the Ascension platform are always dazzling beams of light. The black cloud sky phenomenon from the 18 divine hairs is appearing for the first time. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dense black clouds. From above, a fierce beam of light shoots straight down. Chu Lup witnesses this scene in disbelief. Could it be everyone is holding their breath, watching to see what happens next? What is this? Isn't this the legendary underworld? The underworld is one of the 3 lands where strange, inexplicable cunning exists. After death, the soul of a cultivator without consciousness is imprisoned in the underworld. But like the ancient emperors, the underworld has not existed in this world for a long time, only left in legends. According to old records, the underworld ceased to reincarnate long before the ancient emperors. It is said the underworld disappeared from this world tens of thousands of years ago. Witnessing the sage's current power from the new divine book, Dutch Theng feels like he is about to explode. Damn it. What has happened to old Tien? Has he become a monster? Yet he can still summon the underworld. He began to feel more afraid than ever before. At this rate, draining all the essence from old Tan won't be as easy as it seemed. Meanwhile, Tantha was still standing there. Having broken through to the law realm, he needed to stop and focus his spirit. And he had actually done so long ago. Even the newly awakened spiritual soul at the spirit realm had already solidified. In this world, there are 3 mysterious and ancient lands of creation, and the netherworld is one of them. Is it because, when I suddenly broke through to the law realm and solidified my spiritual soul, that it caused the netherworld to appear? The heaven and earth seem to have changed now. With this divine breakthrough, it is you. After all, the heavens are toying with you. Creation is abnormal. Yet no one is actually talking to you. All these sounds come from an invisible entity. It is speaking to me, and only I can hear this voice. Suddenly, the guardian spirit beast roars loudly, then unleashes a powerful burst of light straight at you. That light immediately entered Teneth's body. It surged around his body, emitting a dazzling glow. They waited for someone else. But unexpectedly, it was him. The entity then spoke sternly. Divine soul transformation, one change leads to 1,000 heavens. Since it has waited for you, the gates of the underworld will open just once for you. Now Teneth stood silently, waiting for what was about to happen. Deep inside, he still did not understand what it meant. As if the entire underworld had a living consciousness. That light that just entered my body is a symbol marking the location of the underworld. If that is true, then I have just discovered one of the 3 greatest realms of creation in the world. General Jiangxi, wielding a divine weapon. Skyfire erupts. Strange flames spiral. Fierce winds howl. And the light blinds the heavens. Teneth still stands firm, facing the heavenly medicine, not stepping back. Everyone was stunned. The underworld, one of the 3 great realms of creation, had vanished. No one knew what chance the 18 divine sons had that triggered the underworld's reappearance. Had they truly surpassed the 6 divine sons? Well, everyone marveled. Chu Lup strongly objected. Ridiculous. So what if the underworld reappears? The immortal elixir is stronger than even the great emperor. Without that elixir appearing, the 18 divine sons still lag behind me several levels. But before he could boast further, he was shocked by what he saw. Teneth still had more to show. Chu Lup and smiled. That was just an appetizer. Watch closely. 6 divine sons. Now is when a true divine son break through the realm. Even my divine soul is ready. I am curious to see how much my power will increase this time. Powerful beams of light instantly shone down from above. Flames twisted and swirled. Battle intent exploded. One sword shattered soul barriers. No one could hide their amazement now. Damn. All laws become divine. 90 beams of light shot straight into the sky. This is a breakthrough. If you did not know, you would think some ancient ancestor was breaking through. Everyone was affected by the powerful aura coming from him. This demon is terrifying. The divine sun's mark on Teneth also glowed brightly. It hovered over his body, generating an incredible energy flow. Even Teneth could not explain what had just happened. What is going on? Did I just spawn another divine consciousness? The previous divine consciousness had long developed into a small silkworm. Now a giant gate appeared. Shigu Lop, who had been unconvinced until now, was now stunned. How could this be? The 18 divine sons have actually triggered the immortal elixir. Everyone else looked extremely excited. The bronze gate, that is the sign the immortal elixir is appearing. Indeed, the 18 divine sons did not disappoint. We get to witness another miracle. The gate slowly opened, and the immortal elixir appeared in the form of a human. It looked adorable, with a tiny body. Dutch Thun, observing its appearance, found it hard to believe it was a human-shaped immortal elixir. Although each immortal elixir surpasses even the great emperor, the human-shaped ones are said to hold even more mysterious powers beyond explanation. Suddenly, the immortal elixir emitted a faint, intoxicating glow. Everyone below could smell a subtle fragrance. The shape truly is the immortal elixir. How is that possible? The immortal elixir really has not appeared for over 100,000 years. Anything appearing now must be an illusion. Suddenly, one of them became excited. I broke through the realm. The scent of the immortal elixir affected others. Yet I was the one who broke through. This has to be the real immortal elixir. Even the red pill here is starting to change. This is not good. I am about to lose control. He then sat down below. The red pill below, under its influence, also began to break through. The scent of the immortal elixir rose another level. They are harnessing its power. What an incredible source of strength. Hopefully, we can use the scent to train. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Everyone is very grateful to the divine script. Luckily, we have the 18 divine offspring. Thank you, divine offspring, for granting me this extraordinary chance. The 18 divine offspring are my ultimate idols. If anyone dares to badmouth them later, I will take them down without hesitation. The immortal divine medicine still hovers above, emitting a calming scent. Suddenly, the divine script reaches out and takes it. The pill starts to shift and takes on a humanoid shape. The second divine consciousness then jumps into the divine script's palm. It takes the pill with sparkling eyes. This second divine consciousness orb seems quite similar to the first, and after being pierced by that divine light, the second humanoid pill transforms in a mysterious way. Thunder suddenly roars across the sky. Mysterious hands appear out of nowhere. This immortal divine medicine is now manifesting itself. Shocking and electrifying. Who dares to stop me? But it is not that easy. It manages to escape the pursuing hands just in time. The underworld gate immediately closes right before them. The hands finally give up. Fine. We were just too greedy. Immortal medicine is not something you get easily. The owner of the immortal medicine is reborn once again. A great era is about to dawn. Everyone can help but be stunned by its reach. Terrifying. The humanoid immortal medicine even provokes the top old master to make a move. But in the end, the Qishtrang Immortal Terrace lives up to its reputation as the perfect place to break through the cultivation realm. This breakthrough brings a huge harvest. You have really reached a new level this time. Your cultivation strength has increased, and most importantly, the second divine consciousness and the humanoid immortal pill seem to have a faint connection. Suddenly, you pause. Sensing something, a brilliant light shines directly onto your forehead. A powerful yet gentle energy surges through your divine consciousness. You are eager to see what kind of light your second divine consciousness will create. After a moment, the divine script smiles faintly and calls out, 6 divine offspring. You immediately turn around, ready to challenge the divine offspring. Have you submitted to me yet? Seeing the divine script ask so bluntly, he freezes for a moment. Although reluctant to admit it, Chalap grits his teeth and says, 18 divine offspring. Today your breakthrough was full of strange phenomena. It truly shocked me deeply. I admit I am no match for you, and I have never had to admire anyone else before. Just wait. No one knows who is stronger yet. I will definitely defeat you in the future. He points directly at you and declares firmly, without another word. Chalap turns away. Demon immortal offspring. Let us, and then now places her trust in him. The 6 divine offspring is truly outstanding. I am sure the divine offspring will surpass the 18 divine offspring one day. Then, the divine script blocks them, stopping in their tracks. Did I let you go? Hearing this, they pause briefly. Chalap glares back with irritation. What do you want? The divine script has decided to teach them a lesson no one leaves. Just after causing trouble, a giant hand suddenly grabs Chalap, supported by you. The divine script's gaze sharpens. He won't let anyone get the upper hand. Meanwhile, Chalap still remains very strong. You, the overseer. Even if the 18 divine sons break through the magical realm, what of it? The divine scripture has only just begun to condense. In terms of cultivation, you are still no match for me. Let me show you the damage from my divine scripture. He now decides to strike. Immediately after, Zola launched a beam of energy toward the hand. The divine scripture's little sword, but the divine scripture easily blocked it. It was just an ant. Zoli was shocked inside his giant hand, as his massive sword quickly shattered. That tiny worm caused Zoli to cough up blood. He still could not believe his eyes. How could this be? You just condensed your divine consciousness. How could you be this strong? Not stopping there, the divine scripture pushed down on him, going all out, and so that giant hand pressed Zoli flat. No one could believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. The divine scripture's giant hand even shook the ground beneath. One of them restrained him barehanded. That is terrifying. The divine scripture's face was full of seriousness and focus. Witnessing the divine scripture now, Dutch then could not believe what he saw. This definitely is not the divine scripture I know. How did this fiery guy become so powerful all of a sudden? Suddenly, the old man asked from behind, 16th divine son? 18th divine son? Can we still drain his essence now? Dutch Thung scoffed and reminded him, no matter how much the 18th divine son changes, the true divine scripture will return to me soon enough. He said this with absolute confidence. But now the divine scripture is far more formidable than before. Suddenly, you clenched your fist tightly and called out sharply, 16th divine son? The atmosphere turned eerily silent. Dutch then looked shocked to hear the divine scripture address him like that. Sweat began pouring down his face. Old man, if there is something, just say it. The divine scripture stopped respecting him and asked bluntly, why did you order me to enter the ascending trial today? I was ready to betray you, yet you still unleashed that giant hand. Dutch then tried to explain. Old man, you misunderstood. The divine scripture shot back. Misunderstood what? You think I am stupid? Seeing the tension snap like a string, Dutch Theng hurriedly said, Old man, stop. I am just messing with you. Your eyes lost their sharpness. Then I am just playing around with you too. That giant hand pressed Dutch Thung down hard. You struck with fierce strength and excitement from start to finish. Music. The 18th divine son attacked like thunder roaring and wind howling. Just watching was thrilling. With him around, maybe the old man can even transform into the ascending angle. Meanwhile, Trun Lo and Si Thin watched from afar. He saw the divine scripture's potential. In one it subdued 3 divine sons. The 18th divine son wants his name known across Aing Hong. If we can handle this divine scripture, he will only reveal more of his talents, dominating everyone. Truly outstanding. After a while, Tuntha did not linger and left with Sin and Vian Heng. Zoli was extremely bitter upon seeing he would been surpassed. Clenched his fists tightly enraged. Zoli slammed both hands on the table in frustration. Damn it! Tintha, today is the greatest humiliation I have ever faced in my life. Why are you so strong? This feeling of helplessness, I am experiencing it for the first time. Emnai slowly approached him. She gently knelt in front of Zoli. Emnai then held his trembling hands. She chose her words carefully to comfort him. Old friend, your iron will is outstanding. Today's defeat means nothing. Hearing this from her, he could not help but feel touched. Divine Son. Emnai continued to praise him warmly. You are the 102nd disciple of the Sun Mon sect. The more hardships you face, the stronger you must become. I am sure one day you will be able to defeat the 18th disciple. Hearing her encouragement, Cha Lap's anger softened for a moment. Then he withdrew his hand and firmly said, Don't worry, my dear disciple. I have faced countless challenges, and I won't give up. All the humiliation I have endured has only made me stronger. Mainai's face suddenly flushed bright red. If you do not mind. Sixth disciple, you can call me Mei, Cha Lap said firmly, as if ending the discussion with her. Don't worry. Mainai, soon, I will make that 18th disciple kneel before us. Admit defeat and repent. At first, she smiled brightly, but then her expression turned cunning. After a shocking trip to the ascending immortal platform, Tantu returned to the floating island of Duongha. A sign came in and announced, Disciple, the sect leader of Wuho Mun has returned, and the time for the disciple conference is set 10 days from now. At that time, all disciples will gather for the first disciple conference, and the Emperor-disciple battle will officially begin. Hearing this, Tantu was excited and eager. The monsters hiding behind her should reveal themselves soon. Suddenly, Min Gayat stepped forward from ascending immortal platform and spoke softly. Master, seeing Min Gayat approach, he asked, What brings you here? Min Gayat did not waste words and explained clearly. Master, I received news from Gayat Loon Divine Realm that my father is gravely ill. I want to return there briefly. Upon hearing this, Tantu did not hesitate or make it difficult for her and immediately agreed. If that is the case, depart at once. Min Gayat asked in Sin Lao Ka for some spiritual fruits and divine medicine to take back and treat her father's illness. Suddenly, upon hearing this, his face turned pale as a banana leaf. Disciple, there are not many spiritual fruits left. Taken aback by this harsh news, he wondered, how come? Didn't we just win over half the floating island last time? Why are there so few left now? Seeing this was difficult to explain, the man said, Disciple, follow me. Upon arrival, and Sin pointed ahead and said, Disciple, this is the storage of the Duong floating island. Without hesitation, the disciple placed his hand on the door and pushed it open with a commanding expression. But the sight of mountains of spiritual fruits stunned him. His face turned pale. Then he pointed to them and turned to the leader, questioning, Did you eat all these? She was greedily eyeing the fruits and sighed deeply. Then the leader blinked and confirmed, Yes, that is right. Hearing this, the disciple felt completely powerless. Just a few days, and all the spiritual fruits in the warehouse were gone. See how capable I am. The disciple forced a smile but could not believe his eyes. Believe it or not, she alone ate all the spiritual fruits. Even Ixin had to admit defeat before her bottomless stomach. At first, I did not believe it. But what I saw was the truth. Indeed, the young lady Bai had eaten all the spiritual fruits. At this point, both of them were at a loss, not knowing what to do with the leader. Now the disciple truly felt disgusted. Is this the stomach of a monster? If only in my past life I had not been a thief. What a waste. After finishing her feast, the leader stretched and sat down to rest. I am going to sleep first, she said, then turned and left, leaving them to deal with the aftermath. Tando had nothing left to say to her. Such a spendthrift, how will we survive? Not long after, he went to Tiat Van Feng. Tando stood amid the vast, peaceful nature. The system panel appeared, announcing, Congratulations on successfully signing Tiat Van Feng. Congratulations on earning the reward, a mysterious spirit fruit. Tando held the spirit fruit, contemplating. After the disciple conference, the mainline Great Classic D body can level up, but it must be recorded at the fixed location of the absolute cloud wind. And the longer the fixed time, the smaller the reward gets. Then he calmly raised the spirit fruit and took a bite. Now it is just an ordinary spirit fruit. This kind of spirit fruit could feed an entire mountain. Suddenly, the system panel popped up. The 10,000 Realms system reminded. Absolute cloud wind recorded for 100 days. Congratulations. You have earned a special reward, the Death Seal Talisman. When an opponent is defeated by you, the Death Seal Talisman activates to suppress the enemy, causing them to vanish instantly. A symbol appeared on your palm, the special number 100 days, engraved on a Death Seal Talisman. It does not seem very powerful. If the opponent is already defeated, suppressing them does not mean much. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Dep Hon and Thong Min appeared. At first glance, Tando recognized them as familiar faces, the 18 Divine Sons. He stood still, patiently waiting to see what their purpose was. Thong Min then took over from Deep Hon, saying, At your command. In that moment, Tando suddenly turned fierce and asked, Who are you? The black-haired one crossed his arms and introduced himself. I am the 17th Divine Son. Then Min. Following him was the one with a horn on his head. I am the 15th divine son. Daipon. Tanthu did not waste time and got straight to the point. Why are you looking for me? Though Min crossed his arms and explained clearly. The 4 divine sons and the 15th divine son have allied with the 3rd divine son. The 3rd divine son controls a floating island, so do not hesitate anymore. Order your people to join us. Faced with his arrogance, Tanthu just smirked. Tanthu raised his hand, unable to hide his amusement. You want me to join you? Are you kidding? The 4 divine sons? Tell me why I should ally with you. After all, there is only one emperor son. What is the real meaning of your alliance? Daipon. Feeling clever, put on a smug expression and stared coldly at him. The Divine Sons Congress will be held in a few days. Do you really think it is just a meeting where everyone sits down to talk? Honestly, every time the Congress happens, blood is spilled, and massacres are common. Deaths are easy to come by. This is the first time the Divine Sons reveal their true power and trump cards. Of course, some may choose to keep bearing it, but the Congress will have some Divine Sons step up as leaders, while weaker ones follow, like the 3rd Divine Son, who has been preparing deeply for the Congress. By then, we will be the strongest force among the Divine Sons. Hearing this, the Divine Sons showed some interest. The 4 Divine Sons joining was acceptable. Hearing that, though Min suggested he hand over his trump card, to show he is reasonable. By then, your contribution to the floating island will pay off. One day, the 3rd Divine Son becomes the great emperor. You and I will become great lords. But it won't be me joining you, it will be you joining the 4 Divine Sons, all obeying their orders. Hearing this, both of them could not help but feel alienated. Daipon, of course, refused to be anyone's servant and immediately objected. Nonsense. What right do you have to force us to join you? Hearing this, Tanthu calmly retorted, the 4 Divine Sons' solar body once shattered the moonlit body of the 3rd Divine Son. You are just defeated underlings. What right do you have to demand the 4 Divine Sons join you? The smartest among the 18 Divine Sons will become a lonely soul. When they try to leave, the Divine Son stops them, standing his ground, and turns with a harsh attitude, asking what they want to do. Are they planning to fight? Red energy flares begin to gather around the Divine Son, showing his power before the 4 Divine Sons. The 4 Divine Sons have never allowed anyone to leave easily. They suppress the 2 of you, and once again you face the giant hand. Seeing this, Daipon is furious. 18 Divine Sons. Defeated by a few weak Divine Sons, what a disgrace. We must destroy the 18 Divine Sons and establish the Wuho sect. Immediately, both unleash their energy at the giant hand, but in an instant, their essence is scattered. Both are pushed back far away. They are stunned by the Divine Son's peak power. What? His physical body is that strong? Is this the Sun Divine body? Losing this round, I will try another trick. Daipon refuses to give up. Once we reach the Fa realm, we can attack Divine Sons. And the 18th Divine Son has just entered the Fey realm. The Divine Spirit has not faced off with you yet. This time, Daipon is determined to make up for last time. 18 Divine Son, let us see how you handle this. The smart one also charges forward like a god. Let us see where you run after your Divine Spirit is shaken. You will be in agony. Just like a lamb to the slaughter, the Divine Spirit remains calm and unafraid. Attack the Divine Spirit. Ridiculous. You won't just sit there and take it, you will immediately fight back. Chaos Silkworm. The Divine Spirit's coat for my Silkworm strikes again, releasing its power. Chaos Silkworm now directly confronts their strong energy. Small but powerful, just one bite, and it absorbs Daepon's entire Divine Spirit. Witnessing this, he is shocked. What? My Divine Spirit? Soon after, Daepon's mind is thrown into chaos. He loses balance and falls freely downward. After dealing with Daepon's Divine Spirit, the Chaos Silkworm turns its attention to the Smart One's Divine Spirit. It misses no trace and advances toward the Divine Spirit. The soul transforming technique is truly an extraordinary soul cultivation method. The Chaos Silkworm's offensive on Divine Spirits is also very strong. Last time it defeated the Divine Spirit of the 6th Divine Son. This time it directly devours the Divine Spirits of both. After landing, Daipon remains bitter. 18 Divine Son, you actually destroyed our Divine Spirits. Tanthu does not want to waste breath on them and stretches out his hand in demand. Don't waste words. Hand over the Divine Sun monitors, or I will destroy even your physical bodies. He holds his head and pleads. 18 Divine Son, do not be so heartless. If Dape finds out, you won't get away with it. But Tanthu is not interested in his threats and slaps him across the face. Daipon is instantly thrown far away. Does Tanthu's threat to the Divine Sons work? The smart one gets up and says, 18 Divine Son, we do not have the Divine Sun monitors on us. We are acting on the orders of the 3rd Divine Son. All are with him. Hearing this, you know what to do with them. That makes it easy. The Divine Sons will imprison you on Noi Chai Duong Island. Then the 3rd Divine Son will bring the Divine Sun monitors to capture you. Soon after, Tanthu arrests them both and takes them to the main hall. Upon seeing them, someone excitedly asks, are these the new pets? Divine Sons actually see them as pets. Now I suddenly feel honored to be a mount for the 18 Divine Sons. Deep Hone slams his hands on the bars in rage. He can stand being imprisoned and snaps. 18 Divine Son. How dare you insult us like this? Deep will never forgive you if he finds out. Tando looks imposing and huge as he kneels down. Even Iki resists your pressure and has to comply. Meanwhile, Deep Hone remains bitter and helpless. Tando, seeing they are too talkative, warns them. The 15th Divine Son is already locked up. Keep quiet. This is Noi Duong Island. Everything is under my control. Making you kneel is just my whim. Learn from the 17th Lord. Very good attitude. What is the 17th Lord's name? Seeing him so quiet, you got a bit curious. Smart and straightforward. I do not change my name or family. My name is True Intelligence. After hearing that, Tando could not help but evaluate and was impressed by the 17th Lord. Honest and unhidden intelligence. Just like the 17th Lord, Tando was quite pleased upon hearing this. Not bad. I like talking to smart people. Seeing Deputy Cribe leaving, and Xin could not help but ask, "Where's the Lord going?" Tanthu immediately replied, "Going to bring the 18th Lord here. The 18th Lord neglects his body and military training. I will make him a lonely man." A moment later, Tanthu arrived where the 18th Lord was. Who was talking to someone? The 7th Lord holding the 13th Lord said firmly, "If you can catch him now, do not regret it later." Right after, when he turned, he saw the Lord standing there. The 13th Lord could not hide his curiosity and asked, "18th Lord, what are you doing here?" He did not beat around the bush and answered plainly, "Bringing someone back." Hearing your purpose, he was even more confused. "Bringing me back? Who are you even try to catch me?" The Lord just crossed his arms and let him choose, giving him a chance. His eyes sharp and full of intent. He did not listen at all and resisted. "Where do you get that nonsense?" "Control you." The 13th Lord, hot-tempered as ever, immediately endured the giant hand. But you did not flinch and immediately launched an attack. The Lord's divine power pierced straight through his hand. This caused the 13th Lord to scream in pain. He pulled his hand back and challenged, 18th Lord, if you are capable, do not borrow my energy." Hearing this, instead of using divine power, the Lord withdrew his giant hand and said, "I will make it easy for you. Control." The Lord's hand moved instantly, and the 13th Lord arrogantly retorted, 18th Lord, you think catching me means you will succeed next month? Too knave. I let you catch me on purpose. Dark flame. Suddenly eerie black energy radiated around him. He had not seen his coffin or shed tears yet, so he was still very arrogant. "I am the dark flame embodiment of the ancient. The dark flame of the embodiment can burn everything to ashes. Your finger will be burned to dust by dark flame." The Lord's face showed some concern. He could feel that this move was no simple trick. "This flame is truly eerie. I possess the sun divine body and can still feel the heat." The Lord smiled confidently, teasing, "Suffer," but the Lord remained unharmed and smiled. "You are pretty good." The next moment, you crushed the hand even more, and the one in pain was him. The 13th Lord, seeing the Lord unharmed, was very puzzled. "Why are you fine? This can keep. Dark flame can burn everything. Why did not it burn your hand?" But you had no interest in answering his questions. Trash talks too much. Not stopping there, you immediately reached forward, then grabbed his collar and pulled him back to your land. After witnessing everything, Tran Lao drew one conclusion. Defeating the 13th Lord is as easy as eating and drinking. The 18th Lord's strength is growing very fast. Can Thean then stepped out. Even Dark Flame could not hurt him. "I want to keep the 18th Lord alive to be my troublemaker. Senja really can't hold on any longer. The Divine Trial Congress is his death sentence." Just as he withdrew his words, Shinan then turned back inside. Whenever he saw someone, he immediately asked, "Still no news of the 3 Divine Trials?" He replied at once, reporting, "The 3 Divine Trials have yet to return." Zio9 felt uneasy and gave an order. "Go check it out." No incidents during this critical time. The subordinate understood his worry and reassured him. "Divine Trials. Rest assured, they have broken through Ling Realm first. Plus, they have 3 Divine Trials supporting them. They are now the strongest force among all Divine Trials in Via Hao sect. Which Divine Trial would not dare obey?" Hearing this nonsense, Zio Nin felt much lighter. That makes sense. Soon, they would bring good news and convince the other Divine Trials to submit. Deep down, he still held a grudge against the Divine Trial letter. The 10th Divine Trial letter. After you submit, the 10th Divine Trial will humiliate you to get revenge for the past. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. "This is not good." Divine Trials. Something's happened. The subordinate asked anxiously, "Why rush like this? Speak calmly. Tell us slowly. Now that the 3 Divine Trials are powerful, what big problem could there be?" Then he reported with a pale face, "The 13th, 15th, and 17th Divine Trials, all 3 have been captured." Hearing this, Zio Nin was shocked and jumped up. "What? Who did this?" He frowned and hesitated with each word, reporting, "It was the 10th Divine Trial." Zio Nin still could not believe it. What happened? Didn't the 15th and 17th Divine Trials try to convince the 10th to join? How were they captured? And this also involves the 13th Divine Trial. How was he captured too? V. Heversect's floating island Gai Chai. where the 3 divine trials reside. He then recounted what he had discovered. The 10th divine trial is extremely ruthless. The other 2 could not persuade him. The 10th directly captured them. After capturing 2 divine trials, the 10th seemed pleased and even captured the 13th to isolate the divine trials. Hearing this made him furious. Where did this come from? It did not stop there. He added more. The 10th divine trial said, if you want to get the 3 divine trials back, you must capture the Crown Prince Supervisor and 10 others. The subordinate was furious when he heard this. The 10th divine trial is brazen beyond belief. Divine trials. We absolutely cannot tolerate this. Let us go eliminate the 10th divine trial. But Zio Nen kept a cool, clear head. Do not fall for his trap. The 10th wants us to come to floating island Dung Che to defend it. Both of them froze for a moment hearing this. Zio Ni knew very well this was not simple. Floating islands all have controls, especially Deng Chi Island. The Yin Yang ancestor is very powerful. Control over the island is strong. The 10th divine trial controls the floating island. It is his home turf. He can freely adjust the island's controls to deal with us in his territory. Even if I am stronger, I can too. And hearing this, the subordinate grew even more worried. What should we do now? We can leave the 3 divine trials captured. If not, who else will join and swear loyalty to the divine trials later? Dao Nen did not deny what he just said. That is right, the person can't be left unrescued. But the floating island of Dijing Chai is a trap. Even the 4 divine testers can't go there. Suddenly, he came up with a plan. There is only one way. Immediately, he waved his hand, and the divine tester flew toward the earth tester. He could not show himself, so he had to rely on the earth tester. Take these 3 divine testers to Dang Chai Island to grab back the 3 divine testers. He still felt a bit reluctant. Hey, divine tester, can you really just take the divine testers like that? This is a symbol of the divine tester's authority. When handling big matters, you can't neglect small ones. The 4 divine testers must show others how they treat their own. Besides, the divine tester assembly is about to start. I need the 3 divine testers back. Then, at the assembly, the 4 divine testers can grasp the situation and compete for the divine testers again. Hearing this, he immediately obeyed. Divine tester and Min showed leadership and focus on the bigger picture. Earning respect, his men would go to Dengjinchi Island to capture them. At the floating island of Dijing Chai Fi, the 3 divine testers of the 3rd divine tester were still held captive. Suddenly, and Sun went to the Great Hall. After receiving the news, he reported immediately. The 3rd divine tester sent about 10 people. Hearing this, the divine tester was a bit surprised. 10 people. Pathetic. The divine tester thought the 3rd divine tester would hold out or come to challenge him. But they only sent 10 people. The 3rd divine tester's disciple was already present in the Great Hall. He immediately presented the 3 divine testers as requested, to be captured by the divine tester. Without hesitation, you stepped forward and took back the 3 divine testers. Seeing the divine tester in front of him, he smiled brightly. The 3rd divine tester is so obedient. I am very pleased. That disciple's face turned red like a monkey eating chili. Then he pointed at you. Divine tester, do not insult the 3rd divine tester. Our divine tester is far-sighted, thoughtful, and cares for his followers. Someday, our divine tester will definitely seize the divine tester's mirror back. Encouraged by that full support from Dao Nan, you did not hesitate and truly flourished. The 3rd divine tester's talent stood out as the first to live on Fidu Kung Island. The first to break the spiritual realm was the first to submit to the divine tester, a true emperor's caliber. The 10 divine testers are just a pile of mud blocking the 3rd divine tester's path. The 3rd divine tester is like a rising tide, pushing forward and drowning everything in its way sooner or later. I advise the 10 divine testers, admit your mistakes sincerely and submit to the 3rd divine tester to have a chance at survival. After his rambling, Tanthu ordered, and the red sphere, upon receiving the order, quickly shot forward. With overwhelming power, the red sphere knocked him flat on the ground. The disciple lay motionless. Tantho slowly stepped forward and asked his opinion. Do you still worship the 3rd divine tester? After being beaten so badly, the disciple turned away and refused to worship anymore. To be sure, Tantho asked again, is the 3rd divine tester a defeated general under me, a worthless failure? Now you, the disciple, are a failure. Then Tantho smiled brightly and asked one last question. What do you think of me now? The disciple was momentarily speechless, unable to come up with a response. Then he used the most flattering words to describe Tanthu. You are a blazing fire reaching the sky. Others are just small flames. No one compares to your power. Hearing this, you felt extremely pleased. Very good. Your outlook is excellent. I am very happy. Then Tanthu turned and left, ordering to carry the 18th divine tester away, a truly devious heart. Killing without revealing the location, that is cruel. The 3rd divine tester will be furious when he finds out. Deep Hong sided with him, saying the 18th divine tester only wanted to provoke the 3rd divine tester. Just wait, the 18th divine tester may rebel, but if he stays reckless, his fall won't be long. Though Min now changed his view of you, the 18 divine assassins, ruthless tactics, we have underestimated him, ignored his strategy, and dismissed his intelligence. If we cut off the divine assassin mirror's connection, then I will let you go. Hearing this, The 13th divine assassin thought this was the last resort. No other choice left. Deep Hong shared the same thought. The 18th divine assassin's move was ruthless. There was no other way. Thongmin decided to follow your advice. There was no other option. The three of them simultaneously cut off the connection when they retracted their 3 divine assassin mirrors. The divine assassin was very pleased, very good, because they exerted too much energy. All of them coughed up blood. The 13th divine assassin slammed the cage door and declared, "I will etch today a shame deep in my heart." Deep Hong was determined to get revenge on the divine assassin. The 18th divine assassin promised to meet again at the divine assassin assembly. When the divine assassin saw Thongmin still in place, he asked curiously, "17th divine assassin, why are not you leaving?" Since you asked, he honestly shared without hiding anything, "Because I am stuck." Hearing this, the divine assassin wanted to help Thongmin a bit, saying, "Tell me, maybe I can be a guiding light." He then explained his situation to you. "I am the 17th divine assassin of Wuho sect. Thongmin has always sought great things, but was defeated by the 18th divine assassin, who captured 3 divine assassins in succession. The 3 divine assassins mostly fled out of fear, ashamed to face such disgrace. That is why I felt my judgment was off." It was then Thongmin began to change his mind. The divine assassin patiently listened to his full intentions. Who would have guessed that next? Thongmin showed signs of siding with the divine assassin, deciding to stay and join the 18th divine assassin's faction, becoming your comrade. You are more decisive than the 3 divine assassins, with more spirit and strength, giving you a better shot at becoming a top divine assassin. Hearing this, the divine assassin applauded and praised your bravery, very thorough, worthy of being called Thongmin. But I only accept servants and followers, not comrades. What kind of servant do you want to be? Hearing this, Thongmin immediately froze, then pointed at you in frustration. 18th divine assassin, I have already humbled myself to help you, yet you want me to be a servant? You did not pressure Thongmin, letting him think it over carefully. You never forced anyone to stay. He can go back, consider, and decide. Hearing this, Thongmin immediately turned and left. Farewell. They stood watching his back. Yan Hong had to admit the divine assassin was cunning, only accepting servants and followers. Truly domineering, suddenly feeling that being the divine assassin's mount would be quite happy. Xin felt a bit uneasy and asked, "Divine assassin, forcing the 17th divine assassin to leave is not that unfair." But to say this, then Thu thought carefully. Even if the 17th divine assassin submitted to me for some reason, it was still a betrayal of the 3 divine assassins. I must consider this. If he sincerely submits, he will come to me again. Then Thu firmly believes this. Not long after, they arrived at Wuho Great Hall. Today's divine assassin assembly, who would show their power. Everyone was excited. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Then Thu was surprised by the crowd. Usually Wuho Great Hall was very quiet. Today it was unexpectedly packed. Based on gossip, a sinsit. Divine assassin. Today's assembly is a major event for Wuho sect. Naturally, many in the sect want to watch. Suddenly, an announcement echoed. The 3 divine assassins have arrived. The 3 divine assassins were very outstanding. 2 more divine assassins followed behind them. Everyone buzzed about Dao Nian, the first divine assassin to live on Fukong Island, and the first to break through the spiritual realm. His impressive achievements were known everywhere he went. Some openly discussed how his 10 men were forced to give up their divine assassin mirrors to capture 3 divine assassins. There really was such a thing. Compared to that, the 18th divine assassin was still more formidable. Hearing this, he could not help but feel enraged, and from behind, the name he hated most rang out. The 18 divine sons have arrived. Town Hun immediately turned around with eyes full of malice. Tanthu and the others stepped forward confidently. All the local divine sons there rushed to greet him. Hurry, go see the 18 divine sons. The 18 divine sons have been standing out lately, first defeating the 14th divine son somewhere. They tamed the 12th divine son on Great Silver Mountain, and at the Lantern Immortal Tower, they suppressed the 6th divine son, a truly unmatched divine being. A rare treasure like a divine son is a pride of our Wuhuo sect. Surrounded by praise, he was clearly delighted. In stark contrast, Daon was completely alone. He could not help but feel bitter. Damn it. The glory of this divine son was completely stolen by the 18 divine sons. Tantho brought this on himself. Dao Nine clenched his fists, determined to avenge this humiliation. Everyone happily surrounded Tantho. Good that the 18 divine sons admitted their fault. The confident aura of the 18 divine sons was truly impressive. He is ready to be married off already. Grateful for everyone's warm support, he felt deeply touched. Then Ensign brought him good news. The divine son with the highest reputation in Wuha sect, the immortal medicine of Lantern Immortal Tower, has surfaced, attracting the intervention of the sect founder, making the divine son famous throughout Donghong. Tanthu and Ensign slowly stepped forward. Upon entering the room where disciples practiced, he was surprised, did not expect this now. Some divine sons still dare not show their true faces. The surroundings were pitch black yet shimmered with a mysterious glow. Tando was a bit taken aback by the scene before him, then Insen revealed some necessary information to him. Although most divine sons have revealed themselves, a few remain extremely mysterious, not even their names are known. This divine sons gathering. Each one can bring their backing forces. This gathering might not be fair. Dangers are hidden. Tando trusted his own preparations and reassured. It is Elder Yang Ming told me to let go and act. Without hesitation, Tando shot upward. Once everyone was settled, an announcement echoed. The first Divine Sons assembly began. On the crescent-shaped platform, a figure gradually appeared, and the one introducing the assembly was Dayujia. Duj said his favorite thing was watching you all fight it out. This assembly will be presided over by the Wuho sect leader. But that old man is too soft-hearted. Recently, the 18 Divine Sons summoned the incarnation of the immortal medicine. Then appeared the ancient bronze hall in the void. This is the most mysterious ancient hall of the gods. The sect leader and elders of the floating island are competing for it with other powers, including Duchai and other forces, which is why they will join the Divine Sons assembly in the future. So Dayuja came here and then wrapped up his introduction. After hearing this, the Divine Sons fell silent at Dayujia's words. Yang Bingzu and the elders of other floating islands, plus the sect leader, were not at Wuhua sect, and the root cause was that he himself caused the immortal medicine incarnation. Whether this news is good or bad, it will cause a big storm today. Without wasting breath, Dayujia got straight to the point. The first Divine Sons assembly has two purposes. First, among the 18 Divine Sons in Wuhua sect's main hall today, actually 17. Since the 11th Divine Son is dead, only half will leave the hall with their Divine Son status intact. The other half will lose their qualifications completely. Hearing this, everyone around began to murmur. Half will lose their Divine Son status. They protested. Master Du, previous assemblies did not have such demands. Isn't this unfair? But Dayuja firmly confirmed once more there is nothing unfair. If this assembly was truly presided over by the sect leader, he would not do such a thing. But what I said is, I just like watching you fight each other. Since I am in charge, everyone must follow my orders. The second reason is the upcoming Grand Winter Music Ceremony, where the heavenly calls of the East Wasteland will gather. Naturally, the disciples of our martial transformation sect must show their worth. The best disciple from this gathering will represent the martial transformation sect at the Grand Winter Music Ceremony. Let us begin. Today, I am only observing. No interference. The disciples below are all ready. Each of them will give their all to win. They can use any means to defeat others. If not, the one eliminated will be you. My words have directly provoked the disciples here. After waiting for a while with no response, I shed a tear. No one is stepping up. This is getting a bit boring. From afar, Tando also sensed something strange. I seem different today. He immediately guessed this was just adding fuel to the fire, wanting to see who dares to take the risk. While everyone was still silent, Lin Dong suddenly spoke up. I will go first. Unlike everyone's hesitation, she was full of confidence. Everyone was a bit surprised. A female disciple. Among the 18 disciples, there is actually a female one. This must be the Q disciple. Very low profile. Only appeared a few times in the martial transformation sect. Lindong did not hesitate and immediately landed below. She went up to Thenthu and introduced herself. I am Q disciple. Lindong, I have a question for you. The 18th disciple crossed his arms and asked back. What is it? Lindong got straight to the point. At the Saint gathering in Jiaoqi, my younger brother, the 11th disciple, died unexpectedly. Did you kill him? Hearing her accusation, everyone was shocked. A younger brother. The 11th disciple is Ku disciple's brother. They all share the same surname. So it seems there are two disciples named Duan. Thenthu calmly shook his hand to deny, but Lin Dong seemed unconvinced, stamping her foot hard. Not true. Then where is my brother's disciple Mirror? Faced with her anger, he answered honestly. It is with the disciple Basin. Hearing this, Lin Dong pressed on. If that is the case, why do you say you did not kill the 11th disciple? Thenthu could not bear the false accusation, so he explained clearly. The 11th disciple ambushed me that day, so he deserved to die. But out of respect for the saint gathering in Jiaoqi, I did not kill him. I only took his disciple Mirror. That was his honor. It was an uneven fight. 4 versus 9. She refused to back down and argued. Don't make excuses. My brother was exceptional. How could he be so easily defeated by you? You must have used some dirty trick to kill him. Hand over the disciple Mirror. Then pay for my brother's life. Everyone else joined Lin Dong in the accusation. That is right. Even though the 18th disciple has recently defeated many others, beating and killing are two different things. Every disciple has methods to protect their life. There is no way he died without a trace. Someone else must have intervened. Battles between disciples can allow outsiders to interfere. Exactly. The 18th disciple broke the rules and must pay with his life. Naturally, the enemy who does not team up with disciples sided with Lin Dong. I support this disciple. The 18th disciple is likely a spoiled junior who used shady tactics. Canthian also did not support the disciple and added fuel to the fire. That day, I was with the 11th disciple at Dao Tri. As far as I know, both the 18th and 11th disciples went to the Vokan Lake. I can vouch for that. She relied on having witnesses and declared, If there is a disciple to testify, that is solid proof. Lin Dong pointed directly at him and challenged. 18th disciple, do you have anything to say? Facing their united opposition, the disciple just laughed. Everyone's against me. Senza is someone who loves beasts excessively. Excellence clearly breeds envy and jealousy from others, although Shen Shu refuses to admit it. Xin Thin keeps pressing. 18 divine sons. Denial won't work. Just admit it. Let me keep my pure divine son status. Reveal the divine son mirror. Cancel cultivation, and everyone might spare your life. Han looked extremely smug then. With Shen Shu in this state, escape was impossible. If anyone was to blame, it was for being too flashy. Shen Shu calmly replied, 7th divine son. You really are a funny fool. Making me admit it is not that because you manipulated everything. Being called out by Shen Shu, Han was bitter. 18 divine sons. I do not get what you mean. Master Qin Thin pretended to be innocent and fierce. Shen Shu bluntly asked. What do you mean? Qin Thin stood still, staring at him with sharp eyes. Han took advantage and spoke bluntly. I know a lot of things. All matters you have kept behind the scenes. But I just have not exposed you yet. Now Shen Thin felt a growing unease. Why did he have such a bad feeling? But in this situation, everyone hoped the 18 divine sons would die. Shen Shu seemed unable to turn the tide. Shen Shu decided to stop staying silent and showed everyone. Thought you were smart. Look at this. The scene replayed again through his treasure. Xian Thin was shocked to see all his actions recorded. Even Ling was stunned. After everyone saw clearly, they all turned around. What was going on? It turned out the 11th divine son was killed by the 7th divine son, who then cried wolf. When this first shot was revealed, it was so moving impressive. Brilliant. This reversal even surprised me. Keep going. Now Lining focused entirely on Xian Thin, 7th divine son. You better explain clearly. Among the people, Tun exposed Xian Thin, 7th divine son, revealing the tricks he used. Did you really think I did not know? What a joke. After this shocking move, he had to change his view of him. I always respected the 18 divine son's fame, but I underestimated him. The 18th divine son is now the biggest threat among them. 10th despised his dirty tricks. Even now, he still used schemes to deceive people. Let me put you in your place. He stopped talking and acted to settle him. Who would be thought Lin Hing wanted to take Xian Tridhian's life, to avenge his brother. That life belonged to the 7th divine son. Not wanting to affect him, he warned. Foolish woman, do not get in my way. Step aside. Before she could act, she was struck by him. Lin Ying staggered, coughed up blood. Damn it, yet he was so strong. She did not dare lose focus and immediately went on the attack, while Lining still trembled. Tentha was about to start combat. He shifted his attack toward Xian Thin. Now it was his turn. Tentha did not need many moves, just a single swing. Meanwhile, Han still did not know what he was doing. Standing there stunned. Then a massive hand appeared, applying heavy pressure. Xian Thin struggled with all his might against the giant hand. How could his strength be this overwhelming? Sweat broke out on his face as he begged Lina Xing. Divine Son, I will explain the 11th Divine Son's story later. But today, deal with the 18th Divine Son with me. Hearing this, she was somewhat surprised. Meanwhile, Xian Thin was doing his best to resist, but Lin Zheng was running out of strength. You felt it just now. The 18th Divine Son is too strong. In mere days, he has crushed countless Divine Sons, rising to dominate all. Xian Thin urged her more and more. The 18th Divine Son is blindingly strong. If we do not deal with him now, there is no way to hold him back later. Hearing his words, Lin Ying began to ponder. Seeing he still had energy to talk back, he struck harder and dropped to his knees. Tuntha pressed down harder on his hand. This caused Xian Thin to cough up blood. 9 Divine Son. Act quickly. Even if it is just to take back Fuzuntra Kus Divine Mirror. You have to act, otherwise. The 18 Divine Sons 1 TB suppressed. Lin Ying startled at his urging, controlled by Xian Thin's mind games. She stood up and spoke. 18 Divine Sons. Act fast. The one with the 7th Divine Son is her. Hand over Zace Divine Mirror quietly. But instead of handing it over, he took Lending. Calling someone stupid is already showing some respect. He still did not act but increased the pressure. Even Tian had to give in to Lin Ying's naive trust. Easily fooled and tempted by the Divine Sons. What a fool. Although 10th was right, Lin Ying felt insulted. How dare you call me that? Now she sees him as an enemy. Today, I will definitely defeat you. Her eyes now blaze with fierce determination. Supreme Ling. From Lin Zheng's eyes, 2 beams of energy shot out instantly. The energies immediately targeted Tenemithif. Everyone else felt the overwhelming intensity of her gaze. Supreme Ling, this is the innate divine talent of the Divine Sons. It is said these divine eyes can pierce through the sun and moon, judging yin and yang. Lin Ying's eyes emitted powerful energy, lighting up the entire space. Tando had to admit her talent. Her magic was powerful, but very quickly. You managed to dispel it. Suddenly, Tanda froze. Realizing something, one of them was deeply absorbed by Lindong's spirit. The Supreme Lindong truly was extraordinary. The protective magic barrier was never broken before, yet now was pierced with 2 large holes. If the 18 Divine Sons were hit, they would be badly injured or worse. She now hovered right above him. 18 divine sons. Think you can escape? Lun unclosed her eyes, ready to strike again. Meanwhile, Tina Ivan broke free from his control. The divine sons, I am here to help. And now the two joined forces against him. Thin immediately cast a magic seal to suppress and trap the space. Tentha struggled, feeling like he was stuck in mud, barely able to move. After casting the seal, Thin announced, Divine Sons, I have got the 18 Divine Sons secured. Shoot him dead. He is trying to take your life. But Tenthe was still studying the magic seal. It is spatial magic. His first time seeing it, now he is trapped inside a cube. Let us see where you can run now. Prepare to die. Hit by the arrows. Unable to move. Tentha was trapped. He is stable for now, but can he hold out long? The divine shield helped reduce the attack from Supreme Lion Xing. Still, his internal organs shook badly, suffering more damage than from the 13 Divine Sons' underworld flame. Liang Ung was surprised that Tentha was unharmed. How could he be unaffected? Everyone was shocked at his incredible endurance. Logically, even with a divine body like the sun, the 18 Divine Sons should be badly hurt. Yet he is not. What kind of monster is the 18 Divine Sons? Now is the moment for Tentha to counterattack. It is my turn to strike. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his stance was ready to strike. Immediately, Tanthu spun like a whirlwind and charged forward. He unleashed bursts of energy with lightning strikes, creating a dazzling spectacle that shocked Lin Dong. This was bad. While she was still stunned, Tanthu had already attacked. Fortunately for Lin Dong, she kept her cool and managed to block it. Damn it! Tanthu did not stop there and continued with another move. The shock seal. A powerful light burst from his hand. Soon after, a brilliant mark appeared in midair. What is that? The energy suppression is intense. Seeing Tanthu gaining the upper hand, Lindong felt suffocated. This is bad. Seeing Qian Thin overestimate his strength, Tantho sneered. That Thun Ti. Even if you can fool this brainless woman, she won't save you. With the dragon elephant prison mirror, he unleashed increasingly fierce techniques. That Thun Ti will send you to the afterlife, he declared, making his opponent uneasy. Qian Thin could not just stand there to die. He counterattacked with the space resurrection technique. Tantho found this move troublesome and broke through it with broken hope. Seeing his technique subdued, Qian Thin rushed at him. Now Qian Thin belatedly realized the truth. Could this be an emperor-level technique? It directly shattered his space resurrection. Tanthu did not hesitate. He kicked him squarely. Qian Thin was kicked back far without a chance to react. Everyone was in awe of Tanthu's overwhelming power. He himself could feel the change within. After breaking through the technique's barrier, the Dragon Elephant Prison Mirror's power surged greatly. This technique is incredible. It seems based on truth and suppressed C, then T. Using a kick to knock down that then T. It is terrifying, truly unstoppable. From start to finish, Tanthu asked Qian Thin, that then T. How do you want to die? Lying at his feet, Qian Thin was furious but powerless. Unable to fight back, Qian Thin shouted, Divine Warriors, save me. After I fall, you will be next. The 18 Divine Warriors had already stirred. Unstoppable now. The only plan was to surround and kill him. Even now he still tries to brainwash others. He truly does not know regret. The sword in Tanthu's hand glowed fairy red, while Shendithan refused to give up. Still shouting, listen, everyone, we have to kill the 18 Divine Warriors first, or each of you will become their souls beneath their feet. Strike now, if now. Then when, without hesitation, Tanthu plunged his sword into Qian Thin. He pressed the sword down hard, causing Qian Thin to cough up blood. Seeing Tanthu act decisively, no one behind the scenes could afford to die so easily. Later, if we lose, Tanthu will become a soul beneath the 18 Divine Warriors. Someone noticed something odd and pointed it out. Wait, look at that Thun T's body. Qian Thin's body was dissolving like mist. Now, only Tanthu's sword remained on the ground. Even after he vanished, Tanthu remained calm and composed. Those nearby quickly realized the truth. Lingquan form. That Thun T is a Lingquan form. This body type can slowly dissolve like this. At that Thun T's place, Qian Thin gradually reappeared. Before him now were different Earth Sons. With his special body gift, Qian Thin was reborn once again. Upon awakening, his face immediately transformed quickly. Qian Thin could feel overwhelming strength so dangerous. Finally alive. This might really not disappoint him. Old Tren stood below, pitying Qian Thin's lost chance at revival. A rare opportunity wasted in the face of sudden changes. I myself did not expect it to turn out this way. The mind games of the 18 Divine Sons were incredibly deep and unpredictable. Without my witnessing it, he actually held the proof to kill the 17 Divine Sons. This situation gave the 18 Divine Sons a critical advantage, greatly weakening the resistance of our Divine Sons against them. I had no choice but to sacrifice myself, showing the others the extreme danger of the 18 Divine Sons. From there, we would unite against his Divine Sons. Everyone agreed Divine Sons of Enmin. Old Tren was very confident in their abilities and believed that no matter how cunning the 18 Divine Sons were, Under the siege and attacks of our divine sons, they would be defeated. At the divine sons' assembly, they were still dominating, as usual. You reached out and demanded, "Hand over your divine mirror, and I will spare your life." Lin Dong, though unable to resist, still stubbornly refused. In your dreams, the divine son pointed his sword at her, threatening, "Do you really think I would not dare to kill?" Suddenly, he appeared so arrogant. "Stop right there," he said, then made an unreasonable demand, but the divine son refused outright. "Clan chief, this is our fight. We want to give you a break." Hearing that, he was furious. "My 11th divine son has been killed. Now you want to take the life of the 4th divine son. I absolutely want to allow it." Suddenly, Daonai appeared, saying, "Isn't he the 18 divine sons group being way too arrogant? Do they really think divine sons are like dogs and chickens to kill at will? The 13 divine sons are coming fast. 18 divine sons, hand over your divine mirror to us quickly." Dip Hone joined in, saying, "Today, all the divine sons are gathered. You want to get to do whatever you want." Seeing this, you just stood there and dared to order us to surround and attack. He immediately wanted to act. "Baiba, why are you still frozen? If now." Then when he did not want to escalate things, so he said, 18 divine sons, I only want my divine mirror. Otherwise, do not blame me and the others for besieging you. But you were not scared at all. Anything else? 6th divine son Chu Lap, I was the one who suppressed you that day. Did you dare to strike back? 16th divine son? Get lost. As for you, I stand here with crossed arms and say I want to team up with anyone, and even if Tan, you are misunderstanding me more and more. We are just drinking and raising little devils. We are brothers. But you are overthinking. How could I ever move against you? Down I urged everyone. Don't delay anymore. But until the 18 divine sons' spiritual power recovers, let us finish this together. I have entered the spiritual realm. My divine soul is starting to recover. I will use it to suppress the 18 divine sons. You 3. Attack now. We must bring down the 18 divine sons in one strike. Daoran no longer wants to linger and urges on. Even though Daoran has not seen the coffin or shed tears yet, he is still bold. 18 divine sons, you have insulted me many times. Don't think I won't dare to do anything to you. Shenshu is not afraid at all and replies, sorry. I really think you can't do anything to me. Hearing that, he could not help but get angry, saying, you cry but have no shame. The divine soul attacks. He is hot-headed but still endures and raises his sword to defend. Although the sword is rushing toward Shenshu, he remains calm. The 13 divine sons do not want to miss this chance and join forces to attack him. 18 divine sons. Even with wings, you want to escape. Even Shenshu is a bit surprised. He did not expect such a fierce attack. Well then, I will take this divine soul strike head-on and see what it is really like. Shenshu raises his hand to block the incoming blow, but a sword suddenly slashes from behind. He can defend in time and is pierced through. Suddenly, he seems to realize something. Is this the true divine soul attack from a powerful spirit realm expert? It is an ambush from behind. Shenshu is at a disadvantage, and Daoran boasts again, 18 divine sons. I know your spirit is strong. You once defeated the spirits of the 15th and 17th divine sons, but divine soul and spirit are two different types of attacks. You can avoid them. When hit, your divine soul can be overturned at best, losing consciousness, at worst turning into a fool. Meanwhile, the 13 divine sons signal something to Deep Hone. Without hesitation, he charges at Shenshu. Since he has already been hit by the divine soul attack and is injured, now is the time to finish him off. He is frozen solid. Don't tell me he has already become a fool. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes. Shenshu actually blocks the punch coming from him. The 13 divine sons look confused. Not understanding what happened, Shenshu smugly says, you think you can take my life just by relying on yourself? The 13 divine sons have clearly been hit and thrown back. Get lost. The 13 divine sons can fight back. This is bad. The force was too strong. Soon he was completely sprawled on the ground, severely injured and coughing up blood. You can see now the divine scroll has completely broken free from control. Daonai was furious when he saw you betray him. Attacking the divine soul had no effect on him. How is that possible? Daonai was preparing for something again. Good. If the divine soul sword can hurt him, then let us use the soul to suppress him. Daonai, the divine scroll is now under control. Do you gods feel the threat? Hurry and join forces with them gods. The others could not hold back and joined in, their combined power overwhelming. God of, I am here to give you a hand. Daonai was preparing for something again. Good. If the divine soul sword can harm him, then let us use the soul to suppress the 18 gods. Once again, he was surrounded by countless swords around the divine scroll. You stiffened at this overwhelming display of power, but then more swords flew in, leaving the divine scroll completely baffled. Everyone thought the divine scroll was doomed. The overwhelming power of 2 god-tier souls was too much. The pressure was immense. For those below god tier, this kind of domination is terrifying. Even the 18 gods' bodies, no matter how strong, probably could not withstand this. The divine scroll remained calm. Pondering, the soul's pressure made it hard to act and predict each move. No wonder the three gods could command the others after breaking through. A strong one can suppress those below God tier with ease. We got so mad we threw him forward. But not me. Meanwhile, the swords rushed toward you, and Hun Tam opened its mouth wide without hesitation. In an instant, it bit through almost all the swords. This shocked the gods beyond expectation. Daonai's face twisted like he just ate chili facing this strange beast. What is that? Another god was stunned and said, so this is a temporary soul incarnation. The 18 gods have long cultivated soul power, and it is no joke. Daonai refused to accept this truth. It is absolutely impossible. The divine scroll stood there with a mocking smile. I can't believe I keep getting outmatched. The 18 gods just entered the magic realm and only cultivated spirit. So how could they have soul power so soon? How could they cultivate soul power ahead of schedule? Someone quickly dismissed that, saying nothing's impossible. That is the sacred paradox of the 18 gods. The true god is right. We can let him live. Well, my soul can still suppress him. Unleash full power and finish this. Daonai clenched his teeth bitterly. Suddenly, he shouted again. The 18 god is suppressed by the soul. The 14th and 15th gods wanted everyone to give their all to destroy the divine scroll. Unleash full power. Meanwhile, the divine scroll fought alone against them all. Hun Tam was still eagerly biting through the enemy as swords. The divine scroll kept a cold expression. Thinking of a plan, soul devour soul. It can't happen that fast. It needs time. Deep Ho was determined to get revenge this time. No matter what, killing intent radiated fiercely from him, making the 14th god tense up. You dare attack me again today? I will kill you. After the divine scroll threatened him, Vabe was scared out of his wits. Dep Ho immediately reassured him. 14th god, do not be intimidated. The 18th god is just stalling. Today, he dies. Meanwhile, Vabe knew his limits. He simply could not handle the 18 gods. The divine scroll did not hesitate to challenge him. Anyone daring to take another step today did not have the guts. He was too attached to the mission. From behind, he was still urging Vabe, saying, you are the future of the Chua family. Take back your divine mirror. Now he was sweating profusely and hesitating, saying, I can do it, uncle, and withdrawing from the battle of the divine disciples. Hearing this, they decided not to trouble him anymore. Good, the 14th divine disciple, Chua, was eliminated. Hearing the announcement, he could not help but get furious. Damn it, the bright path and future of the Chua family had been completely cut off. These 18 divine disciples are all because of you. But it seems the divine scroll does not care anymore. He is busy handling these divine souls. And your chaos still works non-stop. Everyone was amazed at your fighting style. It costs no effort at all. The 18 divine disciples used only one sentence to terrify the 4th divine disciple into surrendering. That was truly impressive. Just one sentence could scare a divine disciple this much. Truly. The 18 divine disciples, divine healer covers the heavens. If the 18 divine disciples still acted humbly, battles with other divine disciples would be light. Others are not powerless either. They would not just stand by, although it costs some manpower. Daonai is determined to go all out against you. Keep attacking. Other swords began rushing at you, but it still was not enough to wear down the divine scroll. A circle like a miniature sun appeared, nullifying their attacks. Seeing this, Daonai was stunned. Damn, it blocked it. Lose this round. I will set another trap. He kept fighting. Moonlight divine staff. Let me. Thinking he could block this, Daonai suddenly surged forward with bright blue energy. The two divine auras collided with a sharp twang like a titan string. Both divine auras were equally strong. The friction released was so great that both divine auras exploded. Everyone cheered as Moonlight divine staff clashed with Sun divine staff. Two different divine staffs met and shattered instantly. Senza, the 3rd divine disciple, was furious. He truly wanted to kill the 18th divine disciple. Deep Hone seized the opportunity and surged forward. Divine aura shattered. Let me see what moves you still have. The divine scroll remained calm, raising 2 fingers. I still have my trump card. After witnessing the current divine aura, he could only pray this is bad. It is the Nepi-Een Truju. Soon after, Deep Hone was injured by the Nepi-Een Truju. He could no longer stand and fell face first. Deep Hone now lay unconscious flat on the ground. While holding his sword, Anam suddenly froze. Another divine disciple recklessly attacked without knowing his limits. Damn, the divine soul sword can suppress him for long. Soon he won hold on. On the other side, Daonai coordinated with the 3rd divine disciple. I will finish off Nemkai Triu. The final move of Nguyen Li. Then a giant purple hand appeared, grabbing Nemping Truju tightly in its palm. Meanwhile, the divine scroll started to worry. Another mysterious divine disciple intervened. Nepi Gaimin Triu lost contact. What kind of spell is this? The divine disciples still were not useless. There were still many tricks up their sleeves. Daonin decided to unleash his ace, a move he intended to save for the battle's final moments. Both his hands pressed together, creating a glowing sphere. Then a radiant staff appeared. The 14th divine disciple. Until now, I never thought I would use this divine spear on you, because I always felt you did not deserve it. I have kept this spear for 100 years, One strike from it kills both gods and demons. Kill. He pointed forward and launched the spear. The spear shot forward like a lightning bolt across the sky. Witnessing this, he smiled triumphantly. The divine spear is my treasure. It can only be used once a year. Wasting 100 years of power on a deadly strike. It is worth it if the 10th catcher dies. Who would have thought the sacred book had time to create a barrier to block it? Everyone was stunned the barrier held. Even he could not believe his own eyes. The 10th catcher's solar body was shattered. How could it possibly block the fierce god spear's power on its own? Still, the fierce god spear's destructive power can be denied. Gathering 100 years of force. The fierce god spear is truly formidable. This is the first time I have been injured since coming to this world. Although the supreme taboo can block the attack, the damage the fierce god spear did to my organs was unavoidable. Dao Ran also realized something worked. Though he had not landed a killing blow, the enemy was wounded. Seizing the chance, he pressed the attack. Fierce god spear. Kill. The fierce god spear now unleashed its full power. It was like a fierce god charging straight at you. Tandhu struggled hard to hold it back. My soul power is suppressed. I can only endure the blows now. It will take time before my soul can absorb those two divine souls. The chaotic soul is still working at full speed. Dao Ran felt stronger as he gained the upper hand. The 18th god child. Let us see how long you can hold out. The fierce god spear will surely provoke a laugh. Then say, let us see if it kills me first, or maybe my soul will break through your divine soul sword's barrier. Dao Ran clenched his teeth in tension. Damn it! I must kill him before he escapes. Tanthu did not want to fight alone anymore, and called out, Old Tan, no matter how much the situation deteriorates, he always shows up in the end. I am here to save you. Dao Ran never expected him to side with you. 18th godchild. How dare you? The 18th godchild is already formidable. You want to keep this guy around. Holding his sword firmly, Dech Thung declared confidently, Old Tan are sworn brothers. Hearing this, Tanthu was shocked, but his shock came because he had just been stabbed by him in a flash. Dech Thung betrayed Tanthu. Everyone was stunned by this sudden betrayal. What? The 16th godchild was not helping the 18th godchild, but trying to kill you by taking advantage of the chaos. And the 16th godchild used Fikdas divine sword. The divine sword's blade can stab anyone easily anywhere. Can the 18th godchild block this time? Dao Ran laughed with delight. Eyes squinting. Well done. 16th godchild, you even fooled me. Things at the tournament are getting more intense. The godchild tournament. The Emperor's battle. So exciting. Tanthu now glared at Hante with disdain. Escaping Dech Thung is your brother, you say? Then Dech Thung started pulling out Han's lame excuses. Brothers must sacrifice for each other. I stabbed him twice first. Tanthu could not believe it and questioned. Why would you do that? Hante then explained. Old Tan, do you still ask that now? Don't you see how childish that is? Your uprising has threatened everyone. It all started just a moment ago. I suddenly realized you have truly changed. You have completely become a different Old Tan. No longer the one you were. You do not listen to my flattery anymore. Don't give me any cultivation resources anymore. Since I can't exploit you anymore, I am going to kill you. Hearing this, Tanthu could not help but laugh. Dech Thang then asked him a question without any shame. Do you have any last words before you die? Old Tan? Now Tanthu just chuckled. Do you know why I have been stalling you so much? Hearing this, he was startled and asked again, what do you mean? Then he pointed up to the sky. Because I am buying time. Your chaos formation is almost done with its job. Then Tanthu calmly shot back a question. What do you think this is? Although the sword god wind can pierce my skin, its shockwave will cause me serious injury. Using the dragon elephant jade can prevent injuries. At this moment, Dech Thang was not too concerned. This dragon elephant jade can block a fatal stab, so my sword never actually pierced you. Suddenly, Tanthu controlled the spear again. The lightning god spear came forward. Immediately, he gripped it tightly in his hand. Now he realized he was doomed. This is bad. Dech Thang instantly jumped back, putting distance between them. Meanwhile, Tanthu remained calm, ready to strike. Without hesitation, he teleported forward. You ran from my brothers. The lightning god spear in Tanthu's hand had now fully expanded. In an instant, it pierced through Dech Thang's body. His eyes flipped wildly, going blank like a soulless man. Dech Thang still could not believe he had turned the tables. Tanthu now stood still, expressionless. Dech Thang still could not find an answer. Why am I dead? Dichra was very pleased with his performance. Very good. All the trial gods have fallen and barely hold on. The 16th trial god is dead, eliminated. The 13th trial god. The 15th trial god no longer has strength to fight. Lost the trial god's mirror. Eliminated. Now only 5 trial gods have lost their status. Eliminated. Dech Thang's trial god guardian then broke free and flew to him. Now, all defeated trial god guardians belong to Tanthu. Dichra then declared the 16th trial god's mirror now belongs to the 18th trial god. Given the current results, it is not bad. Looks like we can collect a few trial god mirrors today. This is clearly a card collecting game. A brilliant light suddenly shone. Tanthu immediately reached toward the spear. Without hesitation, he retrieved the spear from Dech Thang's body. In just a moment, it was in Tanthu's hands. This lightning god spear is not bad. I will take it as my trial god. The only survivor unharmed now was Dao Nian. Seeing everyone around him fall, he could not help but be terrified. Tanthu looked straight into Dao Nian's eyes and smiled wickedly. Trial gods, your turn now. As Tanthu steps forward, his aura radiates toward him. Dao Nian, seeing him approach, was filled with fear. All he could do now was pray and call on the trial gods for help, but the atmosphere was quieter than ever. Dao Nian looked around desperately for help. Two mysterious trial gods. You acted earlier, did not you? And now you still can't show your true form to me. The 18 trial gods. Please, go ahead and make your move. But that means one by one they all refused. My spirit sword is broken. My divine soul is severely damaged. Today is not the right time to strike again. Suddenly someone's voice comes from above. Forget it. Today's loss is 10 times worse than the gain. I will give up on facing the 18 trial gods for now. Hearing that, Daoran froze in place. What? Everyone was completely convinced by the divine scroll. The 18 trial gods. Their divine souls are extraordinary. Their defense is strong, their magic is strange and powerful, and their spiritual energy is endless. Today, more than half of the trial gods tried to deal with him, but none could harm his body. The 18 trial gods are strange. You resemble Tanfathian from those years. Back then, Tanfathian was just like this, undefeated in the world. He killed so many that even the leader of the divine tribe bowed in submission. Every time they remember, no one can forget that grandeur. I think I saw Tanfathian's shadow from the 18 trial gods' body. Luckily, Tanfathian was born tied to the battlefield of the 9 heavens, and those who go there never return. That is right. Otherwise, having 2 undefeated warriors like Tanfathian is terrifying just to imagine. Tanthu died. Even now, he still talks too much. Wait, 18 trial gods. If you push me further today, you will definitely die. But Tanthu did not care much. If you still have a trump card, use it quickly, or you want to get another chance. At this tense moment, Daoran still babbled on. My spirit sword is shattered, my soul blade stolen. Even the 3 trial gods I recruited are suppressed by you. I admit I underestimated you before. I am no match for the dead. You want to kneel and beg me for mercy. Daoran denied that with a sharp tone. Beg for mercy. What do you take me for? Even if I die, I won show fear before you. Not even a bit. And I still have one last trump card, my Li family. Suddenly, he pointed at the face of Tanthu, 18 trial gods, and demanded the soul blade of my Li family and my son's divine mirror. Tanthu is not afraid of any outlaw participants. Do you understand the rules? He slowly stepped forward. Of course. My Li family follows the rules. But today, my Li family has to break the rules here. But Tanthu would not accept that and shouted out, demanding, and he repeated his original words. I said before, today I am just watching. I want to act. Hearing this, Tanthu stiffened. Damn, he does not even care about the demands. This bird is acting strange today. Playing tricks on himself, the atmosphere grew extremely tense. If he kills the 18 trial gods, my Li family will willingly accept the punishment from Vu Ho's sect. Another person spoke up. Give my uncle Li a share. He cut off my uncle's supreme future. This debt must be paid. Someone else took the opportunity to speak up. What about the Duan family? They suppressed the 9 trial gods of the Duan family. The 18 trial gods are getting too bold. Elders from other clans did not side with him. The divine 5 trial gods of the Yip family, the 13 trial gods of the Shen family, all clans declared, the 18 trial gods killed my grandson today. And must, despite facing so many threats. Tanthu was not scared at all. Your descendants are suppressed by me, and your elders are whining and complaining. How shameless. Anyone else? Tanthu asked confidently, not afraid of anyone. Tanthu said with confidence, I am the strongest, undefeated, and outstanding. You worthless trash are only fit to be stepping stones for me. If you want to kill me, then face me properly. Today, our 6 great clans will kill together. For no other reason than your arrogance. No one in Vu Hao's sect has ever been as arrogant as you. The Fu was also displeased with Tanthu's attitude. The 18 trial gods have never known humility. If this is the championship, I want to accept it. But right now, it is your arrogance that is leading you to death. Another deity among the hidden ones spoke up, regretting that among the 18 dazzling gods, if not for this, I would have had to seek his guidance. All the hidden ones immediately wiped themselves clean like true gods, yet the divine book still stood motionless in one place. Suddenly, he shouted, Father, where are you? Just as he spoke, a burst of light flashed. All the hidden ones were thrown up to the central stage. Witnessing this, I could not help but gape in shock. Everyone else was equally stunned. Unable to understand what had just happened, everyone was shocked. What was that? Now a powerful light was spreading throughout the space. Finally, Pathian appeared, radiating fierce energy. When I saw him reaching toward me, I froze in place. In an instant, I was lifted and thrown onto the central stage by Pathian. Pathian appeared just in time to rescue Tanthu. My good son, I am here now. Suddenly, Pathian reappeared and threw one of them aside. Everyone was confused and alarmed. It is Tampathian you. Tampathian actually returned from the celestial battlefield. How is that possible? Isn't the celestial battlefield a place where no one returns? Tanthu quietly confirmed it to himself. He guessed right. At this crucial moment, the father he would never met appeared. Before coming, the yin-yang ancestor advised him to let go. Before arriving, Tan Pathian decided to return to Vu Homun to prepare him mentally. This preparation was clearly to ensure that from the moment he revealed his talent, his father Tan Pathian had everything planned out. Tan Pathian appeared and rescued Tan Thu. You lot dared to mess with my son. I was trembling with fear. Tan Pa, you can kill me. No outsiders allowed in this Emperor-S duel. But he did not care and responded coolly. Ol, you are about to kill my son, and you want me to spare you. Everyone was worried for him. The clan leader, after choking Boy, Pathian threw him far away. Your strength ends here. They only realized their mistake when trouble arrived. Tanpa, we promise we won't attack the 18 gods anymore. Can you stop now? Tanpa, the clan leader is already dead. That is enough for your anger. Don't push too far. My son admits defeat and won't compete with the 18 gods anymore. Spare us. But hearing this, Pathian just laughed. Spare you? Then I, Tanpa, have wasted too high a price. Returning from the battlefield, everyone started panicking. Damn it. Let us all attack together. Even with 6 clan leaders, we might still not kill Tan Pathian. He used all his strength to create a sphere of light. Then Pathian carried it and charged at them. Muchai, a powerful aura radiated around him. This made it impossible for anyone to approach Pathian. How is he this strong? We can stop him at all. Meanwhile, he advanced toward the man. The man was startled, but Pathian was ready to strike. He spun lightly, creating a whirlwind. In the next moment, Pathian struck a punch into his stomach. The attack was so powerful the man could not hold it, and coughed up blood. His eyes rolled back and glazed over. Then the elder quickly logged out. Everyone was left stunned. What was that? The elder actually still intends to counterattack now. Tan Pathian is so hateful. I must kill him. No matter what, Elder Dietra is still very vigorous. You all, my lifespan is not long anymore. I have long seen through life and death. He reached one hand forward. You all pull me back. I will take Tan Pathian down with me. The other elders also agree to cooperate. Agreed, lords. This is a matter of life and death. Then let us join forces. Everyone has nothing left to lose, so they decide to unite. Agreed. Their divine energies now all focus on Elder Dietra. In an instant, he transforms into a robust old man. Tamthian, you killed my grandson. Today, if you do not die, then I will. Seeing this, Pathian feels somewhat pleased. Old as he is, he still shows up to be humiliated. I will make it happen for you. Elder Dietra's eyes now blaze brightly. He is filled with fierce energy. He confidently believes he has borrowed the power of the lords here to ignite a mystical fire that burns heaven and earth. His cultivation can rise quickly to rival a divine king. He could take Tan Pathian down with him. Then this old man's life would be well worth it. Elder Dietra's hot temper quickly makes him attack Pathian. He dodges easily, like it is nothing. Divine king, what even is that? Pathian fears no one, and though old, he is burning with fierce spirit. He does not sit still but strikes back. Their fight is intense, neither giving an inch. Their attacks are fierce and dangerous, though stronger. Pathian stays alert. The other elders watch in surprise. What? The other divine subjects are amazed by his strength. How can he be this terrifying? No wonder Pathian was famous decades ago. Seeing him today matches the rumors. So strong it can be described. Bored not to fight, Tantho seeks Dao Nian and the 3 divine subjects. We should not just stand here. It is time to act, but he tries to avoid it. Why did it come to this? Dao Nian repeats his words after forgetting. Just now you said, even if you die, you won't surrender to me. I admire that unyielding courage. Tanthu acted fierce before. Now he is trying to save face. I admit defeat. At his surrender, you are momentarily stunned. Tanthu looks at Dao Nian with scrutinizing eyes. What you did puts me in a tough spot. Dao Nian wants to keep his life, so he offers no more resistance. I will give you the divine mirror. I truly admit defeat. To prove he is not bluffing, he hands over the divine subject mirror. Once Tantho has the mirror, he loses interest in him. Forget it. This divine subject sees you have an eye that understands it is the ding that tinfa, to prevent you from plotting against me later. Today I will seize your moon spirit divine oath. Hearing this, Dao Nian feels like he has been slapped. What? Not the 18 divine subjects. The moon spirit divine form has exhausted all the power of my Lyra clan body. My body is my life. Someone who can't. But Tantho did not want to hear these words and just acted. Dao now could only scream in helplessness. Meanwhile, Elder Lyra immediately stepped forward. 18 divine sons. You guardian, today, I warn you, allow me to move now. Downai still could not escape Tanthua's grasp. Then he did not hesitate and took action. Now I, divine son, will snatch away your moon spirit oath. The Ding 7 emotion body break technique is truly mysterious. It can destroy a unique physique and can even pull the host out from the physical vessel. Burning this special bone must be the moon spirit oath. Seeing it moving toward him, Downhai raised his hand to block. Don't he touch my body. But in the end, that thing still belonged to Tanthu. How can you do this? Divine son, you must die. He could not hold back and charged forward. But Fathin was here to protect him. Son Tanthu can do whatever he wants. Then he used a move to block Elder Lyra again. This old man was able to stop the guardian. Fathin immediately struck back at him. His eyes now turned glassy white. Others could not help but be terrified. The Lei family is dead too. That saved lives, but of course, Lai refused. Lai only handles gathering all of you. Tantho was deep in thought now. I think I have figured it out. Lai came today just to stir up trouble and make a small issue big. Don't tell me Li Day is working with my father to wipe us out. If so, That old man is really skilled. Compared to them, I am still too inexperienced. Fathian really intends to finish off all of them. Kill. Suddenly, someone stepped up to block. Stop. The 9th Divine Son has arrived now. Lun Dong was still holding on and was about to open the 8 with Tan Thu. 18 Divine Sons suddenly appeared now, saying 18 Divine Sons. Spare Lun Dong of my Duanda 1 life. My Duanda has 2 Divine Sons. The 11th Divine Son is dead. The 9th Divine Son can withdraw from the battle, but please spare his life. If the 18 Divine Sons agree, Clan Leader De will willingly commit suicide. Seeing him stand up to protect her like that, she could not accept it. Father, you can see. Lin Dong still insisted on sacrificing himself for him. My Lin Dong is not afraid of death. Tan Thu, please kill your gifted disciple. Even if he never becomes a divine son, the future is bright. He will definitely lead Duanda to rise up. You can be harmed. Tamthian will commit suicide. Can you spare my daughter's life? Hearing this, Fathian suddenly laughed. Duanda is indeed interesting. Bringing the little daughter, 9th Divine Son, is also somewhat interesting. Here's the deal. There is no girl beside my son. Let Lin Dong be the personal maid for my son. Being a warm companion is not bad. Later, if my son falls for Lin Dong like this, Tan the 1T have anything to say, but with her pride, Lin Dong could not accept it. No way. My Lin Dong could never serve others. 18 Divine Sons. If you have the guts, kill me. But the chief of the Duan tribe only needed to know she was spared to complete immediately. The Duan chief agreed. Faced with his decision, she could not help but tremble. Father, the Duan chief then turned to explain. Ling Tong, survival is the most important thing. Agree with your father. Live carefully for yourself, Tanpa, for your survival. Hearing these words from him, Ling Tong could not help but burst into tears. The Duan chief now closed his eyes, feeling a bit uneasy. This is the only request your father has of you. Promise me you will keep it. The Duan chief immediately grabbed his sword. Then he pressed it against his own neck. Fa Thian does not intervene and lets him act on his own. Before ending his own life, he still has something to say. Tan Faidan, today, I will take my own life. He is a figure at the pinnacle. I trust you will keep your word. Ling Tong could not let this happen, tears streaming down her face. Then Pathian stopped him. The sword in his hand suddenly dropped to the ground. Ling Tong, still crying, stopped immediately. The Duan chief was confused. Tanpa, what are you trying to do? Pathian is not cold-blooded, so he decided to spare him. You two have already come this far. Letting you kill yourself would be heartless. Hand over the 9 gods' offspring. Let him become my son's little girl. Duan tribe, hand over half of the Ungsin teeth to me. Do you agree? The Duan chief immediately bowed. What about you all? Do you agree? Everyone was startled at the mention. He then made a similar demand. Only a few families remain. Hand over half the Rungsen teeth as well. But they opposed the demand. Our god's position was stolen. Our chief was killed. And now you want us to hand over half the Rungsen teeth. Is this? Before he could finish, he broke into a cold sweat. At this moment, Pathian closed in on him with a fierce aura. Hand it over or die. His face went pale, like a lifeless ghost without a drop of blood left. Under their threat, he agreed to hand over half the Rungsen teeth. As Pathian turned to leave, they suddenly knelt down. None dared to defy him. They all obeyed. I have no objections. I agree to hand over half the Rungsen teeth. Pathian then bluntly declared that my son, the 18th god's offspring, is extraordinarily talented. Yet you dared to kill him. I should kill every one of you. You killed your chief and took half the Rungsen teeth. That is already lenient of me. Suddenly, voices rose from the crowd. The Tum god's offspring, the Cu god's offspring, the 11th god's offspring, the 12th god's offspring, the 13th god's offspring, the 14th god's offspring, the 15th god's offspring, the 16th god's offspring. All the god's offspring turned their eyes to it, curious about what was coming next. Then they announced news no god's offspring wanted to hear. A total of 7 god's offspring were eliminated, completely stripped of their god's offspring title. Now, if one more is eliminated, this god's offspring tournament can end. Is there any god's offspring who still wants to show their skill? The remaining mysterious god's offspring stayed silent. Seeing the silence, it asked again, no one? Suddenly, the attention turned to you, the 18th god's offspring. Do you want to find one more disciple to kill, to reach the required number? Hearing this, the other disciples silently chanted Buddha's name in their hearts. The disciple at this moment smiled brightly and replied, you are joking again. I am not some demon god or assassin. Today, I was forced to act as well. Fellow disciples, I am not someone who enjoys killing. When you have free time, come to the Yang Mansion for some tea. I will definitely welcome you warmly. From now on, it is best if we all get along peacefully. There is no need to compete over credit so fiercely. After all, the path to becoming a great emperor and competing within the martial arts sect is just secondary. What is more important is clashing with the divine clans and the peak-powered celestial beings. That is the real battlefield. I have been a cultivator all my life, aiming to dominate the world, not just to become a strong figure in one region. Indeed, today the disciple has somewhat achieved his goal. Killing today was satisfying, but it also made all the disciples wary of me. It is better if everyone's intentions toward me remain cautious. Filthin now sends a few words to them. Not bad. This is truly an age of great strife. Eventually, You all might be able to switch to peak-powered celestial beings. I hope you are all like my son, with a broader vision. This is the demeanor a great emperor should have. The more he speaks, the happier Thentha feels. This has to be my biological father. Not a single word fails to praise me. Suddenly, Thung Men appears behind you, saying, 18th disciple, I have something to say. He looks very serious, as if about to say something important. Then Thay turns around and listens carefully. The 17th disciple, Senza. Have you thought it through? You guess he has found an answer to the previous issue. Thung Mun then confirms, yes, I told you before to think it over. Now I have thought it through. He immediately bows before Thentha. Thung Min, am willing to give up my disciple status, become a slave, a follower of the 18th disciple. Others can believe his decision. 17th disciple, you really did that. Though the 18th disciple's performance today is unmatched, having a noble disciple become a follower seems a bit too much, does not it? The Min then snaps. What do you people understand? He then declares, do you think I, Thung Min, will give up so easily? I am someone who wants to achieve greatness. I originally wanted to join with the third disciple to rise together, but I did not expect him to be so depraved. Xiao Hin feels stifled hearing her name. Turning away, Thung Min's eyes now shine with a clarity, as if he has realized the truth. Now I understand. This Emperor Battle's victory will ultimately belong to the 18th disciple alone. Later, the 18th disciple will become the great emperor. Am I the one who follows and stays in a low position? I am the truly smart one. You are the ones who do not understand the situation. The 18th disciple is the real great emperor. Handsome and with a great voice, listen to me. Submit yourself under the 18th disciple's feet. Thung Mun now praises Thentha wholeheartedly. Faced with Thung Min's enthusiastic praise, Thentha is a bit speechless. I have just recruited a comedian. No more worries about missing sweet flattery from now on. Zio9 suddenly steps forward and snaps. Don't he talk nonsense. 18th disciple, you say I am a cripple who lost my disciple status, but I advise you not to be so arrogant. Today, the disciples continue to hide their talents. Didn't he strike, but showed no fear at all. On the contrary, they guarded against each other to avoid revealing their trump card too soon. Hearing his excuses, you could not catch a single word. Then he had no interest in brawling with Zio Nian and waved it off. He did not debate with others. They were just a loser from my ancestor. Only then to knew he hacked the game to get all this. Ridiculous. Really? With the system here? Just when you think you have uncovered my trump card, I have got a new one ready. At that moment, then Eddie also sensed the sincerity from Thung Min and accepted him. Though Min, stand up. From now on, you follow me. He was eager and rose to his feet. Then T. After so many years and emotions, I have never seen a Thenti battle as amazing as this. Every move was cunning and layered. Everyone here is a genius. With you all here, V. Ha Min truly shines with pride. Maybe one day, your era will fulfill the final dream that past generations of V. Ha Min never achieved. Hearing that, a wave of nostalgia swept over Phi Thien, the final ambition. It is tough, even if V. Ha Min creates a great emperor in the future. What exactly is the final ambition? With his experience, Thung Min enlightened him. It is related to the Utian V. All. The reason our V. Ha Min carries those two words, the details are unclear. Because the final ambition is out of reach, no one has spoken of it for years. Then the announcement came. The first Then T tournament ends here. 18 Then T. Tenth representing Vikan Vikamen in the Z Elite I Nef. Slowly stepped forward with pride. He stopped before Phi Then and bowed. Father, seeing Tindud, he was delighted. My son, after all these years apart, you have changed so much. You have not disappointed me, not in the least. My son Thin, if your mother could see you now, she would be so proud. Suddenly, mentioning her brought a shadow of sadness to his face. At that moment, Tunanthus' curiosity got the better of him and he asked, Father, what really happened back then? Who betrayed me? Why have not you told me? Son, I have been investigating, and I have found some clues. But right now, you are in a critical state. The urgent priority is to increase your power. Later, after I return from the Chi Then battlefield, I will uncover the truth. Hearing this, he was puzzled. Return officially. Yes, my son, the Chechthene battlefield is mysterious and brutal. Once you enter, escaping is near impossible. Right now, I am just borrowing a divine treasure, paying the price for the moment. Son, your mother prayed for the Zan to save you from the minor dual fate, but the major dual fate still remains. You must stay on the Chechi Then battlefield to find the immortal divine pill. Only it can truly help you overcome your greatest fate. Hearing this, Thentha was confused. Minor dual fate, major dual fate, were these his fated calamities? Even Phi Then could not give a clear answer. The minor dual fate struck at 16. The major one's timing is a mystery. No exact info available, but I have found some info about the immortal divine pill. This time, no matter what, I will bring the real immortal divine pill back to you, so you can survive the great calamity. Thentha then said, Father, when I broke the law realm, I once summoned the immortal pill's form and learned some location info. Now, I will share that info with you. Then Ethes' fingertip lit up. He transmitted the light from his hand to Fiu Atheans. A small flame burned in the palm of his hand. Tanfat Thean furrowed his brow slightly. The image of flames reflected in his eyes. Suddenly, Fat Thean burst out laughing. Child, you truly have great destiny. Only you can know the exact position. I can be sure, he said, clenching his palm tightly. Suddenly, a beam of energy appeared, something like a silk ribbon moving inward. The red light moved straight inside. Looking at Fat Thean's body, it was glowing. Child, the time has come. I must return to the battlefield before the heavens. His feet quickly lifted, and Fat Thean powerfully landed on the ribbon of power on the floor. Still warning to be careful, Tando suddenly recalled something and shouted, Father, take care. Be careful. His face was serious as he said this. Fat Thean smiled faintly and nodded in response. Then the energy slowly carried him away. After some distance, Fat Thean raised his hand and said, Don't worry. Tando stared intently, thinking silently. Great fate awaits. Whatever this is, no matter the future's destiny, since I have come to this world, I won't be so easily dealt with. His face softened a little, but his whole body began to shine. Outside, sunshine poured over the quiet space, and a deer appeared near the cliff. Suddenly, a noise startled it, and it arched its body. People appeared near the cliff, and the noise continued. A group slowly approached, led by a man with a shaved head. There is movement. They are out now. The noise caught the holy Keelan's attention, and the man continued instructing his group. Today the Keelan's tomb will open. Our Cullen clan will have a new prodigy emerge from the shattered stone. A man shot up from the spot. The group started whispering excitedly. It is the Keelan young master. Unexpectedly, this time the Keelan tomb revealed a young master. This young master has been in seclusion for decades. I remember now. When young, he was unbeatable among his peers. This time he will surely show his unmatched strength. The Cullen young master landed powerfully on the ground, creating waves of energy. His body slowly moved as he stood up. Then the Keelan young master stood tall with a majestic presence, power radiating around him. Everyone bowed deeply with respect. We greet the Keelan young master. The Keelan young master stared intently at the Kylan holy offspring. He was defeated and lost the right to bathe with the holy maiden. Is this true? The Kylan holy offspring's face darkened with displeasure upon hearing this. He crossed his arms arrogantly and said, that was just an accidental mishap. The 18 holy offspring were just lucky. The Keelan young master stood still, eyes fixed on the group. His cold eyes said plainly, trash. The Keelan holy offspring's face grew even more resentful. He gritted his teeth in anger, pointing and saying, who dare speak to me like that? Even if you are the young master, the son of such a person, we can fight in a separate space. The space around the Keelan holy offspring darkened as he said, if you do not explain, I won't let this go. The Kylan young master responded with a mocking smile. Explanation. Right now, our god clan is rising. The holy offspring of our clan was defeated by a human holy offspring. The Keelan young master looked down and said clearly to everyone, crossing his arms. He continued, this damages the prestige of our god clan. It is a humiliation to the Keelan clan. The Keelan holy offspring was dissatisfied with this explanation and called him trash. Everyone below silently listened as the Keelan young master spoke. This time I come out of seclusion to join the great Dong Yu ceremony. The Kylan holy offspring turned his back, but could still hear the murmurs. The Dong Yu ceremony honoring the immortal king is a major event in Dong Hong. Many ancient nations, gods, and holy sects will attend. All the major powers will be present. The young master of the Keelan clan looks somewhat happy and says the purpose of this trip is to revive the strength of the divine sons. The divine son of Keelan just mentioned that once that is done, he will help you kill the 18 divine sons. Is that okay? Hearing this, he grits his teeth in anger. Soon after, the divine son of Keelan turns and replies, ridiculous. No need for the young master to act. I will personally behead the 18 divine sons. The young master of the Keelan clan seriously says, according to my information, the 18 divine sons are the sons of Tan Phi Thin. An image flashes. The young master of the Keelan clan coldly strangling a man. Tan Phi Thin's son is on par with me. This time, the 18 divine sons Tan Shu must be killed by our divine clan. He clenches his fists, his face serious. Suddenly, the divine son of Keelan turns and walks away, saying, if the young master looks down on me like that, then let us fight. His face breaks into an eager smile. Let us see who kills the 18 divine sons first. Hearing this, the young master of the Keelan smiles in anticipation. Fine, then let us go. As he speaks, strange powers begin to manifest around both of them. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the space, drawing everyone's attention. Kuilong, Shenfenguzo, their faces pale. Something has just split in two. Surrounded by spiritual energy, the Crown Prince finally appears. The Crown Prince Long suddenly appears with a delighted face, ready to joke around. Seeing Crown Prince Long, everyone quickly bows respectfully as he steps out. At the ancient phoenix altar, a beam of light shot down from the sky, causing it to slowly glow. Everyone around was shocked to see the ancient phoenix altar shining. The day has come. Suddenly, An explosion burst from the top of the woman, a dazzling light flashing, her hair floating in the air. Everyone below stood with mouths agape. Stunned, the divine phoenix maiden hovered coldly in midair. Below, everyone raised their hands in respect, greeting the divine phoenix maiden emerging from the altar. She looked down and asked, "Are there still heavenly elites in Xing Hong?" Someone below quickly replied, "Honored goddess, now is the time of great upheaval. The new generation of heavenly elites has appeared." Hearing this, someone stammered, "This? I doubt it." A blond man suddenly spoke up. "However, recent rumors say the 18 divine sons of Vhuman possess overwhelming strength, dominating the region fiercely. They have defeated most divine sons in Vhuman, even beating the sacred Hair Lun, earning a fearsome reputation." A cold figure wielding a sword strides fiercely. The divine phoenix maiden's face betrayed her interest upon hearing this. She solemnly spread her wings and said, "Very well. Then sing and bid farewell as we send off the divine phoenix maiden." Somewhere else, snowflakes gently fell through the blue sky. Inside a room, Tentha stood looking down at those below. He seriously asked everyone, "Does anyone here know Owen Ling from Duging Chai Fi on this island?" Roline Ling replied sharply, looking annoyed. "If someone serves as a retainer for another, would not you know them?" Vin Hung beside her suddenly spoke up. "Yes, I know her. I am quite familiar," she said. "The spiritual energy at Dingchi Fi is abundant, making cultivation here very intense and competitive." Trunthing also smiled and said, "I know her too. The dazzling 18 divine suns make our faces shine. Every day is filled with vitality." Ruoan Ling's expression grew more irritated, her gaze sharp. She then snapped at the two others. "Keep quiet. I am not asking you." Saying this, Ruoan Ling stared straight at Tentha standing above. Frowning deeply, Tentha gently spoke, "If you are unwilling, then..." Ruoan Zheng replied clearly, "I won't return." Tentha was not too surprised but asked, "Why?" Ruoan Ling closed her eyes and calmly said, "My status as a divine son has been stripped. I no longer have the right to join the Emperor's war. Returning now, what could I possibly do? But I do not want to miss this great imperial struggle. The only way now is to stay by the 18 divine sons to take part in the grand battle." Her eyes filled with determination. Tantha folded his arms and silently obeyed. The matter of making the container, the young lady has provision for him, was never denied. "But I do not approve of the behavior of the 18 divine sons. I do not agree. And I do not think you can sustain long-term growth. So right now, you do not have the status to make me willingly submit." Then Lin Dong standing below did not explain clearly to Tanthu at all. After hearing that, Tanthu's expression showed little interest. "Women are such a bother. I do not care whether you are willing or not. You just need to clearly understand your status as the young lady." You quickly reported the situation. "Haven't he seen it before? It seems like it has been days." Tanthu raised his hand to hold it, closed his eyes as if thinking, "It has been days since seen, huh?" Then suddenly, his eyes opened wide. Showing panic, he said with a fearful, worried tone, "Are all the half-mountain fruits from the 6 great clans already brought here?" You answered calmly, "Neither fast nor slow. They have all been exchanged into spirit fruits and brought here. They have already filled the 6 warehouses of Duong Chai Mansion. No space left." Your bodyguard looked worried and glanced elsewhere. "I am afraid that is the case. Hurry and go check outside. The sunlight is shining brightly over there." After a while, Tantho's whole group stood before the warehouse door. Their worry faded, replaced by gentle voices. "Tell me, did not Miss Batch eat all the fruits in this warehouse?" Lin Dong behind them closed his eyes and smiled. "Impossible. You think it is the Thothiat divine tribe. Even if it is them, they could not have eaten an entire warehouse. Especially the so-called core of the Thothiat tribe. Mostly, it is absorbing it into the body to store energy, not actually eating it." Tanthu ignored Lin Dong's hunger and threw open the door to enter. Inside, the fruits were still stacked in layers in a corner. Tanthu and the others stood and looked. His eyes scanned around. Sure enough, all had been eaten. Only a pile of seeds remained. Lin Dong did not believe it and exclaimed, "How could that be?" Tanthu quickly moved outside. "Come on, let us check the next warehouse." Soon, Tanthu's group arrived at the next warehouse. Vian Hong spoke up, "Here we are." But the scene before them left Tanthu, Vian Hong, and Chanmin dumbfounded with shock. Tanthu was both worried and scared. Sure enough, the second warehouse had been completely emptied too. Lin Dong could not hide his surprise either. How is that possible? How could someone eat so many spirit fruits in such a short time? Even if they did not die from overeating, the massive spiritual energy accumulated in their body would cause them to explode. Unexpectedly, the fifth warehouse was the same. Hearing these reports, Tanthu could only stand there speechless and helpless. Time just kept passing. Now, their whole group stood before the last warehouse door. Vian Hong and Chanmin placed their hands on the door. When the door opened, The dazzling spirit fruits came into view. Tando was startled to see Batch Chuk Chuk lying on the pile of spirit fruits inside. Her eyes were closed, but her hand still held spirit fruits. Cohen forced a smile, turning a bit pale, and said, "Looks like Miss Batch really ate a lot. You all head back first, eating that much and even getting so tired you fell asleep. This is the first time I have seen something like this." Tando stepped over to Batch Chuk Chuk and helplessly scratched his head. Slowly, he wrapped his arms around her body, being held by Tando. Batch Chuk Chuk smiled comfortably. He also smiled gently, watching her sleep soundly in his arms. The whole space around them became romantic. Suddenly, Batch Chuk Chuk slowly opened her eyes, and his entire figure appeared before her. Tando, Batch Chuk Chuk blinked her eyes wide. Batch Chuk Chuk stepped back in annoyance and explained, "I do not want to do anything. I just saw you were not sleeping comfortably, so I picked you up to bed." Batch Chuk Chuk narrowed her eyes and sharply asked back, "Is that all? You have no other intentions?" Tando folded his arms helplessly and smirked. "It is just that simple." Baizu Zhu once again put on a look of annoyance. Truly an animal. She felt mocked. Tando looked puzzled, raising her hand to scratch her face. Because the island does not turn with the sun, the morning sunlight now shines down on the whole island, illuminating the warehouse center, the half-mountain territory of the 6 great clans. In just a few days, she has eaten everything clean. Can you tell me how you managed to eat so much? She looked up, eyes sparkling as she explained, "You are mocking me, are not you?" Tando was asked like that and froze, confused. Huh? Baizu Zhu calmly closed her eyes and turned away. "I knew it. Even you mock me. Since I was little, because I ate so much, many people rejected me, including my own parents. I have never had a full meal since childhood." As she spoke, she raised her hand, on the verge of tears. "Based on how much you eat, it must be hard to finish even one meal fully," Baizu Zhu said bitterly. "Later, when I was starving and could not bear it, I sneaked out just to find something to fill my stomach. Unexpectedly, you caught me and tormented me. I just ate a little spirit fruit and you shouted at me like that." Baizu Zhu grew weaker as she spoke, turning away with her eyes closed. Tando rubbed her hands tiredly in the air, explaining, "What did I say to you? And who tortured you? You did not torture anyone but have teary eyes." Tando was exhausted seeing this. "Hey, stop crying. Anyway, I do not even need those spirit fruits. If you want, just eat them." Hearing that, Baizu Zhu turned around immediately. "Don't he believe me?" asked. "Really?" Tando replied seriously. "Really?" Surprised, she happily hugged him. "Tando, you are the first man who has ever made me full." Being hugged, Tando blushed shyly in silence. Soon after, Baizu Zhu looked hungry and reached out to touch the spirit fruit. "I just finished resting. Who told me to spoil you like this?" "At Dongchifu Island of Vuho sect." Tando raised his hand. High in the air was a giant tame spirit fish, surrounded by a sphere of power. He looked at the creature inside with interest. The spirit fish soul was evolving. This assimilation in battle form had grown stronger. He wondered when the spirit soul would evolve again to complete its second transformation. Power butterflies circled around the sphere containing the spirit fish. Meanwhile, it bared its teeth fiercely, as if ready to bite whoever stood before it. Tando happily said, "If I can catch those blood beasts again, the spirit fish can grow up faster and stronger." He raised 2 fingers in the air, and instantly a shining golden sphere appeared. From it, a glowing blade emerged, dazzling to the eyes. Tando looked at the spear before him, clenched his teeth, feeling a bit uneasy. "This lithen spear truly holds immense power. Even with my sacred forbidden skin, I still got hurt by it. It should take over 100 years of training to unleash a single strike from this spear." The spear hovered midair, radiating a great force. Everyone eyed it warily. Another orb appeared in midair. Tando stared intently at it, holding the eternal movement pill. Lithen spear gripped his hand tightly. His face lit up excitedly as the orb suddenly shone, launching its power straight into the spear nearby. After a moment, the spear seemed to exist in another space. Tando smiled, amazed. No wonder the eternal movement pill could fill the spear with a century's worth of spiritual energy so quickly. He looked at the spear surging with power. It seemed the lithen spear was not fully charged yet. It could still take in more energy. "Keep going," he said with a pleased laugh, as the eternal movement pill continued to pour energy into the spear. After a while, the energy around the spear grew stronger. Tando touched it but could not add any more. 200 years. I have added the spiritual energy of 500 years to the lithen spear, he said happily, holding the spear firmly. The glowing golden orb still floated above. Tando looked up seriously. "The current power of the Napingayan Pearl is not enough anymore. It can only injure cultivators of the same rank as me. But an attack from this lithen spear, charged with 500 years worth of spiritual energy, could destroy the soul of someone just above my level." His eyes fixed intently on the spear. The Napingayan Pearl released its power, drawing the orb containing the soul worm inside. Tando looked at the orb holding the soul worm in his hand. He had already extracted the original spiritual bodies of 3 divine offspring. The physique of this demon breed is definitely excellent. Suddenly, he wore a puzzled expression, unsure how to use this thing. Suddenly, a formation appeared right in the center of the room ahead. Dongmin immediately appeared inside it. Tando was startled. He shouted loudly, "Ancestor Dongmin." The old man suddenly coughed violently, revealing blood inside. When Dongmin opened his palm, It was covered in blood. Tanthu anxiously asked, "Ancestor, are you alright?" Dongmen Ancestor is one of the few pillar masters of Wuho sect. With infinite cultivation, who could harm him? The old man calmly responded to Tanthu's concern. Don't worry. I got injured this time while reclaiming the Than Dong ancient altar. Using my leg to force open the altar's gate, the mysterious power inside the altar struck back. But it is nothing serious, Dongmin said casually. Tanthu's eyes widened as he thought. The Than Dong ancient altar, this is a legendary forbidden relic. The ancestor actually used his leg to pry it open, truly fearless. After thinking, Tanthu spoke to the old man. Legend says the Than Dong ancient altar is the dwelling of immortals. Immortals never die. Could this really be true? Dongmin closed his eyes and replied. The orb in his palm was radiating power. The Than Dong ancient altar is one of the greatest secrets of the celestial lords. It occasionally appears as a rift leaking water between time and space. No one has ever known its true origin. As for whether immortals truly exist in this world, that is hard to say. It is said only the ancient great emperors could know a little about it. The old man patiently explained everything to him. Tanthu suddenly grew worried, thinking of the image of the great emperor ensnared by strange tentacles. The great emperor. Only the great emperor could reach it. I once saw the great emperor being dragged away by a hand on his path. So what was behind that hand? It is a celestial being. A strange power from somewhere is pulling someone away, while those below try to resist. This ancient talisman land is a bit unusual this time, and the large gate of the talisman land has not been fully sealed. Maybe it is being forced open. Once it appears, it will attract powerful sect leaders from all directions to act. Everyone is trying their hardest to open that gate, to enter and uncover all its secrets. Yang Ming suddenly spoke. I heard the ancient talisman land holds secrets even older than ancient times. If fully understood, the benefits would be beyond question. Tan was helpless, scratching his face. Secrets older than ancient times. This continent really hides too many mysteries and unknowns. Just as he finished, Elder Yang Ming interrupted. But the gate of the ancient talisman land is not easy to open. Who knows how much more time it will take? This is not something juniors like you can get involved in. Better to leave it be for now. On the contrary, I have heard everything about the Divine Offspring Assembly. Yang Ming changed the subject. As he spoke, he raised his finger in approval. Elder really has good judgment. You did well. Tan blushed shyly at the praise. Elder, you flatter me. It is just small stuff. Suddenly, Dongmen stretched out his hand, and a glow appeared in his palm. Unexpectedly, he obtained both the Fiery God Spear and the Moon Spirit Divine Form. The Moon Spirit Spear immediately flew forward. Dongmen held the spear carefully. The Fiery God Spear was legendary and infamous. It was said to be a weapon once wielded by the great emperor, who defeated the noble divine clan. The spear hovered midair, and beneath it appeared a mighty emperor wielding a tall spear. The great emperor sensed its deadly aura was far too intense, so he sealed it. Since then, the Fiery God Spear never fully regained its original form, but its power remained as fierce as ever. Tun Enthe's eyes widened in surprise hearing the spear had been sealed. He lifted the spear with both hands. If someday you can break the seal made by the great emperor, this weapon will truly be your destiny, Dongmin said. Then, the Moon Spirit Divine Form orb floated toward Dongmin. 18 Divine Sons. Have you ever thought about evolving your solar divine form? Tenth was startled and asked back. Evolving the solar divine form? Ancestor, can mine really evolve further? The Moon Spirit orb hovered in his palm. Of course. Although the solar divine form is one of the beast physiques, among the 108 types of beast physiques across the heavens, it ranks only average, not the highest. So this Moon Spirit Divine Form can help push your solar divine form to evolve. Tentha smiled with excitement at the idea. You mean this Moon Spirit Divine Form can boost my solar divine form? The Moon Spirit Divine Form slowly returned to Tentha's. Exactly. Using your solar divine form to absorb the Moon Spirit Divine Form will upgrade your solar divine form. The Moon Spirit Divine Form will help you evolve your solar divine form, Dong Min explained calmly. Now is the best chance. Sit and meditate. Today, the ancestor will help you absorb the Moon Spirit Divine Form. Instantly, Tun Thay sat floating midair, a half-moon appearing above his head. Yes, Dongmen stretched out his hand, sending a faint glow toward Tenitha. The 18 Divine Sons. Absorbing and refining the Moon Spirit Divine Form means recreating the divine body. It will be incredibly painful. This kind of pain is unlike any other. Can you endure it? The ancestor asked seriously. Opposite him, Tentha answered with equal seriousness. Ready to start, Dongmen kept his hand forward, loudly commanding. Divine Body, activate needle form. The Moon Spirit Divine Form orb began to shake violently. Giant needles suddenly appeared, shooting straight toward Tenenth's body. The power and light from Dingy Miss Palm radiated outward. These diamond needles, forged from the Moon Spirit Divine Form, would pierce your body. Tunthe gritted his teeth in pain as the huge needles pierced through him. If I can endure this, once these needles fully merge into your body, the Moon Spirit Divine Form will be completely absorbed. Suddenly, images flashed of others being pierced by needles, writhing in pain and coughing up blood. This is a forbidden technique, a process filled with extreme agony. If you can persist, you will die. Many divine beings have died gruesomely during this needle-piercing process. That is why it is banned. Dong Min said calmly. The ancestor believes you can withstand it. That is why he is teaching you this technique. If you regret it now, there is still time to back out. Tun Thes's gaze hardened as he replied firmly. I am a lifelong cultivator. I have faced death and hardship countless times. This pain is nothing. Go ahead. Ancestor, I am not fragile. The power from Ding Min's palm surged stronger and stronger. Good. That is exactly the attitude I like. Very good. Elder likes this side of you. Suddenly, Elder's fingers curled into a fist. Tan's face darkened as he clenched his teeth. Enduring the pain, wisps of spiritual energy drifted dimly in the air. Tan shut his eyes and cried out, still painful as ever, but he quickly returned to a serious stance. Eyes firm. Yet, this pain was nothing to him. It could not even shake his spirit. Suddenly, needles pulled out, and a dazzling light appeared in Dong Min's palm. Next, 9 needles would pierce his body one by one, each causing multiplied pain. This was the real test. Tanda looked down and saw the needles piercing into his body. He shut his eyes, gritted his teeth through the pain, letting out a loud cry, but when he opened them, his gaze was unwavering. The pain was far worse. Then suddenly the image of a man appeared before him. Beneath that man's feet were bright power lines, his second consciousness. After bathing in the immortal body's light and breaking through the Taurus realm, his second consciousness came alive again. Tando clenched his teeth in pain. Body trembling. The pain only grew stronger, truly an indescribable agony. The needle slowly sank deeper, despite the pain. He smiled, as if confident he could endure it all. Without fear, Tantho stared straight at his spirit before him. The second consciousness had boosted his fighting spirit and willpower. Dongmin and Tantho floated in midair, motionless, eyes closed, as spiritual energies drifted softly around them. Dongmin faced him and said, the final strike, the 9 needles will fully pierce your body. The old man's eyes opened wider, his voice louder. The pain will reach its peak now. More and more power flowed from his hands. Tantho's face suddenly looked down. He saw the needles already piercing deep inside him. Suddenly, a noise rang out, and Tantho's expression became unclear. Then his body burst with fierce power. Tantho's face tightened as he clenched his fist. Is it? Tantho's form still appeared. It seemed the second consciousness' effect was stronger than he imagined. His pain tolerance to this world was increasing. No matter how many times he repeated this, he could surpass it easily. His face could not hide his excitement. Dongmin smiled in approval and said, well done. Enduring this pain without a single cry, willpower and pain tolerance like this, I have only heard from ancient emperors. Dongmin said calmly as suddenly 2 spheres, sun and moon, appeared, gathering power around Tantho. The sun and moon spheres floated above Tantho's head. Dongmin watched intently and said, the sun and moon spirits are merging together, appearing simultaneously. 10th test spirit. You can now fully absorb the moon spirit, the old man explained gently. Tantho's face lit up with excitement. The energy of these 2 spirits blended perfectly. Next, fuse the sea moon spirit into your solar spirit. This will elevate your spirit to a higher level. The old man spoke step by step, slowly. After hearing this, Tantho's confident eyes nodded in agreement. Good. The power of these 2 spirits will now cover your body. The fused moon spirit appeared, radiating power that enveloped him. The moon spirit glowed, sending out beams of power. The solar spirit also emitted its energy. As their power shone on him, armor appeared, shining brightly over Tantho's body. He looked down. This is, Dongmin quickly explained, spirit armor. This is the sign of the great solar spirit. With the great spirit, your combat power has at least doubled. Dongmin said softly. Tantho listened, stunned and disbelieving. Ancestor, so this is the great spirit. Can my solar spirit be upgraded further in the future? Dongmin asked back him. You think cultivating the great completion body is easy? The moon spirit body is one of the 180 extraordinary physiques, only surpassed by the sun body and extremely rare. You might be able to successfully absorb it. Even rarer than that, such a thing is hardly ever seen in the entire eastern wilderness, once in 1,000 years. At best, Shenshu was surprised. The 2 bodies in the sky were still radiating energy. Yang Ming calmly continued. A super physique is named so because it can multiply one's strategic steps. Simply put, a cultivator strategy is 2 steps. A super physique doubles those steps. So the total strategy for that cultivator becomes 4 steps. The image of an ordinary person transforming into someone bursting with power appears. The same person before and after looks completely different. Later, as the cultivator's realm rises, strategy reaches 4 steps. The super physique still doubles the steps. So then, the total strategy for that cultivator is 8 steps. I'm explaining this, do you understand? Shenshu looked intently, thinking deeply. Then his face brightened as he answered. Got it. Ordinary cultivators advance their realm and practice based on simple addition of strategic steps, but super physiques multiply the steps based on the person's essence. A powerful energy radiated from his palm, enveloping his arm. The armor on Shenshu's body gradually disappeared. He scratched his head shyly. Not bad. Yang Ming raised his hand in approval facing him. Shenshu's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked, Ancestor, among the 108 super physiques, Which one is the strongest? How does it multiply the steps? Yang Ming quickly answered his question. The strongest physique in the many heavens is probably the legendary immortal physique. But from ancient times to now, no one has ever been said to possess it. Hard to say. Yang pointed forward. Shen Shu was shocked and amazed by what he said next. Second, if someone survives as a fetus without being assassinated, they will be born with the natural chaotic saint physique. The Dao fetus. Yang Ming maintained his stance and continued. This physique ranks in the top 3 super physiques, right after the immortal physique. Combining the natural saintly physiques of Heaven-born, chaotic Heaven-born, and Dao fetus Heaven-born 3 merged physiques. Shen Shu listened seriously, captivated by Yang's words. Once at great completion, the strategic step increase is unimaginable. Let me give a simple example. Shen Shu's body was surrounded by a faint power aura. As Yang Ming spoke, an image appeared of 2 armored warriors facing off. Long ago, the great completion saint body fought a mighty armored warrior who smashed the ground with his hand. Yet with one strike, the saint body defeated the armored warrior, the founder of the divine king body. Shen Shu's eyes flicked away briefly. Yang Ming continued, imagining the terror of the great completion chaotic saint physique Dao fetus. He looked a bit worried. It really was terrifying. No wonder someone tried to kill me. Yang Ming added, that is also why your mother was assassinated before. But cultivation is too complicated, he said solemnly. Yang Ming's face softened slightly, saying a person's total strategy can't be described by a simple number. What I am saying is just to give you a concept. You can calculate an enemy's strategy this way, or you will die a horrible death. Shen Shu respectfully bowed his head. Ancestor. I understand. He glanced down at his tightly clenched hands. In battle, so many things are unpredictable. Realm, spirit, physique, cultivation method, weapon, trust, talent, all are the key to victory. And if you want to win every fight, you have to be fully prepared, leaving no weaknesses. Flames seemed to burn fiercely around him. Yang Ming solemnly advised, that is enough for today. I still need to return to the ancient Taoist temple. This time when I return, I plan to bring some spirit fruits to replenish my energy, preparing for when demons appear, the old man said confidently. Hearing that, Tando's eyes widened, feeling a bit uneasy. He forced a smile, then quickly turned and ran off. Grandfather, please continue your work. I have to leave first. Tando's face was dripping with sweat and grime. Apart from the shadows of a few immortal pills, the entire Yangqi mansion non-island had already been devoured by Batch Chuk Chuk. His pace quickened. At the residence of the 7th Spirit Son, he saw others preparing to enter. Tanto stood behind, pointing and said, a wicked smile spread on his face as he kicked open the gate of the 7th Spirit Son's palace. Vian Hong and Don Lin Dong, their cunning faces full of wickedness, watched closely. Vian Hong forcefully kicked forward. Let me handle this. The others laughed with delight and followed inside. Tandu entered with arms crossed while the others looked in one direction. Chanthong Min, slightly annoyed, said, Spirit Son, no one's here. The 7th Spirit Son has fled. Tantho kept his sinister smile and replied, I knew it. How could he wait for me to come to his doorstep? Burn this place down, he ordered. Turning to leave, Vian Hong threw a burning log inside. The whole place quickly went up in flames. Takan Thean and Chan Lao stood on a high vantage point watching. Henta said fearlessly, damn it, since we can find that Spirit Son, he just burned my place. The energy of the 18 Spirit Sons is getting worse and worse. Chan Lao behind him also spoke up. But everything was already in my plan. Probably no one at Wuho Sect knows that the 7th Spirit Son has long controlled the entire Yangchai Mansion non-island. That residence was just a front, Chan Lao explained. Chan Lao continued, folding his arms behind his back. The Spirit Sons' assembly ended in slaughter, yet the 18 Spirit Sons managed to turn the tide. Takan Thean thought for a moment. This really exceeds my expectations. I have never been careless before. Chan Lao, worried, asked, Spirit Son, what should we do next? Should we continue attacking the 18 Spirit Sons? Takan Thean quickly answered, the 18 Spirit Sons put a lot of pressure on me. Next, I will seclude myself to break through from the spirit realm to the true man realm. He turned slightly, confidently saying, my power will fill the space around us. At the main gate of Wuho Sect, the Spirit Sons group stood there, each wearing a displeased expression. Chantho Min suddenly spoke up. At the Great Donghak ceremony, the 18 Spirit Sons led and commanded 2 other Spirit Sons to join. I am pretty curious who those 2 Spirit Sons are, he said while rubbing his head. Batch Truok was still nibbling on spirit fruit. The Spirit Son beside her watched seriously and suddenly asked, did the Yin Yang Elder do anything to you? Batch Truok looked confused and replied, what could that old man possibly do to me? The Spirit Son helplessly said, you ate my spirit fruits and even finished all the fruits stored in the Yang Chai Mansion non-island's warehouse. He thought about the empty barrels, folding his arms helplessly. He asked, did old man Dong not blame you at all? Batch Truok's face darkened, but then she returned a calm reply. That old man just glanced and left, even said your eyes were wandering. She thought to herself. Tanthu stood opposite, urging her, say it. What happened? A strange slimy thing appeared. He told me to eat as much as I want. Even the seedlings of the immortal pills 1T matter. Consider it a gift from the 18 spirit sons prepared for me. Bachtruk spoke emotionlessly. Tando's face turned pale. Mouth agape. Huh, she smiled again. Thinking of old man Dong. This old man is not bad at all. Once those immortal pill seedlings grow, I will eat them. Bachtruk put her hands on her hips. Speaking with enthusiasm, Tando's face turned pale and twisted. Bachtruk said, immortal pills are not the main point. The main point is the gift. Do you know what a gift is? He suddenly spoke loudly. Tension on his face, she kept chewing. Confused. Bachtruk replied innocently. No idea. And Truk then said, turning her head to keep chewing. Tando's expression froze. Powerless and speechless. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared out of nowhere, the 18 spirit sons, two sources of power, rushing toward Tanthu's group. The two who appeared were the 4 spirit sons. Accompanied by a young man, the 4 spirit sons raised his hand respectfully and said, we have arrived. Tanthu folded his arms, smiling with amusement as he responded, 6 spirit sons. I never expected you to follow me to join the great Donghak ceremony. The 6 spirit sons, eyes dark and irritated, grunted. He snapped, 18 spirit sons. Do not waste words. Let us. Tanthu raised his hand to stop him. There is still one more spirit son not here yet. Wait a little longer. Suddenly, the spirit son called out to him, 18 spirit sons. Tanthu's face hardened as he stared intently. The man smiled cheerfully as he introduced himself. I am the 4 spirit sons. Everyone there was shocked, eyes wide open in surprise. Tanthu raised his hand to his face, as if trying to think. No way. Wasn't the age limit for becoming a spirit son in Vu Ho Moon that you could not be older than 30 before being appointed? Vian Hong crossed his arms and added, this old guy is already that old. If he says he is the grandpa of the 4 spirit sons, I would believe it. The 4 spirit son stood composed, stroking his beard as he said, I am 18 years old this year. He smiled and said in a light-hearted way. Tanthu was speechless and silent while Bachtruk and Kao and Sin looked suspicious. The other 3 looked surprised and disbelieving. The 4 spirit sons said seriously, 18 spirit sons. You do not know, since I was young, I practiced a unique technique, one that can miraculously restore the broken to new. Images appeared of him meditating seriously in different forms, big and small. When I started, I was an old man. But as I continued practicing the technique, I became younger and younger. The day I transformed from old to young was the day I succeeded. Tanthu listened. Then his expression returned to normal. So that is how it is? He said, intrigued by the man's unique technique. Suddenly, the 6 spirit sons turned around irritably and said, you guys keep talking, I will go ahead. See you at the great Donghak ceremony. Saying that, he immediately sped off. Tanthu watched him go, chuckling. Let us go too. It is time to depart. Then he took off, flying ahead, and the others quickly followed. Outside the entrance, Coxin stood beside Tanthu and said, Spirit son, this is the Dragon Statue City of the Ancient Kingdom. The great Donghak ceremony is held on Mount Xianwang, inside Dragon Statue City. As he spoke, he pointed inside where the others had already arrived. Coxin continued, we can stay temporarily in Dragon Statue City, then head to Mount Xianwang when the ceremony begins. Tanthu turned and asked, 4 spirits, do you see this? He politely replied, this time, the 18 spirit sons lead. The 18 spirit sons will decide. Tanthu looked ahead seriously. Let us move in quickly. Time passed steadily. He led the way through the bustling crowd, reaching the ancient kingdom's dragon statue city, and suddenly recalled something. Previously, I obtained a dragon statue jade in the ancient kingdom's crown prince forest, a crucial item that can block a deadly strike. This jade showed its great power during the Spirit Sons convention. It was a blue jade. I remember its shape clearly. Tanthu suddenly turned back and said to everyone, I heard the dragon statue jade is a specialty of the ancient kingdom. Spao, too. Where can we buy one? Coinsin frowned and replied awkwardly, Spirit Son, the dragon statue jade only exists in the ancient kingdom's dragon statue city. Such a precious treasure is not easy to buy. Even the ancient kingdom's dragon statue city does not have many. Only the royal family and important descendants possess them. He sheepishly scratched his head. The crown prince probably thought you would be dead last time, so he gave it to you. Hearing this, Tanthu chuckled. So that is how it is? This time, I must thank the crown prince carefully. After a while, at the ancient kingdom's royal palace, someone hurriedly ran in from outside. That person hurriedly kneeled down and reported to Lam Vu. The prince, according to intelligence, the 18th divine son of Yu Ho Mun has arrived at Long Tong City. He wore the most sinister expression with a slight smile. Good. Tanthu severed both my legs and took away the one I loved most. This great Eastern music ceremony will make him pay the price. Once he leaves, he won't come back. Lam Vu grimaced with a mad smile, holding a glowing jar. Surrounding the jar was a dark aura. He quickly opened the jar's lid. A strange, ghostly soul emerged, bringing with it a dark power. Witnessing this, the other person was shocked and trembled all over. The soul swiftly lunged toward him. Very quickly, that person's soul was completely drained and withered. Lam Vu's face darkened as he forced a smile. The item given by Senior Prison King was truly formidable. He ordered the souls Follow the breath and find the 18th divine sun. The souls immediately flew straight out. At Longtong City in the ancient Longtong Kingdom, the people of Enthu slowly approached the crowd. Sunlight shone from above, casting a large shadow in front. Koan-sen beside them spoke up. Divine Sun, this place is called Xianwang Pavilion. Legend says an immortal once set foot here, in the pavilion said to be the most luxurious in Longtong City. It is the perfect place for the Divine Sun to reside. An image appeared of a man bathed in dazzling light. Surrounded by mist, Tando's face showed some doubt. Xianwang Mountain, Xianwang Pavilion, and the Great Eastern Music Ceremony are all dedicated to Xianwang. Tell me, did the immortal really come here? Everyone paused for a moment after hearing this. Koan-sen stroked his beard and added, I am afraid it is just a rumor. But now, the Xianwang sacrifice is the biggest event in Donghong. That is why the great ceremony Feng Xian was renamed the Great Eastern Music Ceremony. It is said the immortal's title was Dong Hak Zhan Xian, true immortal of Eastern music. Elsewhere, people knelt before a giant incense burner. The immortal radiated light, hovering in the air and looking down. Then two suddenly spoke. Xianwang Mountain's sacrifice to the immortal has been a tradition since ancient times. It is said the mountain itself originally came from a part of the immortal's body transforming. Multicolored beams often danced on the mountain. These colorful power streams circled around the peak. A man was enveloped by these beams of power. If the light entered his body, it could instantly boost his cultivation level. Many people have previously experienced this miracle. Tantho still looked doubtful after hearing this. Amazing, he thought silently with a sudden smile. No wonder this is the place the system insists we come to. It is truly worth the visit. Then two spread his arms and continued. Not only that, after the Great Eastern Music Ceremony, ancient Longtong Kingdom will open the 18 levels of hell in Shanwang Mountain. All participants in the ceremony can enter these 18 hell levels to face dangerous trials. It is a dark cave filled with black spiritual energy. Then two smiled, unable to hide his excitement about inheriting the immortal's fortune and legacy. Vian Hong nearby frowned. If it is called Xianwang Mountain, why is there a hell? Konixin calmly replied, because legend says a part of the immortal's body was left here to suppress the demons from hell. Long ago, the demons desperately tried to escape. Inside the dark cave, black spiritual energy constantly flows. However, the hell inside Shanwang Mountain is complex and ever-changing. Even God-level figures find it hard to fully understand the situation inside. Konixin explained clearly to everyone. Tantho suddenly spoke again. 18 levels of hell. Brother Yenthuk told everyone that if he remembered correctly, at the Holy Fire Assembly, the old Munkuch Hong next to Prince Lam had dark, sharp eyes and stood there stubbornly. That man used his power to drain others' energy, having mastered a dark art in the 18 levels of hell that absorbs human spiritual power. Looks like this place is not a good one. His brows slightly furrowed. Koangsen added, Master, the 18 levels of hell emit abnormal energy. Every year, people from the ancient Longtong nation enter the mine island. Out of 10 who go in, only one survives to come back if that is not the worst. A group carried equipment and plunged straight into the darkness. Tantho still thought over what Kao Angson said. Telling himself the Jade Lamb Elephant he once sought appeared in the 18 levels of hell. The Jade Long Elephant gem mentioned. Kao Angson's expression brightened. However, the Jade Long Elephant is a treasure so rare that even 100 years would not guarantee a piece. Tantho's mood darkened as he seriously asked, Old Ka, Prince Lam once threatened you with your family. Are your family still here now? He quickly replied, They are still here. I was about to tell you. Master, I want to visit them briefly. He added. Tanthu urged, Go quickly. If anything happens, let me know. He suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, face stern but warm. Remember, you are not alone. You have got me backing you up. Hearing this, Koyangson's eyes welled up with tears. He bowed quickly in thanks. Thank you, Master. Koyangson walked a bit then raised his hand to say goodbye to the master's group, turning away with a cold expression. He said, Let us go inside. The luxurious room smelled faintly of incense, and those inside showed obvious longing. There, a girl sat in the center playing a lute. Her scent was like blooming flowers. Some people slowly entered, but the master's group stopped at the entrance. Vian Hong, surprised, said, Master, I did not expect the demon princess from the stage to be here too. The demon princess shyly raised her hand and closed her eyes. When she opened them slowly, someone asked, Princess, why did you stop performing? A guest holding a wine glass asked eagerly. Keep going with the story. I am really hooked. The demon princess aura rivaled that of ancient princesses. We want to enjoy more, she said. The master's group listened. Somewhat surprised, the demon princess shyly greeted. Hello, Master? 18th Master. The one who asked looked surprised. What? The 18th Master is here. He stood, arms crossed, calmly listening to the chatter. This was the 18th Master, famed throughout Donghong. His towering presence was unmatched, truly handsome and extraordinary, with an otherworldly aura that set him apart from the mundane. The demon princess lowered her eyes and said, 18th Master, next, I will play a piece for you. How does that sound? Tantho suddenly looked annoyed, spun around, and walked off. The master's not in the mood. Those there whispered among themselves. No wonder he is the 18th master. Even the demon princess with her unmatched aura can't get him to pay attention. The 6th master clenched his teeth angrily. Damn it! The 18th master really does not know how to behave. Hi. Why do you care about that guy? I will defeat him sooner or later and make him apologize properly, he said angrily. Turning to Mni, she replied calmly. 6th master, my pride is not important. What matters is that at this Grand Dong Hack ceremony, I can inherit the Heavenly King's legacy and rise to the top, she said, casting a sharp glance. The 6th master clenched his fists and said louder. Don't worry. I won't let you down, she urged the 6th master gently. Master, I know a bit about the 18 levels of hell. When the time comes, I will lend you a hand. I believe you will surpass the 18th master. Tantho had not gone far before he heard her say this. The sun was setting slowly. Tantho closed his eyes to meditate when suddenly he heard a noise outside the door. Batch Truok startled and opened her eyes. Sitting up to watch Tantho closely, something flickered through his mind. Tantho opened his eyes, a look of delight on his face. You came to the door on your own. Batch Truok stretched out on the bed, sleepy as ever. Tantho slowly counted outside the door. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the room. The souls began reaching their hands through the door. They, burning with rage, advanced inside. Tantho raised 2 fingers, and a sphere appeared, charging his energy. Fearless. He looked at the souls and smirked. Tantho snarled. These blood shadows are incredibly nourishing for soul silkworms. Yet now 2 have come to my door. Suddenly, the blood shadows went berserk and charged fiercely. Tantho immediately launched his energy sphere straight ahead. Suddenly, a shield appeared, enclosing the 2 blood shadows. They kept trying to ram their heads against the shield to break free. The shield shattered under their assault. Tantho's face darkened, eyes wide with surprise. The shield did not hold. These 2 blood shadows were much stronger than the last one. Coldly, Tantho grabbed one blood shadow by the neck. Without fear, he said, these blood shadows are exceptionally tough. Nothing can pierce or harm them, but my sacred talisman is their weakness. The blood shadow in Tantho's grip screamed in agony. He struck its chest hard with his hand. It howled in pain. Its terrifying face contorted. Doubt flickered in Tantho's eyes. He quickly moved forward. He grabbed its body again. He looked up in horror at something. The remaining blood shadow thrust its finger rapidly toward Tantho. Tantho stayed still. A golden talisman appeared behind him and flew forward. The talisman struck the remaining blood shadow. Its radiant glow pinned the blood shadow to the ground as it struggled to raise its hand. One blood shadow was crushed by the talisman. The other was under Tantho's control. Tantho stared at the blood shadow and said, the system told me the sacred talisman can stop these evil spirits. It seems the talisman's suppressive power over these demons is stronger than I imagined. Next up is the soul silkworm. Tears in his eyes, Tantho looked aside as the soul silkworm appeared. The blood shadow in Tantho's hand looked terrified. The other was still pinned down. The soul silkworm eyed the 2 blood shadows, drooling as it prepared to swallow them whole. At a certain room, Yuan Hong and Tran Kong Min stood guard outside. Tu Then Tu and Chu Lap stood before the door. Both wore serious expressions as they approached. Yuan Hong spoke irritably. Lufto, Tu Then, please stop right there. The 18th and 2 is still in seclusion. He raised his hand seriously toward the 2. Chu Lap, angry and radiating energy, said, today is the great winter music ceremony. The 18th and 2 is the leader. Yet now he is in seclusion. What the hell is he doing here? Yuan Hong crossed his arms. Indifferent. Lufto, we have already said. No dogs allowed to disturb. Chulap Grangrir, eyes flashing a glare. The then 2 tried to calm the situation. Lufto, if the 18th and 2 is in seclusion, then the 2 of us will attend the great winter music ceremony first. Chulap's face darkened. He glanced upward. Then he turned and walked away. Remember this. At Mount Immortal King's great winter music ceremony, a group stood by the main pillar. This was the National Lord of the ancient Long Elephant Kingdom. The National Lord and Lin Vu stood there. He looked seriously ahead. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over, shouting, Swordmaster Hu Vu has arrived. The 7th Prince of the Moon God arrives. The sect leader of Than Van Mountain arrives. The ruler of the ancient kingdom. Sect leaders from member factions arrive. The announcement echoes across the sky. Countless people fly around a pillar. Slowly descending, everyone dives down at lightning speed. Each person stands firmly in their own domain. Salute to the national ruler, everyone says in unison. The national ruler smiles with satisfaction and raises his hand in response. Welcome everyone here to celebrate the grand ceremony. The announcement sounds again. Wuhosek, 6th Divine Son. 4th Divine Son arrives. The 6th and 4th Divine Sons descend from above. The national ruler speaks solemnly. 2 Divine Son. It is unknown why the 18th Divine Son has not arrived. The gentle-faced Death Divine Son steps forward to answer. National ruler. The 18th Divine Son is still in seclusion, unable to arrive for now. Longvu sits quietly, whispering to himself, seclusion. Ridiculous. I bet the 18th Divine Son was either killed by those 2 blood shadows or severely injured. He can't even make it to the grand ceremony. Henta laughs wickedly, eyes full of pride. Longvu's face darkens noticeably. Just wait. 18th Divine Son. This crown prince will never let anyone survive and leave. Suddenly the announcer speaks again. Young Lord Kalin. Holy Son Kalin arrives. The two quickly land, followed by their servants. A man with crossed arms suddenly speaks. Holy Son Kalin's status is unquestionable. Unexpectedly, the Divine Clan has a young lord this time. This is the Divine Lord himself. Young Lord Kalin steps forward and to speak seriously. Where is the 18th Divine Son of Wuhua sect? Suddenly, the Divine Phoenix Maiden descends and interrupts. The 18th Divine Son is her. She looks cold. Descending calmly, the national ruler looks on and asks repeatedly, "Are you the Divine Phoenix Maiden?" The maiden replies calmly, "I heard the 18th Divine Son's reputation shakes the East wild. Today, I will kill him to cement my fame." Others from various sects begin to speak up. The Divine Phoenix Maiden of the Divine Emperor actually shows up, truly powerful. Looks like the Divine Clan is making a big move this time. Talents appear one after another. This proves the great event is near. Death Divine Son and Chulap stand silently listening to the gossip. However, the Divine Clan's elites are all searching for the 18th Divine Son. Do you think it is because the 18th Divine Son learned of this and is purposely avoiding showing up? Young Lord Lilin's eyes are cold. The Divine Phoenix Maiden watches calmly. The national ruler suddenly calls out the names Young Lord Kailin and Divine Phoenix Maiden. The 18th Divine Son is still in seclusion. He can come, he announces to everyone. The Divine Phoenix Maiden closes her eyes and smirks. Not here yet. Then is not that just me arriving first? Young Lord Kalin adds. So the rumors are true after all. All that talk about shaking East Wild is just nonsense. Choosing to seclude on the day of the grand ceremony. What a coward. The Divine Sons of Wuhua sect do not live up to their reputation. Truly disappointing to this young lord. He says with a mocking tone, "Chulap, silent until now." Finally speaks. Young Lord Kalin. The 18th Divine Son's choice to seclude is his own decision. Please do not break the chopsticks saying that drags all of us into this. Don't he tarnish the reputation of the Wuhua sect's divine disciples. He looked furious and spoke through gritted teeth. The young Master Kalin asked without much interest, "Who are you again?" The sect leader replied with calm authority, "Lu Divine Disciple of the Wuhua sect. I wonder how young Master Kalin feels about this." He repeated, "Lu Divine Disciple." Young Master Kalin smiled slyly, baring his teeth. Suddenly, his whole body radiated fierce anger as he spoke. "If the 8 divine disciples do not show up, I will just deal with you first to uphold the sect's honor." The sect leader's face showed a hint of surprise, but then something flashed quickly across young Master Kailin's face. The Divine Phoenix Maiden flew ahead. "So let," young Master Kulin said irritably. "Divine Maiden, should not you know who arrived first?" He immediately rushed forward after her. "This fat goat is clearly my prize. I will take them first." The Divine Phoenix Maiden glanced back and replied, "I do not care. I can't afford to waste a trip today." She flew ahead, with young Master Kulin hot on her heels. "Then let us see who gets this fat goat first with our own skills." The sect leader clenched his fists, power radiating from him. "Damn it! And yet he compared me to a fat goat. How is that fair?" The Divine Disciple nearby spoke seriously. "Lu Divine Disciple, I am here to help you." Young Master Kulin's face darkened as he flew before the Divine Disciple. "Step aside. Let me see if you are worthy of my attention." The Divine Disciple is strong. Divine Disciple of the Wuhua sect. Young Master Kulin still flew at lightning speed. Divine Disciple, not worthy enough to be trampled under my feet. His eyes widened in surprise. Young Master Kulin stomped fiercely in midair, sending the 4 Divine Disciples crashing to the ground. While Lu Divine Disciple glared, the Divine Phoenix Maiden's voice rang out. "Your turn now." He quickly glanced back as the Divine Phoenix Maiden struck, flinging the sect leader far away. Everyone watched tensely, whispering among themselves. The first generation of the Divine Tribe is getting stronger. The 2 Divine Disciples of the Wuhua sect are completely at a disadvantage. Young Master Kulin flew beside the Divine Phoenix Maiden and said, "This is the elite Divine Disciple of the Wuhua sect. Seems I overestimated you all. Worthless trash." He sneered as he spoke. The sect leader sat up, teeth clenched in anger. "Damn it!" In Tando's room, the soul silkworm hovered, slowly absorbing blood shadows. He looked satisfied as he watched. The second blood shadow is almost fully absorbed. The soul silkworm took a whole day just to swallow these 2 blood shadows. The souls contained in these blood shadows are much stronger than the previous ones. Suddenly, the soul silkworm lifted its head. Its body began to radiate a dazzling power. Tando hurriedly stood up. The soul silkworm finally began to transform. Its tiny body slowly grew larger. It quickly turned into a soul silkworm with eyes and 2 cute horns. It flew down into Tandua's palm. He looked at the soul silkworm inside its protective shell and said, "The divine soul has transformed 9 times. This is the second metamorphosis. They say soul refining is as hard as reaching the sky. But why does it feel so easy that I have already broken through the second change?" Tando slowly walked toward the door and opened it wide with both hands. Outside the main door stood Duan Lingdong, Coinsit, Tran Kongmin, Vian Hong, and Batch Truok waiting. Vian Hong spoke first. "Divine Disciple, the last day is finally here. If it had taken any longer, the Great Eastern Music Ceremony might have ended." He cheerfully told everyone. "Let us." Tando went ahead, frowning in thought. "The Great Eastern Music Ceremony can be missed. I still have a mission." The rocky area below was already shrouded in thick bamboo fog. The young Lord Kalin and Divine Phoenix Maiden flew high, looking down at Chulap and the 4 Divine Sons. Chulap Feng clenched his fists and said, "Young Lord Kalin, continue." He glared down angrily, unaware of his own limits. the young lord would deal with him. The young lord Kulin and Chulap charged at each other, Kulin striking with his foot. Suddenly, a giant Kulin appeared. Its huge paw aimed straight at Chulap. With one stomp, it sent him flying, followed by a massive explosion. The young Lord Kulin glanced down again. What kind of hit was that? I already think highly of you all, the young lord said. Nearby, the divine Phoenix Maiden and the Death Sun faced each other. She smiled and pointed down, saying, I will give you a chance. If you admit defeat on the ground, I won't attack you. The Death Sun's face darkened with anger as he responded. Divine Maiden, fight if you want. No need to insult others. Tando flew off angrily. Suddenly, he spoke to Kawan Sin. Old man, your family. Tears welled in his eyes. Kawan Sin paused at the question. How is it? Upon hearing this, the old man's face turned sorrowful. Tantho suddenly raised his voice. Speak, I have told you before. I have got your back, the old man said. He spoke seriously, his power still radiating in the air. Kawan Sin turned away but answered. My family has been taken by Crown Prince Lam to the 18th level of hell. Their fate is unknown now. His eyes full of sorrow. Tantho was shocked and stunned by the news. He turned to see Kawan Sin's sorrowful face. Crown Prince Lam. Don't worry. I will remember this grudge, he said coldly. Tantho thought of Lam Vu's cruel face when releasing the two blood shadows. If these two blood shadows are what I suspect, they must be connected to Crown Prince Lam. At the four divine sons' side, he still faced the divine Phoenix Maiden. She calmly said, fight if you want. The four divine sons spread their legs, taking a stance. Both charged simultaneously, their power shaking the space. Who can withstand my moves? The divine Phoenix Maiden's wings flared, shading half her face. The Death Sun stretched out his hand to block her wings' strike, but quickly, her wings struck him down hard. Get lost. The four divine sons of the old VF or sect faced a figure like Tanfo Thean, the current VSA sect's 18 divine sons. They are nothing but useless trash. Penta crossed his arms. Speaking insultingly, the Phoenix Maiden beside him added on, a one-way ticket pilot with not a real opponent in sight. You all disappoint me. The young Lord Kylan continued. Looks like the VA sect is not worthy of my intervention. The four divine sons swept profusely. Furious, Chulap's face was expressionless. Eyes cold. Penta looked down from above with folded arms. Lam Quochu and Lam Vu stood silently watching. The old man said seriously, this generation of heavenly arrogant divine sons is truly powerful. Prince, you must be careful in dealing with these divine sons. Don't cause trouble. Lam Quochu warned cautiously. Lam Vu suddenly smiled strangely. Father, I understand. So Tanda was wounded by the blood shadows. He can come if he did not see him being overwhelmed and killed by the divine sons. That would be a relief. The more I think about it, the more that is the face of the Vieja sect outside. You want us to take revenge. He stood up straight and said clearly. The young Master Kulin gave an order while folding his arms and watching. The death god raised his hand to wipe blood from his mouth. Dreaming on. Hearing that, the young Master Kulin's face darkened even more. He immediately stretched out his hand, unleashing his power. Then knelt down. The Kulin's power radiating from its back now emitted a spiritual force. It then struck its sharp claws towards Chulap and the fourth death god. Both of them widened their eyes in shock. What is that? The Kulin used both hands to press down on Chulap and the fourth death god's heads. The young Master Kylan stood proudly and knelt quickly. Both of them gritted their teeth, faces tense with strain. Damn it! The fourth death god and Chulap raised their hands to resist the Kulin. Block it. Everyone there was stunned. The atmosphere was tense. The young Master Cullen calmed down a bit and said, fine if you want to kneel in submission. Back then, Tanfat Thien killed many of the deity tribe's strongest. He stood with a blade over a pile of bodies. The young Master Cullen said with a smile, today, I will behead two of Wuho's death gods. His hands radiated power. I will imitate Tanfat Thien from back then. I will kill every celestial servant of Wuho. All of you. The young Master Cullen spoke with a wicked grin. A voice rang out. Shut up. Tantho Jiang unleashed power from both hands. Thrusting forward, he extended his palm. Releasing a burst of power, a spear appeared, flying straight at the Kilin, pinning down the fourth and sixth death gods. The spear pierced right through the Kilin's body. The fourth death god's face was pitiful, begging for help. Death god! Everyone quickly landed on the ground. Whispering spread again. The 18th death god has arrived. Lam Vu and the others were stunned. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth, refusing to respond. He spoke with fierce laughter. He is slightly stronger than those two useless ones, worthy for this young master to step out. The Phoenix death girl beside him also joined in. The 18th death god. Today I am here to take heads. She flew up swiftly. Accept your fate. Tando remained calm, responding while glancing back. Two people. One bird. One four-legged beast. The young Master Kulin was shocked and darkened hearing that the Phoenix death girl also showed irritation. Tando defiantly continued, how dare you talk big to me? Death God. Everyone there turned pale hearing his words. The 18th death god called the heavenly phoenix a bird and called the young Master Kulin a four-legged beast. They completely disrespected the two celestial servants of the deity tribe. The young Master Kulin lost his temper and said, see God. Even the Phoenix death girl showed anger and said, the 18th death god, I hope your strength matches what you just claimed. The saint death god Kylan, silent until now. Spoke up, both of you. I have an old grudge with the 18th Death God. His face was full of bitter hatred. Something suddenly shot off the ground at high speed. The Saint Death God Keelan spoke and dashed toward Tanthu. I will get there first. 18th Death God. Our grudge has come to an end. Our grudges have reached their end. The Divine Offspring's Cullen raised a shield, blocking the Divine Offspring's punch from breaking through. Clenching his teeth in anger, he said, it was the Divine Offspring who stole the 4 Divine Offspring's fate. The Divine Book looked up defiantly. Everyone competes fairly for Du Chai's fate. How can you say it was stolen? Useless people always blame others for theft. Are your gods really that shameless? He stood before him, saying he was not cheap. He was speechless after that insult. Shenshu spoke up again. Temporary soul. It appeared, speaking indistinctly. Saint Sun Keelan lowered its head. Not good. My divine soul is being... Suddenly, Shenshu kicked him away. Get lost. His body slammed hard onto the ground. Saint Sun Keelan clenched its teeth in anger. 18 gods. Truly despicable people. Sneaking attacks on this Saint Et's son. Just as he finished, a giant hammer crashed down beside him. The attacker was Bai Zuzhu. Suddenly, the young Master Cullen smiled softly. Yes, person. Bai Zuzhu looked up and spoke. Lie down honestly. He obediently followed her order. Yes. The young Master Cullen looked down from above. His eyes were full of contempt. Though he won by sneaky attack, he did have some skill. The National Lord stood before the Godless One. Now everyone has arrived. Why do not we start the grand ceremony first? After all, the Immortal King is greatly respected. We can delay even half a minute to sacrifice to the Immortal King, he said seriously. The young Master Cullen smirked. The Immortal King of the National Lord is revered in the Eastern Wilds. Our gods began sacrifices back in ancient times. That is how it should be. He suddenly turned and walked away. Then let your lambs multiply more. Jump for a bit. His cruel eyes glanced back. Did I let you go? His confident, challenging face said. The young Master Cullen did not care much. Are you talking to me? He crossed his arms behind and continued. Said long ago, no one can fake being forced before the Lord's son and walk away unscathed. Your Saint Son's belly fish is no exception. His face darkened slightly. At this moment, the young Master Cullen's eyes glowed red. The young Master Cullen radiated calm power and said, now you want to end yourself here. Lin Wu watched with interest. Arrogant. Tanshu, you better stand your ground. Tanshu suddenly shouted. Divine Oath armor. Armor appeared from nowhere and clad Tanshu's body. Without fear, he charged straight at the young Master Kylan. The Saint's soul suppressed him. Everyone below was stunned. Divine Oath armor. This signals the Divine Oath's great success. Such a young 18th Saint, already near Divine Oath Great Saint. Truly surprising. The young Master Cullen gathered his power with both hands. Cullen, the Cullen behind roared fiercely. Behind Tanshu, a huge elephant appeared, lifting the Cullen to fight back. Stump. Tanshu watched the scene with amusement. This young Master Cullen's got some skill. I do not need to hide anything anymore. His eyes widened, eyebrows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, he violently shattered the Keelan's body. The young Cullen master was utterly shocked. What? The spear pierced through the Keelan's body and lunged at him. Soon after, he was flying above the young Cullen master. The spear's power gleamed from his eyes, his smile unhidden. That thing was the shattered Kylan. The young Cullen master lay motionless on the ground, smoke thick around him. The Phoenix goddess could not believe what she saw. Everyone there was shocked, mouths agape. Even the clan leader watching his face was stunned. Feathered leader's face was terrified, refusing to believe this was happening. Everyone there was equally shocked. In just seconds, the Divine Clan's young master was defeated. Someone there smiled with delight, baring his teeth. I let my guard down. The 18 gods truly live up to their reputation, he said, eyes glancing sideways. The spear's aura slowly faded from above. Something like an aura dissolved, just like a person. Someone worthy of my disdain. Is he really worthy of disrespecting the gods? He crossed his arms, radiating power. Grinning slyly, the 4 gods' offspring clenched his fists joyfully. I feel so light. The young Cullen master suddenly stood up from the smoke. His face darkened, teeth clenched in anger. Then, power erupted from him, countless eyes and the spear's aura glowing fiercely. Suddenly, the Phoenix goddess dove down from above. Let me handle this first. She flew down calmly, face composed. The spear glanced over calmly. Is anyone coming? A bird-like person. Is someone here to serve the prince? She kept rushing forward at full speed. The 18 gods. My Phoenix god is the first of the eastern wilderness. It will just be my stepping stone. Power slowly emanated from her body. The spear suddenly pulled out a spear from somewhere. Din. The spear stabbed straight through one of her wings. The Phoenix goddess was dragged down by the spear to the ground. What kind of weapon is this? The spear chuckled wickedly. Can you leave now? He lunged, gripping his spear. The Phoenix goddess's body fell to the ground, her wings still pierced. She winced in pain and spoke. Damn it, the 18 gods. That is my recklessness. I underestimated you. Let go, and we will fight again. He ignored it, pushing the spear harder through her wing. I said you are only worthy as my god. The child's piercing left behind a pair of wings. I want to make grilled chicken wings. His eyes filled with delight. The Phoenix goddess clenched her teeth in anger. Suddenly, she ignored the pain to break free, but her wings were severed. These are wings, the taste of battle. The spear's eyes widened in surprise. The Phoenix goddess flew behind the spear. The Phoenix goddess caught the girl. She was so determined she actually broke one wing herself. That was a total annihilation. He looked up, Eyes sharp. The Phoenix goddess was slightly startled. The 18 gods. The next step is a real one-on-one battle. Her wings are still on the ground. Blood pouring nonstop. A strange power radiates from those wings. He looks over and sees the power moving toward him. The system message is a bit confusing. What is this? The system panel suddenly appears beside him. He continues speaking. The Emperor's luck. Before I was in Donghong, the succeeding emperors granted me imperial luck. Now, I have truly received it from the system. He stares at the heavenly Phoenix goddess flying ahead. He does not believe the system panel. Only those who can follow the path of the Lord in the future have the Emperor's luck. The pride in the heavens grows stronger. He will gain even more imperial luck. Defeating them could let you plunder it from the opponent's body. Luckily, imperial luck is indispensable on the path to becoming emperor. After reading the system message, he smiles with interest. That is settled. His face shows an unclear agenda. It seems the enemy before us is not human. It is a bunch of leeks waiting to be chopped. This gives me the Emperor's luck. His eyes glow confidently and mysteriously. The system message floats above, turning to the heavenly Phoenix goddess. 2 bundles of leeks. You guys. Just now, I used only 3 parts of my strength. Now you guys go all out at once. Tension fills the air. No one trusts their own hands. What? That is why the 18 warriors only used 3 parts of their power. The 18 warriors want to defy heaven itself. The young master Kylan stands wide-legged, unleashing a powerful spell beneath his feet, and screams furiously. Unforgivable. Kylan roar. A mighty Kylan suddenly appears from nowhere. Everyone there painfully covers their ears. This headache is unbearable. Is this the strongest roar of the sacred Kylan? Legend says the Kylan roar, when perfected, reaches great mastery. With one roar, even the divine king's spirit can be destroyed. Enough. My spirit is already shaken. The system message stays calm, smiling, raising a hand to his ear. The Kylan sound wave still surges toward him. Someone else points fearfully while speaking. Look, it seems the 18 warriors are not affected. The Kylan is shocked and disbelieving. What? The Kylan roar does not affect people. He moves lightly in the air, his face growing darker. The system message decisively punches the Kylan's face. What are you yelling about? Don't you know you have bad breath? He keeps punching its head while talking. I will beat the filthy guy who can't keep his place clean. Everyone there becomes even more terrified. The angry Kylan roars again. Hateful. Who do you think I am? Young master, get lost. The system message face turns vicious. Thinking of something? What are you? Right in front of me. You are just a bunch of fresh celery. Despite the Kylan shaking its head and trying to swallow him, the system message stubbornly holds on and says, you think that is enough to harm the young master? The divine tribe body of the young master is incredibly resilient. Just from you alone, you can break through my defense? You are really confident. Just like that bird guy, he says mockingly. A spear appears in the system message's palm. He points the spear's tip straight down. Watching closely, without holding back, he stabbed straight down, and the strange substance burst out. The Kylan screamed in pain, mouth wide open. How could this be? The spear stayed firmly embedded in its body, radiating its power. Tantho looked at the spear in his hand as the system interface appeared. It notified, you have obtained some Dao Qi luck. The Kylan angrily said, there is something wrong with your weapon. His face turned terrifying, but he calmly replied, sure enough, it contains Dao Qi luck. Tantho gripped the spear with both hands and stabbed down hard. His face twisted fiercely as he struck with the spear in hand. Keep going. Tantho stabbed down repeatedly with a smile, the strange substance flying out each time. The Kylan screamed in agony, tears streaming down relentlessly. Tantho remained cold and indifferent, letting the substance splash onto him without care. The system interface kept flashing notifications. Everyone below watched in fear. So ruthless. The 18 divine tests looked gentle but revealed such cruelty. The divine Phoenix maiden had to reconsider herself out of fear. Such a twisted scene. Tantho calmly pulled the spear out with his bare hands, unchanged. Then he stabbed down again. No more Dao Kai luck this time. The Kylan was unconscious on the ground, and Tantho jumped off its head. The Kylan returned to its young master form, badly wounded, collapsing to the ground. The young master clenched his teeth in anger. 18 divine tests. You are disgraceful. If you have guts, drop your weapon and fight me one more time. Tantho turned back with a cheerful smile. I already plucked out your whiskers. Grow them back if you want to challenge me again. Now it was his turn. He looked up toward the central hill. The divine Phoenix maiden's face darkened, but she still boldly said, you are a pervert. I want to hold back and will stab you in the head. Tantho tiredly scratched his face. Why do I feel so strange? The divine Phoenix maiden swung her arm back. If you have guts, drop your weapon. Today, I will definitely kill you. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from the ancient tree, lighting up the whole area. Tantho turned his head in confusion. Lord Longo laughed and said, the immortal blade has shown a portent. The time has come to start the great winter ceremony. He spread his arms wide, and everyone below laughed happily. It was beginning. Lord Longu kept his pose and said, everyone, let us worship the immortal king together. Tantho quickly returned to his group's spot. It was starting. Finally, my great mission can be fulfilled, he said with excited eyes. Lord Longlamvu knelt down simultaneously, worshipping the immortal king. This is an ancient custom, whether human or divine. Everyone must kneel to the immortal king at the ceremony. Even the young master of the Kylan seriously knelt down, Worshipping the immortal king. Some even clasped their hands in reverence. Worshipping the immortal king. A person with a radiant face spoke up. The immortal blades portent, how lucky we are to witness this gift. Elsewhere, people clasped their hands seriously. May the immortal king protect us and the martial path flourish. Only Tanthos group stood silently. Watching, Lord Longo turned puzzled. 18 divine tests. Why are not you kneeling? Tan raised his hand to his chin. Asking back, why should I kneel? The national Lord Long was shocked by his attitude. The celestial king is the eastern wasteland's leader. This is an ancient courtesy no matter human or divine. All must kneel to worship the celestial king at grand ceremonies. The image of a white-haired man radiating glory appeared. Everyone else kneeled respectfully. Tan just sneered half-heartedly. Ridiculous, that is your master. What does that have to do with me? He said coldly. Longvu beside him ground his teeth in irritation. Annoying. 18 divine tests. You are truly arrogant. Longvu scowled deeply, unable to hold back. Longvu cursed and grabbed his arm. Even the immortal king is not respected properly. How dare you? I will destroy your 6 souls. The young master of the Keelan also spoke up. 18 divine tests. Our divine tribe respects the immortal king. Why are you so disrespectful to the immortal king? Truly arrogant and overbearing. After the ceremony, I will definitely kill him, and said firmly with a loud voice. The power radiating from the ancient tree grew stronger and stronger. A dazzling light appeared atop the ancient tree. It is the immortal king manifesting. Everyone there had to raise their hands to shield their eyes from the light. A strange energy enveloped each person's body. I feel my cultivation has increased a lot. People from other tribes were all thrilled and excited. Thanks to the immortal king's blessing, my cultivation has also risen greatly. Kunshu closed his eyes quietly despite Lin Wu's words about the 18 divine sons. Did you see that? Kneeling before the immortal king brings his blessing. People like you will never receive the immortal king's grace, and said with a satisfied face, but his eyes were full of resentment. Dante even mentioned the forbidden fate the immortal king left behind here. The forbidden bone spitting position. The wolf nation leader nearby also said that after the ceremony, the 18 divine hell caverns will open. A strange object appeared in the space, radiating a shimmering aura. It is said that, back then the immortal king used the strongest immortal bone. The forbidden bone spitting position suppresses the demon bubbles in the 18 divine hell caverns. Now the demons have long been wiped out. Only those with the right fate can meet its strange visions at the forbidden bone spitting position. He explained every detail carefully. After hearing this, Kunshu opened his eyes wide in surprise. He raised his hand and began to think. The forbidden bone spitting position. I already have the forbidden bone spitting set. It works great. Kunshu closed his eyes again, and the power slowly flew around his body. When he opened his eyes, beams of power surged upward, adding the forbidden bone spitting position. My true strength will rise to a higher level. Everyone was still kneeling before the giant stone tablet. I am Dong Hong Renji, paying respects to the immortal king, hoping for the immortal king's blessing. A young man excitedly repeated, paying respects to the immortal king, hoping for the immortal king's blessing. Suddenly, countless power streams shot out from the top of the stone tablet. Everyone there became even more joyful. 9 colored light radiated from the immortal tablet. So many immortal fates. The young lord of the Kylan suddenly saw something. His eyes wide in shock, and looked up and saw those powerful images flying toward him. The young lord of the Kylan's face twisted with anger. Then Hen excitedly grew taller. No wonder it is an immortal fate. Not only were wounds healed quickly, cultivation also increased. 18 divine sons. Such a fate has nothing to do with you. You do not even know what you have missed. The young lord of the Kylan sneered at him. Kunshu looked indifferent, turning to the divine phoenix heavenly maiden. Those power streams also moved toward her. The divine phoenix heavenly maiden paid respects to the heavenly king. When she lost her wings, she suddenly grew bigger. The divine phoenix heavenly maiden happily looked back. The heavenly king is truly miraculous. At first, I doubted. I suspected. But now it seems the heavenly king really is a being beyond everything in this world. Mysterious and unfathomable like the great emperor. He just smiled knowingly. Very good. The divine book's face showed triumph. Looking at the confident expressions of the other two, these two chives are growing well, Linwu suddenly said. Facing them, the 18 divine sons admire immortal fate like that, but admiration is useless. Those who go against it, like the 18 divine sons, the immortal king will only punish them. How could he possibly bless them? He said with great delight. Shenshu just glanced sideways and sighed. He raised his hand to his face. Thinking seriously, the system still did not remind me that I would marked it successfully. Looks like the marked location is not correct. Try standing on that stone tablet. He dashed off quickly. Shenshu gently spun in midair. The young Lord Kulan and the Phoenix Maiden were shocked by his action. Lamvu also turned his head. Stunned, Lam Goshu just looked up in surprise. Amid everyone's astonishment, Shenshu landed on top of that stone tablet. Everyone below was amazed to see him standing on the stone tablet's peak. Shenshu calmly crossed his arms. Looking down, they were so shocked they shouted out loud. The 18 divine tests. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Bold move. That is an immortal tablet. Shenshu just smiled with amusement and folded his arms. Shenshu and those below exchanged sharp glances. The system appeared at that moment. Congratulations. You have successfully marked the 10,000 realms. The Eastern Music Grand Ceremony marking succeeded. You have earned a reward, a forbidden supreme bone. He looked at it with tears and said, sure enough, I got the forbidden supreme bone. Lamvabalo spoke up resentfully. The 18 divine tests. He really is hopeless, daring to step on the immortal tablet. Better watch out. The immortal king might punish you. And Tao said this while pointing at Shen Shu. Those around got angry and joined in. That is right. This action insults the immortal king, even if he is a noble divine tester. He can let this slide. Look, the immortal king has manifested. The 18 divine tests will surely face the immortal king's punishment. A sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, Shen Shu's chest lit up and radiated power all around. His chest felt very strange. He panicked and touched his body nervously. The forbidden supreme bone appeared as one of his ribs. Bright rays suddenly shone from beneath his feet. Shen Shu stood firm, glaring at the power radiating out. This is... Everyone below was startled again. How could this be? That is the 9-colored light of the immortal fate. Why is it directed at the 18 divine tests? And this power is much stronger than the previous 9-colored light. Could the immortal king really be blessing the 18 divine tests? Everyone below kept whispering. Lamvu clenched his fists, teeth gritted in anger. What the hell is going on? Why would the immortal king bless him? The 9 streams of power were slowly absorbed by him. Shen Shu smiled with satisfaction as the power filled his chest. He stretched out his arms wide, receiving the new power. The magic realm layers 3rd, 5th, 6 layers. The 9-colored light is impressive. His cultivation level upgraded quickly. Magic realms 4th, 5th, and 6th layers. After a while, he had absorbed almost all 9 streams of power. Shen Shu quickly spoke seriously. I have absorbed all the 9-colored light left by the immortal king. My cultivation has reached the peak 9th layer. Not bad at all. Lamb Crown Prince, young Lord Cullen, and Wu Mukong. He smiled mockingly and said to them. His attitude was relaxed compared to those just kneeling and worshipping. Looks like the immortal king values me, this divine tester, even more. Lamvu clenched both hands in anger. Damn it, your majesty. Looking over, we see Lord Lam also gritting his teeth with a hateful glare. At this moment, it is like a fire surrounds Lamvu. Could it really kill the 18 divine assassins here? I really can't hold back anymore. Lord Lam immediately replied. Donna speak recklessly. Vu Homun is the strongest force in the eastern wilderness. It is not something to provoke. The 18 divine assassins absolutely must not die at our hands. Lam Vu, full of bitter hatred, spoke uncontrollably. But first, he crushed my legs, and he was disrespectful to the immortal king. Lord Lam suddenly calmed and said, but if the 18 divine assassins die by accident, then it is not our concern. Lamvu still did not fully understand. What His Majesty meant was, with a wicked look, that once the ceremony ends, the 18-layered hell cave will soon open. Lamvu's eyes widened in shock. Understanding the meaning, he smiled with excitement. That is right. The prison king senior is still waiting. Lord Lam stepped forward and addressed everyone. Noble heroes, the great gathering of Eastern Wilderness honors the Immortal King this time. The Immortal King has bestowed more blessings than ever before. This shows the Immortal King's great regard for everyone. Many still voiced their frustrations in response. Indeed, quite a few, but the fundamental immortal fates have all been monopolized by the 18 divine assassins. The key point is, the 18 divine assassins never bowed to the Immortal King. That is just absurd. He quickly reassured them, saying those were minor fates. Suddenly, a dark atmosphere engulfed the whole area. On the ground, water suddenly formed, resembling a pair of wide-open eyes. The 18-layered hell cave opened. A beam of light appeared in the center of those eyes. Lord Lam seriously said, the 18-layer hell cave was created to suppress demons, a supreme creation. Among the Immortal King's most important treasures, the sacred bone seat is right inside this 18-layered hell cave. This is the greatest creation the Immortal King has bestowed upon you all. Once obtained, it brings countless immortal fates beyond measure. Lord Lam enthusiastically introduced it to everyone. Everyone there listened and immediately grew excited. Normally, the words sacred and supreme can be taken lightly. Even great emperors find it hard to touch these terms. The Immortal King's legacy includes the sacred bone seat of supreme status. Surely, this is a fate that defies heaven. I must make a trip to this 18-layered hell cave. If fate allows, I will ascend there. Another person spoke with excitement. The young master smiled contentedly, arms crossed. This time, I am here for something important. It is this sacred bone seat of supreme status. If I get it, my physical power will be greatly enhanced. Then who are the 18 divine assassins? I will crush them all underfoot, he said with wide, hateful eyes. Tanthu, silent until now, finally spoke. What fools! Your fates have already been claimed by me. But this 18-layered hell cave still requires a visit. After all, the old man's kin are still inside, he said confidently. The image of a shimmering gem radiating power also appeared. Also, the Dragon General's treasure jade. I want a piece of that too. The Dragon Lord enthusiastically introduced to everyone again. Over the years, our Dragon Generals have always mined the 8-layered hell cave. Deep inside the dark cave on the jade plate are countless dragon jades. The Dragon General's treasure jade pieces come from here. The deeper you go, the greater the chance to find treasure. But our Dragon Generals have always only mined the top 5 layers. He continued speaking. Inside the cave, a swirling power lights up an entire layer, because only the top 5 layers are accessible to mortals. After the 5th floor, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. In short, even if no one has the forbidden supreme bone here. He raised his hand to warn us, but the deeper you go, the more valuable the loot becomes. The young men there could not hide their excitement right away. Eagerly, they said, Lord, we can't wait any longer. Can we go in now? The Lord cheerfully nodded westward. You may enter now. Wishing you all great fortune. Immediately after, someone jumped straight into the mouth of the cave. That pit seemed to be sucking everything inside with force. The young master glanced sternly and said, 18 divine sons. When the 18th heard his name called, he glanced over, suddenly furious. He shouted aggressively, 18 hell chambers. When I seize this chance, I will come back to kill him. With that, he dashed straight into the cave. The divine phoenix maiden took flight. I will trample underfoot the living legend Dong Hong. Then she too sped straight into the cave's mouth. Tentha watched with a darkened face. Suddenly, Emnai appeared and said to Chi Lep, 6 divine son, let us go too. He turned and replied, all right, let us block the battle with the Celestial Bridge divine clan. I deeply feel my own shortcomings. This time, I will definitely find a chance to improve my strength. He looked seriously into Nice's eyes and said, she nodded confidently, 6 divine son, I truly admire your unyielding spirit. A flicker of worry crossed Nice's eyes, but it quickly turned into determination. I will do everything I can to help you. 6 divine son beamed with joy. Hi. Thank you, I believe in you. Chi Lup, you are no weaker than anyone else. Emnai responded with a bright smile. I believe in you. Let us go. The two locked eyes. A light breeze swept through the air. Tentha followed behind Bech and Cxc and Shuxin. Suddenly, the Holy Sun Ki Lun collapsed to the ground. Tentha could not help but curiously ask, Holy Sun K? Why are you still lying here? He looked extremely angry and speechless. I am. Butch Enzi suddenly slammed her wooden staff onto the ground. Seeing that, Holy Sun Kilan startled in fear. He stubbornly lay flat on the ground. I like lying on the ground, just for fun. What is it to you? Tentha felt helpless after hearing that. Fine then. You just play as you like. He turned back seriously and spoke to everyone. If the 18 hell chambers are truly a chance, then you all should go in too. Everyone inside the group looked very serious. Then all eagerly jumped inside. Divine sons. We will go in first then. Roland Ling seriously thought to himself, the 18 divine sons are extraordinary players. They really are something special. Today he gained a chance at the immortal stele. His strength has definitely increased a lot. If I want to escape him, I have to find a stronger chance in the 18 hell chambers. Her brows furrowed. The image of the supreme bone also appeared. Roland Ling thought about the scene of happily defeating, then secretly acquiring the forbidden supreme bone in legend. If I get it, both I and the 18 divine sons will change our fates. He will become my servant. Roll Ling, Butch Enne, she suddenly said from behind. I want to go. I have to stay here and roast this bird wing. In her hand was a giant bird's wing. Tan could only look helplessly. Just now I was joking who actually wants to roast and eat it. Then suddenly Hugh Angson worriedly said, Divine offspring. Before he could finish, Tan put his hand on his shoulder. Old Q, come with me. Your family, the 4 divine offsprings, will help you, Tan said seriously. Hugh Angson put his hand to his head. Grateful. Thank you. Divine offspring. Someone else called his name. The 18th divine offspring. The National Lord Long suddenly ordered. Everyone's inside now? Divine offspring. You should hurry in too. Tan asked back with disdain. National Lord. Do you really care about me? I have severed your son's legs. Mentioning Lin Yu made him furious. 18th divine offspring. If you dare bring this up, I will make you pay sooner or later. But before he could finish, something struck him square in the face. Lin Yu was sent flying by Tan's powerful arm. Tan withdrew his power and glanced at him. You sure like talking trash to me. Lin Yu lay on the ground, fury blazing. Damn it, the National Lord Lin suddenly shouted. Crown Prince, bring him down, he sternly said to Tan. Kids do not understand. Please forgive him. Divine offspring. Actually, the 18 hell realms only open for a limited time on the 10th floor. National Lord Lin calmly explained. The National Lord being could not help but ask divine offspring. Tan just smiled lightly. He crossed his arms and replied, no need to remind me. I am still not ready to enter. Lin Yu lay on the floor but forced himself up. 18th divine offspring. Old Q's family is still trapped in the mine. Do not you want to save them? Coming late could mean being trapped there forever. His cruel smile twisted into something sinister. His eyes were filled only with hatred and resentment. Damn it! No matter what, I have to get the 18 deities inside. Qiancheng gritted his teeth fiercely, full of hatred. Damn him! Suddenly, a powerful hand reached out, grabbing Lam Vu's shirt. Startling him, Tanda looked at Lam Vu, whose arm was held by that powerful hand, provoking this deity. You think I do not dare kill in the long general ancient nation? Cold said, his face darkening. Then, out of nowhere, Tanda pulled out a giant sword. Lam Gozyu, now scared, pleaded for his life. 18 deities, please have mercy. Tantha grew colder as he raised his hand to swing the sword. I must teach you a lesson. Lam Vu's face turned pitch black with fear. Without hesitation, he slashed off one of Lam Vu's arms. Lam Vu screamed in pain, crying and howling. Lam Gu stood helpless behind. 18 deities. You. Furious, he charged forward. Do you not respect this nation's lord? Tanthu just glanced back and asked, Who dares touch me? You think the ancient ancestor of Vu Ho would just sit back? You think my father Tan Phat Thien would not dare massacre the long general ancient nation? He turned back, still holding the sword. Lam Gozhu, though angry, had to hold back. Your strength is lacking, yet you dare taunt this deity, even if I kill you. So what? Asked like that. He could only stammer and withdraw his hand. Tando calmly said, if you dare act, the ancestors of Vu Ho will kill your entire family. Lam Gozhu was now filled with fear. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. This lord has been reckless. Please spare me. Deity. Tando's face darkened as he ordered Lang. Spare him. How? He quickly replied. Recently, on the 5th floor of the 18 Hell Chambers, the Long General Ancient Nation found a piece of Long General S Jade and gifted it to the deity. Lam Vu, still in pain and crying, objected. Father, Lam Gozhu ordered Lang to shut up. Lam Vu was stunned by his father's attitude. He closed his eyes and continued. The jade is still on the 5th floor. 10 deities personally went to get it. Though angry, Lam Gozhu tried to stay calm. Tando was very satisfied. Seeing the Long General Ancient Nation was being reasonable. Enter the 18 Hell Chambers. He turned and walked ahead. Lam Gozhu and Lam Vu watched Tanthu and Q and Sheng approach the cave mouth. Lam Vu was resentful and angrily turned to scold. Father, that Tanthu cut off one of my arms. Why would you give him the Long General S Jade? Calmly he replied. If we do not give him the jade, he will enter the 18 Hell Chambers later. Crown Prince, you and the 18 deities are from the same generation. If you fall behind, blame only yourself. Lam Gozhu stared ahead. Lam Vu was angry but remained silent. Listening, despite losing an arm, even if I kill someone, would I really kill the 18 deities? If they retaliate, forget Vu Ho sect. Only Tan Phat Thien dares not offend them. His silhouette appeared, ominous to all. Lam Vu still complained. But if he really gets the Long General S Jade, won't it be harder to deal with him? Lam Gozhu calmly replied. Don't worry. I have already made arrangements. The one guarding the 5th floor is Hong Lao's own younger brother, Hong Tung. After Hong Lao was killed by the 18 deities, Hong Tung has been seeking revenge for his brother. Hong Tung's fate in the 18 Hell Chambers far surpasses Hong Lao's. His face darkened as he glanced sideways, remembering Hong Lao's painful outstretched hand, and Hong Tung's vengeful gaze, as he entered the 18 Hell Chambers 50 years ago. He never stepped out. So the 18 deities here are courting death. Also, the Dragon General's jade was found on the 5th floor, but has not been retrieved yet. To put it bluntly, even if the 18 divine sons escaped Hong Tong's grasp, if he wants the Dragon General's jade, death is the only way. Long Vu finally managed to smile. Every time the Dragon General's jade appears, it takes over 100,000 sacrifices to claim it. That is exactly why people are always sent into the 18 layers of hell, he said. Showing obvious pleasure, the Dragon Lord added from behind. Saying the 18 divine sons are fearless and reckless, they will certainly risk their lives to win the General's jade. Back to Tantho. He and Xen descended strongly into the cave. Inside, wandering souls floated around along with a dark spiritual energy. Tantho warned tensely. Is this the 18 layers of hell? The energy is everywhere. Those souls kept circling around him. Suddenly, a soul with fierce glowing eyes approached. Tantho calmly raised his hand. Releasing power from below, the soul vanished as soon as it touched his hand. He glanced sideways too weak. Xen anxiously said, Divine Son, the top 5 layers of the 18 layers of hell are relatively safe. The souls here won't attack ordinary people, which is why miners survive, though the souls will attack cultivators. They are too weak, so usually it is not dangerous. He explained carefully. Starting from the 6th floor, real danger begins, he said gently. Tanthu thought nervously. The mission is temporary, marking the 18th floor of the 18 layers of hell. Indeed, such important places require temporary mission markers. He furrowed his brow and smirked. Then Tanthu stepped forward. Let us, floor by floor, find your family. Elsewhere, soldiers were brutally beating a miner. The man shouted aggressively, hurry up and carry it all for me. Koan Fan warily carried a basket of pork shoulder ahead, while his father followed behind. Dare to slack off. I will beat you to death. Suddenly, Koan Sin's father collapsed, hitting his face and body on the rocky ground. Spilling the meat, he let out a heavy breath. Koan Fan saw this and rushed over worriedly. Father, but before he could reach him, a soldier struck a heavy blow to his father's back. The man angrily ordered, Get out. Koan Fan supported his father and shouted up, What are you doing? My father is old. He can carry these rocks. The soldier suddenly kicked Koan Fan straight in the face. Who do you think you are? Talking back, he lowered his head with an unreadable expression. So annoying. Big brother will definitely come to save us. Just wait here for me. Siu and Fan was so furious that tears kept streaming down. The soldier did not panic. He calmly responded, Who is your big brother anyway? This prison camp is run by the Lord of the Ancient Nation. Num Jig, if your brother comes, there is only one outcome. His eyes were cold when he spoke, saying he was sent here as a lowly laborer. The soldier turned and called out, Hey, guys, beat this brat to death. The soldiers there laughed with satisfaction. After speaking, he turned back with a mocking smile. daring them to teach him a lesson. Su Infan's eyes widened in fear. Then he lay on the ground. Enduring blow after blow, the soldier walked away, ignoring the others beating Xu Infan with sticks. Xu and Sin, his father, knelt, begging the soldiers, "Please, sir, have mercy. Spare my..." The soldier smiled slyly. "Just 5 minutes ago you wanted to ditch him so fast. Spare him now." "Fine," he said, his smile widening. The soldier bowed his head fully 18 times. Xu Infan was being beaten but still tried to say, "Father, do not listen to him. Even if I die, I want to endure their humiliation." "My son," the old man weakly said. The soldier was pleased. "Every bow has to be loud enough for me to hear, or it does not count." Xu and Sin's father slammed his head hard on the ground. Su Infan lay below, only able to cry and look at his father. That soldier was even harsher. "Not loud enough. Does not count." The old man immediately slammed his head down again. Blood poured from his forehead. "Sir, is that good enough?" The soldier smirked and said, "Still not loud enough. I keep going." Xu Infan furrowed his brows tightly. He mustered all his strength and lunged forward. "Damn it! I will take you all on." The soldier suddenly drew his long sword. "You chose your own death." Su and Sin's father cried out in fear. The sword swung closer to Xu Infan's neck. But suddenly, a blow struck the soldier's face. It sent him flying straight into the cliff. Xu Infan was stunned. Su and Sin's father gasped in shock. The soldiers there turned around, terrified. The soldier lay unconscious on the broken rocks. Tentha slowly stepped forward. His ears still radiated power. Su and Sin followed close behind. His face was dark, his eyes burning orange with hatred. Xu and Sin's expression was much the same. Seeing his brother, Xu Infan brightened with relief. The others, including their father, were surprised too. "And Sin?" Su and Sin called out anxiously. "Father, Duty?" Xu Infan trembled, tears welling up. "Big bro, I knew you would come to save us." He smiled brightly and wiped his tears away. The soldier had already stood up and hissed angrily, speaking up, "You dare attack me secretly? Don't you even know how to spell death? Men, where are you? Round them all up for me." The soldier angrily pointed ahead, giving orders. Su and Sin clenched his teeth in frustration. Their father shuddered uncontrollably. "And Sin?" The soldiers gathered into a pack and advanced. These were all close guards of the Lord, not easy to mess with. Kao and Sin said seriously, "I am reassured. There is a divine son here. No one will get hurt today." He stood calmly with arms crossed as the soldiers surrounded him. They raised their weapons. "And kneel down, all of you." Suddenly, a powerful force moved swiftly through the space. Tanthu extended his hand forward. Power began to radiate from his palm. And kneel. His power enveloped the entire group of soldiers. The man, controlled by Tanthu's power, dropped his weapon. The soldier trembled in fear. "What is happening?" Tanthu smiled faintly and said, "Don't know whether you will live or die." The remaining soldiers grew furious. "How dare you resist? Attack together. Kill him." They all looked fierce. Tanthu's power surged outward like dark lightning. He released all his strength into the space, blasting it straight at the soldiers. They immediately dropped to their knees and dropped their weapons. A soldier asked in panic, "Who exactly are you?" Tanthu calmly retracted his power. He closed his eyes, smiling as he said, smiling as he spoke, "Return the servant to a human." Still shocked to learn my true identity, and Sin Q angrily asked his father, "Where is everyone else?" Xu and Dun and their father all remained weak and silent. Suddenly, Xu and Fun burst into tears. They were all trampled to death by these beasts. They were stomped to death. They still bow their heads with hateful eyes. Hearing this, Xu and Sin's face darkened. What? At this moment, everyone's faces there turned dark and tense. A soldier, though scared, spoke boldly. "Do you even know who we are? How dare you treat us like this? You guys want to get beaten?" Tunthi ignored the soldier and turned to ask Xu and Sin, "Old Siu, these people, handle them yourselves." And Yanthik spoke as he stepped forward. He drew a sword and advanced toward the soldiers. His face was a mix of sorrow and anger. "They destroyed my clan. You will pay with your lives." One person there looked up in fear. "Man, stop." As soon as he finished speaking, he was ruthlessly cut down. Blood splattered right onto Xu and Sin's face. Siu and Fun jumped up, cheering. "Great strike. We'll wipe out these beasts." The soldier lay on the ground, eyes barely open after being slashed. Another soldier shouted fearfully, "We are bodyguards of the National Lord. Don't mess with us, or you will be wiped out as enemies of the clan." His voice was still fierce despite the fear, but then Sichu and Sin struck the soldier's neck again. A soldier behind spoke boldly, "You are crazy." He was so scared his face was drenched in sweat and grime. "This is sacred ground of the ancient dragon general's nation. We are all loyal to the National Lord. Killing us means offending the National Lord of the ancient dragon general's nation. The National Lord won't let you go." Tentha crossed his arms and smirked coldly. "National Lord, I will give you one chance. Contact your National Lord immediately. I will show you what despair really means." He stood before the soldier, speaking clearly. Tentha waved his hand sharply. The soldier's body was released and he fell backward. The soldier angrily reached for something inside his clothes. "That is because of you." He pulled out an ID card. "You will regret this." The card started glowing. "Acting recklessly here. The National Lord will surely tear you apart. Destroy your soul and body completely." Tentha silently glanced downward. The soldier bowed his head and spoke into the card. "National Lord, I am the 5th tier bodyguard captain. I have something to report." Outside, The National Lord Lam looked at the card and replied, "What is it?" The soldier then reported everything. Reporting to the National Lord, someone is causing trouble on the 5th floor, completely ignoring the ancient dragon general's nation. Hearing this, Tentha smiled gently. The National Lord outside asked, "Ooh." Tentha leaned close to the soldier and said, "It is the 4 divines." The soldier added, "National Lord, they are extremely arrogant, destroying the bodyguards of the ancient dragon general's nation. Please deal with them." National Lord. The National Lord remained silent and said nothing, but right after that, his shout echoed from the token, "Bold move." The soldier's eyes widened in surprise. The Dragon Lord shouted sternly, "Show respect to the 18 divine sons. You are all doomed." Tantho calmly placed his hand on the soldier's neck. Confusing hand. What? On the other side of the token, the Dragon Lord spoke clearly. "The 18 divine sons. It is all because the Dragon Lord did not supervise properly. These people will be handed over to the 18 divine sons to deal with." Then he crushed the token with his hand. The other side of the token also fell to the ground. What? The soldier was terrified and confused. How could this be? The Dragon Lord of Long General Ant's ancient nation actually pleaded for this man. How is that possible? He finally bowed his head before Tanthu. "Spare my life. I should not offend the divine sons. Please forgive me this once." Tanthu smiled slightly then looked down. "I will spare you, but I have conditions." The soldier immediately looked up and said, "I will accept them all. No matter what the conditions are, I will accept them." And Fan and his father and Sin stepped forward with tears streaming. "I swear on old Few's family." Tantho frowned irritably and asked, "The head can be broken? That does not count." The soldier's face turned pale, eyes wide with fear. This, and bowed deeply, clutching the paper tightly. "Son of the Lord, isn't this my life?" The order hunter replied, "I want your life." And Fen could not believe his eyes after hearing that. "Brother, the Lord is truly ruthless." And Sin happily explained to his sibling, "That is just how it is. The 18 gods are the most ruthless beings I have ever seen." The soldier's face suddenly darkened, teeth clenched in anger. "Damn it. Anyway, no escape." And suddenly grabbed his sword and charged forward. "Fight." Tantho raised his hand and unleashed his power. "I can measure my own strength." The power shot straight at the attacker, causing a massive explosion. Everyone there was horrified. Person and Sin also drew his sword angrily, slashing at the attackers' heads. "They harmed my family's life too." And Sin's father was helped up by Infan, standing behind and speaking. "And Sin, all the Dragon Lord's bodyguards have been killed. If the Dragon Lord blames us." He immediately cut him off. "Father, rest assured, the Long General's ancient Dragon Lord won't dare harm us." And Fan turned to comfort his father. "Father, you heard it just now. The Lord respects the 18 divine sons immensely. Trust me. Trust the 18 divine sons." Outside, the sky remained the same. Lenvu stood behind the Line Lord, puzzled, and asked, "Father Emperor, they were all loyal bodyguards to the Long General's ancient Dragon Lord. Loyal, how could you let the 18 divine sons kill them at will? That is like spitting in the face of the Father Emperor himself. If this spreads outside, where's the face of our Long General's ancient Dragon Lord?" He grew more and more fearful as he spoke. Lord Lam was furious and waved his hand. "That is enough. With the nature of the 18 divine sons, even if we want to stop him, can we really?" His eyes burned with hatred as he clenched his teeth and spoke. Lord Lam's face darkened noticeably. "The important thing now is to lure him into the trap we set. I have already informed Hong Tong. He will personally go and kill the 18 divine sons." Hearing this, Lamvu clenched his fists and smiled. "The 18 are trapped in a hellish lair. That place will be their doom. He definitely won't come out alive." Back inside the formation, the group of Tanthu approached and heard a soldier shouting, "Line up neatly. All of you, one by. Go inside." Tanthu gave orders, scanning the crowd. The faces of those entering were filled with dread. "If you do not obey, not only will you die, but your families will suffer too. That place is a dark gate radiating a deadly aura." The soldier lost patience and roughly pushed someone forward. "Get inside now." The others broke out in cold sweat, trembling with fear. An old man knelt down and begged, "Please spare me. I have newborn children and elderly at home. How will they survive?" Before he finished, a sword pierced through his chest. The soldier who struck shouted orders. "Move inside." Ka, standing next to Tanthu, turned to speak. "Divine Son, Long General Baungok was found here before." The soldier suddenly approached him. "Who are you?" Tanthu did not answer, instead swung his arm powerfully forward. His strength immediately sent the soldiers flying back. The soldier on the ground shouted loudly, "How dare you cause trouble here?" Tanthu finally spoke slowly. "Where is Long General Baogo?" The soldier barked back. "This is the sacred ground of the ancient nationist Long General. What do you want to do here? You are really bold. Are you tired of living?" Immediately after, he was blasted against the wall with a huge explosion. Tanthu ordered another soldier, "Speak." The soldier nervously stammered. "Long General Baungo is still trapped inside the void space. Hasn't he been retrieved yet?" Tanthu stared hard at the black hole not far from him. He stood before the soldier. "Void space. Explain." The soldier quickly recounted everything. Long General Bagok was born inside this void space. It is the dark cave ahead. The void space is extremely dangerous. It will devour souls. There is only one way to retrieve Long General Baunungo. You have to pay with many lives. Countless colored lights are sucked into the gate. The space itself turns strange. The soldier continued. Only when enough lives are offered to feed the void space will it stop being dangerous. Then we can enter and retrieve Long General Baunungo. Tantho frowned in annoyance. Could it be that the ancient nation's Long General sacrificed many civilians here? This Long General Baunungok is soaked in the blood of the innocent. Suddenly, A voice echoed through the space. Who dares to make a commotion here? Tando's sharp eyes glanced toward the voice. The one approaching was Hong Tong. The old man stepped forward coldly. The soldier saw him and immediately begged for help. Lord Hong Tong, save me. This guy is really bold, causing trouble here. Lord Hong, please kill this man. The soldier rushed over to Hong Tong in panic. Looking closely, Hong Tong's eyes were bloodshot. He was one of the 18 divine warriors. Tanthu just stared seriously without saying a word. Outside, Lam Vu and Lord Lam Kwok watched everything unfold. Lam Vu smiled dangerously. Hong Tong is about to make his move. The real show is about to begin. Tanthu was silent until now. Then asked, "Who are you?" Hong Tong quickly replied, "I am Hong Lao's older brother. Let me die by your hand. Do you remember that?" The closer he spoke, the more fire flared in his eyes. Tanthu smiled with interest. "So you want to follow in your younger brother's footsteps? Looking for death?" Hong Tong's anger exploded, power radiating from him. Arrogant. He spread his arms wide and slowly lifted off the ground. "Here, no one dare say they can kill me." Hong Tong, Cohen's son, worriedly turned to warn Tanthu, "Be careful. This guy's body is full of dark energy. He won't be easy to handle." Suddenly, a dark skull-shaped weapon appeared from nowhere. "I will shatter your divine soul." Hong Tong controlled the skull spirit to charge at Tanthu right as he cultivated. Cohen Fan and his father at Dangsa were terrified. So scary. And Sin, will the 18 divine warriors be okay? Ka, though worried, replied, "Father, brother, trust the divine warriors." Tanthu stood still as the skull weapon opened its jaws, closing in. Inside his body, the forbidden sacred bone began to spin, channeling power. "Get lost." Instantly, a force burst out, causing the skull weapon to vanish. Hong Tong was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" Tanthu extended his hand, controlling his power. The forbidden sacred bone truly was not an ordinary tool. "I only just used a fraction of my energy." At once, his entire being dispelled the dark aura on Hong Tong. Standing opposite him, Hong Tong still radiated dark energy. No wonder he is a divine warrior of Wu Homan. His power did not weaken but grew stronger. He really won to be easy to defeat. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from him. "But today, you are in my palm. My power is building up." Hong Tong reached behind and grabbed a club. "You won't leave here alive." After speaking, he unleashed the power in his arm toward Tanthu. Tanthu quickly pulled out his spear, aiming forward. Then he used his power to launch the spear. The spear swiftly pierced through Hong Tong's ribcage. He looked down, unable to believe it. "What?" The spear went straight through and stabbed into the ground. Blood sprayed into the air. Hong Tong screamed in pain, tormented by the spear's power. "What kind of weapon is this?" Cohen Fan watched joyfully. "Yes. Victory. The prince is amazing." The soldiers were close to dropping to their knees. "Lord Hong Tong, why?" But suddenly he laughed, full of delight and malice. Tanthu was both confused and surprised by his attitude. The spear still pierced his ribs, but he laughed as he spoke. "You think this is enough to beat me? How naive." Tanthu calmly raised his finger and said, "Enough talk. Show me your true strength. Don't waste my time." The energy inside that old man slowly spread out more. It began to envelop his spear. Then, with his voice, the energy flew back to Tanthu's side. "Hong Tong, have trained hard in the 18 hells for 50 years. My body has long been transformed by the energy here. Now I am invisible and intangible. Like a ghost, I rise on this energy, flying in the air." Tanthu quickly gripped his spear tightly. "Come on," without a trace of fear. As he approached, Tanthu aimed the spear's tip. He thrust the spear straight ahead, but the old man just passed through it effortlessly. 18 hells. I told you. Now I am invisible and intangible. I am immortal." Tanthu watched but still did not fully understand. Hong Tong's dark purple eyes flashed with anger as he charged. "You can kill me, but I can kill you." He stared wide-eyed at the energy gathering, ready to strike him. Tanthu quickly moved back, passing through Hong Tong. Confidence returned to his face. "Invisible and intangible. Interesting. But that is all you have got." Hong Tong turned and charged at him again. "Still nothing more. What makes you say that? What are you so proud of? You can't even wound me with your spear." The old man rushed forward at lightning speed. "I will drain you dry." Lam Vu could not hide his excitement. Hong Tong's cultivation far surpasses the 18 Hells Prince. His unique martial art can be broken. He can surpass levels to kill his enemies. "I do not believe this time that old Hell Prince can survive and escape." Tanthu remained calm inside. The spear in Tanthu's hand suddenly vanished. It could not even wound him. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a golden Chinese character appeared in his palm. Zen seal. That character and Tanthu's power were unleashed. The seal appeared like a large white talisman before Hong Tong. The old man was terrified by its power. "What is this?" Then Tanthu sent the talisman flying straight ahead. "Kill me down." Hong Tong screamed in pain as the talisman crushed him to the ground. "Why? Why can this suppress me?" Tanthu smiled with satisfaction. Thinking silently, the system said the Zen Z fuel scares away evil spirits. Looking back now, Hong Tong has become a demon here. So he is suppressed by this seal. Hong Tong's evil energy inside him slowly dissipates. "Spare me," Hong Tong pleads, promising never to provoke the 18 Hells Prince again. Cohen Fan suddenly shouted, "Prince, Hong Tong has swallowed countless lives, ruthless and brutal. Please do not forgive him." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Hearing this, Tanthu smirked and extended his hand, pressing down the seal. A force surrounded the area, the talisman crushing Hong Tong, and his screams of pain echoed. Now only a skeleton remained. Struggling helplessly, if it has come to this, then we die together. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his last bit of evil energy began to rise, burning his life, transforming into sharp spikes. Tando's eyes widened in surprise as he sealed that dark evil energy like a blazing flame, destroying it. Then he rushed quickly to his spot. The forbidden core within Tanthu's body lit up. The forbidden core. Immediately, an immense power burst from his body, engulfing the entire space. As that evil energy neared the forbidden core, he remained calm. This is terrifying, an abnormal energy. Could this be the legendary forbidden core? It exists in another dimension, constantly radiating. I have searched for 50 years and never found it. How you got it? I do not care. Tantho lightly waved his hand, dispersing the mass of evil energy. He then muttered, "So talkative, vanish into smoke." Outside, Longvu and Lord Lam turned pale with fear. What? Longvu shouted angrily. The Hong Tongue has been destroyed. Father, can the 8 god sons really be destroyed? His angry face looked up and spoke to Lord Lam. Though worried, he kept a calm expression. Don't panic. My son, if the 8 god son wants to get the Dragon General's jade, he must enter the Void Soul Dimension. Images of the Hong Tong's evil energy draining spiritual energy from humans appeared. The Void Soul Dimension is perilous, formed from the essence gathered by the 8 layers of hell. Except by sacrificing lives, there is no other way. Longvu calmed down and asked his father again, what if the 18 god sons really sacrifice lives? After all, a normal life means little to a god son. He had countless questions. Lord Lam happily turned and replied, They 1T. Voho sect is a righteous immortal sect. They never allow any god son to kill innocents. The white-haired man strode through the peaceful Vuho sect. Lord Lam clasped his hands behind his back and continued. Today, Hong Tong came to save lives. Inside, it was extremely quiet. On the 5th level of Hell Cave, dark evil energy emerged from the shadows. Tantho stood before the Void Soul Gate. Intrigued, this place is interesting. I will go in and see. Colin Fan warned anxiously. Don't go. The Void Soul Dimension has swallowed countless lives. No one has ever survived, he said, pointing inside the gate. Worried, he warned fiercely. Only by sacrificing lives can the Dragon General's jade be obtained. Tantho tensed, raising his hand to think. Sacrificing lives? Then his eyes flicked to the side. Noticing something, the soldiers lying on the ground jolted when noticed, their faces pale with fear. I am on my knees here, one said, pointing at the civilians. My lord, I will throw all these civilians into the Void Soul Dimension. Instead, the civilians were shocked. What? No way. Tantho's face darkened as he coldly replied. No need. In a serious tone, he said, you helped the king commit atrocities. Countless inhuman acts. I will gladly take your lives to fill that pit. The soldiers paled at his words. What? Others angrily refused. How dare you? We are close guards of the Dragon General and Lord of the Ancient Kingdom. You can touch us. Tantho turned to call Angson. Old dog, throw them in. Obeying the order, he grabbed a soldier's collar, despite others shouting and pulling the soldier away. Pleading, Lord, save me. The Dragon General and Ancient Kingdom Lord want to spare you. Longvu saw the situation inside and turned to his father. Damn it! They dare throw the Dragon General's guards into the Void Soul Dimension. If the Void Soul Dimension really fills up, won't the Dragon General's jade fall easily into the hands of the 18 god sons? After years of excavation, this might be the last Dragon General's jade that the 18 hells ever produced. His face darkened with malice. A red jade appeared in Lord Lam's palm. Don't panic. I certainly won't let the 8 god sons get it. He angrily crushed that jade in his hand, and at the same time, the soldiers inside suddenly screamed in pain. Henta's eyes were full of anticipation as the 18 divine sons entered on their own. This arrogant fool has indeed stepped inside. The Dragon Lord nearby added, inside the vast hollow space. Even if the 18 divine sons have protective treasures to avoid death, they will still get lost in that endless space and never return. Kunshu just smiled lightly. No problem, and reached his hand into that space, still holding that posture. He said, let me take a look. A swirling vortex appeared on the door to that space. Kunshu watched with a pleased smile, thinking, the hollow space mainly feeds on human souls. Now that I have reached the second transformation of the divine soul, my soul is very resilient. This hollow space can't shake my divine soul at all. After thinking that, he calmly stepped inside. A hole appeared in the middle of the gate as Tanthu fully stepped inside. Longvu smiled with satisfaction at the scene. Henta's eyes were full of anticipation as the 18 divine sons entered alone. This arrogant, reckless one truly stepped inside. The Dragon Lord beside him added, inside is a vast, illusory space. Even if the 18 divine sons have protective magic, they will get lost in this vast space and never return. This is their self-chosen path to death. He seriously looked around. There was an energy he recognized very well. Once he realized, his eyes widened properly. It was the underworld's energy, no mistake. The energy of the underworld. Why would this place have the energy of the underworld? Kunshu glared around as he walked. It was pitch black here. How could he find the Dragon General's jade fragment? Suddenly, a bright jade fragment flew out from his body. Kunshu looked at it. It was the location marker of the underworld. Unexpectedly flying ahead, Kunshu quickly followed behind. Last time, when I broke through, the underworld's mysterious sound promised me a chance to enter, and left a location marker. What does this marker mean now? After a while, Kunshu stopped. In front of him was an altar, and in the center lay the Dragon General's glowing jade fragment, a grand altar. The Dragon General's jade floated and shone. Kunshu stared at it in shock. That was it. He slowly stepped forward. The path was clear ahead. Kunshu grabbed the Dragon General's jade fragment. The underworld's location marker not only guided him to the jade, but unexpectedly led him to the Emperor's path. When I arrived here, it was pitch black with no guidance. I would have been lost in this dark space. Suddenly, a black hole appeared before him. Kunshu looked at the path excitedly. Looks like the only way forward is the Emperor's path. He spoke as he walked straight ahead, wondering if the legendary ancient Dragon Master was still here. Around the room were sources of power and spiritual energy. Kunshu stared straight ahead. This Emperor's path was completely different from the one I took in Jiaoqi. There, the city was surrounded by strange energy. This path seemed filled with evil energy. Very much like the underworld, almost no difference at all. Kunshu calmly stepped past the dark energy. Ordinary cultivators would corrode and die within a few steps of this evil aura. But I have the Supreme Soul Protection Technique and Divine Soul Shield, no problem at all. Kunshu felt no fear. An hour passed as he continued walking down that path. Kunshu kept going patiently. After such a long walk, aside from the evil aura, there was no other danger. This seemed to be an abandoned Emperor's path, or rather, a destroyed Emperor's path. Suddenly, Kunshu saw something at the damaged Emperor's path. Kunshu sat down. The Emperor's path was destroyed. After a while, Kunshu sat still. The Emperor's path was destroyed. Suddenly, Kunshu saw something at the destroyed Emperor's path. Suddenly, Tanthu saw something. The Emperor's path was destroyed. Before him appeared a strange object. On it was written, Rank 16. Vaho Sect's 18 Divine Sons Tanthu. He frowned at the stone in front of him. Here he was, facing this golden stone again. Suddenly, the next line appeared. Rank 15. Marshal transformed 18 Divine Sons. Tanthu asked, puzzled, ranked up by 1. What is this leaderboard for? After a moment, the stone in front of him vanished, leaving only wisps of smoke swirling around. Tanthu was completely stunned. A man in a straw raincoat and hat was sitting there fishing. The fishing senior was indeed still here. Tanthu called out excitedly, Senior. The man turned around, startled. Why is it you, brat? Tanthu widened his eyes and continued, Senior, long time no see. Didn't they expect us to meet this soon? The man, furious, turned purple in the face as he spoke and pointed. Yeah? Too soon. Others have to wait 100, even 1,000 years to walk the path of the great Emperor again. How long has it been? How are you back already? Tanthu stepped closer. Senior, is not it because I missed you? The fisherman got angry again. Go away. I do not miss you at all. Tanthu asked cheerfully. Senior, fishing here alone, or not you bored? Let us talk for a bit. The fisherman kept fishing. Stop beating around the bush. If you have something to say, say it. Tanthu got serious. Senior, this path of the great Emperor is not the one I took before. The man nodded to explain. There are 9 paths of the great Emperor in total. This time, you are on a different one. Tanthu's curiosity was not satisfied. 9 paths of the great Emperor. What for? The fisherman answered briefly. To fight. Tanthu scratched his head. Fight? Fight whom? Is it the tentacle monster that dragged the great Emperor away? Hearing that, the fisherman suddenly froze. Tanthu was puzzled by his reaction. Senior, what is wrong? His eyes were filled with fear. He had met a great Emperor on the path of the great Emperor, and seen that tentacle monster. Tanthu also nervously recounted, I saw. At that moment, a great Emperor was dragged away by that monster. Suddenly, the man pointed and shouted, Brat, you really are not normal. Ordinary people can see great emperors. What did the great Emperor say to you? He slowly turned around. Tanthu tried to recall. The great Emperor said the Emperor's path cannot be broken. The world must have an Emperor. The Emperor stabilizes the world, so the world can be peaceful. The fisherman looked up. The path you took started from Jiaoqi. Then the one who appeared must be the heavenly questioned great Emperor of Jiaoqi. The fisherman began to tell of a man who could control all powers. Back then, the heavenly questioned great Emperor was unmatched, founder of Jiaoqi, blessing descendants for 100 million years. If the heavenly questioned great Emperor could know, that is impossible. Tanthu gently asked again, Senior, you still have not answered me. Fight whom? The fisherman squinted one eye and glanced back. Brat, do not ask what should not be asked. Even if you ask, it is pointless. It is not time for you to know. Tanthu frowned, hands on hips. Senior, then I will ask one more thing. The path of the great Emperor I am on is desolate, almost ruined. Why is that? He looked at the path ahead as he spoke. The fisherman lowered his head thoughtfully. This really is a ruined path of the great emperor. I am curious how you managed to step onto this path. Normally, it is sealed off, the man said. Suspicious, Tantho suddenly raised a hand. I entered from a place called the 18th layer of hell. Do you know it? Senior, also, I sense the aura of the underworld on this path. The fisherman was startled. His face showed some fear. You sense the underworld's aura too. You have encountered the underworld. That is one of the 3 major realms of creation. What Tantho said next shocked the fisherman. I have the marker for the underworld's location. That is my biggest secret. I told you because I think you are a good person. After saying that, he pondered the aura of the underworld was indeed strange. Let me mark the location. Even now, I do not know if it is a blessing or a curse. Maybe we can probe if the fishing elder knows anything. He held up the location mark of the underworld for the fisherman to see the underworld's location mark. The fisherman stared intently, and a glow appeared in the palm of Tantho's hand. It was real. Who exactly is this person? His face was full of fear as he looked up. Tantho was puzzled by his reaction. I am Tam, the 18th disciple of the Vuho sect. He hesitated but extended his hand to introduce himself. Suddenly, the fisherman raised his hand, and a faint red power began to emerge. The fisherman suddenly pressed his hand to the center of Tantho's forehead. Elder. His face showed shock and fear. His body was completely frozen. Then he quickly withdrew his hand, channeling imperial energy. His body contained so much imperial energy, no wonder his experiences and fate differed from ordinary people, he said calmly. This is probably why you could get the underworld's location mark. Right? The fisherman asked him directly. Tantho felt annoyed and thought to himself, what does imperial energy have to do with the underworld's location mark? He clearly used it to release his soul. Out of respect, he bowed politely and asked for guidance. The fisherman began explaining the path to him. This great emperor's path once led to the underworld. Then a battle broke out here, so the underworld's path was severed at this point. Someone managed to get the underworld's location mark. That is a huge stroke of luck. Since ancient times, emperors have relied on strength to prove their path. Those without divine souls can become emperors. The fisherman said seriously. Images of people who came here to fight monsters appeared. Fierce battles happened on this emperor's path to seize the underworld. He raised his hand to shield half his face. The underworld disappeared for a long time. Tens of thousands, maybe millions of years, almost legendary now. The idea that the underworld could produce divine souls becoming emperors has been gradually forgotten. He turned around. Little one, the fact that you got the underworld's location mark, Donna spread rumors. This is a big secret. Tantho was startled at the fisherman's warning. He blankly raised his hand to scratch his face. The underworld is truly extraordinary, and it is connected to divine souls becoming emperors. If I would known, I would not have even told you. The fisherman slowly sat back down. All right. Hurry up. I am done fishing. Tantho tried to ask one more question. Elder, one last question. Are there stars on every emperor's path you take? Who exactly are you? The fisherman paused, then answered quickly. Don't ask what should not be asked. Asking is useless anyway. If you do not leave now. He glanced back and saw Tantho's suspicious face. Tantho pursed his lips and pointed at the fishing rod. Elder, last time you said that the second time I walked the emperor's path, you would put the basket on the fishing rod for me. Isn't it time to fulfill that promise? The fisherman answered impatiently. Tantho threw up his hands helplessly. A secluded immortal like you. Elder, one word spoken, a promise made and debts still unsettled. Being accused like that, he stayed up all night. But it is useless. I am the one who collects debts. I gave it to you already. I do not even have a single pastime left here. The two stood apart, talking to each other like that. Tantho's face showed reluctance as he spoke. Senior, I went through all this trouble to come here. Are you saying you can take action and just leave? The fisherman reached into his basket of fish. Forget it. I caught a dragon inside. Take it and go. Saying that, the dragon was tossed toward Tantho. The small dragon fit neatly in Tantho's palm. Is this Tranlong? The fisherman got annoyed at the question. Waste of words. Tranlong was once the gatekeeper of the great emperor in ancient times. After the emperor vanished from the world, Tranlong disappeared along with him. A few still exist on the great emperor's path. This is a small dragon to raise. The little dragon cautiously touched his finger. He bowed politely. Thank you, Senior. I will take my leave. He continued walking down that path. Not a bad cat. Caught another small dragon. Tranlong has not appeared in the world for many years. This little dragon might be the only Tranlong left in existence. Tantho gently stroked its head. He looked up at the sky. But Tranlong's growth takes a very long time. He did not know when it would mature. The scared Tranlong quickly climbed onto Tantho's shoulder. It seems fate brought you and me together. In my past life, I wanted to raise a pet too, but for various reasons, I missed the chance. Tantho happily lifted the little Tranlong in his palm. Didn't expect to raise a Tranlong pet here. He thought deeply, staring at the dark path ahead. Is this really the end of the great emperor's path? Cut off here again. Suddenly, a sphere of power slowly gathered on the black wall. Outside, Confrontation was furious. Impossible. An unrivaled divine being, beyond human imagination. Longvu furrowed his brows and replied, bullshit. You traitor. Betraying your loyalty to that Tantho. Then I will tell you this, even if you survive by a stroke of luck, you will vanish into the endless dark space. He arrogantly pointed at Confrontation's face. His expression showed disdain as he spoke. In this life, getting out is just a dream, nothing more than a dream. Long Quoc Chu standing nearby angrily added, Caw, You and your people are criminals causing chaos. You killed the National Guard of our ancient Long Elephant Nation. He declared this boldly to everyone present. The crime is unforgivable, Long Kwok-chu said with a serious face. Ko Sin-sin's father anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" Ko Sin placed his hand on his inverted chest. "Lord, this is all my fault. Whatever happens, I will bear it alone." Long Kwok-chu sneered and asked, "Can you really handle it?" His eyes were bloodshot. Power in his palm steadily gathered. "You want to even kneel before me, the lord of this nation? One more crime, kneel all of you." Cohen Fan and his father widened their eyes in surprise. They froze, their bodies trembling slowly. Lam Vu angrily spoke up as well. "A bunch of commoners. Thinking having 18 divine guardians means you can rebel. You think you can defy us? Our Long Elephant royal family is your true ruler." He smirked wickedly as he spoke. "There is always a man who uses his power to control others. He is your master. Your life and death depend on him. We can do whatever we want." Poor Father Su and Sin could only watch in shock. He clasped his hands in a desperate plea. "Sovereign, please spare my 2 sons. I am willing to die in their place." Siu and Fun grabbed his father's hand. "Father, do not kneel. They have killed so many of our people. They are nothing but scum." His face was full of pitiful pleading. Then his eyes burned with hatred and anger. "Even if we die today, we won't kneel before these scum." Being insulted like that made Sovereign Lam even angrier. Bold as if dark energy surged from somewhere, engulfing the space. "Kneel before me." The 3 Sichu and family members were shocked by such overwhelming power. That power pinned all 3 down, causing them sharp pain. Siu and Sin coughed up blood lying on the ground. "Damn it!" Lum V turned to his father. "Father, do not be so quick to judge them." Palm radiated wild power as he lunged forward. "I want to peel them all alive. Feel the fear, you filthy bastards." His arm, holding a glowing power orb, slowly swung down. Suddenly Lum V screamed in pain. His body collapsed to the ground, blood splattering out. Sovereign Lum was shocked. His sons, Su and Sin and Siu and Fun, lay on the ground watching closely. 18 loyal subjects. Lum V and Lane, staring at his detached arm far away. "My arm, how could it survive?" He looked up angrily, disbelief in his eyes. Tentha replied calmly. "Crown Prince Lum, you disappoint me again." Su and Funin and Shu and Sin suddenly shed tears. Loyal subjects. Lum Vi's eyes bulged with red veins. "Father, kill him. Don't talk about any martial sect or heavenly punishment nonsense. He must be destroyed." Lum Vi angrily spoke to his father from behind, his voice full of venom. "He cut off both my legs and arms. This grudge will never be forgotten." Tanthu just smiled slightly. Lord Lam, silent until now, finally spoke. "Shut your mouth." When Lam Vu was scolded, his eyes went lifeless on the spot. Then his voice calmed down. 10 death bowls. "You are getting more skilled at dealing with my son. If you say cut, then cut his arm. Do you think my son is some weakling? If you want to cut, then cut." His eyes filled with hatred as he spoke. Tando calmly crossed his arms and replied, "If you touch my body, you will be killed." Lord Lam Kwok pointed forward. "The lives of those lowlifes can never compare to my sons. They are not even worth a fingernail of my son. They are nothing but a swarm of ants." His face was full of disgust. The scoundrel behind kept angrily waving his hand in the air. "Detestable. Their lives matter far more than the Lam Crown Prince. Their value is worth 1,000 times more than the Crown Prince's." Lord Lam Kwok was surprised. Tando smirked mockingly. "The Crown Prince is an idiot, and he even dared touch my body. Next time, I will take Han's life." And Sin's whole family was shocked by his words. "My body." Lord Lam Kwok turned and used his power to take Lam View away. Let us." And Sen anxiously called from behind. "My body." Tantho cut him off. "No need to say anything. Take your father and your grandma away first. My body will continue to explore the 18 hells." Tantho smiled coldly, and Sin kindly reminded him again. "Understood. My body. Please be careful." Then he and his father turned to leave, leaving only Enfen behind. But then Sin grabbed him. "Let us." Suddenly, Enfen knelt down. He spoke loudly and clearly. "My body. Please accept me as your disciple." Tantho was surprised by Enfen's attitude, and Sin sternly reminded from behind. "Enfen, don't he act recklessly." Tando calmly raised his hand, signaling him to be quiet. He looked down at Enfen kneeling below with tears in his eyes. "Speak. Why do you want to become my disciple?" He sincerely and seriously explained. "I do not want to be an ordinary mortal. Weak. I do not want others to look down on me. I do not want to watch my family get beaten in front of me and be unable to fight back. I can only stand and watch them fall before me." His voice grew heavier and heavier. Tando continued questioning sharply. "Anything else?" Enfen opened his eyes and looked up. "Yes, your demeanor today. My body really impressed me. Admired. Shaken. I want to become someone like you." Tando stood there and gently said, "You can never become me." And Fen looked confused. "Why?" He kept his expression and explained, "Because we are from different worlds. I was born as the 18th body of Vu Ho Mun. Father is a powerful tycoon in this region. Our starting points are completely different. He says one thing, but Tenthe knows what he is really thinking is, he lacks a system." Su and Fun felt a deep sadness. "Is that really the case?" Tuntha continued speaking. "You can never become me. No one on this continent can replace me." Su and Fun understood and replied firmly, "Father, I understand." He knelt to the ground, staring intently. "Then, speak to me." "Father, what are your thoughts now?" His eyes slowly looked downward. Tentha suddenly looked stunned, but then his face twisted with resolve. His hand clenched into a fist. He struck his chest forcefully as he spoke with determination. "I want to become stronger. I do not want to become anyone else. Right now, I just want to get stronger. Only stronger." Only then can I handle certain things and make decisions. Su and Fan spoke every word clearly. Then suddenly he bowed deeply at Tentha's feet. Please, Master, grant me your blessing. Tentha was extremely pleased to hear this. Very good. From now on, follow me. Will you take disciples? That can wait for another day. Su and Fan was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Tentha gently turned to speak to Su and Sin. Your uncle will also come back with you to settle the matter. Both of them were delighted and clasped their hands respectfully. That is wonderful. Thank you, Master. Meanwhile, at Lumvei's place, he spoke to Lam Kuthachif, such a dangerous place like a Hun space, and Tenthe still survived. How could he be so lucky? I truly hate it. His eyes burned with hatred and frustration. Lum Kuj turned to comfort his son. Don't rush, my son. Before he could finish, his son interrupted him. Father, all my descendants were suppressed by Tenthe. How can I not be impatient? The crown prince of the ancient kingdom is in my position, trampled and insulted by others, humiliated, from ancient times until now. Only I have suffered this. The angrier Lum V grew, the more intense his expression became. Lum Kuthachi began to explain everything in detail. A few days ago, Tenfai Thin suddenly returned, just to back the 18 sons of the god, at Viha Divine Palace. He killed the clan leader of the 5 great families. It shook the entire Hanga region. Thinking of the bigger picture, our ancient kingdom's long Titham cannot let Via Hefama in and Tinfut Thin gain the upper hand. He said this very seriously, but right after, his face turned pale with fear. Luckily, the 18 infernal hells are the territory of Senior Prison King. I promised to give him the souls of 3 cities for absorption. Next to Lumvom, he laughed wildly. The power of Senior Prison King, I have witnessed it. The work of creation, if Tuntha dares to move, he will definitely die. Evil energy with skull-like heads and red eyes floated in the air. They flew in full form, circling around. Temanthe grinned with delight. This is the 6th level of the 18 infernal hells. He stood still as those evil spirits swirled around him. As expected, the evil energy keeps growing stronger. They are like restless spirits hovering around Tanthu's place. Tanlong hovered in the air, a shining golden orb appearing behind his tail. Tantho suddenly stared at the orb in front of him. I once kept the little dragon inside the primal pearl. Didn't expect it to come out on its own now. The cute Tanlong closed his eyes and made a chirping sound. Chirp chirp. Tantho was surprised by its behavior. What do you mean? Tanlong's face twitched as he raised his hands. Chirp chirp. Tantho let it perch on his finger. I do not understand dragon language. Suddenly, Tanlong bit his finger. Tantho's eyes widened in shock. He panicked seeing it bite his hand. Why did you bite me? Suddenly, the darkness around them flickered as radiant strength appeared. Standing within that energy flow, Tantho gradually felt it. His whole body warmed up. Bitten once, the connection between me and the little dragon became clearer. It is like sensing another part of myself. Tanlong's eyes also widened, flying away. He could clearly hear it. Hungry? Little one's hungry. Tantho looked at Tramchu, not too surprised. He understood what it was saying. What do you want to eat? And Yang asked blankly. Tanlong quickly replied, hungry, little one's hungry. Wants milk. Tantho helplessly looked at Tramchu. I am a man, where am I supposed to find milk for you? Tanlong just asked if he could drink milk. That is not right. Now it is standing on my palm. Tantho created an energy orb with his finger to feed it a bit of energy. Tanlong stared at the energy in his hand. It quickly opened its big mouth. Soon after, its belly became round and full. Tanlong clasped his hands joyfully. Want more milk? Then energy orbs appeared on all 5 of Tanthu's fingertips. I have nothing else, but plenty of energy. After a while, Tanthu sat down on the ground. Lips pursed, he spoke helplessly. I can keep feeding it like this forever. It takes too much time. Plus, this little one never seems full. If it wants to absorb energy, better to let it into my dansion to try. What will happen? It was still sucking on his finger. Tanthu quickly pulled his hand away from its mouth. Let us see. After all, it already bit me earlier. I feel like it has accepted me as its master. The connection between me and it is second only to the connection with my own body. There should be no danger, he said excitedly as the little dragon flew up. An hour later, my aura still drifted in the cave. They looked like white threads floating in the air. The more I looked, the more fascinated I became. Tantho smiled. Suddenly, he saw something that made his eyes widen. More and more spirits appeared, their souls gaped wide, trying to suck in all my aura. Tantho was surrounded by beams of power. Many of those spirits were being destroyed, but absorbed significant strength and soul power. He clenched his fists tightly. A swirling power enveloped him. The power radiated from Tanthu's wrists. His face was serious as he looked ahead. One dragon, one mind. Right behind Tantho, a muscular figure formed by power appeared. Netlong Trilo C is the unit measuring physical strength. Ordinary people, without luck or special training to enhance their body, only increase strength after reaching the spirit realm. The body then reaches Netlong Triless. An unknown great emperor raised his hand. Below, everyone was fighting fiercely. Though increasing physical strength is not as hard as spirit power, it is still extremely difficult because great emperors rely on force in their path. Their specialty is pushing physical strength to the limit. Ordinary cultivators find it very hard to follow. Back to Tantho. He raised his hand seriously thinking, but the number of evil spirits here seemed limited, getting fewer and scattered everywhere. Each floor's area is huge and hard to search. The soul Tem suddenly opened its mouth wide, making some sound. You. He saw its angry expression and heavy, tired breathing. The soul TM still has not eaten enough soul power and feels dissatisfied. Suddenly, it radiated a fierce killing aura. Then countless dark power sources shot out. The soul TM was releasing spirit power. Tanda glanced back and saw dark souls appearing. They immediately advanced toward him. Terrifying, Tandos's face darkened with a crooked smile. The soul team attracted evil spirits all the way here. He glanced at it. Is this the soul team's special ability? Or maybe the power of the ancient spirit realm's second level? These evil spirits are also soul forms by nature. So they were drawn here. Then his spear pierced through them. Moving so fast, a single strike was enough to decapitate them. Tando swung his spear repeatedly, cutting through countless waves of souls. If so, then I will finish this. Their power slowly absorbed by him. The soul team beside him also began opening its mouth, enjoying its feast. After an hour, the last soul was skewered by his spear. Tando clenched his fist tightly. His dual core energy and physical realm had risen. A few souls remained ahead. Tando raised his spear, ready to test his spirit. Suddenly, something sliced through between two souls. Tantha moved incredibly fast, striking continuously to eliminate them. He absorbed their power, while the soul tem consumed their fighting spirit. The 4 spirit test was there too. His face was stunned. Is this the strength of the 18 spirit test? This is already the 12th floor. But it seems this place energy does not affect him. Tando turned and told the 4 spirit test. I will go ahead and check it out. Stood watching Tando walk away. Then sighed. His face was confused and helpless. Spirit tests compared to spirit tests, damn frustrating. Soon, souls flying in formation were all continuously slashed by his power. Tando held his spear, his body radiating fierce power. All evil spirits on the 12th floor were dealt with, and his physical strength reached 11 dragon power at the 18th floor of the Hell Cave. Level 13. Don Lin Dong stood watching the evil energy flying above. She lowered her head, fists clenched tight. Although reaching here was the limit, this spirit test had already attained 5 dragon power, relying only on physical strength. The 18 spirit test definitely is not my match. Then suddenly, Don Lin Dong heard a voice. Old spirit test. Over here, Tando appeared with a faint smile. 18 spirit test. Don Lin, interested and unafraid, clenched her fists. 18 spirit test. You came just in time. Now I want to challenge you head on. Let me be your maid, and you will be pleased. She rushed in front of Tando. He frowned in annoyance, tightening his eyebrows, fist ready to swing forward. A strong strike directly hit Don Lin Dong's punch. Here, take your hit. White smoke spread where the two fists met. Don Lin Dong shouted loudly. Face puzzled. Then she was hit and thrown away. What? Lying on the ground. Don Lin Dong could not believe it. This power is at least 10 dragon power. How did your physical strength increase so fast? Tando smiled slightly, leaning forward, ready to challenge the spirit realm. Dream on. Your whole life will be as a servant to the spirit realm. Just as he turned away, she asked, is the gap between me and Hen really that big? Absolutely not. Lin Dong stood up firmly and said, nearby, Yuan Hong and Trang Kong Min were being attacked by spirits. Yuan Hong tilted his head back and screamed in pain. The spirits slowly advanced. Trang Kong Min gritted his teeth, his body full of wounds, unable to fight anymore. Evil energy here suppresses cultivation. Only physical strength can be used almost at the limit. The spirits suddenly rushed forward quickly. Yuan Hong fearfully said, I can't take it anymore. Let us retreat. Suddenly something sliced through, knocking the heads off 2 spirits. Tran Thong Min's eyes widened in surprise. Yuan Hong was equally shocked. The one who acted was none other than Tan Thu. He swung his arm, throwing a spear at the spirits. His face darkened. Found you all, Yuan Hong happily said. Then two, pull the spear out of the ground and follow me. Then two lifted them up as Tan Thu gripped the spear tightly and spoke. Soon after, a giant spirit appeared, but its body was being drained by soul energy. Tran Kong Min and Yuan Hong also absorbed some of that power. Following then two really pays off. Tan Thu raised his spear excitedly. Cleared level 13. On to the next, the 18th Hell Cave. Level 14. Chulap stood before a swarm of spirits approaching, his hands like swords, ready to defend. Weapon shaped like a person, the girl behind him said, kill as many as you can. Suddenly the spirits in front of them twisted and convulsed. Chulap watched, puzzled by their behavior. Then they turned and walked away. Chulap asked confused, why are the spirits running off? The girl observed seriously. Something's off. Follow and see. Tando quickly finished off the remaining spirits. This time, the physical power absorbed was even greater than before combined. Near the girl, Shiten said, all the spirits have been attracted to the 18th spirit trial. That 18th spirit trial is definitely unusual. There is a big secret there. Chulap, radiating irritation, said, damn it, this 18th spirit trial is stealing my chance. I am sure I am no weaker than that spirit trial. I will defeat him here. Face darkened, eyes serious. Now he grabbed Chulap's sleeve. Spirit trial. Now is not the time. Let the 18th spirit trial handle this. We will kill spirits next round, she gently advised. Chulap stood silently, Blushing and embarrassed, Tando's group stood before a spirit whose body was gradually dissolving. Tando radiated fierce power. Cleared level 14. With the power of the 23rd dragon. My body is full of strength now. Outside, others watched intently at the cave entrance. What a pity! I can barely absorb any big power from this opportunity. I only made it to level 12 anyway. Long Quochu and Long Vu stood not far. Talking, on a stone tablet showed rankings. Suddenly a line stood out, a middle-aged man pointed and said, "Now it is probably only the two prodigies of the divine tribe, and the divine heirs of the Vu Ho sect left." The tablet showed they were on levels 15 and 16. No wonder, they are the prodigies of Dong Hong. Someone there seriously wondered who would reach the legendary level 18. They say level 18 holds unparalleled opportunity and earth-shattering secrets beyond belief. Long Vu frowned. Eyes fixed ahead. Father Emperor, Tando has entered level 15. Most people have already left. Why has not the Prison King Senior made a move yet? Isn't he very interested in the 18 Sons household? What if the 18 Sons escape? The more he talks, the more his eyes show hatred. The Wolf Lord watches Kunshu's image on the screen. The deeper the 18th level, the more dangerous it gets. His energy grows more intense, only able to use physical strength, barely touching his cultivation. If the Prison King Senior is interested in the 18 Sons, he definitely won't let him go. A fierce face appears in the darkness, trying to swallow the 18 Sons' shadow. The Wolf Lord seriously continues. Don't worry. Even if the Prison King's true form is not here, the 18 Sons won't escape death. At Chulap's side, he swings and strikes at a ghost beast. The others suddenly turn and head the opposite way. Chulap is furious, after killing a few. The ghost beasts are drawn away by the 18 Sons again. So unfair. Mei stays calm. Observing, the situation is the same. The 18 Sons are strong now, unmatched by anyone. The 6th son must hide his true power and build strength slowly. Her face shows no emotion as she speaks. Chulap understands immediately. Mainhai? I get. Let us move to the next level. Another fish-like creature screams in pain. A strong wave of evil energy blows toward the Sun's group. Huff, huff, the pressure is intense. Tran, smart as ever, suddenly says from behind, "Sons, even with help, we can hold on much longer. Level 15 is our limit." The red robe one next to her adds, "Sons, keep pushing forward. We will head out first." Sons glance back briefly, replying to them, "Understood." Later, at the 18th hell level. Level 16, he lands lightly. Evil energy still swirls around. Suddenly, Sun spots something that startles him. No ghost beasts to kill this week. The evil energy is 100 times stronger than last week. He stares intensely ahead. Suddenly, small stones fly fast from nowhere. Suns quickly glances and uses his punch to send the stones flying away. Then he looks back up ahead. The stone's throwing force is strong, at least equal to 10 dragons' power. Ordinary cultivators can get past level 16 under the combined evil energy and stone attacks. However, he smirks slightly, then charges forward, smashing a large stone hard. For this Sun, it is extremely easy. With just 35 dragon power, I can crush everything here. His face can hide his excitement. After a moment, Kunshu suddenly looks shocked at something. A huge stone is right above his head. Kunshu looks up. Too big. This stone must exceed 35 dragon power. He shouts, and the forbidden bone spot inside him glows. Kunshu strikes the big stone with a fist, shattering it into pieces. He watches his fist excitedly. The forbidden bone spot combined with physical strength. Under its support, my punch reaches at least 50 dragon power. It feels like everything's about to explode. Amazing. Stairs leading into darkness appear before Kunshu. He looks up slightly. Is this considered clearing a level? The last 3 floors of the 18 hells are the biggest challenge. Outside, young Master Kailan and Divine Phoenix Maiden descend from above. Young Master Kailan excitedly shouts, "Young Master is out now." Young Master suddenly strikes at level 16. His physical strength has increased by 18 dragon power. Let us see who can compare. He clenches his fists tightly, radiating power. The Phoenix Maiden beside him adds, "No doubt about it. The last 3 levels of the 18-level Hell Cave are the real challenge. I was defeated on the 16th level too. Level 16 he can only be passed with over 50 dragons power. No one has managed it." The young Master K. Lun looked through the crowd and asked, "Where are the 18 warriors? Where are those useless ones from Via Heaven Men? Have they already escaped early? So they have not even tasted the last 3 legendary levels yet?" Young Master K. Lun grinned with delight. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Not quite. Vin Hung appeared, arms crossed, smiling. "Our warriors have not escaped yet." Young Master K. Lun paused. "Haven't he escaped yet? Look over there." He spoke while glancing sideways. The map now shows someone's name. Someone just entered level 17. Everyone there was shocked. Neither the 18 warriors nor the 6 warriors from Vyasa Amin have escaped. Could it be that the 18 warriors have stepped into level 17? Young Master K. Lun clenched his teeth in anger. The 18 warriors really have not escaped. How is this possible? Suddenly, Chulap and Hai appeared from somewhere. Whispers broke out again. 2 more have escaped. They are the 6 warriors. It is clear the one entering level 17 is definitely one of the 18 warriors. Tell me, do you think the 18 warriors can pass level 17 and enter the legendary level 18? Very unlikely. The last 3 levels get harder and harder. To now, no one has ever entered even once. If the 18 warriors go in without knowing their limits, They probably won T come out again. Lumvi stared at the map in the space. Destroy it. Tintha. A wicked smile spread across his face. The illusion of level 18. Even level the 17th of may be impossible to pass. The 18 level Hell Cave. Level 18. A giant sword was stabbing straight at Tentha's face. He gripped his fists without fear. Then he controlled the sword to drive it into the wall. A huge power radiated out. Tentha looked inside. His eyes filled with pride. Soul power touched. The previous level tested physical strength. This level tests soul power. The giant sword's tip suddenly descended toward Tentha. Suddenly, soul energy burst from above his head. It quickly rushed toward the sword's descending tip. Tentha's face darkened with tension. The soul energy tried to swallow the great soul power of the giant sword. It is unclear if it can withstand this 40-meter-long giant sword. The giant sword struck the soul energy on Tentha's shoulder, making it spit blood. Tentha anxiously watched it fly into his palm. The soul energy's body trembled continuously. The soul power of this 40-meter giant sword is truly immense. The soul energy has also been heavily injured. The giant sword swung down once more. The soul energy on Tentha's shoulder looked furious. Suddenly, battle armor appeared on his body. Divine body. Battle armor. Divine battle armor can defend against and attack soul power. He had to take the hit to buy time for the soul energy. Tentha tried to block the sword strike with his hands. His face twisted painfully, unexpectedly appearing drenched in sweat. This soul power is too strong. His whole body felt like falling into ice, yet also into molten lava. Half of his body was freezing, while the other half was burning fiercely. Is this the agony of falling into hell? It is an extremely tormenting mental challenge. Basically, this is not something ordinary people can endure. Then from above his head, someone flew out. The second humanoid spirit appeared. The spirit flew straight toward the spear tip. Only then did Tanthu take a breath and calm down. The pressure eased significantly. The soul worm on his back also unexpectedly flew out. Tanthu turned and looked intently. Crystal Soul Force. His eyes sparkled with joy. Crystal Soul Force is a legendary treasure. It can accelerate the growth of the divine soul, a rare item only possessed by great emperors. Tanthu reached out and absorbed all that crystal into himself. Keep it for now. Let the soul worm slowly consume it. With these crystal soul forces, the soul worm might be completed. Tanthu turned and looked intently. As Tanthu stepped up, the armor layers on his body vanished. The final layer of the 18 levels of hell was reached. I am here now. Everyone outside still stood close to the cave entrance. The 18 divine sons have been on the 17th level for some time. Level 17 is already a miracle. If anyone truly steps into the 18th level, then the 18 divine sons will be speechless. Tanthu turned and looked intently. His eyes sparkled with joy. Crystal Soul Force. His eyes sparkled with joy. The 18 divine sons have been on the 17th level for some time. Level 17 is already a miracle. If anyone truly steps into the 18th level, then the 18 divine sons will be my future idols. The young lord's face darkened deeply. I do not believe a cooperating idol can step into the legendary 18th level. That is a realm demons cannot touch. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the 18th level frame. The young lord was surprised when he saw it. What is that? The people there showed excitement. There is a change. The 18 divine sons have stepped into the 18th level. Today, I am lucky to witness the 18 divine sons enter the 18th level. Don't ruin this trip. Lamvu's eyes were full of hatred. Entering the 18th level, the 18 divine sons must face death. The Lamb Nation leader glanced downward. Rest assured, my child, 18th level of hell, the demon realm. No one survives. His face darkened as he spoke. The 18 levels of hell moved. Tanthu stood there as aura swirled around him. He seriously looked ahead. No danger appeared. The system also did not notify a successful mark. If this is the final level of the 18 levels of hell, it definitely would not be that simple. Tanthu slowly moved forward. Time passed like that. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth in surprise. On top of a stone stele, a swirling power appeared along with a piece of clear bronze. Tanthu stared without looking away. Going there should mark success. Suddenly, someone stepped out from within the bones. That person's body was bright red and powerful as he strode forward. Welcome to the 18th level of hell. Tanthu was not afraid, even smiled upon seeing him. The aura of the blood shadow. The blood shadow steps but has no physical form. Is this an upgraded blood shadow? It even evolved a form. This is a great tonic for the soul worm. The black and red figure grinned wickedly, grinding his teeth. Kid, you are quite bold. Still want to eat my flesh. I think just like a person, I also want to taste your flesh. Tanthu's expression did not change as he calmly replied. You are pretty sharp-eyed. You know this forbidden supreme bone skin of mine is not ordinary. Who are you? Do you have anything to do with this 18-layered hell? Those photos of the begging spirits were all spread by you? That black blood image made your body grow. Your fists clenched tight. The forbidden supreme bone skin? How did you get this forbidden item? I have been asleep here for a long time, and I still did not have a forbidden supreme bone skin. I will be fully reborn. Young one, I will make sure you die clearly. I am the prison king, the king of hell. Right now what you see is only my blood-formed clone. The prison king smiled with sharp teeth, full of amusement. Suddenly, he threw a powerful punch forward. That punch headed straight for Tanthu. Young one, take this. He swung another fist to block the punch. Suddenly, Tanthu's eyes widened in surprise. What? He could not believe his eyes. That punch from the prison king was strong enough to slam Tanthu far away. He planted his feet and hands on the ground to steady himself. Tanthu was not scared. He looked up with a smirk. Blood clone upgraded. Its power is no less impressive. The prison king spread his arms wide and lunged forward. Young one, I want you dead. Even if the Divine King or the Emperor come, his huge hand aimed straight at Tanthu, but he could not protect you. He grabbed the spear shaft tightly. Tanthu used the spear tip to block the Prison King's punch. Divine Spear Strike. But the Prison King's hand easily resisted the spear. Tanthu saw this and thought in fear. He can easily block the Divine Spear Strike. When the Prison King swung his arm forward, Tanthu quickly dodged by leaping. His body slammed into the rocky cliff. The Prison King taunted broadly. If you have the guts, do not. Tanthu's whole body radiated energy like burning fire. And the supreme armor appeared, Solar Divine Body, Battle Armor Form. The Prison King was not afraid. He was even more excited. Tanthu gathered momentum, ready to throw a punch. Dragon Charge. Prison Shaking Fist. His powerful punch clashed with the Prison King's strength. A massive explosion of force erupted, sending both flying apart. Tanthu's feet scraped the ground to stop. On the other side, the Prison King regained his balance too. The Prison King was no ordinary opponent. Though I am surprised by your strength, the Prison King said calmly, but then his eyes turned fierce. You still do not have what it takes to face me. Tanthu suddenly smiled. Is that? He unleashed power, breaking the ground and rocks around to pieces. Try me again. Immediately after, Tanthu charged forward. Forbidden Supreme Bone Skin. The Prison King also took his stance. Dragon Charge Prison Shaking Fist. Both charged at each other, their power forming a mighty dragon shape. Tanthu kicked straight at the Prison King's face. The Prison King was instantly kicked away. His massive body slammed hard into the wall. Tanthu stood with legs apart firmly. Earlier, Solar Divine Body, Battle Armor Form, Dragon Charge Prison Shaking Fist, and the Forbidden Supreme Bone Skin, all combined with his strength, breaking through limits, once again surpassing the boundary, reaching a new height. The more Tanthu spoke, the brighter his face became. The Prison King slowly stood up, gathering the power of the 10 dragons. How can his body have such terrifying strength? His face was filled with shock. The armor on Tanthu's body radiated a powerful light. The Forbidden Sacred Bone. He actually obtained the greatest fortune of the 18 layers of the Hell Realm. The Prison King pointed and shouted. The Forbidden Sacred Bone inside him suddenly glowed. That Prison King could not believe his eyes. Why? Why was I trapped in a 1,000-year sleep here and could not find it? Yet he got lucky enough to have both the Forbidden Sacred Bone and Forbidden Skin. Tanthu crossed his arms silently, listening. Then he raised his hand in response. Handsome servant. The Prison King's face froze in helplessness after hearing that. He laughed coldly. Not bad. This will be a pleasant surprise for me. Both your bones and your skin. I will take them all. As he spoke, the Prison King slowly advanced. Tanthu threw a punch, knocking him away. Too many words. Massive body of the Prison King soared swiftly through the sky. He raised his hand to adjust his wrist. The flesh and bones here belong to me. What do you want? The Prison King slowly stood up. I am the king of the underworld. There is nothing I can do. If my true form were here, your little brat would not dare speak. Tanthu kicked the Prison King's body. Lie down for me. Unable to resist, he was slammed hard to the ground. He stood with hands on hips and sneered. What nonsense. If you are so tough, call out your true form. Tanthu raised his hand, and a yellow talisman flew out. Binding Talisman. The Prison King was also slowly sitting up, but then the giant talisman crushed his body down. Pressed down. Tanthu pulled out a Soul Silkworm. Soul Silkworm. Bright energy sparks surrounded it. The Prison King struggled beneath the talisman, his face helpless. Damn it! Before he could speak more, the silkworm opened its mouth wide and flew forward. It bit down fiercely on his arm. The silkworm's face looked utterly satisfied. Suddenly, the Prison King burst out laughing. Looked up. You are the first to dare to be so arrogant before me. But this is as far as you will get. The Prison King pushed against the ground, trying to stand. He rose gently, glaring at the talisman pressing him down. You have surprised me greatly, but you will still die. The Prison King laughed as he spoke. With 5 punches, he smashed the talisman away. Do you know the most terrifying power of the 18 layers of hell? Tanthu was visibly shocked. The space around them was engulfed by the Prison King's power. Illusory reflection. From afar, Tanthu could only see a black shadow. What is that? His eyes widened in astonishment. The Prison King vanished, replaced by a young man wearing a mask. The illusory reflection faced him, amused. You really are formidable. Very strong. Even my strongest blood slave is no match for you. He could not hide his smile. Tanthu gritted his teeth in fury. Staring intently, his mind raced with questions. What is going on? Why does this guy look exactly like me? Tanthu's face showed nothing but worry. Meanwhile, the illusory reflection smiled smugly. Even the body's movements are identical. He continued speaking. The scariest thing about the 18 layers of hell is the ability to create illusory reflections. I can become a person. That is why, even if my true form is not here, I am confident I can strip you completely. You may be strong. Tanthu listened tensely to his words. The illusory reflection's body radiated ancestral energy, even more powerful than your own. Right? The Prison King's power summoned an elephant. Dragon General Trimmer of Hell. A massive energy sphere was hurled toward Tanthu. He was blasted back, crashing to the ground. Tanthu gasped. The force of the Dragon General Trimmer of Hell matched the one I myself unleashed. This fake impersonator can perfectly replicate my moves. Clenched his teeth in anger. I refuse to believe it. You can even restore the Forbidden Core position. Tanthu clenched both fists tightly. The Forbidden Core position in his body began to glow. Tanthu rushed toward the illusion reflection. He was not afraid and even smiled wickedly. Their fists collided, creating a sphere of power. Well then, try this. That force threw them both flying backward. Tanthu was surprised once again. How is this possible? He responded with a challenging grin. Tanthu stared intently and asked in confusion. What exactly is the illusion reflection of the 18-level hell? Apparently, It can even restore the forbidden supreme bone. The supreme bone inside the illusion reflection also began to glow. This is the power of the forbidden supreme bone, although it is only partially awakened. But this incredible feeling is beyond words. The forbidden supreme bone and the forbidden supreme mark on you. Such a waste of talent. He stood not far away and spoke clearly. The illusion reflection licked his lips, issuing a challenge. Only with the heavenly ambition of this king could the maximum benefit of this supreme mark be unlocked. Tando glanced upward. If that is the case, today the god will fight you with all my might. He calmly closed his eyes, then thought about his normal self and his form with the forbidden supreme bone. Since arriving in this world from a worthless wreck, revived under the system's guidance, the journey has been relatively smooth. The image of the masked man using his power to give Tanthu a headache appeared. But rationally speaking, this world is brutally harsh. Everywhere, the strong prey on the weak. There are too many strong and too many unknowns. He slowly opened his eyes. I still have not fully trained for life and death. Tando's legs suddenly lifted to gain momentum. He angrily lunged forward. And you? Today you will be my stepping stone. He swung his arm, unleashing a powerful strike. But the other man dodged it. He stood behind Tanthu. You can defeat yourself. Before he could finish, Tanthu kicked backward straight at his face. He grinned through clenched teeth. The more aggressive, the better when this king takes over. Tanthu's eyes widened in shock. He swung his arm, striking with power that sent Tanthu flying. Get lost. Tanthu was knocked back some distance. He quickly lunged forward again. Keep going. Outside, everyone wore curious expressions. The 18 godsons still have not escaped. They have been in the 18th level for 4 hours. The immortal tablet still shows a red dot. That means the 18 godsons are still alive. No one knows what he is going through in the 18th level. A single red dot still glows. Lam Vu looked at the screen and suddenly asked, why is Senior Prison Lord struggling so much to deal with the 18 godsons? The 18 level hell is the prison lord's domain. Even if his true body is not here, it should not take this long. Lam Vu turned in surprise. Illusion reflection. Father, is really that powerful? Is it an endless magic? He asked in shock. Lord Lam closed his eyes. I do not know. There is a man using power to touch his own reflection. Illusion reflection is one of the grand techniques of the Commerce Clan. Not sure why it is tangled like this. He asked in shock. Lord Lam closed his eyes. I do not know. There is a man using power to touch his own reflection. Illusion reflection is one of the grand techniques of the Commerce Clan. I do not know why I got involved with the 18th layer of Hell's poison. I do not know much about it either. The Prison King was born in the 18th layer of Hell. This is why he can barely use this frame spear technique. Inside, it is like a hand controlling a phantom projection. After hearing this, Lam Vu smiled with satisfaction. If my ancient Lung general had this technique, I would not fear the 18 divine sons. I would definitely suppress him. The Long nation leader beside him added. And with this frame spear technique spreading worldwide, countless people would be interested. Even if left for my son, he would be able to get it. Our Lung general has been cultivating for years, but only reached level 16 at best. He glanced over with a reproachful tone. The 18th layer of Hell's poison, Tanthu, and the phantom projection were collapsing on the ground. Breathing heavily, at level 18, Tanthu was exhausted and had several wounds on his face. He had been fighting intensely for 4 hours straight. This was the most exhilarating battle since I arrived in this world. The phantom projection on his face was also dotted with wounds as he smiled. This opponent is not a match for me, but he can stand toe-to-toe. Your fighting style is remarkable. However, I still stick to my words. He slowly stood up with a cruel expression. He said, you will never beat yourself. Under the phantom projection, you are doomed to die here. Just then, half his face turned pale, but then Tanthu suddenly laughed. Oh really? You are just a stone blade. Your usefulness is over. Saying this, he slowly got up. Tanthu suddenly vanished quickly. It might be over. He was startled and glanced back, confused. Huh. Tanthu had landed on the stone tablet. He looked toward him. What does he want to do? The whole space seemed to shift. The system panel appeared with a notification sound. The system screen showed, system marks congratulating you. Master, successfully marked the 18th layer of Hell's poison. Another chime rang as a fragment of bronze was enveloped in power. Congratulations on receiving a reward. A fragment of bronze relic? Tanthu could not believe his eyes, and reached out to touch the fragment. Didn't they expect the system to mark the bronze relic directly? Does it have some special property? Suddenly, the phantom projection laughed gleefully. Bronze relic has always been here. It existed even before the 18th layer of Hell's poison. Who knows how many long years of power it took to hold it. The Prison King never got it. I advise you not to waste your energy either. Ignoring his words, Tanthu grasped the fragment with his hand. He turned and responded as he tossed the bronze piece up. How heavy is it? Eyes wide, mouth agape. You actually got the bronze fragment. Tanthu jumped down from above. You say you do not know how heavy this bronze fragment is. The bronze in your hand spun around, radiating energy. Then you started to fear and ask, what do you want to do? Tanthu suddenly took off flying. He swung his hand in midair, ready to throw the explosive bronze piece. I will leave this to you. Do you know how heavy it is? The bronze piece was thrown forward. He raised his hand to shield his face in fear. The bronze flew straight into the center of the phantom projection's forehead. It caused a huge explosion of power there. Tanthu could not believe his eyes. Tanthu could not believe his own eyes. This had now vanished, leaving only a small hole from the explosion behind. Could there really be such a strong residual force? Fearfully, He watched the bronze shard fly back into his hand. It is just a fragment of residue, yet it carries a weight of thousands upon thousands of dragon forces. The prison king would be crushed into dust directly. Terrifying. I bet this thing has a huge origin. It is still spinning fast in Tando's hand. Unknown sources of faint power appear and fly toward it. It gathers and forms a power orb. Inside that orb is a shimmering blue crystal. It slowly flies before Tando. What is it? Formed after the prison king's strongest blood shadow died. He slowly reached out to touch it. The shimmering crystal suddenly shot forward. Then it flew straight into Tando's forehead, slowly disappearing inside. Thung Kung Talisman. An illusory glow. This is the reward for clearing the 18-layer Hell Cave. Thung Kung Talisman. This is an extremely powerful skill. The strongest skill in the world. Suddenly, rocks fall from above. Tando startled and panicked, seeing small stones falling continuously. He glanced sideways with tears in his eyes. Looks like the 18-layer Hell Cave is having trouble too. Tando nimbly dodges the falling stones pressing down. Is it because I took the Thangzhuri Kung Talisman and the bronze fragment, or because I killed all the left spirits here? This place is definitely not that simple. For now. Get out later. Find a way to study this land thoroughly. He bowed his head and looked up. The stones keep falling. Can Tando get past the old man's gate? The prison king uses his dark power to create a giant arm. I am afraid you won't be enough to watch. A huge explosion erupts in the space, tossing everyone around. Lightning strikes fiercely. The prison king and Duong Min face off. A few others watch nearby. This prison king's background is unclear, rumored to be from the 18-layer Hell Cave of the ancient dragon elephant kingdom. A man with fake white hair stands there, intently watching. His whole aura is extremely sinister. Unlike ordinary people, he has already defeated 3 elder-level figures consecutively. Will Elder Duong Min be able to stop him? Powers from somewhere gather in Duong Min's palm. Prison King, I do not care what your background is. If you want to enter the Thandong Ancient Palace, you must follow the rules set by the major powers. Otherwise, Elder Duong Min will teach you a lesson. His eyes were deadly serious as he spoke. The Prison King quickly replied, teach me to behave. With no small amount of arrogance, a power target suddenly shot out from him. Elder Duong Min's eyes widened in surprise. Immediately, the prison king charged forward at full speed. I will cut you down first, he declared. A formation unleashed power at Duong Min. He was not someone to be bullied easily. Seeing this, the prison king stopped. What is going on? From the formation, a power target fired out, shattering the rocks in front into pieces. Various sized stones flew toward him. Damn it! Why has my breath suddenly become unstable? Duong Min was also a bit puzzled. Could it be that my ancestor's tyrant king scared him? Surrounding the prison king's body were sources of aura power. Damn it! The 18-level Hell Cave is having issues. It is cutting ties with me again. Is this really happening? Is it selling out? That is selling out. He did not notice that Duong Min was already above him. Stepping on the formation, he unleashed a massive force with his hand. Watch this. His voice was filled with fury. I was born in the 18-level Hell Cave, who destroyed my foundation when I returned from the Thandong Ancient Palace. I want to spare you. Duong Min thought to himself. The 18-level Hell Cave is located in the Eastern Grand Palace. The prison king had marked the Hell Cave level. Could it be because of that little girl? Tando, on the contrary, she has been a huge help. His face appeared in the elder's mind. By Tando's side, everyone stared at the red dot on the leaderboard. The red dot stayed right there, but then it slowly disappeared. Everyone gasped in horror and pointed. Look, the black and red vanished. So that is the 18 spirit sons. The young master crossed his arms and smirked wickedly. So what if they entered the 18 levels? If they are dead, what does it matter? He did not notice the power rushing down behind him. The young Master Key suddenly startled and glanced back. Tando was standing within that power flow. This is he crossed his arms, face stern. Who said the spirit son failed? Everyone was shocked again. The 18 spirit sons. Feathered Lord's face darkened, full of fear. Tando, she is out again. Feathered Lord stood silently nearby, his expression unchanged. He was sweating in fear. The deadly chain moves. The 18 spirit sons can still escape. This person is not the great emperor. It is pure luck from heaven. Even the ancient elephant kingdom loses. Tando looked down at the young Master Kai and the divine phoenix maiden. How fortunate. We can gain another harvest. She slowly landed on the ground. Her body burned with power like a roaring flame. Now then, both of you, come up together. Tando pointed a challenging finger. Young Master Key widened his eyes in anger. 18 spirit sons, you dare provoke me? Don't think that just because you have been into the 18 levels, you have the right to be arrogant. I have already obtained the dragon power from the 18th level of hell, not necessarily weaker than anyone else. I clenched my fist, my face confident as I spoke. Kunshu suddenly swung a quick punch forward. Watch this. A massive force shot straight at the young master's body. Kunshu rubbed her wrist with interest. Looks like the harvest can continue after all. The young master wiped the blood off his face. 18th deity, I want to go easy on you. I jumped up. Kunshu stood still. The divine phoenix maiden suddenly flew in and spoke. This guy seems much stronger now. Let us team up. Today, we won't lose the advantage of the divine tribe. Her face was full of determination. Kunshu placed her hand on the young master. Kunshu grinned, clenching both fists. Perfect timing. A punch straight to the divine phoenix maiden's stomach. Another hit landed on the young master's torso. He flexed his arm, releasing a rocket-like power. The 4 divine lords complained it was not a fair fight. The 2 sat on the ground, faces pale. Too strong? Then both looked up in shock as he prepared to stomp down. 18th deity, Stop! Kunshu kept throwing punches forward. The two were hit so hard their faces cracked in blood. System notification. You have obtained a strand of the Emperor's fate thread. It repeated twice. Everyone watching was stunned. The two divine lords of the divine tribe were completely overpowered by the 18th deity. This was their show of force in the eastern wilds. No one expected such an outcome. The 18th deity is ruthless. Another punch landed on the young master's torso. 18th deity, if you are so great, come and kill me. He kicked the two far away. Both staggered to their feet. Kunshu suddenly asked, kill him. It is not that easy. I still need to hold you back and harvest slowly. His face turned cruel. The divine phoenix maiden, bruised and angry, said, you are the first man to treat me this badly. I underestimated the divine lords of the eastern wilds. I remember your face. Then she fled, flying away. The young master, battered, spoke while holding his arm. 18th deity, today, you insulted us. You insulted the divine tribe. I want to forgive you. Even the 100,000 divine lords want to forgive you. Just wait. Kunshu folded his arms and listened to him, then responded with a challenge. Shenshu turned seriously and warned, if you dare provoke me again, next time I will be the one to chop off your head. His face went pale with anger. You. The national lord next to him suddenly asked, 18th deity, what fate did you encounter on the 18th level? Kunshu calmly asked back, wanna know? He quickly replied, I am very curious. He closed his eyes and raised his hand to the sky, grabbing a national feather. National lord closed his eyes helplessly. The 8th deity was joking. Tando responded with a smile. The lord could not bring himself to interrupt. The pink stone in front suddenly raised its hand to make a symbol on its skin. It then transformed into a giant toad. Tando slowly approached the group. This trip was a success. Tando took a running start and jumped up. He settled himself on the toad's head. Your servant. Take my leave. The toad then flew away. Lord of Feathers, disbelieving, called out again, congratulations on obtaining the war frame from the 18th layer prison. He suddenly spoke loudly. The atmosphere seemed to grow silent. Tanda looked down with a mocking gaze, truly profound. Everyone watched and resumed their discussions. What? Warframe. There are only 3 great warframes in this world. Could the 18th layer prison have obtained one of them? Feather Lord beside him could not help but sigh. The Emperor is truly extraordinary. Word will spread quickly that Tandhu has obtained a warframe. It is sure to attract the attention of powerful forces. He replied calmly, this is the only way left to us. We can no longer reconcile with the 18th layer prison. From now on, we must be wary of their schemes. His eyes and face were full of malice. In front of a peaceful space house, a woman was tied up, hanging suspended in midair. Very good. That way, you will listen better. To you mine yet. The girl who is easily hurt asked, Father, I am your daughter. Why do you treat me like this? The Lord was furious. He clenched his teeth angrily. Since you became a servant of the 18th layer prison, you are no longer my daughter. Tuyu Mangayat continued speaking. If that is the case, I will take responsibility myself to cleanse the shame of the lunar god's legacy. Her eyes were filled with determination as she spoke. Hearing this, Tuyu Mayat grew even angrier. Suddenly flames swirled around her. Insolent. Insolent. I will show you my power. Stop right there. The fire in his strength caused her great pain. Ungrateful daughter. Tiyuman Gayat struggled, her head thrown back, and suddenly she laughed. You want to have the heart to kill me. Father, stop pretending with excuses. You want to kill your own daughter. Isn't it because of my lunar royal body? Wait, I want to change. You are a lord of a nation. Can you admit that? The lord was silent, deeply thoughtful. Then he regained composure and spoke firmly. Min Gayat. You never needed to die. But I truly did not expect that when you came to the martial transformation sect, you could become the lunar royal body. Tiyuman Gayat clenched her teeth and replied, I became the lunar royal body because the 18th layer prison gave me a rare treasure on the drifting island. Thanks to that, I was able to borrow the island's spiritual power to cultivate. As she spoke, she recalled the image of the deity. The 18th layer prison did not hold grudges over past matters. Their attitude was honorable, the divine quality. That is why I was willing to be a servant before the deity. The Lord grew angrier, silencing her, calling her shameless. He gripped his staff tightly. The divine princess dare say such shameful words. Then do not blame me for being heartless. The peaceful air outside shattered by screams of pain. Countless needles pierced Tu Min Gaius' body. The sovereign stretched out his arms, smiling cruelly. Min Inguite. Just accept it. The divine moonwheel secret technique I passed down from ancient times. It can absorb even kin. Our bloodlines are connected. So when I absorb you, I want to suffer pain to death. His face darkened, the smile turning wicked. Tu Min Gaius spoke from above. A tiger does not spare its own cub. You treat your own daughter like this. You are not worthy to be my father. Despite the pain, she kept speaking, moved forward without hesitation. A dark power radiated around him. You still can't die yet. Tiyumangait endured needles piercing her as flames burned her. She gradually weakened. The sovereign's eyes gleamed with malice. Your life belongs to me. Soon, I will force your Taiyan royal energy out. The other hand suddenly clenched tightly. At the same time, Tiyumangait felt sharper pain. She was fading fast. The sovereign laughed coldly. All the princes and princesses are born from me. Your lives are mine. Someone else stood hidden behind a pillar, eavesdropping. It was the 7th prince. He fearfully covered his mouth. Father wants to kill the bastard. What should I do? Could father kill me too? Avi Hemum, on floating island Ding Tri. An island suspended high above. A woman in white scholar robes suddenly appeared. She pinched someone's cheek, twisting Tianthe's face along with it. She really looks exactly like me, the white-robed woman observed with one eye closed, one open. Even this spot looks identical. She shyly turned her head to hide her face. Scoundrel! Did you do this on purpose? Hey. Quickly. Tianthi returned to her usual look. She sat down and said to Min, I am practicing Kong technique, the shadow of illusion. But it is a bit strange. I can only transform into your scholar robes. Other things like your cultivation skills, I can replicate. Tianthe's face showed worry. Right now, it is exhausting to perform. It requires a massive amount of spiritual energy. With my current second-level spiritual energy, it is not enough to sustain it for long. She stared helplessly at her hand. Seems like fully mastering the technique is not that easy. Tianthi reached out and formed a sphere to examine. Wonder how the young dragon is doing. A blue dragon lay inside the sphere. It seemed to be awakening. Buchnanze screamed seeing this. The dragon let out a long breath. Immediately, thunder rumbled around the island, surprising everyone. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Tianthi's face paled. What is happening? Everyone below looked up, clearly afraid. What is going on? Seems like someone is dueling on floating island. Dung try. Huge bolts of lightning struck the island simultaneously. This is not a battle luck event, just a strange natural phenomenon triggered by something. No one knows what the 18 gods are doing. A golden bird appeared behind Teminthaf. The bird stared intently ahead with fierce eyes. The bird appeared. It looked at the bird in front with sharp eyes. It seemed surprised to see the little dragon in front of it. A small clawed foot behind, the bird flew up to the little dragon. Curious, the clawed foot and the great emperor are the same. They no longer exist in this world. How did it get here? Tianthi picked up the little dragon and explained. Obtained from the great emperor's wisdom path. When it learned where it came from, the bird stepped forward and questioned him. The great emperor's wisdom path. You mean you are heading to the great emperor's wisdom path again? That is right. Hearing Tianthi confirm this, it seemed unconvinced. Truly impressive. Mortal, your aura is undeniably powerful. I came here because I heard rumors that you obtained the Thengkung artifact, especially to see it with my own eyes. Unexpectedly. It is just a little clawed foot, the bird wanted to test. But listen to Tianthi's reply. So the Thengkung artifact. The shadow of illusion is also real. Tianthi looked it straight in the eye and answered. It is. The bird emphasized the earth-shaking truth even more. You are chosen by heaven. It has been at Vihamen for many years. Never has it met anyone with such a fate. It focused its power into the orb before it. The orb struck directly at the little dragon ahead. Seeing the bird pass energy to the little dragon, Tianthi looked surprised. Bird, who are you? The clawed foot is a matter of great importance. I will help conceal the breath of the clawed foot for you. It also entrusted Tianthi with this. If that is the case, if the clawed foot is seen by others later, it worries about your and the little dragon's safety. The Thonggung artifact is already a great treasure. Countless others will be after it. Now you even have a little clawed foot. Who knows how many will covet it? The bird declared confidently with a gleam in its eyes. Now I can help you conceal it for some time. Receiving the help, Tianthi bowed immediately. Thank you. Many thanks. Bird, now you are really getting serious. I wonder what brings you here today. The bird did not hide it and explained. The bird is scouting you. You need to find the Guardian's tome. Mentioning that, Tianthi looked surprised. Guardian. How to find it? The bird even pointed out the directions for you. Go to Luthathing Sen, Guardian of Vihi. 3 days later, Tianthi arrived on the mountain with another person. Mortal, Angson also told you a few things. I have heard some rumors. This time, if the Guardians seek out the Guardian humans, something's about to happen. Tianthi looked at him and spoke. Tell me more. Angson stopped hiding and explained. According to the old rules of VCHVMM, after the Great Mortal Gathering, those who stay get to choose a guardian human from the guardian sect. He also explained the benefits of this. This is Vietnam's way to protect each mortal's smooth growth. Tianthi looked at him, puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? Is a good thing. Angson explained with a not-so-joyful face. But since the mortal returned from Zumong Ni of Ziayin, alone, arrogant celestial of the divine race, a reputation that shook the world. Almost every mortal sees him as their top enemy. He even mentioned the 7 mortals. The spirit guardian is currently contacting other spirit guardians. The plan is to enter and protect against other spirit guardians. When they heard that name, the spirit guardian seemed eager. The 7th spirit guardian. That name again. Speaking of the rarest shadow among the spirit guardians, he would be the leader. Walking to Angson while chatting, the 7th spirit guardian is very secretive. I have only recently caught wind of it. Turns out the 7th spirit guardian has long settled in one sect. Tacanthian has built his own domain. The house burned down by the spirit guardians before. It was only a hiding place for the 7th spirit guardian to avoid detection. At this moment, Thendu was very suspicious about the truth behind it. Vahomun has a total of 7 sect islands, 8 spirit guardians. You and I each have 1 island. Who occupies the other 4 islands? You slowly list out all the spirit guardians. The 1st spirit guardian and the 2nd spirit guardian. These 2 mysterious spirit guardians each have their own island. The remaining are the 5th and 3rd spirit guardians, each with 1 island. After chatting for a while, the 2 arrived before a tower. A large signboard was hung atop the tower. Looking at the sign, Thendu seemed pleased. This is the guardian of the constellations. Quite a crowd here. It seems Vu Homon's disciples have not shaken their habit of watching lively scenes like this. People outside the tower kept shouting loudly. 1st spirit guardian, 2nd spirit guardian, 4th spirit guardian, 5th spirit guardian, 6th spirit guardian, 7th spirit guardian, 3rd Spirit Guardian, 10th Spirit Guardian. Arrive from the high mountain. The Spirit Guardians all flew down together. Most of the Spirit Guardians here wore masks. So many Spirit Guardians arrived at once. Seeing them all gathered like this, then they wondered, is this an alliance targeting the idol faction? Everyone was thrilled to see the Spirit Guardians. Unbelievable that all 8 Spirit Guardians came together. Each of the 8 Spirit Guardians is truly extraordinary. Vahomon will definitely grow stronger every day. Why is only the 18th Spirit Guardian missing? Just then, Angson outside shouted, the 18th Spirit Guardian is here. He followed behind the Spirit Guardian and entered. Seeing the scene here, the Spirit Guardian seemed delighted. Today is really lively. Everyone was excited to see him. The 18th Spirit Guardian has subdued the heavens of the divine clans in Dong Nahak Dai Dian. Truly the strongest Spirit Guardian of Vu Homon, the leader of the Spirit Guardians. The 18th Spirit Guardian is our role model. Hopefully, Vu Homon will stand firm in the royal domain. Everyone then gathered around the Spirit Guardian. Not just Vu Homon. From what I see, the 18th Spirit Guardian is still the strongest among contemporaries. The Spirit Guardian responded politely. Those are kind words. The other Spirit Guardians looked stunned hearing him say that but everyone else was very dissatisfied with the Spirit Guardian. Didn't they expect the 18th Spirit Guardian to be so humble? The 18th Spirit Guardian is truly admirable, but the other Spirit Guardians appeared angry and grumbled. Shameless. Takanthian could not hide his envy and spoke up. Spirit Guardians, you all see it too. The 18th Spirit Guardian is so powerful. The strongest Guardian among the Guardians will definitely be taken by the 18th Spirit Guardian. He is stepping up to have the Spirit Guardians follow him. I wonder what you all think of my proposal. Chalap also stepped up to criticize Takanthian. Although I do not favor the 18th Spirit Guardian, I even quite hate him. But now he is turning away and leaving. But this lonely gentleman is used to it. I want to get involved in this matter. The other Grim Reaper also turned away and left. Ichiani then is one of the 18 Grim Reapers who fought alongside the others in the Zain Music Cave. And I feel the 18 Grim Reapers are quite decent people, so I want to participate. Tichen then is still very arrogant at this moment. Losing 2 Grim Reapers won't affect the big picture. Those remaining with him continue to discuss plans. Next, they ask the remaining Grim Reapers to put pressure on other Guardians, to send a message to the Guardians. Tichen then starts reminding everyone, though the 18 Grim Reapers have potential, their chances to grow are slim. Naturally, no Guardian will choose them anymore. This time, he seems very confident in his allies, especially the 1st and 2nd Grim Reapers. Everyone knows those 2 are the closest and strongest. This time, the strongest Guardians will likely choose them. Tief Shendivitan seizes the chance to make a proposal. Why not reveal your true forms now? Defeat the 18 Grim Reapers? What do you say? At this moment, the 1st Grim Reaper also speaks up. The 18 Grim Reapers, though strong, I have never focused on them. Dealing with the 18 Grim Reapers is just going with the flow. The 12th Grim Reaper adds an agreement. That is right. Whenever you reveal your true form, I will have my own thoughts and trouble the other Grim Reapers. A masked figure stands high. Looking down, if all the Grim Reapers have arrived, the masked man officially announces, then let us begin. The masked man gestures with his hand. Instantly, dozens of battle centers appear, emitting small electric sparks. He stands high, looking down, and says, there are 18 Guardians living in the VFMN. A radiant light shines from him as he continues. Each of these 18 centers represents 1 Guardian. The higher the center's position, the stronger that Guardian is. Then he adds, now, Grim Reapers face these 18 Guardians. Tichen Thithan's face shows delight. At this moment, the other man announces, show your strengths. When any Guardian is willing to protect a Grim Reaper, a bell will ring. The eyes of Trudu Lup narrow. Fully focused, Tunthus' gaze is serious, staring straight ahead with a faint smile. Then a man steps forward. Speaking firmly, I will go first. Trudulup steps forward fearlessly. Immediately after, he introduces himself. Esteemed seniors, I am the 6th Grim Reaper of Viahamun. Trudulup. The Guardians raise their voices. 6th Grim Reaper, reveal your true strength. Trudulup inhales deeply, his hands clenched tightly, radiating blue light. Seconds later, he bursts out his power, shouting loudly, physical strength, mental power of the 13th. He shouts again, physical strength. The blue light around him grows bigger. Seeing this, a Guardian praises without holding back. Physical strength is extremely hard to improve. Actually, the 6th Grim Reaper has met with extraordinary fortune. Suddenly, one bell unexpectedly lights up. Everyone is surprised. Someone shouts loudly. The bell ringing from the lowest rank means a Guardian has accepted the 6th Grim Reaper. On the contrary, Churjulup feels it is not enough. Only one bell ringing. Today, I have to truly prove myself. Today, it is time to show your true strength. Without many words, he clenched his roof and locked eyes, shouting loudly, honored seniors, please watch. Moments later, his eyes wide open, he enunciated each word clearly. His power unleashed again, a blue light shooting up into the sky. Chalap continued to cast his spell, Ancient Mortal Body, Humanoid Weapon. His power grew stronger by the moment. The protectors also silently took note. Cultivating a humanoid weapon is a secret technique, and though the ancient mortal body is mortal, adding the words ancient makes it extraordinary. It is no ordinary mortal body. The ancient mortal body is a primeval physique, promising great potential in the future. Then a series of mid-level awakenings lit up. The 6 divine sons caused 5 bells to ring, meaning 5 protectors in the sect pledged to defend the 6 divine sons. After this, He made another announcement. Once the divine sons show their strength, they will be chosen by strength, from strongest to weakest, to pick a protector. Then Then stepped up calmly and spoke. Next, it is my turn. His eyes were full of confidence and excitement. Old Exine could not help but say, Old Exine could not hold back and said, it is the seventh divine son. Maybe he is starting to handle the human divine sons, blocking divine sons from getting the strongest protector. Hearing this, the divine son smiled wryly and repeated, blocking me. The divine son, he crossed his arms, eyes full of pride, and said, if it were before, I might hesitate a bit, but now, based on this cunning guy alone, not enough. Thin took a step closer. Someone nearby asked skeptically, will the seventh divine son succeed? Another answered immediately, protectors will choose the divine son, who survives the longest. Another shared his thoughts. The seventh divine son is right, can't let the 18th divine son get the strongest protector. Otherwise, it will be very hard to kill him later. Thin then asked sharply, seventh divine son, let us greet the elders of the protector sect. The protectors urge, come on, show your strength. But then he suddenly said, elders, before I show my strength, I have something to say to you. Everyone stared at him, unsure of his plan. Thin pointed at the divine sons and said, elders, you have seen it too. Although the 18th divine son has the upper hand now, he is already isolated by 8 other divine sons. The divine sons just closed their eyes and listened. He continued, the 18th divine son has always looked down on others. Extremely arrogant. He has been shunned by the other divine sons. No one objected. They just listened with folded arms. The divine sons battle later on, whenever there is a chance. The divine sons will unite to kill the 18th divine son. This is the unstoppable trend. Then he said loudly, in front of all the elders, I admit, the one who convinced the divine sons to oppose the 18th divine son was the 4th divine son. As long as I do not die, the 18th divine son will be the enemy of all divine sons. An elder spoke up, true divine son, your ambition is enormous. Then the bell lit up. And the elder continued, the bell is for Old Master. Old Master will ring the bell for you. Replaced by someone who immediately praised him, a convincing speech moved one of the guardians. That godly son really has a way with words. Another jumped in to back him up, though not all guardians agree with that godly son's views. But they will think about it, especially the strongest guardian. Chances are, he won't choose the 18 godly sons anymore. Thin began his demonstration. Speaking loudly, spirit light body. Now he used his gift of persuasion again. Honored elders. Although the spirit light body's resurrection ability has been used once, but after perfecting the spirit light body, the body becomes immortal. His fingers began to unleash power. Then took in the faint purple aura and said, furthermore, his eyes full of pride and arrogance. At this time, he also cultivated the deputy spirit space and secret arts, heavenly sun fingers. As he finished speaking, the 4 rows in the middle below lit up. Luan-Sin saw this and exclaimed, the 7 godly sons caused the last row to ring 4 bells. Just 1 bell less than the 6 godly sons. The godly son folded his arms. Observing and listening carefully, the 6 godly sons probably are not hiding anything. He smiled slightly with satisfaction as he said, but the 7 godly sons have always been cunning. He is definitely hiding his true strength, I dare say. He has not revealed a single real card yet. At that moment, Thin turned his back, his gaze meeting the godly sons. He did not forget to taunt them. 18 godly sons. Today I have spoken well, helping the guardians before you. No need to thank me. Without hesitation, he looked straight into his eyes and said bluntly, 7 godly, your tricks are useless against the 4 godly sons. You are just wasting your energy. At that, you spoke proudly, because when facing absolute power, you are truly useless against the 4 godly sons, just playing around. Hearing this, he turned to look at you and taunted, useful or not, wait until the 18 godly sons enter. Then you will see. At this moment, a masked godly son with purple hair jumped down and said, it is my turn now. Entering the room, he loudly said, please. Honored elders, close the guardian's door immediately. The door was shut tight. The replacement godly son spoke up, closed the guardian's door. Lo-Angson also chimed in, godly sons must still be wary of those who hide their true strength. He then said to you, in the history of struggles between godly sons, the ones who laugh last are always those who hide their true power. Concealing identity and strength is a tactic to outwit other godly sons later. You glanced at him and smiled slightly in agreement. It is a wise observation. Though the 4 godly sons are not afraid of them, they can fall for their tricks either. No one knows what he used to make the rose glow. Lo-Angson was somewhat surprised. It seems this godly son's strength can be underestimated. The first time a second-ranked guardian rang the bell, plus, a total of 8 guardians rang their bells, nearly half of them. Everyone buzzed with discussion. Lup spoke up, with so many rows ringing, guess which godly son it could be? Someone answered right away, probably the 1st or 2nd godly son. Another added. Soon after, the higher rows kept lighting up one after another. A curious man said, strange. The top deity entered inside. 10 chimes rang out. The strongest guardian made no move. Then also chimed in. The strongest guardian did not leave the mountain to protect. This is not uncommon. His eyes filled with contempt as he continued. Emperors throughout history fought for power. Often guardians chose no deity for their own cultivation, especially not the 18 deities. Now the masked man spoke to the divine scroll. 18 deities. All deities checked the seal completely. Then he gave a signal. Your turn. You just smiled and walked on. You brushed past the crowd staring at you, then stopped and called out, Senior. The divine scroll looked up, speaking clearly to the masked man. I want you to be my guardian. All the deities were stunned by your words. The mysterious gatekeeper looked a bit confused. This kid. Everyone around murmured. What? The gatekeeper as guardian. The 18 deities really dare to think big. The gatekeeper is the master of Viahao sect wanting me. Absolutely impossible. Then the masked man replied, you want me to be guardian. You can do it. The divine scroll did not give up and asked again. Senior, please state your request. The masked man stayed silent for a long moment, then spoke. 18 chimes rang together. Your eyes darkened slightly as you thought. 18 chimes rang together. This is really very difficult. But you kept walking, thinking. However, you stood before the chimes. Silently pondering, the deity is willing to test himself. Everyone suddenly got stirred up. The 18 deities remained as arrogant as ever. Someone else spoke up. This time the 18 deities definitely want to succeed. Someone mocked. The gatekeeper has seen countless eras of VF sect. Let him be guardian. Might as well be dreaming. Then did not forget to join in the fun. This move of the 18 deities is like slapping the guardians in the face. I was a bit worried before, but now looking back, our plan to suppress the 18 deities is solid. The deity stepped into the room. You ignored the mocking and formal greetings. 18 deities, greetings. Seniors. Then a guardian spoke. The 18 deities come to the gatekeeper to be guardian. Is it because we are not qualified in your eyes? Another mocked. The 18 deities, acting like that. No wonder other deities gang up against you. This is self-inflicted. No one can save you. You just smiled softly as they kept talking. The 18 deities see us as stepping stones to show the gatekeeper that we are just tools. Then you said, the seniors think that way. Then all I can say, you are absolutely right. Hearing this, the guardians got furious. Insolent. I have never seen anyone so arrogant. You do not explain much. Just ask. Honored seniors, if you have finished speaking, can we start now? The guardian immediately responded, let us begin. No matter how the 18 divine disciples show themselves, I still want to ring the bell for you. Body perfected. The solar divine body is not uncommon, but those who truly perfected are rare. The 18 divine disciples truly have something extraordinary. Then he smiled and asked, no one's rung the bell yet. Behind, Tendu excitedly shouted, more. He tensed and shouted, body strength. Burst out, the ground below began to crack and break. Outside, his power shook the skies and clouds. At this moment, the body's power is too strong. The water barrier amazed everyone even more. The water barrier appeared already. That is right. The water barrier is up. Everyone was left speechless. Stunned, the other divine disciples could not help but be amazed. It is the sudden burst of body power. How can it reach this level? Someone could not help but say aloud. The guardian shield was built from a 10,000-year-old mystery, yet it was shattered by the burst of his energy. No matter how strong the 18 divine disciples' bodies are, this is truly surprising. Even the guardian could not hide his astonishment. Such great body power. At this realm, it is very hard to attain, but a few stubborn ones said, no matter how hard it is, I absolutely want to ring the bell. The divine disciple smiled and said again, honored seniors, watch closely. Then he used his next ultimate move, the young dragon's foot. Divine soul. Divine mind. Here it comes. The divine soul appeared. Next was the young dragon's foot. At this moment, the divine disciple called out, honored seniors. Then the divine mind appeared as well. Suddenly a voice asked, if I am not mistaken, this is the divine soul. Divine mind. And young dragon's foot. A flood of questions arose. How did the second divine mind of the 18 divine disciples form? Isn't the young dragon extinct? How did you obtain it? The divine disciple did not answer immediately. Just asked, do you still think I am arrogant? Do you still think I am reckless? The room fell silent again. Then a guardian spoke, divine soul, divine mind, and young dragon's foot. The 18 divine disciples spoke those words earlier, but now he said, but to make us ring the bell, it is still not enough. He asked again, not enough, right? Then he snapped his fingers. The divine disciple frowned and said seriously, then continue. Once more, he unleashed his power. The divine disciple's ring of fire spread, heating up rapidly. A spectator exclaimed in surprise, the aura of the supreme wisdom, a forbidden technique or something. He asked again in a raised voice. The divine disciple spoke, but the guardians reacted differently. 18 divine disciples, do you realize your current power has surpassed the ordinary, reached a super exceptional realm? Most have even touched the forbidden and windless zones. The divine scripture replied coldly, so what? At that moment, someone spoke up, we are the guardians, protecting the divine disciples to ensure their smooth growth, not protecting them just to lose the way. Then the elder continued speaking. The divine scripture said, hearing that, the divine scripture quickly sneered. Then he answered back, looks like I misjudged you elders, facing the guardians. He said, you elders are just part of the Wuhua sect. The divine scripture said without hesitation, all of you are cowards, too scared to go all out even once, just wanting to stay safe. Hearing this, the elders shouted loudly, bold, insolent, you dare lecture us. The divine scripture fired back. The divine scripture said, then he crossed his arms and calmly stated, the ambition of our generation, especially for the divine disciples of Wuhua sect. His gaze darkened as he pointed and declared, our goal from start to finish is only one, to become emperor. The hardships to reach emperor need no further explanation. The elders know this well. It is a path stained with mountain-high corpses and seas of blood. It is the highest position earned by defeating tens of thousands of demonic beasts. The divine scripture smiled and continued, if you elders are this cowardly, this path to emperor might as well be abandoned, even if it is a fight for it. The end result is just becoming a roadblock for others. He continued to emphasize, since ancient times, great emperors, were all born from countless dangers. The divine scripture laid out his argument. Who has not undergone countless trials, then broke through all laws to claim the title of great emperor. He spoke nonstop. You elders are arrogant, saying I will weaken halfway through. But from what I see, it is completely the opposite. He kept speaking. This is the confidence of my very being. This is my clear recognition of my own goal. To get stronger. I fear nothing. Finally, he concluded, even if I die later, at least I will have left glory in this world. But those who cling to life and fear death, even if they live, are nothing but fireflies' dim lights, not worthy of glorious years, not worthy to walk the path of emperors. At this point, murmurs arose. Forget it. Wake the dreamer. The 18 divine disciples speak truly. We have been too comfortable for so many years. We have lost much ambition. Some began to change their minds. Though the old king dislikes your arrogance, for the future of Wuwa sect, I will tolerate you. Outside, unrest began to stir. Earlier, though the 18 divine disciples burst with energy, their presence was overwhelming, but the middle elder made no sound. Someone spoke up. So much time has passed again. The middle elder still shows no sign. The young man beside replied, after this divine disciples gathering, the 18 divine disciples might become the first in history without a guardian. Then also joined in to speak. This is the consequence of arrogance. Everyone has met the 18 guardians before. The 18 guardians have some talent, so they do not take the guardians seriously. The guardians obviously 1T follow him. Bell. Then a series of bells followed. By now, almost every bell in Vietnam was ringing. Seen Thayan's face went pale immediately. What? Everyone around was surprised. Before, there was no sign at all. This time, all 17 ancient bells rang out. The 18 guardians really shook everyone up. One of the guardians looked worried. I am afraid we miscalculated. Or maybe we seriously underestimated the 18 guardians. One guardian spoke up. Although the strongest guardian's bell has not rung yet, all 17 bells at the peak have rung, making history. Before now, the most bells that rang at once was just one. Inside, Tunantha still stood silently. He was a bit confused and called out. 17 bells have rung, only one bell remains silent. He looked up and asked loudly, Senior, the strongest guardian, why won't you ring your bell for me? The senior replied, it is simple. Even if I acknowledge your fate and talent. Then he continued, but your words just now did not move me. Or rather, they were not enough. Hearing this, he grinned and thought to himself, my mouth's about to split open. You are saying I am not enough? This strongest guardian is really hard to deal with. Then the man shouted loudly again, get that guardian out of here. I want to ring the bell for you. Tentha clenched his fist and said loudly, Senior, strongest guardian, may I ask you something? The senior nodded and replied, speak. He looked serious and asked loudly, the final dream of VSHOEM, do you still remember it? The senior was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, the final dream. Then he said again, that is right. The final dream is mentioned less and less. How many people still remember it? We could see his seriousness in those words. But as guardians of Vihetramen, what if one day I forget the final dream of Viga Hemamun? 10th continued, final dream depends on the successors of Viga Hemamun. I can be sure as a guardian, but I definitely want forget. I know achieving the final dream will cost a lot, even building the path with countless corpses. Then he firmly said, even if in the end I am just another corpse among them, I will not back down. This is the spirit expected from Viehamenen's guardians. He concluded with all his sincerity, maybe reckless, maybe wild, maybe defiant, but what I say, I do. Right then, outside, Seanthin panicked and shouted. All 18 bells rang simultaneously. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, a guardian exclaimed, it is finally all falling apart. The 4 gods turned their backs and left. Speaking coldly, the 7th god, if you want to face the 18th god in the future, then do not come looking for us again, because the god wearing the mask continued. Let us. The final gate slowly opened. The god stepped out, removing his armor, and said, it is time to go outside. Just as he stepped out, someone shouted, the 18th god has appeared. The crowd smiled with admiration. 18 bells rang all at once. The god was calm. Another joined in, saying the struggle for the emperor is no longer necessary. Truly, the 8th god has become the emperor of Vuwa sect, competing for the throne with the continent's champions. Even the gatekeeper of Vuwa was surprised. That brat. Tandho laughed and said, senior gatekeeper. I did. The senior said, I underestimated you before, but in the end, I still look down on you. The masked one then announced, this time's escort tests. The senior has supported more than previous gods. Then he said, especially the 8th god who excelled even more. Vuwa sect is flourishing. At this moment, Tandhu asked, so senior, you agree to be my escort? The gatekeeper replied, then I will be your escort this time. Fighting once again against the celestial realms. He turned his head and teased, 8th god, how does it feel? Kanthian was angry but curious. God, how did you unlock your power to become the strongest escort who rang the bell? Then he doubted, could it really be true as rumored that you learned the spear frame technique? Tantho replied with a smirk, 4 gods with countless forbidden secrets. Why would they need the spear frame technique? He laughed and said, the 4 gods only unlock 1/3 of their power, yet 18 bells rang at once. He proudly said, it is a pity the escort only has 18 ancient bells. Kanthian laughed, then congratulated the 18th god. At this, he suddenly became friendly and said, actually, there is no big grudge between us. How about we settle it now? Tantho waved and replied, settle what? Without hesitation, he punched him straight in the gut and said, take this. Kanthian was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Everyone started whispering. His physical strength is terrifying. Another added. He is out of his mind now. Slowly, he pushed himself up, angry. He asked, 18th God. What do you take me for? You just hit me because you want to. Tantho shouted loudly. I see you as trash. He kicked him hard and said, get lost. The kick made him spit blood from his wound. Tantho drew his sword and said, you keep plotting against me again and again, seeing him lying still below. He threatened, today, I will cut off your dog's head. Hearing this, he immediately jumped up. 18th God, you. Before he finished, he was kicked right in the face. The goat was kicked and dragged several meters away from Sheena Thin. Tantho rushed over and stomped on him. He slashed straight with his sword and said, today, I will kill you. Man underneath shouted loudly. The 18 divine sons of Vmamun have rules. After the divine sons' grand convention, no one fights the emperor's heir. He looked up and asked, are there really such rules? The guard replied, yes, those rules exist. Each divine son is a pillar of strength. It is better not to kill if you can avoid it. Tantho closed his eyes for a moment. Then he smiled slyly and said, rules were made by people. Then let us change them. Seeing Thin's face turned pale as he heard this. Tantho swung his sword down and shouted, die. Seeing Thin screamed in fear. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Guard? Tantho immediately stopped and turned around. He stood up and asked. An elder arrived. That moment, something was rushing in. Tantho instantly recognized it and gripped his sword tightly. Then he swung his sword, making that thing vanish as he shouted, get lost. From above, a figure called out, Junior. The elder appeared and said, guard dared to attack the elder. Such boldness. He rushed forward shouting, today, I will deal with you. Let you know the elder one to be humiliated. He was the Asian he elder. Tantho stood ready. At that moment, Tun the fierce protector stepped in front. Replacing him, he called out, you guard the gate. The man blocked the elder's strike and said, you are just as bold. With just one hand, the gatekeeper blocked the elder's attack. Then he asked, did you think the protector did not exist? Moments later, the elder was slammed back hard. Enha sat up and asked, you guard the gate. What are you doing? The gatekeeper replied, 18 divine sons. Whoever kills him, I will kill you. Tantho raised his hand, praising the divine sons really chose well. The gatekeeper's fighting strength was top-notch, facing an elder like a breeze. The old man was furious. The 18 divine sons wanted to kill the 7th divine son. He had broken Vhamun's rules. The gatekeeper belonged to VFMN, not the 18 divine sons' protectors. The gatekeeper vowed to protect the sect first and foremost. He warned that as long as the 18 divine sons did not betray VFMN, anyone violating the rules to attack him would be killed. Even members of Vhaen were not exempt. Hearing this, Tantho laughed and said, Senior, you are brave. Then turned to the other and said, today, I will kill the 7th divine son. His eyes darkened, filled with deadly intent as he added, respect your elders. Thin was terrified, shouting, Tantho, you can see. Before he could react, Tantho slashed, and the man fell. Screaming before collapsing, he barely managed to say, how could this be? I shouted, 18 divine sons. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. Another person could not accept it. No way. Thin lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Han had his face darkened with anger, shouting, damn it. I have lived thousands of years and never seen a junior so arrogant. It is infuriating. He carried Thin away, threatening, this one Tien here. Just wait. Seeing this, everyone murmured another divine son, dead at the hands of the 18 divine sons. Someone whispered in fear, unbeatable. I do not think anyone can stand against the 18 divine sons now. Another person responded, saying even the 1st and 2nd divine sons are not a match. The atmosphere returned to calm as Tantho continued his training in the room. At that moment, the system appeared and said the registration location had been refreshed. Then it announced, please register at the Thandong ancient site. You looked excited, realizing the registration spot had been updated again. You stood up and wondered, can we really go to Thandong ancient site? Then you thought it through. It is a battlefield for high-level sect leaders like Elder Yang Ming and sect leader Vu Ho. I want to even measure up to a cannon fodder. Suddenly, and Sin called out to you, Divine Son. Then he said, Divine Son, the 7th Prince of the Moon Wheel Divine Court requests an audience. Surprised, you replied, 7th Prince, to you mine guides. The former princess. 7th Prince, has it been that long? Could something have happened? At that moment, the 7th Divine Son rushed in, shouting for the 18th Divine Son, then knelt on the ground. He urgently begged, please save my beloved princess. Hearing this, Tantho asked, what happened to Tu Mingguai? He revealed, my father wants to kill her to extract the Taeyang royal essence inside her. I accidentally found out. Fearfully, he said, now my father even wants to kill me. You could not help but curse. To poison his own daughter like that, what a cruel man. Then the 18th prince pleaded, please 18th divine son, save my beloved. He took out a bundle of items and said, if you agree, I will gift you the strongest divine medicine from the Moon Wheel Divine Court S Dragon Ginseng. Angson explained, Dragon ginseng is a specialty of the Moon Wheel Divine Court. Like the dragon essence treasure of the ancient dragon kingdom. Angson added, dragon ginseng is extremely rare, only 3 exist, all growing in the Moon Wheel Divine Court as sacred land. Legend says a branch of the immortal herb descended to the mortal world and grew into dragon ginseng, especially effective for creatures sharing bloodlines with dragons. You thought to yourself, if it is special for dragon bloodlines, it must be even more potent for true heart bloodlines. Then you smiled and said, even when fighting dogs, you have to know their master. Tando told the other, Tayumun Guide is the mate of 4 divine sons, so naturally they will protect her. The other divine son happily said, we are loyal and righteous, sending her with you was the right choice. I will guide you. You set off, saying, let us, before heading to the Moon Wheel Divine Court. The 4 divine sons need to visit the Ascension Terrace. At the Ascension Terrace, dancers performed, but one spoke up, unhappy, saying there is no fun or excitement here. The Dragon Crown Prince rubbed his forehead and said, except for drinking. It is all women. What is so fun about that? The left general beside him said, Dragon Crown Prince? This place is called the Ascension Terrace. It is said to be where a great emperor ascended to heaven long ago, never to return, leaving only silence behind. Then he added, recently the Ascension Terrace has gained fame because the 18th divine son broke through his realm here. Not only did he cause chaos in the underworld, he also attracted the immortal herb, shaking the entire Eastern Emperor. Hearing this, the Dragon Crown Prince frowned again. The 18th divine son. Lately, I only hear about him. It is getting annoying. Can we talk about something else? The left general replied, Dragon Crown Prince? It is true the 18th divine son's actions pressured the Heavenly Roar followers in the Eastern Emperor. The high-level sect leaders investigating the Than Dong ancient site appeared, because the 18th divine son attracted the immortal herb. The Crown Prince said, putting pressure on the Heavenly Roar in the Eastern Emperor is not that reckless. Has this been approved by me? The old man said. Crown Prince, you do not know 18th divine son is arrogant and has always looked down on the Heavenly Roar followers. Although you are a powerful divine clan elder, last time Tanthu defeated the young Master Kailan and divine Phoenix Maiden, and he just drank his wine after hearing that. After finishing, he spoke again, saying that both the Kailan young master and the divine Phoenix Maiden are worthless. How could they compare to me, the Dragon Crown Prince? Then he set down his wine cup confidently and said, Done, let me meet the 18 divine sons. Or I, the Crown Prince, will have some real fun with him. Let him taste cold-heartedness. At this moment, Mei Hai whispered to Chao Lap, the Dragon Crown Prince's strange temperament is the result of the great divine tribe's influence. She continued, his strength is indeed greater than the Kailan young masters. But Chao Lap coldly replied, I have never feared anyone. Hearing this, Mei said, maybe we can use the Dragon Crown Prince to test the true power of the 18 divine sons. Of course, it would be even better if he can defeat the 18 divine sons. She was a bit worried. The 18 divine sons are currently at their peak, and if they are defeated, their once invincible momentum 1T be so smooth in the future. Chalap added, I am worried the 18 divine sons 1T come here again. As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly flew down, making Chalap frown briefly. At that moment, the tables, chairs, and everyone were knocked over by the gust of wind. Someone shouted loudly, who dares to be so arrogant, directly showing off at the Ascension platform. Another voice responded, haven't you recognized, besides the 18 divine sons? Who else could it be? Even the Dragon Crown Prince was knocked to the ground. Tanthu appeared and spoke. Ascension platform. Then, standing tall with a smile, he said, the Crown Prince has come again. Then he added, maybe this will make up for last time's temporary registration. The Dragon Crown Prince was furious. Who the hell is that? His face was filthy, and he said angrily, I am about to lose it. Come out here and face the Crown Prince. Then Law Lu called out, Dragon Crown Prince, and said, this person is the 18 divine sons. Seeing Tanthu approach, May I called out, Divine Son. At that moment, he spoke mockingly. Have you come today needing me to serve you? Tantha brushed past and replied, step aside. The Crown Prince is not interested in people. Chaw Lap, annoyed, snapped, what did you say? Tantho turned and teased. Luck Divine's angry. After hearing that, he just gritted his teeth. Then he said, if you personally lay this little demon on my bed. Tantho glanced at him and said, I will let her serve me. Hearing this, Chalap angrily shouted, you. He was about to rush forward. If the 18 divine sons do not need my support, then let us go. At this, Tantho mocked him harshly. You thought the Crown Prince was as knave as you? Haven't you seen the evil in his heart? Chalap said to her. No, nay. Do not seek the 18 divine sons anymore, he said sadly. Seeing you suffer like this, I can bear it. She replied. Luck Divines, everyone has their own path. Since the 18 divine sons rejected Needy High, he has become my greatest torment. She said, now I must get past the trial of the 18 divine sons for the road ahead to be easier. Chalap suddenly said, no, nay. Rest assured. Then he loudly declared with determination, I will train hard. The Crown Prince. No, I guess, I trust the Divine Son. As the group moved forward inside, at this moment, he said, I am very much looking forward to what treasure we will get this time. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, Stop right there. He immediately turned his head. The Dragon Crown Prince stormed forward, and the Divine Sons watched him from start to finish. Then he asked, Who are you? The other angrily replied, I am the Dragon Crown Prince of the Divine Tribe. He was about to attack when someone suddenly spoke up. The Dragon Crown Prince. Right? Then he turned his back. His face flushed red. Then he pointed and shouted, Who wants to talk to you? He kept walking, ignoring everything on the way. He suddenly felt something strange. The ascension platform held a mysterious presence that made others feel relaxed and mentally sharp. Observing from above, he said, Actually, all places where the system registers are extraordinary. I wonder what deeper meaning this registration spot holds. Suddenly an announcement sounded. The 10,000 Worlds registration system congratulates you on registering at the Ascension platform successfully. He immediately explained the function. The wild spirit vein named Damgyu, the strongest to break through from the magic realm to the spiritual realm. Using this Dangok to break into the spiritual realm, it is recognized as the most basic spiritual realm, and without Dandi, you can refine it. Tantho grabbed the Dangok without hesitation and immediately put it into his mouth. Suddenly, he felt his body flood with power and shouted, It is starting. Excited, he said, Right now, I am at peak magic realm level 9. This Dangu comes just in time. Today, I will have a breakthrough. Tandho's aura burst out as he shouted, Breakthrough for me. The other guy saw this and stepped back in fear. What is going on here? He was thrown to the ground by the power from Tandhu and held him back, shouting, This power is too strong. Now the Divine Soul and Divine Consciousness have appeared. Then he looked at them and said, When ordinary cultivators break into the spiritual realm, their Divine Consciousness usually regresses into a Divine Soul. But now, not only has my Divine Soul already condensed early, I am also producing a second Divine Consciousness. Clenching his fists, he said, I am curious about myself now. His face showed excitement. What kind of transformation will I undergo when I break into the spiritual realm? I spoke up, breaking into the spiritual realm this fast. The 18 Divine Sons won't be able to control their own beasts anymore. Lalu also chimed in. Hopefully, the Dragon Crown Prince can cause some trouble for him, so the 18 Divine Sons can break through successfully. Then the prince shouted loudly, Damn it, 18 Divine Sons. Are you provoking me? He jumped in place. I am the Dragon Crown Prince of the Divine Clan, with the bloodline closest to the true dragon. Who the hell do you think you are? Suddenly, a purple zone appeared in the sky, and something slowly descended from above. The prince stepped forward. This power is real. Before he could finish, that thing grabbed him. His mouth spat fresh blood as he asked, What is this? Tandhu observed and said, This is... Everyone outside panicked. Heavens? That is the wordless stele, Tandhu explained. Legend says there are 9 pieces of the wordless stele, each holding the greatest secrets in the world. Once you comprehend the power of creation, only the Quasi-Emperor has walked this path, with no equal outside. Tandhu also noticed the silkworm spirit writhing in fear of the wordless stele. Kalian could not help but doubt. Could this wordless stele not be a blessing? Looking at it, Tandhu said, It is dangerous. The wordless stele suddenly emitted a burst of light. Sucking in the divine soul, Tandhu immediately felt a pounding headache. Kalian realized, this wordless stele definitely has a problem. The divine soul cried out in pain, and he realized it was in danger. Tandhu was extremely confused. What is happening? The silkworm spirit is being pulled toward the wordless stele. Is someone targeting my divine soul? Tandhu unleashed his magic and ordered, Stop it! His power rushed to the divine soul, which was now trapped midair and crying out. He grew more worried. Damn it! Only a divine soul can fight another divine soul. I can't help at all. Suddenly, a black aura appeared and surrounded it. Tandhu immediately panicked. This can't go on. The silkworm spirit is about to be swallowed by the wordless stele. He commanded, Touch it. The thing immediately released the divine soul. Seeing no more movement, Tandhu breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. The wordless stele returned to its original form. The dragon crown prince underneath was still dazed, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, the wordless stele flew up again. He was shocked. What is going on? The wordless stele gradually rose higher. The substitute Tandhu said, You caught my divine soul and still want to run. He immediately took off. Then he leapt up onto the wordless stele, saying, Stay, before it could slip back inside. He blocked its way. The dragon crown prince below was still dazed. This is the wordless stele from the legend. I do not know why it is here. He was still relieved. Luckily, it is free. Meanwhile, Tandhu stood high above, planting his feet, and shouted, Down here, give it to me. He used his power to bring it back. At that moment, he unleashed the dragon general prison shockwave, his body power erupting, and the wordless stele fell again, crushing that kid. He could not help but feel frustrated. Who else? Does he even have any morals? Crushing only this crown prince like that. Tentha quickly descended below, pulled out a small orb, and said, "Absorb the primal energy." Treju, then he ordered, "Bring it back for me." The orb's light enveloped the nameless stele. Gradually, the nameless stele was pulled closer, but Tenthen was a bit worried. The nameless stele was struggling to break free from the primal energy. He was not sure if it would succeed. At that moment, the orb flared brightly again, its beams wrapping around the nameless stele. A voice came from within. "Guardian, release the nameless stele." Tentha smiled and unleashed his power. Even the master was astonished. The primal energy orb truly lived up to being an artifact of the great emperor. It succeeded. The guardian watching from above thought silently, "Looks like I do not need to intervene anymore." But the old master felt annoyed for his disciple. He wondered which old geezer still alive would break the rules and mess with the little prince. Best not to let me find out. Turjulup was baffled at this point. How could this be? Hun still could not believe what he saw. The nameless stele was reclaimed by An. High next to him said, "This is the child of fate's Eora, appearing in every era. But the future moment when the 6 gods trample the 18 gods." She looked at him and said, "You will gain even greater benefits." Turjulup was momentarily stunned after hearing that. His hand clenched tightly, then he spoke with firm resolve. "Don't worry. High, I am confident." Tintha, do not just stare at that primal energy orb. He touched his chin thoughtfully. There is definitely a plot behind that nameless stele. Someone wants to use it to kill me or, if not, take my divine soul and destroy my path. He quietly analyzed that whoever holds the nameless stele must be a major player. Could it be the one who attacked me when I was still in the womb? At this moment, Tentha vowed silently, "That filthy underground worm. Do not let this crown prince find out." Thunder roared across the sky. Seeing this, he said, "The breakthrough truly begins now." Lightning bolts are striking one after another. The soul probe suddenly chirped twice. Chit, then shot straight into the sky. It closed its eyes. Determined, flying upward amid Tentha's shock. Tentha opened his eyes and looked up, about to speak 2 words. That is, but before he could realize what was happening, a bolt of thunder struck the soul probe. Tentha's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw before him a thunder calamity. A rift of thunder calamity appeared in the sky. Tentha stood below, looking up with a grim expression. After the nameless stele appeared, the thunder calamity came again. The 18 gods are breaking through. This is so complicated. Normally, thunder calamity only means one thing. The 18 gods are defying heaven. This must be what sets them apart from ordinary mortals like us. At the center, a bolt of thunder calamity kept striking down. The soul probe shut its eyes tight, enduring the strike, and cried out in fear. Chit. Tentha stood below, watching anxiously. The thunder calamity grew stronger, and no one knew this was a divine soul calamity, not his own. Tentha clenched his fists tightly. Then countless ice crystals shot out from his body. He unleashed his power fully, his face serious, releasing the ice crystals forcefully. The soul probe flew higher, the pressure on the shield intensifying until it shattered. One of the ice crystals broke into many shards. The soul probe's eyes shone with determination, emitting numerous small lightning bolts from its body. The shards immediately flew in the same direction. Then a thin shield formed around the soul probe. As it closed its eyes, the ice shards slowly sank inside it. The soul probe hovered in midair amid the lightning. The suffering this crown prince endures is all caused by one person. The crown prince stared intently, eyes flashing with anger. "I will kill that person." Thunder calamity struck again from above, even stronger this time. Seeing the thunder calamity intensify, Tentha worried. This thunder calamity is fierce. I might not hold up. Better move away. The soul probe shut its eyes tight midair as the thunder calamity raged. Tentha quickly moved away from the spot. Brother Kwong looked up at this soul realm and was startled. How could there be such a powerful lightning strike? Just as he was dazed, a bolt of lightning shot down toward Crown Prince Long. The prince could not react in time, and a panicked voice cried out, "Not good." Before Crown Prince Long could respond, the lightning struck him directly. He screamed in pain. Hearing that desperate scream, the sole observer looked down with a shocked expression. After taking the lightning blow, Crown Prince Long's body was battered and torn. He collapsed hard onto the ground, weak and unwilling to accept defeat. Saying that, Crown Prince Long went blank, his soul seeming to slip from his body. Watching Crown Prince Long's miserable defeat, Batch Truook's face showed shock and disbelief. He laughed and cried, saying, "This guy really is pathetic." Tranthong Min saw the sky darken and the lightning keep striking. He muttered, "Every time a divine cultivator breaks through, it ends in chaos. Maybe it is fate." The person next to Vian Hong nodded and replied, "If he can successfully enter the spirit realm this time, his divine soul will surpass others in the same stage." Vian Hong raised an eyebrow, looking ahead. Indeed, a divine soul is even more terrifying than the body. He might soon rival the legendary young soul emperor. Then Thu stepped back, gazing at the strange phenomenon above. The soul observer said, "It is I can feel its vibrant life force. It has absorbed all the crystalline soul energy. Empowered by the lightningist blessing. Now undergoing transformation, the soul observer's figure slowly solidified. It closed its eyes, and its body began to glow. The soul observer fell into a deep sleep. Then Thu thought, the divine soul's third transformation has begun. Seeing this state, then Thu's worry faded as the divine soul's difficult to cultivate light shone downward, creating strong winds that blew away debris. Then Thu looked up, excitement barely hidden. I have been waiting for this. Suddenly, a strong gust hit Then Thu's face, making him shiver. What kind of transformation will this be? The soul observer's body was wrapped in radiant light. The light gradually pierced the outer layer, then slowly enveloped the entire body, completely transforming it. The soul observer revealed a large shield, encased in a transparent circle. Then Thu examined the soul observer closely and gasped. The divine soul had transformed into a shield, a divine skill of the divine soul. At this moment, another person noticed the soul observer's power, a man in a blue robe chanting spells. His sword wrapped in flames. He kept chanting. Most cultivators, after breaking into the spirit realm, awaken the divine soul, but can only transform it into a sword form with one type of variation. The soul observer's transformation was a second, different kind. Then Thu's face darkened as he glanced down at his clenched fists. Then Thu smiled slightly. It is here the divine soul breakthrough is complete. He closed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. The moment to embrace this breakthrough had arrived. Then Thu began practicing his cultivation method. The air around him shifted strangely. It was starting. Then Thu unleashed his power, and the surrounding air surged violently. When cultivators break into the spirit realm, besides their divine consciousness evolving into a divine soul. Next, Then Thu tensed, then shouted loudly, generating physical power. He strained again, drawing the surrounding energy into himself. Under him, fierce winds blew out relentlessly. Then Thu tensed once more, reaching 36 units of dragon spiritual power. He stomped hard on the ground again, reaching 37 units of dragon spiritual power. After this sequence, Then Thu clenched his fists in satisfaction. This ancient place truly lives up to its reputation as a perfect breakthrough site. The physical power here was crazily absorbed by him. Then Thu looked up at the sky repeatedly, then exchanged puzzled looks with others. What is going on with these 18 divine trials? Vian Hong frowned deeply. Impressed. This is an advanced physical power phenomenon. Trantho Min also furrowed his brows. The divine trials really are intense. Then Thu glanced down at his steady face. 65 units of dragon spiritual power finally stopped. If it goes on, I am worried my body might explode. The golden divine scroll's body. 3 divine scrolls appeared before everyone, their bodies glowing with golden light. The divine scroll looked ahead with a faint smile. This time, its base power had doubled. Then the scroll leapt onto the head of the distant toad, where the others stood. Just then, Chen Theng spoke up. Divine scroll. Everyone has arrived. The lead divine scroll pointed straight ahead. Set off. Head to Ingun Lun Then Chiyu. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement without objection. Then the toad stumped strongly on the ground and dashed forward, leaving the remaining people stunned. The toad flew off, leaving a cloud of dust behind. A few days ago, it had suppressed the heavenly cry of the divine clan in Long Ti ancient country, a cataclysm for the entire Zung Hong. In the blink of an eye, the toad soared high into the sky. Those below were still in shock, having heard that the 9th princess of Nguyen Lu Then Chiyu had appointed the 18 divine scrolls as rulers. Now, the princess met a tragic end, and the 18 divine scrolls were definitely going to cause trouble. Those nearby chimed in, if it is like this, we need to step up and fight back. Only then did the dragon crown prince groan, pushing himself up. Ingain Lun Then Chiyu. The dragon crown prince looked toward the divine scroll's direction and said, wait for me. Crown prince, in a blink, I will be at the royal palace of Long Thinking ancient country, the radiant palace of Nganga Trung Lel. One of the princesses beside him held a spoon. Trembling uncontrollably, Prince Long Vi pressed his face in anger, his fury boiling over. The 4 princesses were all terrified, panicked and unsure what to do. Prince Long could not hold back his rage and slammed the dining table. Damn it! Plates and bowls scattered everywhere. Long Vi sank back in pain. The prince's fingers had been completely cut off. 2 princesses were so scared they could not speak. Long Vi glared at the people ahead, filled with anger. Are you all just here to watch me make a fool of myself? You all deserve to be cut down. The pink-haired girl was too scared to speak. The green-haired girl beside her begged, please spare him. Prince, have mercy. The brown-haired girl also pleaded, Prince, spare his life. Long Viad looked at the kneeling servants before him. He could not keep calm anymore. I am furious to death. Having lost his fingers, Long Viad's anger soared even higher. 18 divine scrolls. Why are you still alive? He fell into the statue but kept flying upward. Why can't I kill you? Long V crashed into the nearby statue, breaking it in 2. He was in agony. I hate this. Long V quickly sat up, looking at his missing fingers. His anger only deepened. They have left me like this, mocked by others. One day, I will bring them down. Suddenly, something slowly flew up, catching Long V's attention. He glanced backward, amazed. Huh. The thing in the statue soared upward. Long Vi turned around. He stared at it in astonishment. What is that? The object shot upward from inside the statue. Then it headed straight for Long V's body, leaving him stunned. What is happening? The object gradually merged into Long V's body. He clenched his teeth. What is this? It glowed brightly inside Long V's stomach. A voice echoed inside, making Long V suspicious. So confusing. Long wondered. The ancestor of Long Tidingyin. Why does that sound so familiar? Then Long suddenly realized. His eyes lit up with understanding. Long V was so excited he could not believe his own eyes and asked again. Could it be that this is the legendary ancestor of Long Ting from our nation? The dragon statue of the ancestor. The dragon statue inside Long Vu's body spoke up in response. It was the old talisman. But before Long Vu could rejoice, suspicion arose. This is not right. Why is it inside that wooden statue? The dragon statue recalled the time it was seriously injured by that person. 100,000 years ago. That man, my ancestor, transformed into the great emperor and crippled the body. Only a strand of the lingering soul remained in the world. The dragon statue continued, speaking with anger. Then I sealed myself and slept inside a piece of rotten wood. That was the wood used to make that statue. The dragon statue remembered the moment Long Vu fell in, causing the statue to crack. It was a fortunate coincidence just now. Someone shattered that rotten wood, awakening my ancestor. After hearing this, the ancestor face went blank, so stunned he could not speak smoothly. Ancestor. Legend says the ancient nation was named the Dragon General Ancient Nation because the first ancestor was someone who loved the Dragon General, a body invincible. The ancestor truly loved the Dragon General in that legend. Hearing Long Vu speak, the dragon statue responded without hesitation. That is right. The great demon dragon general focused on strengthening his body. After achieving greatness, his body alone rivaled a dragon's power. If it were not for the martial emperor, my ancestor might have become the second demon emperor of that era. The dragon statue inside Long Vu's body glowed continuously, but the final piece was still missing. Then, cultivators everywhere hunted down the great demon dragon general. So the tenfold refined dragon general's bloodline in the descendants grew fewer and fewer. Hearing that, Long Vu smiled with a sly look. When the ancestor returns, he will surely stir up a storm and regain his former glory. But before Long Vu could celebrate too soon, the dragon statue revealed a harsh truth. I am only a thread of a lingering soul. Recovery will be very difficult. And the relative, the ancient nation's crown prince. How did he end up in such a tragic state? His limbs were severed. Has the dragon general ancient nation truly fallen to this? Long Vu had now regained his composure. He calmly spoke to the dragon statue. Ancestor, it was all caused by that ruthless martial emperor of the martial sect. That guy has tremendous fortune and is even more arrogant and reckless. Not only did he steal my woman, but he also caused me to fall into this state. If he grows stronger in the future, he might just destroy the dragon general ancient nation. Hearing Long Vu, the dragon statue let out a sigh. Then it wrapped Long Vu's body in a stream of blue energy. It was the martial sect again. Once, the martial emperor oppressed me. In the future, his descendants will oppress mine. So unjust. Well, the ancestor has awakened. I will grant you a creation to help you fight for the position of great emperor in the future. The dragon statue turned to the women beside it and drained all their life force. They writhed and screamed, "Save me!" But none of it stirred any sympathy in the dragon statue. The dragon statue even drained the life force of 3 others nearby. Only then did Long Vu begin to realize, the women turned to stone cracks that spread long and deep. Then all collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, Long Vu was racked with pain all over his body. He screamed out in agony. Long Vu gritted his teeth. Then he realized, I saw Long Vu looking a bit stunned, growing out from the new wound. Long Vu looked down and saw his hands and feet fully grown, smiling so wide he could not close his mouth. Thank you, ancestor. I feel my body is much stronger than before. Long Vu held his healed hand right in front of him. Haha. Truly impressive. In this world, I am not the only one with great fortune and destiny. Long Vu grinned smugly. His face was full of arrogance. I am no less than you, Prince. Just wait, Prince, and see what I bring to your life. He then sneered mockingly. Transfame? So what if I took your fiancé? Then Guyan Voha Prince sat proudly in the main seat. A worthless thug like you wants to kill me. What are you? Seeing Transfame's dark face in silence, the prince grew even bolder. Let me tell you something, I have already killed myself. The Guyan Voha Prince stood and stepped in front of Transfame. You can imagine what is coming next. He glanced at Transfame with half-lidded eyes. Transfame stayed silent, expressionless, staring at the ground. Seeing this, the prince pressed forward. I want to see if you are angry. Transfame's eyes sharpened as he raised his sword and shouted, Kill! Transfame lunged forward like a gust of wind. Slash! Then Guyan Voha Prince saw Transfame strike and felt no fear at all. He clenched his fists, laughing even more arrogantly. Overestimating yourself. Today I will chop your head off and feed it to the dogs. Transfame's sword swept across the prince's body. The prince was pierced through and started bleeding. Transfame's face remained calm. It is... The Nyanvoha prince stood frozen, unable to believe it. What? His 2 subordinates were stunned too. The Nyanvoha prince spat blood and fell forward. How could you? The 2 subordinates were still frozen in place. Just then, a sharp sound rang out. Mathian Dao appeared and whispered into Transfame's ear. Mathian, Congratulations on killing the Gian Vohal prince. Tranfam's body moved toward the door. The two subordinates looked at their fallen master. Both sank down to the ground. The prince is dead. Someone killed the prince. The tall black-haired man nearby also spoke. How could this be? The prince was clearly ranked third among the young elites of Nguyen Lun than Chiu. Seeing these two making such a fuss, Tranfam coldly gripped his sword. In just 2 strikes, he took down both of them. Both collapsed onto the ground. Tranfam then calmly said one sentence. They are all trash. Could T take a single hit? Tranfam then glanced with contempt. If I had not had the fate to meet the defiant heavenly mechanism, maybe I would still fear others. But now, Tranfam, am the main player in this land. 10 years in Habak, 10 years in Hanam. I fear no one. Tranfam, sword dripping with blood, stepped outside. Today marks the destruction of Nguyen Vohas clan. Above on the city wall, the Nguyen Luan Than Chiyu Lord and his subordinates stood watching Tranfam below. One of his subordinates panicked seeing Tranfam step out. Lord, this man dares to kill inside Nguyen Vohas mansion. I will send someone. The Lord of Nguyen Luan then simply replied, no need. He bore the aura of an emperor. Smiling confidently as he looked down below, the young man's not bad. Led him. Tranfam frowned. One last strike. He is lost. The other did not even close his eyes. His face turned pale and bruised. Nguyen Vohas clan has been wiped out. He lies on the ground, trying to crawl. Spare my daughter. The pink-haired girl trembled with fear. Her whole body shook uncontrollably. Please spare me. Then the heavenly path appeared out of nowhere, laughing cruelly. Ding dong. The heavenly path congratulated the one who defeated Nguyen Voha. Cultivation level rose to spirit realm. Stage 3. Completed the first stage of the 10 defiant heavenly swords. The old man's daughter collapsed to her knees, crying with tears flowing, begging for mercy. Tranfam frowned. Cold eyes. Looking down from above, you are the daughter of Nguyen Voha. Every bit of that crown prince's flesh and blood. She stared in terror. Her whole body shrank back. Please no. Tranfam bent down, grabbed the hem of her clothes, and tore it. Come here. The daughter of Nguyen Voha turned pale with fear. She screamed as he grabbed her clothes. What are you doing without permission? Begging you. Please spare me. He frowned, held her shoulders tightly. Dare to move and I will kill you, I swear. The sharp sword was stabbed into the ground at an angle by Tranfam. He stepped forward, forcefully pulled the sword back. Tranfam tied his belt again. His voice was cold. Daughter of the Marquis. No words. Tranfam frowned, his sharp face full of cruelty. No mercy. How can this be called clan extermination? Suddenly tragic. He frowned, held her shoulders tightly. Dare to move and I will kill you, I swear. The sharp sword was stabbed into the ground at an angle by Tranfam. He stepped forward, forcefully pulled the sword back. Tranfam tied his belt again. His voice was cold. Daughter of the Marquis. That is all there is to it. His voice was rough. You have soiled me. Begging you. Please spare me. Tranfam swung his sword across her body. Go away. He narrowed his eyes, his sharp face full of cruelty. No mercy. How can this be called clan extermination? Suddenly, a beam of light shone down right behind Tranfam. He turned around cautiously. Ooh. The Lord of Nguyen Luan then stepped forward, burst into loud laughter. Tranfam, for you, who are you people? The dark general beside the old man shouted fiercely. Bold. This is the Lord of Nguyen Luan then. Kneel down now. The other sneered coldly, ordered his subordinate to hold him back. No need for formalities. The old man raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Trenkomfum. At your service. His cold eyes met those words. So young, yet already this powerful. Truly rare to see. At least Nguyen Lunthen's hair is not as talented as you. He is offering you this. Step forward and introduce yourself properly. My name is Tron Phim. Today, I destroyed Nuva V. Hechu's house to exact revenge. The ruler of Nguyen Lunthen smiled with narrowed eyes. He lightly touched the jade orb on his staff. No need for explanations. The ruler won't pursue today's matter any further. Nguyen Vehu's house was full of crimes. The ruler had long been irritated by them. Today, you have rid the people of a great evil. The three stood facing each other. Sunlight poured over the large courtyard. The old man stood tall. From now on, you will take Nguyen V. Hechua's place as V and Hachu. The ruler of Nguyen Lunthen spoke to you. Everything that belonged to Nguyen Viahu before, Trunfum's eyes widened in surprise at the words, now belongs to you. He hesitated. Before he could finish, the lieutenant beside him interrupted. Hurry and kneel to thank the ruler. Trunfum raised his brow, sheathing his sword into a private space. He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Thank you. The ruler of Nguyen Lunthen spoke again. Viap. You are now the lord of Nguyen Lunthen. The future of Nguyen Lunthen depends on you. The ruler smiled proudly. Very good. I just received a report. The 18 warriors of Via Hemamen are on their way to challenge Nguyen Lunthen. They are coming straight to the gates for a fight. He warned you not to disrupt the rules of competition among your generation. When that time comes, you will have to rely on V and Hachu to keep order in Nguyen Lunthen. The black ghost wolf appeared again in the sky. It curled up. Then the heavens announced a mission. Its words made Trunfum's eyes widen in shock. Defeating the 18 warriors of Via Eswamin could earn the Grand Emperor's technique. He hurriedly asked, who exactly are these 18 warriors, and how can defeating them grant the Grand Emperor's technique? Such a reward has never been offered before. The ruler scoffed. Viachu can think it over slowly. The 18 warriors have recently become famous in the Eastern Wasteland. They are indeed formidable opponents. The ruler turned and left. If you can even defeat, or better yet, kill one of those 18 warriors. The ruler bowed his head low. I will reward you handsomely. Before he could leave, someone called out loudly, wait. Trenfum clenched his fists tightly. I will definitely bring you his head. Ruler. The ruler of Again Lun then laughed heartily. Full of spirit, outside the city, people bustled back and forth. Again Lun, Main Street. Suddenly, a powerful force from above swept down, shaking everyone. People stumbled. What is happening? The pressure is overwhelming. They can't stand anymore. A giant toad appeared, kicking up a whirlwind in the middle of the street. A warrior has arrived. People lay scattered on the ground. They shout in fear. Who is this? The great demon warrior descended from the sky. Isn't that a bit arrogant? Then Yu opened his mouth wide, bearing sharp fangs. At first glance, you can tell this kid has not been beaten by society yet. Tentha clenched his palm tightly. A mocking smile played on his lips. This is the capital of Nguyen Lu Then Chayu. Even the wind wants to follow here. A sign led a group of 4. The 7th prince said he is waiting for us in the capital. Not sure where he is now. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, making Tianthi stiffen. Stop right there. The guards on horseback shouted loudly. Who dares cause trouble in the capital? The black horse pulled its reins, stopped right in front of Tinthathi's group. State your names, the lead soldier said to Yu, pointing a sword at them, or we will cut you down. Suddenly, a subordinate of the Gain Lun Then Chiyu's ruler appeared. Hold, he clasped his hands, respectfully. Greetings, 18 divine envoys. The ruler specially ordered me to escort you. Tentha smirked. The ruler of Gain Lun Then Chiyu already knows we are here. Interesting. And Sen raised his brow. Alert, divine envoy. So the 7th prince deliberately sent us here. This is a trap. Tantha folded his arms in front of him. His eyes flickered. To be exact, a conspiracy. The subordinate bowed his head, slightly. Divine envoy, in the following days, Ninggain Luthen Chiyu will hold a Dharma assembly at the ancestral land. The 18 divine envoys are specially invited to attend. He furrowed his brow. Asked again. Where is the 9th princess? The ruler's subordinate paled. He bowed his head even lower. The 9th princess is the princess of Nugayan Luthen Chiyu. The subordinate stepped aside respectfully. Has nothing to do with me. Then he took back his words. His face turned pale purple. His teeth clenched tight. Divine envoy, you should not ask too much. From above, a magic arm slammed down, pinning the subordinate to the ground. Suppressed. Take this. Subordinate, trying hard to lift his head forward. His physical strength is really strong. No wonder the ruler is so wary of the 18 divine envoys. Seeing this, the lead soldier urged his horse forward. Stop! Thung Min and Veem Hing jumped forward, knocking down the guards. Get lost. Don't interfere with my divine envoys. Tenanthe straightened up, stared defiantly at the subordinate on the ground. Will you talk or not? He furrowed his brow. His face darkened. If you do not speak, I will wipe you all out. The subordinate gritted his teeth. Cold sweat ran down his face. 18 divine envoys. The ruler said, as long as the 18 divine envoys do not pursue the matter of the former princess, the ruler agrees to sacrifice the 3 fortress cities to the envoys. Tentha was furious. He stretched his palm forward. I ask, where is the former princess? But the magic pressure on the subordinate's body grew stronger, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The subordinate lay powerless on the ground, struggling with all his might. 3 days later, at the Dharma assembly on the ancestral land of Ngayan Lun Then Chiyu, our ruler will give the envoys an answer. Tam pursed his lips. His angry gaze looked down on the old man. He clenched his fists slightly. The magic restraining the old chancellor slowly faded away. Get lost. The left general panicked and fled with his guards. The soldiers around burst into noisy chatter when they saw him rush away. This is the left general of Nguyen Luan Divine Court, and he is humiliated by the 18 divine warriors like this. The crowd stared in shock. The 18 divine warriors clearly do not respect our divine court at all. A son stepped forward and whispered to him, Divine warrior. The 7th prince tricked the divine warrior here. Clearly the ruler of Ngayan Luan Divine Court is behind this scheme. Should we leave for now and figure things out later? The divine warrior crossed his arms firmly. No way. No need. This is a fight between generations. I am not afraid. Even if an elder steps in, I am still not afraid. He spoke calmly, eyes cold and fixed straight ahead. No matter what tricks they use, I will fight with all my strength. The divine warrior rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Let us, first, find a place to stay. He paused for a moment. After all, Tiu Mangayat is following me. She is on my side. I can just ignore this. The group of survivors stepped up behind him. The divine warrior raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, how will I face those who follow me later? In a wild mountain forest, a man in a tightrope stood alone proudly, indifferent. His clan holding the land. The young master of the Kylan laughed loudly. His eyes wicked, the newly born Kylan arm holding unmatched power. Dark scales spread layer by layer over his palm. The young master of the Kylan clenched his palm, channeling magic and taking a stance. This power is exactly what I need. He frowned and shouted loudly. The young master of the Kylan punched hard into the ground, shattering it. He let the pile of crushed rocks fall from his hand, his smile growing more sinister. His followers behind him cheered loudly. Congratulations, young master, on forging the Kylan arm in arm that could cut through the world. The sun and moon eyes all unmatched. The young master bowed his head with pride, then leapt into the air, heading off to confront the 18 divine warriors. Not far away, the divine phoenix maiden lay sprawled, wailing in pain. Her brown wings lay scattered on the ground. The divine phoenix maiden screamed in pain as she struggled to grow new wings. Her little companion in the green form looked worried. Says, why do you have to suffer so much to train the golden scarlet dance? If you and I combine, We could sweep the whole Eastern Emperor. The divine Phoenix Maiden raised her eyebrows, a cold sweat running down her face. She shouted loudly, her wings shimmering brighter as her magic solidified, making her little companion overjoyed. The 18 divine warriors at Nguyen Luan Divine Court. The little companion congratulated the previous success. She had no clear eyes, only a wide smile on her lips. If she fails again this time, she will punish herself to atone. The divine Phoenix Maiden leapt up, her body soaring into the sky, leaving her little companion behind. Don't worry, I won't lose. Inside the divine palace, the 7th prince knelt before the throne. Father, his face contorted as he carefully looked up. Speak well. You may ask one request of your father. The 10th prince bowed his head low, tears falling, begging the king not to kill him. The king sat up slowly, stood, and said, You are my son. The ruler of Nguyen Luan Divine Court turned his gaze to the other side. Just do not follow your rebellious brother's path against me. How could I ever kill you? Change the request. Upon hearing that, the 7th prince quickly lifted his head and knelt properly on the carpet. Father, I only ask to spare the 9th aunt's life. Would that be possible? The ruler of Nguyen Luan then narrowed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and walked away. Out of respect for his children's deep feelings toward her, father would agree. The 7th prince hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed to him, thanking father. He glanced at his father with hesitation and anxiety. Father, the 18 divine disciples are notorious for their ruthless nature. If the ruler of Nguyen Luan then tries to use the tree to cast spells, he would only tighten his grip, his face full of bitterness. There is no if sooner or later. The 18 divine disciples will come knocking on the door. It is better if I take the initiative to handle this. Originally, I wanted to gift him 3 fortresses to end this matter, which was already very generous. Unexpectedly, he refused and truly showed no gratitude. His face darkened as he turned away. That brat should have been dead decades ago. So arrogant. Does he really think he is some chosen one? This time, he will face what he could not finish 18 years ago. Tandos's face darkened as he pointed down below at the divine disciples' territory. This is the ancestral land of Nguyen Luan then. Legend says that on full moon nights, extraordinary generals always appear. His expression twisted with anger. I could sense immense energy underground, something strangely familiar. Suddenly, a powerful magic burst out from beneath the dragon platform. Asing was stunned. That breath. Tandos' raised eyebrows traced the magic toward him, seemingly directing it through his own body. His face turned pale as he sat down, frowning. Divine disciple, what is wrong? The wind blew stronger. Tando painfully slammed his fists on the ground. This feeling was fate itself. His face went ghostly pale, eyes flashing like lightning. His great destiny was erupting. Asing heard the warning and asked in shock, Fate. He hurriedly moved to help, but then a man wearing a white mask appeared. Divine disciple, I will escort you back to the Wuho sect immediately. Tando clenched his teeth and shouted, Senior. The man lowered his head, eyes cold. No talking. Stay seated. Tando was hit hard by the magic, mouth open in a loud scream as his eyes rolled back. The senior from Wuhua sect continued his work, calmly reminding him to sit and regulate his breath. Tantha gritted his teeth and extended his arms. Black energy escaped from his body, forcing the senior to turn away under the pressure. Damn it! This fate is so twisted. His hair whipped backward from the wind's force as he pushed himself harder. This fate was merciless. A burst of spiritual power flickered in the hand of the masked man. The swirling spiritual energy radiated pressure that defied the heavens. Tantho screamed through clenched teeth. Suppress it for me. The black spiritual power relentlessly tore at his body. Such agony. The spiritual power of Wuho sect's gatekeeper battled against the black energy. Tandho's suffering was beyond words, the worst pain in the world. Even he was shocked by the intensity of this fate. No one could suppress such overwhelming force. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky, a stone tablet without inscriptions, absorbed by the 18 divine disciples. He looked up with tears. This was the silent monument. The silent monument fell from the sky and landed on Tanthu's body. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. The monument was suppressing his fate. He felt a fleeting relief as the pain slowly vanished. It was finally over. The spiritual power of Wuho sect's gatekeeper successfully destroyed the black energy. He exhaled deeply. After a moment, the spiritual energy around them dissipated. It should be all right now. This time, he turned around in surprise and called, Senior Gatekeeper, how is it? Tantho smiled faintly. Thanks to you, Senior, it is much better now. You calmly expanded and gently ignited it. Luckily this time there was the wordless stele to suppress your great destiny. The gatekeeper of the martial transformation sect nodded. I have heard of your destiny before, but did not expect such a fierce outbreak. Without the wordless stele, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He glanced at you. What exactly happened? Why your destiny? You frowned. There is a problem here. Everyone quickly glanced at the Yuan palace before them. You asked in disbelief. The ancestral land of the moon wheel god has a problem, Tanthu said solemnly. That ancestral land seems to resonate with my destiny in some way. A very sinister force. It is what triggered the outbreak of my great destiny. The gatekeeper of the martial transformation sect said uncertainly. That is really strange. I have not sensed anything unusual there. Tando glanced around quietly. It has been 13 years since I have been here. It seems this matter is inevitably connected to the lunar god sect. You casually mutter. This time really did not come here to help. Surely the lunar god sect's lord wants to use the land spirit to harm me. But luckily I have the inscriptionless stone. The guardian of the martial transformation gate said the inscriptionless stone can suppress one's fate. The origin of the inscriptionless stone is mysterious. There are only 9 in the world. If someone can gather all 9, they might break their great destiny. However, the headquarters are all quite cautious. 7th Prince gritted his teeth. How could this Marquis of Martial Arts be so cruel? He also did not understand why His Majesty would pardon him. He reached out to open the door, then stepped inside the room. 7th Prince raised his brow, looking at Chen Fan across from him. The martial arts Marquis. Chen Fan looked drunk, his eyes hazy as he stared at him. You are 7th Prince, he muttered softly. 7th Prince smiled and said, I am the Prince. Martial arts marks? His Majesty invited you to the palace banquet. Chen Fan handed the wine cup to the maid beside 7th Prince, who became furious. Martial arts marks? What do you mean? Chen Fan tilted his head back and drained the cup. I mean... 7th Prince. You should be thanking me. Tomorrow you will have to face some divine envoy. After finishing the cup, Chen Fan's face flushed red. He slurred. I will definitely kill him on the spot to avenge you. 7th Prince. 7th Prince nodded. I hope, but I advise you not to underestimate the 18 divine envoys. They are not as easy to deal with as you think. Chen Fan scoffed. You think I am useless like you? Even if I kill that useless prince like you, your arrogant attitude shows you are truly scared of the 18 divine envoys. He growled in anger. 7th Prince. Do not be reckless. This is the lunar god sect. Chen Fan waved dismissively, causing the maid's cup to fall. So what if I am reckless? I am the martial arts Marquis. Even if I kill that useless prince like you, what can the sect lord do to me? 7th Prince clenched his fists, speechless with anger. The maid who dropped the cup quickly knelt, begging, Martial arts marks? Please forgive me. I will clean it up immediately. Chen Fan spoke softly. No need to clean up. He reached toward the maid. Her face went pale. Dunty. Chen Fan grabbed the maid's neck tightly, then lifted her up with force. The 2 other maids cried in fear. He threw the maid with a broken neck beside 7th Prince. He thought silently. This guy is too brutal. Chen Fan brushed past him. 7th Prince. Let us go to the palace. At the palace, he kicked someone hard, sending them flying into the middle of the hall. The person hit the ground hard, blood dripping from the corner of their mouth. Chen Fan stood above, looking down at the miserable figure, sneering with disdain. The lunar god sect lord sat proudly on the dragon throne, speaking with elegance. The martial arts Marquis defeated the strongest young member of the lunar god sect effortlessly, truly worthy as the sect's master. At the Dharma assembly, the sect lord confidently said you would eliminate the 18 divine envoys. The heavenly Tao appeared to congratulate him, praising his defeat of the top young member of the lunar god sect. The reward was the second artifact of the rebellious heavenly sword. Chen Fan smiled confidently. Sect lord, rest assured, I will trample on the 18 divine envoys and make a name for myself in the East Emperor. He thought to himself, with heavenly Tao's help, I am the main character in heaven and earth. His eyes flickered with a trace of coldness. The lunar god sect lord smiled with narrowed eyes. Very good. Today I am in a great mood. To show his ascension to divine king form, Chen Fan sensed the old man's sudden alertness. Scene change. 7th Prince stood in front of a room. He opened the door and entered, seeing Tu Ming Gaiet shielding her eyes from brightness. 9th sister. He carried a tray of food over. Eat something. She barely opened her eyes, struggling to say. 7th brother. I did not expect Hyun to still visit me. 7th Prince frowned. 9th sister and I grew up together after all. 9th sister initially went to the martial transformation gate to save me, which led to what happened now. No matter how you put it, it is my fault. How could I be so heartless to watch you suffer like this? Mingguite spoke gently. 7th brother. If H. Hein is the cause, her eyes are full of hope. He will definitely come to save me. He lowered his eyes and said nothing. The 7th Prince opened his mouth slightly but could not find the words. Mun Nguite looked up at him. 7th brother. Her eyes pleading like a vaccine. Begging Hein. The 7th Prince's eyes widened in fear. Suddenly, he grabbed her shoulder tightly. 9th sister. Before, I followed father's orders and tricked the 18 divines to the imperial city. At the magic assembly, father will deal with the 18 divines. Mingguite listened. The cause is the genius. Father is no match for him, I advise. Hi. Turn back now. The 7th Prince, whole body trembled as tears streamed down. 9th sister. I am scared father will kill me. And scared the 18 divines will cut me down too. He bowed his head to her, I am truly sorry. Mingguite closed her eyes and slowly said, if Hein is like this, then go. He choked up. Ninth sister, I begged father. After he takes your Taiyan royal body, he will spare your life. She felt relieved and began to leave when suddenly the door slammed open. A voice thundered. The sovereign has arrived. The seventh prince turned in shock as father, the sovereign of Moonwheel Divine Realm, entered with Transmigration and the prime minister. The old man raised an eyebrow and asked, what are you all doing here? The seventh prince asked in a low voice. Why did father come here? The seventh prince hurriedly bowed. Worried inside. What exactly does father want? Transmigration spoke. Sovereign. This is the ninth princess, once the top genius of Moonwheel Divine Realm. Tu Munnet. The sovereign nodded slightly. Correct. He glanced at Tu Mungite, his eyes flashing slightly, and exclaimed, the ninth princess is not bad to look at. He smiled and asked me, sovereign of Moonwheel Divine Realm, why the question? Transmigration answered casually. No reason, just never met the princess before. Mun and Guite's face darkened. You. Seventh prince. Raise your eyebrows too much. You are so arrogant. He looked at the old man. Father. After all, ninth sister is a princess. The Marquis is really shameless and lustful. The sovereign ignored him casually. It is. The seventh prince's face changed. What? The old man rolled his eyes and calmly said. Tu Mungite is now just a traitor to our Moonwheel Divine Realm. Damn. Transmigration smiled smugly. Thank you. Sovereign. The seventh prince was sweating profusely. Thinking. Transmigration is a twisted killer. If ninth sister falls into his hands, he will surely toy with her and kill her brutally. The sovereign of Moonwheel Divine Realm began sucking the spiritual power from Min Guite's body. Suddenly, the sovereign started to glow. She screamed in pain as a purple spiritual energy gathered in his hands. Min Guite's spiritual power was being drained continuously, and she caught up a mouthful of blood. Seventh prince. Commoners again. Those women only know how to threaten until they can't speak. The former princess is amazing. A yellow object escaped Ming's body. The sovereign of Moonwheel Divine Realm was excited. It is out. A special physique, the yellow skull-shaped object obediently lay in his hand. The sovereign smiled proudly. It is done. A huge spiritual energy burst forth and enveloped him. Today, the sovereign had achieved the divine king body. Transmigration and the prime minister clasped their hands and said, Great, once you have the divine king body. Sovereign, no one will dare to challenge you, even the strongest in VHA sect. You will have a chance to win. The old man turned and left. Transmigration, Tu Mungite is your gift at tomorrow's magic assembly. Sovereign will watch your performance, the seventh prince exclaimed. Ninth sister. He looked at her pale state and anxiously asked, Are you okay? Transmigration stepped forward and gently lifted her face. He squinted and exclaimed, No wonder she is a princess. She has a certain charm. The women of VHA sect stood blocking him. Seventh brother, she desperately begged. Kill me. Ninth sister. Hun was sweating bullets. Trembling, Transmigration held Mingite's body. Smiling softly. Ninth princess. Come with me to the fourth Marquis's mansion. We will have some fun. She lay in Hen's arms, still refusing to give up. Kill me. Ninth sister. Prince Enin gritted his teeth. Damn it. Summoning all his courage, he stuck his foot out to block Transmigration's path. The seventh prince shouted, Let my ninth sister go. As soon as he finished speaking, Transmigration slapped Hen aside. Get lost. Mingguite was gifted to me by the monarch. Who dares to stop me? Do you think I want to destroy you? The seventh prince fell onto the ground. Meanwhile, Transmigration grabbed Mingguite and left. Sneering. Prince, you are pathetic. Hun's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he echoed Transmigration's words, eyes burning with hatred. Even if someone played with my sister, I could not stop it. The seventh prince shouted angrily. Why is it like this? His legs trembled on the cold tile floor. A fierce aura radiated from the seventh prince's body. I want to accept this. He lifted his head, clenching his teeth, eyes blazing with determination. There is still a way. Outside 10th's room, Thung Min and Vihing stood quietly, waiting. Inside, 10th was deeply focused on his cultivation. Troubled, wondering if his great moon tribulation had anything to do with the Moonwheel Divine Light, but how to break a great fate tribulation. Even the gatekeeper senior could not find a way. Could it be like Mother, needing another heavenly supplement pill? 10th opened his eyes and said, before she died, Mother paid a huge price to get that heavenly supplement pill for me. That is the reason, when I return, I should ask Elder Deng Min about it. Suddenly, a loud argument erupted outside the door. Who dares come here? Hearing that, 10th's eyes widened in alarm. Aksem burst in, urgently shouting, the 18th divine son. 10th stepped forward to ask, What is going on outside? A sign pointed and reported, "The seventh prince has arrived, requesting to see you." Tantha crossed his arms, questioning sharply, "Seventh prince, you dare mock me and still show up here?" He glared at him. "Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" The seventh prince appeared with a twisted, miserable face. Suddenly, he knelt before Tantha. The seventh prince spoke urgently. "I beg, divine son, please save my little Mungayat." Tantha sighed in frustration. "Still indulging like this?" The prince painfully confessed. "I am the prince of the moonwheel divine light, yet I am forced to kneel before you, begging you to save my little Mungayat." Tantha reluctantly asked, "What exactly is this little Mungayat?" The seventh prince tearfully explained, "My little sister was taken by the emperor and given to the Shaolin. She is probably still being tormented by it. Right now, she is likely suffering under the Shaolin control." Hearing this, Tantha was stunned. What? His anger exploded as he unleashed his power, shouting, "How dare you? Don't take my words lightly. That Shaolin is completely twisted. It is late already. I am afraid for my little one." Scene changes to outside the Shaolin mansion. Trunfum asked, "What are you sitting around for?" He offered a cup of wine to Mingait and said, "Princess, have a drink with me." She frowned and pushed Trunfum away. "Get lost." Min Nguyen's eyes were full of resentment. Trunfum sneered, "What did you say?" Angrily, he did not hesitate to throw the wine right in Min Nguyen's face. "You do not even want to keep face, so you prefer force." Huh. Trunfum stood up, tossing the cup aside. He began strangling Min Nguyen, who struggled to breathe. "Let me go." Trunfum sneered. "So you think you are some high and mighty princess?" Min Nguyen curled her lips disdainfully. "Someone like you deserves to drink with me. Who the hell are you?" Those words hit Trunfum's pride, making his anger nearly explode. Immediately, Trunfum tightened his grip and lifted her up, shouting, "Shut up," he said coldly. "Do you really think I want to kill you?" Min Nguyen smirked provocatively. "Then prove it. Kill me if you can." Without hesitation, she spat in Trunfum's face. Min Nguyen continued to taunt, "If you do not kill me, you are a worthless coward." He cursed in frustration. "Damn it, you are insane." She laughed loudly. My master will avenge me." Emboldened, Min Nguyen provoked him further. "Come on, worthless trash." He suddenly laughed and said, "I will pull out your tongue first, then slowly toy with you." While above Tranfam's head, a fireball was about to fall. He quickly sensed something strange and glanced over. Tranfam was hit and thrown far away. A loud shout rang out. Furious, Min Nguyen gasped, "Is that the master?" Tranfam slammed against the wall, smashing it to pieces. He angrily demanded, "Ooh, big fool." Tanthu entered fiercely, accompanied by Ensin and that Hong too. He introduced himself. "I am Bondant." Min Nguyen looked up in surprise and said, "Master." Tanthu's group finally arrived to rescue Min Nguyen. Tranfam looked at Tanthu arrogantly. "You must be the 18 bodyguard." He ignored him and turned to ask Min Nguyen, "Is the injury serious?" She cheerfully replied, "I am." Master. Tranfam was stunned by her cool confidence. He shouted angrily, "Everyone says the 18 bodyguard is unbearably arrogant. And today, that is exactly true. I am talking to you, and you dare not answer." Tanthu spoke coldly. "Tu Min Nguyen belongs to me. You dare lay a finger on her." Tranfam replied boldly. "So what if she is yours? Now she is just a toy for you to play with, not even a dough. I advise you to hand Tu Min Nguyen over to me, and then kneel and apologize." Tanthu's eyes flashed fiercely. "How do you want to die?" Tranfam drew his sword quickly, confidently saying, "Your arrogance won't work on me. I will defeat you and turn your arrogance into regret." He shouted fiercely. "Charge!" Tranfam rushed forward, swinging. "You can dodge this." But things went differently than Tranfam planned. Tanthu blocked the strike and counterattacked, making him stagger. "What?" Tanthu kicked Tranfam. "Get lost." Tranfam was pushed back but stubbornly asked, "Is this your best?" He slowly got up. Tranfam honestly remarked, "You really are the strongest I have ever faced." He arrogantly declared, "That was just an appetizer. The real fight starts now." The NGD Thepkim technique was unleashed. Tranfam showed fierce determination. Tanthu said in amazement, "Injin the Kim looks pretty deadly." He shouted loudly, "I keep going," and charged with overwhelming force. Even Tanthu felt the sword technique pushed him to a breakthrough. Sensing serious pressure, he smiled challengingly. "Interesting." Tanthu gathered strength in his fist. He roared, "My turn." Tanthu slammed the ground hard, yelling, making Tranfam gape. "What power is that?" Tranfam was utterly confused. How can his body be that strong? Tanthu flew up and asked, "Strong? Huh." His whole body radiated fierce energy. He sneered, "That is because you have never met me before." Tranfam gritted his teeth, facing the terrifying power Tanthu unleashed. Tanthu rushed forward like the wind and said, "I will show you even more power." Tanthu clenched his fist tight, ready to strike. He unleashed a massive punch, bursting with dragon energy. Tranfam stood frozen, stunned, exclaiming, "What?" The heavenly Tao suddenly appeared beside Han. It came to guide Transfame. The heavenly Tao warned, "Danger, escape immediately." Tando decisively slammed a fierce punch into the ground. Transfame shouted urgently, "Dodge," and was thrown back, angrily cursing. "Damn it, how could Han be this strong?" The heavenly Tao reminded, "The enemy is too powerful, retreat like a dog right now." Tando boldly declared, "If you can handle it, I will redefine your idea of strength." Transfame bowed his head thoughtfully and affirmed, "I am no weakling," and shouted fiercely, "I am the main character of this world." Transfame swung his sword again, ready to strike, and unleashed his power, wielding the 10 heavenly swords against fate. The second move, slash. Transfame's body blazed with fierce energy and raised his sword to strike. Seeing this, Tando remained calm and summoned the dragon origin sacred sword, slash. Before Transfame could react, Tando's sword swept through him. Han panicked, shouting, "Heavenly Tao Demon, save me!" Tando turned his head to look at Transfame with fierce determination in his eyes. Without hesitation, he struck Transfame once more from behind and screamed in agony. How could this be? Fresh blood spilled from Transfame's mouth and stared in shock, wondering, why is this happening? Why is not the Heavenly Tao Demon saving me? Tando explained, "The Heavenly Tao Demon fate I obtained means the outcome does not matter," Transfame said in disappointment, wiping out the entire Envoy family. "The most handsome cultivator this afternoon is not me. Am I really not the main character?" That guy Thung declared, "I specialize in eliminating main characters." The Heavenly Tao Demon muttered gruffly, "Rude and heartless. Now I need to find the next destined one." System notification, Tando has obtained a strand of Supreme Tao Fate energy. He looked up and wondered. Something seemed to fly out from Transfame's aura. What exactly is that Heavenly Tao Demon he mentioned? Ignoring that, Tando stepped over to Mingayat and said, "Let us," he assured her firmly, "I will definitely get justice for you." Tando had taken a few steps when Mingayat suddenly called out, "Master," then she expressed her feelings. "The Taiyan royal body is not worthy to follow a servant." Tando suddenly asked, "Do you know how to serve water and food properly?" Mingayat froze, eyes wide and mouth agape. Tando asked again, "Serving water and food. Do you know how to serve the 4 servants?" Though stunned by his question, she obediently replied, "Yes, I know." Tando immediately proposed, "If you know, then you are not useless, come with me." Mingayat's emotions surged. She muttered bitterly. The next day, at the ancestral land of Gayat Luan, god of the afternoon, the Black Evil General and the 18 divine servants. Word spread that the 18 divine servants were here, drawing crowds wanting to see the excitement. Many came, because of the great reputation of the 18 divine servants, to challenge them. Even the young lord of the Kylan god clan and the goddess of the heavens have already arrived. The ruler laughed excitedly, saying, "Today will definitely be the death day of the 18 divine servants." Elsewhere, Lamvu walked steadily, asking, "Your greatest enemy is here," and respectfully replied, reporting to the elder, "The demon mind has left, now the path to heaven opens wide." Lamvu clasped his hands and bowed, thanking the elders, and cracked his neck, smiled strangely, and muttered, 18 divine servants, you stole my woman, took what is mine. I am destined by heaven and earth. The king has returned today. If I do not die, I will behead you myself." The morning breeze was still gentle, when suddenly in the quiet neighborhood a voice rang out, "Why have not the 18 divine sons arrived yet?" A group of people gathered, chatting excitedly about something. A young man responded, "It is said that although today is the Nugan Luan Divine Court's Dharma Assembly, all attention has been captured by the 18 divine sons." Others said, "Who cares about the Dharma Assembly? Most cultivators showed up today just because of the 18 divine sons." Suddenly, a guy spoke up, catching everyone's attention. In the past, Defan from the Diet family was hailed as the greatest among the Eastern Huang humans. Everyone was curious how he would measure up against today's 18 divine sons. Suddenly, an announcement echoed from above. Diet family's Diethian has arrived. Descending with mighty power, Diethian appeared majestic and imposing, accompanied by 2 subordinates. The crowd was amazed. Someone said, "Just mentioning the Diet family. And here they are on time." Then they discussed his strength. Diethian ranked second in the Diet family after his brother Defen, who was also called the strongest among Eastern Huang humans, being second in the Diet family. Diethian had secluded himself for 3 years, staying humble all along. Recently, the 18 divine sons have appeared in Eastern Huang, stepping into the spotlight, possibly aiming to surpass Defen. Suddenly, the ruler of the Gian Luan Divine Court appeared. From afar, he saw Diethian and said, "The 4 rulers have made this situation truly stable now." Then he flew into a rage, shouting, 18 divine sons, show yourselves. Diethian, I will teach you what it means for a mountain to have a higher mountain above it." Another man tried to provoke him, behind the Kilin young master. He said, "I am with the young master. Diethian, take this," and charged at him. Turning back, he laughed loudly. "Kulin young master? Even if you are the pride of the divine clan, you have no right to be arrogant in front of the Diet family. The Kulin young master got equally furious, ready to fight. Just try. The divine phoenix maiden sitting nearby witnessed everything and could not hold back. Speaking up, what do you gain by fighting here? The 18 divine sons still have not arrived. Maybe they are too scared to show up, or perhaps there is more to it. Suddenly, something flew toward him. Curious, he looked down and was shocked. He could not believe his eyes. It was the dying body of Owen Hao, lying motionless. What? A voice echoed from above. I never expected everyone would remember me so much. It is Shen Shu and the others who have come. Kiyu Kaich, the ruler, am here. Today, at the Gain Luan Divine Court's Dharma Assembly, I have a gift for you. Sweat pouring down, he nervously introduced himself to those present. I am Diet Thien of the ancient Diet family. This is Defin, Eastern Huang's #1 pride, a born emperor. Shen Shu ignored him and turned away but left a parting shot. Your brother might still be a big shot, but compared to me, you are not even close. He was so furious he spat blood. Then the 18 divine sons appeared. The other two also stared at Shen Shu with worry eyes. He had to start a conversation, asking if the two elders were well again. That is truly good news. Then his troops left, but before Shen Shu could rest, more people arrived. He strode forward boldly. The Crown Prince has arrived. People moved from one surprise to another. It was Crown Prince Lam. Shen Shu turned back to look. Crown Prince Lam, he mocked. So the real big shot is the new guy. Your branch was cut off by me, and now it is sprouting again. He was furious. All talk, no action. Shen Shu, today I will end you. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. It was Min Gayat standing beside Shen Shu. His attitude shifted to joy. Min Gayat, you are here. Then Crown Prince Lam felt heartbroken. Min Gayat, I know you were forced by the 18 divine sons to become their servant. Determined, he said, today I will kill him and bring you back with me here. I won't let that shameless 18 divine sons hurt you anymore. She shouted angrily. Crown Prince Lam, you are now on Shen Shu's side. She warned him, show some respect. If you dare humiliate your master, do not blame me for being ruthless. Crown Prince Lam was probably shocked hearing those words. What? He was filled with despair. What did Mu call him? Then he remembered the lessons his father taught him. That boy and girl seemed to have no interest in others anymore. Don't waste yourself anymore. She made it clear and repeated it for him to hear. All my life, to you Min Gayat belongs to the 18 divine sons, and they will always be my masters. Crown Prince Lam was now twice as furious. He swore, cursed, and warned Tanthu he would never forgive. Everyone's expressions turned serious. The people began whispering among themselves. In front of the Lord of Ngayan Luan Divine Twilight, the former princess said that, was that a slap to the Lord's face? The Lord of Gayan Luan Divine Twilight stood up and warned his daughter. To you Minyet, do not forget you are the princess of Nguyen Luan Divine Twilight. Then he ordered her to accept the master. How dare you say such shameless words? I command you, come beside the Lord. Ridiculous. Min Gayat found it laughable. She angrily questioned the things he had done to her in the past. When you took my Thijamem royal body, did you ever consider I was a princess? Her sharp gaze declared that from now on, Ningayan Luan Divine Twilight has nothing to do with her. She angrily asked, what right do you have to command me? He was furious. Hateful. To you Minyet, do you think the 18 divine sons can be your support? Then he boasted loudly. So you want to climb this big tree? Tantho standing by you should give you more confidence. Sorry. That is exactly what I think. He growled speechless. What can you do to me? With a provocative look, I think so too. What can your lord possibly do to me? Suddenly, he turned to Crown Prince Lam and said, Lam, I give you Min Gayat. If you like her, you can take her today. She belongs to you. Hearing this, Lam was delighted. He lowered his head and said, today, then, full of fierce determination, Min Gayat will definitely be mine. He then drew his sword, ready to fight. 18 divine sons, come at me. He waved his hand, not wanting to waste time. You are still not worthy, he sneered and asked. What do you mean? But Tanthu was immediately defeated before him, unless he did not dare accept the Crown Prince's challenge. When did you jump up? Want to challenge me today? He warned. You are recklessly becoming my enemy. Crown Prince Lam gritted his teeth and announced to everyone, you all might as well come at once. The people were shocked. What? The 18 divine sons want to fight all the heroes alone. 4 people were eager to challenge today. Young Master Kailan, Goddess Hong, Diet Thien, Crown Prince Lam. Then he smiled sinisterly. I am not just targeting you guys, he said, looking at the bystanders. I want to take on all of you, and do not forget the commoners here. Anyone who wants to challenge me is a fool. Finally, he pointed his index finger down, declaring, I alone will take on all of you. Everyone cheered at the scene. So cool. The 18 divine sons truly are the most arrogant in Dong Hong. Saying this, no matter the outcome, earned respect from others. His followers were also excited. A man should be like the 18 divine sons, that is a true hero. Crown Prince Lam shouted. Tantho was furious. You are too arrogant. Do you still see the 4 divine sons as mere pawns for you to cut down at will? The people worried. Crown Prince Lam's power was strong, completely different from before. After all, he was the crown prince of the ancient Long Tong Kingdom. With that kingdom's legacy, his rise would be easier. The Lord of Gaian Luan Divine Twilight was also stunned seeing Crown Prince Lam's burst of power. Could this be the breath of the old Long Te ancestor? He seemed excited when near defeat. If that is true, Prince Lam has just seized a great opportunity. He thought the 18 divine sons had finally met a strong opponent. Prince Lam took immediate action. I can't climb up there now, nor can I reach the scrolls above. You also noticed his physical strength seems a bit unusual. He is suppressing his forbidden speed skill, but his raised hand startled Prince Lam. The 2 words from the scroll cut deep into him. His giant hand looked like it wanted to crush him. Prince Lam panicked. What? Then the giant hand slammed him down. Down hard. A massive explosion shook everything. The crowd watched in shock. Even the old ruler was stunned. What? Already defeated so quickly, the people murmured in disbelief. Such a young 18 divine son, possessing such great power, on par with the emperor's own son from ancient times. His strength forced everyone to take a step back. Absolutely terrifying. The 18 divine sons are only at the spiritual realm cultivation, yet every move feels like that of a true immortal. Prince Lundrum slowly rose from the crater where he had been crushed. He could not believe the truth before him. How could this be? His face grimy. He wondered aloud. How could he be this strong? Voice inside him rang out. You have underestimated this kid. From what the ancestor sees, this guy's whole body is very unusual. It is giving him bad news. His skills, body, soul, even his fate, everything is extremely rare. He is so strong he has no weaknesses. Prince Lam stubbornly refused to give up. I must destroy him, no matter the cost. Ancestor, help me. The ancestor agreed to his request. Very well. The ancestor will now activate the secret technique, instantly boosting your physical strength. Prince Lam frowned and unleashed his skill, directly smashing to shatter all laws. Destroy him. His face twisted in disdain. Prince Lum alone is not enough. He is not even interesting to the divine sons. The heavenly phoenix maiden watched with growing concern. He has become stronger. Even the sacred Kylan sun had to be cautious. Damn. I thought my own progress was fast enough. Turns out he is even faster. Dai Thum still admired his brother more. The 18 divine sons really are not simple, but still can he compare to my brother Dai Thum. He's been crowned prince, destined to become this era's great emperor. Prince Lum successfully unleashed his water cultivation technique. He laughed loudly. Now he wants revenge. Scroll. Do not get cocky. Launch another fierce attack. Next, I will show you my full strength. The scroll judged him slightly stronger. This is getting interesting. His physical power has increased, and it doubled instantly. He realized where that power came from. Prince Lum hides a secret. It seems he has found a special method to boost his physical strength. This is exactly what I need, Prince Lum confidently declared. I do not need anyone else. I alone can kill. He grabbed his sword, but Tando's giant hand was faster. It crushed the sword. The leader also had some comments. At least 50 units of physical strength. Truly the old dragon general. Then he smiled wickedly. That kid Tantho. Years ago, a would-be emperor secretly tried to take him down but failed. Let us see what he can do this time. The audience got to witness even more exciting things. They had plenty to talk about. It turns out Lum the It's true edge lies in his physical strength. Lum the It's physical power. It is something monks of the same realm simply can't withstand. Someone recounted a legend that the ancestor of Long Tengixi Kuf was a mighty dragon general demon, with a body as tough as a dragon's leg, who once fought in the war for the imperial throne. Afterwards, they pitied Lum the It, so all the built-up power of Long Tengixi Kuf erupted within Lum the It. The celestial phoenix maiden worriedly asked, Young Master Kalon, with this physical power, can you handle it? Hun hesitated, his answer unconvincing. I barely managed. I did not expect the humans to have such strong physical power. Lum Thigite over here still does not know his limits, even ordering Tinther to bow and apologize. Then he boldly warned, if you do not, you will die. Mingite watched anxiously, worried for him. Her master, the 9th princess, told her not to panic. This means nothing to the 10 captured divine sons. Trun, quick-witted, reassured her, yawning. It is nothing unusual for Lum the It. He probably still does not realize just how deadly these divine sons are. Hun frowned, unimpressed. Fighting with physical strength. Ridiculous. Tentha fired back. Your strength's all talk. My fire punch is real. I will take on the stars and moon. What? He laughed loudly, then unleashed a blazing inferno. His power was immense. Lum the It was defeated once again. What? Was blasted down, crashing painfully onto the rocks. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. Many had just received a spark of imperial aura. Tentha was surprised. Trum Tai thought Lum the It could actually gain imperial aura. This showed Lum the It might compete for the emperor's throne. His opportunity was no joke. Just then, the defeated figure weakly got up, muttering, Why? Lum I glared at Tenentha, furious, shouting, Why am I still losing? Hun could not intervene, but had at least 65 units of strength, even surpassing his own at the same stage. Dait then watched silently, clenching his teacup in anger. Damn it, he muttered bitterly, crushing the cup. I let him show off too much. Tu Mun Guide and others were stunned. mouths agape in amazement. She excitedly declared, "Unmatched divine sons." Tunthuntho looked down at the crowd and said casually, "Come on up." He spread his arms with a teasing tone. "You all might as well join in." They were humiliated when a familiar voice echoed from below, "Damn it! This is your own arrogance." A huge mouth with sharp fangs suddenly appeared. "The young master has arrived." The heavenly empress quickly rushed over, shouting powerfully, "Charge!" A dragon in the distance flew toward Tenanthe, ready to strike. He calmly faced the attack, shouting, "Divine armor. Block!" Just then, a massive explosion shook the air, smoke and flames billowing everywhere. Seeing this, the young master and the heavenly empress grew impatient. He muttered in annoyance, "Damn it! Still can't land a scratch." Suddenly, someone patted them on the back, a tall figure calming them. "Let me handle this." It was Deep Then, who drew a jade green spear nearly a meter long, glaring at Ten. Ten captured divine sons. "Taste my spear's wrath? Don't think you are truly invincible." He just smiled lightly, replying calmly, "Perfect timing. I have a spear too." Then, with a sneer, their energies clashed fiercely. Deipthian sensed trouble, gritting his teeth and growling, "Damn it!" as he was knocked back by Tenantheus' overwhelming burst of energy. Deipthian struggled to get up, feeling shocked and disbelieving. He clutched his chest in pain, his face turning purple as Ding Kong screamed wildly. This attack far exceeded his current cultivation. The injury was serious. It was a long wound, even more mysterious than Deep Ray's divine spear. Just as he exclaimed, the Deip divine spear twitched strangely. For the first time, this divine weapon seemed to sense his emotions, as if it wanted to consume the long spear in Deipthian's hand. It seemed to understand his words. The light it emitted grew stronger, and the eye shone intensely a second time. Su Ming thought, yes, the Deip divine spear truly wanted to consume it. The Kylan young master and the heavenly goddess, furious, shouted loudly and charged together. The Kulan young master firmly declared that today, he would abandon all pride to defeat the enemy. Smash! Then, all four of them rushed simultaneously toward Shendu. Everyone present was stunned, whispering in disbelief, the 18 divine warriors fighting the 4 great prodigies. What an epic showdown. Even if they lost, it would be an honor. Everyone hoped the 18 divine warriors could win and create a legend. Shendu stood alone against 4 opponents, the situation slightly grim. Suddenly, he smirked wickedly. With excitement, he said, "I am going to harvest some leeks." The sweet spear began gathering spiritual energy. Shendu shouted, "Cut!" immediately forming circles of light radiating from all sides, knocking back all enemies. The heavenly goddess fell hard backward, severely injured, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The Kulan young master tried to brace himself, but it was no use. He was still knocked away. The heavenly execution could not help. The pain quickly spread through his body with a sharp crack. The worst off was Lam Vu, who had his arm severed completely, turning pale as he screamed loudly. After the shockwave, the system's voice kept ringing out. "System notification. You have obtained a threat of Emperor S. Fate Kai." The Kylan young master tore away the flesh on his arm, swearing fiercely. "Damn it!" He raised his claws and unleashed a surge of demonic energy, his willpower fierce, determined to destroy. Tandhu stared at him and barked an order. Instantly, he used the Dragon General's prison form, borrowing the power of the Divine Elephant to confront the Kilin young master. Their arms collided directly with Tandhu's leg when the Kilin young master pulled back his hand. It was no longer intact. Deep, jagged cuts ran from his fingers down his arm as he screamed in shock. My hand, unable to bear the shock, he staggered back in silence, muttering repeatedly, "Why?" Suddenly, a familiar spear flew at him swiftly. With sharp eyes, Tanthu immediately recognized the surprise attack. As he turned, Dipthian charged in boldly, holding his treasured weapon and shouting, "Dante escape." Tanthu gently blocked the opponent's attack with his hand. He looked at him with disdain and proudly said, "I do not even bother fighting spears with you." Dipthian was stunned, shocked, and exclaimed, What defense is this?" Feeling insulted, he resolved to charge forward. Daring to underestimate him, "I will make you regret this." Deipthian used a secret move, Red Divine Spear, freezing the ground and sky, creating a huge block of ice instantly. In the blink of an eye, Tandil was frozen solid, trapped in a thick layer of ice. Seeing this, Deipthian could not help but laugh proudly. "Haha! This is the ultimate technique of Diepra Divine Spear, containing 10,000 years of spirit energy." His eyes showed madness as he coldly said, "Even if it does not kill, you won't escape this icy prison." Lamvu helplessly clutched his severed limb, but when he was blinded, he charged forward to finish him off. The heavenly goddess was the least injured, murmuring worriedly, "Taking him down 1 TB that easy." Deipthian heeded the warning and charged his spear again at Tanthu, shouting excitedly, "Destroy him!" The Kulan young master clenched his fists, urging fiercely, "Kill him." Only the celestial goddess remained indifferent, speaking coldly as the gap widened. What is the point of killing the 18 gods like this? Then he turned affectionately. In a blink, Tando shattered the ice and charged toward the spear's tip. Speaking boldly, "Come on, you can easily snatch Diep's spear." One hand restrained Diepthian's weapon. The other thrust the spear into him before he could react, landing a critical strike. What was that? Diepthian stared at the wound in shock, trembling as he spoke. The young master Kalun witnessed everything, exclaiming in surprise. The celestial goddess also turned to look, suddenly understanding indeed, earth energy is crucial. Without elevating and transforming its essence, defeating the 18 gods is impossible. Tantho pulled the spear from Diepthian's body, mocking him. "Trash. You do not even have imperial energy." Watching him fall hard to the ground, he thought, the system never said he had imperial energy. Looks like Diepthian's not so lucky to fight for the emperor's throne. As the dust settled, an angry voice rang out. "Damn it!" Diepthian clutched his wound, shouting, "My spear!" Instantly, it flew into Tanthu's palm. He grinned, thinking, "Got it," he arrogantly told Diepthian. "This spear's pretty good. I will keep it." Just as he spoke, the Diepthian spear reacted violently. Shaking fiercely, Tanthu noticed, his expression showing some interest. He dropped both spears, cheerfully telling his treasure, "I will be satisfied now," swallowing the Diep family's divine spear. Sure enough, shortly after, the Diepthian 18 gods. "What are you doing?" "That is our Diep family's divine weapon," the wounded lord demanded back. "What are you doing?" he confidently replied. "If you provoke me, you pay the price. If there is nothing to harvest, then you owe me something." After fully absorbing the spiritual energy, the Diep family's divine spear snapped in half. Diepthian suddenly felt dizzy, his face turning dark as he screamed in pain. The Diep family's divine weapon was destroyed. Meanwhile, Tantho was overjoyed. The Diep family's divine spear shattered completely. Just then, a celestial glow appeared in midair. Immediately after, a shocking explosion rocked the air. Flames and fire energy surrounding the Diepthian spear. Tantho gasped. The spear is transforming. He reached out and grabbed the divine weapon, marveling as he felt its power growing stronger. He watched excitedly as the spear glowed brilliantly, exclaiming, "Before, it could only absorb 500 years' worth, but now it might be a weapon once wielded by the great emperor, just sealed later on." Speaking of which, he grew even more eager. It seems the spear can slowly break its seal by devouring some divine weapons, unleashing its true power from before. Heavy steps echoed on the tile floor as Tanthu, clutching the dark divine weapon, approached the young master Kalun. He glared bitterly at him, gritting his teeth. Tanthu raised the spear and asked, "Still want to fight?" Suddenly he fell silent, then asked, "Do you still want to fight or not?" At once, the spear displayed its overwhelming power. The young master Kalun was terrified. Stammering, "Don't he come over here?" he replied weakly. "No more fighting." Hearing that, Tanthu calmly cut off his own arm as an order. The young master glared, shouting, "What?" But Tanthu furrowed his brow, urging sternly, "Hurry up." The young master protested angrily. "No way. Don't bully me like this." Panicked, the young master quickly turned and fled. Tanthu threw the spear forcefully, smirking, "You are not going anywhere." The young master Kalun startled, turning back in shock. "What?" Blood suddenly splattered as he spoke. Tanthu's divine weapon severed one of his arms. He screamed in pain. You took back your treasure." Looking at him, Tanthu sighed. "No imperial energy here. Looks like this leak is done for." Others who witnessed this turned pale with fright, panicked, asking, "Is there anyone else?" Everyone hurriedly dodged, too scared to look directly, speechless from fear. Lamvu was furious, clutching his arm in shame, almost whispering, "Ancestor, I really can't defeat him." A voice in his mind immediately reassured him. "Now I can only directly help you within limits. I can help you kill the 18 divine sons directly. But the ancestor knows of a secret land where my killing power resides. If you absorb my 1,000-year killing power, the strength of the humiliation god will surely be unbeatable in this era." Hearing that, Lamvu felt as if he would found a lifeline. He staggered to his feet, determined, "If that is the case, I will seek out the ancestor's killing power." Lamvu stumbled away, leaving everyone confused. Tanthu was on high alert. She quietly ordered her subordinates, "Be sharp. Follow the Crown Prince Lam. Do not make a sound. See where he is headed." The Crown Prince Lam spoke to his men. "I eagerly await to see if I can become the fate of this divine son." But then Tanthu suddenly turned away. She pointed sharply across, her voice filled with suspicion. "Lord, about the theft of the Taiyin king's body by Tiu Minungayat. Should not you give this divine son an answer?" He frowned, annoyed, and retorted, "Who exactly is interrogating me?" Tu Mayat hurriedly advised, "Master, He has already absorbed my Taiyin King's body and ascended to Divine King form. The Divine Son need not worry about me. But Tantho firmly replied, "It is." She crossed her arms and declared confidently, "Yes, I am the one interrogating you. If you do not answer this Divine Son today, you will sleep on Tantho's side." The old man gathered his spiritual energy into both hands to attack her, shouting angrily, "Impudent! Do you think you are unbeatable in this world?" Seeing this, Tiyumengayat quickly stepped in front of her brother, worriedly saying, "Master, be careful." Hearing this, she only sneered lightly, then stepped forward to block her. She disdainfully said, "A man like you can harm me. She is a princess of the moon god's radiance, yet she is protecting an outsider." The old man's face twisted with anger as he shouted, "Wretched woman." Moon god's radiance Tantho only gave a cold smile and said disdainfully, "You overestimate yourself." Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared, striking the old man's face so fast he could not react. After taking the blow, his eyes rolled back as he was sent flying backward. Regaining his balance, he angrily turned to see who dared attack him, demanding, "Ooh." At that moment, the protector of Wu Ho-mun appeared beside Tantho. He spoke coldly, "I see who is here." The old man broke into a cold sweat, struggling to believe. "You are the gatekeeper of Wu Ho-mun, the man who once blocked a strike from the great emperor." Hearing this, Tantho's gaze shifted toward him with a new respect. Thinking, he blocked a strike from the great emperor. Unexpectedly, the gatekeeper elder had such a glorious past. Knowing that the great emperor's era symbolized immense power, one hand alone could suppress the entire world. One finger could easily break a beast's horn. Now, the lord stared intently at Wu Ho-mun's gatekeeper, tensely asking, "Isn't he the gatekeeper supposed to stay out of worldly affairs, only intervening when Wu Ho-mun faces extinction?" Facing the question, he replied firmly, "I have become the guardian for the 18 divine sons." Hearing this, the old lord ground his teeth in anger, thinking, "Damn it, how did that scoundrel get so lucky to have Wu Ho-mun's gatekeeper guarding him?" While the old man was lost in thought, the gatekeeper slowly stepped toward him, a motionless voice saying, "You broke the rules by attacking the 18 divine sons. As their guardian, I have the right to kill you." Hearing this, the old man's eyes shrank. He panicked, waving his arms wildly, stammering, Wait, 18 divine sons. I will." "Don't rush to attack." At that moment, Tantho finally spoke, commanding, "What is going on?" Seeing her speak, the old lord regained his arrogant composure and said, "As long as the 18 divine sons defeat the moon god's radiance crown prince, I plan to take action." Hearing this, she coldly laughed and retorted, "That so-called martial marquis was already killed by this divine son, moon god's radiance. Do you still have a crown prince?" Just as you caught the line, a voice rang out, 18 divine sons. This prince challenges you." Then, several princes and princesses of the Moon Wheel Divine Realm who had not appeared yet surrounded Tantho and Tiyumengayat. Next, more of them gradually showed up. One declared, "I am here. Don't you think you can cause trouble in the Moon Wheel Divine Realm?" Seeing her siblings arrive, Tiyumengayat anxiously scanned around, worriedly saying, "Big bro?" Second says, "Eighth knows. Master, they are all my sworn brothers and sisters. The other 7 children of the Lord are just average in talent and cultivation. I do not get why they dared to challenge the master." Hearing this, the onlookers also murmured in disbelief. The Lord of Moonwheel Divine Realm lets such mediocre princes challenge the 18 divine sons. Isn't this suicide? At that moment, the old lord looked up to the sky and laughed. 18 divine sons. Let us see. Curious? You looked up and saw a huge green orb appearing in the sky of the Moonwheel Divine Realm. Gazing at the green orb, you felt something flowing out from your body. Clenching your fists tightly, you said in horror, "This is what drives my great life fate." At that moment, the green orb slowly started to rise higher. Looking at the orb, people began to discuss. Is this the spirit stone of the Moonwheel Divine Realm's homeland? Legend says it fell to the moon's surface. The first generation lord of the Moonwheel Divine Realm gained his fortune from this spirit stone, and built the realm from there. Hearing the discussion, Tantho quietly thought, "Moon?" Then you turned to ask Tiyumengayat. "There is a moon in this world. Why have I never seen it?" Hearing your question, her face darkened as she worriedly explained, "Master, according to the records of the Moonwheel Divine Realm ancestors, there really used to be a moonlight moon in this world, called the Moonstar. But then the red moon event happened. Suddenly, the moon turned blood red, and a terrifying incident occurred. Since then, the moon disappeared and has never reappeared." Hearing her story, you felt even more confused and asked, "The red moon event, the moon vanished." Seeing you still unclear, she continued, "Legend says a deity was born on the Moonstar. It caused an extremely terrifying event, but the Moonwheel Divine Realm's records never detailed what happened exactly." Just as everyone stared at the orb in the sky, the old lord stepped forward and said, 18 divine sons. This is the divine stone of our moonwheel divine realm. The divine stone can give birth to phantom spirits. Hearing this, your expression changed drastically as you asked in shock. What? At that moment, illusions started appearing on the orb. Looking at the illusions, the old lord continued. Phantom spirits are left by the gods. Mysterious and unpredictable. After devouring them, one can transform and strengthen their strategy. Then he looked toward the princes and princesses, shouting, "Big bro, this is your creation. Devour the phantom spirits and fight the 18 divine sons." Saying that, the princes and princesses jumped up one by one, flying toward the phantom spirits. Realizing what they planned next, Duma and Gayat's face turned pale as she urgently shouted, "Don't absorb them. According to the records, these spirits are evil. They are just using you." Hearing this, the old lord glared at her with deep resentment and shouted angrily, "Shut up." At that moment, the princes and princesses in the sky looked at her one by one, speaking coldly. "To you mine yet, ungrateful and disloyal. Don't lecture us. Stop holding others back. We are all here for the Moonwheel Divine Realm's eternal plan. How could the Father exploit us? Father is giving us an opportunity." Saying that, they absorbed the phantom spirits on the orb one after another. After finishing absorption, feeling the power surging through their bodies, they exclaimed one after another, "So strong. Now I feel my strategy has grown tenfold from before." Looking at them, Tando sneered contemptuously and said, "Is that all? Still not as strong as those lower noses." Just as they were excitedly reveling in the power absorbed from the phantom spirits, suddenly, the absorbed power violently erupted. Their faces gradually became haggard, pain etched clearly into their expressions. One after another, they panicked, shouting, "What is happening? It hurts. The spiritual entity we just devoured is now devouring us from inside. What is this?" At that moment, looking at their bodies transforming, Tiyumun Gayat snapped, "How can you still not understand this by now? You never truly devoured the phantom spirit. It is the phantom spirit that is devouring you. The sovereign has used your flesh and blood to let the phantom spirit mature and awaken." Hearing this, a prince screamed in disbelief, "No way! Father! Father! Save me!" Watching them, Tando's voice grew colder. "Sovereign! Even a beast would not eat its own offspring. Could it be you feel no attachment at all?" Hearing this, the old man felt no remorse. Instead, he coldly laughed. "It does not matter. I gave them life, and their lives belong to me. Now, they are just paying me back. Besides, if one is lost, this sovereign can always create more." Hearing that, Tando's eyes filled with contempt. Saying that, "You are truly less than an animal." The old sovereign laughed loudly. 18 divine sons. Curse all you want, they are all my preparations for you." Tando's expression darkened slightly. What? Suddenly, the princes and princesses, corroded by the phantom spirit, appeared before him. Each radiated an incredibly terrifying aura. Feeling their presence, he clasped his hands. But Thuk said, "They are definitely stronger, but still not enough." Smiling faintly, the old sovereign said without worry, "Then let us see the 18 divine sons continue." No sooner had he spoken than they were forced by the phantom spirit to attack and tear each other apart. Seeing this, Tiyumun Gayat Haihung looked at his father in disbelief. "Enough. You have already devoured their souls. Do you really want to destroy their bodies too?" The old sovereign's cruel smile widened. "Enough? Not even close." The 18 divine sons said, "It is not enough? Then we will keep going." After they tore each other apart, all their body parts were sucked into a purple sphere. Witnessing this, Tando was utterly horrified, while Tiyumun Gayat beside him also could not believe it. How is this possible? Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd reacted, murmuring, "What is this? 7 princes and princesses fused together. It is utterly inhuman. Disgusting. To be a sovereign and do such things." Their bodies were now almost completely devoured. Then a terrifying voice echoed from the sphere. "The sovereign shall rise." Along with it, the limbs and finally the head of a monster appeared. It radiated an overwhelming pressure that crushed everything around. Snarling arrogantly, "Begone!" Then it closed its eyes, took a deep breath, and let out a roar. At its roar, everyone here felt their heads pulse with pain, quickly covering their ears to dull the agony. They gasped. "That sound, it is dreadful. Born in the ancestral land of the Moonwheel Divine Realm, this is not an ordinary monster. The 18 divine sons still have to face this monster." Meanwhile, Tantho stood calmly with arms crossed, seemingly unaffected by the phantom spirit's roar. When suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his head. "Beep. Temporary mission marked to head to the ancestral land of the Moonwheel Divine Realm. Marked on the stone." Receiving the system's mission, a smile of interest spread across his face. Indeed, this extraordinary place must have a temporary mission marked. At this moment, the old sovereign's face was filled with pride. 18 divine sons. How do you feel now? Tiyumun Gayat was also feeling worried now and said, "Master, this monster is very strong. You do not need to risk it. Your growth potential is unlimited. You can come back to fight later." Sensing her concern for him, He just waved his hand slightly and said softly, "It is a mortal. Have never gone all out before. Let us see how strong this monster really is today." Seeing he had no intention to run, the old kingdom lord cracked a cruel smile, thinking, "This little brat has lived so many years, but today he dies here." Tanshu leapt high, then stomped down on a solid stone slab, thought to himself, "The breath on this stone slab is definitely not ordinary." It even triggered a reaction from the forbidden bone and forbidden skin spots on me. Disappearing from Moonstar is not so simple. While he was still lost in thought, the monster slowly approached him from behind, then it let out a fierce roar. Unexpectedly, Tanshu just turned and asked mockingly, "Can you speak human language?" To his surprise, the monster answered in human speech, "You have what I need inside you, so I will kill you." Despite the threat, Tanshu showed no fear and calmly asked, "Let me ask you, are you a monster from Moonstar?" The monster sneered and did not answer. "How dare you question me, a human cultivator so small like you?" Hearing that, Tanshu smirked, not answering. "Huh, I have a way to make you answer, Leaf Spirit Scar." Then streams of golden light shot out from Tanshu's hand, making the monster hesitate. This power was strong. The golden beams pierced through the monster's body repeatedly, causing it to collapse in pain. "How is this possible? I can T-dodge it all." Koan watched in amazement. It was injured now. The red stone must be exceptional. With such a big formation ahead, its strength was no joke. But Tanshu remained highly alert. It was not that simple. The wound was not severe. Unexpectedly, right after, the monster's wound healed instantly. The monster sneered with pride. "You guessed right. This little scratch means nothing to me." Seeing that, Tantha was shocked. "What? It has such a terrifying self-healing ability." The arrogant monster boasted, "I am an immortal body. What you just did was nothing but scratching an itch for me." Koamphan's eyes went wide with disbelief. Just like that, it was not hurt at all. So Tantho had to keep fighting the monster. The kingdom lord watching could not help feeling triumphant. No wonder, it is a god born from the sacred land of Ngayet Luan. Incredibly fierce. The monster roared viciously. Tantho immediately readied his spear to strike again, but then he calmly realized the spear he held was still motionless. The divine spear did not react. This stone just nullified his control over it. The monster quickly seized the opportunity to charge and attack Tanthu. Quick-witted, Tanthu drew another weapon, the long Yuan holy sword. He dodged the monster's strike and sliced it in a flash, but when he looked back, he knew it was not over yet. Instantly, he leapt up before the monster could recover. Tanthu attacked from above again. The monster fell. It immediately roared in rage and blocked Tanthu's next attack. He quickly went on defense, silently impressed. This guy had gotten a lot stronger. Truly a monster. It even taunted him, exciting. "Is not." Then it let out a gleeful roar. Tanthu asked, "Is this the endless self-healing ability?" Bin Hong worried, if it can be killed, what is the point of fighting? The monster mocked Tanthu. Frustrated yet lonely, helpless, feeling utterly powerless, ready to beg me for mercy. Meanwhile, Tantha wondered why the system had not confirmed his temporary check-in. Could it be that he had to stand on the meteorite? The monster thought he was scared and kept babbling nonsense about gods and saints, saying they were all useless before him. Unexpectedly, it saw Tantha use his energy to fly away. What was he doing? It even thought Tantha wanted to surrender or run away, like he could escape. Tantha landed and stood on the meteorite. Then he heard the system's voice. It announced his check-in was successful, and Tantha received the Heavenly Extermination 10 Swords. Receiving the reward reminded him the Heavenly Extermination 10 Swords were used to deal with an Ho Tran Pham. Apparently, he once used 2 blades of the 10 rebellious Heavenly Swords on me, causing quite a bit of pressure. The Heavenly Extermination 10 Swords and the 10 rebellious Heavenly Swords, who is stronger? After trying them out, he had his answer. This was the Heavenly Extermination 10 Swords. In power and special effects, the Heavenly Extermination 10 Swords completely outclassed the rebellious 10 Heavenly Swords. More importantly, they could destroy vitality. The monster caught up to Tanthu again. "Why stop running? Have you accepted your defeat?" Tanthu endured the monster's endless nagging, but could not help complaining. "You sure talk too much." Then he unleashed his move, the first form of the Heavenly Extermination 10 Swords. The monster was terrified. What? Flame shot straight into the sky. The monster was stunned. Then Tanthu slashed it, but it still arrogantly dismissed him. What is the use? Clearly, it knew about its infinite healing. What difference does this make? But Tantho reminded it to look again, and the monster did. It realized its vital energy was still draining. How could this be? Its wounds were being sealed off somehow. It screamed in confusion and rage. What is going on? Why is not my wound healing? Now it is Tantho's turn to smile slyly at it, confused. Are not you? Want to try again? The monster still snarled defiantly. The master watching closely, and Tantha proved he was the master with a swift strike. Another aerial attack from Tanthu, the second form of the 10 Heaven Sword technique. The sword light danced suddenly. The sword multiplied into countless blades. They attacked the monster, making it howl in pain. Just stood there, taking the brunt of Tanthu's swords like a shield. The monster still could not accept the truth. Why? Why can't I heal the wounds you caused? Tantho repeated the monster's earlier desperate words back to it, feeling hopeless. Are not you powerless? The old lord gritted his teeth. The 18 divine sons actually broke through Hong Len's infinite regeneration. Is it related to that sword technique? That sword technique seems saturated with destructive power. Vian Hong, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Those divine sons truly are formidable. My worries were for nothing. The monster asked Tantho, what is the name of that sword technique? But Tantho did not answer. Why should I tell you? Tell me about Ngayat Tin's story, and maybe I will spare your life. The monster finally spoke. Your sword style's destructive power is eerily like when the crimson moon flares up. Impossible. The crimson moon event happened thousands of years ago. How could it be connected to you? Hearing this, Tantho asked, why did the crimson moon event happen? But the monster stubbornly refused. Why should I tell you? Tantho sneered coldly. Because if you do not, I will kill you. Then, with a sudden move, Tantho slashed. The monster recoiled in shock. What next? Tantho pressed his sword to its throat, threatening. Speak up. But even facing death, it stayed silent. I am the spirit of a divine beast, born from sacred blood. Do you really think mere threats will work on me? Finally, it collapsed, undone by its own arrogance. Tantho taught it a lesson. The most arrogant will surely meet disaster. Those watching were stunned. Everyone expected the 18 divine sons to win the battle against the moon god, but the lord remained unwilling to accept defeat. Holin 1T so easily. And just as he said, the monster revived once more, looking even stronger. Tantho was briefly surprised but quickly came up with a plan. If I can kill it, I will become one with it, then absorb it inside me. But the monster was not scared. It even praised. Your physical form is stronger than those princes and princesses. Tantho scoffed. Worthless. Come in, but do not come back out. The monster immediately sensed something was wrong. This is the breath of the supreme forbidden. Let me out, it demanded, but Tantho calmly replied, make a grave for yourself. The monster had no way out now. Its skin was compromised. How dare you trap me inside your body? This is forbidden breath too. Let me out. Tantho leisurely said, entering my body is like entering a prison. Evil spirits like you are doomed. Before dissolving, the monster gasped out, places like Ngayat Tin still have stones that can give birth to phantom spirits. You kill me, but you will pay the price eventually. Tantho realized that after creating the phantom spirit, its energy was absorbed by him, triggering his solar divine body. This power caused his solar divine body to undergo a kind of evolution. His body is entirely natural, born complete and unchangeable. Could the pure energy of the phantom spirit trigger its evolution? Thinking this, Tantho immediately tightened his focus. This just got interesting. Those watching around began to panic. What is the 18 divine sons doing? Standing still, the old sovereign now thinks he is right, talking as he goes. Obviously the corrupted spirit is devouring him. Trying to release his divine form to protect himself is useless. In just a few minutes, the 18 divine sons will be gnawed down to an empty shell by the corrupted spirit. Meanwhile, Tantho just takes a deep breath and then retracts his divine form. All the corrupted spirit's power has been consumed. The solar divine form has changed, but for the solar divine form to produce real transformation, it is still far off. It needs a vast corrupted spirit. But no rush. At least now I know a river can help my unique physical path evolve. Maybe I can find the lost moon star later. Those around do not know the situation. Full of suspicion, the divine armor has disappeared. What has become of the 18 divine sons now? The old sovereign wipes his face. Smugly confident, of course. He was devoured by the corrupted spirit to save his body. Then he lands behind Tantho, still rambling. The 18 divine sons are dead, blocking the battle between me and the 18 divine sons. In the end, the old sovereign is the one laughing last. His 3 men look ahead and shout in surprise. What? The 18 divine sons are dead. They died that easily. Why does this feel so unreal to me? A figure approaches the old sovereign solemnly, the gatekeeper of Ho Mun. The old sovereign sacrificed 7 princes and princesses to fight the 18 divine sons, never breaking the rule of not harming comrades. He frowns and says, you are not allowed to interfere. The masked young man says, acting high and mighty, standing tall. Everyone looks up to you, Mingayat, the shame of the lunar god's court. He glances slyly, smirks wickedly, saying, your big protector has fallen. Let us see who can still protect you now. Tu Mingayat and Vian Hong stand solemnly. Vian Hong crosses his arms and says, the sovereign has spoken. Send the princess to face him a bit. Respond to him, do not leave him hanging. Tu Mingayat glares seriously, frowning. I am still alive, and I believe in the divine sons. They are definitely not dead. The young man in front of the old sovereign says, the 18 divine sons. It is not easy to deal with you, but luckily this sovereign is well prepared. You are still going to die. He raises his hand, smirks wickedly. Haha. Today the sovereign is in a good mood. The young man behind him raises his hand, ready to throw a feast for the world. The old sovereign's neck twists sharply from a strike behind him, surprised. He looks back angrily. Who is there? He glares at the young man throwing the attack from behind. He dodges the divine book, waving his hand angrily. Damn coward. The divine book looks at him, Furious, how dare you control this divine son? I will beat you to death. The old sovereign points at the young man. Shocked, wait, you're okay. Weren't you possessed by the corrupted spirit? The divine book lunges at the old sovereign. Fist raised. Your kick hits him. Do I look like I have been possessed? The old sovereign falls to his knees. Hands empty, little bastard. You do not look possessed at all. A sword plunges into the tiled floor, then lifts again. Then the sword darts toward the blue orb. The divine book holds the sword solemnly. Sovereign, you have lost. His serious gaze meets the old sovereign. Is now it is our turn to settle this. The old sovereign takes a serious defensive stance. Settle this. All right then, let us settle it. Holding the sword, Dentha points firmly and says, hand over the body of Tu Min. Stranger. His sharp gaze points directly at the old man. You are guilty suicide. The old man's eyes flash dangerously. Who do you think you are? Threatening me. The lord of this country. His hand rises. Surrounded by hidden weapons, the 18 divine assassins. Around Dentha, a circle of star-shaped blades forms. This is the final gift I give you. The old man raises eyebrows, smiling slyly and wickedly. What a life. Dentha sits amid the hidden weapons, looking ahead. Suddenly thrilled. My fate is stirring again. Dentha's hands tap on the circle of hidden weapons. So it is because of this formation. The old man laughs loudly. The heavenly way always returns. Fate is unbreakable. Let us see how you break it. He glares at Then, who leans on his sword. How do you know this formation can stir my fate? And where did it come from? The old man looks seriously at him. After you die, I will burn what you want to know for you. Haha. Sweat drips down Dentha's face as he grips his sword. Who lives or dies is not certain yet. The old man stands before Dentha. No need to flatter yourself. Your mother worked hard to lift this minor fate curse on you. Above the golden tablet, molten fury bursts from the old man. But your major fate curse can be lifted. The old man is crushed under the golden tablet. Dentha stands up, watching him press down. Whoosh. His eyes darken seriously. So this is the unbreakable fate you spoke of. The old man's face twists in pain. A heavenly tablet. You actually possess a heavenly tablet. Crowds gather around. As far as I know, an unmarked tablet is held only by the great sect. The old man steps back, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The history of the unmarked tablet is tightly sealed. It seems to hide a huge secret. The young men look toward him and the old man. What great fortune lets someone claim the unmarked tablet? The old man frowns, crushed by the golden tablet. The marks of the 18 divine assassins layer over his body. The clear sky parts through tree leaves as a gust of wind sweeps across. He descends from the sky among falling leaves. His stance with one leg straight and the other bent looks like the crown prince arrived too late. No idea what happened to the 18 divine assassins. He looks down around a spot with a tablet. This is, luckily. He thinks. Isn't this the unmarked tablet I originally smashed? The Lord of the Gun-Loon God's domain has already been suppressed. Dentha stands firm. The 18 divine assassins hold the unmarked tablet. How can we still fight? The old man clenches his ears. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Crushed under the tablet, the old man growls with anger. No matter how much I prepared, I still can defeat you, lord of this country. He looks up at him. How do you have such strong fortune? Eyebrows raised and angry. Something's off. If your fortune were truly that strong, how could you suffer such a cruel fate? Then Thay's gaze sharpens. Enough talk. Tell me, who attacked my mother? How do you know how to trigger my fate? The old man shouts angrily. Mouth wide. You think I would tell you? The golden tablet slams down on him. He cries out in pain. Then the tablet lifts and forces him to kneel. No matter what, lord of this country, will kill you. Dentha watches the old man among scattered fragments. The old man stretches out his hand toward him. You really are careless. At this distance, the gatekeeper can save you in time. He calmly nods to Vihing and Tu Min Gayet. Watch out. Divine assassin. Dentha steadies his hand on the sword. Divine spear strike. Both he and the old man reach out, the sword between their hands. The old man's eyes widen. Just an old spear, and you think you can stop me? A strong aura surrounds the sword. He is stunned. He looks at the sword and exclaims, What? Tantho stood firm before the enemy's sword. Leapdent's spear had already shattered the last spear of deep. This is a millennium-old strategy. Maybe a little resistance is enough. He looked ahead. Furrowed brow, furious and hateful. He stomped straight on the old man's head from above. Foolish. The old man cried out in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Tantho gripped his sword, staring at the old man. Senior, drawing on his divine king power, he reached toward the old man. Surrounded by hidden weapons, the old man turned to look at him, furious and hateful. This is the Divine Wheel dynasty who dares. He forced the old man to reveal a hidden weapon. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. He raised the hidden weapon. Old man screamed in pain. Where are the hundreds of thousands of my divine dynasty soldiers? Dip and the others. Give them to me. Behind him, all the soldiers were charging forward. Even if there are many, What difference does it make? Tantho stood firm as the soldiers approached from behind a mess of close-range fighters. All the soldiers charged at him and you. Save the king. Kill the traitors. The old man screamed in pain. He stood solemnly, lifting the old man high. Kin, you ruined the precious clan before. Now you attack the 18 divine sons. He stretched his arm forward with sharp eyes. Destroying people is only natural. His hand squeezed the old man's throat. Fearful, no. You can kill the ruler of a nation. The divine authority belongs to the king. You have no right. A large dangerous hand slowly reached out. He stood surrounded by hidden weapons, raised his hand and said, break. His hand extended forward. All by your own fault. The soldiers looked at them, worried and surprised. The king has been killed. What? The soldiers turned to look behind them. Everyone stopped. The seventh prince, he and Tu Mingayat stepped forward, seriously watching them. You have all seen the situation now. She was serious. The king has died, except for the seventh prince. All other princes have perished. According to the rules, he stood tall and serious. The seventh prince is now the new king of the Divine Moon Dynasty. The soldiers exchanged uneasy, hesitant glances. The soldiers looked to him and her on defense. Does anyone want to go against the emperor's decree? Tu Mingayat's sharp eyes stared at them, the disrespectful ones before the king. Silence. The soldiers looked at her, disappointed and afraid. We dare not. They all knelt down at once. They placed both hands on their heads before him and her. All hail the king. Tu Mingayat looked at him. He stared in shock. What are you standing there stunned for? He looked at her with tears. Fear. Ninth sister, I have become the king now. He turned around. All granted by the master. Tu Mingayat bowed her head and closed her eyes. No more, master. Hyan. Do not even think about becoming king. Tantho smiled confidently, standing resolute. Life and death are unpredictable. He looked at you standing behind with arms crossed. He was stunned, thinking silently. Things have come to this. All we can do is try our best to move forward. He slowly stepped past them. He strode proudly past them who knelt before Tantho. All this was granted to me by Tanu. He has given me another chance at life. He clasped his hands forward and bowed his head. Thanks to the 18 divine sons. As the new king of the Divine Moon Dynasty, Tantho watched him seriously, hands clasped and head bowed. I guarantee it. The Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty will forever honor the 18 divine sons above all. He and you looked toward the generals kneeling before them. The previous ruler was seduced by the evil spirit. He killed many innocent princes. The generals knelt, pressing their hands to the ground and bowing deeply. Luckily, the 18 divine sons of the martial transformation sect appeared. They saved our Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. It was never controlled, preventing our dynasty from becoming the evil spirit's capital. His eyes darkened as he spoke coldly. In the future, the 18 divine sons. He stood tall, extending his hand, promising they would be rewarded like rulers in our Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty. The boy with the white mask behind you spoke up. The 18 divine sons. Once again, you surprise me, he said solemnly. To truly recruit an entire divine dynasty under one banner. Not to mention no divine son has done it before. Even the emperor's son has not achieved it. Tantho seriously turned his head to look at him. Then I choose to be your protector. I am the right choice. Tantho raised his hand to the elder's hidden weapon, and the senior returned this divine king body back into the body of Tu Mingayat. He looked at you and said, this is the divine king body. Though it is formed from postnatal fusion, its power is no match for the innate divine king body. Strange darts swirl around the hidden weapon, but the divine king body is still a special physique ranked in the top 50. At minimum, it reaches Divine King level. You turned around and said to him, this even ranks higher than your solar divine physique. You do not want it for yourself. Tantho closed his eyes. It is just that I have to keep an eye on this Divine King body. He said, your reason for watching it so closely. He raised his hand and said, as you wished. He thrust the hidden weapon's energy forward. Tu Mingayat's hidden weapon absorbed it. Suddenly she exclaimed, Master, he said firmly to her, the Divine King body is formed by your body and your father's combined. So when absorbed by you, no rejection occurs. Tu Mingayat sat down as the flames around her blazed. This is fate's blessing in disguise that you have received. While waiting for Mingayat to train, Tantho thought quietly, although the Divine King body ranks higher, its effect on me is not significant. The special tiger bloodline of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty can bond with its own kind. Others devour special physiques from different lineages. The risk is enormous. This was something the yin-yang ancestor mentioned long ago. What matters is I truly can tell what kind of Divine King body this is. Then you summoned a spirit body. Your mind still deep in thought, if there is truly something worthy of me, it can only be a special physique ranked in the top 3. Moments later, Mingayat suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, a spirit image appeared, her face twisted in great pain. Seeing this, Vianhong immediately rejoiced. The divine king body of the former princess has formed. Quite powerful, truly admirable. And Fan's eyes filled with longing as he wondered, when will I ever be like that? Asen smiled gently and replied, a deity's chosen one carries great destiny, countless opportunities. Just follow the chosen one, then you will have a chance. After cultivation here is complete, Mingayat clasped her hands sincerely and said, thank you, Master, my Divine King body is complete. Kun then quietly said, the Divine King body is formed. From now on, when you ascend to the Divine King realm, you won't have to hesitate anymore. Then he gave some instructions. After returning, go to this servant's room. This servant has some things to do on your body. Mingayat was a bit surprised to hear this. Her cheeks flushed red, and she muttered. Seconds later, she shyly agreed, yes. Suddenly, A strange formation appeared in the sky above. Kun asked tensely, "Senior, do you know what this formation is? How can it influence my fate?" The gatekeeper of Wuho sect raised his hand to channel spiritual power. He said, "Let me probe a bit and see." Moments later, a whirl of yellow spiritual energy surged into the formation. He carefully exclaimed, "This is..." The formation quickly shattered its veil, revealing a figure in dark clothes. Kun asked in confusion, someone wearing a long black robe. But just then, the formation began to collapse. Large chunks of stone crashed down in front of the two. The gatekeeper explained more about its origin. "I only managed to learn about these scenes. This formation was carved here not long ago. Perhaps it is meant to use the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty's ruler to deal with someone. But the ruler of the Moon Wheel Divine Dynasty would rather die than reveal who that is. That is a bit unusual." At this moment, Mingite took the initiative to invite, "Master, please stay a few more days in the capital. Let the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty fulfill some local hospitality." The seventh prince also spoke up, "The Chosen One saved my two sisters. We have nothing to repay." Mingite sincerely invited him once again. "Chosen One, stay here a few more days." After that, they gathered inside. Vin Hung expressed her feelings. "These days here have been really comfortable. No doubt. The Moonwheel Divine Dynasty is quite generous behind the scenes. These days, just eating heavenly treasures has allowed me to break through 3 realms nonstop." And Fun was also satisfied and said, "I have smoothly opened my cultivation, following the Chosen One, walking the path of cultivation." At this moment, Thentha realized someone was missing and asked, "Where's Bai before? It is time to leave. Why has not she come out yet?" A son brushed his eyebrows and answered, "Miss Bai has not appeared at all these past few days. It seems she has not attended the magic assembly." After hearing this, his mood dropped completely. He raised a hand to comfort himself. Then Thentha turned to the seventh prince and said, "I have a bad feeling." The others also looked at him helplessly and said, "We have a bad feeling too." The seventh prince stepped back, scratching his head in confusion. He asked, "You all have a bad feeling? Why are you looking at me?" At this moment, Asen finally spoke to break the tension. "National Lord, where is the National Vault located in the Moon Wheel Divine Realm?" Although the seventh prince did not understand, he answered honestly, "The National Vault is inside the Imperial Palace." "Why are you asking this?" Seventh sister immediately demanded. "Take us there." The seventh prince led everyone to the vault while repeatedly insisting, "How could Miss Bai be inside the vault? It is heavily guarded here. If anyone had entered, how could I not know?" Seventh sister firmly insisted we check inside. The seventh prince agreed, saying, "Let me open the National Vault for the Divine Ones to see." Inside, he still stubbornly claimed Miss Bai absolutely could not be there. Absolutely not. But before he finished, the seventh prince noticed something unusual. Before him, Miss Bai was curled up floating in midair. The seventh prince was confused and exclaimed, "What on earth is going on here?" Unlike him, Aksin was unsurprised and said, "Miss Bai really is here." Tando had already predicted this. Calmly said, "As expected." It was no surprise. The seventh prince took a few steps forward, looking at the empty space ahead. He shouted loudly, "Impossible." His face turned pale in an instant as he wondered, how could the vault be empty like this? What happened to the countless years' worth of spiritual herbs and fruits stored in the Moon Wheel Divine Realm? Then he quickly ordered the soldiers, "Go check immediately." The soldiers quickly returned calling out, "National Lord." Seventh Prince urgently shouted, "Speak." The soldier nervously reported, "The vault is empty." He kept calm and asked again, "Empty? What does that mean?" The soldier clasped hands and explained clearly, "Tens of tons of spiritual fruits, several tons of spiritual herbs stored in the vault, along with countless years of treasures from the Moon Wheel Divine Realm, are all gone. Only a pile of seeds remains on the ground." As soon as he said that, the seventh prince seemed stunned. The next moment he collapsed backward, causing 2 soldiers to panic. "National Lord, quickly send the Imperial Doctor." Meanwhile, at the Divine Realm, he looked ahead and asked, "What is going on here?" Asen spoke to answer, "Divine Ones, Miss Bai really is an extraordinary woman. Untouchable." Tando sighed deeply after hearing this. Then he spoke to everyone, "Let us..." Tando carried the seventh sister in his arms. Long thought silently, she ate up an entire national vault from the Divine Realm. This time, she is probably full. Right? After doubting, he finally spoke, "Let us head back." At the same time, suddenly, the top of the tower emitted a strong beam of light shooting into the sky. Outside, many people were already waiting. At Tando's side, he carried the seventh sister in his arms. Seeing the familiar house below, he said, "We have arrived." Vinhung spoke up to share plans. "Finally, we are back. This time, we got a lot of good stuff from the Moon Wheel Divine Realm. We need to digest it a bit on the island." Just then, he noticed something and hummed, looking at the strong figure below. He wondered. There it is. The burly man below was loudly calling out, "Little sheep, I know the person is inside there. Out of respect for my sincerity, come outside and meet me for a moment." A sign repeated the name the big guy was calling out. Curious, "Little lamb." Then he turned to ask Mun Gayat, "Ninth princess, are you the one he is looking for?" She immediately denied it. "He is not looking for me. I do not know him." Tenth guessed, "Not you. Then maybe it is the lamb god of the Lingdong group." The big guy had no intention of giving up. He kept calling, "Little lamb, I have stood here for 3 days and 3 nights. If you do not come out, I will storm in there." Vin Hung was surprised and said, "Standing here for 3 days and 3 nights. Didn't expect he would be this obsessed." Now the big guy's voice suddenly calmed down. "If you still do not come out," he silently produced a round bullet, slowly said, Then I will destroy this place. The bullet suddenly enlarged in an instant. The 10th group all gasped at this sight. Vian could not help but exclaim, "There is a move like that?" Seeing he seemed serious, 10th shouted loudly to stop him. "Stop!" The big guy immediately paused, then angrily turned to ask, "Are you trying to stop me?" Seeing this person's face, everyone in the 10th group suddenly froze. Vin Heng was speechless, only able to say one word. "This?" He pointed with a choked voice, saying, "Disciple, if I am not mistaken, this scholar is a woman." Yes. And Xin did not expect this situation either. Nodded in surprise. "Looks like a woman." At this moment, Tunthei handed the interrogation over to Mingai. "You hold Betch first." And Left then said, "Let me handle her." With that, Tentha stepped up to question the female big guy. "Why do you want to storm into the island?" She did not answer but asked back, "You are the arrogant 18th disciple, right?" He did not rush to admit it. Asked her again. She loudly declared her identity. "I am the 8th disciple." Then the 8th disciple pointed and said, "Honestly, now that I see you, I'm furious. I want to take your head off." Faced with her baseless hatred, Tunthei asked in confusion, "Do we have a grudge?" The 8th disciple firmly replied, "A deep and bitter hatred." She clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth. She said, "Stole the one I loved most." The 8th disciple, "If I am not mistaken, you are female, right?" At that moment, I wondered, are these disciples really playing like this now? The 8th disciple coldly answered, "So what if I am a woman? Do you underestimate me, loving someone regardless of age, gender, or race?" Saying this, she tensed up, radiating a powerful threatening aura. "Release the little lamb now, or today, I will unleash chaos." Finally, at this moment, Vuan Ling stepped out. He spoke up. The 8th spirit child turned around as soon as he heard her voice. Happiness brought tears to his eyes as he spoke. "Xiaoku, you finally agreed to meet me." But Ling Tong bluntly refused. "Shut up, 8th spirit child. Please stop provoking me." The 8th spirit child quickly stated his intention. "Xiaoku, you have lost your status as a spirit child, and now you are just a maid to the 18 spirit children. I am here to save you." Ling Tong waved him off, refusing. "I do not need you to save me. I do not need you to save me. One day, I will defeat the 18 spirit children and leave on my own." The 8th spirit child's expression instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Xiaoku, have you been hanging around with the 18 spirit children? Too much time together makes you like that pale-faced guy now." Kunshu, overhearing, was speechless. Ling Tong turned his back and walked away. I reminded him, 8th spirit child, do not talk nonsense." Then she half-turned and said, "You can leave now." The 8th spirit child just stood there, watching Ling Tong's retreating figure. A few seconds later, his face darkened again. He quietly turned around and almost growled, "It is all because of you." He could not hold back his anger and shouted, "Xiaoku does not love me." Kunshu asked with a complicated expression, "Big sis, have you considered it might be a gender thing?" But the 8th spirit child did not want to hear it. He rushed forward shouting, "I will kill you." His 5 punches came fast as lightning. Kunshu opened her eyes wide, watching them fly straight at her face. A moment later, he quickly shouted to stop him. "Wait." The 8th spirit child clenched his teeth and asked, "Are you scared now?" Kunshu explained, "This spirit child does not want a meaningless fight." He raised a finger and proposed, "Let us bet. If you win, this spirit child belongs to you. If I, then this spirit child belongs to me." The 8th spirit child thought for a moment, then quickly agreed to the bet. "Fine." The 8th spirit child threw a powerful punch. Kunshu took the hit and exclaimed, "Not bad." Hearing that, the 8th spirit child smirked. "Not bad." Nearby people watching also felt the wind from the fight. Xu Sin covered his face with his shirt, commenting, "This fighting spirit is way too intense." Of course, he could arm wrestle with the spirit child. Soon, the fiery battle erupted. Kunshu exclaimed, "Interesting. The 8th spirit child might be the strongest bodied peer I have ever met. Truly interesting. Your physical strength," the 8th spirit child continued. "You are not bad either." They had only just made peace a moment ago. Now the two rushed at each other to fight again. The 8th spirit child exclaimed, "Again?" Punches flew back and forth from both sides. Neither would back down. They kept fighting like that for a while. The 8th spirit child said, "Fighting like this is not satisfying." Kunshu agreed, "Really is not interesting." Next up, a decisive final punch to settle it. The 8th spirit child smiled knowingly. She said, "All right, really, 8th spirit child. Do you know what my other nickname is?" Tantha grew a bit curious. "Tell me." "I want to keep you waiting." Bathan to let you know, the number 1 god of fist. She spoke while launching an attack because no one else could survive a full-powered punch from me. Tantha was enlightened. The force of 60 dragons. The gods of martial arts are truly talents. Bathan 2 actually has physical strength equal to mine. This makes me even more interested. Soon, the fight became even more intense. After a while, Bathan 2 shouted loudly, Hey, this feels great." Tantho smiled and said, "Yeah. Refreshing." Now, the two were battling atop a massive ring of fire. The crowd around was swept away by the swirling wind. Vian Hong blurted out, "Too strong." Koan Sin also exclaimed excitedly. These two rank at the top in physical strength among the Dong Hong sect. Even Don Lan Dong felt jealous. The 18th god grew stronger. Meanwhile, the two still competed fiercely. Bathan 2 showed extreme determination. With equal strength, let us see who can last longer. Tantho smiled, talking about endurance. "I have never lost to anyone." Something seemed to excite Bathan 2 deeply. Maybe it was the aura of spiritual power from Tanthu. Bathan 2 looked extremely confused. "I have never seen a man endure this long before." Then she collapsed to the ground, bowing her head in disappointment. Tantho clenched her fist tightly and spoke. How is it? Bathan too was very curious. The sudden burst of physical strength. Why does your later power grow so strong? Tantho was getting impatient. Stop talking. Just say it. Fight? Got a fist? You thought silently. With your eternal dansion, I have a machine running long term. Bathan too kept speaking to Tantho. I have one condition? Tantho responded quickly. What condition? Bathan too's attitude changed. Let me stay by your side. Cultivate on Dongtrefu Island. Okay. Tantho was surprised. You want to come under my command? Bathan too thought. If I can't defeat you, then I will join you. At least I will have a chance to get close to Tiuku. Donlin Dong was stunned and confused hearing this. Tantho quickly agreed. Okay. But Donlin Dong strongly opposed. I do not agree. Bathan too gave a stern warning. She turned back to call Donlin Dong. Tiuku, she declared firmly. I will say it again. I do not agree. Tantho approached Donlin Dong and said, do not you understand the situation? She seemed unwilling. Here, Tantho smiled. Made eye contact with her. I said, it is decided. Donlin Dong looked very annoyed. Shameless. Then she turned and left. Yeah, sooner or later, I will defeat you and step on you. Bathan too quickly chased after her. Tiuku, wait for me. Tantho shouted. How is it? The 8 god disciples closed their eyes and cast a spell. Then the 8 god disciples responded to Tantho. Just as you wished. Afterwards, the 8 god disciples handed over the item and spoke. The disciples have already severed the connection. Now it belongs to you. Tantho happily accepted it. At the same time, she sighed in wonder. For the 8 god disciples to hand it over so easily, could it be they have no desire to compete for power? The 8 god disciples sighed and continued. If you had not defeated me today, I would have definitely fought for the emperor's position, but your strength surprised me greatly. This is the truth. Hearing this, Tantho thought to herself, have you already realized you are a girl? The 8 god disciples smiled faintly. What is so great about being an emperor? Saying this, the 8 god disciples' expression suddenly brightened. In my heart, love means more. Right now, she looks like a child. I will go find little lamb first. Meanwhile, Tantho was pondering the item. The emperor's battle of the Vuho sect. Inside the room, Tantho was playing with a little bronze lamb. You said you would leave, but when will you truly grow up? Bai Truk Truk on the other side was still sleepy, yawning repeatedly. Such a deep sleep. As soon as she opened her eyes, Tantho appeared happily before her. You are awake. Bai Truk Truk stretched. How long have I been asleep? Tantho told her plainly. 3 days and 2 nights. I have never seen anyone sleep that well. Bai Truk Truk continued after Tantho. Ate pretty well this time. So the sleep was good. Tantho looked confused. That, you just call that ate well? You basically ate the entire royal feast clean. She just smiled shyly. Tantho said, I feel like I am about to disappear. Tantho asked Bai Truk Truk. What do you mean by disappearing? Bai Truk Truk was puzzled as well. I do not know. It is just a feeling. Tantho pressed. Why would you disappear? Bai Truk Truk's eyes grew misty as she looked at him. She knows there are many things I can remember, but this feeling is real. She looked at Tantho with fragile sorrow. Her voice held a bit of sadness. Do you want to abandon me when I disappear? Tantho was caught off guard and did not know how to answer. Huh. He scratched his head awkwardly. His eyes glanced away, avoiding direct eye contact. That is not it. Hearing this, Bai Truk Truk happily threw herself around Tantho's waist. I knew you were the best to me. She gently reminded her. Bai Truk Truk. That is enough. It is not good if others see. Tantho glanced down at her in his arms and paused. Bai Truk Truk instantly snuggled in, making him helpless. This kid. Tantho sighed softly as he held Bai Truk Truk, falling asleep again. Bai Truk Truk relaxed comfortably in Tantho's arms. Tantho looked at her and could only smile indulgently. Really no helping you. He placed Bai Truk Truk on the bed, then immediately turned and left. Get some good rest. The scene shifted to a different location. Hosek. Floating island of peace. A crowd gathered around a large magical well. Someone impatiently spoke up. Why is there still no sign of anything? The time has already come. The large magical well just bubbled quietly with no other changes. The man anxiously asked the person beside him. Elder Tran, has the 17th sun still not awakened? That is actually someone else. Image. Rest assured, the divine sun's creation power is endless. He will definitely survive this life cycle. Then, the magical well suddenly stirred. Elder Tran whispered. He is coming up. Takanthin slowly looked up from the pit and slowly opened his eyes. Waking up, the people in the room quickly lined up and respectfully bowed to Han. Congratulations on earning your new life. Divine Son, Takanthin woke with bitter resentment and ground his teeth, immediately demanding his rights. Elder Tran quickly calmed Han down, but the 17th son did not realize the more he fought, the stronger he became. Takanthin angrily cursed. Damn it, hating that the Divine Sons used a trump card, the 9 transmissions immortal art, hence attitude made everyone feel his deep bitterness to the bone. He vowed to eliminate the 17th son, swearing he would die before becoming human. Elder Tran continued to speak words to soothe Han's anger. After the 9 transmissions of the immortal art, someone nearby gasped in surprise. That is, a pillar of magic shooting straight up from the well. A massive force radiated out. What is that? Truly divine. The light pillar slowly faded away. Someone close by looked up in shock. How is this possible? Huge stone tablet appeared right above the magical well. Clear characters appeared on it. The Heavenly Bridge tablet of Vu Ho Mun. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. The Heavenly Bridge tablet has appeared again. Someone said in disbelief, only the outstanding Heavenly Bridge tablet's era can make it appear. That guy immediately looked important. The divine son of this batch is truly strong. An extraordinary Heavenly Bridge. Someone spoke up. Didn't they say the strongest are the first and second divine sons? I heard the fifth divine son has returned from the northern plains. The fifth divine son trained in the northern plains for a long time. Facing off with the northern plains Heavenly Bridge is countless. His return will surely amaze many. He spoke with confident pride, representing our Vu Ho Mun, also famous and renowned in the eastern wilderness, fighting for the Heavenly Bridge of the divine tribe armor, sky clear with white clouds. In front of the hall of Dia, the host held the imperial decree. Daipra of our generation, the candidate emperor, a figure slowly stepped onto the stage. His voice rang out clearly, calling the name Diep Pham. In the future, Deep Pham will represent Deep Ra to compete with the world emperor for the throne. Everyone below silently and seriously listened to the announcement. After the announcement, he asked Deep Pham, Emperor candidate, do you have anything to say? And slowly spoke. Previously, the ancestor Diep Ra named Deep Pham once held the world in his hand. Today, also named Day, have defeated the eastern wilderness Heavenly Bridge. Dip Thean below was the first to speak. Brother, you are incredible. Brother, later when we go out to destroy the 17th son of Vu Ho Mun, that guy is way too arrogant to say you are useless. Deep Pham suddenly yelled at Hanta to shut up, being yelled at in front of everyone. Depthian could not help but feel upset. Hantai's eyes darkened as he glared at him. Do you think any mutt deserves me to lift a finger? Depthian still tried to approach and persuade Deep Pham. Bro, it is that guy who is way too arrogant. I have never seen anyone so full of themselves. Deep Pham decisively cut him off. Wait until I become emperor. Otherwise, you are nothing to me. Once I emperor, I will kill you at Vu Ho Mun. Dong Chai Tantho was still sitting in meditation with his eyes closed, flames blazing fiercely behind him. Today he calmed his mind to think about his future path. Now I have many tricks, not only mastering various martial arts manuals, but recently gaining the 10 Heavenly Slayer swords, plus the Forbidden Supreme Bone, and the Forbidden Supreme Skin Spirit, plus a variety of attacks. Most miraculous is, perhaps it is my second spirit. No cultivator has ever had more than one spirit before. During my last breakthrough, this spirit did not change but generated a special will-driven attack force, making me stop opening the Heavenly Tablet to catch soul silkworms. With so many tricks, the most important is understanding the Tao. Only then will my attack power not weaken, and the best way to understand the Tao is through battle. His thoughts paused. Tando slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile at his lips. At that moment, Koangsen hurried in. Divine Son, there is big news. He turned and glanced at him. What is going on? Koangsen quickly reported. The Heavenly Tablet calls Vu Ho Mun into manifestation, marking the end of our chance. A bit interesting. Koangsen grew more serious. The Heavenly Tablet holds divine thoughts of divine sons from all eras. Sticking to the old strategy could still challenge. If victorious, you can claim a divine son's spot on the Heavenly Tablet. Hearing this, the divine son visibly perked up, fighting the strongest divine sons from all eras. I can hardly wait. But then he added something that stunned the divine son. Also, Deepra, who leads the emperor candidates, has shown signs of rivalry. Depra's little emperor can't be underestimated. His ancestor was a great saint, and I heard Deppham also has saintly body affinity. The divine son blinked in surprise. Saintly body. His heart skipped a beat. If father had not been betrayed back then, maybe I would already be a born chaotic saintly embryo Dao. Saintly body is just a trait of my physique. Though, Koensen became even more serious. Divine son, the saintly body ranks in the top 10 supreme physiques. If his body truly is saintly, then he will be a formidable enemy on the divine son's emperor path. The divine son's expression turned cold. The stronger the enemy, the sweeter the kill. At Laksa's residence, Lakvan led Lak Quan Dao before the group. Quan Dao, start your performance. He hesitated, glancing at her. Says, I am a bit nervous. Lakvan glared at him. You are about to be the emperor's man. What is there to be nervous about? An old man representing Laksa stepped forward. Laksa is the heir of the great emperor. Great Emperor Laksa once ruled the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Invincible, this generation's emperor of Laksa is born with the saintly Dao embryo and will restore glory to his ancestors. Perhaps everyone already knows. This generation's emperor of Laksa is Quan Dao. Under Laksa's guidance, those around understood better this grand deba. A red-haired person excitedly said, Saintly Dao embryo, one of the top physiques. Others chimed in approvingly. In terms of physique strength, no one beats Quan Dao of Laksa. Everyone's faces brightened. That is right. This time great Emperor Laksa has hope. On the stage, Lakvan still wore a cold expression as he asked Lak Quan Dao, do you have anything to say? He flinched slightly. Sweat dripping, says, I do not want to be emperor. Can you take my place? She firmly cut him off. Shut up and remember this. You are the emperor now. That rank is not even comparable. From now on, he must be looked down on with disdain. That rank does not deserve to stand alongside you. Her face is full of contempt. Elsewhere, a person from Laksa approached Lak and, seeing something drop to the ground, He frowned deeply. What are you doing? He seemed embarrassed, mumbling without answering properly. The people from Laksa are still pressing speak quickly, falling backwards into the grass. Lakan's eyes were filled with fear. I did not do anything, but the man stepped forward and slapped him hard across the cheek. You worthless trash. I tell you to stay here and feed the horses, yet you are goofing off. Lakan glared at him with burning resentment. The Laksa man blew on his hand after the slap, daring him. What are you staring at? Then he kicked him in the belly. Still defiant. Even though we share the Lak name, you should know your place. You are worth less than a servant of Laksa. We are all their people generation after generation. Slaves to Laksa. After beating him, the man turned away. Useless. Go feed the horses well. The Imperial Prince has just been influenced. Soon he will ride out to patrol the Laksa territory. As darkness wrapped around Lakan's body, he seethed with hatred and vowed, if given the chance, he would definitely kill that man. Bloodshot veins bulged in his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp voice startled Lakan. I will help you. He spun around frantically. Someone appeared behind him. Mathian Dao. Smug. Don't be nervous. It bared its sharp teeth. Let me introduce myself. I am Mathian Dao. Lakan stepped back warily. Mathian Dao fluttered its wings, probing him. I seek the chosen one of fate in this world, and you are the one I want. Agree to be my host, and I will grant you the power to defy heaven. Lakan was momentarily stunned, then sneered slightly. Chosen one of fate. Fate? Huh? Mathian Dao stared silently. Lakan could only laugh bitterly. If I were the chosen one of fate, why would I be here feeding horses? Why would the chosen one of fate be a stable hand? Mathian Dao caught the meaning and added, I am no worse than the chosen one of fate. Just take me. I will help you defy heaven and change your destiny. Lakan frowned. Skeptical. Why should I trust you? It pointed toward the Laksa men guarding him. I can give you the power to destroy them. Lakan stepped closer, thinking, his cultivation is higher than mine. This can't be real. But Mathian Dao seemed to sense something and stepped forward again. Lakan hesitated. Have I been too soft on you? Seeing the hateful look on the man's face, Lakan shivered. Damn, he is targeting me again. Mathian Dao quickly pushed out a surge of spiritual energy. I am giving you some power now. Feel it, really feel it. The energy flowed straight into Lakan's head. The man from Laksa shouted again, but Lakan was already reacting. Suddenly, Lakan grabbed the man's wrist. The unexpected move left the man wide-eyed in disbelief. Lakan's eyes sharpened as he gripped the arm tightly, stopping the attack. The Laksa man struggled but could not break free. Furious, he snarled, you dare resist me? Lakan twisted his wrist back sharply. So what if I do? Pain shot through the man's eyes, bloodshot with fury. The man tried to pull away. Lakan, do not be reckless. He angrily threw his broken arm down. Then he spat out, get lost. The man's body flew back from the shove. Lakan smirked. You were happy to hit me before, were not you? Now I want you to pay it all back. Seeing the Laksa man trembling and unable to stand, Lakan was reckless. Not knowing his own limits, he raised his hand, looking at the dark spiritual energy in it. Is this what power feels like? Mathian Dao fluttered strangely on his shoulder. Feeling great. Huh? Lakan stepped forward and stomped on the Laksa man, feeling very pleased. It was like a blow to the ribs. The man immediately spat a mouthful of blood. Lakan looked at him with a spiteful sneer. Killing him would be all the more satisfying. Without hesitation, he firmly grabbed one of Lakray's men. His face had already gone pale, but he still tried to grab his hand, desperate to intimidate. Lakan, you dare lay a hand on me? Lakra will never forgive you. But Lak, now stronger, did not even bother to argue. He simply squeezed the man's throat tightly. That fatal move left Lakra's man gasping for air. Lakan then threw him aside. He shouted, brimming with ambition. Only today does Lakan feel truly alive. This feeling is unbelievably exhilarating. Meanwhile, the heavenly Dao beside him did not hesitate to praise him. From now on, he was the top dog at Wu Homan, undisputed in the Yangchai mansion. Ko and Sin and the Divine Scribe stepped up to the stairs outside together. Divine Scribe, there has been quite a lot happening lately. Before he could say more, you heard a voice calling, Little Ku, wait for me. Where are you going? Donlin Dong ran off quickly, followed by the 8 divine disciples chasing after her, shouting, wait for me. She turned back, annoyed. Can you please stop following me? The 8 divine disciples just smiled and refused. Except for this, I am fine with everything else, which made Donlin Dong even more irritated. She decisively proposed, then let us settle this with a match. You have to stay away from me. If you win, I won't blame you for following me anymore. How about that? 8 divine disciples tightened their grip slightly. What about feelings? How do we compete on that? Donlin Dong stared at her and said, let us check the heavenly ranking chart to see who is higher. Donlin Dong stepped forward and said to the divine scribe, 18 divine disciples, please witness this between us. He gladly accepted the request. All right. The 4 divine disciples also want to check the heavenly ranking chart. After a while, they arrived at the Wu Homan heavenly ranking chart. When the divine scribe appeared, everyone was surprised to see both the 18 and 8 divine disciples together. The 9 divine disciples had pledged allegiance to the 18 divine disciples, eagerly watching their performance. Someone suddenly spoke up. Vahomon produces a rare talent every few tens of thousands of years. There are 18,000 divine disciples in total throughout the ages, but only about 10 are hailed as peerless elites. Doubtfully, another said, the ancestor once said the divine disciples of this era are all strong. I wonder how many will top the heavenly ranking in the end. Someone else curiously added, the 18 divine disciples entered an hour ago and already finished the top 500. Why is there still no update now? Suddenly, the golden stone lit up, announcing, 18 divine disciple, tree align, rank 400. The divine scribes group could not help but admire. The crowd gasped in amazement. Incredible. The 18 divine disciple jumped over 100 ranks. Don Lindong heard this and grew even more envious. The 18 divine disciple was ahead again, determined. She spelled, I have lost to her 3 times before. This time, I want a rematch. The older divine disciple was pleased and followed eagerly. I am really looking forward to this, Koensen nearby suddenly explained. Divine scribe. The 18 divine disciple is special. She is one of the 3 female divine disciples at Vu Ho Mun, unmatched in looks, and has attracted many divine disciples. He continued telling the divine scribe that the 18 divine disciples set a rule. Anyone who can defeat her can win her heart, but no divine disciple has beaten her yet. Hearing this, he became very alert. Some guessed the 18 divine disciple's strength rivals the top 2 divine disciples. Suddenly, the heavenly ranking chart lit up again. 18 divine disciple, tree align, rank 300. The crowd gasped once more. So fast. She jumped over another 100 ranks. Could she be the first in history to break into the top 100? Suddenly, a swirling gate appeared on the stone tablet. From inside, the older divine disciple was thrown harshly to the ground. Seeing this, the divine scribe was furious. Why did you get out so fast? She struggled to sit up and gasped. I did not expect the divine disciples of the ages to be this formidable. After hearing this, he grew even more curious. What rank did they challenge? The face of the 8th divine disciple was bruised and battered. She angrily said, 100. I could have easily surpassed that 10th divine disciple, but just as I started, I was knocked out. Tando replied with disdain. You jumped ahead to top 100 right at the start. That is really reckless. Suddenly, a figure was thrown right through their midst. What the? Don Lindong was also defeated. Lying sprawled on the ground, you asked, did she challenge someone in top 100 first? She shook her head, denying it. Don Lindong's face lit up with pride. I challenged someone in top 10 first. Tanthu did not expect that. Everyone here was equally fierce. The heavenly pride ranking lit up again. Something's happening. A loud announcement appeared. 10th divine disciple, tree align, rank 200. Suddenly, a system message popped up, showing a temporary mission. It slowly conveyed the info to you. You have earned the chance to enter the heavenly pride ranking. For this mission, the higher your rank, the better the rewards you get. After hearing this, Tanthu could not help but be surprised. This mission was special. Excitement showed clearly on your face. You would never had a mission where rewards were based on your performance. The heavenly pride ranking flared brightly again. This time the surrounding flames burned longer than before. Bright red letters appeared. 100. The 8th divine disciple could not help but smirk at this news. Triolin, Diane had entered the top 100 first. Don Lindong grumbled. I think I saw her face full of smugness. The 8th divine disciple silently admired that power. This green tea Triu Linden really had some skill. If no one could suppress her flames, she would only become more glorious. After a moment, Tando finally stepped up to join the fight. Everyone was stunned now. The 18th divine disciple had arrived. You advanced amid their awe. The 18th divine disciple was ready to act. Could she surpass the 10th divine disciple and break into the top 100? Suddenly, someone scoffed. I do not think so, he explained. Because the true strength of the 10th divine disciple ranks 3rd among the 18 divine disciples. That person eyed Tanthu suspiciously. Don't be fooled by the chaos the ancient divine disciple caused earlier. She has never truly faced a powerful divine disciple before. Without hesitation, you rushed into the arena. The teleport gate opened, welcoming Tanthu. In an instant, you landed safely inside. Tanthu took in the surroundings. This time, it was not just about ranking. You silently noted your goal. More importantly, to master your body skills. Then, boldly, Tanthu challenged 1,800 opponents. You unleashed your terrifying power fiercely, determined to fight your way up from the bottom. With that, Tanthu charged toward the first arena. As you landed, someone was already waiting, a divine disciple of the 36th generation of the Vu Ho sect. Tanho, he respectfully greeted, ranked 1,800. Please guide me. Tanthu replied politely, divine disciple of the 100th generation of the Vu Ho sect. Tanthu, at your service. Outside, Chalapanihi suddenly appeared. She observed the heavenly pride ranking and wondered aloud. How many will the 18th divine disciple challenge? He silently speculated, given his reckless, overconfident nature. Probably at least the top 100. The heavenly pride ranking suddenly blazed bright as a big red line appeared. Rank 1800. Everyone turned pale. Here, the 18th Divine Disciple challenges the last rank. This does not suit him. Chalap sneered. I guess I respect him now. Looks like he does understand himself a bit. Inside, the other was already lying defeated on the floor. Having conceded, riding the momentum, Tando pressed on, challenging rank 1799. In moments, you moved to the next arena. Tando landed lightly, confidently saying, watch me fight all the way to the end. The other respectfully introduced himself, 16th generation divine disciple of the Vuho sect. Vumin, ranked 1799. Please guide me. Without hesitation, Tando charged forward. Vuho sect. He fiercely kicked the other guy, the 100th generation warrior. Just with that brief intro, Tando already defeated the opponent. Tando, he arrogantly challenged again. While outside, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Everyone eagerly watched the ranking board, wondering if there were any changes. Suddenly, the board lit up again, showing new info. Warrior Thep, Trio Line, ranked 49th. After reading that, everyone was stunned that warrior made the top 50. Impressive, truly the undefeated warrior. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the board area. Surprising everyone, she is out. Trio Line Dine's beauty captivated everyone. The Thap warrior has appeared. She only sighed warily after the fight. Trio Line Dine gloomily said, ranking 49 is already my limit. She complained in frustration. To move up any further, she would need years more training. Trio Line recognized some familiar faces. Bat Tai, Kutai, and Saogati were here too, but the two did not want to face her much. Let us go check elsewhere, right? This is getting boring. Let us head out. But Trio Line Dine did not let them leave so easily. Stopping them, she warned with wide eyes. Then Don Lan Dong quickly urged, do not look back. Just go. Trio Line Dine hurried after them. Why are you running so fast? Suddenly she brought up old times before you met me. You all wanted to challenge me. Trio Line Dane mocked them. Though you never beat me. This made the two furious. Damn it. The three warriors got so angry, boasting they would use their physical chi powers to see if they could beat her. We all chimed in, saying that was just talk. Yet they actually believed it. Then they turned and left, saying goodbye with no intention to meet again. Trio Line Dun kept taunting. Was not it that you avoided me because you failed the ranking challenge? The two denied in unison. Trio Line, this has nothing to do with rankings. We just do not want to see you. Yeah? Rankings. We do not care. Hearing that, Trio Line Dine just laughed, proudly boasting. That warrior Trio Lin Dian on the ranking board vs MMN's 100th generation warrior. 1800 warriors total. Ranked 49th. Currently the top warrior of VFMN. Trio Line Dine sarcastically asked them. Sisters, what rank are you two? Hearing that, the two fell silent under her ridicule. She smiled cruelly. I am really curious. Trio Line Dan listened as others praised her, the 100th generation warrior of VAMN. Among 1800 warriors. Ranked 49th. Truly formidable. They kept cheering. The undefeated warrior. That warrior, I want to wash your feet. The two got pissed off. Damn it. She is mocking us again, she arrogantly and confidently declared. Although powerful VSHMN warriors keep appearing, she believes no current warrior can surpass her. She claimed this ranking. She is number 1. Don Line Dong could not stand it and shouted, Trio Line, do not be so arrogant. She confidently replied, now that the 18 warriors are in, no one can beat you. But Trio Line Dian disdainfully said, the 18 warriors, the ones everyone used to call useless. She recalled thoughtfully, I even beat him this time. Trio Line Dian mocked. He cried, clutching my leg. Begging sis. Thinking of that, she half smiled. Though I heard you two have submitted to him now. True or not? The two clenched their anger. Damn it. Seeing that, Trio Line Dem burst out laughing. Looks like you have accepted it. This time she jabbed at them. Submitting to a useless guy. Sisters, what do you all think? Trio Line Din said smugly. Better to be my servant than this. At least I would treat you both a little better. The medium near the warning bell said sharply. Enough. Zio Linjin. Do not get too arrogant. She gestured toward the celestial ranking board. The 18 divine disciples were no less impressive. Like you said, just look and you will know. She did not hesitate but quickly pulled up the info. The 18 divine disciples. Sinshu, ranked 1798. Everyone's attention snapped to that direction. There it was. After reading it, Ziolinjin just laughed harder. Just by looking, you will know. She looked down on the glowing text. Is this what you want me to see? Ranked 1798. The 18 divine disciples really have some nerve. The celestial ranking board kept shining brilliantly. Zio Linjin could not stop laughing after reading it, challenging straight from the top 500. Are you trying to make me laugh? Inside, Shen Shu calmly looked at the person in front of him. Too weak already. He shook his head in disbelief at how easy it was. The star-ranked divine disciples could not withstand a single strike from him. This definitely limits the help they can offer me. He also shouted, Celestial ranking board, I boldly challenge. I want a challenge from 1797 to 1696. Shen Shu aimed to climb higher ranks. Maybe challenging 100 disciples at once would work if only he could challenge 100 at the same time. On a windy small rock, Shen Shu stood proudly. Chest out, countless slashing cuts sliced the air as golden stones slowly merged together. Seconds later, they fit perfectly, down to the smallest detail. Cheers of joy echoed as the 100 islands merged completely. Shen Shu nodded approvingly. Good. All 100 divine disciples are here. One man among them clasped his hands respectfully. 18th generation divine disciple. Zhu Ren, here to pay respects. A man in black also stepped forward. 23rd generation divine disciple. B Sidious full of passion. 91st generation Prince Dao. Here to pay respects. Everyone bowed in unison. We pay our respects. Shen Shu clenched his fists. 100th generation divine disciple of Wuhua sect. Shen Shu. In an instant, everyone flew around him, surrounding him closely. Shen Shu smirked quietly. Then a radiant golden light burst from the center. Shen Shu swiftly kicked two nearby people and grinned. This is exactly the feeling I wanted. Meanwhile, Duan Lingdong stared at the dazzling light ahead. The 18 divine disciples had not reached the top 1,000 yet. Lingdong glanced at Linjian behind him. If this keeps up, we will just be mocked by Linjian. Linjian held her stomach, suppressing laughter. The 18 divine disciples want to surpass me. Do you really think that is possible? She warned. You two sisters might as well switch sides and serve me as maids. I promise to treat you well. Duan Lingdong snapped back annoyed. Linjian, do not get so confident. The first and second divine disciples have not acted yet. You are wrong. I actually hope someone can beat me. She taunted. If anyone can defeat me on the celestial ranking board, that'll be a surprise. Linjian glanced at her. Too bad. No one among the divine disciples can deliver that surprise now. The girl beside Duan Lingdong frowned. This green tea is up to something. Lingdong frowned. Sure this one tea and well? Little I asked clearly. 6th divine disciple. When will you challenge? The divine disciple answered calmly. No rush. Let us see how the 18 divine disciples inside are doing first. And Hanan said, it is rare to see an 18 divine disciple without arrogance. I actually find it interesting. 15 minutes later, the golden light on the rock began to fade. Everyone immediately buzzed. After such a long time, why was there still no sign of movement inside? The 18 divine disciples just started challenging number 1798, the third lowest rank. Can't they level up anymore? Someone suspiciously replied. Is the reputation of the 18 divine disciples just hot air? Choi Lingyan yawned and grumbled. So boring, I cheerfully said. It has been a long time and still no movement from the 18 divine disciples. Maybe the ranking 1T rise much more. These two sisters. Why not come back and talk with me? She cuts in thoughtfully. If you follow me, you will have a future greater than the 18 divine sons. Later, I will become undefeated and achieve imperial glory. The two grit their teeth at her taunts. These two sisters are like lost chickens and dogs. Their whole family doomed to poverty. Then Ling Donger curses at the spirit market. The new folks are the real chickens and dogs. Stop badmouthing others here. Do you think we can tea here? The 8 divine sons shout. Even if the 18 divine sons are no good. At worst, me and Little Sheep will hide out in the mountains. But do not expect us to be your servants. You are dreaming. The divine son says sadly. This time the 18 divine sons disappointed me. Maybe I have lost a worthy rival. Thinking deeply, 18 divine sons. I thought you were the only man I could not shake off. But now it seems you really are stubborn. I am coming in. Just seconds before he arrived, the statue suddenly transformed. The 6 divine sons blinked in surprise as a fierce, dazzling light burst from the statue. Catching him off guard, the 6 divine sons gasped. On the stone appeared hundreds of chaotic characters, neatly arranged in long rows. Everyone watching was amazed. The spirit market guide said, This? The 8 divine sons immediately frowned and asked, What is going on? She said in disbelief. The heavenly register simultaneously displayed 100 lines, and the spirit child added more, each showing the 18 divine sons successful challenges. She smiled and said, Then there is only one possibility. The 8 divine sons nodded knowingly. The 18 divine sons challenged 100 divine sons at once. Everyone buzzed about the script on the tablet. What? Challenging 100 divine sons at once? How is that even possible? Someone gasped. None of the previous divine sons managed something like this. A young man pointed and praised. The 18 divine sons really are the most reckless. The 6 divine sons gritted his teeth, challenging 100 at once. That is classic Han style. In his mind appeared the arrogant image of the divine book. Indeed, the Han are still the Han in the heavenly register. The divine book clenched his fists excitedly, thinking, this is exactly the kind of fight that can truly test oneself. He pulled out the tall gourd, and the heavenly register showed 4 divine sons, continuing to challenge 100 divine sons each. Outside, Zealing sneered, 100 divine sons. So what? They are all the weakest ranked divine sons. She openly scoffed. I do not think the Han are that amazing. The 8 divine sons praised. Really handsome. Though, the spirit child crossed arms mockingly. I smell something sore. Huh, the lower ranked divine sons are stronger. Zhou Linjin gritted her teeth angrily. She kept worrying as her heart burned. They are unbelievably strong. If they have the skill, the Han will challenge another 100 in the next round. 10 minutes later, the announcement rang out. The 18 Divine Sons successfully challenged ranks 1595 to 1695. Zhou Lingyan asked irritably. Already succeeded again, the 8 Divine Sons asked deliberately. What is wrong? Zhou Lingyan snorted, and the spirit child crossed arms and teased. The 18 Divine Sons succeeded again. Do you have something to say? Zhou Lingyan stared wide-eyed. What do you mean? I am ranked in the top 50. She said. She glared. If you have the skill, get into the top 100 and then compare with me. On the other side, everyone was still amazed. How is this possible? Someone said in surprise. Succeeded again. There was indeed an announcement. The 18 Divine Sons succeeded in challenging Divine Sons, ranked 800 to 1000. Truly surprising. Zhou Lingyan listened with disbelief. The spirit child also exclaimed. Beyond expectations, the braided girl shouted. Succeeded. The 18 Divine Sons have entered the top 1000. Zhou Lingyan refused to yield, continuously challenging the top 800 Divine Sons. Though the 18 Divine Sons' skill was impressive, she crossed her arms arrogantly but was already greatly drained. Perhaps only a fraction of her spiritual power remained. Breaking into the top ranks was very tough. Then another announcement came. The 18 Divine Sons successfully challenged Divine Sons, ranked 500 to 600. The two spirit children jumped excitedly. Into the top 500 now. The 18 Divine Sons keep creating miracles, no wonder they are called gods. The two rejoiced in the miracle, but suddenly realized their actions and separated. The spirit child blushed, thinking, so embarrassing. I am actually feeling attracted to the 18 Divine Sons. The other spirit child conflicted inside. I should hate him. But Zhou Lingyan wondered, what is going on with the 18 Divine Sons? She stood frozen, thinking, fighting this long nonstop. How can they still keep going? Even using top-tier heavenly treasures to replenish spiritual power would not sustain such a long fight. Thinking this, she frowned in frustration as the sky inside gradually turned orange. Clashing noises rang out continuously. Countless people were knocked down at once. Tanshu donned armor and fought them all alone, muttering, that is how it should be, fighting with great enthusiasm. He thought, after this, I will learn from the battle and grow 100 times stronger. Tanshu pointed sharply and said, the main power of the state can at least grow by 30%. He struck lightly. All thanks to the eternal dynamic pill I have. He braced his feet on the ground to keep his balance. Tanshu recalled that item, which provides me with unlimited energy. He surged forward with excitement. Only because of it could I fight without limits or exhaustion. Then he casually kicked a nearby giant, who tumbled straight to the ground. Tanshu grinned. The higher the rank, the stronger the cultivator, and the harder they are to take down. Next, the number of fighters has to be reduced. Outside, the stone tablet gleamed brightly, displaying a short announcement. The 18th cultivator successfully challenged ranks from 100 to 130. Lingling looked up in surprise. Already ahead of rank 100, and still fighting one against many. Straight into the top 100. The 8th cultivator started a conversation. The 18th, are not you the one everyone's been underestimating? Lingling turned back gloomily. My mood is not bad. I believe no one has gotten the surprise I left behind. She smiled and looked back. Seems like the 18th might just reveal the surprise I left. Dongling asked curiously. Lingling, what exactly do you want to do? She answered mysteriously. Just watch and you will see. A strong gust of wind blew out from the battle scene. Inside, only 2 people remained. The second-generation cultivator Bai Shoshui, ranked 50. He held his sword solemnly and said, please instruct me. Shen Shu crossed his arms and smiled. 18th cultivator of the Wuwa sect. Shen Shu, pleased to meet you. As soon as he finished, the other immediately drew his sword to attack. Shen Shu did not back down and strengthened his arm, praising, you have got some skill. They fought and defended while touching each other. He shouted. Again, each sharp sword lunged. Shen Shu jumped through mumbling. It is, sure enough. The other figure gradually became blurry. Shen Shu watched his disappearing silhouette, and then heard the announcement. The 18th divine disciple of the martial transformation sect. Shen Shu, ranked 50th on the latest heavenly talents list. He immediately jumped from one island to another. Shen Shu frowned seriously. He had already entered the top 100. Every time he moves up a rank, the opponent's power jumps significantly. Very curious. Who is number 1? And how strong are they? How strong? As soon as he landed, Zhou Lingmian spoke, 16th generation divine disciple of the martial transformation sect. Zhou Lingmian's eyes were bloodshot and hollow as she said, ready for your lesson. Shen Shu stood before her, tall and imposing, and asked, Zhou Lingmian, are not you one of the 10 divine disciples? He smiled slightly, probably guessing her thoughts. Seems like her best move is a strategic challenge at rank 49, not bad. He launched himself up hard. Shen Shu crouched ready to strike the 18th divine disciple. Shen Shu. Lingmian burst spiritual power from afar to attack. He did not hesitate and met her strike head-on. Shen Shu grabbed the blast of power shooting toward him, countered with a punch, eyes wide in surprise. A wave of blue spiritual energy flew past his face, making him cough non-stop. Shen Shu's gaze sharpened. What was that? Lingmian in front of him split into 4 clones. His face turned pale again. These 10 divine disciples. Spiritual energy is poisonous. Without a second's pause, Lingmian's clones all launched attacks. Shen Shu focused his mind and strength to meet the assault. He came at them like an arrow, punching each clone apart. Shen Shu's eyes widened in surprise. What? Her clones were actually just illusions, so his strikes were all wasted. Fake? Suddenly, Lingmian kicked him hard from behind. Shen Shu was startled and turned. This was her real body. He took a small step back, thinking with some admiration. No wonder the 10 divine disciples reached the top 49. Shen Shu paused slightly to strategize. After her spiritual energy's poison spreads, clear images of multiple Lingmian clones appear ahead, with spiritual auras radiating outward. It is impossible to tell which are real. Shen Shu felt uneasy. He analyzed from start to finish how to defeat her, especially if he could counter her poison. Defeating her is not hard, but without neutralizing her poison, it is complicated. Lingmian stepped forward arrogantly, boasting, since becoming a divine disciple, I have never lost. Her eyes were blank and soulless. As a martial transformation sect's prodigy, she claimed she could beat Zhou Lingdian and take him as master. Hearing this, Shen Shu judged whether she was confident or just arrogant. He stepped forward, truly believing his 3 big axes made him unbeatable. He steadied himself and summoned his power once more. Seeing this, Lingmian immediately struck first, mocking Shen Shu's low talent. He reached out toward her, daring her to do something, but Lingmian was faster. Shen Shu's face froze. He had to endure dozens of strikes from Lingmian, relentless like a hail of peas. Shen Shu backed up, turning his armor into a spiked shell. Suddenly, a dragon emerged from inside him, soaring into the sky. He asked, "What are you doing out there?" The dragon saw Lingmian ahead and praised, "Delicious." It opened its huge mouth wide, ready to snap at the Ming family heirloom so tasty. The wider its mouth, the more spiritual energy it could suck in. Of course, Lingmian could not ignore this dragon. Watch this. She fed it a piece twice the size of the dragon's leg. Just when it seemed like the attack would shred it, it swallowed the whole thing. Tantha watched the dragon munch happily, clearly enjoying it, a look of pure delight on his face. At that moment, a barrage came from Line Dian. Tantho shouted, "Careful, the dragon's biting each tasty piece." After eating, it burped a few times. Tantho stood there helplessly watching the dragon. Can this guy really do that? You even figured out something else. Could spiritual energy actually have a scent? Tantho spoke up. If there is a weak spot, you come at it with the sound of a challenge, and the dragon will back off. Tantho stepped forward and punched Lin Dian once, but before he could do more, someone interrupted. What are you doing? The dragon ran ahead of him, whining. Milk. Mouth kept whining for Lin Dian. I want milk. A fresh milk. Tantho looked on, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, outside, Lindine was anxiously waiting. Did it work? She crossed her arms confidently. Just now, the 18 Divine Sons already beat rank 50. After all this time, no sign? Senza can't defeat me. Ranked 49 already. The girl behind was fuming and gave her a thumbs up. Give it up, Lundine. Your body's got some nasty traits, using your spiritual power to annoy me. Lindine remained arrogant, waving her hand dismissively. So what? My unique spiritual power is the unbeatable foundation of this body. She stared intently at that glowing board, eyes fixed, as if daring to leave any surprises behind. The cunning of the spirit face revealed itself, confident that no one could defeat me. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone watching had to look away. The glowing board displayed exactly 8 characters, 18 spirit sons. 10th eye rank 49 for the spirit face. This was like Senza matching her strength. What? Linding burst out laughing, suddenly standing next to her. Mockin, this is hilarious. So this is your undefeated balance. Huh. Lindine pondered deeply, his face full of calculation. How could he possibly defeat me? My deadly spirit power is clearly something ordinary cultivators can't counter unless they are poison-resistant cultivators. But the attitude she showed outside was completely different. The 18 spirit sons really are formidable. I like that. She turned to grab Lin Ying's hand, smiling warmly, wanting to bond, promising they would live together someday. She angrily shoved Lin Dian's hand away. Get lost. Meanwhile, on the line thin land where Tenhund was fighting, he touched the ground confidently, his cloak flying heroically. He just reached rank 10 on the Heavenly Talents list. This round, his opponent was the 17th generation spirit son, Vung Amin. Like Lindine earlier, his eyes were fixed and steady as he reached out his hand, ready to spar. Seeing him, Tunthod was a bit surprised. This rank belongs to the young Vidududrudin Min ancestor. Tuntha clasped his hands in salute, confidently ready to fight. Vugdong Min ancestor was known as a master of special skills. Undefeated in his youth, he sat firmly and launched his moves. Let us see who was stronger back than me or the young Vivigudi Min ancestor. Vugdong Min did not stay still either, clasping his hands to gather spirit power. A fortress-like shield appeared, and their forces clashed powerfully, but Tenthe struggled to break through. As soon as Vetting Degamin pressed harder, he was pushed back. He landed with a thud. Having to admit the defense was strong, worthy of the Vijay Dading Min ancestor, but he refused to give up. Shouting. Again, this time. Tenthe changed tactics, attacking from multiple angles at once. After a while, he had to catch his breath. Exhausted, wiping sweat from his brow, he admitted, the Vedang Dega Min ancestor really does not budge. But as Tianthi recovered, Vukung Min seized the moment to strike. He unleashed the Buddha palm strike. Heavenly Arhat technique. Dozens of hands shot out, catching Tianthi off guard. What? Tianthi exclaimed in shock. He has this kind of power too. To counter this, he needed to defend first, but the defense was not solid. One hand already pressed into his body. Then more hands shot out across the sky. Tianthi smiled brightly, praising his opponent. The Vedang Dega Min ancestor lives up to his name, truly powerful. Tianthi realized something else. Did the Vedang Min ancestor also have this kind of divine power? Flames suddenly engulfed the area around him. Even in such danger, Tianthi stayed active. This was kind of exciting. He drew his sacred sword, ready for battle. To face Vedang Min alone, he stepped back, eyes sharp and focused on his opponent. Tianthi crouched slightly and swung his sword, preparing a counterattack called the Heavenly 10 Strikes. His sword glowed as he unleashed the single strike pierces heaven. A brilliant beam shot out from its sheath. Tianthi shouted loudly, smiling confidently at the Vedang Min ancestor. Take this. Vedang Min clasped his hands, using a familiar move. Calm as a mountain, a stunning display of power erupted. He created a shield to block the sword strike. Tianthi planted his feet wide, closing the distance just enough to slash at Vedang Min's face. One strike to the crowd. The old man was surrounded by spiritual energy, his face showing discomfort. Then that moment came to Tan Thu's place. It was over. This is the Emperor's fate energy. Just then, an announcement rang out. The system reminded that an Emperor's fate energy was obtained. He could not hide his surprise. He never expected defeating someone in the top group would grant Emperor's fate energy. Tantho smiled proudly. It seemed all the disciples before in the top group of the martial transformation sect could compete for the title of Grand Emperor. At that moment, golden letters appeared outside. 18 disciples. Tantho. Ranking. Those outside gathered around the 18 disciples. Indeed, the Emperor's fate energy was real. Even the burly girl was stunned. Truly formidable. She would already killed someone in the top 10. The spirit child standing above turned and called out, "Endure it, Lin Dian," her voice full of pride. "Now do you still look down on the 18 disciples?" Lin Dian's face darkened. Does she still think she is undefeated? But her tone showed admiration. 18 disciples had already caused a stir. That was a declaration of Emperor's fate energy. Lin Dian turned back with interest, clearly eager to face the challenge. The burly girl and spirit child looked a bit awkward at that. Hey, your attitude sure changed fast. In the illusion, he moved toward Tanthu, who began to glow. He fought relentlessly from one person to the next, climbing higher in rank. Every move he made was decisive. Tanthu steadily climbed to first place. Then he defeated another burly opponent, his rank rising swiftly. Everyone outside grew more surprised. The 18 disciples had already fought into the top 5. Cha stared blankly as the rank announcements kept rising and honestly said, "Now I am really curious. After tens of thousands of years, who has been the top of the martial transformation sect's heavenly pride list?" The next words left many mouths agape. Could the 18 disciples be aiming for number 1 on the heavenly pride list? Everyone around agreed. No matter the final rank of the 18 disciples, he simply could not beat the top-ranked person. Suddenly, a figure soared down from the sky. The Grand Master had arrived. Those below saluted. "Greetings, Grand Master." The Grand Master has arrived. They now raised the question. Grand Master, how could the 18 disciples defeat the number 1 on the ranking? Inside, Tantho was catching his breath after battling countless opponents. The platform shook beneath him. Suddenly a ray of light leapt toward him. It immediately entered his body. The system reminded, gained an Emperor's fate energy. The system's reward rapidly boosted Tanthu's spiritual power. Defeating the top 3 on the heavenly pride list was far harder than before. Tantho realized a truth. No wonder the martial transformation sect has stood tall in the eastern wilderness for tens of thousands of years. It is all because of their endless stream of talented heavenly pride warriors. He leapt swiftly from rock to rock, curious who stood second on the list. Then he landed coolly and slayed, truly making people curious. Tantho's eyes widened in shock. What? He stood there watching Tanfat Thien slowly approach. No way. The man radiated fierce aura and said, "Tanfat Thien is here, step aside." He responded with some disbelief. Number 2 on the list. Tanfat Thien is here, step aside. He responded with some disbelief. Number 2 on the list. Tanfat Thien is here, step aside. We have kept beating the heavenly pride warriors, but everyone says we have not tarnished Tanfat Thien's name. He slammed his fist down, shouting fiercely, "Fight!" He gathered his inner strength into a fist, ready to counter. All right. Everyone, step back and give space. Step back. Give space. Trap his feet. Trap his feet. Clear the way. He stepped back to give space. We stop and move into the light. They both charged at each other, and Fipe shook the space around them. He took a hit straight to his health bar, and the other was injured too. They were pushed apart. Tunthi used a healing technique and said, "No wonder he is my father in this world. Just in raw combat power. I still can teep young Tenon Phut Thin." He looked at him with confidence and said, "Of course he has no way to beat me." After that, he stepped forward. "But I had the eternal movement pill." He hovered in the air, enhancing his magic power. I could fight nonstop, always learning and growing in battle. They charged at each other again. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the big guys asked around, and the leader said, "What exactly is this sky ranking?" He replied briefly, "The Martial Emperor," which sent them into a frenzy again. The Martial Emperor, the only great emperor of the martial sect. They chatted excitedly, guessing he was a master, but never expected the Martial Emperor. After all, the Martial Emperor is far beyond us. The leader suddenly chimed in, "Every great emperor was unbeatable in their youth. The Martial Emperor was no exception. He once dominated an era, forcing countless sky rankers to bow their heads." He covered his mouth, feigning mystery. "That is why the 18 divine sons can kill up to ranks 3 or 2, but they absolutely cannot defeat the Martial Emperor in his youth. No way." With a serious gaze, he added, "To be exact, it is extremely hard for the 18 divine sons to reach rank 2, because the second ranked is the father of the 18 divine sons. Ten Phut Thin, he defeated many alone. In Tenon Phut Thin's era, he was the most likely to become a great emperor." He paused, then continued, "It is just that the laws of heaven and earth changed. Some things can never be overturned." They listened and nodded. We all know Ten Phut Thin's reputation and legacy. He truly was a force to suppress his peers. The market behind overheard their talk. The Martial Emperor's ranking was even above 10 Phut Thin's. You can imagine how terrifying the Martial Emperor was in his youth. The 18 divine sons ranking third is already a huge honor. Reaching number 1 is like reaching the heavens. She was a little surprised and went to ask the market elders. "Two sisters, how far do you think the 18 divine sons will advance?" The 18 divine sons awkwardly said, "Let me get into the top 2 first." She answered seriously, "No way. 10 Phut Thin can be beaten." Diem Luan Linging said, "Not necessarily." She hazily said, "I have been close to the 18 divine sons for so long. Overall, he is a bit unusual." She recalled his previous battle. He had many trump cards, capable of stopping many strange tactics to defeat his opponents. She turned and said, "I think he can create a miracle." A voice from behind said, "It is not just possible, it is certain." They suddenly turned around. Xian slowly approached and said, "Your group still has not fully understood the 18 divine sons." He confidently declared, "My divine son can definitely defeat his father, 10 Phut Thin." He laughed and said, "As for the Martial Emperor's battle, I think my divine son's chances are even higher." The market elders shook their heads and said, "You are clearly obsessed with the 18 divine sons." The woman next to them added, "Beating 10 Phut Thin is like reaching the heavens. Beating the Martial Emperor is like becoming an immortal." The market was excited and said, "No matter what, I am really looking forward to the 18 divine sons' next move." Back to the match. He wore heavy armor. Tentha tiredly said, "I have used all my trump cards, but still can deal with my father, Tenon Phut Thin's disciple." His eyes burned red as 10 Phut Thin roared fiercely. "Fight," he quickly replied. "Father, do not." Soon, he changed back to his original outfit, and the two locked eyes. He closed his eyes and said, "Now, my body's cultivation and all my techniques are almost fully refined." He slowly opened his eyes, and his body radiated overwhelming magical power, ready to reach the peak of harmony. The force shook the ground. Then he confidently said, "Let me fight by instinct." Tan cast a shadow on the ground. They fought and then separated. Tan put all his energy into his hand. "All right then." He raised his hand forward. "Now, I am going to throw a serious punch." He looked at him and shouted, "Father!" Clenching his fist and aiming it at him, he struck hard against Tan Phut Thin. The ground shattered from the force. Tan Phut Thin was knocked back by the hit. Seeing that, he happily said, "It worked." As the man lay sprawled on the ground, he walked over to him. In the heavenly hero ranking, he had fought 1,800 battles with heroes from different eras. His steps quickened. "My offensive and defensive techniques have not only been honed, but also gave me a sudden insight here." Reaching the peak, I created my own unique attack. Looking at the demonic energy in his hand, he raised it and continued, "But I have only created one move. I named it the Serious Punch." The man stiffened and stood up. It truly absorbed all my attacks. He got ready to counter, launching a move that limited my attack power. Immediately, he threw a punch that sent him flying far away. He continued to show his strength. The Serious Punch was as fast as a spear point and as heavy as a mountain. The battle notification appeared. 18th Divine Son, ranked 14th. Seeing the announcement, everyone was stunned. 18th Divine Son had defeated Tan Phut Thin. Everyone praised loudly. A hero, a true warrior, stronger in one lifetime than many before him. Dira was surprised too, saying, "I never expected Tantha could really do it." A smile appeared on his face. He's even stronger than Tan Phut Thin was in his youth. Even with Tan Phut Thin's majestic aura, It seems the future of 18th Divine Son could surpass him. His rank has increased by 1 level. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the heavenly realms, the scene was desolate. Tanfathian struggled to suppress a Kulan, which roared fiercely. He used both his broken horn tips. His hands were all broken. With great force, he successfully tore it apart. Its 2 halves fell down. Blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, he sensed something, the breath of a heavenly hero from Wuhua sect. Fathian smiled loudly at the glowing spot. No wonder you are my son, stronger than even your father. He reached out to take the item, promising that after finding the immortal divine tool for his son, he would return from the heavenly realm's battlefield. Then he immediately dashed away. Returning to the heavenly hero ranking, he looked toward another cliff, the excitement growing excitedly. He said, "Finally, I can challenge the number 1. He quickly rushed there, really curious about how strong the top-ranked person was. Tando landed on the ground, saw up, and asked in surprise, "Where's everyone?" He searched around, but the number 1 spot on the ranking was empty. He looked carefully from top to bottom. Suddenly, a head appeared. He was surprised to see a great emperor's path here. Tando stepped forward. "This is it. I have reached the 3rd great emperor's path." He stood there a moment and then continued walking. He thought, this great emperor's path is pretty ordinary, unlike the densely packed 2nd great emperor's path. Half an hour later, he kept walking until he saw something and stopped. Tando looked at the large stone ahead. Here it is. On it was written, Rank 15. Tando, 18th Divine Son of Wuhua sect. He was surprised. Encountered this golden stone again. He was startled when he saw the stone next to it. It read, Rank 12. Tando, 18th Divine Son of Wuhua sect. Puzzled, he thought, my rank jumped 3 places directly. I am getting more curious. What exactly is this ranking for? He kept staring at it thoughtfully. Could it be the number of times ascending the great emperor's path? The moon glowed red. Below, fishermen kept urging, hurry up a bit. He gave them a sharp look. Hurry up and die already. Suddenly, Tando called out loudly, Senior. He waved excitedly and then crossed his arms with a smile. Seeing this, the senior asked, that is unusual. Why did this kid come here so soon? He approached and said, Senior, long time no see. Didn't expect to meet so quickly. He somewhat agreed, saying it was indeed a bit rushed. This time, the person is on the path to becoming a great emperor. Hearing that, he replied about the heavenly call chart of the Wuho sect. Understanding the meaning, he turned back and continued fishing. Wuho Great Emperor. So that is how it is? It seems Wuho Great Emperor left some fate for his descendants. He asked curiously. Senior, what are you doing? He replied briefly. Fishing. Then he looked up. Tando stared in amazement at the scene ahead and called out, Red Moon. He blinked and asked, Senior, could this be the Red Moon event where the moon's light disappears from the world? The old fisherman looked up at the strange sky, then firmly confirmed, that is right. Tando behind was very puzzled. The moon star disappeared, then appeared on the 3rd great emperor's path. What exactly is going on? His mind was full of questions wanting answers. Senior, what are you fishing for on the moon star? Are there even fish on moon star? It is so far away. Can you really catch anything? The old fisherman seemed unhappy hearing this. Kid, you ask way too many questions. Just then, a fishing line suddenly shot out. The old fisherman immediately sensed it. Line connected straight to the glowing orb above. The old fisherman, with an angry face, questioned, You want to run away? He gripped his bamboo rod tightly, using it to block in front and declared, Not a chance. The fiery orb steadily descended. Come down here. Tando was surprised by the scene. The pressure was intense. Just its wind forced him to step back. Tando was amazed that the old man still held on to the orb. Senior, are you really fishing on the moon star? At that moment, the old fisherman's fishing line snapped in 2. He lost balance and fell backward. Damn it! Quickly regaining balance, he sighed. Still the same. The orb soared back up. He muttered, all that effort for nothing. The old fisherman turned around with a sigh. Failed again. Angrily shook his fishing rod. I am good at fishing, but the line is not strong enough. Tando was shocked witnessing this. What kind of supreme master is this? Fishing for an entire star orb. He did not hide his confusion and asked directly, Senior, what happened during the Red Moon event? Why are you fishing for the Red Moon? The old fisherman calmly sat down without answering. His expression showed he did not want to explain anything. Hearing his blunt refusal, Tando was left speechless. He waved his hand to shoo him away. Go on. Do not bother me anymore. At this, Tando reluctantly accepted and said, All right. I won't bother you anymore. Senior, but even so, he stood there, not turning to leave. He looked at the old fisherman with wide eyes. Seeing he did not leave, the old man angrily turned and shouted, Why have not you gone yet? Tando tried to reason. Senior, according to the rules, should not I choose something first before leaving? The old man pointed at him sternly. Here, I say it counts, or do you say it counts? Tando clasped his hands respectfully and replied cheerfully, Of course. Senior, it counts. But then he used the rules to push back. Rules are rules. Characters on par with the great emperor. Like you. Senior, he argued, making the old man's face darken. Of course you have to follow the rules. I am just reminding you. Do not forget. The old fisherman could not take it anymore and scolded him bluntly. You are shameless. Saying things so openly. He sighed and explained. No shame. Lately, many people are on the path to becoming great emperors. Everything's already divided. Tando was surprised by this news. Besides me, there are others trying to become great emperors too. The old fisherman smiled faintly. Do you think you are the only one with supreme fate? The world is full of talented people. He deliberately made Tando aware of the difference. At this time, different people are on the path to becoming great emperors in different ways. He lowered his head and reminded Tando. Kid, do not be arrogant. There is always someone stronger. Learn humility. Do not just demand things from others. After listening to his explanation, Tando had another question. Senior, they, like me, have been on the path to becoming great emperors 3 times in a row. When you mentioned that, he just fell silent. No longer talking after the injection, the old fisherman sighed helplessly, fumbled inside his coat, and finally pulled out something yellow. The old fisherman threw the item to Tando, saying, This is for you. Hurry up and go. Holding the small orb in his hand, he felt a bit suspicious. This energy triggered a memory in him, identical to the energy that boosted physical evolution after I defeated the Void Spirit in the Moon Wheel God's ancestral land. The old fisherman also explained its use. This is a special energy I caught on the red page. I have purified it. It is harmless and can promote physical evolution. Holding the energy orb, Tando questioned. Senior, is this special energy only found on the red page? How can this energy promote my unique physical evolution? He did not turn around and refuse to answer, saying, I do not want to talk. Just go. Tando put the orb away, turned, and left. Then, Junior takes his leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to wave goodbye. Senior, until next time. This time, I'm serious. Tando now had a plan. His current self was still at the superlative physical stage. He recalled reaching the peak once, but his innate chaotic holy body was destroyed by others, even though the acquired sun god body awakened later. And the great success system, the sun god body at the 108 heavenly tier superlative physical stage ranked only low, incomparable to these truly peerless physical types. Tando clenched his fist with determination. If his divine body could keep evolving, things would be different. The old fisherman watched his back as he left. Until next time, he was quite surprised by Tando's power. This kid had been on the path to becoming a great emperor 3 times rare from ancient times until now. Tando strode proudly across the bridge. If there is a next time, he could definitely enter the top ranks of the golden list. The old fisherman sighed helplessly. The road ahead was endless. Waiting for Tando, this was both fate and responsibility. He raised a finger to the skin tag. Perhaps he finally made a decision. He should do a few things himself using his finger. He wrote Tando's name on it. Rank 12. 18th divine child of the Vuho sect. Hiding a number. He also wrote the names of a few others. Rank 12. Top of the heavenly sect. Undefeated within the clan. After writing, he smirked. That is good enough. Fits this brat's shameless personality. Tando's steps suddenly stopped. He stood in the middle of the stormy bridge. He looked around thoughtfully. The path to becoming a great emperor was left by the great Vuho emperor. He wondered what intentions the Vuho emperor had. At that moment, Tando's eyes lit up as if he realized something. In front of him stood a figure, a person. The other person waved a fan. Sensing Tando behind, you are the emperor, right? Tando suspiciously questioned. Who are you? The other did not turn around or reveal their identity. They simply explained softly. I am challenging you to come here. Hearing this, Tando was very surprised, seeing the other's face. He respectfully asked again, Tando, 100th generation divine child of Vuho sect, a disciple of the great Vuho emperor. The great Vuho emperor calmly replied to him, no need for formalities. This is just me in my youth, not the true emperor's body. Tando was very surprised to meet him here. I actually met the real great Vuho emperor. He looked at the person before him with awe. Even if it was just the youth version of the great Vuho emperor, being summoned here must have a deep purpose. The benefits are definitely not few. According to the rules, the great Vuho emperor issued a request. Fight me first. Tando did not hesitate to accept the challenge. Facing the great emperor directly is an honor for me. Great Emperor Vuho made a proposal to him. Give your all and attack me. Tando scratched his head, looking a bit shy. But if I attack, it might not go well. Great Emperor Vuho smiled slyly at him. Don't waste your breath. Do you really think you can match the youth of this great emperor? The old man declared with pride. Tando can let me move one step. Consider that your victory. Tando looked serious. Staring straight ahead, he nodded slightly, accepting the terms. If that is the case, Tando quickly lunged forward. Take this. He swung his fist at Great Emperor Vuho, but was blocked by a protective circle preventing him from getting close. Great Emperor Vuho mocked Tando from ahead. Is that all the strength you have got? It does not shake me in the slightest. Tando looked angry. He stepped back, preparing himself. If that is the case, Tando clenched his hand tightly, ready to strike. A fiery energy radiated from his palm, no holding back now. His gaze was sharp and focused straight ahead. A serious punch, he put all his strength into his fist, preparing to attack. But Great Emperor Vu Ho remained calm and unfazed. This punch Tanthua's fist flew straight at him. The old man was quickly blasted backward by the strike. Tanthu raised his fist teasingly. Great Emperor. That was strong. Now he checked on the old man's condition. Are you alright? Even though Great Emperor Vu Ho was only defending, Tanthu was quietly calculating in his mind. My strongest attack only made him take a step back. Great Emperor Vu Ho even praised that punch. That punch was very strong, and it carried fate with it. Created by the man himself, the Great Emperor has vision. He also praised Tanthua's strength in return. You are not bad yourself. Even though my body is only a tenth of my original strength, you managed to shake me. That is truly impressive. Hearing the old man's praise, Tanthu remained silent. Clearly, the Vu Ho sect is developing well. He thought to himself, is he praising me or himself? If he is praising me, why do not I feel happy at all? Forget it. Seeing a figure like this appear in the Vu Ho sect, I should feel happy. But hearing those words brought other thoughts to Tanthu's mind. You're not happy just now. Great Emperor Vu Ho waved at him, ordering, go back. Those words weighed heavily on Tanthu. Huh? Sensing something, Great Emperor Vu Ho questioned, is there a problem? Tanthu scratched his head and asked for a reward. Great Emperor, is there no reward? Great Emperor Vu Ho said there would be an opportunity. He then explained the reason. Originally wanted to give some benefits to you, but seeing how strong you are now, he reconsidered and decided it was not necessary. But in the end, Great Emperor Vu Ho still gave him an advantage. However, I will give you 3 questions. Consider that your reward. Tanthu was very surprised to hear that condition. Is there really a move like that? At this moment, you did not hide it and asked directly. In 80,000 years, why has no one become an emperor? The Great Emperor Vu Ho calmly gave his answer. Because the emperor's aura in this world has been hidden away, causing the chance to become an emperor to be only half there. Lo also revealed the truth behind it. So even if there were undefeated powerhouses in 80,000 years, in the end, they still could not truly become great emperors. At this point, Tanthu was very curious about the power behind it all, hiding a trace of the emperor's aura. Who hid it? This was the second question. The Great Emperor Vu Ho wanted you to think carefully. He was sure you wanted to ask this, but in the end, Tanthu gave up and did not want to know anymore. Forget it. I will ask something else. Next, Tanthu really wanted the old man to give him an answer. How can I break the great fate curse? How much longer can I live? The Great Emperor Vu Ho only gave a brief reply. Nine Joys have no words to express. He did not directly give you the answer, but only spoke in metaphor. As for how long you can live, it is not easy to say, because you are, in essence, already dead. But your deep blessings allow you to live on. This is why the underworld seeks you out. After a while explaining, the Great Emperor Vu Ho finally concluded. In short, the great fate curse must be resolved quickly. Even Tanthu did not expect the old man to know everything. Truly worthy of being the great emperor. With just one look, he could see that you and the underworld had made contact. The Mount Beast reported, the 5 divine disciples have been in the northern plains great territory for many years and have fought countless elites there. Their strategies have improved. Their cultivation has even broken through to the nascent soul realm. This time returning to Vu Ho sect, they definitely want to reclaim the position of emperors here. The envoy replied, the overall strength of the elites from the northern plains is still stronger than those from the eastern emperor's territory. Our disciple has fought the top elites there and has lost more than one. This time, let our disciple broaden his horizons more. The Mount Beast continued moving. The disciple is humble now. Those top elites are truly hard to deal with, but our disciple has been steadily improving. The envoy was a bit proud. Originally, it was true. Our disciple has indeed made great progress. This time returning to Vu Ho sect, the 17 disciples of Vu Ho sect, the elites of the Eastern Emperor territory. I am full of confidence. Our disciple believes in victory. Suppose one day, our disciple achieves the position of Emperor's heir, returning to the northern plains to fight those top elites. The Mount Beast praised. The disciple is brave. 3 battles undefeated. At first, even I was subdued by his momentum. Willingly following our disciple, the envoy asked, still do not know how the 10 disciples are doing. Remember Lindine? Originally, our disciple went far to the northern plains, just to win Lindine's favor. Gonna meet her again immediately. Also a little bit of romantic feelings. The envoy happily confirmed. This time, Lindine will definitely be ours. Scene shift to Tanthu. Great Emperor, your disciple has finished asking. So I should take my leave now. The Great Emperor advised you. Boy, after you go out, you must survive. Whatever happens, do not show off. Only by living is there hope. Tanthu was surprised. He froze in place. Rest assured, Emperor, I will definitely live well. The emperor waved his hand. Tanthu was then pulled inside the circle. The great sun has waited long. 80,000 years already. Finally, I have waited for this person. At that moment, someone appeared. The awaited variable has arrived, but this kid, although strange, the other said, his mind is too chaotic, not aligned with the path, very difficult. The emperor said, the seed is sound, but what happens next is uncertain. Elsewhere, many gathered. Everyone was shocked. The 18 divine sons and the martial emperor have fought for so long, with no winner. Lundine was equally surprised. The 18 divine sons are truly unbeatable, she said. Although I know the 18 divine sons can never defeat the martial emperor. Lindine was very pleased, but people still kept hoping. The 8 divine sons seemed fierce. What are you hoping for? What does the 18 divine sons have to do with you? Lindine replied, does it matter? She turned away. Soon, they would find out. When suddenly lotus flowers fell from above, everyone was stunned. This is... Even Line Dun and the others were no exception. Something unbelievable happened. No way! This kid really did it. The lotus flowers kept falling. 18 Divine Sons. Divine Thought. Number 1. Everyone stared in amazement. Clouds of smoke drifted down. The door above opened. Divine Thought stepped out. The Divine Sun appeared. Everyone cheered. Divine Legacy. Divine Legacy. From now on, I alone dominate the 18 Divine Sons. I truly admire this. This is the man I want. The event still shook everyone. It seemed I saw a young great emperor gradually rising again. Tantu smiled. The crowd was still joyful. The honor of the martial transformation sect. Tantu descended. The 18 Divine Sons appeared. They excitedly called out, "Martial Sun." The women also showed admiration. 18 Divine Sons. I like you. The mount flew over. Huh. The mount spoke. Divine Sun. Truly a person. Surely it knew you would return and came specially to welcome you. The mount was commanded. Then let us go down and see. Mount descended. The Divine Sun has arrived. I was deluded to think. No one would be so excited. Seems they have heard of my reputation. Everyone cheered. Martial Sun. The mount happily said. No need for formalities. Everyone's been too polite. Everyone asked. Divine Sun, do you still accept young disciples? The women were also pleased. Devotee. I want to marry you. Lin approaches. Devotee. She shyly speaks. There are too many people. I can't get through. Dhakfia happily calls when he sees her. Lin Din. Hunter runs over. Lin Din. I am Bao. But they pass right by each other. Huh. Lin Din grabs the devotee. Devotee. Lin Den holds him tight. I like how capable you are. Dhakfia is shaken by this scene. What is going on? Devotee. She pulls away. Let go. Lin Din. Let go. Someone behind speaks. Who would not admire the 18th male devotee? Top of the heavenly list, more people join in praising. It is normal for the 10th devotee to admire the 18th. Even a man like me is obsessed with him. More and more people keep praising. After today, even the first and second devotees can outshine the 18th. Only now does that few realize. Everyone just now was not cheering for me, they were cheering for the 18th devotee. The 18th devotee pulls Lin Dian away from the 10th. Let go. Lin Din, what are you doing? Ling Ang also pulls a hand back. Get lost. Lin says, what are you all doing? Now I belong to the 18th devotee. The 10th and 18th both charge at Lin Den. Don't you have any shame? Get lost right now. Lin Din easily blocks them. The image I left on the heavenly list has probably already been told to the 18th devotee. If you can beat me, I will follow you. Then I will be yours. Dhakfio is frozen in place. Lin Din asks the 10th, 18th devotee, I was not wrong. Right? The 10th replies, seems like that is how it is. Lin Dian holds his arm. So when are we getting married? She decides. Why not choose today? Lin Din continues. Let us consummate today. Enough. Dhakfio's expression appears. Someone speaks up. Who is this? Looks familiar. Isn't he this the 5th devotee? Since when did he arrive here? Dhakfio curses silently. That annoying 18th devotee not only steals my moment, but also steals my Lun Din. The 10th looks at him. Who is this guy? A mount appears too. The 5th devotee of our army has arrived. Are you not going to pay respects? The mount orders. The 5th devotee is a genius. He already has a big reputation in beaking Neiman. How could you disrespect him? The 18th devotee, or whatever, hurry over here and kneel before our devotee. Our 10th devotee. Bow your knees to him. The 10th looks indifferent. The 10th asks, is this an idiot bird? Ling also says, looks like he is not very smart. The mount continues to show off. Accept it. Lin Din, being liked by the 5 gods is your honor. Hurry over here and follow the 5 gods. Later, the 5 gods will put you at the top of Xiang Hong. He thought to himself, this is my chance. Not only will I help the 5 gods save face, but the 8th god of my family, Lin Din, relies on the divine book. The 18th god will save me. This bird is way too fierce. People are scared. Dhakfio can believe it. He pointed and scolded. Damn it. 18th god, I remember before you were useless. You never caught my eye, but now you dare steal my woman. The divine book asked right to his face. 5 gods. Do you have any manners? Dhakfio fired back without holding back. Even the mount is worthless. Exactly. You and the 5 gods are not on the same level. The divine book stepped forward. Disappear immediately. The 5 gods do not need to be polite to trash like you. The divine book appeared behind them. Dhakfio was shocked. The mount was surprised too. What is that? The divine book jumped onto the mount. Lindine was mesmerized. So cool. The divine book bent back the beast's wings. He said to the person next to him, this bird is as weak as you, and it dares to act arrogant in front of me. He drew his sword. Then I will grant your wish. Thafai shouted, stop. The sword pointed at the beast's mouth. The divine book stabbed down. The sword tip oozed blood. The Faust shouted loudly, 18th god. You have got some guts. The divine book replied, sorry. Dhakfiot asked again, what? He said, apologize to me. Dhukfai stood up straight and retorted, you killed my bird, and you want me to apologize. Aren't you being way too arrogant? Divine Book calmly said, you were the one who was rude first. You definitely owe me an apology. Dhakfiu clenched his teeth. Arrogant. His whole body was filled with fierce energy. Today, I will take your head down. Stomping at his feet, several more arms appeared on his body. Divine Book sneered, what kind of crippled move is that? He said, you are a useless piece of trash, but I won't underestimate you now. I will never underestimate an enemy. The Divine Book responded, well said. He rushed forward. The Divine Book had trained in Bekingain for many years. By chance, he learned this divine power. Today, You are the first lucky one in Xing Hong to face my sixth divine power. The Few kept attacking the divine book. This sixth divine power is pretty fun up close. The divine book's hands were grabbed. The Few smirked. Let us see what you will do now. The divine book stayed calm. What now? He twisted that Fio's hands backward. Time to end this fight. At this moment, the deputy chief's eyes were filled with disbelief. In just an instant, he was defeated with a single strike from Thanathi. He lay on the ground barely conscious when Thantha's heel pressed down on his face. The terrifying force of the foot pushed his head deep into the ground. The once arrogant figure now looked utterly pathetic. Thantha sneered. You still want to step on my head now? His voice was full of defiance, refusing to accept his defeat as he struggled against Thantha's grip. Impossible. I am a warrior returned from Keegan, the true champion of Ling Hong. At this moment, Thana's foot lifted from his face, revealing the deputy chief's bitter and humiliated expression. Hearing those words, Thantha's voice rang out sharply, like a cold splash dozing the deputy chief's pride. Champion. My foot, hand over the Thenti badge now. At this, he angrily sat up and shouted, keep dreaming. Then he tried to twist the truth. I will never hand over the Thenti badge. Try to Lin spoke up, if you want tea give it. Then I will. Saying that, she took out her own Thenti badge. She threw it directly to Thentha with a sharp motion. Thentha caught the badge, momentarily stunned and speechless. Seeing this, the deputy chief grew even more furious and jealous. Trivalendin, why do you have to do this? Trying to hurt me. But Tridalene did not care about his words. She stepped forward and grabbed Thent's arm with a look full of affection. From now on, I belong to the 18th Thenti. Her head rested happily on his shoulder as she affirmed. The Thenta badge naturally belongs to him too. What is the big deal? The deputy chief saw this and was furious, but the word stuck in his throat, and the other two just stood there speechless. The deputy chief face darkened with blame. Trivalendin, you disappoint me with your foolish love for him. Trivalendin responded with an innocent, calm expression. Fifth Thenti, if you really like me. She then hugged Thenta's shoulder, signaling him with her eyes. Why not just give the Thenti badge to my man? Those words hit like thunder on a clear day. The deputy chief regretted not taking them back immediately. Seeing this, the 8th Thenti just shrugged and sighed. Keep licking. In the end, you will still end up empty-handed. Now the deputy chief had to act decisively. Forget it. His face full of resentment, he gritted his teeth and said, Deputy Chief, Lin, I will accept defeat. In the end, he kept his word and handed over the Thana badge. To you, Thenthet replied. Good. Badge received. Deputy Chief, you kept your word and handed over the badge. You, then responded. Good. Then he happily took the Thenti badge from him. Holding both badges in his hands, he could not hide his excitement and exclaimed, Today's haul is definitely a big score. This damn game is finally almost complete. Suddenly, the deputy chief face turned serious as he pointed a warning finger. 18th then T. Don't get too cocky. Then he continued, I have met many powerful experts in Buckingham. Then T. It turned out to be a plea for help. He hastily rushed to report the news. Then T. This is not good. Miss Butch is in trouble. Hearing this, then Teddy was extremely anxious. What? This side is the water method set. He has summoned the divine child. Water method set. He has summoned the divine child. Divine child. He has summoned the divine child. Is the divine child. What? A demon beast on this side opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged at Tiu Minmingaya. But thanks to her quick reflexes, she swung her weapon and hit it. Then a flurry of attacks hammered the demon beast, causing it to scream in pain. Seeing this, the others rushed in a pack. But the demon beast earlier had already been sent to paradise by Tiu Minugayet, who then widened her stance and prepared to infiltrate. Her eyes turned cold, her voice firm as she uttered a single word. Kill! The whole pack of demon beasts suddenly charged. Tiu Mingayet swung her sword, slashing at them. Unexpectedly, their target was the room behind, and at this moment, Tiu Mingayet panicked. This is not good. There are too many demon beasts. I can handle them all. One beast knocked a nearby man down behind, but the demon beast's eyes froze. It turned out the man had grabbed its arm tightly and shouted, Stop! If you are angry and want to get inside, you will have to get past me first. The demon beast naturally got furious hearing this. It immediately changed direction, lunging back at the man, claws raised high, causing him to panic. Just as the beast was about to strike, it was suddenly held back by a force, narrowly escaping death, leaving the man stunned. What? Then he charged forward. Not good. Suddenly all the demon beasts were pinned down by gravity, slammed into the ground, unable to move. It turned out Tan Thuan had arrived just in time to handle the situation. He shouted, You beasts! Do you even know where Dongchifu Island is? Not only Tan Thu came, but his entire legion followed. As they advanced, he ordered, Whatever number you have, wipe them all out for me. Seeing him was like seeing a savior. The two others could not hide their joy. Divine child. Tanthu raised his hand, casting a spell. Each word emphasized, all. Annihilate. For me, the demon beasts on the ground were thrown into the air as Tanthu scolded. How dare you beasts act so boldly, but unexpectedly. None of them were hurt. Witnessing this abnormality, Tanthu exclaimed, What the hell is going on? Now the beasts spread their wings and returned to attack again. Vong and Sin wondered, Where did so many flying demon beasts come from? Vian Honglian explained, Most of these beasts came from nearby Daegan Mountain. According to official info, Daegan Mountain is the territory of Vu Ho Mun, and the demon beasts there are all confined by Vu Ho Mun. Today, these beasts suddenly attacked Vu Ho Mun and even dared to raid the divine child's base on the island. This is seriously unusual. Looking up at the demon beasts, Tantho guessed, could this be related to Miss Batch? At this moment, Vian Hung advised, Divine Child, go see Miss back inside and you will understand. Tantho closed his eyes, thought for a moment, then decided to go in and ordered, clear out all these demon beasts. Line was ready to follow orders. Yes, everyone was stunned as they stepped inside. What is this? Why is it like this? Before them lay a giant white cocoon in the middle of the room. Tanthu could not believe it, saying, this is Miss Bat. It looks like a cocoon. Her cocooning speed is so fast I could not react. Batch to you, this entire body was completely wrapped in this white cocoon. Then Vian Hong noted, the most important thing is this cocoon emits a faint fragrance. Outside, the pink-haired sister and Don Lun Dong were taking orders to handle the demon beasts. Thinking of this, Vian Hong realized those demon beasts seemed very sensitive to the scent, so despite the risk, they desperately tried to get closer. Batch Tiyuthe stepped forward and led the way, telling everyone to retreat. He stomped firmly on the ground, preparing for the next move as Tanthu said, Batch Tiyuthe's life or death is still uncertain right now. Then you drew the azure sword and slashed at the cocoon, thinking it was the safest magic to break it. First, break open the cocoon and rescue her. Then continuous slashes landed, and suddenly a bright golden lightning flashed from inside the cocoon. A thick smoke covered it, and Tantho quickly realized the dragon origin azure sword did no damage to it. At that moment, you stepped closer and reached out to touch the cocoon. Slowly sensing a change in movement, Tantho heard the energy inside the cocoon stabilize. Then you noticed something unusual. It seemed some transformation was happening. Closing your eyes, you focused deeply inside the cocoon. For now, it seemed fine. After checking, you told everyone to wait for Elder Duongmin to return and see if he could retrieve the white essence inside. Bin Hung added, Tantho, this cocoon emits a special fragrance that only affects demon beasts. Right now, many demon beasts must be gathering outside. Suddenly, a loud shout came. Tantho, something's wrong. At that moment, a scout rushed inside to report the outside situation. We just finished killing the flying demon beasts, but more are arriving. Bin Hung came in too, both of them wounded quite badly. The scout continued. Moreover, from the direction of Daegan Mountain, distant roars of giant beasts could be heard. It seems all demon beasts there are stirring. Hearing this, Bin Hong confirmed his suspicion, saying from my demon beast sense, I truly feel the demon beasts in Daegan Mountain are restless. If all those demon beasts target the White Lady, this could be troublesome. Then he analyzed further. After all, the elders and the sect leader of Vu Ho sect are outside battling for the ancient bronze altar. No one can control the demon beast in Daegan Mountain. Seeing this, a fire ignited within Tanthu. He thought, I do not care why those demon beasts are attracted, but if they dare touch the White Lady, I will wipe out the entire Daegan Mountain. Then he ordered, you all go outside to deal with the demon beasts first. But Tanthu only told one person to stay. Tu Mine. After everyone left, Tu Mine Gayat spoke up, everyone's gone now. She looked at you curiously. Master, why do you want me to stay? Tanthu said again. Come here, up close. You said, Tu Mine, I want to borrow your body for a bit. Hearing this, her face flushed bright red, along with her embarrassment. There was a look of surprise on Tu Min Gayat's face. Before she could speak, you continued, I want to borrow your body for a little task. You patted her shoulder hard and asked, do you trust me? At this, Tu Min Gayat hesitated but answered quietly, right now, Min Gayat belongs to her master. Whatever her master does to her, she will not resist. With her consent, Tanthu requested, all right, lie down. Tu Min Gayat obediently lay down. Here, good. Your gaze swept over her as she looked shy. At this moment, Tanthu wanted to confirm once more, ready. Hearing this, Tu Min Gayat affirmed, Master, I ready. Please be gentle. Master, immediately, Tanthu began the cultivation technique. Her whole body was enveloped by powerful demonic energy, making Tu Min Gayat slightly uncomfortable. Master, what is this? Your voice answered firmly. Surprised. Are not you? Today I will test my theory, helping someone reach the king realm in one day. Hearing this, Tu Min Gayat was a bit shocked and replied, this is really unexpected. Suddenly, Tanthu's cultivation technique lifted her up gently, hovering in midair. Tu Min Gayat was a little surprised. What? Looking at the cultivation technique Tanthu was using, she was amazed. The Divine King body ranks in the top 20 of the 108 super rare physics in the celestial realms. It ranks much higher than my solar divine body. Then she remembered its rule. Once the body carries the Divine King form, the cultivator can advance straight to the Divine King realm. As long as the resources are sufficient, the path is clear, with no obstacles along the way. Watching her focused expression, Tuntha understood clearly. This is exactly the terrifying power of the Divine King form. Now she is being assisted by Tenantha to speed up the upgrade process, which feels a bit uncomfortable. He signaled to continue. Keep going. At this moment, Tenth asked her, "How does it feel?" Tiyuma Knight replied, "I feel my cultivation rapidly increasing. Incredible." Then suddenly, his power surged dramatically. Now she excitedly reported back. "Spiritual realm. My cultivation has broken through to the spiritual realm." Seeing it worked, Tuntentha thought to himself, "I have an eternal moving dansion with endless energy." Watching the eternal moving dansion channel energy to Tu Min Ingwite, he silently evaluated its potential. The energy in the dansion is the purest cultivation energy, so it can directly replenish her energy and help her body absorb it quickly without causing damage or backlash. Suddenly, Tentha recalled that during the Great Emperor's time, the Great Emperor could help others rapidly increase their cultivation through pinnacle guidance. Many descendants of the Great Emperor, after being guided by the Great Emperor, some excelled to reach terrifying saintly realms. He also understood the origin of his own ability, his energy replenishing technique, and the pinnacle guidance's miraculous synergy. While thinking, Tuntha practiced his cultivation technique, and after a while Tu Mingite finally succeeded, breaking through to the true person realm. This trial was a complete success. After receiving energy from Tenth's Dansion, Min Ngite leveled up to the earthly realm, then broke through again to the heavenly realm. Even her aura shifted, advancing to the superhuman realm. At this moment, Min Ngite shouted loudly as her blue aura exploded. Reaching the Divine King realm, a blue whirlwind in the sky made Tintha stagger. The power was overwhelming. Min Ngite's eyes widened, shooting out two beams of light strong enough to shatter a large pillar in the house. Seeing the pillar crack, Tentha could not help but comment, "This is the Divine King realm." Huh, he smiled approvingly. Truly powerful. Then Mingite slowly landed, saying, "Master, I have broken through to the Divine King realm." Her feet touched the ground gently, instantly cracking and shattering the floor beneath her. Tentha saw the guardian demon's calm, round-faced pause. Staying composed, he slowly explained to Mingite that although her realm had arrived, she still could not fully control this power yet. Excited, Mingite stomped on the ground, smashing the floor again. Mingite smiled, clasping her hands respectfully, saying, "The divine gift has granted me a great opportunity. I do not know how to express my gratitude." Tuntha did not know what to say, only able to hold his head in helplessness. Suddenly, he had an idea. "Tiu Manet, I will give you a mission to protect Bech Turasiv Trenchache until she emerges from the cocoon. How about that?" Saying that, Tuntha glanced at Trenchachi's cocoon and thought, "I have a guardian to protect me, so Bech Trenchachi should be safe by my side. But in a few days, I have to leave to complete a mission. So someone must protect Bech Trenchachi. Mingite seriously clasped her hands and replied, "I won, and Miss Bech will be safe." Hearing this, Tuntha was quite pleased. "Very good. I will give you a cultivation technique, the heart prison shockwave." She was a bit surprised and asked, "Cultivation technique?" Tentha closed his eyes, crossed his arms reassuringly. "Don't worry. This technique has no realm restrictions. It upgrades with your level, and its power grows explosively." Min Ngite quickly clasped her hands to thank him. "Thank you, Master." Tentha looked over the cocoon again, thinking, "This little one can eat so many spirit fruits from the storage. Does she also need energy to level up like Tu Min Ngite?" Tentha guessed silently, "If that is true, maybe I can feed her some energy too." At that moment, Mingite took a deep breath, her heart surging with fierce determination. Instantly, a powerful spiritual force burst forth, forming the shape of an elephant's head. Mingite glanced quietly at Tenemitha. "Master, I have learned it now." Hearing this, he suggested, "Go outside and give it a try." Outside, the team was fiercely battling the demonic beasts. Seeing Tianthi step out, Vining hurried over to report, "Divine Tester, the beasts are growing more numerous and stronger. They are impossible to kill all." Mingite nodded, "Leave it to me." Then leapt straight toward the beasts. Seeing this, Ilhung called out loudly, "Ninth Princess, be careful. These beasts are not easy to handle." But this did not faze Min Ngite at all. She raised her hand, summoning waves of fire. The beasts, struck by the flames, panicked and screamed. Min Ngite's eyes glowed fiery red. She shouted, "Burn them all." Immediately, the beasts gasped, their bodies dissolving away. They were incinerated by Min Ngite's spiritual flames, falling lifeless. Ilhung watched wide-eyed. "Divine King Flame. This is the Divine King realm." The nearby spirit disciples were equally shocked. Is she really Ninth Princess Tu Min Nugai? How could her cultivation be this strong? Seeing their surprise, Mingite smiled and explained, "It is. Luckily, I have my master. That is how I advanced straight into Divine King realm." The spirit disciple glanced at Temintha, muttering, "Tintha." She thought silently, only the ancient emperor can forcibly boost another's cultivation to the peak. Even the 18 divine sons can do this. Ahung grew even more excited. "Ho! Following the 18 divine sons indeed is a great opportunity. My choice was right. Hearing Vian Hing's report, Tunthud was a bit doubtful. Confirmed these beasts really came from Xiaonan Mountain. He nodded with certainty. Absolutely. Speak plainly. He quickly soared high, issuing the order. Departure. Annihilate the entire Yingen Mountain. Tentha transformed into a golden arrow, shooting deep into Xianingen Mountain. He flew straight through the forest. Heading skyward, Tentha saw the beasts in a frenzy. He descended swiftly right before them, following the path of light. Blocked. The beasts hesitated, confused. As the dust cleared, Tentha gripped a large spear firmly in hand. I'm the 18 divine sons of Via House sect. He pointed directly at them, threatening. Who dares step forward? Speak. Hearing this, the beasts enraged and charged together. Tentha flew up, ordering Vieng, kill them all. A month later, the beasts were driven back to Taithin by him and Vian Heng. The fence still dripped a few remaining spirit beads, and the last beast was finally taken down by him. Vian Heng pressed her hand to her forehead. Tense, she said, Divine Son, these were all low-level beasts. Inside Ziyin Mountain, there are still, as An spoke, many high-level beasts had yet to appear. Suddenly, a tall shadow appeared from nowhere. A red-eyed beast roared, 18 divine sons. Why do you want to stop us? Tentha turned sharply to question. Where do you want to go? It snapped back angrily. Of course, to devour the transformed humans inside Via sect. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. How do you guys even know this? Who told you? The demon beast can't take it anymore. They roar in anger. No one told us anything. This memory is etched deep in our bone marrow. We must devour her. Tando's face darkened. He asked softly, what if I said? He flared golden energy, challenging back. What if I do not allow it? Those words hit the demon beast's sore spot. They growled sharply. Then do not blame us for being rude. Tantho sneered quietly. So what if we are rude? You are just beasts raised by Vu Ho Mun. Shot fired. The demon beasts ordered the others to attack. Charge. Kill the gods if they block us. Kill the Buddhas if they block us. The lead chimpanzee stood firm. His eyes blazed red. Destroy the 18 gods. One by. The remaining demon beasts rallied. Attack. Destroy. Tantho showed no mercy. He thrust his spear straight at them. They overestimated themselves. He moved swiftly and smoothly like a snake. One by. He took them all down. Tantho sneered darkly. Pathetic. His eyes flared brightly. Dozens of sword strikes flew out. The 10,000 sword slash. 15 minutes later, the demon beast sat motionless. The ruby dared them. 18 gods. You won't stop us. 100,000 demon beasts from Dayangan Mountain. Let us see how long you last. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, two pairs of eyes lit up. The faces of two great demon beasts appeared. The eagle-faced one hissed. Let the 18 gods run wild like this. The yang-headed one glanced around coolly. After all, we technically belong to Vu Ho Mun. The 18 gods still have hope of becoming emperors. It is definitely a bit troublesome. The eagle-headed one sat back and added, remember how glorious we were back then. Now we have been suppressed for 10,000 years. It is time to end this. The yang-headed one sat silently, whispering, the madness is here. Who could we guess the cocooned one appears in Vu Ho Mun and has an unusual connection with the 18 gods. This Vu Ho Mun is too small for us. The eagle-headed one's eyes glowed brightly in reply. Then let him go slaughter those 100,000 demon soldiers from Dayangan Mountain and see how many he can handle. Elsewhere, red-eyed demon beasts surrounded them. They attacked from all directions. Lingdong shouted in panic, we are surrounded. Tando smirked slightly. They are the ones who are trapped. He looked at the ruby and instructed, Ruby, from what I know, your celestial demon body is one of the demon beast evolution paths. It absorbs a large amount of demon beast core energy. Right? Hearing this, he brightened up. Is that, he said, when his anger flared? Tantho declared strongly. Then today you are the feast. The battle dragged on. An hour later, he spoke, his face full of confidence. He shouted, the great massacre begins on this mountain. The pink-clad one nodded in agreement. Just the right idea. The spirit mediums also took their stance beside her. The once wild beasts now looked pitiful and broken. The pink orb and inner strength screamed out. Sucked in. A flood of their internal cores got pulled out. He used his spiritual power and shouted, fuse them from me, immediately causing a huge explosion. In an instant, the pink orb transformed into a giant frog. He laughed loudly. I have evolved into a golden-horned earth beast now. The beast quickly stepped back when they saw this. What is going on here? Kill them all. At this moment, Tanthu spoke up, who can take more beast cores? Suddenly a voice drew the attention of Tanthu and the spirit medium. 18 divine trial red tigers, arrogant as ever. A huge spider-like beast with glaring eyes appeared. Along with a red-eyed giant serpent, the pink orb transformed into a humanoid and flew over. Divine beasts. These are two great beasts of the Great Silver Mountain. Han turned pale with worry. Their cultivation has reached the true immortal stage. Tantho was also worried. True immortal stage. They just stood defensively before the two great beasts, declaring, still have not killed yesterday. Let us see what happens today. The serpent angrily lunged forward, speaking arrogantly. The spider beast did not back down at all. The Great Silver Mountain is not a place for you to act recklessly like this. However, in a flash, Tanthu instantly teleported above the serpent's head. His face darkened, gripping his spear tightly. Go back. Don't get cocky and try to swallow me whole. I could spare you. But the serpent refused to submit and released deadly poison. This won't do. The act of swallowing a cocoon is a mark engraved deep in the bones of our kind of beasts. It can be broken. Knowing they would not stop, he stabbed hard without hesitation. So do not blame me, Tantho said to the pink orb. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Divine beast. This is a great beast. Their inner cores are incredibly precious. And yet they just gave them to me like this, he replied casually. They all belong to you. The pink orb immediately bowed his head. Thank you. Divine beast, said the bullet. He launched himself onto the serpent's head. Following the pink orb is truly a blessing from the ancestors. The two beast elders gazed at something, lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, Yang-Tu asked, how's the situation? The other Yang-Tu looked far into the distance with eyes that shone brightly. His gaze could magnify the forest far beyond. Yang-Tu said, they are still killing. Already wiped out tens of thousands of beasts. Hearing this, Yang-Tu evaluated. This 18 divine trial really is extraordinary, worthy of being Qin Patient's son. But he is nearing his limit. Let us wait a bit longer. Time passed like this. 3 days later, Yang-Tu saw something unbelievable and asked, this 18 divine trial still does not know when to retreat. Eaglehead replied, the situation's a bit unstable. This guy seems to get stronger the more he fights. Almost half of the beast tribe has been slaughtered. He sneered, saying we underestimated him too much. Eaglehead continued, if this keeps up, the beasts of Great Silver Mountain will all be killed by him. Yang-Tu then said, enough. The time has come. It is time for us to show ourselves. Then, from the dusty cliff, Tantho's group faced the terrifying mutated demon tribe. They kept throwing some kind of family heirloom at him, but all were swallowed by the crimson jade. After devouring it all, he laughed heartily. My celestial demon body once again transcended, becoming a flying celestial toad. My cultivation also broke through from Earth realm to post-immortal realm. Tantho stepped forward confidently and said, I keep going. As long as the demon tribe of Great Silver Mountain does not stop, I will keep killing. Suddenly, the ground trembled and a voice said, 18 demon sons. Stop right there. Suddenly, a stone slab appeared before him, and on it stood 2 demon ancestors. They all looked up in shock. The Crimson Jade asked, what is going on? While the other furrowed his brow and said, this is overwhelmed by the aura of the 2 demon ancestors. The Crimson Jade staggered, face pale, saying, my body can control itself. Seeing this, Tantho turned and asked, what is wrong with him? The other furrowed his brow and replied, the breath from these 2 is terrifying. My celestial demon body senses extreme danger. These 2, I fear, have reached rebellious celestial rank. Without wasting more time, the 2 demon ancestors amplified their imposing aura further. They all felt it. Everyone frowned and clenched their teeth, thinking, this aura, I can't hold on any longer. The spirit child's face turned pale as he said, at least they are above the divine king realm, truly terrifying. Tantho gritted his teeth, eyes sharp and hateful. Then he stood and commanded, forbidden bone position. Immediately, his whole body was enhanced, making his skeletal structure even stronger. Seeing this move, the eagle ancestor glanced down in surprise. The eagle ancestor said, this 18 demon son is somewhat interesting. But the other ancestor chuckled and said, only somewhat interesting. Then suddenly the eagle ancestor shouted, 18 demon son, retreat. Tantho was not backing down. He shouted back, the demons of Great Silver Mountain will always retreat first. The eagle ancestor frowned and said, I am not negotiating with you. This is an order. Tantho quickly retorted, an order from you. Based on what? The eagle ancestor continued, with just one breath from me, you will turn into a puddle of blood. Tantho frowned, showing defiance. Seeing this, the eagle ancestor asked, you do not believe me? Tantho silently replied, I believe, but I am not afraid. Then he thought to himself, these 2 are peerless demons, definitely the strongest foes I have ever faced. I wonder if Elder Goalkeeper can match them. Tantho's words angered the eagle ancestor, who attacked fiercely while yelling, how bold. The other ancestor quickly rushed at Tantho, surprising him and forcing him to shield himself. The attack battered him back, causing him to cough up blood. The first ancestor observed, just coughing blood. His defense is somewhat interesting. The eagle ancestor frowned and said, can't he hold on any longer? While Tantho was still trying to defend, a voice appeared out of nowhere. 2 demon ancestors, a man wearing a mask stepped forward. Please stop, the eagle ancestor said. A human? This life's junior goalkeeper. You think you can stop me? The goalkeeper replied. 2 elders. The father of the 18 demon sons is Tanfat Thean. You probably know him, but he is also a disciple of the Yin Ming ancestor. Are you aware of that? The eagle ancestor questioned. Yin Ming. The other ancestor spoke up. If he truly is a disciple of that Yin Ming brat, he won't be so easy to deal with. If you can step forward 3 paces past my pressure mark, then we can talk. The goalkeeper replied, you 2 elders joke. You were once peerless demons following the Calamity Emperor. I would not dare step even 1 step in front of you. Tantho fell silent, thinking, following the Calamity Emperor. These 2 have such a background. The eagle ancestor smugly continued. Then do not blame the demons of Great Silver Mountain for devouring that cocooned man. Hearing this, Tantho stood and shouted, I will not allow it. The eagle ancestor calmly said, You do not have to allow it. 18 Demon Son. You are nothing before us. With nothing more to say, he just frowned and looked back. The gatekeeper sighed deeply, then asked you, 10th Catcher of Death, is that girl really that important to you? You replied, Very important. He asked again, Would you risk your life without hesitation? Tantho firmly said, Yes. Then he said, I understand. 2 elders. Could you please show mercy and let this go? Eaglehead sneered, asking, Who do you think you are that I should show you mercy? The gatekeeper stepped forward and said, If that is the case, you too. I am the protector of the 10th Catcher of Death. Forgive my bold words. If you dare lay a finger on him, I will make you pay back tenfold. Tantho heard what the masked man said, and his face turned pale as he said, Senior. Eaglehead was furious, glaring threateningly. A junior who popped out of nowhere dares threaten me. I bet you have never faced my sky-dominating mask before. Saying that, Eaglehead unleashed his powerful aura along with the gatekeeper's. Everyone nearby was forced to bow down under that overwhelming presence. The red-faced pale man said, Enemy. Are they fighting? It is just intimidation. It is about to crush us all. What kind of catcher of death is this? He ground his teeth and said, Gods fighting. Soldiers meeting. We are definitely doomed. The gatekeeper used magic, telling everyone to leave this place immediately. Tantho and his group were teleported away by the gatekeeper. Eaglehead angrily said, Destroy the current gatekeeper. That will officially mark my entrance into the world. I will destroy you, the young disciple said calmly. Instantly, a shield blocked Eaglehead's attack without hurting the young disciple at all. Eaglehead's black smoke dissipated from that moment. The old, sitting grandly, continued, You should not have dared to hold back, because you are forcing me to act personally. You won't get a chance to resist. Finishing his words, Eaglehead descended to face the gatekeeper. The red-faced man saw this and told Tantho, These 2 demon elders definitely have some background. The 8 catchers frowned, saying, This situation truly scares others. Then they asked, Can the gatekeeper stop them? From above, Eaglehead soared in the sky. The gatekeeper silently said, I already told you. Suddenly, the gatekeeper teleported upwards in a flash. Eaglehead saw him and threw a powerful punch, shouting, I will send you to the heavens. But the gatekeeper was no less fierce, his eyes blazing with fire and saying, I will repay tenfold. At that moment, he unleashed a powerful kick. His kick hit Eaglehead, making him cry out in shock. Then Eaglehead was thrown far from the gatekeeper, causing the surrounding cliffs to collapse. Seeing the aftershock, Tantho gasped, asking, Is it really necessary to be this intense? Then Ling Tong saw it and commented, The gatekeeper, who drove away the demon clan following the martial emperor, is a senior indeed. Strong. The gatekeeper still stood majestically in the sky. Eaglehead was so enraged he squinted his eyes. Then he charged at the gatekeeper and shouted, I will definitely kill you. The gatekeeper calmly gathered his strength around and said, You do not know your limits. Without hesitation, he lunged straight at Eaglehead. Eaglehead could not fight back and was slammed directly onto the ground. Everyone watched in disbelief, mouths wide open. The catcher of death was truly powerful, truly strong. Meanwhile, Eaglehead, thrown to the ground, cursed, Damn brat. You have really pissed me off. At this moment, Yang Tu sitting above saw the scene and muttered, Tens of thousands of years have passed. Although this world no longer births great emperors, the martial power beneath them grows ever stronger, and the inner strength of the martial sect grows ever richer. But suddenly sensing a sharp aura invading the martial sect, I was startled and alert. He looked down and saw Yang Tu's fiery eyes glaring at him, saying, But our elders are the sages of the martial sect. They must not be insulted. Seeing that immense power and momentum, the gatekeeper thought to himself, This is not good. A strong golden light suddenly struck the gatekeeper's body. He could not hold on, his body floating weakly in the air as he thought to himself, Miscalculated. Tantho watched carefully, raising an eyebrow, and said, This kind of trick. I have seen it before with Vuho Great Emperor, because he was the one who led me onto the Great Emperor's path. Using a Great Emperor's tactic means this demon is not ordinary. The gatekeeper senior is in danger. Suddenly, you noticed something and widened your eyes. A huge power surged, striking the gatekeeper toward Tantho. You warned everyone. Be careful. You went to the gatekeeper and asked, Senior, are you okay? The gatekeeper slowly stood and replied, We too can't win. Then they looked up at the 2 demon elders. They said, Gatekeeper Junior, pay for your crimes. But before they could reach Tantho, they were stopped by a loud voice. Wait, I agree to your terms. I will take 3 steps forward first. The gatekeeper heard this and immediately intervened. 18 Death's God. I want to take him away. They can't stop us. No need for hesitation. Tantho looked down and said, Senior, I will go now. Batch Truk was still being devoured by them. Just let me try once. Ungda saw your determination and asked again, 18 Death's God. Have you thought this through? This could cost you your life, Dong Da shouted, turning into a beast, finally becoming a karmic obstacle. 18 Death's God. Stand down, out of respect for Duong Min. Consider this never happened. I will give you a way out with determination. You replied, New You's talking. Come on, I will meet you. Undo smiled smugly and said, Little Junior, no matter how special you are, in front of me, you are just an ant. At this moment, Tando shouted and summoned a sturdy armor around his body, then stomped forward fiercely. Ungda, while strengthening his power around himself, shouted, Come on, just take 3 steps forward, and we will let this slide. You gritted your teeth, enduring the overwhelming pressure from the 2 demon elders, and said, Fine, I hope Senior keeps his promise. The pressure was intense. Seeing you kneel down, everyone worried and stepped forward. God. Ungda flew up. Warning, if you dare take even 1 step forward, you will surely die. You looked pale but forced yourself to stand and said, Continue. The gatekeeper worriedly cast some spell and said, 18 Death's God. But you looked down to stop him. It is I can bear it. On the 2nd step, you stomped the ground hard again, but the pressure on your body made you frown and say, So exhausting, like all my strength is drained. Then you gasped for breath. Ungda saw your stubborn look and said, Little one, if you want to risk your life, take that 3rd step. Hearing that, you smiled faintly and said firmly, Then watch closely. 3rd step. Right after saying that, you stomped hard on the ground, but at that moment, the pressure crushed you down, making you sit down, and you said, No wonder you are a peerless demon elder. This is trying to burst my body apart. You painfully endured this pressure, your face pale. The gatekeeper saw this and said, Not good, but stubborn. You put your hand on the ground to stand and said, Still can't take it. Ungda saw something on you from above and asked, What is on his shoulder? Then he landed. You were still surprised, noticing something changed inside you and said, The pressure is gone. Ungda approached and asked, What was that just now? Dongda stood silently and said, That breath. If you and I are not mistaken, the 18 Death's God has emitted the breath of the Wuho Great Emperor. Ungda asked again, The breath on you is that of the Wuho Great Emperor. Hearing this, you were amazed and thought, Wuho Great Emperor. Could it be? Suddenly, the gatekeeper stood up and said, Previously, the 18 Death's God stormed the Heavenly Pride rankings and took 1st place. Dongda asked, 1st place in the Heavenly Pride rankings. So that means the 18 Death's God defeated the Wuho Great Emperor in his youth. Eaglehead could not believe his eyes and said, No way. The Great Emperor is undefeated in his generation. The 18 Divine Sons could not possibly do this. Yanghead said, Back then, we followed the Great Emperor Wuhua closely. We are very familiar with his presence. This can't be wrong. Maybe the Great Emperor Wuhua had this intention. Then Qinshu spoke up. If you 2 have already done it, the Mountain Demon's disciples should withdraw. No further steps can be taken. Yanghead closed his eyes in agreement. Fine. Forget it. If the 18 Divine Sons have already won, let us just let this slide for now. But 18 Divine Sons, I still have to warn you. The Cocoon Demon is like a falling comet, suppressing the Mountain Demon's kind. But the demons in this world are countless. You can't slay them all. Kunshu asked, What does that mean? Eaglehead replied, If you stubbornly protect this one, the entire Wuhua sect will suffer because of you. Think carefully. The gatekeeper saw the 2 demon elders flying away and asked, Where are the 2 elders headed? They replied immediately, Once I have appeared, naturally I will return to Wuho sect to take control once again. Kunshu turned to ask the gatekeeper, Senior, what is the current situation inside the Qingtong Guding? Only then can we better handle the unexpected events that will arise in the future. Han interrupted the intense battle thoughts to reply. Almost all the sect leaders of Donghuang are involved in the struggle. Even other unmatched powerhouses from the great regions have come. In short, it is a chaotic mess over there now. The elders of Wuhua sect are still heading there. Kunshu furrowed his brows, puzzled that no one has entered the Qingtong Guding yet. The system's directive states one must enter the Qingtong Guding after receiving the mission to complete it successfully. The Wuho sect gatekeeper answered firmly that entry is impossible. Elder Yin Ming used his supreme flesh to force open a gap in the Qingtong Guding, but the Qingtong Guding is one of the most mysterious places in the world. You can't just walk in easily. Eyes behind the mask flickered slightly. But recently, the sect leaders are discussing a ceasefire. They plan to jointly enter the Qingtong Guding. Maybe soon, the gates of Qingtong Guding will finally open. Scene change. A mountain floating steadily in a cloudy sky. Cao Mingyu reported, Master, Miss Bei still shows no sign of movement. Kunshu pursed his lips, deep in thought. The Cocoon Demon is a disaster. Just what kind of background does Bai Zhu have? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. Divine Son. Kun Tong Ming looked miserable, struggling to hold the door and step inside. Divine Son. He had no strength left and slumped down. Ayat. Kunshu furrowed his brow and asked, What happened? Who hurt you? Kun Tong Ming paid no attention to his wounds. He had something more important to report. Divine Son, I have urgent news. Before finishing, His vision darkened. His whole body collapsed. Finally, he managed to say the last word, important. A while later, Kun Shu was treating Kun Tongming's wounds. Yuan Hong beside him worriedly said, "The wound is that serious again. How could this be? Who would seriously hurt Kun Tongming like this? It was almost a death blow." Kun Tongming tried to call out, "Divine Son." Kun Shu looked up at him, coughing. He asked, "Who are you following to watch?" "Crown Prince Lin." "How did you get hurt so badly?" He did not pay attention and replied, "Divine Son, I gained a lot from following Crown Prince Lin." Kun Shu pressed, "First, tell me who hurt you." Kun Tongming helplessly blurted out, "Royal subject. A member of the Heavenly Dao Library." Yuan Hong's face changed. "The Heavenly Dao Library. People have encountered them again. These guys have appeared once more." He spoke urgently. "Royal subject. The Heavenly Dao Library used to be a rival of the Wuhua sect. Not like our Wuhua sect. The Heavenly Dao Library closes its mountain gates periodically to conceal itself. Only occasionally do they come out." The royal subject asked sharply, "Which side is stronger?" Yuan Hong confidently answered, "Of course. Our Wuhua sect is stronger. After all, we have the Great Emperor. The Heavenly Dao Library only has an emperor candidate." The royal subject lowered his eyes, explained the situation in detail. Tran Thongmin swallowed hard, began to explain, "I have been secretly watching Crown Prince Lam these past few days. He entered the vast 10,000 mountains. Later, Crown Prince Lam went to the mountain ravine. That place is extremely mysterious. Then I learned that area is under the influence of the Heavenly Dao Library." His expression grew serious as he spoke. "My royal subject in the ravine sensed an incredibly fierce dragon force breath." The royal subject furrowed his brow. "Hard to believe," he said, "the breath of a flesh and blood force. Are you sure about that?" "This is extremely rare." The royal subject asked sharply, "Which side is stronger?" Crown Prince Lam is truly walking into the lair of his enemy. The southern Kathleen. Note, text corrupted here. Exact meaning unclear. The ancestor of the ancient dragon elephant kingdom was once a dragon elephant emperor who loved, but he died in the battle for the great emperor throne against Wu Hoa's great emperor. His whole body is a treasure, aiding greatly in strengthening flesh and blood power. But after searching tens of thousands of men, no specific trace has been found. Tran Thong Min's expression turned grave. This Crown Prince Lam must have gotten accurate information before going there. Tran Thong Min gritted his teeth in anger, wondering what bad luck Crown Prince Lam has encountered. Saying this, he smiled happily at the royal subject, thankful the royal subject was one step ahead and followed to observe. Otherwise such a great opportunity would have been missed. "You are already on your way. Since that is the case, we can delay. Let us head there immediately and deal with the Heavenly Dao Library at the same time." You stopped, looked at Tu Min Yugayet, and then cautioned her. "Tu Minyet." She replied, "Yes." The royal subject smiled and said, "Batch Teen has already handed it over to you." She clasped her hands respectfully. "Master, rest assured." Blue sky and white clouds. A gentle breeze blew by, and a clear voice rang out. "Royal subject." Ken and Fen rushed forward to block the royal subject. "Royal subject, I want to go with you." His expression looked very serious. You tilted your head and asked, "Why?" Ko and Fen answered frankly, "Royal subject is a great luck bearer. Being close to him brings great opportunities. Both the ninth princess and Yuan Hong gained much benefit before. I want to grow quickly so I can help you later." The royal subject sighed. "If that is the case, then come along." The group rode forward on the back of a celestial beast transformed by Yuan Hong. The royal subject looked into the distance and asked, "The Heavenly Dao Library and Wuhua sect have always been rivals. Where did this Enho come from?" Tran Thong Min answered softly, "That requires mentioning a secret. Rumor has it that back then the Wuhu Great Emperor and the female head of the Heavenly Dao Library were both promising candidates to become great emperors of that era. Then the two fell in love and promised to both become emperors." He sighed deeply looking at the mountain, but when they reached the final step, the female head failed. The Wuho Great Emperor ascended as the Great Emperor. The female head could only reach the Emperor candidate stage. Later, the Wuho Great Emperor disappeared without a trace, nor was the female head seen again. Female Guardian had visited the Martial Transformation sect several times, but the Martial Transformation Emperor never showed up. Since then, the Heavenly Dao Library blamed the Martial Transformation Emperor for stealing the female Guardian's throne, and worse, for betraying her. Since then, the two factions' relationship has been strained. Tantho Biuman said, "The Martial Transformation Emperor, Young'd, probably could not have taken the female guardian's seat. Besides, would the throne be so easily stolen?" He tilted his head back and let out a long yawn. "Maybe the Heavenly Dao Library just can't accept that their emperor failed to attain the Dao, so they are unsettled inside." Tran Thong Min nodded knowingly. "I think so too, but the Heavenly Dao Library's power is no joke, even if their physical strength is not on par with ours. When it comes to individual strategy, we have actually lost more than we have won, because every time the sect opens its gates, the Heavenly Dao Library's rebellious forces appear, and that always draws East Emperor's attention." Scene change. Cha Lap and my knee are weaving through a crowded crowd. Constant whispers buzz around them. "Have you heard? The Heavenly Dao Library sect has opened its gates." The news has spread all over East Emperor, and it is grabbing everyone's attention. Some say the Heavenly Dao Library's disciples have spoken out. They want our martial transformation sect's disciples to never rise again. A young man spoke with disdain. "The Heavenly Dao Library is way too arrogant. Our disciples are some of the strongest out there." In quietly asked, "Lufta, what do you think about this?" Cha Lap answered, "Right now, the martial transformation sect and even the pride of East Emperor's youth has been stolen by the 18 disciples. Hani nodded. Even the pride of the emperors is not this strong. Nai rubbed her cheek thoughtfully. Lufthan too wants to surpass the 18 disciples. Chaolap raised his flag, confidently replied, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I deserve mine Haimui's genuine feelings for me?" And took my Nia's slender fingers in his hand, sincerely said, "I promised once that one day I would make the 18 disciples kneel before you and regret it." She pressed her lips together, asked curiously, "What is the plan?" Chaolap smiled faintly. "Of course. We will start by attacking the Heavenly Tao Library. When the Heavenly Tao Library opens its sect gates, their disciples will definitely be shocked. If I defeat them all this time, I will become famous all over East Emperor." Nimi looked at Chaolap with affectionate eyes and said, "Go for it." Hanho said, "Now that my ancient mortal body and humanoid martial weapon are fully developed, and I have learned my Nai supreme body technique, I feel more confident." Scene change. The disciples stand on a corpse demon. At a certain point, it quickly lunges downward. Everyone lands safely. Tranthomin spoke respectfully. "Disciples, this is the place." The demon behind transforms back into a crimson orb. Before the disciples could respond, a voice cut in. "Who are you?" Two young people riding swords flew toward the group. Tranthomin said loudly, "Disciples, judging by their attire, these are the Earth Disciples of the Heavenly Tao Library." The Earth Disciple in blue asked, "Recently, our Heavenly Tao Library has reopened its sect gates, and the spirit ground returns to the world again. This place is sealed off. Those without invitation leave quickly." The disciples ignored them. "The spirit ground returns to the world again. The spirit ground returns to the world again. It is said to be the third generation of the Heavenly Tao Library." He nodded gently as if he understood. The divine book looked up at the two Earth disciples. He asked directly, "Where is Manjuan now?" The Earth disciple in blue asked. "The spirit book returns to the mortal world again. Recently, our Heavenly Tao Library reopened the mountain gate. The spirit book returns to the mortal world again. This place is sealed off. Anyone without an invitation must leave immediately." The divine book paid no attention to them and simply asked, "Leave here quickly." Tanthu ignored them and simply asked the smart one, "What is the name of the person who hit you?" And obediently replied, "Man Shuyan, said to be the third person of this lifetime's Heavenly Tao Library." He nodded gently as if he understood. Tanthu looked up at the two Earth disciples and asked straightforwardly, "Where is Man Shuyan now?" This directly angered the two. "How dare someone call Master Man Shuyan by his full name? Who do you think you are?" They angrily drew their swords and charged at Tanthu, intending to capture them and pay back Man Shuyan's grievance. He quickly drew a golden sword that looked very imposing. Clearly overestimating himself, Tanthu twisted his wrist and sent the yellow-clad Earth Disciple flying with one strike. The Earth Disciple in blue was shocked by this. "What?" Hand froze. And by the time he recovered, the tip of the sword was already at his throat. "Spare me." Tanthu stared at Han and said sternly, "Go back and bring Man Shuyan here. If not, I will kill you now." The Earth Disciple in yellow panicked and turned to flee. "Hey!" As the sunlight grew harsher and the temperature rose, a beam of light shone down. The light faded to reveal Man Shuyan and three other Earth disciples. "Wait for me." Man Shuyan stood defiantly and asked who dared to act recklessly here. Tanthu sneered and challenged, "Come on, weaklings," and hesitated but then flashed a light in his eyes. Tanthu's group had surrounded Han before anyone noticed. He ordered, "Attack Han." Man Shuyan was caught off guard. Before Han could react, he took a kick from Tanthu. Man Shuyan was crushed beneath him and shouted in disbelief, "Fight together." Tanthu's group did not hesitate and charged to attack Man Shuyan together and clutched his head and screamed, "Damn you! Are you really going to fight together?" The group ignored Man Shuyan getting beaten and turned to leave together and shouted after them, "Don't he forget honesty. Let me go, that bunch of brutes." Tanthu muttered in amazement. This fight was pretty easy. Tanthu looked at Man Shuyan being supported by two disciples and nodded gently in response. "Yeah? Ran into an idiot." The disciple looked at Man Shuyan's pale face and stammered, "Master Man Shuyan, are you okay?" And had two disciples help him up, gritting his teeth as he said, "A grudge not avenged is no gentleman's way." The towering mountain stretched endlessly, crowned by drifting white clouds. Lamvu stood before a door shaped like a yellow five-pointed star. "Here it is. This is the place," and pushed hard against the door. But it did not budge at all. Lam frowned. How could it not open? Just as Han was unsure what to do, a voice rang out right beside him. "That is where our ancestor is locked up. Afraid others would find his remains. He set a special protective formation. Normal people obviously can't open it, but our ancestor has a way to break it. Just follow my method." Two figures stood on the corridor, inside the Heavenly Tao Library. The steward disciple of the Heavenly Tao Library, Kothian, spoke softly, "Sister Miwi, the Heavenly Tao Library has reopened its mountain gates now. We can finally enjoy the beauties of the world freely." The white-haired woman beside him was also a steward disciple of the Heavenly Tao Library. Fuangnu Tayat nodded in agreement. "Senior brother, the most important thing is that both you and I can grasp countless heavenly calls in this world." Gushenshu clasped his hands behind his back, smiling softly. As the Heavenly Tao Library just opened, everyone scrambled to claim their places. "This eastern continent is still where we are definitely the strongest. I have seen those so-called gods of the Wuhuo sect before. Even the strong can withstand one hit." Fuumruksu smiled in agreement. Senior brother, is right, we have been lying in wait for 1,000 years. Your strength and mine have surpassed all the heavenly calls of the heavenly Tao library series. This time we emerge. I am confident you and I are the undefeated champions of this age. Gushin Shu exhaled and softly called out, Sister Miui, when the library spirit appears, we will obtain the Holy Spirit and defeat the countless heavenly calls. How about you and I become comrades on this path? Ruxu blushed hearing this. Senior brother. He was just a shy. Sister Miui, you and I are the strongest disciples of the Heavenly Tao Library in this lifetime. We are perfectly matched. This is fate. Sister Miui, there is no need to be embarrassed. I want to hear you agree to me in person. She looked up with beautiful eyes. Senior brother, I agree. Gushinshu smiled joyfully and promised, Sister Miui, rest assured, my Gushinshu will definitely not be like the Wuhu Great Emperor of that year. I won't betray my original intentions. He held Ruxu's hand tightly. I will treat you well from beginning to end. She replied with trust. Senior brother, I trust you. I also firmly believe you can inherit the heavenly fate and step onto the Emperor's path. Senior brother, you have the strongest talent I have ever met. You will definitely become a great emperor. At that moment, the distant voice of Mang Xuan shattered the intimate atmosphere. Senior brother go. Miss Fuong. He pushed the disciple holding him and ran forward. Gushin Shu looked at his miserable state. He asked suspiciously, what happened? Mang Xuan suppressed his pain, simply replied, got beaten. He frowned. By who? He raised his hand to support himself, stubbornly said, Senior brother, don't worry about it anymore. I will heal and then seek revenge. Gushin Shu urged impatiently. Speak. Who beat you? Mang Xuan's brows were tightly knit like a trap ready to snap shut. He gritted his teeth and confessed, people from the Wuho sect. Gushin Shu blinked. Wuho sect? Wasn't it the same ones who just defeated a godly disciple of the Wuho sect? Aren't their godly disciples supposed to be weaklings? So how did you end up beaten like this? Mang Xuan was silent for a moment, then spoke quietly. I told them to charge together. Who knew they were actually turning against each other? Gushin Shu and Ruxu both frowned deeply. Neither could say a word. Talking about this made him even angrier. Mang Xuan clenched his fist tightly, turned and left. Those people have no honor. Wait till I finish healing. I will take them all down. He sighed and gave the order. Stop right there. The Heavenly Tao Library just opened its mountain gate. Every move you make affects how the world views the Heavenly Tao Library. I will personally take action. Teach those shameless Wuhua sect members a lesson. Ruxu spoke up to stop him. Senior brother, the library spirit is about to appear. Hein absolutely cannot leave here easily. What if we miss the chance of the spirit library manifesting in this world? Wouldn't that mean a lifetime of regret? Thiendu said impatiently. I am not going. Then one tea that let Vu Ho Mun look down on us. Nutayat softly pressed her lips. Let me go. Kothian looked conflicted. Mui. Mugo. Of course. I am relieved, but what if Mui misses the chance? Fuong Hu Tayat cut him off. Su Haiyan. There is only one who will become emperor in this world. I am willing to give my all for that original ruler. To pass this chance to Su Haiyan. Just hope we do not repeat the tragedy of Vu Ho Emperor and that original ruler. Thiendo touched her hand. Moved, he smiled and promised. Mui. Don't worry. Mui, I will never betray anyone like the Vu Ho Emperor did. Nu Tayat drew her sword back. Standing there, she ordered Mang Xuan. Let us at Vu Ho Divine Hall. Ung Da sat on his chair. Shocked. Didn't they expect the Heavenly Tao Library to jump out like this? Years ago, they insulted the reputation of Vu Ho Emperor. Truly an unforgivable crime. Dong Da nodded in agreement. As followers of Vu Ho Emperor must protect his dignity. Emperor must not be insulted. Ung Da thought for a moment, then gave the order. Issue orders below. This lifetime, Vu Ho's forces must fully confront the Heavenly Tao Library. They must be crushed so they never dare to raise their heads. No rumors or slander against Vu Ho Emperor allowed. He flicked out a pill, cleared his throat loudly. Whoever defeats the Heavenly Tao Library's chief, I will reward a Divine King level pill. The disciples below clasped their hands in respect. We will follow the elder's command. Somewhere else, a huge golden bell was struck loudly. The bell's sound echoed through the space. Some disciples recognized the meaning behind the bell. This bell must be the sect sending out the Vu Ho order. Another replied firmly. It really is the bell announcing the Vu Ho order. At that moment, many feathers suddenly fell from the sky. The disciples below widened their eyes in surprise. One disciple said, the Vu Ho order wants us to confront the Heavenly Tao Library's forces head-on. Everyone cheered excitedly. The reward is truly outrageous. The Divine King pill is top-grade medicine for Divine King level. For cultivators of our generation, it is supreme medicine. But some spoke the truth. What good is a big reward? Can anyone really beat the Heavenly Tao Library's forces? It all depends on your gods now. Just as the words ended, the disciples felt a powerful pressure press down on their bodies. Realizing something, everyone lifted their heads at once. They all looked in the same direction. The words slowly formed a swirling red vortex. Then countless golden lights fell down. The white-robed disciples opened their eyes wide in amazement. Heavenly descending spirit feathers. I know this. Someone replied. It was the divine disciple of rank 2. They have appeared. The yellow-robed disciple reached out to catch the falling lights. Excitement could not be hidden on his face. Heavenly descending spirit feathers are a rare phenomenon, only seen by the divine disciple of rank 2. Rumors say the divine disciple of rank 2 was born with them. Linvu fell for 3 days and 3 nights. Countless spirit beasts benefited. His cultivation grew rapidly. Right now, A multicolored spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. Then the stream of spiritual power suddenly shifted downward. The multicolored energy slowly curved like a rainbow after the rain. Disciples below watched in disbelief, a rare pink phenomenon. A person lightly stepped out from the multicolored spiritual energy. Some disciples quickly recognized him. The second-ranked divine son had been in seclusion for years. The so-called second-ranked divine son had a very handsome face. Sharp, bright eyes. The disciples seemed mesmerized by him. Finally, someone spoke up. It is finally over. The second-ranked divine son muttered under his breath. The celestial Tao library. The divine son leaves now. In the main hall, Elder Ong and Elder Duong had witnessed everything that just happened. Elder Ong tilted his head and asked, "What do you think of the second-ranked divine son?" Elder Duong exchanged glances and replied, "A born seed of emperors." After a brief pause, he asked, "How does he compare to the 18 divine sons?" Elder Duong stroked his beard and answered, "If the 18 divine sons still had their innate chaotic saint bodies from back then, they could still win. Unfortunately, even with deep blessings, the 18 divine sons are still merely innate, not enough." Elder Ong nodded in agreement. "Hopefully, this time at the Celestial Tao Library, the second-ranked divine son can suppress them. Also, our View Ho sect has endured for tens of thousands of years." Stroking his beard lightly, then Ji said, "Progress has been too slow lately. The gap with the 18 divine sons keeps growing. It is time to put more pressure on ourselves. If I can get that divine king pillar, my cultivation method might undergo a miraculous overnight breakthrough." He pushed off with his toes and soared away. The Celestial Tao Library. "Here I come." Seeing this, the disciples followed along. "The divine sons are all gone. We might as well join the excitement." Others agreed. "No matter what, we have to face the Celestial Tao Library." Together they rushed off. "It is time to make those who defile the Vu Ho Great Emperor and suppress our long line pay." Cut to Lin Vu's location. The door in front of Han slowly opened. Lin Vu said excitedly, "We did it, let us go in." Just then, a familiar voice echoed, "Absorb my supreme flesh body. Your flesh power will greatly improve." Han stepped into the doorway and replied, "Got it." Not long after Lin Vu left, the group of Tanthu arrived. The door was already open. Tanthu smiled and said, "Perfect timing. Let us go in." Inside the door was a long cave. Lin Vu glanced around at the statues surrounding them, covered with strange characters, and exclaimed in surprise, "Ancestor, where is this place? It is so special." A voice answered Han, "I do not know. Maybe it is related to the Celestial Tao Library. But even they probably do not know about this place. That is why our ancestor chose this place to seal himself away." Lin Vu recalled and asked, "What is the background of the Celestial Tao Library?" Clearly no great emperor. Yet the disciples inside became the top prodigies of the Eastern Wasteland soon after appearing. The mysterious voice explained, "It is said the Celestial Tao Library was established because the heavens bestowed a celestial book, received by a heavenly-born scholar. That heavenly-born scholar originally had no cultivation. Then one day, after a sudden enlightenment, he ascended day and night, delved into the celestial book, and achieved supreme Tao." Elsewhere, Tantho heard a similar explanation from Vian Hong. He asked suspiciously, "What happened to that scholar later?" Vian Hong folded his arms and said, "Later, the disciples of Thean Sin founded the Thean Tao Library, leaving this continent behind." Tantho pursed his lips. "Then what happened to the heavenly book?" Han replied softly, "I heard it was placed somewhere called the Sacred Library. Every time the Thean Tao Library opens a sect, when entering the world, the Sacred Library appears once. The best disciple can comprehend the heavenly book and gain creation." Scene change. A pair of large eyes appeared. The human feather shrank. Ngiem exclaimed, "Ancestor, before me is an elephant of terrifying size. An elephant-feathered body." It was hard to find my voice again. "Is this the elephant-feathered body of a person?" A hoarse voice echoed. "Yes." A cold sweat dripped down his cheek. "That big." "Ancestor, such spirit and body size. How strong is his physical power? How did the people of that year lose to the martial emperor?" The elephant-feathered body sighed. "The martial emperor's strength is indeed outstanding, but his terror does not lie in his power." The human feather asked, puzzled, "If not power, then what?" It paused, then said, "The martial emperor's greatest terror lies in it." Grew angry. Shameless. Suddenly something appeared in human feather's sight. He asked curiously, "Ancestor, what is this stone tablet?" Before the elephant-feathered body could answer, he got excited. "This is the legendary silent tablet." Human feather looked up at the giant silent tablet standing tall before him, thinking, though miraculous, no one has truly comprehended it yet. Only a few sect elders understand some uses. This silent tablet was already here when I arrived. My ancestor was already a dying lamp then and did not study it further. Human feather's eyes flashed. "This is a great opportunity. I not only obtained the supreme elephant-feathered body of my ancestor, but also a piece of the silent tablet." He clenched his fist determinedly. "When I get out, that 18 divine sons Tanthu and that Thean Q Dong Hong." His face filled with ferocity. "They will all be dead by my hand." While lost in thought, a voice cut him off. "Is that Lam Vu?" Turned in shock. "Who is there?" Tanthu waved. "Prince Lam, long time no see. Missing me?" And stepped back cautiously. asking, 18 divine sons, why are you here? He pressed his lips softly. It must be a special fate. Lamvu pointed warningly. Tando, I warn you, the fate here belongs to me. The divine body of the elephant-feathered love is left by my ancestor. I advise you to leave quickly, or this prince won't spare your head even if it costs my life. Tando refused to back down and snapped back. That fart, the elephant's heart. It is clearly the great Emperor Vyuho from my family left to me. If you do not leave here, I will risk my life against you. Lamvu was furious, trembling with rage. You shameless bastard. He clenched his fists, silently asking himself, what should the ancestor do now? Tanda brushed past him. Remember when you said that stale? Could it be a stale with no inscription? Really a stale with no inscription. I just found an unmarked stale here. You could not help but turn and give Lamvu a thumbs up. Prince Lam, you are really like a big, strong leak, always surprising me. He was so shocked by Tandhu's shamelessness that he was speechless. The elephant's heart spirit echoed in his mind. First, hold him down. Once we absorb this spirit, today we can kill the 18 sons. Lamvu hurriedly followed the plan. Tandhu, give that unmarked stale to me. No one's allowed to touch my ancestor's spirit body. Got it? You still use your shamelessness well. Everything here belongs to the 4 sons. Lamvu ground his teeth in anger. Damn it! Do not push me too far. He eyed Tantha warily, silently asking, Ancestor, any ideas? The 18 sons definitely want to hand over the elephant's spirit body to us. The elephant's spirit body responded, slowly entering deeper into itself. My ancestor can control part of the spirit's power, which might buy you some time. Tandhu saw Lamvu lost in thought and spoke up. Prince Lam, if anyone's to blame, it is you for provoking the 4 sons from the start. Lamvu gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Just then, another voice sounded. What a noisy bunch. It was Fyong Nu Tayat's group. Mantrian sneered. The little brats of Vuho sect. Man Shrine has found you. Let us see how I deal with you this time. Nu Tayat ignored him, gasping in surprise. This is the giant body of the elephant's spirit before us. She pressed her lips together. Such a huge elephant spirit hidden here. And my Thean Dao library did not even know. Moreover, the breath of the heavenly book is concealed here. This place must be connected to my Thean Dao library. A shocking thought flashed through her mind. Could this be the legendary place where the heavenly book descended? No matter what, outsiders are absolutely forbidden to enter here. Thinking so, Nutaya declared, everything here belongs to Thean Dao library. Those unrelated, leave this place. The heavenly book disciples were stunned into silence. You smirked. I have always been the one raiding others' islands. The heavenly book disciple raised a finger in a thumbs up, then pointed down, shocked that someone wanted to raid the 4 heavenly books' island. This woman is truly shameless. Thean Dao library's junior brother snapped angrily. Haven't you heard senior sister Fuong speak? Hurry and leave. Bin Hong refused to back down. Who the hell are you to tell us to leave? Fuong Hutayat interrupted their argument. Not leaving. Then today you will be buried here, Mang Shuain demanded fiercely. Senior sister, let me go first. The heavenly book disciples all took their stances, ready to strike him any time. He turned pale with fear. What are you doing? No solo fight this time. Pick one to go. The heavenly book disciple clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward calmly. Here comes the body. Mang Xian spread his legs wide. Then I will go first. He bent slightly, then lipped forward, showing off Mang Xuyan's unbeatable style. Thean Dao Library juniors shouted encouragement. Brother Mang, kill that chicken invitee from Vuho sect. Show the power of our Thean Dao Library. Mang Shuain approached swiftly. The heavenly book disciple spun lightly and kicked him flying. The Thean Dao Library juniors broke out in cold sweat. Like an arrow released from a bow, Mang Shuain shot forward, crashing with a thud into the wall. As the dust cleared, Mang Shuain lay in a hole he made himself, breathing heavily. Damn, how is he this strong? Looking down at what is happening, Netide is tall, and so is he. This disciple of V. Ahayomen does not seem as weak as I imagined. She pointed straight at Thenthi's face and shouted, State your name. I do not waste time on nobodies. He responded firmly. I am the 18th disciple of V. Hamamun. Remember the name of this humble disciple, because one day you will have to show respect. The disciple from Thavayan Thean Zio shouted back. Such arrogance from a lowly volume. Nesh Tide is one of the 2 leaders of Thavayan Thean Zio. She is fierce when fighting. The Vai Hung also returned fools. The reputation of our Than Ti spreads across Xing Hong. Your leaders have become servants to our Than Ti. Both sides shouted encouragement at once. Come on, sister. Thun Ti. Nesh Tite gathered her energy in her legs and lipped up. She charged straight at Thentha, saying, I do not have time for you, let us finish this fight now. He calmly replied, I will do as you wish. He swung his arm to block her attack, and Nunchi Tite was hit and knocked backward. Her internal energy flared, forcing her to step back in confusion. A disciple from Senzio worriedly said, Sister, she is She reassured them. It is nothing. Standing tall, she said firmly. Just now, T2 only used 50% of his power. It is surprising he could still block it. Then Thud raised his eyebrows, saying, "No energy was used in that move. Not strong enough yet." Nestai quickly drew out a pen. The Senio disciples cheered excitedly. "It is Sister's Chi Ma pen." She swung her arm, drawing a line in the air, chanting, "Script of 10,000 worlds. Imperial pen of Chi." Vine hung his face changed. Then T. This attack style only the Vin the and the O has. Beware of this eerie script attack. Contrary to his worry, then Tha calmly stared at the script gathering spiritual energy on the air. It resembled my Chen and Ti Fi. Only this one seemed much more powerful. He blinked, wondering if the origin of Chem Afif was connected to Thin Thay, gathering all the spiritual energy. Natai shouted, "Destroy!" The script suddenly flared, its pressure crushing everything nearby. This is the moment when a warrior's heart falters. At that moment, the Long Tin Yin appeared, opening its mouth wide. A surge of power emerged, covering the head of Tin Thi. He shouted out, releasing his move, but his power quickly faded. Now Tentantha realized this was an attack targeting the mind. Mungixoyan laughed out loud, saying, "Amazing. How did you recognize the technique of our Then VOV?" Nesh Tite proudly declared, "This move is designed to attack the mind. This fight is over." Tentha frowned, softly saying, "Is it really over?" He thought quietly, "Though this move is special, it can T-move my soul, and my mind one T-break." Seeing this, Nesh Tite shouted anxiously, "Why is not it working?" Tentha's expression turned serious. "This is urgent." Then he looked at Long T Ingdianan and said, "We have to deal with it. We can let Levim Vien come out first." Tenthi immediately dashed forward. He glanced at Men Soon, who saw him and ran away in fear. Men Soon jumped straight into the mouth of Long T Yithian, which still showed no reaction. Tentha quickly followed, and Nutch Tite chased after him. She shouted, "Tintha, how dare you try to run?" Nutch Tite then boldly leapt into the mouth of Long T Inginihan. Then it snapped its jaws shut tightly. Tentha was already inside, and he suddenly panicked. Then he said, just as expected, Long T Inginihan really has a hollow space inside its body. By now, Nutchy Tite caught up and said, "Let us see how far you can run." Tentha replied, "Annoying brat. I do not have time to argue. I have got more important things to do. You would better be smart and get lost." Still, she insisted that I said everything here belongs to the Celestial Path Academy, and she would not let your insolence slide. Tanthu spoke up, really thinking that an 18 divine sons like me could not do anything to him. Then he struck, knocking away Fong Nian Tiat and her attack. Hurt, Fuong Nian Tiat coughed up blood. What the? Suddenly, the system appeared, saying Tanthu had gained the Emperor's blessing. Seeing that, he smiled brightly, just as expected, and truly could run. Best to know. Tanthu swiftly dashed away. He even said, when he gets the chance to take down the twin dragon statue demon, he would come back to teach that brat a lesson. Fuong Nian Tiat still refused to yield. Damn it! I can disgrace the Celestial Path Academy's name. I have to defeat someone from Vu Ho sect. Lam Vu looked at the huge glowing pill before him. His face suddenly stunned. He blurted out, "A truly massive spirit pill." The voice of the ancestor echoed in his mind again. "The physical strength of my ancestor's corporeal body is all concentrated inside this spirit pill. Absorb it, and you will gain tremendous physical power." Lam Vu still doubted and hesitated, asking, "Ancestor, what about the 18 divine sons chasing the trial?" But he was immediately reassured. "Don't worry. Inside my corporeal body, I have arranged some control over certain energies of this color. I will set up some obstacles to block the 18 divine sons. If they are unlucky, they might even get killed here." Outside, Tanthu arrived. Looking around thoughtfully, everything was foggy. Continuing like this was not a solution. He immediately received feedback. The second spirit was out and quickly released a wave of spiritual power. He instantly launched forward, murmuring with delight, "My second spirit is fake after all." Able to see through the power of truth, very quickly, he broke through the fog. Tanthu entered another space but suddenly felt a huge pressure. It was not good. A gigantic beast foot hovered above Tanthu's head, ready to strike down. Shocked, he gaped, frozen without reaction. Right after, the huge foot slammed forcefully onto the ground. One blow like that 18 divine sons probably would not survive. Before she finished speaking, Tanthu appeared suddenly. He jabbed the soul of the dragon statue's foot. Loudly shouting, "Up!" Fuong Nian Tiat exclaimed in shock. "What kind of power is this?" Tanthu grinned proudly, arrogantly ordering, "Scram!" The immense force. That huge foot was knocked far away by him. Fuong Nian Tiat silently watched his retreating figure, worry flashing across her face. "He's very strong if I go all out. I do not know if I am his match." Thinking this, Fuong Nian Tiat closely followed Tanthu, pondering, if all Vu Ho sect's divine sons are this strong, how could the Celestial Path Academy have suppressed them for tens of thousands of years? Or maybe only the 18 divine sons of Vu Ho sect are this powerful. When she caught up, Tanthu suddenly stopped. Seeing the huge tentacle whipping through the air, He quickly stepped back. Tando drew his holy sword and slashed, cutting the huge tentacle in midair. After defeating it, he proudly exclaimed, "Trying to stop this god? No way!" Meanwhile, Lam Vu was fiercely absorbing spiritual power from the huge spirit pill. He could not help but cry out in pain. It hurt so much. The ancestor quickly comforted him. "Endure it, with me here. You do not have to worry about your life. A normal person would be exploded by now. Want to defeat the 18 divine sons? Dream on. Want to trample the 18 divine sons beneath your feet? Reclaim the dignity lost, and make them kneel and regret in front of you." Hearing this, Lam Vu will surged. He tensed up and roared fiercely. "I want." Tantho suddenly charged forward. In your dreams, Lam Vu was startled and panicked. He can arrive this fast. Next moment, you landed right before his eyes. More importantly, the 18 divine sons not only arrived, but none were lost, and my ancestor's power could not harm him at all. Seeing Tantu's proud confidence, he had to admit, this kid really is unbeatable. Tantu approached Lam Vu slowly and said, "Crown Prince Lam, if I am right," his gaze sharpened as he probed, "the remnants of the old ancestor's dragon statue are inside someone, right?" He casually stepped past the still resentful Lam Vu who wanted to stop him. "Do you guys have what it takes or not?" Walking up to the giant pill, a huge internal core full of physical power, this was a big prize. Lam Vu, at a disadvantage, hesitated and suggested softly, 18 divine sons, let us negotiate. We can absorb this internal core together. But Tando decisively said one thing, "It is all mine." Lam Vu was stunned, but Tando bluntly dismissed him. "This is my business. If I can absorb it all, I want to let anyone else have it." "Step aside." "Got it, no big deal. You are my enemy, and I am not about to let you get stronger. Go lie down in the rain." Lam Vu struggled, grumbling angrily. Too much bullying. He raised a fist fiercely and shouted, "I will risk it against you." Lam Vu sat up with effort, determined to stop him. Just as he charged, the old ancestor's voice warned, "Stop," he growled in rage. "This bullying is too much. If I would trade my life for his." The old ancestor ordered him to step back and let him absorb it. Lam Vu refused immediately, insisting, "The 18 divine sons are already powerful. If he absorbs the internal core, I will lose my chance to shine." The old ancestor had to explain just how immense the physical power in his internal core was. "You know the 18 divine sons now can't absorb it all anyway. Let him absorb it freely. We will watch his body explode." Hearing this, Lam Vu sneered with excitement and agreed. He happily watched his opponent absorb the elixir, secretly pleased. "Then I will wait and see." Tando eyed him warily, thinking, what is his plan with the old ancestor as spirit inside him? Or should I deal with him now? But in the end, he shook his head and let it go. Forget it. Even keeping a bunch of chives is not easy. He recalled the guy just vomited out some still potent energy, so it is worth holding on a bit longer. Tando directed a strong spiritual force towards the giant pill, urging, "Absorb it for me." He opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and his whole body immediately radiated a glow. His breath and flesh power surged fiercely. "Flesh power is the hardest to control. Let us see how much I can grow today." He absorbed the internal energy happily, feeling great. After a moment, he excitedly exclaimed, 70 spirit power, then 75. The number kept rising. 80, 85 spirit power. The pill suddenly exploded, releasing more and more energy. Tando noticed something off. The flesh power flowing in the internal pill is increasing faster now. His internal power surged wildly. 95 spirit power. 95. 100 spirit power. He muttered with satisfaction. 100 spirit power means I have reached the limit I can absorb for now. Continuing to absorb would only cause harm, no benefit. But suddenly, Tando's expression turned shocked. He looked up in surprise, eyes wide. What is going on? Why did it stop? A mysterious voice echoed. Haha, how can the ancestor's internal pill be so easily absorbed? Once you start absorbing, you won't stop. Lam Vu laughed loudly. Haha, the 18 divine sons reap what they sow. I want to see you die from your body exploding. Tando suddenly lost momentum, truly irritated now. He clenched his fist tightly but said, no need to be afraid. I have the skin and bones of the Forbidden Supreme. I can hold on for now. His face darkened as he muttered to himself. He thought hard about how to solve this mess. Lam Vu laughed heartily. Haha, Lam Vu approached with a mocking smile. Challenging. Why so quiet now? Weren't you so proud? So arrogant. Turned dumb now. He got more fired up as he spoke. Before long, he roared to vent his anger, trying to seize the prince's chance. Serves you right. The prince wishes he could feast on your flesh and blood. Letting your body explode is already a mercy. No sooner said than he threw a punch to the face. Lam Vu shoved him away, sneering. Too noisy. Get lost. Lam Vu was thrown back a meter, landing painfully, holding his face. He cursed. Damn it. I am about to die and you still dare hit me. Tando chanted a spell, summoning the Nepi Gaian Triyu. A small bowl appeared at his side, internal energy rushing into it continuously. Lam Vu did not realize the situation, still laughing mockingly. Haha, you think pulling out a bull will save your life? Flesh power depends on the body to absorb. How can it absorb through objects? Lamvu sneered. Haha, I think he is just desperate now. Suddenly Tanthu shouted loudly. Absorb it for me. Lamvu enjoyed teasing him, pretending to show off. Tanthu's small pill kept absorbing spiritual energy from the giant pill. Lamvu exclaimed in shock. What is that? He gritted his teeth. Ancestor, what is going on here? Didn't you say flesh power only absorbs through the body? Now he asked suspiciously. That is the Nempi Ing Churju. The Nempi Ga Ing Churju is an artifact of the great emperor. Absolutely correct. Unexpectedly, the 18 divine sons have such a rare treasure, like the Nempi Ga Ing Churju. The energy flowing out grew stronger and soon stabilized. Tanthu was very satisfied watching the Nepa Ga Ing Tru, admiring it with delight. I told you. Absorbing the primal energy buffalo has endless effects. Now it really seems like a miracle. This massive physical strength, first, store it in the primal energy buffalo, then slowly absorb it. Just then, a voice shouted from outside. Stop right there. Fu Nu Tayat charged in fiercely. Unstoppable. Everything here belongs to the Heavenly Tao Library. I order you, Forest Hand, to stop absorbing energy. Tanthu turned to look at her, sighing. You really do not give up, do you? She immediately aimed a strike at him, shouting, stop, but could not catch up to Tanthu's speed by the time she turned around in surprise. He was already standing there. Her slender neck was squeezed until it turned purple. Fu Nu Tayat gasped in shock. What? How can you do that? Tanthu arrogantly thought, why am I so strong? That is because this god was just playing with you before. Then he released her, letting her go. No way! Slapping her butt. Fuang Nu Tayat blushed and exclaimed in shock. Without a word, he kept hitting her butt repeatedly. When Fuang Nu Tayat finally broke free, she pointed at Tanthu. Speechless. You. Tanthu stepped forward again and kept hitting her. What do you mean? Stop, you brought this on yourself? Fuang Nu Tayat clenched her teeth and shouted. You beast. She lunged at him again. I will take my chances with you. But suddenly she felt itchy. Tanthu gently caught her raised hand. The next second, he threw her down and kept slapping Fuang Nu Tayat's butt as a warning, daring her to provoke him again. She shouted angrily, I will definitely kill you. Tanthu ignored her, calmly replying, looks like you are still not convinced. After a round of crisp clapping, a weak voice finally spoke up. Stop hitting me. Fuang Nu Tayat blushed, tears welling up, mumbling softly. Tanthu looked at her indifferently. She could only cry and reluctantly admit defeat. I won't do it anymore. I give up. Only then did he let her go, reminding her, I told you before. From now on, I am someone you should respect. The primal energy pearl quickly absorbed the two giant internal cores. It then flew swiftly to Tanthu. He happily said, the mighty physical power will first be stored in the primal energy pearl and digested slowly later. Lamvu bitterly turned his face away. The big moment is gone. Let us get out of here quickly. Suddenly, Tanthu shouted, wait. He immediately teleported in front of Lamvu, forcing him to step back. Startled, Lamvu demanded loudly, Tanthu, your chance was already stolen. What more do you want? No sooner had he spoken than he took a punch to the face. Tanthu struck him midair with a fierce blow. Watching him fall, he coldly said, what else do you want? He kept landing blows on Lamvu, while the system's notification sounded with each hit. System alert. Gained a bit of Emperor Dao energy luck. Just as he was about to get drunk, a voice interrupted. Stop, I am the Elder Dragon Elephant. Tanthu smiled. Elder Dragon Elephant. Finally, you speak. Actually, he was quite pleased. He had almost completely drained the Emperor Dao energy luck from Lam Crown Prince. Lamvu's face was bruised and swollen. He had no choice but to plead for Lam Crown Prince's life. Tanthu quickly agreed. Fine, but what will you offer to save Han's life? Lamvu went on. My whole dragon elephant corpse is a treasure, though the most important power, the physical strength, you have already taken. My dragon elephant golden muscle is also a powerful treasure. I can offer that to you. You eagerly asked, is there more? Langvu eagerly accepted and confirmed. Someone from Lamvu's group threw out a green jade pendant containing a martial art called the Thu. Tanthu caught it smoothly. Our ancestor once accidentally obtained it in a deadly place. The technique is incomplete, but engraved with extraordinary spirit. A new practitioner will notice. You looked at the object in your hand with interest, and could not help but marvel. This physical technique is truly a powerful martial art. Lamvu quickly acted, pulling out the dragon elephant golden muscle. In the illusory space, a beam of light flashed, shining dazzlingly downward. The light shot straight at them, making Tam exclaim in surprise, is this really the gold from the dragon elephant body? Just one piece already has such power. You watched closely with some admiration. No wonder this great demon once fought the Emperor of Martial Transformation. Your excitement faded quickly. And finally, the thin light drifted over to Tanthu. The ancestor's dragon elephant proudly spoke. The dragon elephant golden muscle is rightly called the hardest treasure in the world, second only to my internal elixir. Now we can finally release Crown Prince Lam. Tanthu happily agreed and readily said farewell. Crown Prince Lam. See you soon. Lamvu dashed away like a gust of wind. On the way, He still grumbled about questioning the ancestor. The ancestor replied thoughtfully. Then go to the Kingtung ancient temple, he asked vaguely. Kungtung ancient temple, the ancestor explained. Legend says it is the residence of immortals. One of the greatest mysteries of the heavens. It occasionally appears in the cracks of time and space. It is a place where top-tier figures and sect leaders risk everything to compete for. Inside lies the chance to ascend to immortality in one step. Lamville slyly. Determined to claim it, Fuang Hutayat glared at him with displeasure, then abruptly turned and walked away. Tando frowned at her and stopped her. I already sent someone to wait. Fuang Hutayat snapped back. What else do you want? Insulting me is not enough? You asked her sharply. This is the territory of the Heavenly Tao Library. Do you think the guardian spirit will just let you go call for help? Seeing her trembling hands, Tanda pulled proudly and said, Keep dreaming. Then he gave a cold smile and stepped in front of her, startling Fuang Hutayat. What do you want to do? She asked. You grinned and said, Spank you. And immediately struck, making her yelp. Fu Hutayat glared and cursed. 18 guardian spirits. You shameless bastard. I will chop you up for the dogs someday. Tantho tightened the rope in his hand, his face dark with threat. Looks like you need a beating. Huh? Fuang Hutayat flared up, trembling and weakly asked. What do you want to do? Tantho dusted off his hands. Fuang Hutayat was still glaring and cursing. Damn it! Treating me like this. Might as well just kill me. Suddenly, the system alerted. You gained a spark of Emperor's Dao Kai. Tantho put on a wicked look. Killing people is boring. Slowly cutting them up is the real fun. The scene shifted outside the dragon elephant body, where a group was waiting. Koan Fen worriedly wondered why the guardian spirit had not come out yet. Mang Shuai next him smugly said, Fuang's senior sister has gone in too. If she uses her full strength, your so-called 18 guardian spirits probably won't get out. Henta confidently declared. Maybe the 18 guardian spirits have already been slaughtered. At that moment, the dragon elephant's mouth suddenly opened wide, and it quickly rushed down, holding Fuang Hutayat, who was still dazzled. Mang exclaimed in surprise. What is that? This? Senior sister. Trantho Min laughed loudly. Haha. Those brats from the Heavenly Tao Library still all talk. Your senior sisters have already been blinded by my guardian spirit. Henta ground his teeth in anger. Damn it. Then he and his gang all surged forward, shouting, Release senior sister. Fuang Hutayat panicked, warning them. Hurry. You are no match for him. But it was too late. Henta took a punch from Tan Thu and was knocked away, dragging his whole group back. Henta kept coughing up blood. Ba Hong thought, what kind of physical strength is this? Completely unstoppable. Then he quickly turned and fled. Report back to the sect. Tando took a defensive stance and chased after them. Suddenly, Fu Hutayat shouted loudly, Heavenly Book Divine Art. She unleashed her power. Before leaving, Mang Shuai could not help but marvel. They can use the Heavenly Book Divine Art here too, the teammates urged. Let us early in the morning. A crowd gathered shouting, The Heavenly Tao Library's people are out. Our View Ho sect is going to the mountain examination. They were very confident. Why has not anyone come out yet? Could they be scared of us? Inside, a group of scholars sat meditating together on the arena floor. Kothian was deep in thought. The Lian appeared and said, It is these next few days, this time entering. I am sure I can lay the foundation to become an emperor. Suddenly, a disciple came to report. Senior brother Thatech. Outside, a group of disciples from Vu Ho sect have arrived loudly. He sneered. This generation of Vu Ho sect actually has some courage. Then go deal with them. After saying that, he led his disciples outside. Outside, the Viha group was waiting anxiously. The disciples of the Than Leo library seemed useless. They did not even dare show their faces. If no one is coming out, then we will just have to go in. Suddenly, a strong force pushed them back. They looked up in shock, their faces showing undeniable astonishment. Si Denthe and his gang boldly blocked the way, arrogantly saying that if it were not for the imminent appearance of the thoughts of Li and Nine, they would not even bother with them. How could they let them act so recklessly? The Viha sect members snapped back. Cut the crap. If your people are out, then follow the old rules. Hunta looked down on them with contempt. You are all trash. I have no interest in dealing with you. Then he gestured to his disciples behind him. Teach them a lesson. Back at the dragon statue cave, the whirlwind grew stronger, whipping up dust and rocks. The guardian of the divine book asked, What are you doing? Fa Ungnet, Cyclo said calmly. Of course. I am going all in with you. He flew into a rage and charged at her. But the mad woman stopped. Instead, she looked smug. Once the divine book spell activates, it can be stopped. The cave was quickly sealed off by the whirlwind. No one could get in. Vin Hung called out worriedly. Divine child. The divine book is leading them. You all get out now, Su and Fan asked nervously. Divine child. What about the others? He urged them quickly. You all get out now. He and Hung had no choice but to lead them out before the rocks collapsed. The divine book suddenly glanced over Fiantin's tight had broken free from the restraint. She unleashed the divine book's spell, and he drew the sacred sword. Ready. But when he struck, the defense had no effect at all. The divine book suddenly itched. Fiantin calmly warned. Stop struggling. The divine book's spell is an unbreakable technique of the Thin EO library. We are completely trapped by the divine book's seal. The moment they touched it, their bodies would shatter. The one insulting me like that Tenevith suddenly powered up. You are dreaming if you think you can escape. I am going all in. He charged to break the shell. His clothes were torn, but his body did not weaken. The forbidden skin at his core could withstand the divine book's seal. Fiantin watched in amazement. Mouth agape. How can this be? The divine book's divine spells should not harm him. Tentha finally escaped outside. He did not forget to glare back mockingly. Enjoy my divine spells. You all, looking at the glowing stone tablet ahead. His smile grew more confident. Once he returns this voiceless tablet, he can leave here. Tentha chanted a rhythm. Absorb. Sacred ox. Return this to me. The sacred ox charged onto the stone, beginning to absorb spiritual energy, then pulled the huge tablet into the space. Tentha hesitated slightly. Like the first voiceless tablet, the sacred ox continuously released inner power to control the target. After completing the task, it flew back to its owner. Tentha gripped the treasure tightly. Excitedly shouting, "Success!" Fiantin watched everything, muttering in confusion. This 18 divine child just snagged a voiceless tablet. Others might not know, but our Thinzio library does. The voiceless tablet has a significant background. Coming from a place tied to the divine books, a vague thought crossed her mind, perhaps even more terrifying than her senior brother. Suddenly, a beam of light startled both of them. When they opened their eyes, the surrounding space had completely changed, turning into a vast power transmission hall. Tentha looked around and asked angrily, "Where is this?" Back at the Thinzio library, the Viahever sect's disciple was thrown to the ground. Their opponents were smug. You only dare step up as small fries, thinking you can challenge our Thinzio library, just as senior brother Fejing said. They are all just wannadibs. The divine book, Tanthi looked at them. Via sect really is worse than before. They forced themselves to sit up, gritting their teeth. Damn it! The divine sons of Vua sect still have not arrived. You think you can be arrogant? He walked to the one who spoke and asked coldly, "Divine sons of Vua sect, so what if they come? Just more defeated enemies." Chalap appeared and retorted arrogantly, "I am the 6th divine son, and this is the 4th divine son." The Vua sect people got excited seeing them, the 4th and 6th divine sons, the ones who uphold the sect's reputation. Beat them? The young 4th divine son asked Chalap who would go first. He confidently replied, "Leave it to me." Kothian laughed loudly. "Haha. No need. You two can fight each other." He stomped hard on the floor then leapt up. "But I want to see if you are as arrogant as him." Kothian stood calmly and smugly said, "The 18 divine sons. Please. No one compares to me." He easily blocked Chalap's attack. He pressed his face close to Chalap's and said broadly, "I am Kothian. No one else compares." Then he hooked his leg around his opponent's. With a flick, Chalap was knocked several meters away. He waved at the others and said coldly, "If you do not step up, I can crush you all with one slap." The 4th divine son instantly grew alert seeing the 6th divine son pushed back. The power of the heavenly Tao library's warriors is truly formidable. No wonder the Vua sect has mostly lost battles against the heavenly Tao. Chalap was not willing. He powered up his fist and cursed, "Damn it!" Then he changed tactics, transforming his weapon into a human-shaped blade, flying straight up, suddenly appearing above his opponent. Kothian calmly glanced over and said indifferently, "Interesting, but is that all?" He swung his arm and said, "Lie down for me." Chalap was caught off guard and pinned to the floor with one move, his face crushed and blood splattered. Back to Tantha. They were staring fiercely at the sealed book before them, covered in midair, emitting dazzling light, shocking and confusing them. How is this possible? Tantha walked to the door, no matter where this was, first checking if he could get outside. He raised his fist, forcefully using inner fire to push against the door. But the door did not react at all, so he resorted to another treasure. Tantha launched a fiery spear at the door, determined to break it open, yet the spear was completely stopped on contact. It could not pierce through. This place is unusual, even with my full power spear strike. The land here is not shaken at all. He turned to ask the person behind him, "Where is this place?" She sighed, replying, "I do not know." Suddenly, he grabbed her tightly and shoved her against the wall. Tantha warned sternly, "Coming in here must be connected to someone using the heavenly scripture magic. Don't think I am an idiot, answer me." Fuang Nutayat continued to provoke him, "Kill me then." He slashed sharply with his spear, tearing her clothes. "No more talking. I will strip you right here." Fuang Nutayat quickly covered herself, angrily cursing, You bastard. Her clothes were torn again. Tando's face darkened as he harshly demanded. Answer me. She finally gave in. Stop. I will talk. This is probably the spirit library. Though it is my first time here. The aura feels right, he explained. The spirit library is the most sacred part of the Heavenly Tao Library. Every time the Heavenly Tao Library opens its mountain gate, the spirit library appears. Outstanding disciples can enter to comprehend the heavenly scripture. Those with great fortune may gain the spirit library's treasures. He looked at her suspiciously and asked, Then why are we here? She reluctantly told the truth. Maybe it is linked to your previous residence. Heavenly scripture magic only works where the literary aura is thick. It is probably connected to the spirit library, that is why we are here. After hearing this, Tanda thought, if we can tea leave for now, I will see if I can seize the greatest chance in the Heavenly Tao Library. But Fuang Hutayat flatly rejected the idea. You are overthinking. The heavenly scripture here is just a projection in the spirit library, still very hard to comprehend. Ordinary people dreaming of enlightenment is just nonsense. Tandu approached the sealed book, rough and crude, saying, The heavenly scripture is for enlightenment. You can just grab it with bare hands. This act was reckless, sure to provoke the heavenly scripture's backlash. But suddenly, spiritual energy flared before him. Tando looked at his divine consciousness in surprise. Amazed, my second divine consciousness appeared again. He then directed spiritual power at the scripture. Seeing hope, he could not help but rejoice. It is working. Heavenly scripture, come to me. Fu Nutayat watched in shock. What the hell? Watching the heavenly scripture casually open the book, her face showed doubt. Holding the scripture like this was unheard of in the Heavenly Tao Library. Yet on this side, Tando looked a bit unsettled, the strange strokes confusing him. Though the scripture was in my hands, the writing is messy like a chicken scratch. I can make sense of it. Seeing his reaction, Fu Nutayat sighed in relief. Luckily, he is not a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Library, otherwise, he would not understand the text or be able to comprehend the scripture. Everything he is doing is just pointless. The second divine consciousness appeared again, directly sending spiritual energy from its eyes into the book. Tando's expression brightened with joy. Is my second divine consciousness really that powerful? Could it help me understand the writing on this heavenly scripture? Hearing this, the opponent roared in disbelief. Impossible. That can be. The heavenly scripture seemed to obey him, proving it could read the text. How could he pull that off? On the other side, the Chiju Lutta v Echo Men group lay defeated on the ground, backs being stomped on. See, then the coldly said, You all should fight together. You ignored that, so you are only humiliating yourselves. Chu Lupi's face was bruised. He muttered, Did I really lose that badly? Even the four gods' disciples were beaten badly. Swear to heaven. Damn it. See, then the targeted him again, decisively kicking him, proudly slamming him to the ground, leaving no chance to rise. The disciples behind cheered, surprised that the divine disciples of Via Hammon were no match for Senior Brother C. They were just a bunch of nobodies. Senior Brother C was too strong. This contest was between Senior Brother C and Sister Van, both holding the upper hand. The fourth divine disciple objected, telling them not to underestimate Via Hammon. With Thin Kyu and the 18th divine disciple coming, they would surely restore Via Hammon's honor. See, then the noticed your reaction with some interest. The 18th divine disciple, I have heard of him more than once. Even though the other divine disciples had captured him, he remained composed and suspiciously asked again. The fourth divine disciple burst out laughing, shouting, The 18th divine disciple really has arrived. He has not disappointed us. This comment enraged C. Thiman. He angrily struck out, irritated by the endless chatter. He then looked at the strong group, asking sharply, Where's Sister Fing? If she were here, would the 18th divine disciple be able to act so easily against you? They lost face and fell silent, afraid to answer. C. Thintha lost patience, shouting furiously, Speak up. Ensuine was terrified and hurriedly said, Sister Feng was taken away. Hearing this, he was stunned. What? Jiangfi hoarsely questioned the disciples. Who did this? Sister Feng is the head of the Thanzio library. Who dares do such a thing? Could it be the 8th disciple of the great sect leader? Mensian timidly lowered his head and, summoning courage, answered, It is also the 18th divine disciple. C. Thintha was stunned, speechless. The death divine disciple laughed louder. That hurts. Capturing one of the two heads of the Thanzio library. The 18th divine disciple never fails to impress, but deep down, there was a hint of doubt. Is the gap between me and the 18th divine disciple really that big? C. Thintha clenched his teeth and growled, That can be true. And tightened his fists and shouted fiercely, Take me there now. I want to kill that brat with my own hands. Hen led Menexine and the others away quickly, reminding the remaining disciples to keep watch and wait for his return to deal with things. The scene shifted outside the wilderness, where Vian Heng and others anxiously looked at the store blocked by large stones. Tron Thing shouted in panic, What is going on? The divine disciples and the Thang Eo library disciples have disappeared together. Vin Heng quickly reassured him. The divine disciples are blessed. Maybe they are fine. The priority now is to find them. At that moment, Si Then Tang led Then Zio library disciples forward. Men Suyen immediately looked around. Where's Sister Feng? Si then he arrogantly pointed at Vien Heng, loudly threatening. Where's the 18th divine disciple? Come out and face death. The divine disciple stared at him. Who do you think you are? Talking to the divine disciples of our house like that? Suddenly, a pair of huge hands lunged forward, grabbing Thang's ankle and causing him to cry out in pain before he could react. Si That lifted him and demanded angrily. Tell me, where is the 18th divine disciple? Vin Heng quickly rushed forward to support. The Phi then Kim him at the ready. His eyes glowed as he instantly transformed, becoming sharper and smugly said, But I am the first genius in 10,000 years I have met. The other person was still ineffective, and before replying, unleashed a powerful attack. Vin Heng was not to be outdone, opening his mouth wide and roaring, the first person in 10,000 years. You really are something. He spat out a sticky fluid to attack but was easily blocked by the giant hand. The crimson figure was shocked but quickly counterattacked, hurling him away. He was speechless. The crimson figure was shocked but quickly counterattacked, throwing him to Kuchu Trung. Chen Thung Min rushed over in panic. Crimson, I will block him, he said, quickly moving off to find the divine sun. Si Thenteth withdrew and unleashed spiritual power. Laughing coldly, rocks around fell as Si and Thifun and Chen Thing Min were quickly knocked unconscious. He stomped hard on Chen Thing Min's face, a smug look on his face. Can anyone stop me? Just wait. I will find the divine sun. Si Thenthen narrowed his eyes, coldly ordering, If you want to leave, stay here. He then unleashed a burst of energy, instantly locking down the crimson figure's body. Unwilling, he unleashed his full strength, but the energy seal shattered into pieces. Then he swiftly took off, flying far away. Si Thenthe glared fiercely after him, thinking, this kid has some real strength. Next time, I will kill him. Chun Theng Min was sprawled on the ground, struggling weakly and looking pitiful. Men Sign was reporting to Senior Brother C. Senior Brother C. Senior Sister Finging's whereabouts are unknown, and we do not know where the 18 divine sons took her. What should we do? Si Thenthe face darkened as he said coldly, The Linda. Bring those two back first, including all the disciples from VFFMN. Keep them under strict control. Si Thenthe's expression darkened, his aura fierce. Thenthe was still focused, concentrating on the heavenly scriptures. Phi Adzitat adjusted her clothes, amazed and muttering. He not only understands the scriptures, but is also comprehending the divine script. A disciple from VHOMN able to grasp such a high-level divine script from the Heavenly Tao Library is rare. Across generations, fewer than 10 disciples from the Heavenly Tao Library have achieved this. Suddenly, Thenthes' eyes opened. He pondered deeply. His second consciousness had once been placed into the radiant light by the immortal elixir figure, which might hold the key. Could this be the reason he is able to easily comprehend the heavenly script? But this script is not just some technique. It is a set of mysterious heavenly Tao phrases. They say it is the law of heaven and earth. Before, I obtained many heavenly Tao laws physically, but these heavenly Tao phrases seem to guide one's understanding of the heavenly Tao laws. Just then, Fang Nen Tite spoke up. It is pointless. Even if he is studying the heavenly script, he definitely won't grasp the divine script. Otherwise, our heavenly Tao library would have to bow its head to the 18 divine sons. As she finished, admiration appeared on her face. The entire divine script radiated divine energy, and a powerful spiritual force burst forth, greatly strengthening him. Fang Nen Tai quickly realized it was the heavenly Tao law still condensing. Thai happily stood up, saying, as expected, comprehending the heavenly script is actually comprehending the heavenly Tao laws. He reached out toward the floating spiritual energy, excitedly shouting, if that is the case, then so be it. Fang Nen Tai stood behind, witnessing the entire scene. She looked at him fiercely, puzzled, wondering how he succeeded in grasping the heavenly Tao laws from this heavenly script. This is something countless disciples of the heavenly Tao library have failed to do. Suddenly, Thenthes' eyes showed panic. That is not right. The way the heavenly Tao laws are grasped seems different. He took out the brush in his hand, intending to help me realize something. Thenthe directly wrote a large character on the floor. Ghost. The golden character flew toward Fong Nuka Tite. She was shocked. What is that? Suddenly, she could not control herself and knelt down on the ground. Seeing this, Thenthe laughed heartily. Haha. I finally understand what the literary spirit of the Heavenly Tao Library is. It is why they use the brush to describe it. Actually, the book contains the laws of heaven and earth. She frowned deeply, coldly demanding, who exactly are you? How can you do what even the Heavenly Tao Library can teach? Then Thethe arrogantly sneered, proudly asking, have you started admiring me yet? But unfortunately, he met Fing, that tight. She coldly dismissed him. Admire you? In your dreams, you really think so? In your dreams, let the laws of heaven and earth grow even stronger. Cut to him. He has just landed. His body quickly shifts back to human form. Coughing up blood, he spits out a mouthful of blood. Breathing heavily and murmuring, "This ancient celestial book is truly powerful. Even if I became a celestial immortal, I still would not be a match for him." Yuan Hong suppresses the pain. He has captured the spirit disciple and is determined. Now that they have been captured, we must quickly find the spirit disciple. But where do we find the spirit disciple? Just then, traces of a rainbow-colored flock appear in the sky. Looking up, he recognizes someone familiar. Yuan Hong stops holding back and calls out loudly, "Second spirit disciple." The person hears this and looks over. He quickly lands the 12th spirit disciple. Yuan Hong calmly explains, "I am following the 18th spirit disciple, named Yuan Hong." The second spirit disciple mutters with some cynicism, "So it is the 18th spirit disciple. I never expected that right after I emerged. The 18th spirit disciple, often underestimated by everyone, could become a renowned figure." "Interesting." Yuan Hong boldly asks him, "Second spirit disciple, where are you headed?" He replies firmly, "Of course. To the Heavenly Tao Library to wipe out all its disciples and make our Wuhua sect famous." He hurriedly warns, "Second spirit disciple, the Heavenly Tao Library's defensive strategies are strong and dangerous, but the second spirit disciple only grows more excited. The stronger, the better. I am neither strong nor worthy to strike the spirit disciple." Yuan Hong lowers his voice, reminding him, "Second spirit disciple, you should still be cautious. The disciples of this generation's Heavenly Tao Library are truly powerful. Let us find the 18th spirit disciple first. Then we will head to the Heavenly Tao Library together." The second spirit disciple scowls, annoyed, and asks sarcastically, "Can the 18th spirit disciple even compare to me?" Yuan Hong realizes he has misspoken and awkwardly explains, "I did not mean it like that. Second spirit disciple, listen to me. The ancient celestial book of the Heavenly Tao Library is truly..." He is cut off. "Enough." Back then, the 18th spirit disciple even sought my method to cultivate. In front of me, he is just a junior. The second spirit disciple is extremely confident and boldly declares, "This time I emerge, defeat the Eastern Emperor's prodigy. The small Heavenly Tao Library is just my first step." Yuan Hong sighs helplessly after hearing that. A burst of 7-colored aura quickly appears. The second spirit disciple stands there, then flies off, bidding farewell. "If you are already so scared, Yuan Hong, I will go ahead." But Yuan Hong panics and calls after him, "Second spirit disciple, wait for me." Helpless, he thinks to himself he has energy in hand. Still a bit thoughtful. The heavenly and earthly laws are flowing out, nearly fully absorbed. Fuongyu Tiat on the side is surprised. How much heavenly and earthly law has he absorbed? Normally, one can only absorb enough for half a lifetime. But the 18th spirit disciple's absorption is like a flood. This guy is truly unimaginable. Her expression darkens. She mutters to herself, "We absolutely can't let him get the opportunity. Otherwise, this generation's Heavenly Tao Library want to stand a chance against Wuhua sect. Even senior brother Gu might." Tenthi abruptly turns and urgently asks, "Fuongyu Tiat, what was the spirit essence you mentioned before? How can we get it?" She immediately looks away, refusing to answer. Tentha calls out loudly, "Come here." With just a flick of his hand, she immediately flies over to him. Tentha grabs her neck tightly, face fierce, ordering, "Fuongyu Tiat." She trembles but remains resolute. "If this were before, I might have spoken. But now, I would rather die than tell you. Even if you strip me naked. If someone threatens the Heavenly Tao Library this much, and if they get the spirit essence, the library will be forever oppressed, never able to rise again." Seeing no results, Tentha throws her aside indifferently, saying, "Already scared by this? Pathetic." He has to think of another way. "Forget it. Right now, the spirit essence disciple is not very interested in your spirit essence anyway. I will ask you, how do we get out of here?" Fuongyu Tiat snaps back. "The spirit essence hall has not manifested yet. I am afraid no matter what we do, we can't get out now." Tentha demands sharply, "Where is the spirit essence hall now?" She answered honestly, saying she did not know. Every time the spirit appears, it comes out of nowhere. After the spirit manifests, the door opens, and only then can you go outside. Hearing this, you got even more interested appearing out of thin air. That is pretty intriguing. I heard the mediums fighting for positions at the sect level also appeared from thin air. Could this void be an actual place somewhere? Scene shift to the Tianda Library. The Wu Ho sect members are blinded in front of the yard, completely surrounded. Yu and Fen Trung glare at the enemy, silently cursing. Annoying bastards. Moments later, a Tao Library disciple barges into him, arrogantly sneering, "What are you staring at, you damn dog?" Losing to Tao Library, you will still submit. He falls hard to the floor, motionless. The group shows off their power. "Listen up. If anything happens to our senior sister, none of you trash will walk out alive." Just then, a 7-colored light streaks across the sky. Sharp eyes, The keen gaze of Gushenshu looks up and instantly recognizes the glow. The Wuho disciples cheer loudly. It is the second divine son. The second divine son is here to take revenge for us. Finally, Wuho sect has a powerful divine son. Let us see how arrogant the Dao library will act now. Before the crowd, a strong rainbow light descends, releasing the Dao library's name. The sharp eyes of Gushenshu look up and immediately recognize the glow. The Wuho disciples cheer excitedly. It is the second divine son. The second divine son has arrived to avenge us. Wuho sect finally has a strong divine son. Let us see how proud the Dao library still is. A powerful rainbow light lands with a huge explosion right before the crowd. The ruby leads the way, stepping out with the second divine son. Damn it! This Dao library actually insults Wuho sect's disciples. Tranthong Min grits his teeth in pain and questions him. Ruby, where's the 18th divine son? He scratches his head awkwardly and answers embarrassedly. Well, I still have not found the 18th divine son yet. Tranthong Min immediately flies into a rage and roars furiously. Haven't he found him? Then what did you come here for? Isn't this supposed to be a delivery of heads? Ruby quickly backpedals. I came here with the second divine son. Did not. The second divine son scans the opponent coldly with a sharp gaze and asks. Dao library treats Wuho sect disciples like this. What is your intention? The heavenly Dao library group still wore smug expressions. What intention? Can't you see it clearly? When facing the heavenly Dao library, you are only worthy to kneel. One of them rushed forward quickly. Why waste words with them? First, make these two kneel and repent. The second divine son calmly raised two fingers. His spiritual power directly knocked the opponent down, causing him to scream in pain. Gushenshu looked at his fallen subordinate with a cold smile, thinking, this one's no weakling. The second divine son shouted orders loudly, unaware of his own limits. Commanding, listen carefully. Answer me, or jump into the river. One of them rushed forward quickly. Why waste words with them? First, make these two kneel and repent. The second divine son calmly raised two fingers. His spiritual power directly knocked the opponent down, causing him to scream in pain. One of them rushed forward quickly. Why waste words with them? First, make these two kneel and repent. The second divine son calmly raised two fingers. His spiritual power directly knocked the opponent down, causing him to scream in pain. Gushenshu looked at his fallen subordinate with a cold smile, thinking, this one's no weakling. The second divine son loudly commanded, know your limits and immediately release all our martial transformation sect disciples. The opponent angrily retorted, we will deal with you after winning first. I will teach you a lesson. But Gushenshu suddenly stepped forward, pacing back and forth, and asked the second divine son of the martial transformation sect, tell me, what rank is your sect in this generation? The second divine son replied calmly, second rank. Gushenshu looked at him with malice and asked, then who holds first? He declared with confidence, I claim second. No one dares to claim first, which irritated Gushenshu deeply. Chen Toming paled and looked embarrassed, muttering helplessly, damn, this second divine son really has no shame. Gushenshu slowly approached, good, as long as you are second, the heavenly Dao library will completely suppress your martial transformation sect this generation. He waved his arm, releasing a hidden weapon. 1,000 years from now, you won't even dare to lift your heads. His giant hand appeared again, aiming straight at the target ahead. The second divine son quickly stepped back, took momentum, and leapt into the air, narrowly dodging the strike. Gushenshu's arm continued to chase relentlessly. Losing momentum, he missed the attack. He exclaimed with pleasure, you can dodge my attacks, impressive. The second divine son confidently retorted, don't get cocky. Let us see if you can dodge my attacks. With that, he unleashed two powerful bursts of spiritual power. Gushenshu hurriedly rolled to avoid the strike, but he soon noticed something odd and glanced sideways to grab another hidden weapon. Sure enough, he was hit. The opponent as spiritual power pierced his body sharply. The martial transformation sect disciples saw hope and cheered excitedly. The second divine son's might defeated the heavenly Dao library's chief. They dared treat us like this. Let us crush these bastards. Gushenshu hovered in the air, growling darkly. He is even more formidable than that big toad. He glared and shattered the spiritual power binding him in one breath. But to me, he is still weak. The second divine son was stunned by this display. Before he could recover, the opponent rushed at him, shouting, get down. Gushenshu attacked fiercely. The second divine son raised his hands defensively and blocked. Gushenshu's strike broke through the spiritual power shield the second divine son was using. Suddenly, Gushenshu's powerful punch shattered the second divine son's defense and charged directly at him. The second divine son was struck and thrown violently to the ground, causing a massive explosion. The martial transformation sect disciples were shocked and stunned. What was that? The opponents laughed even more smugly. Haha, the trash of the martial transformation sect dares to be proud. What a joke. Our senior brother Gu is the genius leader for 10,000 years. Your second divine son is nothing. The second divine son got up from the pit, wiping blood from his mouth. And Fan Kitch stared at his opponent, saying, when fighting someone, I have to use my finishing move. Kothian though spread his arms, provoking, go ahead, use it all you want. If you win, you take my life. If you lose, Kneel here and repent like the trash you are. The two gods began chanting spells, heaven and earth infinite. Bite the true law. Spirit feather heaven descends. With that, they sent the spirit furnace soaring into the sky. Thunder quickly gathered, and dark clouds rolled in thick and fast. Transmigration immediately realized this was the life-bound divine power of the two gods. Once unleashed, heaven and earth changed color. Vianhong held her breath, watching closely, hoping it could defeat Kothianthu in one strike. Now the whereabouts of the 18 gods were unknown. Without them, the consequences would be unpredictable. Small streaks of light from the dark clouds moved toward Kothianthu. Curious? He asked. Is this spirit feather? Jisoo's expression instantly darkened. Something's off. The streaks of light quickly transformed. They became sharp spears that cut into Kothianthu's hand. He was startled. What? Kothianthu looked back in panic. Not good. Suddenly, countless sharp needles poured down from behind, all aimed directly at him. Kothianthu checked his spiritual power. He muttered suspiciously. Something's wrong. These sharp needles are not just cutting me, they are draining my spiritual power. The two gods smugly said, though my life-bound divine power is not a guaranteed kill technique, it is hard to break and will drain all your energy. Kothianthu roared in anger. You talk about divine power. The heavenly library's specialty is divine power. He quickly chanted, divine library power. Golden Word's shield. His whole body was enveloped by a sphere of spiritual energy. Ancient inscriptions of the Dichu sect were engraved around him, as the two gods sent their needles flying. Countless sharp objects attacked Kothianthu's defenses but failed to harm him. The disciples of the Heavenly Spirit Hall cheered excitedly. We have held them off. Brother Ko, take care of the two gods from the Wuhua sect. The two gods only sneered coldly. It is useless. Kothianthu sensed something was wrong. My spiritual power is still draining fast. His defenses broke down, and needles kept attacking his body relentlessly. He was struck hard from above, crashing down with great force. As the dust settled, he stood there dazed. Kothianthu gritted his teeth bitterly, panting. Damn it, this is serious. The two gods proudly said, if you think my spirit feather is just an attack, you are wrong. It is a domain, and I am unbeatable within it. The disciples of the Wuhua sect renewed their hope. The two gods really are the work of a great power. Luckily they arrived, or else the Wuhua sect would have lost in utter disgrace for hundreds of years. Suddenly, a long brush appeared in midair, radiating immense force, and the Heavenly Tao Library's people cheered. The chairman is about to strike. This is his true power. He was just playing around before. The two gods immediately grew alert. This overwhelming pen spirit truly befits the chairman of the Heavenly Tao Library. Transmigration was also suppressed, struggling to breathe. What is this monster? My spiritual power is draining fast. It can even fight using pen spirit. Could pen spirit be a type of spiritual power? Vianhong anxiously called out, can the two gods hold them off? If not, pull back. The two gods clasped their hands together. They wrapped their bodies in spiritual energy, chanting spells, opening their domain, and activating their shield. Kothianthu sneered. This is nothing, he shouted. Chew, and the giant pen came crashing down toward his opponent. The two gods immediately faltered, taking a strong hit and spitting blood. Then he was slammed straight down, the ground forming a deep pit. He sat there, dazed and muttering, I have lost. It was truly disappointing. The entire army of VHO men had been wiped out. This time, it was a devastating defeat. Who could possibly stop the chairman of the Thenzio Library now? Just then, a huge swirling vortex appeared in the sky, emitting a strange, brilliant light. Then the quickly noticed the anomaly. The Th line was about to manifest. Inside the hall, Tentha also felt the transmission. What is happening? Fang Nen, tight gasp. The Th line is about to manifest. Then Thet replied. The Thought Lun has already lost the power to escape. He moved close to her, whispering teasingly. She seemed to really hope I would go outside. Quickly dodged and responded stiffly. This is not a place you should be. Of course. I hope you go outside. Tentha grabbed her hand firmly, forcing her to look him in the eyes, and sweetly asked, is that so? Are you afraid? I will take what you call the Thai Len. The Thai Ling is the sacred artifact of the Thenio Library. How could an outsider like you ever get it? Don't you overestimate yourself? Tentha immediately challenged her. If that is the case, I am willing to try again. He looked toward the heavenly book and asked Tomo. Earlier, I sensed something more mysterious inside this book. Is that the so-called Thai Lin? Fang Nun. Tite was absolutely confident he would not get the Thai Lin. Only the readers of the Thayan Leo Library can possess the Thai Lin. That rogue 18th disciple definitely can control it. Tun Thay sent his silkworm toward the book. His spiritual power was stronger than most, so he used it to sense the heavenly book. The book began to stir powerfully. He smiled with relief. I feel it now. The silkworm really does not disappoint. Come out for me. The spirit of the Thaline was immediately drawn out, following Tin Th's command. Fang Net shouted in shock. The Thai Lin has appeared. How could the 18th disciple let it be taken out so easily? She rushed over in panic. He absolutely can get the Thai Lin. This would bring endless disgrace to the Than Zio Library. Tun and quickly caught her intention and kicked the enemy away. Get lost. Outside. The people of the Tianzio library were still whispering excitedly. Look, it is appearing. Gazing at the magnificent building before them, they could not help but marvel. The Thai Lin Hall, the legendary Thai Lin Hall. It has been years since we last saw it. See that then was the happiest. Exclaiming with satisfaction, the Thai Lin Hall has finally emerged again. The disciples immediately cheered excitedly. The Thai Lin Hall has manifested. A great opportunity has come to the Tianzio library. This generation of the Tianzio library will sweep away the wastelands. Look at the trash from Vietnam. Are you impressed or not? The Vietnam people were bitterly resentful. Damn it, right at this moment. This time, it is over for us. See then, the arrogantly ordered. Second disciple of Vietnam. And kneel. The second disciple fiercely resisted. I would rather die than suffer humiliation. Kill me first if you can. He laughed coldly. Wanna die? You think I will let you off that easy? Back inside the Thaline Hall. Then Thete and the silkworm were studying the Thaline's true form. This thing really was somewhat miraculous. But what use was it? Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Fa and Tide excitedly shouted. Great, the Thudline Hall has fully manifested. The Thudline began to extend its tentacles. Then Thud reached out. Growling, murmured in doubt. No way to absorb it. Fang I Tot suddenly sneered. 18th disciple, even if you summon the Thudian. So what? You can absorb the Thudline Hall for yourself. And you want to have time to absorb it anyway. Because the gates of the Thudja Len Hall will open immediately. He declared confidently. My senior brother Si Thinthi is the one chosen by heaven for the Thudja Lin. The Thudline definitely belongs to him. Then Thud looked coldly. You sure know how to make people angry. He shouted fiercely. And kneel. She was immediately controlled by the golden script. Falling to her knees. Bitterly cursing. You humiliate me with this trick again. You shameless wretch. Shenshu slowly stepped forward. Who said I still need to absorb this? He gave a deep smile and said quietly. I do not even care about this stuff. Then he swung his hand and shouted loudly. Huntozam. Eat it. The muth immediately obeyed, swallowing the entire Shuling whole. Fuangnu Tayat was so shocked she fell back, exclaiming, What? The greatest chance of the Shuling Palace, the most divine artifact, just got eaten like that. After swallowing the Shuling, the muth started to transform, emitting a brilliant light. Shenshu was very pleased, the Hunzam silently breaking through to Shu Si. Unexpectedly, this Shuling was a powerful tonic that brought such a surprise. It directly entered his body. It seemed the Hunzam could not digest the Shuling instantly, and needed some time. Fuangnu Tayat murmured in shock. The Shuling is gone now. What use is the Shuling Palace? Where will the Heavenly Tao Library go? She gritted her teeth, glaring angrily at the person opposite her. To me, this person is a demon against the Heavenly Tao Library. Shenshu responded with a challenging look. Why stare at me? If you do not know me, you can control me. Only frustrate yourself to harm your own body. Just then, the big door suddenly opened, letting in a dazzling light. Shenshu happily exclaimed, The door's open now. We can go outside. Fuanghu Tayat looked up, her voice trembling. Someone kill me. A wave of humiliation rose. Going outside with someone like this, better to just die. Shenshu did not reply. Silently, he unleashed spiritual power straight at Fuanghu Tayat, who was startled and confused. What is this? Fuanghu Tayat warily looked at him and loudly demanded, What did you do to me? Shenshu gave a wicked smile and said bluntly, Nothing much. Just a curse. This is still the divine technique I just comprehended from the heavenly book. This heavenly book technique is quite interesting. Once cast, I can control a person's words and actions. She heard this and panicked. What? You snap your fingers and I dance? Her body lost control, immediately spinning and dancing. Fuanghu Tayat screamed. Stop. Shenshu closed his eyes and proudly commanded. The most powerful user of this technique is the 18 divine sons. Sure enough, she immediately shouted loudly. The most powerful user I am. Fuanghu Tayat is the 18 divine sons. He could not help but feel satisfied. Interesting indeed. Outside, Gushenshu was extremely anxious. The Shuling vault was about to open, no longer wasting breath on her. Hentas' voice darkened, sharp with intent. If you are no ghost, then get lost for me. He suddenly pinned the opponent to the ground. Yuan Hong shouted in panic, Stop! Shenshu, Zen, smartly sighing in resignation, wondering where Shenshu was so he could seize the chance of the Shuling vault. The blessing will only grow greater. At that moment, the door of the Shuling vault opened again. The Shuling vault disciples cheered loudly. It is open. The Shuling vault is open. Gushenshu was the happiest, his face full of eager anticipation, waiting for this day for so long. The two doors were fully open, bright light spilling out from inside. Hente immediately rushed forward, shouting excitedly, I will go out first. Wait for me to seize the chance from the Shuling vault. Find the master to kill the 18 divine sons and the disciples of the Wuhua sect. Suddenly Hanta froze, a familiar voice ringing in his ear. No need to look further. The divine son, I'm still here. The crowd started to stir. Where did that voice come from? Tando slowly stepped out from inside the Shuling vault, looking very proud. with Fuang Hutiat hiding behind him. The disciples were stunned. What is going on here? Why is someone inside? How did someone come out of the Shuling vault? That is elder sister Fuang. Who is the person beside her? Gushin Shu exclaimed. Why is elder sister Fuang like that? The Wuho sect disciples' eyes lit up, shouting excitedly. Divine Son, it is the 18 Divine Sons. Even the 18th disciple was startled and asked in surprise, how come everyone is locked up here? The whole group fell silent, afraid to speak. Only the second disciple was unwilling and swore. Damn it! How did it come to this? Gu Tianchu nervously stepped forward to ask. Junior sister, what exactly is going on? Why did you come out from inside the Ling Ding scroll? Fang Ruxu immediately felt uneasy. Whispering softly, this is a long story. It is actually senior brother. The 18th disciple suddenly frowned at her and ordered, first, no talking. Step aside. He went to his subordinates and worriedly asked, Yuan Hong. A Chen Tongming. What exactly happened to you? Chen Tongming and Yuan Hong shamefully bowed their heads. Disciple, we lost and were taken prisoner. That guy is really strong. You have to be extremely careful. Go Tianchu looked at him, vaguely guessing. Are you the 18th disciple? The 18th disciple glared at him and answered firmly. Yes, that is me. Who are you? He confidently introduced himself. I am Go, the steward of the Heavenly Tao Library. All the trash from Wuhua sect. I have defeated them all. Gu Tianchu grew furious as his spiritual power surged. Intrigued, his face darkened. His tone grew colder. You have really pissed me off. Gu Tianchu was no less fierce. He laughed wildly. Ha! With a challenging look. Retorting, so what if I pissed you off? The disciples around were affected by the power and soon could not resist. Getting thrown aside, Fang Ruxu had to brace herself and sighed. He is really strong. The 18th disciple evaluated his opponent with satisfaction. Interesting. Finally met a disciple even more arrogant than me. Go Tianshu, full of killing intent. Challenged, in front of the steward. Who exactly do you think you are? The people around him cheered. Laughing. Stupid, I am the unrivaled steward of the Heavenly Tao Library. Haha. The 18th disciple's aura is completely overshadowed by mine. The Wuhua sect members warned their leader anxiously. The 18th disciple quickly returned to the sect to let the top disciple come out. That is right. Hurry up. No one can suppress this Gu Tianshu otherwise. Chen Tongming gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Gu Tianshu is way too arrogant. Yuan calmed him down softly. Do not be afraid. We have to trust the disciples. Guanfen eagerly agreed. Right? The 18th disciple is unbeatable. I trust the disciples. Gu Tianshu hurriedly urged Fang Ruxu. Junior sister, why are you still standing there? Hurry over and tell me what is really going on. She shyly looked away, confused and silent. Just then, the 18th disciple suddenly spoke up. Senior brother already sent someone to get you. He smiled sly, reminding her, why are not you going over there yet? Hearing that, she quickly stepped forward, still wondering what was going on. Fang Ruxu's expression suddenly turned panicked. Damn it! My body! Go Chanshu quickly noticed something was off. Junior sister, what is wrong with you? She glared angrily at the 18th disciple but replied, nothing, and grew furious and angrily questioned. Did that 18th disciple bully you, and then use a deadly move on you? Fang Ruxu immediately shouted, nonsense. The 18th disciple is majestic and virtuous. The bully is you. I want he let you insult the 18th disciple. Gu Tianchu was stunned by her words. Confused. The disciples also found it strange. What is going on exactly? What is wrong with junior sister Fang? Fang Ruxu tried to explain. Senior brother. Gu Tianchu anxiously interrupted. Junior sister. Did the 18th disciple threaten you? Fang Ruxu burst into tears, but still praised the 18th disciple. I was not threatened. I voluntarily submitted. The 18th disciple has an irresistible charm. He is a real man. The most handsome and strongest in Dongwang. Hearing those words, he was very pleased and blushed. Gu Tianchu could not believe it. Shouting, Junior sister, do you know what you are saying? Fang Ruxu firmly replied, of course I know. Go Tianshu. What can you compare to the 18th disciple? You can't even match a single fingernail of his. She posed defiantly and shouted, in front of him, I am the younger brother. You are just trash. Kothian slapped Sister Mu right in the face. Feng Nu, are you crazy? Feng Nu, controlled by Tanthu, rushed forward and slapped him hard. Kothian face turned purple from the blow, and he froze in shock. Even Feng Nu Tiat did not expect to hit that hard. The onlookers were stunned. Was that really a slap? Trantho Min and Vian Hong laughed the loudest with delight. Haha! The 18 divine beasts are really something else. Even the female president of this Heavenly Tao library uses the divine beasts. Impressive? Kothian clutched his face in pain and roared angrily. Feng Nu, did you hit me because of the 18 divine beasts? She panicked, trying to explain. Senior brother, please listen to me. But once again, Tanthu took control and shouted, You are just an idiot. Kothianthu was completely dumbfounded, feeling as if he would been struck. Stammering. Fong Nu Tiat, she quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed to deny it. That is not it. Finally satisfied, Tanthu drew his sword and grinned. All right, the show's over. His sword sliced through the crowd, easily cutting the bindings of his subordinates, who cheered wildly they were free. Thanks to the 18 divine beasts for the help. Thanks for the help. Divine beasts. Vian Hong and Tran Thong Min helped the 2 divine beasts up, and Han Yuat reminded them, Tanthu, you need to leave here quickly. Kothianthu has the status of a heavenly being. He is not someone you can just handle. You suddenly felt itchy and asked suspiciously, is this the second divine beast? The second divine beast was reluctant. Yin Jiang said, when I left my sect, I thought I could stand tall in Dong Hong, but I never expected the Heavenly Tao Library to have such a monster. In this lifetime of Wu Homa, I must train hard and seize the chance to act. Tantho suddenly recalled some memories related to the second divine beast, who seemed quite close to the original owner. The second divine beast roared loudly, I will take on Kothianthu. Everyone else, retreat quickly. Han had made up his mind. No matter what, Vahomun would not be wiped out here. Tantho slowly stepped forward and said, Second divine beast, I am actually a bit confident. But Han brushed it off. Confidence means nothing. Only true power counts. The second divine beast warned carefully. Tantho, do not disgrace Vahomun here. I am going to take command now. Just then, Kothianthu aggressively approached and shouted at you, 18 divine beasts. No matter what you did to my sister Mui, I will make you die in pain, and angrily declared, today, none of you will leave here alive. Then he unleashed his spiritual power. As the head of this place, I will kill every one of you. A giant hand lunged toward them. Disappear like ants. The second divine beast immediately took an offensive stance, urging the others, let us, I will block him. And used his last strength to raise a shield. Don't think you can beat me so easily. Stop him. The second divine beast gritted his teeth. Damn, this strike is even stronger than before. Kothianthu us fighting me like this without going all out. Tantha flew forward, and the second divine beast called out anxiously, 18 divine beasts. But you quickly reassured him firmly. Second divine beast, the humiliation you suffered before, I will make you all even. The divine beast will reclaim it for you. Kothianthu laughed with pleasure. Good. You have some strength. Only then will chopping you give me some satisfaction. Fong Nu Tiat rushed forward in panic to stop the fight. Senior brother, do not fight him. But he kicked her away and cursed. Shut up. You still side with him. She lay hurt on the ground, tears streaming, looking miserable. It is not him. That name. Kothianthu roared in fury. Don't he call me senior brother? You wretched woman. Fong Nu Tiat stubbornly tried to explain to him. Senior brother, listen to me. The 18 divine sons are in the spirit library hall. But then he immediately cut her off. Fang Anhut. She treats him well, yet he accuses her. Why hold on to such humiliation? Step back. She is restrained but obediently bows and complies. Got it? The spirit library disciples can't help but vent their anger with curses. Damn it. Why has Sister Fing turned out like this? One of the 2 chairmen of our Heavenly Tao Library has already been subdued by the 18 divine sons. Fang Anhut, are you worthy of the Heavenly Tao Library? Are you worthy of the deep affection your senior brother has for you? Meanwhile, the people from VHM and laugh even louder. Haha, the 18 divine sons really make Viahama men proud. So what if they are forced to kneel here? Now your chairman, suffer, and Hun unleashes a giant hand. Grabbing to the, you fly up just in time, dodging lightly, reminding others to fall back. Un roars fiercely. Can you really escape? Then Din Kung chases after the enemy immediately. The subordinates get even more fired up, cheering loudly. Senior brother Fing, you must use his end. If we do not deal with him, our Heavenly Tao Library's disgrace can never be wiped clean. Tuntha clenches his fist, defiantly shouting, I am the divine son who has withstood a hand many times stronger than yours. Directly confronting Hun's great summon shatters instantly under your strike. See Thintha pales and shouts in shock as a loud noise suddenly erupts from the ground. 5 handprints of Tintha Dia are clearly imprinted on the ground. See Thintha lies inside that pit. The subordinates panic. What is going on? Senior brother C. How could this happen? The Vhaman people celebrate wildly. No wonder he is our idol. That bastard deserves to die. Hun quickly leaps back into the air. See Thintha points at the opponent and roars. That bastard deserves to die. Tentha calmly replies, bluffing 1T work, show real skill, and clasps his hands, unleashing the move. Eternal Earth Ink Stroke. Tentha's face darkens with a cold smile. Before you appears a giant brush-wielding fierce power. The second divine son immediately recognizes the move and quickly dodges. Trentha Min also warns loudly. Be careful. Divine sons. See Thinthi just defeated the second divine son with this move. The enemy side gets even more excited. The chairman's attacking again. The chairman is unbeatable. Take down the 18 divine sons. See Thinthi orders. Chu, Launch the giant brush straight at Tiantha. The gust blows Tiantha's hair back, but you calmly sense the swirling spiritual energy. You spread your arms wide, using your spiritual power to absorb the massive attack. This is a huge advantage. Tiantha is shocked by the scene, shouting in disbelief. What? Contrary to his reaction, Tiantha thoroughly enjoys it, happily remarking, spiritual energy becoming flesh. This is truly mystical. Those below are stunned. How is this possible? Why is the eternal earth ink stroke being absorbed by the 18 divine sons? Tiantha's face darkens as he questions. Spiritual energy swirling like that has not at always destroyed Heavenly Tao Library's Jinshu. Forcing absorption only causes the body to explode. Is this person playing with fire to self-destruct? But Tiantha calmly replies, you are overthinking it. You repeat his move, chanting, Eternal Earth Ink Stroke. Tiantha freezes as your own secret move appears above him in ink. He shouts in agitation. How could you possibly do that? The crowd below panics. The Eternal Earth Ink Stroke is Senior Brother C's unique divine technique. How could the 18 divine sons know it? The Eternal Earth Ink Stroke is passed down through the Heavenly Tao Library, Jinshu. How could an outsider perform it? Tiantha refuses to accept it and rushes forward in rage. Impossible. This must be a fake. Feng sheds tears. Heartbroken. Senior brother, please do not. Just as expected, he took a hit, coughing up blood as he was thrown backward. Tiantha slammed hard onto the ground, cracking the surface and causing an earth-shattering impact. But quickly, he launched himself back up from below. His whole body was battered, his breath heavy and labored. He declared furiously, I will never forgive you. Tiantha sized him up, saying, you are pretty tough. I won't let you off either, Tiantha said, unleashing another powerful move. Tiantha, the crowd roared with excitement. Tiantha, Heka is a fire spell that can burn everything in the world. Let us see how the 18 guardians handle this one. At the crucial moment, he gave the order. Infinite Firebus. A wave of spiritual power shot straight at the scripture. The ear divine son quickly realized and exclaimed in shock. A domain ancient heavenly scripture has cultivated a domain. I really underestimated him. The scripture was surrounded, but his expression remained calm and composed. He sneered. Heaven and earth magic fire attacks. You think you can play that way? I have learned it now. Ancient heavenly scripture was very confident. 18 divine sons. I want to hear your miserable screams. Scripture easily broke free from his encirclement again. He responded coolly. You are overthinking it. His whole body sparkled as he advanced. I have the forbidden skin of the supreme position. Flames like that can't even harm my skin. Then he directly punched the enemy ancient heavenly scripture away. The Baiyang Emperor exclaimed, Heavenly scripture divine fire can't even injure someone. Stubbornly refusing to accept the truth, he launched another attack. I do not believe it. Heavenly scripture divine fire. Burn him down. The scripture sighed. Pathetic. You want to taste my divine fire too? He directly summoned a fire dragon that stood right before ancient heavenly scripture, who was immediately stunned with fear. Facing the mighty fire dragon, ancient heavenly scripture was completely shocked. What? You also unleashed heavenly scripture divine fire? The scripture calmly asked. Do you still think it is fake this time? Before he could answer, his body was burned by the flames, screaming in pain. Seeing the senior brother burn so miserably and fall, the disciples could only lower their heads and mutter, Impossible. He tumbled down right in front of the courtyard, his body still smoking and coughing violently. His face was covered in wounds as he muttered faintly. How could this happen? Unwilling to accept defeat, he screamed in rage. I am ancient heavenly scripture, the head of the Heavenly Tao Library, the most outstanding disciple in 10,000 years. Not only was the one I love taken by someone else, but I was also defeated by the enemy's strongest secret skill. How could this happen? The death god finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 18 divine sons managed to turn the tide. With Brother T like this, we have lost the chance to compete for disciples. Chu turned away and asked himself, the harder I try, the wider the gap becomes. Fang ne, Tight hurried over. Worried. Senior brother, are you alright? He anxiously asked her. Tell me, why is this happening? She could only stammer. Senior brother, do not fight the 18 divine sons. He had just taken the scripture when he was slapped hard across the face. Fang Nen, Tight reached out to touch him. Shocked. Calling out, Senior brother, he has completely gone mad, she said angrily. Fool, I am already like this, and you still want to shake my resolve. I will fight him. Ancient heavenly scripture. Am no weaker than anyone. Tiantha lost his resolve and charged straight toward the nearby tower. The line he hypnotized himself, thinking that if he could seize the opportunity inside, he would still be unbeatable. The two guardians saw him rushing in and urgently called on Tiantha and the 18 guardians to stop him. But he just stood there, indifferent, saying, No need. Tiantha, still naive and unaware, smugly told them, It is too late to stop me now. He charged into the tower as the door slammed shut behind him. The second divine son could only sigh, still unable to stop him. The scripture spirit hall is the most sacred existence in the Heavenly Tao Library. Once inside, endless opportunities will be gained, and strength will greatly increase. The enemy disciples finally regained hope. Great, The head finally entered the scripture spirit hall. Losing before was nothing. Senior C will change once he leaves the spirit library hall. 18 Sons of God. Do not get cocky. Your death is coming soon. Hearing that, Tentha replied calmly. You are overthinking it. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from the watchtower, leaving the crowd stunned. What is going on? What did Senior C encounter inside? When C Tentha came out in a daze, they immediately crowded around talking. The spirit library hall was once again unstoppable. All the treasures inside had been taken away. Senior Feng and the 18 Sons of God just came out from there too. Could it be Senior Fejin? He stepped up to Senior Feng, calling out loudly. Feng Unhut. She was scared out of her wits. She replied nervously. Senior Feng Eintype bowed her head. Firmly she said, it was not me. The disciples started aggressively questioning her. If it is not Senior Feng, then who else could it be? Only disciples of the Heavenly Tao Library could claim the Spirit Library Hall's treasures. Not Senior Feng. Could it be one of the 18 Sons of God? She was unwilling, but had to admit it. It was the 18 Sons of God. The whole crowd paled at that statement. Shocked, someone blurted out, what? C Thintha roared fiercely. Then what about the Spirit Library? Fine Eintype replied faintly. It was also taken by the 18 Sons of God. C Thintha's voice sounded like thunder in a clear sky. Completely shaken, what? Hung collapsed to his knees. His expression was stunned. He muttered vaguely. The spirit library was also taken by An. Unlike them, the people of Vhamun were overjoyed. The 18 Sons of God had just appeared. A humiliation for the Heavenly Tao Library that lasted 10,000 years. It was wiped out in one fell swoop. From now on, Vhamun would forever dominate the Heavenly Tao Library. So the Heavenly Tao Library is the most sacred treasure. Amut. How could such a sacred artifact be taken by an outsider? None of them could understand. Why did they let the spirit library be taken by the 18 Sons of God? Could it be that then, that no longer favors us? The system reminded again that the core of C Thintha's divine script was deeply shaken. It had absorbed the energy of 10 Emperor Dao Kua. The divine script was a bit surprised upon hearing this. 10, that is a lot. So this C Thintha had already doubted humanity because of me. Suddenly, you feel a heavy pressure, a truly powerful threat. The divine script loudly questioned. Who is there? No sooner had it spoken than a shocking explosion appeared before its eyes. Director Bai stepped out of the smoke, going straight to the point. 18 Sons of God. Hand over the spirit library. The crowd started to stir. It was the director. They immediately bowed respectfully, greeting the director. She approached the divine script, warning sternly, 18 Sons of God. The spirit library is not something you should possess. Hand it over and escape death. The divine script pointed inside calmly and replied, if you do not hand it over, I have already swallowed the spirit library. She gritted her teeth stubbornly, then shouted again. Then I will take it from your body. Trunthung Min and Vieng Lian panicked. The 18 Sons of God were cautious. Volume C, the director herself attacking our divine sons. Just then, footsteps rushed over. Fang Nen, Tite hurriedly rushed in to stop them. Azan Hung injured one of the 18 Sons of God. Director Bai was shaken. Nush Tite and the others were thrown into chaos again. Damn it! How dare you block us again? Director. Sister Fang, is this a betrayal of the sect? Fang Unhut. Could it be that the 18 death spirits drugged you? She nervously tried to explain about the milk gathering. Master Zia, but she was swiftly knocked aside by Director Bai. Get out of the way. She immediately charged forward, ready to use transformation magic. The 18 death spirits. Ong Igu disciple. You can T-dodge this. Tentha shouted excitedly. Already transforming, suddenly, she grabbed one of the arms. Seeing who it was, Director Bai was stunned speechless. The gatekeeper immediately struck to knock Director Bai back. Stepping back, he stood in front of Tien Thi, making her overjoyed. The senior gatekeeper truly did not disappoint me, and the decisive moment had arrived. Director Bai retracted her claws cautiously. Alert, she called out. Gatekeeper of V. Ekin, he sternly warned her. Director Bai, you should not interfere with the juniors' matters. You should not act. She defiantly replied. The line must not be lost, nor taken by outsiders. The gatekeeper firmly countered. Why can she be lost? Why can't outsiders take her? This is just a battle for fortune and the seat of power. I seize your chance. You seize my fortune, it is all normal. That is how emperors are born. Director Bai could not help but wonder loudly. What background does the 18 death spirits have? Vaham really has such a fearsome monster. He looked at Tenth with tears and coldly said to her. His father is Tien Phut Thin. Director Bai was shaken by that name. Ten Phut Thin? The madman who dared to slaughter on the battlefield of the heavenly realms. Paying his dues, the gatekeeper continued to explain. The battle for fortune between Via Heshamen and the Vine Thang Yo, this lifetime you have lost. Director stubbornly insisted. It is still early. The battle for dominance has just begun. Just wait. He turned to the others and gave orders. Disciples of V. Evan, this mission is complete. You may leave. Everyone quickly departed, all extremely excited. Let us. Good news for V. Hayam. The 18 death spirits have turned the tide. With another twist coming after everyone left. Only the group from Fedenidaha remained. C. Thintha pitifully admitted fault to Master. Director, I am incompetent. I have embarrassed Thegin Thinio. She sternly reprimanded him again. I have already said. It is still too early to admit defeat. Staring into the distance, she said grimly. This is only the beginning of a great era, an endless rebellion of fate. Without thy Linzian's chance, you can still fight for greater opportunities, Them exclaimed in surprise. Greater opportunities, Director Byside. Now the greatest opportunity in Zonghong is the Thanzing ancient land. Many great sect leaders have been trying to open the Thanzing ancient land. Now, finally, a gap has been opened, but the Thanzing ancient land's background is mysterious, even deeper than the layers of Thinthe. There are areas even elders can enter. Only young prodigies can, so your chance has come. Hearing this, Thinthe got visibly excited and happily said, Then I am heading to Thanzing ancient land. Director Bai encouraged him. Once you seize this rebellious chance, you can leave Ving Hong and compete with the prodigies of the entire region. Fan Eintai also rushed over, nervously trying to explain. Director. Earlier but as she prepared to speak the truth, her body stiffened. She covered her mouth, thinking. Before leaving, the 18 death spirits even sealed me. Now I really can reveal the truth. Director Byside and took the initiative to say, You do not need to explain. I have seen it. You have been manipulated by the 18 death spirits. Magic through the Thinthes. Fuong looked dazed as she replied. A powerless disciple. The master did not blame her, just hesitated a bit. But the heavenly scripture's divine technique could not solve it. And the library head had no special solution either. She had to leave. The people following me all flew up to the worm stage. Meanwhile, on the other side, the martial transformation sect was bustling. Disciples restless. The sect had just defeated the young generation of the Heavenly Tao Library. In the martial transformation divine hall, the two elders were happily praising. Well done. This expedition, the martial transformation sect returns victorious. Excellent, Yang Tu said with great satisfaction. The second divine son truly lived up to expectations. This divine king pill is well deserved. The Eagle Emperor immediately took his subordinate. Bring the second divine son to see me. The elder wants to award him the divine king pill. Tando proudly entered the divine hall. The 18th divine son, Eagle Head asked in surprise. 18th divine son. What brings you to the martial transformation divine hall? He calmly replied. Of course. To receive my reward. The elder questioned skeptically. To receive a reward. Tando confidently pulled back his hand. Exactly. Give me the divine king pill. Eagle Head was puzzled. Vaguely probing. What do you mean? Tando proudly recounted his feat. The divine son swept through the young generation of the Heavenly Tao Library. I even defeated the library's head, who doubted the lifespan of mortals. And I came especially to claim the divine king pill promised by the elder. Eagle Head was shocked. Shouting. What? You did this? Aren't you the second divine son? Finally, he reluctantly handed over the divine king pill. Tando took it and quickly stashed it away, not forgetting to thank the two elders. Thank you for the divine king pill. Elders, I will be going now. The Eagle Emperor watched his retreating figure, piecing everything together. The second divine son lost. The 18th divine son entered the spirit library hall, capturing one head and defeating another. A disgrace the Heavenly Tao Library has never suffered in countless years. He looked at Yang Tu and asked quietly, What do you make of this? The elder solemnly said, The 18th divine son is a celestial strategist. Eaglehead disagreed. Celestial strategist. Isn't he that a bit too high praise? Yang Tu seriously replied, Whether it is high or not, I can only marvel. Such a fin. I fear he is doomed to calamity. In a private room, Tu Mingait was approaching Tandu. Master, Miss Batch is still inside that giant cocoon. Any movement in the great forest? Tu Mingait quickly reported. For now, the two elders have forcibly suppressed it. No major activity, but according to martial transformation sect's intel, some great fiends from the eastern wasteland seem to be stirring. Even an ancient slumbering existence is awakening, especially among the divine clan. Their internal affairs are deep, and they seem to be scheming something. Shenshu's eyes narrowed slightly. Silently pondering, Batch's connections are so extensive, and now a feathered visitor arrives at such a time. Suddenly, an unexpected arrival called out. 18th divine son. Tantho looked surprised. An unexpected visitor. Why are you here? The visitor got straight to the point. Two things. First, I heard you obtained the spirit of the spirit library from the Heavenly Tao Library. I came to see if this is the item that the great martial emperor wanted, but never got. Tantho was stunned. The great martial emperor actually wanted the spirit too. The visitor explained. Of course. The spirit exists at least several decades. The opportunity at the Heavenly Tao Library has always been there, but no one managed to get it unexpectedly. It was taken by one of our martial transformation disciples. I think this has dealt a heavy blow to the Heavenly Tao Library. Moreover, the spirit affects some higher-tier spirits. The great martial emperor has been investigating this for years. Tando rubbed his chin, curiously asking, What do you mean by higher-tier spirits? The visitor seriously explained. How to say this? It is similar to transcendence and crossing over. The realm of the spirit is a mysterious and vast spirit tier. The disappearance of the great emperors seems connected to this. Tantho suddenly understood something. His face darkened. So that is it. It is linked to the emperor's disappearances. The investigator flew over impatiently. jokingly urging, "Hurry up and show me the spirit letter." Tantho scratched his head embarrassedly and replied sheepishly, "I am afraid you can't see it anymore. I have already eaten the spirit letter." The investigator was stunned silent, briefly itching to react. He held his head in frustration, shouting in anger, "You are truly wasting a gift from heaven. If the spirit letter had been properly comprehended, it would have been an unparalleled great Tao, and you just ate it." After calming down, Tantho asked about the next matter. Investigator: "What about the second thing?" He replied nonchalantly, "The ancient spirit passage is about to open. Many elders of the great sect are discussing if the emperor's heir of Donghong can enter the passage." Upon hearing that, Tantho was startled and amazed that the emperor's heir could enter. He vaguely asked the investigator again, "So if I want to enter the ancient spirit passage, I must become the emperor's heir?" The investigator nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Lately, your extraordinary display and rapid rise in the peerless cultivation realm have made you truly competitive even within Wu Ho sect, which usually only respects divine disciples. Within Wu Ho sect, you can now genuinely compete side by side with the divine disciples." Tantho hurriedly asked, "Where is the number one divine disciple now?" Determined inside, he knew the next hidden location designated by the system was the ancient spirit passage, so he had to claim it. The investigator recalled, "If nothing else happens, the number one divine disciple is locked in the 8th floor prison of Wu Ho sect." Tantho was shocked and exclaimed, "The number one divine disciple is imprisoned? Why?" The investigator glared coldly at him and said, "Because he is too dangerous." But Tantho still could not understand. With so many elders in Wu Ho sect, what danger could he possibly pose? The investigator slowly took off and added, "It would not be fair to the number one divine disciple otherwise." He carefully warned him, "Remember, never underestimate the number one divine disciple. If possible, gather all 18 divine disciples first before proceeding." Tantho seriously asked, "Investigator, what exactly is the origin of the divine disciple medallions? What happens if we do not collect all 18? Do we need all 18 to become a disciple?" The investigator said to him, "You do not have to collect them all. You can still be appointed emperor's heir. The medallions are treasures kept by the great Wu Ho emperor. As for what changes after collecting all, no one knows yet, because no disciple has ever gathered all 18. He quickly took off and said the opportunity of the ancient spirit passage was a fateful chance that would decide the bigger picture. Before disappearing, he reminded him, "Investigator values you. You must rise through it." Scene shift to Tinchi Mansion No Island, where Tian is focused on cultivating. His subordinates cheerfully held back their excitement, congratulating the number 7 divine disciple on breaking through to the immortal realm. He still murmured bitterly, "If it were not for the 18 divine disciples killing me, I would have broken through long ago. Why wait till now?" Tranlao reported to him, "Divine disciples, the ancient spirit passage is about to open. The battle for emperor's heir of Wu Ho sect is nearing its outcome." Tian pondered deeply. "Recently, I have been thinking about the weakness of the 18 divine disciples, combined with your previous behavior, and I finally figured it out." Tranlao could not guess his meaning and asked curiously, "What weakness?" Tian put on a sinister expression and said coldly, "Loyalty." In the Great Hall, 2 elders were still discussing, and Duong Da took the initiative to propose, "If the 18 divine disciples become emperor's heir, then what?" Ung Da seriously replied, "That is the hope of Wu Ho sect. No matter what disasters strike, the emperor's heir must be protected at all costs." They concluded with one sentence. This is the complicated point. Back at the Wu Ho sect entrance, Tanthu just arrived and immediately heard respectful voices greeting, presenting emperor's heir Tanthu. The people there began to cheer. "The emperor's heir is invincible. He will surely lead Wu Ho sect to the heavens. Wherever the emperor's heir goes, victory follows." He shyly declined. "Everyone, you do not need to call me that. The emperor's heir has not been officially appointed yet." Angson added, "Becoming the emperor's heir not only requires great strength but also recognition from the whole Wu Ho sect." The divine disciples of the divine race were extraordinary. The inner sect disciples had long recognized him as one of their own. The cultivators wholeheartedly agreed. 18 divine disciples. You are too humble. You becoming emperor's heir is already a done deal. Those who do not become emperor heirs defy the laws of heaven. The 18th divine heir becoming emperor is only a matter of time. Let us congratulate the 18th divine heir ahead of time." Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A vortex descending straight down, gathering the crowd below. "What is going on? Is something falling from the sky?" A scroll printed in golden letters floated down. Aksain immediately recognized it as the East Wilderness Heavenly Ranking List. Tentha asked sternly, "The East Wilderness Heavenly Ranking List?" The others were extremely excited. The heavenly ranking list of this era had already been announced. It was said that this heavenly ranking list would appear simultaneously in various places across East Wilderness. The East Wilderness heavenly ranking list was issued by the united leaders of the top powers in East Wilderness. They started whispering, quickly checking the 18th divine heir's rank surely number 1, but seeing the top 3 were Dipi Fum first, the 11th East Wilderness second, and the lesser king of the divine clan third. The crowd was stunned. What is going on? The 18th divine heir was not even in the top 3. The top 3 were indeed strong, but I do not think they can rival the 18th divine heir. Keep watching, the rest of the rankings were revealed. 4th, the top divine heir Vhmen. 5th, Si Thinda. 6th, Lovers In. 7th, Young Master Kalon. 8th, Lef Kuan Yo. 9th, Divine Phoenix Maiden. 10th, Prince Lam. The crowd immediately erupted in anger after seeing this ranking. What kind of ranking is this? The 18th divine heir was not even in the top 10. Clearly, a Si Thintha lost to the 18th divine heir, yet is ranked 5th. Why is not the 18th divine heir in the top? You are also mentioning Thas. This divine heir matter is not ordinary. You remained calm and asked seriously, are the top forces of East Wilderness uniting to suppress me? He pondered and said, probably yes. The elder of Vhmen also participated in setting the rules of the heavenly ranking list. The slowly stepped forward, his tone calm. Looks like this is more complicated than I thought. Gazed into the distance and sighed, fearing there is more than one reason behind this. Meanwhile, the crowd was boiling with outrage. What heavenly ranking list? Vhmen refuses to accept this. The 18th divine heir can definitely overthrow everyone on that list. Even the heavenly ranking list itself has dark secrets. They shouted together, demanding an explanation for the 18th divine heir's ranking. The 18th divine heir, we stand with you. Zirira witnessed everything and could not help but feel angry. The East Wilderness heavenly ranking list is shameless to this extent. He shouted loudly, you two old immortals, Lung Q and Ding Q. Suddenly, a space gate appeared and their voices echoed again. Qn, come over here. Let us talk. Zirai did not hold back his anger, directly insulting them. Come here, you useless heads. Get lost. You frowned, coldly replying, then we will have 10 people come over. Upon hearing this, Zirai was suddenly pulled forcefully inside. He was sucked into the space gate and disappeared. After struggling, he finally landed in the main hall of Vhmen. Immediately started venting his anger. You two old immortals. Do you think I respect you? Dio Nu gently soothed him. Qn, do not be angry. Call everyone here. There is something to discuss. Yura insisted on a response. Discuss what nonsense? First, explain to me what exactly the East Wilderness heavenly ranking list is. Why is not the 18th divine heir on the list? Who also spoke up to explain. The heavenly ranking list is decided by the major powers of East Wilderness together. Why are you asking us? Zira bluntly exposed the two of them. And you are pretending to be clueless here. The sect leader and the elders are not here right now. Isn't it true that you two were talking about fate? You dare mention the heavenly boast list? You two old bastards. Are not you going to lift a finger or not? And two got provoked and gave you a stern warning. Hoon, we are just showing some respect. Don't he get greedy now? Get out of here immediately. Who do you think you are to demand respect from me? If I am demanding respect, so what? If you do not give me a reason today, I want to let you off, and two will be speechless against him too. You. And two quickly interrupted, speaking softly. Hoon, it is out of necessity. We are thinking about the bigger picture. The 18 divine sons absolutely cannot become disciples of the martial transformation sect. So you all decided not to even let him appear on the heavenly boast list, killing him before he could rise. Disappear without a sound. Right? He said calmly. But continuing, Hoon, the spirit source of the ancient clan has already been disturbed. How the seal remains there, you probably already know. Moreover, such disturbances come from at least 3 places. This time, and two finally fell silent. And Ying Tu continued speaking. The great situation has arrived. The 18 divine sons' arrogant nature simply won't get them far. He thinks he is strong. But this is just the tip of the iceberg in the imperial struggle for supremacy. Even the top disciple of martial transformation sect back then was insulted and scolded. Those who succeed understand patience, compromise, and joy. Not like the 18 divine sons who refuse to repent and do whatever they want. And two is certain that without the 18 divine sons, martial transformation sect has no hope of becoming imperial. But Ying Tu shook his head in denial. I do not think the 18 divine sons are stronger than the first divine son. Besides, martial transformation sect has many top-tier powerhouses gathered at the King Tong ancient altar. With them there, the chance of fortune at the King Tong ancient altar falls on the martial transformation sect disciples. Having fortune at the King Tong ancient altar greatly increases anyone's chance of becoming the imperial heir. He is all fired up, saying this is not fair to the 18 divine sons. No matter what, I stand with the 18 divine sons. Yin Tu is out of options. Hoon, your stance won't change the big picture. We just think it is necessary to ask you once. And Tu turned his back and left without a word. I am leaving first, not bothering to talk with you anymore. Ying Tu muttered to Tu. Hoon, the 18 divine sons' power is surging, and many enemies have made others cautious. Interfering with the rules means no major figure will act directly against him. You know how those big players operate. Hearing this only made him itch more. He sneered. I said no matter what, I am on the 18 divine sons' side. After all these years, only the 18 divine sons have given me a glimmer of hope. I actually hope those so-called big shots will step in, because then I will take him down myself. With that, he flew away. The two remained silent for a moment. Then Ying Tu curiously asked, Hoon, what is the current situation? Ying Tu shook his head. No idea. Ying Tu's eyes darkened as he reminded him. but his strength must be much greater than before. Still, he can't be underestimated. Scene shift to Xu Yunfeng, where Gu Azing is reporting to the Divine Sun. The Divine Sun announces the heavenly boast list for Eastern Wasteland. The region is stirring with some bad rumors. You are curious and order him. Listen carefully. Gu Azing then reports that the Divine Sun's previous fame was all fake. Some say his true strength is not strong. Before, he must have relied on unseen tricks to win. In short, many on the heavenly boast list have fought the Divine Sun because his previous reputation was too overwhelming. Everyone wants to see the true power of the Divine Disciple and use it to gain greater fame. Right now, quite a few are boldly challenging the Divine Disciple. Tando wore a cold expression and said sternly, "I do not care what others think of me. What about the internal affairs of Vu Ho sect?" He reminded himself, no matter what, ever since arriving in this world, it has been at Vu Ho sect. Over these days, he has made many friends at Vu Ho sect. Unconsciously, Vu Ho sect has become his home in this world. Aksain excitedly recounted that the regular disciples of Vu Ho sect admired and challenged the Divine Disciple. But from the higher-ups, no sound came. Tando fell silent for a moment, realizing that Bakchuk-Chuk's situation was far more serious than he thought. Just then, a burst of spiritual energy rippled through the air. A sweet voice rang out. "Tand," he exclaimed in surprise. Then Hai Mui. Then Hai radiated a brilliant glow as she happily flew over. "Tand, long time no see," Tando said in surprise. Then Hai, "Why are you here already?" She excitedly told him that she was heading to Thandong Ancient Temple and stopped by to visit Tanthuka. The maid beside her thought inwardly, did she really just pass by? She made a big detour to get here. Tando praised her. "Since we parted at Jiaoqi, after you rose to Immortal Disciple, it has been a long time. You are even more beautiful now." Then I shyly turned away, embarrassed but admiring. "Tand, your name still shakes all of Donghong. Now Jiachai has heard many news related to Haiyan." Tando smiled warmly, feeling grateful. "I did not expect you to care so much about me. The 4 divine disciples are very happy." Then he faltered, embarrassed, and tried to explain. "It is nothing. I just..." At that moment, the woman accompanying her interrupted. "All right. Immortal Disciple. Time is limited. After chatting with the 18 divine disciples, we should depart." She sincerely encouraged him. "Tand, the injustice on the Donghong's heavenly pride list against Haiyan. My master says at least the top 3 spots on the heavenly pride list. I believe Haiyan can reclaim the honor that is his." Before she left, Tantu kindly saw her off. "Then Hai Mui goes first. We will meet again at Thandong Ancient Temple." Just as they waved goodbye, a loud noise suddenly echoed. Aksin looked around suspiciously. What is that sound? Paper sheets flew everywhere, falling around them. A maid picked one up and exclaimed, "These are all challenge letters." Aksin tensed and looked up, startled. They are all flying from the Dangtien platform side. As the papers filled the sky, an explosion suddenly occurred. From the papers came a voice. 18 divine disciples, come to Dangtien platform for a fight." Explosions kept happening, along with calls from the enemy. 18 divine disciples, show your names, come fight here. I am a disciple of Nam He. I will defeat you alone. Hurry here. Do not let the 4 young masters see you. Aksin anxiously shouted. Divine disciple, use one move to wipe out all these challenge letters. He calmly said, just a bunch of mutts, daring to challenge this divine disciple. No need to bother with them. At that moment, a special challenge letter was sent. Without looking, the divine disciple caught it. When opened, a voice sounded. 18 divine disciples. Want to know who killed your mother? I am waiting for you at Dangtien platform. Aksin hurried forward. Warning. Divine disciple. This is obviously a trap, meant to lure you to Dangtien platform. Then I also comforted him. Tandaka, do not pay attention to this person. But Tando carefully examined the letter. His gaze, he clearly knew it was a trap. But this divine disciple could not avoid going, because this matter was extremely important to him. Hearing this, then Ahai immediately offered. Then I will go with Tanthuka. Her maid hurriedly tried to stop her. Immortal disciple. But Thanhai was resolute, carefully instructing her, Miss, let me stay a bit longer. After Dangtien platform, I will come straight to Thandong Ancient Temple. The maid could only sigh helplessly in agreement. Suddenly, the second divine disciple flew over from afar, shouting loudly, 18 divine disciples. Tando recognized them too. 4th divine disciple. 2nd divine disciple. They landed right in front of you. Voices full of indignation. Your disciples support you and will go with you to the Ascension platform. The 2 disciples spoke seriously. Divine One, this is no longer just your personal matter. It concerns the honor of the martial arts sect. We will help you. Suddenly, a loud call startled you. Divine One, the group of Red Guards demanded to join forces. Your disciples will go with you and give our all for you. Others quickly gathered at the East Island. Your disciples Support you. Together we will go to the Ascension platform. We are at your service. Willing to be your beasts of burden. Kunshu looked at them, moved and speechless. You all. The maid stared in amazement, surprised by the scene before her. The top power of the Eastern Wild, the martial arts sect, was competing fiercely. She had not expected the 18 disciples of the martial arts sect to be so obsessed with fame, and so well followed. She glanced at King, nodding. No matter how much the Holy Mother warns the Divine One, the Divine One still wants to meet the 18 disciples. Kunshu led the monks, standing firm. If that is the case, then you leapt off the ground, followed by countless brothers. Excitement rising, ready to level the Ascension platform. Cut to the Ascension platform. It was scorching hot and crowded here. The monks were loudly chatting and mocking each other. Hundreds of challenge letters had been sent to the martial arts sect. Do you think the 18 disciples dare show up? I feel they definitely won tea. A bunch of liars, only scared in silence. Logically, the 18 disciples have some skills, but they are too arrogant. No wonder we hate them. Yai heard them and just sneered with contempt. Ridiculous. Zoli agreed with her. It is ridiculous. These people clearly underestimate the 18 disciples, but he could not help but feel a bit resentful. The 18 disciples not rising to the Eastern Wild's call was their own fault. They were just too arrogant. Mainai called out to him. Sixth disciple. She looked at Jolie seriously. He felt a bit embarrassed and asked confusedly. Mainai, what do you want to say? She hesitated and asked. Do you still want to keep fighting the 18 disciples? Zole suddenly stiffened. Speechless, he lowered his head. Embarrassed, then clenched his fists and slowly said, after going through all this, I understand. His expression darkened and he muttered gloomily, I really am no match for them. And I, after hearing this, proposed, then why not let them have it? Divine One, dare hand it over to the 18 disciples and withdraw from the Emperor's contest. Zoli was stunned for a moment. Mainai, you are, she urged him, let go of your obsession. Look at the bigger picture. Sixth disciple. You might still have a chance to become emperor. If you only care about the 18 disciples, then they are your whole world. Zoli lowered his head, dazed. Mainai, I understand now. I was too obsessed with the 18 disciples. In reality, the outstanding strong ones of this continent from West Desert, North Plains, South Nine, there are still many sceneries waiting for me to explore. If I only see the 18 disciples, then they are my limit. Mainai smiled sweetly at him. Exactly, they both looked far ahead, discussing doubtfully, but this time, the Ascension platform is clearly rigged. If the 18 disciples can get through this danger, Divine One dares to bet on them, then so be it. Let us wait together. The crowd at the Ascension platform grew impatient. The 18 disciples still had not arrived. Looks like they really do not dare come. They definitely won T-show. Coming would only bring humiliation, one guy smugly said. Haha. What is with the so-called number one of Eastern Wild? From now on, call him the biggest coward of Eastern Wild. Just as he finished, the Red Guard's beast slammed him down hard. Familiar footsteps approached coldly. You trash. Your Divine One is here. Kunshu appeared coolly, arrogantly declaring war. Those guys started getting fired up. The 18 disciples actually dare come. So what if they do? Then wait to be beaten by us. You crossed your arms and ordered coldly. Make them submit. The group immediately surged forward, all filled with fighting spirit. Divine One. Watch this. Others shouted in unison. How dare you insult our Divine One? You are dead meat. Deal with them. Back at the Yang Branch mansion of the martial transformation sect, two sources of spiritual power were rushing in. Old Chen told him that now the 18 divine sons and the others were heading together to the Ascension platform, leaving the Yang Branch mansion without defense. Tao Qianjing, feeling very pleased with himself for stealing that calamity, said the 18 divine sons are loyal, so I will snatch the one he cares about most. His fierce eyes flashed with a deadly glint, daring to see if he would still stand there and take the pain. Inside the main hall of the Yang Branch mansion, Qiu Anfen was curiously asking Xiao Minju if the Divine Sons said someone was trying to steal the tower. Why is there still no sign of anything? She asked, a hint of pride in her tone toward her master. The master does not fight with brute force, but with strategy and intelligence. He is the strongest man I have ever met in my life. Xiao Minju said. What the master said is probably true, she added, her eyes sharpening as she looked up. Sure enough, someone was kicking the door open. It was the two from before, Tao Qianjing exclaimed with delight. As expected, only a couple of kittens remained in the branch mansion. Qiu Anfen felt a chill, forcing a smile as she muttered, they have really come. Chen whispered to the master, are these the troublemakers? The Divine Sons? He eyed the cocoon curiously, wondering what was so special about these troublemakers that scared countless demon clans. Tao Qianjing walked over to examine it. This is a taboo for demons. Troublemakers from past generations were devoured by lions. I never thought this one could survive until now. Old Chen waved at Xiao Minju. If you two do not want to die, get out of the way. But before he could finish, he got slapped hard. sent flying into the air by her. Tao Qianjing stared at the person. Stunned, Hong Mang blurted out, "What?" Old Chen was terrified, groaning in pain. Xiao Minju stepped forward slowly to warn them. "You do not know whether you will live or die." He still stubbornly cursed, two little pests daring to resist. Xiao Minju's voice was coaxing yet firm. "You do not know the meaning of survival. The 18 Divine Sons are not here, yet you dare to steal the tower." Huanfen added. "The 18 Divine Sons team already knew you would come. Looks like you are here for sure." Tao Qianjing was surprised to hear this. The 18 Divine Sons knew this Divine Son would come here. Huanfen pointed directly at Old Chen. "Of course. The Divine Sons," said the 7th Divine Son, "is cunning. Although he was killed last time, he did not show his death to the Divine Sons. So he must have faked it." Hearing this, he clenched his fist tightly, mumbling, "That hateful Tanshu, he actually guessed it. How could he have known all this?" Xiao Minju stepped closer to the two. "Last time he faked his death. Today, I will make sure he never leaves this place alive." Tao Qianjin sneered. "No wonder he is the subordinate of the 18 Divine Sons, arrogant, just like them." He was extremely confident, even if he has been guessed. "So what? Everyone here is arrogant. Do you really think a couple of kittens can handle this Divine Son?" Old Chen rushed into battle. "Why should the Divine Sons bother? I will be the one to skin her alive." But before he could strike, Xiao Minju shut him down with a hit to the face. He did not even see it coming. She used immense strength to throw him far back, creating a small explosion. Before passing out, he mumbled vaguely, "This female Divine Son is pretty strong." Tao Qianjing chuckled. "Not strong? The 18 Divine Sons would not keep her here if she was." He leapt into midair confidently. "But this Divine Son has entered the immortal realm. No matter how strong she is no match for me." And he launched a powerful strike downward. Xiao Minju reacted quickly, blocking his attack with one hand. Her strength surprised Tao Qianjing, who exclaimed, "What?" He hurriedly retreated, confused. When did she get this strong? Tao Qianjing panicked, staring at Xiao Minju advancing toward him. "A Divine King? How is this possible?" Old Chen gasped in shock as well. "Divine King level? How can this be? The martial transformation sect barely has any Divine Kings." Tao Qianjing turned pale, confused. "How is this possible? Who is she really? She is so young, how could she have reached Divine King level?" Xiao Minju looked down on him. "You have no knowledge." Huanfen chimed in. "Our Divine Son knew you would be this shocked," he said proudly. "So the 18 Divine Sons spoke to you." Surprised, shocked. After hearing this, Tathin Kan grew even angrier. His fury was overwhelming. Damn it! He had always been the one plotting against others. But now he is the one being schemed against. Damn 18 Divine Sons. Tu Mingayat raised her hand high. She had said all that needed to be said, and her energy immediately unleashed powerfully. She glared at him and shouted, "7th Divine Son, take him to the far west." Tathian Kan was restrained by Tu Mingayat. Suspended midair, he begged her desperately, "Before I die, tell me, how can the 8th Divine Son nurture a God King? Even the Emperor can do that easily." Suddenly, he felt unbearable pain and screamed in panic. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to nothing but a bloody mess. Elder Tran shouted in panic, "Divine Son, New Hampshire." As he tried to rush forward, he was stopped. He was destroyed. Completely destroyed, reduced to a bloody mess. Elder Tran shouted in panic, "Divine Son, New Hampshire." As he tried to rush forward, he was stopped by a familiar pair of feet. Tu Mingayat rubbed her arm and said coldly, "Your time is up." Cohen Fen pointed at him and judged, "Old man, the Divine Son of our house says you are the vilest, even more detestable than the 7th Divine Son." Elder Tran collapsed. The 7th Divine Son said, "Forget it. It has come to this. Just let me die in peace." He did not forget to plead, "Before I die, please pass my words to the 18 Divine Sons. Don't he be so sure. Many are black horses." She said. She warned him not to get cocky and pulled out a rope. Anthong said, "If you want to die, it won't be that easy." He tried to argue angrily but was restrained by the rope. She looked at him smugly and emphasized, "The Divine Son of our house specifically ordered to capture you alive." Elder Tran sat down calmly, but inside he felt uneasy. He was done for. A fierce battle was raging at the Immortal Ascension platform. Enemy fighters were falling one after another. Vian Hong taunted another. Kotre said, "A useless weakling like you dares to look down on our Divine Son. Someone like you, I could take on 10. The 8th Divine Son grabbed someone's head and threatened, "The 18 Divine Sons are gods. They are invincible. The only legends." The other immediately echoed, "The 18 Divine Sons are gods. Invincible. The only legends." Nu Hai watched and sighed, surprised by the 18 Divine Sons' influence in Vu Ho Mun. Many Divine Sons and disciples had come with him. Clearly, no one's reputation in Vu Ho Mun could compare anymore. Chalap still felt uneasy, sensing today's events would not end so simply. Hearing this, she happily praised him. Luftentu's mind was growing more mature. Today's matters certainly would not end here, saying the real mastermind behind this event had not appeared yet. Chalap straightforwardly replied, "Then I will wait," and I silently bowed his head. hinting that luck then two's help in trouble, and following the flower on the brocade, were different. Chalap showed an annoyed expression. Kakin asked, Yunai? Do you really trust him that much? He suddenly lost his temper, loudly challenging, if in the future one of us and the 18 divine sons must die, who would you choose? She looked at him firmly and answered resolutely, neither will die. Chalap smiled softly. I like that answer. Stepping forward, he said, now I understand. Trantho Min was standing discussing with the divine sons. None of them were useful. All had been defeated and subdued. He smiled proudly. Still have not caught the big guy. No rush. Chalap suddenly appeared calmly and spoke. 18 divine sons. He pulled out a token, catching it immediately. He recognized that this was the divine sons' challenge, declared plainly. From today, Chalap, withdraw from the disciple disputes of Vu Ho Mun. Chalap confidently proclaimed loudly. That does not mean I am afraid of the 18 divine sons. I want to see the whole continent. I want to challenge the strong from Nam Ning, Bak Ningyan, and Tamak. Before leaving, he left one last message. The 18 divine sons bidding farewell, and he is my defeated subordinate. Tandha watched his retreating figure, frowning in confusion. Since when did Chalap understand the language of retreat? His eyes swept over mine, clearly connected to this demon prince. Tantho grabbed a man by his collar, coldly questioning who sent him to provoke the divine sons here. The weak man replied, no one sent me. I simply did not like how you looked. Tranthong Min immediately exposed them, sneering, you trash are pitifully weak. You dare look down on the 18 divine sons. No one sent you here? Even if you are bold, you would not dare come. Tantho glared, dangerously threatening. Silent but ready to snap his neck, the man hurriedly surrendered. I will talk. But before he could finish, marks began appearing on his face, and he screamed in pain. Tanthu immediately realized, before his eyes, the enemy was dissolving into nothingness without a trace. Tranthong Min also recognized that the original power of the divine sons was being suppressed. Others suddenly had marks activate and screamed in agonized despair. At that moment, the gatekeeper appeared, murmuring suspiciously, demonic marks. Tamak. Tandha looked at him, vaguely realizing the seriousness of the situation. The gatekeeper said, Senior, the blood seal 1T appear before the time. This situation is even more dangerous than I thought. In Einhai also realized this was interference from people outside the great regions, somewhat interesting. Their goal is to kill the 18 divine sons. Tandho curiously asked, Senior, do you know what is really going on here? The gatekeeper replied thoughtfully, these people's bodies bear demonic marks and have had their original power suppressed. Such a technique from Tamak? Is it related to the Kong Men? Tranthong Min got excited hearing that. Kong Men? Isn't that Tamak's top-tier great force? Tamak's great forces and Dong Hong can coexist. The one controlling Tamak is definitely Kong Men, a colossal entity. Suddenly, the others went mad, marks spreading all over their bodies as they screamed in agonized frenzy. Then, all exploded, their bodies dissolving into nothingness. The surrounding space began violently shifting. Facial marks appeared in midair. Spiritual energy formed a cage surrounding Tandhu. The gatekeeper hurried over, cautiously. He too was trapped by another spiritual energy formation. He quickly realized the problem. This is not right. The formation is designed to counter me. Before he finished, the cage enclosed them. Tandho panicked, shouting, Senior. The gatekeeper calmed him down. Don't he worry about me. I will break this formation soon. They clearly want to deal with you. Be careful. Suddenly, a strange sound spread, causing everyone to stir in alarm. What is that sound? It seems to be coming from within the heavenly tunnel. The nearby lake suddenly surged with waves. Everyone panicked, not understanding what was happening. Something is in the water. A golden figure just shot upward. An 8-meter-long serpent-like dragon appeared, carrying someone on its head. Those below were stunned. This is a dragon. Or maybe not. The true dragons have long been extinct. This must be a Rao. The fire rider atop the Rao dragon suddenly called out, 18 divine sons. Having heard the legendary name, he specially came here. Tandha looked at him suspiciously. Who are you? The man bowed his head calmly. I am a humble monk of the dragon. Tranthongmin briefly pondered. Dragon monk fire rider. Divine son, I have heard of this person. Apparently, he is one of the 18 Arhats of Tamak. He immediately confirmed it. I'm a monk of the Tamak Kong Men. The descending dragon is an Arhat. Trent suddenly became alert. It really is him. They say each of the 18 Arhats looks like an emperor's hair. Their power is terrifying. Tentha directly questioned him. Tamak Sea is extremely far from Vong home. You came here specifically to deal with me. Who told you to come here? Dragonline answered firmly. Buddha said. Cannot say. He pressed on with questions. Then I will ask you. Know this. The beast you mentioned harmed my mother. Is he human? He opened his eyes slightly. Repeat what you just said. Buddha said. Cannot say. Tenthi immediately flew over to the dragon line, called out loudly. Head bumped. He raised his fist high. The owl said, you really know how to piss people off. The knife beast opened its mouth, ready to attack, but the dragon line took charge and ordered it to stop. No need for you. He directly rushed to support Tenthi. He was punched away by him. The dragon line struggled to stay upright, muttered broadly. Aji Buddha, the strategy of the 18 guardians is excellent. This time, my arrival was not in vain. He began chanting spells. Countless scriptures appeared. His eyes glowed brightly. This is the invincible state. After activating this state, he immediately rushed at Ten and Thu with astonishing speed. The two forces directly clashed. The battle was fiercely intense, so intense that the spectators below gasped. This is the deadly clash between Vang Hong's and Tai Messi's champions. The Dragon Line's physical body is exceptional. I have never met anyone who can match the physical strength of the 18 guardians. Ten harshly told the Dragon Line, surpassing 100 dragon forces, at least 155 forces. Tai Messi's truly lives up to being a sacred training ground for physical strength, yet the Dragon Line's physical strength is even higher. He began chanting spells. Tenth angrily unleashed his power, asked back sharply. Impossible to win. He rushed forward, swung his fiery fist at the Dragon Line. Then take a good look. An explosion rang out. He was blasted backward, feeling his power increase. He exclaimed happily, from the martial art of the dragon elephant ancestor. The effect was not bad. After training, my body's strength doubled, reaching 200 dragon force. The dragon soldier straightened up, letting out a sigh. The 18 god's strength is impressive. He launched a punch, ready for another fight. Keep going. Tanthu did not dodge and blocked every incoming strike. He then unleashed countless fairy punches in return. Awesome. Don't you think anyone with skill would back down? The dragon soldier gritted his teeth under Tanthu's blows. No retreat. The onlookers could not help but be amazed. These two were really fighting. They kept praising his strength. Only the 18 gods and dragon soldiers with this physique could stand against him. Anyone else would have been knocked out with one punch. Others would have been defeated in this situation. The Western Heavens Call is truly formidable. In Dung Ho, no one dares challenge the 18 gods. Tanthu calmly waved, provoking him. How do you like that? The dragon soldier honestly felt natural. He unleashed numerous fiery punches in response. Perfect. No one with skill would back down. How do you feel? The dragon soldier honestly exclaimed. Your current physical strength ranks you in the top 100 in the West. That is impressive. I have grown to admire talented people like you. Hearing that, he could not help but chuckle, admiring talent. What would you call that feeling? A blazing red dragon was summoned by him, but I am here to execute. The electric dragons surrounded the dragon soldier's fist, so he must be eliminated by me. His fist blazed, carrying the protective power of the dragon talisman. Tanthu unleashed his true power. His strength is strong enough now. No need to hold back. He shouted heroically. A serious punch. Tanthu swung his fist directly at the dragon soldier. Their clash created a pressure wave around them, but he took the heavier blow. He could not respond. His body was thrown outward. His whole body fell down the cliff. The violent crash kicked up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Tanthu was unharmed. Everyone was stunned by the recent fight. Truly impressive. Unbeatable. The 18 gods and the unbeatable dragon soldier. One punch shattered the dragon soldier's diamond hard arm. The dragon soldier was beaten to a pulp and panicked. How can one punch pack such power? It looked like a normal punch. Why does it carry such incomparable pressure? Seeing the person in front of him terrified him deeply. He had never felt such power from anyone in the West before. The dragon soldier could not hold back. He asked aloud, what kind of technique was that punch just now? Tanthu asked back, wanna know? Tell me, who told you to come here? But Hang Long was determined to keep the secret. I wanna know. But I can tell who sent me up here. I can use the Heavenly Steel Sutra against you. Hearing this, Lin Hu Qian returned and challenged your big shot. Not telling this humble servant, then I will cripple you. Hang Longlin poured all his power into his palm. Great Sun Tathagat arises. A giant hand suddenly appeared, lunging toward Tanthu. You did not hesitate to counter. Until now, I have never lost to anyone. Two giant arms collided. Power erupted fiercely. He could not help but be shocked. What? In an instant, Hang Longlin was blasted far away, lying sprawled on the ground. A stream of saliva shot straight from his mouth. Tanthu pressed the attack, kicked Hang Long, sending him flying. You stepped forward and grabbed his neck tight, causing Hang Long to cry out in pain. Still, Hang Long stubbornly refused to reveal anything. Buddha says cannot say. Tanthu angrily swung another punch at him, putting on a show. You sternly ordered, will you talk or not? Tanthu grew impatient. Press tighter and harder. I will keep hitting you until you speak. You threw all your strength, twisting his face to one side. Tanthu threatened again. This is your last chance. Say no. Seeing Hang Long still silent, you stepped closer, deciding, I will destroy you. But he was not afraid, just sneered. Ten grip God servant. You are the opponent I respect. Where did he get the guts to fix me? You swung your sword. The blade aimed straight at Hang Long. I will destroy you first. Suddenly, someone shouted a warning. Ten grip God servant. Watch out. Tanthu startled and turned around. A tiger. A shadow flickered mysteriously behind Tanthu. It slammed hard onto the stone ground below. The lizard was engulfed in flames, fierce and terrifying. Confidently, he introduced to you. This is the Dragon Blade. A transcendent divine king-level weapon. Now you know why I'm confident I can destroy you. Right? The guards watching the Dragon Blade were horrified. This Dragon Blade is truly powerful. They worried about Tanthu's fate. The 10-grip God servant can stop it. Others also felt sympathy for you. Hang Long shameless. If you have got skill, fight one-on-one. Using Switch Dragon Beast, what kind of skill is that? Hearing this, Hang Long laughed scornfully. I'm a dragoner hat. This Dragon Blade is my mount. What can I do with it? He quickly returned to the main topic. 10-grip God servant. We know each other. After you pass on, I will chant sutras for you 18 days straight. The power around Hang Long grew stronger and more visible. Out of respect for an opponent like you, Tanthu showed no fear, only mocked him. What is the point? I am about to croak anyway. He remained silent, refusing to say a word. The Buddha said, It cannot be spoken. You chuckled softly again. Does a person from Liha Jiang always make others this angry? The dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide, bearing sharp fangs. The dragon roared, mouth agape, lunging down to attack Tenth. This caused the crowd to panic wildly. This is not good. Chosen One. The guards could not hold back and unleashed their power along with him. Damn it! The Ten-Catcher Chosen One, if anything happens to him. He radiated a fierce aura. To be clear, I will slaughter all the T clans. MI was also worried by the situation. Can T dodge anymore? This time, maybe a miracle can be made. Right? The dragon silently prayed for Tintha. Travel safely. You just stand there without moving at all. Tintha just smiled slightly at this awkward scene. It is just a mudfish. How is that even worthy of being called a dragon? Suddenly, a tiny little dragon slithered out. It let out an innocent roar. This shocked the big dragon, making it adjust its action. The two dragons glared fiercely at each other like that. Suddenly, the giant dragon's entire body collapsed. What? The dragon could not believe its eyes. This can be happening? The crowd got excited again. It seems to be convulsing, looking terrified. What happened? The dragon is dead. It was scared off by the Chosen One's 3 auras. Tintha gently patted the little dragon's head. Go back. He gritted his teeth, angrily said, what is that? You immediately imitated the big dragon's stance. The Buddha said, it cannot be spoken. He was so humiliated he could not find words. You. Tintha kept provoking. The Buddha said, it cannot be spoken. The big dragon sternly warned you. Ten-Catcher Chosen One, don't mimic a monk at speech. Hearing that, Tintha just sneered. Keep provoking. Getting angry now. How about today? We all play fair. How's that? Even though angry, he remained firm. Monk once swore, no more talking about this. You suddenly drew your sword. In just a moment, Tintha teleported to the dragon's head blade. Thrust forward. The sword pointed straight down at its head. You threatened aloud. Here's one more chance for you. Speak or not. The dragon was pale with fear but still spoke boldly. Ten-Catcher Chosen One, if you have got guts, kill the monk. Facing my mount? What kind of guts is that? Looking at the dragon in fear, he thought silently. Damn it. The dragon's now convulsing. It basically has no ability to resist. Could it really be a true dragon? Tintha said with deadly intent. Not yet. Dealing with this dragon blade. Then it will be your turn. The dragon hastily shouted to stop you. Stop. You saw this and replied smugly. What is wrong? Can't hold back. He was terrified. Started negotiating. 10,000 deaths. If there is an issue, negotiate. But Tantho refuses to agree. Negotiation my foot. I will count to 3. Then I will kill this brat. Henglong rushed over. 10,000 deaths. Do you realize that doing this means you are challenging the sect? You are going all out. Prepare your skin. 3, 2, 1. His face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he said, 10,000 deaths? Do not be stubborn and blind. Someone like you is. But Tanthu did not listen at all. He charged straight at Dao Long. The sword pierced through, making him scream in pain. Hang Long could not believe it. Fearfully, he said, this drove him into a frenzy. 10,000 deaths? How dare you? Suddenly, a soul escaped from Dao Long. This is... Tantho watched this scene with delight. The dragon soul was drawn out by the Long Yuan sword. That soul was drawn back by your sword. Trapped forever. This made the dragon warrior's expression even worse. The dragon soul was already absorbed by the sword. This time, it did not even have a chance to survive. On the contrary, Tantho was extremely excited about this. You wrapped the sword blade in mysterious energy. The sword pointed straight to the sky. A fierce vortex created an explosive spark. Tantho silently observed. Thunderstorm looming. The Long Yuan sword advanced forward. You loudly announced, from a sword soldier to a demigod warrior. This enraged the dragon warrior immensely. 18th divine death. I will cut down my enemy's mount. He almost shouted this aloud. Today, you and I are bound by great fate. But Tantho was not afraid, prepared to launch an attack. Head first, you confidently declared. Then today, I will completely sever our fate. A sword darted forward, slicing fiercely through the dragon warrior. The force was so strong that he was blasted far away. A violent roar burst from the dragon warrior's throat. Tantho quietly admired his new strength. Not bad. After ascending to demigod warrior, this sword's power increased greatly. He quickly regained his balance. However, landed safely, but terrified. The dragon warrior fled in a hurry. 18th divine death. Today's grudge will be repaid soon. However, Tantho did not let him escape. Trying to run. Today, you die. Another sword shot out, blasting the dragon warrior into the sky. He crashed hard onto the ground. 18th divine death. Don't bully others too much. Behind me. There is no reason to fight. However, another sword shot out, blasting the dragon warrior into the sky. He crashed hard onto the ground again. 18th divine death. Don't bully others too much. Behind me. There is no reason to fight. But you did not care. Delivered a fatal blow. Hit. The dragon warrior did not expect it. His face turned pale. What? And yet no warning was heard. At the last moment, he cried out for help. Master, save your disciple. The Dharma master appeared, begged Tanthu to stop. Sir, stop. The sword blade blazed as it slashed down. The dragon warrior instantly felt it. He screamed in pain. What? The dragon warrior's whole body began to burn, burning fiercely. The Dharma master said, what? Smoke? What? Smoke? The Dharma master said, what? Smoke? What? Smoke? The sword blade blazed as it slashed down. What? Smoke? What? Smoke? The dragon's entire body exploded, scattering dust everywhere. As the smoke cleared, a figure slowly emerged. His figure hovered there, one of the 18 divine sons. A man truly bold enough to act. Tantho sneered lightly. Somewhat amused, he did not even flinch. He kept wiping away, eradicating the dragon to the very end. proving everyone wrong who said the sect goddess soul was immortal and could reincarnate. Only now did he truly feel a terrifying fear. Stop, I will tell you. This involves the hack Bo-di, a humble monk. Only follow orders and act. Beyond that, I know nothing. But Tando no longer cares now. It is too late to talk. He directly delivered the finishing blow to the dragon. The crowd erupted in cheers again, defeating a Western Mo Arhat. Truly worthy of being one of the 18 divine sons. What is an Arhat anyway? The dragons were already dealt with. This is what real power looks like. But that clue just now made Tanthu incredibly curious. The hack Bo-di. Hearing the name for the first time. If he can find him, maybe he can uncover some clues. At Western Mo, Great Thunder Sound Temple. A majestic structure. The Dharma Patriarch sat quietly meditating inside. Hearing the news, the old man was furious. How dare these scoundrels attack this venerable patriarch? He stared hard at the row of trees before him. Suddenly, one exploded. The Dharma Patriarch understood the situation. The dragons had fallen into the golden stream, yet he still dared to attack them. Truly brazen. This was a provocation to the sect. This brat would forever fall into hell. The noble lady was also worried about the future, easily cutting down the pride of Western Mo. The 18 divine sons would surely become even sharper. The young boy agreed with her indeed, secretly admiring Tantha's power. Big bro Tantha was really dazzling. After finishing, he gently landed, signaling the end. But a sense of unease rose. Things were not that simple. Suddenly, a pressure wave appeared. Everyone was crushed down to the ground by its force. This was a powerful aura. Just standing was already a struggle. From the high sky appeared 3 figures, their forms becoming clear, extremely imposing. The noble lady could not help but panic. Divine kings. 3 divine kings had arrived. The young boy was stunned. Divine kings. Others grew curious. Divine kings. And 3 at that. What did they come for? Tanthu showed no fear, only smiled. Sure enough, this was not going to be simple. Suddenly, one spoke, threatening him. 18 divine sons. Today you will kneel before the West. The crowd was shocked. Divine kings actually targeting the 18 divine sons. This was beyond any talk of martial virtue. The guardian, seeing this, refused to accept it. Furious, he stepped forward. Damn it. Hundreds of blood sacrifice cultivators in this great formation. It won't be that easy to break through. Then, the spirit child spoke out indignantly. 3 divine kings. You are noble. How can you attack the 18 divine sons? But they ignored her words. Shut up, brat. The spirit child immediately became alert. One divine king ruthlessly pushed her away. Witnessing this, Manhwa felt deeply worried. One problem after another. Divine kings really were stepping in now. Could the 18 divine sons truly stand against them? The crowd panicked, shouting, what do we do? These are divine kings. We have no strength to fight back. 18 divine sons. Run. Tanthu directly faced them, asking, 3 divine kings. Who sent you here? Tell me. But the old man refused to reveal anything. 18 divine sons. We want to tell you. Accept your fate. Hearing that, he burst out laughing. Divine kings and still scared. Worrying so much? What kind of divine kings are you? Tanthu bluntly cursed them trash. This infuriated the divine kings beyond measure. What did you say? The old man could not hold back and launched a head strike, aiming for the golden stream below. But Tanthu quickly caught it with his hand. However, the force of the blast was too strong, sending the divine scroll flying backward. This also had a big impact, causing the saliva to spill from his mouth. The divine king's power is truly formidable. Seeing the divine scroll collapse, the crowd gasped in shock. Divine disciple. Divine disciple. The mastermind gripped the prison cage tightly. You 3 pests dare to wound the 18 divine disciples. When I get out, none of you will survive. 2 young divine kings sneered in his direction. Mastermind, we know you are powerful. Let us wait until you are free to talk further. One of them gathered spiritual energy and charged to finish off the 18 divine disciples quickly. Wanting to get out of here and avoid trouble, the red-clad shouted urgently, protect the divine disciples. He immediately transformed into a celestial lover, blocking the divine king in front of the divine scroll. 30 or 40 others also did not hesitate and rushed forward. 8 divine disciples. Summoning spirits. Severing souls. Smart feet. And even Lifeseeker all stood together to block another divine king. 18 divine disciples. Retreat. We will hold them off. Another group joined forces to block the 3rd divine king, trying to kill the 18 divine disciples. Get through our gate first. Even if you are a divine king, we will stop you. The 3 divine kings laughed mockingly. So many ants won't stop a dragon elephant strike. Does it even work? Then ice anger showed on her face. You 3 dare attack the 18 divine disciples. You are challenging Jiaoqi. The old mastermind just smiled broadly at her threats. Jiaoqi came to stir things up. No one can save the 18 divine disciples today. The overwhelming pressure from all 3 divine kings unleashed at once, sending all nearby cultivators flying. Then Aisant quickly pulled her back. Divine disciple. Be careful, she worriedly advised. Divine disciple. This is not good. We should leave now. But Than Nai stubbornly glared at her aunt. The old divine mastermind grinned wildly. If you do not know your place, You will be buried with the 18 divine disciples. But then the divine scroll behind suddenly tensed and shouted, "Stop, this does not concern others. You three fools," his face full of rage. "If you have got guts, aim at this divine disciple's core." Being insulted without restraint, the old man flew into a rage. Acting arrogantly, under the same sky, the scene was chaotic like swirling winds and clouds. The clash between the divine scroll and the three divine kings was being closely watched by two people. The bare-headed eagle turned to the eagle-headed one and asked, "What do you think? Should we intervene?" The latter furrowed his brows thoughtfully. If the 18 divine disciples die on the immortal ascension platform, Wuwa sect will avoid many disasters later. The eagle-headed one retracted his image. That is true. No matter how you look at it, this benefits Wuwa sect and avoids future trouble. Then we want to interfere, he decided firmly. A light flashing in his eyes, the eagle-headed one gritted his teeth. 18 divine disciples. Travel safely. Don't blame the disaster that has struck you. Near the divine scroll, the old divine king charged forward, aiming to tear the head off the man. But as he neared, the divine scroll stood firm. His cold, sharp gaze piercing the approaching enemy. The 8 divine disciples and smart feet panicked, shouting, "Divine disciple, run! Divine disciple, dodge!" The old man smiled mockingly when he saw the divine scroll not move. "So you know you are dead, just facing it head on. Then this divine king will grant you a peaceful departure." But just as the old divine king was about to strike, another spiritual energy sphere slammed into him. Startled, he fell back. What? Quickly regaining balance, he stepped back. Who dares attack from behind? As the dust cleared, a familiar figure with jade green hair appeared. "To Mungite looked coldly at him. "Don't you dare hurt the master." The old divine king was immediately riled up by the attack from a woman, gathering spiritual energy. "Just a breath. Looks like you have given up on life." Huh. He clasped his hands and unleashed an attack. She did not even bother to dodge on this side, directly forming a spiritual energy sphere to shatter the old god king a strike head-on. He was briefly stunned. A god king realm. And yet a kid like that is already at the god king level. The other god king muttered quietly, not afraid to face the 18 divine sons, so there is a god king backing them up. He started switching places with that god king. "You go hold that god king. I will go take down the 18 divine sons leader." He lightly stomped, striking the 18 divine sons. "They are tough. Bring out another god king to help." "Withdraw," he shouted, leaping swiftly toward Shen Shu. Just as he lost focus, the good god king was kicked blind in one foot. His body slammed hard onto the ground. The 4 divine sons retracted their legs and warned, "With me here, no one hurts the 18 divine sons." The crowd buzzed in surprise. The 4 divine sons. They just pushed back a god king? Are they really the 4 divine sons? The third god king broke into a cold sweat. Another god king level fighter. The crowd's eyes widened again. What? The 4 divine sons are god king level. At this moment, the 4 divine sons' silver-white hair fell away, revealing youthful, vibrant skin. He landed on the platform with a proud smile. "I have entered God King level, and I am already following the 18 divine sons." Shen Shu crossed his arms, assessing. The 4 divine sons' cultivation method is indeed extraordinary. The God King pill he took a few days ago, who would be thought, in just a few days of rejuvenation, he would break into God King level. And a few days ago, in a secluded place at Wuhua sect, the 4 divine sons actively met Shen Shu and the 18 divine sons. "I am here to negotiate." He looked straight into his eyes. 4 divines? Is it for that God King pill? The 4 divine sons did not hide it. Speaking plainly, that is right. The cultivation method I use is very special. The 18 divine sons knew well that such a special opportunity is rare, making it almost impossible to cultivate to rejuvenation. Now the God King pill is exactly the chance I need. Please, 18 divine sons, give it to me. In exchange, I will withdraw from the divine sons' battle and hand over any divine sons who dare oppose you. Shen Shu smiled faintly, promising, "I can give you the God King pill, but I have one condition: you must follow me after." No hesitation. Shen Shu was a bit surprised. That is so quick. No second thoughts. The 4 divine sons stroked his silver eyebrows. "No need to think. I have seen the 18 divine sons clearly these days, in the wilds of Xianjiao East. You are the one with the best chance of becoming a great emperor. Following you is no loss." Back to reality. The 3rd God King started releasing spiritual pressure. Confident, he shouted, "So what if there are 2 God Kings? We have 3 here." The 2nd God King stood shoulder to shoulder with him, completely unaware that the top God King strategy for the 18 divine sons was like a cabbage. After repeated defeats, the 3rd God King vowed confidently, "This 3rd time, no way we lose. Trust me." Inside the prison, he kept pounding the cage, calculating as he struck. "Just a bit more. I will break out." The 2 God Kings kept fighting Xiao Mingyu and the 4 divine sons, while the 3rd God King rushed quickly to the other side. "Hurry. The prisoner's about to break out. Take down the 18 divine sons now." Soon he was near Shen Shu. The enemy was surely dead this time. Let us see if he has any God King backup left. Shen Shu looked at him thoughtfully. There really was none. The third God King exploded with spiritual energy and rushed forward. No chance for you now. Accept the fate I set for you. Shen Shu smiled sarcastically, lowering his stance, raising 2 fingers. You have thought this through too much. He cast the illusion technique. His form shifted to look exactly like the third God King. Shen Shu moved like lightning, just as the third God King advanced. He was stunned seeing something flash before his eyes. What? Shen Shu, in his own form, threw an uppercut from below, sending the God King flying backward. The God King quickly regained balance. How do you look exactly like me? And that last hit was God King level. Cao Mingyu watched this scene, equally shocked. The spear frame illusion technique. The rumors from the outside world were not wrong. The 18 divine sons really mastered the spear frame illusion technique. The crowd grew more excited. Victory was certain. The 18 divine killers were formidable, while others quietly murmured. The battle frame record could really open one's eyes. Truly an honor. No need for many words. The #1 prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland is the 18 divine killers. That ranking is a kind of true gauge. Kung's eyes lit up with joy, and even King Sant was surprised. The deputy leader of the 18 divine killers came in waves. Killing him was truly difficult. Now all 3 divine kings were cornered. Damn it, old divine king is tough. No matter what, the 3 of us will kill him together. The 3 rushed simultaneously toward Tan Thu. The bone handler on the other side just broke free from his shackles. Those 3 rotten bugs. You have been jumping around long enough. His eyes flashed coldly. The bone handler's body suddenly appeared before Tan Thu. Let us end this here. The old divine king had not even reached Tan Thu when he saw a hand slam toward him. What? A joint force burst out like a tidal wave. The bone handler sneered, killing 1. 2 left, and the remaining 2 divine kings stared in horror. How could this be? The bone handler's strength was far beyond what we expected. Both quickly changed direction, trying to escape, but the bone handler quickly gave chase. Leave your lives to me. Striking swiftly to block the 2. The joint force flared again, and the 2 divine kings quickly vanished like smoke. Tan Thu had returned to his original form. Admiring him, no wonder the bone handler senior makes fighting divine kings look like a game. The bone handler said nothing more and retracted 3 divine souls using super soul technique. He spoke loudly. Who sent you here? The 3 divine souls hesitated, unable to finish their sentence. Just as they were about to speak, the link shattered into pieces. The face beneath the mask was unreadable. Even the divine souls were sealed. Only a saint could do this. Tan Thu raised his brow and guessed. Today, the person opposing me is at least a saint. A Wuho sect. Ying Tu suddenly shouted. He is still alive. Yang Tu frowned. There was a hint of an immortal Asara. I am not exaggerating. He lowered his eyes with regret. Maybe we should give it our all, and let him become the emperor of this era. Yang Tu looked up at the ceiling. Wuho sect can T pull that off? Since ancient times, even great emperors can T protect against fate's disasters, let alone Wuho sect now. He shook his head. Besides, you and I still bear responsibility. Yin Tu sighed softly. True enough. His eyes flickered with light. Next, the first divine killer should appear on an island in the sky of Wuho sect. Cao Mingyu stood beside Shen Thu and Vian Hong. Divine killer. According to your orders, the 7th divine killer was killed and Chen Lao captured alive. He frowned, staring at Chen Lao. The 7th divine killer might not be truly dead. I'm right. Chen Lao. Chen Lao did not reply but just snorted. He slowly stepped past Chen Lao without a word, still wanting to force the matter with her. Chen Lao snapped. The 18th divine killer. I know nothing. Just kill me. Shen Thu pointed at him with a mocking smile. Kill him. Dream on. Then what is the point of me sparing your life? He slipped behind the blinded Chen Lao and spoke to Vian Hong. 18 tortures. Give him 1 round. Sharp, painful cries echoed continuously through the space. Finally, Vian Hong stopped. Divine killer. He has confessed everything. Shen Thu's eyes gleamed with sharp determination. Let us. Today we end the old schemer of the 7th divine killer. He must die to eliminate this traitor. The 4 Shen Thu, Vian Hong, Cao Mingyu, and Qin Fen headed to the same place. They followed Chen Lao and waited in front of the blood pond. Chen Lao, battered and frightened. Confirmed. It is here. The 7th divine killer. His death and revival happened right here, in the center of the pond. A bubbling sound rose and a column of red floated up. When the blood column erupted, Takanthine appeared fully intact. As soon as he stepped out of the blood pool, he did not even bother to look and immediately attacked. The 4 dead men had planned everything carefully, yet they were outwitted by the 18 dead men as a scheme. How could this happen? 18 dead men. Just wait until the tattoo turns into the 9th shift immortal skill. I will definitely become formless and question Takanthine, forcing him to handle people. Definitely what? He was startled to see the 4 dead men already waiting for him. 18 dead men. Glancing over, he saw Old Tran battered and shouted loudly. How could you not kill Old Tran? And you even let Old Tran bring you here. Very well. The 4 dead men never expected things to reach this point. Tan Thu clasped his hands behind his back and asked coldly. I heard you practice some 9th shift immortal skill. How many times have you died already? Or should I help you die for good? Takanthine sighed, a cold sweat breaking out. 18 dead men. Actually, We have no grudge that can be settled. If you dare, I will give you my soul and spare my life. You smiled lightly with contempt. No chance. You have crossed the 4 dead men. There is no going back now. I need the soul you dare to offer. And I need your life too. Tacanthian woke, glaring at the soul with disdain. Arrogant talk. I have completed the 4th stage of the 9th shift divine skill. His strength surpassed before. Let us see how you can take my life now. The soul gave a deep roar. Ordering. Capture him. Manhwa quickly lunged forward. Suddenly, Tacanthian unexpectedly turned and ran. Damn it! She swiftly reached him and kicked him hard when she stomped on Tacanthian's foot, and he spat blood. Manhwa reported, Master, we got him. He slowly raised his head and looked at her mockingly. You are a god king. Yet you call a spiritual cultivator master. The 4 dead men truly do not understand. They should know god kings, wherever they are supreme beings. In a careless moment, Manhwa was pushed back and had to brace herself with her hands. She coughed up blood. Slowly withdrawing, the blood pool suddenly exploded, pushing out a shadowy figure. Manhwa was stunned. How is this possible? Tacanthian's body emerged intact once again, and lowered his gaze slightly. Evaluating, already revived so quickly. Tacanthian laughed confidently. 18 dead men. You rely on a god king I crippled. Let us see what you can do now. He looked at him for a moment, then shook his head. The 9th shift immortal skill. No matter how defiant. Can he let someone live? Then die. Then live again. Tacanthian crazily charged forward. Next up, it is my turn. Tando quickly raised his arms, directly facing one of him with a sharp crack. Both moved swiftly and lightly. Their techniques pushed each other back, but both stayed balanced. Tando smirked sarcastically. The strength of the 7 dead men had clearly increased. Tando glanced irritably at Old Tran behind him, who was not saying anything. Old Tran smiled with satisfaction. 18 dead men. Old Tran, have ruled the Jianghu for 100 years. How could some brat like you force me to talk with a little torture? Today a situation was especially orchestrated for you. 7 dead men killing 18 dead men. That is the top hell of Dong Hong. Tacanthian crossed his arms behind his back, showing off. Today's situation, though a last resort, had long been within the data of the 4 dead men. 18 dead men thought they were on the 2nd level. 4 dead men on the 1st. They looked down on me, but they did not know 4 dead men awaited them on the 3rd level. Manhwa could no longer watch and attacked from behind again. Damn it! I will definitely kill you in place of my master. The power from Tacanthian's body flared like fire. This is a death wish. Then his position exploded as if it blew up on its own. Manhwa was hit and thrown back. Fresh blood spurted from her mouth. Her body hit the ground once, then bounced again. Manhwa tried to get up, but her body was weak and trembling. Master, I am struggling here. Tando did not hesitate to draw his sword and give orders. Injure her on the spot, then hand her over to the divine prisoner. Tacanthian charged again out of the blood pond. 9th transmission immortal divine technique. 6th transmission. Tacanthian's entire body flared up fiercely with combined power. 18th divine prisoner. You are as good as dead. Tantho quickly climbed up. Is that Tacanthian? Gathered all my strength for this strike. You do not know your own limits. The divine prisoner can wound even a divine king. So what are you supposed to be? Yet Tanthu just charged straight into the blood pond alone, ignoring his calls from behind. 18th divine prisoner. How dare you? He decisively jumped straight into the pond. Thu's sword looked back at him, falling to the ground in disbelief. He grabbed the figure dragged from the blood pond, provoking it. Got you now. Tranlao was already broken at this point. How could the 18th divine prisoner be predicted? Tando pointed his sword directly at that slimy humanoid. 7th divine prisoner. This must be the real form, right? Tacanthian hurriedly resisted the attack. How do you know that? Tando shrugged and dragged Tacanthian's true form closer. It is simple. Tando raised the true form and swung a sword straight into its chest. And now you still talk to this divine prisoner like that? Tacanthian's body shrank in fear. He hurriedly raised his hand to beg. Please do not. 18th divine prisoner. Speak slowly if you have something. Tando calmly looked at Tacanthian, scared already. It is too late now. Every sword stroke instantly cut into his true form. The sharp pain in his chest made Tacanthian scream in agony. He dropped to one knee before Tantho fiercely. Damn it! The 9th transmission divine technique all wasted. Then, like a man, he threw a punch. You must die. Tantho raised his hand and punched Tacanthian hard. A serious punch? His body exploded instantly. Blood sprayed everywhere. Watching drops of blood splatter onto himself, he fell silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke calmly. 7th divine prisoner. A lifetime of crimes. It is. Tacanthian's whole body exploded, leaving only the divine prisoner orb. Tando quickly gathered it in his hand. Another divine prisoner orb collected. Vian Hong grabbed Tranlao's head and asked him, Divine prisoner, what should we do with this old man? Tando glanced coldly once. He followed the 7th divine prisoner and did many evil deeds. Cut him down. Tranlao broke out in a cold sweat. Panicked. Don't he kill me? 18th divine prisoner. I can tell you a secret. Vian Hong already drew his blade ready. What a careless moment. Trying to save his skin again. 4 divine prisoners do not want to hear your secret. Tranlao urgently spoke up. 18th divine prisoner. Give me one chance. The 18 divine sons heard this. They would think my life is not worth a thing. Killing me is not urgent. Old man. Tando glanced back briefly. Seems like he values his life after all. Speak. You stepped forward and placed your hand on his head. He was so panicked he was sweating profusely. Speak. Get lost. Dead man. Leave. Are you holding back? Old Tran's eyes narrowed slightly. The 18 divine sons are clever. Truly exceptional. Whoever claims the fortune of the 7th divine son should have very low cultivation, or be completely untrained. Tando paused to think for a moment. Then he called back to Confan, holding the book out toward him. The person basically has not cultivated at all. This fortune is definitely set aside for someone like that. Confan hesitated, calling out to Tandhu. Old Tran asked Tandhu earnestly, 18 divine son, could you spare my life? You clasped your hands and looked down at him with a smile. Fine. Old Tran was overjoyed, thanking the 18 divine son. But Tandhu's smile faded as you added, death can be forgiven, but living is hard to escape. Execute him. Hearing this, Old Tran's face went pale. What? But Vian Hong behind acted quickly. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As Tandhu turned away, the old man's body collapsed unconscious. After a while, Confan flew out of the blood pond, spiritual energy flowing all over him. Vian Hong gaped in shock. The aura on this guy is truly strong. Confan happily inspected his body. Earth realm. I have broken through to Earth realm. Seeing the powerful spiritual energy, Tandhu commented, heaven, earth, and man, he has stepped into the great path. The realm connects heaven and earth. Surprisingly, Confan had almost no cultivation before. This technique is indeed interesting. In another dark place, someone is imprisoned in an underground dungeon with chains tightly wrapped around him. Manhwa of the first divine son opened his cold eyes and asked, you are here? The first divine son leapt down in front of him, saying, I have arrived. He slowly announced, the fight of the Emperor's son has reached the end. You and I are two sides of the same coin. It is time to merge. Manhwa of the first divine son looked surprised, saying, so if someone appears who can merge with you, they can be dealt with either. I am very curious. Who could that be? He smiled wickedly as he spoke. The first divine son pressed his lips. The 18 divine son. Manhwa of the first divine son laughed loudly, shouting, come here. Merge. I have been waiting eagerly, the first divine son said, waving his hand as his body seemed to dissolve. Then he began flowing into Manhwa of the first divine son's body. After merging, their spiritual energies combined. The chains were also broken by his strength. The first divine son's body showed black veins. Eager to meet the 18 divine son, his laughter echoed throughout the dungeon. Nearby at Vuho Gate, even the leaves rustled and birds scattered in alarm. Confan spoke up. What is going on? Vian Hong glanced over and assessed. The entire Vuho Gate is still trembling. The disciples were still shaken. What happened? Why is the earth Vian trembling? To you, Mein Gaiet frowned. This breath. It seems like some great calamity has broken the ground. At that moment, the second divine son, Thin Lin, appeared before them. The 18 divine son. Run quickly, he urgently warned. You could not hide your confusion. Why? The second divine son frowned anxiously. The first divine son has left his prison. Then Thu raised an eyebrow. He is out. Why should I run? He tried to explain. This is not just the first divine son, it is the first divine son merged with Manhwa. Fusion of Neat Thun Ti with Manhwa is a ruthless, tireless beast of immense danger. At this moment, Vin Heng also lost his train of thought. Inside V, there has always been a rumor. The fusion of Then and Ma makes one unbeatable. It is said that after Natha Then Ts Then Nyam and My Nyam merged, his power became terrifyingly overwhelming. At the Turin, the Phoenix Elder awakened her wings. Divine power flooded all directions. She calmly asked those below if the judgment of the 18 Then T confirmed him as a clan-level threat. The Divine Phoenix Maiden seriously confirmed. Elder, no one can match his genius. If he matures and targets our divine clan, the clan truly faces grave danger. The Phoenix Elder nodded. A clan-level enemy like him cannot be allowed to grow. She bowed, flapped her wings, and released a treasured item. Seeing the feather, she was overjoyed. It is the Phoenix 7 spirits. The Divine Phoenix Maiden clasped her hands and bowed. Thank you, Elder. She immediately turned and left. Elder, go deal with the disaster. I will refine the Phoenix spirit and head to the ancient Thanvung Temple. They must seize a part of the fortune of the ancient Thandang Temple. That is the capital for contending emperors. At sea, the K Lun Divine Lord scolded the young K Lun Master harshly, calling him useless. Furious, he said the young master's heart had been clouded by the 18th NT, and yet he no longer wanted to fight. Truly worthless. This time heading to the ancient Thanzang Temple, he would fully support the Divine Lord's young prince. The young man knelt and bowed. Yes, the K Lun Divine Lord turned and flew off. Time to set out. But this was the chance to solve the disaster. Meanwhile, Nathenati earnestly advised, 18th NT, you are outstanding. I do not want to see you fall by Nathan T's hand. Tentha laughed at his objection. Who wins or loses is not decided yet. Nathan T, no need to worry. Nathan T was helpless. Nethanen T's Nyam back then required the joint power of several sect leaders to separate. Nathan T's eyes filled with worry unexpectedly. To counter him, Nethan T had actively fused with Manhwa. Perhaps he understood Nethan T's determination to face him. Vian Heng quickly spoke up. Thun T, Better to temporarily avoid the clash. Net Thunatis Manayam and Thanayam conflict. Both sides drain power and can last long. Suddenly a voice startled them all. You are not going anywhere. Net Thunten had arrived, descending from the sky. Nuthenti spun around in shock. Surprised Not Thunti had come out so quickly. Seeing him above, the disciples shouted, Net Thunten has appeared. Everyone was thrown into chaos. Will Nithan T and 18 then a fight today? Net Thunati's presence felt terrifying. What is Not Thunati planning? They saw a smile on his lips and his spiritual power surge. The disciples were horrified and speculated. Will V. Hamun choose the emperor today? At this moment, the 18th then glared darkly at Thunathi. Step out of the Emperor Tia's contest, or I will spare your life this once. He was still smiling calmly. Spare me a life? Net Thunti, you are overconfident. Hun immediately asserted, whoever becomes Emperor T will bring disaster to Via Eshamen. That is why I fused with my Naiming to guarantee 100% I defeat you. Then Tha smiled brightly. I see. Looks like this Emperor T fight lacks any real gods. It is honestly kind of sickening, seeing his relaxed expression. Net Thunti asked repeatedly. 18 Thunti, what is your decision? Tuntha bluntly raised his middle finger at Nan. I am really about to chop off your head for trying to stop me from becoming Emperor T. Let us see if I can blow you up today. Furious at being insulted so directly, Net Thunti sneered coldly, then unleashed his spiritual power. Then let us kill. The overwhelming force shook the land. Tuntha faced him head on. Bring it on. Their spiritual powers clashed as their fists met, exploding like dynamite, causing the disciples to curl up and flee. At this moment, the Malku stepped forward to open a barrier for them. Thanks to N absorbing some damage, the disciples managed to catch their breath. Their fight was so fierce. The two then and T's battle seemed like it could destroy the entire VSOMN. Another disciple spoke up, reminding that the entire Vuho sect is protected by formation arrays. If it were not for the sect master stepping in, these two divine disciples could have destroyed Vuho sect by now. Meanwhile, Tanda was pushed back, slightly weakened. The first divine disciple smiled, praising, no wonder you are one of the 18 divine disciples. You have got me a little excited. Tanda landed with empty hands to slow his momentum. Your fighting spirit impresses me. First divine disciple. It has been a long time since I have faced such a strong opponent. The first divine disciple gathered spiritual energy in one hand, sky-seeking strike. Tando clenched his fist tightly and executed the true foot first fist. The spiritual energies clashed head-on, shaking the surroundings. The evenly matched battle continued, and the sect's protective barrier started to crack. The sect master glanced at them, surprised. The fight between these two almost shattered the entire defense I set up. Whoever wins this fight will undoubtedly ascend to a new level. He withdrew his words and waved his hand to repair the barrier. The first divine disciple, intrigued, widened his interest. He had not expected Tanthu to block his sky-seeking strike. In his heart, this was the first time anyone had managed that. Tanthu humbly praised back. I never thought anyone could withstand your true foot first fist either. That is a first for me too. The first divine disciple grew even more excited. Suddenly, the first divine disciple unleashed a monster with only a head and wings. Solok spread a stream of red spiritual energy enveloped Tanthu. Tanthu stared at the thing above him. What kind of attack is this? He exclaimed in shock. It seems all the spirits inside me have been locked down. The first divine disciple explained calmly. Solok spread, my signature skill, locks the spirit. Next, I will target your spirit directly. Tanthu struggled to command his silkworm spirit, trying to open it up, but it strained and was locked tighter, losing spiritual energy. And Tandos's body suddenly collapsed. The first divine disciple pressed the attack. Solok spread is my destined skill, you won't break free. He unleashed a powerful blast of spiritual energy that exploded where Tanthu stood. Rocks flew wildly. When the dust settled, Tanthu was unharmed. Definitely a tough opponent. This is the first time I have seen a technique that targets the spirit like this. From above, the first divine disciple descended, hands clasped in a spell spirit eruption strike. The first divine disciple's body lifted automatically. What? This is the first divine disciple retracted suddenly. The ground beneath rose like a mountain, tossing Tanthu into the air. He leapt backward, caught off guard. My spirit is locked. I basically can't block the first divine disciple's spirit attack. Tu Mengayat watched anxiously. Could it be the divine disciple? Can he break Solok spread? Seeing the divine disciple's disappointment, Solok spread is the first divine disciple's signature skill. That man once used this skill to lock a divine king's spirit for 15 minutes. Shaking all of Dong Hong. Though the 18 divine disciples are powerful, breaking free is nearly impossible. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in the sky above them. Everyone around looked up, startled. What is that? The Phoenix ancestor suddenly appeared above the sect master. The crowd shouted, a peerless powerhouse has arrived. Hen ignored her and continued transmitting his mental commands to the barrier. Phoenix ancestor, what brings you here? Ancestor, this is not a place for talking. Behind the sect master, a Kulin divine lord also appeared and released his grip and turned back. Kulin divine lord, the guards have arrived too. The elder looked confident. Disasters bring calamities, they must be eliminated. At Long Star Assembly, the Dragon Crown Prince looked up at the figure above. Ancestor, You are out of the palace, he asked wide-eyed. Dragon ancestor coldly scolded. If you do not come out, people will poke you awake. It is said that since you left, you have not fought a major battle and are confident you will be defeated. The dragon crown prince clenched his teeth, stammering about this matter. Old ancestor, everything has its cause. That 18 divine sons is quite powerful. The dragon old ancestor stroked his silver beard, saying if you do not have the skill, do not claim others are strong, truly embarrassing for our clan. Taking the old ancestor's words, he pulled out an item to catch it. He received it, beaming with joy, thanking the dragon old ancestor for the gift. This time, I will definitely be stronger. After handing it over, the dragon old ancestor quickly moved on. I want to visit the VHA sect. The Thanzing Ancient Hall is about to open. You should head quickly to the Thanhang Ancient Hall. The old ancestor's figure disappeared in a flash, while the dragon crown prince respectfully replied, yes. Old ancestor, at the stormy VHA sect, the Kulin divine lord and Phoenix old ancestor faced each other, raising their hands wide. Young ones, step aside. Suddenly, another strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Startling her, Eagle Head and Ram Head appeared one after another. Young ones, what about us? Behind them, a space portal opened. The dragon old ancestor stepped out casually. You in front of me are also young ones. Ram Head frowned, sizing up the old ancestor. Dragon old ancestor, you dare go out like this? The dragon old ancestor did not bother to scold but gloomily asked, about today's matter, how does VHA sect plan to handle it? Eagle Head stood opposite, blocking him. The three of us chased after your VHA sect to ask, do you think VHA sect is easy prey, or do you think the sect is weak inside, like fish in troubled waters? The dragon old ancestor raised his eyes to Eagle Head and explained, you know we came because of disasters and calamities. Moreover, the clan and human tribes made a promise over 100,000 years ago. Disasters and calamities cannot be tolerated. The Kulin divine lord added, exactly. We are not pressuring VHA sect. We are actually trying to save it. The Phoenix old ancestor spoke again. The divine clan keeps regaining power. And though your VHA sect is strong, at the end, because of him, disasters and calamities came, causing powerful divine clan warriors to surround and attack. Regret will come too late. The dragon old ancestor's face darkened. Warning, we have already been lenient with VHA sect this far. You two should back down and withdraw your words. He silently waited for Eagle Head and Ram Head. Ram Head barely smirked. The 18 divine sons and first divine son are still fighting for the emperor's position. First divine son has won. Everything can be resolved. The Kulin divine lord immediately spoke. If that is the case, let us see how these two young ones fight. First divine son gathered a small orb, the spirit soul. A reversed long river rolled like a whirlpool toward the scroll. The spirit scroll was tightly wrapped by the water. Its body was trapped, unable to break free. First divine son stood above, satisfied. Accept your fate. The spirit scroll snorted coldly, then clasped its hands. Call out the silkworm spirit. Silkworm, break it for me. It strained with all its might, its face grimacing. First divine son's eyes widened in praise. Spirit soul is indeed powerful. Still, it came out of the river, but it can't escape my spirit binding trap. The spirit scroll's eyes sharpened with intensity. Is that silkworm? Launch? He shouted. It suddenly exploded with spiritual power. Its eyes turned dull red. Outside the barrier, the Kulin divine lord quickly assessed. Looks like first divine son still holds the upper hand. The 18 divine sons is about to lose. He showed a hint of satisfaction. The Phoenix old ancestor also agreed. The 18 divine sons 1T become emperor. Everything is negotiable. But the old ancestor's heart firmly objected. Don't he celebrate too soon? From what I know, this 18 divine sons has repeatedly used the weak to defeat the strong and laughed till the end. The Kulin divine lord spoke irritably. Old ancestor, you can help but favor the 18 divine sons. I do not think the 18 divine sons can escape my spirit binding trap. This is a heaven-defying innate skill, existing in young ones and cannot be broken. Below, the soul silkworm opened its mouth wide, continuously sucking in the scattered soul energy around it. It kept biting and swallowing, its body gradually lengthening. Tanda was momentarily amazed, impressed. Last time the soul silkworm seized the soul energy in the Heavenly Dao Library's spirit chamber, there was no reaction at all. Taking this chance, it actively transformed to adapt. Strange phenomena appeared again in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The two divine sons were stunned. It was a soul tribulation. Tu Mingai nearby was curious, asking what a soul tribulation was. The two divine sons explained with serious faces. Ordinary cultivators can only generate lightning tribulations when their divine soul reaches the divine king realm during ascension. How is that possible now? Now the 18 divine sons have lightning tribulations, meaning their divine souls can reach divine king intensity after ascension. Moreover, the divine king's lightning tribulation usually covers only a very small area, but now the huge lightning tribulation of the 18 divine sons is basically invisible. The Kylan spirit lord's eyes glowed faintly. His divine soul could actually generate such a massive cluster lightning tribulation. The dragon ancestor stopped and looked on Kylan's spirit lord. How could I have underestimated you? The Phoenix ancestor also could not help but praise this kid's reputation in the eastern wasteland is truly extraordinary now. At this moment, the sharp claws of the soul silkworm grasped tightly. Then it spun fiercely around Tanthu and flew up powerfully. Tanthu looked ahead with a tense face and said, The fourth transformation of the divine soul is complete. The lightning tribulation is coming. At that moment, many bright lightning bolts flashed down from the sky. Immediately after, the soul silkworm charged forward with a fierce, angry face. The old green lineage standing outside observing also spoke up. Thunder and lightning specialize in suppressing divine souls. Many cultivators can't cultivate divine souls because they simply can't withstand lightning tribulations. Such a massive lightning tribulation, let us see if the divine soul of the 18 divine sons can endure it. The soul silkworm flew up and swallowed all the lightning bolts into its mouth. Witnessing this, even the old green lineage was shocked and exclaimed, "What? The divine soul actually swallowed the lightning too." Master the Long Ancestor was also amazed, stroking his beard, saying, "Unbelievable. This is the first time I have seen such a situation." Then the Phoenix Ancestor also spoke proudly. "The 18 divine sons are not easy to deal with." Tando saw the Thai extremely happy and excited. He cheerfully said, "Well done. Now I feel the divine soul is incredibly strong." Then Tando shouted commandingly, "Break it." Hearing the order, the soul silkworm surged with overwhelming power, swallowing the lightning bolts. The muscular guy saw that these terrifying power and gawked in panic. He painfully hugged his ribs, glaring forward with resentment. The scattered soul energy had actually escaped. Without giving him time to counterattack, Tantho kept attacking. "Now it is my turn to strike." The divine soul was terrified. Tantho shouted loudly, and the soul silkworm immediately unleashed its power. Magic circles continuously attacked, making the other guy scream in pain. "What?" Then Tantho charged forward and slapped the muscular guy hard. Tantho continued to unleash power, knocking the guy to the ground. Tantho was extremely pleased and triumphant, saying, "After the fourth transformation, the divine soul has grasped a new attack method. The divine soul is terrified. The attack power is even stronger." The guy was not willing to give up. He flew up defiantly, saying, "Interesting. If the real me was defeated by my scattered soul energy, that'd be boring. Now I am getting excited." Saying that, he immediately rushed toward Tanthu to fight fiercely. Tanthu also charged at him. The guy rushed in but got punched hard by Tanthu. The muscular guy was knocked back and flew through the air. Tanthu said, "Let us test physical strength. You are the local number 2. Tando said with great satisfaction and delight. With a roar, the muscular guy was stunned. The ground erupted like a massive explosion. Tando hovered above, looking down at him. The muscular guy suddenly surged up, smirking with cunning. He laughed loudly and said, "Prison shock divine body." Everyone present was shocked and whispering, "Prison shock divine body." Among the divine disciples, the martial universe's top super bodies rank highest in the 108 supreme physiques of the celestial realm. Placing in the top 20, the number 1 divine disciple is finally showing his true power. At this moment, the muscular guy began to gather momentum. Immediately, he leapt swiftly onto the central mound with incredible speed. He surged forward powerfully and stood face to face with Tanthu. Then he unleashed a burst of crimson energy and shouted loudly, "Prison shock." Tanthu's eyes widened in shock, unable to react in time. Numerous arms lunged fiercely toward Tanthu. The muscular guy confidently declared, 18 divine disciples. Let us see how you can withstand my prison shock." Tanthu glanced around and said, "This number 1 divine disciple sure knows how to fake it. The others all use one technique. This guy uses 8 techniques directly. However, the power of this prison shock really can't be underestimated." Seeing this, the divine disciples also worriedly said, "This prison shock is really strong. The number 1 divine disciple's prison shock has reached perfection." Old Green Dragon then added, "Impressive for a single prison shock from a divine disciple. Let us see how the 18 divine disciples will handle this attack." Tando faced the giant hands relentlessly attacking him. Then he clenched his fists tightly. Tando fired up, gripping both hands and shouted loudly, "Body technique. Infinite protection." At this moment, the muscular guy clasped his hands with a sly grin, laughed loudly and said, "You want to block this." The giant magical hands kept surging forward, attacking relentlessly. Tando was now surrounded by the massive hands. A violent and terrifying explosion erupted, spreading from that side. The onlookers watched anxiously. Stunned, they shouted, "Divine disciple." Old Green Dragon laughed and said, "This should be the end." The muscular guy stepped forward, nodded back with joy and said, "It is." But from the smoke, Tanthu appeared and said, "Stop." Hearing this, the guy was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Then Tanthu continued, "This move is indeed powerful, but it is still not enough to take down this divine disciple." Tanthu stared ahead thoughtfully, thinking, "Luckily, I recently mastered the strongest defensive technique from the books. Otherwise, it would be really hard to withstand." Seeing Tanthu unharmed, Old Green Dragon gaped in disbelief. That kid was not hurt at all. Then Tanthu drew a new weapon and shouted excitedly, "Fight!" The weapon gleamed golden with frost patterns, and Tanthu said, "Forbidden position, supreme bonefire power unleashed." Seeing this, the muscular guy immediately panicked and shouted, "No good." Then Tanthu attacked the muscular guy with the weapon, making him spit blood and fly back. Tanthu clenched his teeth tightly amidst the tension and determination. Just one swing from Tanthu sent the guy flying onto the mound. Then he fell, crashing hard onto the ground. After Tanthu's attack, the guy painfully struggled, The 18 divine disciples' strategy has leveled up again. Old Green Dragon gritted his teeth and said, "This injury could almost take the life of the number 1 divine disciple." Eagle Head widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How did this kid's strategy level up so fast?" Yang Head standing beside added, "Something's not right." Then Old Green Dragon said, "Does the number 1 divine disciple still have a trump card?" Hearing that, Eagle Head grew very alarmed. Old Green Dragon replied, "But once that trump card is played, it is not easy to control." At this moment, the muscular guy's shadow gradually appeared through the thick smoke. The 2 divine disciples looked on, amazed and fearful. The 18 divine disciples were not harmed, but just a bit more, and they would have taken down the number 1 divine disciple. Then he stood silently staring ahead, saying with a hint of mystique, "This is definitely not the Tenenthi I know. I have often underestimated him before, but not this time." Hearing that, Trunthung Min standing behind smiled and said, "It is not just him who said this. Everyone who knows the Divine Son says the same." After hearing this, the second Divine Son suddenly smiled and said, "I have made up my mind." "Made up your mind about what?" Trunthung Min asked curiously. The second Divine Son smiled faintly and said, "If the 18 Divine Sons can defeat the first Divine Son, I will give him my Divine Son badge." Xian, hearing this, got excited and replied, "You should have done that earlier. The Divine Son can definitely beat the first Divine Son." The Divine Son looked dizzy at the other guy and said proudly, "So that is all the first Divine Son has?" Black Muscle got furious at the taunt and shouted, "18 Divine Sons, do not get cocky." Black Muscle started unleashing his power in anger, saying, "This Divine Son will make you taste regret." Hearing that, the Divine Son sneered and replied, "Hope you make me use my full strength." The other guy flew up and began transforming, shouting loudly, "Demonic transformation." Black Muscle powered up, ready to face the Divine Son head-on. The Divine Son saw it and said with some concern and mockery, "Going for demonic transformation again." The spectators here were also buzzing, wondering what the first Divine Son's background really was, and how Viechua Men ended up with a disciple capable of demonic transformation. Another person overheard and said, "I heard the first Divine Son was once a deserter." Hearing that, Black Muscle clenched his teeth and asked angrily, "What? A deserter? Where from?" At this point, the second Divine Son spoke up. "Years ago the sect leader visited a place. The deserter was the first Divine Son back when he was a student." Then he added, "It is said that at first the first Divine Son had already undergone demonic transformation. After so many years, the sect leader still let him train at VIMN, half divine suppression, half demonic transformation. No wonder today the strongest demonic transformation among the first Divine Sons appeared." Hearing this, Vin Hung being asked, "A mysterious area. Could it be the demon world from Legends?" Hearing that, Mingite glanced at him and said, "The demon world only exists in Legends. Could it really be real?" The second Divine Son responded, "I do not know. This kind of secret is only known to high-level experts like the sect leader." At this moment, the old blue copper laughed heartily and said, "Interesting. Demonic beings from demonic transformation are hard to control. They basically can't be controlled at all." Then the Phoenix Elder added, "Viaman actually has a demonic being. That is something unheard of in countless generations." Black Muscle, now radiating immense power, laughed proudly and said arrogantly, "This feels amazing. 18 Divine Sons. I just want to ask if you are scared or not." But the Divine Son confidently raised his hand and called him over, saying, "I am not scared of you at all. Let me show you my strategy." Hearing this, Black Muscle immediately lunged at the Divine Son and said, "I will satisfy you." The Divine Son quickly went on the defensive, while Black Muscle charged forward with terrifying fiery strength. A massive explosion shattered rocks and dust flew everywhere. From the rubble, the Divine Son's silhouette slowly appeared through the smoky haze, and he said, "That power was pretty strong." The Divine Son stood tall and confidently said, "I have definitely leveled up a lot." Black Muscle hovered with crossed arms and said, "Your scent suits me perfectly." He looked down and licked his lips with arrogant pride. Then he came closer and said, "I am going to drain you dry." He grabbed the Divine Son's hand amid his fear and confusion. He caught him. Then he bared 2 sharp fangs. Black Muscle looked fiercely at the Divine Son and grinned wickedly. "Next, I will enjoy the delicacy." Elder Long observed the scene and said, "I heard demonic beings from the demon world feed on flesh. And now it seems true." At this moment, Black Muscle opened his mouth wide as if about to bite the Divine Son. The moment he bit down, his 2 fangs instantly shattered. He was shocked and confused, saying, "What the?" Seeing that, the Divine Son sneered at him. Black Muscle immediately said, "How is your skin so tough?" He shouted in fury, "I do not believe it." Still raging, he grabbed Shentu's hand again. He bit down once more, but nothing changed. The muscular guy was terrified this was serious. Shentu looked at him confidently and said, "You fool. Enough playing around." Then Shentu threw a punch that sent him flying far away. Shentu spun his arm and continued, "Although the tribute cavalry can block the bites of the D-Nut Godchild, you have to admit, the strategy of the D-Nut Godchild's corruption is truly amazing. But still, D-Nut Godchild is a loyal servant." Old Green Dung, witnessing this, spoke up, "The 18th has a big secret. That skin armor of his is extraordinary, very similar to the legendary tribute cavalry. He added, that skin armor can protect his outer body, but not the inside. Not stopping there, the muscular guy charged forward, excited, saying, Senza has met a tough opponent now. Getting more pumped by the minute, he advanced on Shen-Tu with fierce yet excited eyes, saying, I will tear that skin armor off you. Both rushed to attack, clashing fiercely, but the muscular guy was quickly knocked down by Shen-Tu. The muscular guy flew back up, raised both hands high, and shouted, Demonic Abyss. Immediately, a fierce storm filled the sky. The Phoenix ancestor said, Interesting. The domain of the D-Net Godchild has revealed its original form. Old Green Dong added with interest. To do this at his age. Truly praiseworthy. Shen-Tu was surrounded by thick dark smoke. He coughed a few times and said, Interesting. In this black mist domain, not only is there no disorientation or trace of the D-Net Godchild, but the mist is also poisonous. Shen-Tu spoke again, quickly covering his face and cautiously observing his surroundings. Suddenly, the muscular guy appeared behind Shen-Tu with a smug look and threw a punch straight down at him. Shen-Tu sat amid the wreckage, laughing. This is definitely a tough fight. Outside, Old Green Dong looked at the huge black energy sphere and said, Still trapped inside. No clue what is going on in there. The Phoenix ancestor also spoke. The 18th Godchild has little luck. This black mist is deadly, fighting and surviving against it is impressive. At that moment, Shen-Tu surged upward powerfully. The muscular guy arrogantly said, 18th Godchild, kneel and submit to me. Shen-Tu just sneered and replied, Submit? Like that is gonna happen? Then I will destroy you. The mysterious muscular voice echoed through the thick mist. Shen-Tu clasped his hands together, forming a glowing golden sphere, and said, Heavenly Scroll. Then he spread his arms wide, the bright energy radiating powerfully around him, shouting, Supernatural perception. The muscular guy quickly prepared another punch, but Shen-Tu had already noticed. He swiftly dodged the attack. Shocked and angry at being seen, the muscular guy asked, How did you know I was here? Shen-Tu looked at him smugly and replied, Because I see right through you. Then Shen-Tu struck, sending him flying. The muscular guy cried out in pain and anger, I do not believe it. Surrounded by dark mist, the muscular guy's voice echoed again. He suddenly attacked from behind again, but Shen-Tu spotted him. Shen-Tu immediately blocked with his hand and shouted, I block. The muscular guy was shocked and furious, saying, What? This can keep. Before he could counterattack, Shen-Tu threw a punch and said, My turn. Shen-Tu looked at him confidently with fiery eyes and continued, Supernatural perception is a skill I learned from the heavenly scroll of the spirit library. It does not do damage, but it enhances perception power. Never thought I could use it here. Shen-Tu said this as the muscular guy grew dizzy. Then the muscular guy spun like a tornado and said, If that is the case, then you will be trapped here forever. Shen-Tu stood in the gloomy mist, glaring fiercely, and said, I want to break free. Tandil looked ahead with a confident face, then threw a punch and said, Get out of here. The muscular guy hit by Tandil was stunned and shouted in shock. What? He anxiously said. You found all of these? Tandil arrogantly put his hands on his hips and said, Still trying to run. The muscular guy gritted his teeth angrily and said, Damn it. He refused to give up and twisted his body to continue. Seeing that, Tandil said, There is more coming. The muscular guy dodged through the thick, blurry bones. His master was hiding like that. Tandil shouted mockingly at him, Come on. First Spirit. Stop running. This is your domain. I can't get out. Maybe neither can you. Tandil turned, face full of defiance, and said, You want to use the poison of this black mist bone to wear me down. This is just a dream. Tandil added, This poison is deadly to others, but to me, it is nothing. Think about it. I have eternal motion Datian. I do not even need to absorb the toxic spiritual energy here. In theory, I can withstand it. At that moment, Tandil looked pleased and said, Found it. Then Tandil threw a powerful punch upward and said, This time, you want to dodge. The muscular guy was startled and shielded himself with his hands. Tandil took momentum and leapt high into the air. The muscular guy panicked, seeing Tandil rushing at him and said, How is this possible? Tandil said, This time, you can run either. Meanwhile, outside, old Dong Sam worriedly said, It has been so long. 18th Spirit still has not come out. Then he concluded, I am afraid the odds are not in his favor. At this moment, the black sphere started to emit golden sparks, and the mist gradually dissipated. Tandil shouted, Where can you run now? Then Tandil threw a finishing punch that knocked the guy to the ground. Old Dong San was shocked watching the scene. He muttered, This. Long Lauda saw this and said, 18th Spirit not only broke through the black mist domain, but also defeated the first spirit inside. The demon's power has surpassed my expectations. Then he asked, You too? Are you sure you want to protect this heavenly bridge? Until Lion replied, If you all withdraw from here, we will defend it. After that, Phoenix Lauda said, Retreat without hesitation, even if we do not come. Others will. She looked down at the motionless muscular guy and added, besides, let us see if the first spirit can wait for us. At this moment, Tantho looked at the muscular guy and stretched out his arms challengingly. First spirit, do not be scared. Get up and fight. The beaten muscular guy was furious but forced himself to stand and said, 18th spirit, I will make you die. He was furious and shouted madly, next, I will suck you dry. Then he stood up, stretched his arms wide, and shouted, great absorption technique. Seeing this, Tantho raised an eyebrow and asked, sucking me. He looked at the muscular guy, smiled, and said, first spirit, did you forget what happened at the spirit assembly the first time? The muscular guy arrogantly said, I know your body is full of spiritual power, but my demon appetite is huge. After saying that, he raised his arms and shouted, suck it all up. Immediately, Tantho was pulled by the guy's power. Tantho did not resist and said calmly, suck away. Tantho was extremely confident and arrogantly said with a challenging tone, a massive amount won't be enough? Phoenix Lauda said, will this work this time? Hearing this, Long Lauda said, no one knows. The biggest mystery about the 18th spirit is his weapon, he said thoughtfully. We still do not know what treasure or special physical trait he has. Then old Dong San said, the 18th spirit shows no resistance against the great demon absorption technique. Even if his spiritual power matches a divine king, he will be sucked dry eventually. I still think the first spirit will win this time. Phoenix Lauda angrily shouted at him. Enough talking. The muscular guy did not see Shentu resist, so he said, 18 divine sons. Have you accepted your fate? Shentu confidently and calmly replied, keep absorbing my energy. If I let you absorb a bit, then I lose. Hearing this, the other guy laughed loudly, clearly enjoying himself. He crazily continued to drain Shentu's spiritual energy while cryptically saying, do you really think I am just simply absorbing your energy? The muscular guy laughed arrogantly and added, I can even extend my evolution time. Shentu furrowed his brows, staring ahead with tense eyes. Meanwhile, the muscular guy grew even stronger and sprouted 2 more arms. He laughed proudly. The 4-armed demon is ready. Once these arms fully develop, my strength will jump to the next level. Only then did Shentu pause and realize, am I indirectly boosting this guy's power? Grasping his intention, Shentu sneered, that won't do. I have to blow you up, Shentu said, clenching his fists and shouting, Eternal Pulse Dan. Seeing this, the muscular guy panicked. What? The muscular guy still struggled to hold on, continuing to absorb Shentu's energy while complaining, this energy going into my body is 10 times stronger than before. This can keep, but Shentu only became more dominant. Shouting, you think it is over? He unleashed a powerful radiant force. The muscular guy screamed in panic, furious and confused. Damn it, the energy's rushing into my body too fast. I can't digest it at all. How much energy does the 18 divine sons really have inside? Then one of his newly grown arms exploded into pieces. The muscular guy completely blew up. The scene shocked the old blue dragon, who exclaimed, I did not expect this outcome. The source of the divine son's energy inside is an earth-shattering secret. The old Phoenix Patriarch was also very surprised by this result. At that moment, the Dragon Patriarch behind spoke, the fate, secrets, and trump cards of the 18 divine sons are infinite. He is already showing the aura of an emperor's son. Soon, the remaining arm also exploded. Seeing this, Shentu was pleased and arrogant, mocking the divine sons for not becoming an emperor's son. Meanwhile, the red stone was excitedly raised high. Shouting, the new emperor son of the Wuhuo sect is born. Mingyu joyfully shouted, Shentu, the emperor's son. The crowd below cheered loudly. Shentu, emperor's son. Shentu, emperor's son. Shentu hovered alone in the air, surrounded by cheers. Shentu, emperor's son. Shentu raised his hand and said, since coming to this world, from a useless divine son, I have now become the emperor's son of the Wuhuo sect. But then the eagle head flew up and stood before Shentu, calling him 18 divine sons. He crossed his arms arrogantly and asked Shentu, your clan, are you willing to abandon the Calamity Star? Hearing this, Shentu turned to him and asked back, what if I do not give it up? The eagle head glanced at Shentu and replied, then you will never become the emperor's son of the Wuhuo sect. Immediately after, the eagle head added, once you become emperor's son, you face the sect master, the Phoenix Patriarch, the Dragon Patriarch, and 3 powerful enemies demanding you. The Wuhuo sect can't avoid making a choice. Then he frowned and said to Shentu, 18 divine sons, we are giving you one last chance to think it over. Hearing this, Shentu coldly glanced at them and replied, no need to think. Then he added, I do not understand what the Calamity Star is. I only know she is someone I know, someone I care about. Then Shentu said to Shentu. Hearing this, the eagle head angrily pointed at Shentu and said, you give up, emperor's son. You can do it. The eagle head's words immediately made Shentu retort, why can't I? among the 17 divine sons. Who can compete with me? Then the eagle head angrily unleashed a burst of power at Shen Tu and said, 18 divine sons. You really do not know yourself? Tando quickly dodged that old man's sudden attack. Suddenly, a voice rang out from below. On the ground, a mysterious slime mass slowly rose, forming into a body. The face emerging from the slime became clearer and more complete. It was the first divine son, and he had returned. He returned full of power, flashing a terrifying smile. Tando was shocked and exclaimed, he is resurrected again. Damn it, the other sneered loudly. My demonic clan, if even a scrap of flesh or a drop of blood remains, rebirth is possible. Angrily, Tanda glanced toward Ong Da and Dong Da, saying, you two elders helped the first divine son's resurrection. As elders, is that fair? Dong Da replied coldly, there is no absolute fairness in this world. Ong Da declared, 18th divine son, you are backed into a corner now. Tando laughed darkly, clenching his fists. Even at the end, I will carve a path of light. Bin Hong, standing below, shouted angrily, this is unfair to the 18th divine son. The second divine son frowned and said, this impacts the higher level struggle. Even the 18th divine son is just a pawn here. This is tricky. The crowd below muttered, sensing the brewing conflict between the 18th divine son and the elders. The elders are divine sons themselves. The first divine son looked up at Tanthu and shouted, 18th divine son, this time I will tear you apart. Then he lunged wildly forward but was punched away by Tanthu before attacking. Tanthu sneered, resurrected or not, you are still useless. Ong Da then unleashed a burst of power. Don't be reckless. The first divine son absorbed a surge of energy. Ong Da explained, our elder hit the first divine son to absorb his power and transform him with 4 arms. He surged forward fiercely, laughing joyfully, 4-armed demonic son complete. Then with a fierce glare and terrifying smile, he shouted, 18th divine son, fight me again. The two clashed again in a fierce battle on the battlefield. Tando swung powerfully, shouting, get lost, then landed a heavy punch on the other. Watching the other fly back, Tando said proudly, he can also grant you a source of life energy. He then poured another burst of power into the first divine son, making him even stronger. His power exploded wildly, evolving to 6 arms. He laughed with delight. 6-armed demonic son complete. Proud of his power, he laughed loudly. Power, such immense power. He began spinning his arms, taunting, 18th divine son, come at me. He gathered all his strength into his fists. He glanced at Tanthu and began to prepare below. Then he leapt up with confidence and strength. Tanthu quickly threw a punch at the first divine son, and with one strike, the other fell straight to the ground. Tanthu sneered mockingly, your arms are powerful. Huh. He immediately went on the offensive, shouting fiercely. The first divine son refused to give up and angrily charged again. Both fought once more with intense ferocity. Exhausted, the other sat down and said, how can you fight evenly with my 6 arms? Tanthu laughed, replying, who said it is even? Then he swiftly raised his fist toward him. Tanthu delivered a decisive punch to finish off the first divine son. The other was thrown and slammed hard onto the ground. He tried to get up in pain but could not, angrily gritting his teeth. Damn it! Can't he get up? After dealing with him, Tanthu turned to the 2 elders and said, you helped him? So what? He is still my defeated subordinate. Hearing this, the old green dragon grew furious. He gathered a great amount of power and said, kid, let us see how long you can hold out now. The Lord personally sent a life force blossom to him, helping him escape at a higher level once again. At the same time, he unleashed his power onto the first divine son. The immense power gradually spread throughout the first divine son's body. He surged with strength and began to rise again. Now revived, the first divine son exploded back into battle with 8 arms. He roared fiercely, catch that demon. He was wildly violent, laughing madly as he said, 18th divine son, I advise you to surrender immediately. On the opposite side, Tanthu responded immediately, surrender? You are dreaming. At that moment, the old eagle frowned in disdain and spoke, 18th divine son, you are already at a disadvantage. Keep this up and you will only bury yourself. Know your limits. Tanthu ignored him and charged fiercely, shouting, fight. The first divine son swung his arm in attack and said, I will finish you off. Tanthu was shocked and terrified, suddenly screaming, what? The first divine son knocked Tanthu flying into the mid-air. Tanthu's teammates panicked and shouted anxiously, divine son. Tanthu held his ground but slid in rage and tension. He looked ahead with fierce determination and said, catch that demon. He is not just 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, the second divine son outside called out, 18th divine son. Henta anxiously said, with the elders constantly supplying life blossoms to the first divine son, he stands undefeated. After being hit, Tanthu gasped for breath. The voice of the other echoed, give up. Tanthu clenched his fists with determination. Then he crazily charged forward at high speed, shouting, Fight! The two clashed fiercely immediately, then both were thrown forcefully apart in opposite directions. Tando slammed hard onto the ground but quickly stood up, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely. He said, "Damn it! Still this strong." Suddenly, the man wearing the tin mask appeared right in front of Tanthu and said, "18th Divine Son." Tanthu doubted. "I do not accept this." The masked man calmly replied immediately, "I am not telling you to give up as your protector. I have to protect your life." Tanthu doubted again. The senior's meaning became clear as the masked man flew before the elders and said, "Elders, today I take responsibility for the 18th Divine Son. I will take the hits for him," he said seriously and confidently. Hearing this, Tanthu was very happy and said, "Senior," the old green dragon immediately said, "Guardian, you can handle it." The eagle added, "Guardian, do not act on impulse. Do you realize how serious this is?" Despite their words, he confidently replied, "I am not acting on impulse. As the protector of the 18th Divine Son, someone has to step up and fight back a little." Right after, Old Green Dong rushed at him, but he quickly dodged. Furious, Old Green Dong said, "You can fight back at all." The masked man immediately swung his hand to counterattack. He attacked Old Green Dong head-on and shouted, "Get lost." The old green dragon slid back but tried to recover, saying, "Kid, you have some skill. This old lord just can deal with you in a moment." Then the Phoenix Elder standing above said, "Pig Heaven Demon Clan. Countless divine clans are watching this place. Someone like you wants to turn things around. You are dreaming. Know your limits," she said, then immediately breathed red flames as if to burn him alive. The masked man focused intensely, ready to face it. Suddenly, a fierce power explosion erupted before the Phoenix Elder. At the same time, many bursts of blazing fire suddenly appeared in front of the masked man. He was very surprised and froze in confusion. The Phoenix Elder was also shocked and furious. The bird man appeared, blocking the masked figure and said, "Who said he was alone?" He was furious and glared, saying, "I am here." The birdman's appearance shocked Tanthu, who stared wide-eyed and said, "Birdman." The Phoenix Elder is furious now and shouting, "Swan, it is you." The birdman shot back, "Little Phoenix. Little Kylan, are you itching for a fight?" With sharp, commanding eyes, he challenged, "Do you want me to handle you with some serious moves?" Meanwhile, below, Denathan swung his fist at Tanthu and shouted, "Kill!" Vinhung saw this and worriedly said, "Then two, stop." Mengat also shouted in fear. Then two, even bruised and battered, Tanthu refused to give up and said, "I can still fight." Dunat charged wildly again and yelled, "Destroy!" At that moment, Tanthu spread his arms and shouted fiercely, "Blast me!" Immediately, Tanthu punched and blew off one of Din Nathentu's arms. Seeing this, the other guy went mad, narrowed his eyes, and yelled, "Damn you!" Then he punched Tanthu hard, sending him flying. Tanthu spat blood and shouted. Old Yang looked down arrogantly and said, "That Bathan stop struggling, it is useless." He glanced at Tanthu, still fighting, and continued speaking, "If this keeps up, Vuhomu will also be in danger because of you." Weak and staggering, Tanthu got up, bowing his head and said, "Because of me." Then he lifted his head, furious, and shouted fiercely, "I only want to protect those I care about." Suddenly, Tanthu exploded with power, radiating a fierce, blinding light and shouted, "Unleash the Dandan!" Burst. Tanthu regained his strength and stood ready to fight. Seeing this, Dunat hesitated, cautiously saying, "This." Old Yang was also alarmed by Tanthu's power and said, "What is happening?" "The wounds on that Bathantu's body have all suddenly gone cold." The birdman shouted fiercely, "Good kid. I did not mistake you. Today we will fight him to the death." Then he spat fire at the dragon elder, but the elder blocked it. Next, the Phoenix Elder rushed forward and said, "Swan, do not try to take on the big guys." The birdman snapped back, right to her face, "You wild, I will pluck every feather from you." Tanthu was extremely confident, waving his hand to taunt the other. Denathan, come on, do not be scared. Denathan immediately charged at Tanthu and said, "You are truly blinded by obsession." Then, a series of fierce explosions lit up the sky. "Blast me!" Tanthu shouted as Dunathan's arm exploded again. He lost a lot of strength and now only had 4 arms left. Tanthu was breathing heavily, tense, thinking, "Even though I can use the eternal Dandine, my whole body is filled with spiritual power. But the intensity is not enough, I am starting to lose control." Tanthu looked ahead tensely, sweat dripping down his face. Dunathan flew into a rage, screaming madly, "Damn it! I will cut off all 4 of your arms. Today, I will definitely take you down." Meanwhile, facing Burjim, the Dragon Elder said, "That Bathan has fought this long, he really gives me a headache." The situation made the Yang Elder very worried. He looked at the Yang Elder and asked, "What do we do now?" That Bathan seems to get stronger the more he fights. The Yang Elder replied, "The more he fights, the worse it gets." At this moment, the masked man flew up, ready to attack. The Blue Elder sneered, looking down on him. "A mere gatekeeper dares to face me alone." As he finished speaking, The masked man immediately unleashed a powerful force and said, slash. The blue elder was shocked and could not react in time. A fierce wave of power surged and engulfed him. Then, a violent explosion burst out on the battlefield. The blue elder, under attack, shouted fiercely, Gatekeeper, you are playing with fire. He angrily opened his mouth wide and unleashed a brilliant blast of energy. At that moment, blue flames burst from the old man's mouth. The masked man was shocked and scared, raising his hand to block and said, is this affecting my spirit? Suddenly, a golden arrow surrounded by sparks shot out unexpectedly from somewhere. The masked man immediately recognized it and glanced back. He moved swiftly and caught the surprise arrow attack. The masked man angrily shouted, who is sneaking up on me? Right after, another arrow flew from behind, aimed at him. He noticed it, eyes wide in shock. Panicked, he said, a saint. Suddenly, a powerful beam shone down and exploded in front of Tan Thu. Tan Thu was tense and worried, shouting loudly, Senior, do not come any closer. He responded. The man was covered in wounds and collapsed. Then he looked up and said, a saint has intervened. As the masked man struggled to stand, a loud voice rang out, Senior, you are skilled, yet you still can take him down. 7 saints gathered, channeling power. Standing imposingly above, someone said, even 7 saints together can touch you. Senior, what exactly is your cultivation level? The masked man looked at them seriously and said, enough talk. Facing relentless attacks, he knelt and stretched out his arms, creating a massive protective shield. 7 saints attacked him all at once. But then one saint gasped, is this a breakthrough? Another saint hesitated, worried. It is not a breakthrough. Looks like he unlocked some kind of life seal. That saint said this as the masked man surged up with renewed strength. The saints pressed their assault simultaneously. One of them said, still useless. All 7 saints are here. You want to get through. Steady yourself, the saint ordered as they closed in on the masked man. The masked man focused intensely and shouted, break. He clenched his fist, blazing with power and determination. Steady yourself, he roared and raised his fist, unleashing a fierce surge of power. The masked man thrust his fist forward with cold, sharp eyes. An angry saint shouted, everyone, the senior is stronger than expected. Use full power. The green-robed saint raised his hand, forming a circle of power, and said, seal formation. The black-robed saint simultaneously raised his hand and said, 100 Battle Spirit Core. Another clasped his hands and shouted a technique. Supreme Treasure Peak. A giant glowing energy sphere appeared in the air, with explosions bursting below. The saints united, wielding their unique weapons. Behind them stood a massive Buddha statue. Their power caused those below to scream in agony. It hurt so much. Someone said, under this pressure, we can survive. The situation also made the elders anxious and fearful. Dong spoke up, increase the power. If we do not use the war transformation, the sect will be destroyed. Then the 7 saints attacked together, shouting, destroy. Dong and Ung immediately increased their power. Dong said, great sect defense formation, activate. The masked man stood within the magic circle, facing the weapons flying at him. The ground erupted with a blinding sphere of light, bursting with fierce energy. Tanda was furious and worried, saying, damn it, if anything happens to the senior goalkeeper, I want to spare any of you. The saints stood around the giant sphere below, and one spoke up, it is. But suddenly, a cough came from the thick white smoke. The masked man survived and slowly revealed himself, sharply saying, keep dreaming. Hentao was injured, and his mask was cracked. The saints were shocked and alarmed, saying, and yet, he is unharmed. Refusing to stop, another saint began conjuring a magical vortex in his hand. The purple-robed saint angrily said, then let us do it again. At that moment, a foot stepped forward. Tandhu advanced toward the masked man, shouting fiercely, stop. Seeing this, a saint immediately asked, what is your intention? Junior. Tandhu frowned and lowered his voice. I am withdrawing from the Emperor's battle. Hearing Tandhu's decision, his teammates were shocked and shouted out loud, the saints are withdrawing from the Emperor's battle. The others quickly discussed. One side, under pressure, it is unavoidable. Given the situation, there is no better choice. The masked man spoke cautiously and respectfully. The 18 saints. Tandhu replied, Senior, do not say any more. Then Tandhu bowed to the masked man in gratitude. Today, Senior risked everything for me. I will never forget. Dura, who was fighting nearby, immediately turned and said, 18 saints, no compromise. Dura, I can still fight. Tandhu just bowed his head slightly and replied, Dura, it is unnecessary. One day, I will repay you. Dura, upon hearing this, Lao Ongda happily spoke, then closed his eyes and said, but I have one condition. What condition? Lao Ongda immediately asked back. Tandhu opened his eyes seriously and laid out the condition. The disaster in your eyes. I must take her away. No one else is allowed to touch her. Hearing this, Lao Ongda frowned and replied, I am afraid that is not possible. Tandhu and Ongda faced each other in a very tense standoff. Lao Ongda's answer enraged Tandhu, who shouted, "Then I will leave Wu Ho Mun." The masked man was startled and widened his eyes. "What? Leave Wu Ho Mun?" Vian Hong, Myingayat, and Infan were also shocked and panicked. "Saint," the two saints immediately intervened, saying, "Saint, please reconsider." 18 saints. Vomont, as one of the top forces of the empire, was strongly opposed by the crowd. 18 saints cannot withdraw. You are our idol. Even if you are not the emperor, you still have the power to claim that throne. Still, Tanda was resolute, turning to everyone and saying, "Everyone, I have made my decision. Don't try to stop me." Then Tanda looked at Duong Da and Ong Da and asked, "Two elders, what do you think?" Laong Da quickly responded, "If you agree to leave Wu Ho Mun and take the disaster away, Wu Ho Mun will no longer be affected by karma." This matter was called upon the two elders, who also looked toward La Dongsan and Phoenix Elder. Finally, he looked at the 7 saints and asked their opinion. "Saints, what do you think?" At that moment, a new saint spoke out in opposition. "I do not agree. We must immediately eliminate the disaster." Dura was furious and immediately shouted at him, "Destroy your own big shot." He clenched his fist and cursed, threatening the saint. "Brat, do you believe I will crush you?" Hearing this, the saint was enraged and shouted back, "So what if you are old? Do you really think Dura can use you?" Given the situation, the elder spoke mysteriously. "This matter is still negotiable." Then he stroked his beard and began to make his proposal. La Long had a suggestion for the 18 saints to take the disaster away, but only give him 3 years. If after 3 years he still meddles with disaster and calamity, then if the 18 divine sons do not listen, we will destroy them together. After hearing the proposal, Yang To laughed and said, "I agree with Old Dragon's suggestion." Phoenix Ancestor reluctantly said, "It is settled then." After that, the Old Green Dragon also spoke up, "Let it. 3 years is not too long. Everything is under control." "I agree." Then Yang Tu looked toward the saints and asked their opinion. 7 saints. What do you think? They each voiced their approval one by one. Finally, Yang Tu looked down at Tanthu and asked, 18 Divine Son, what about you? With no other choice, Tanthu agreed and replied, "Fine. 3 years." Once decided, Yang Tu said, "Everyone, this matter is settled. You may withdraw now." At this moment, Old Dragon looked at the 18 Divine Son, valuing him greatly, and gave one piece of advice. He sternly warned Tanthu, "Disaster and calamity are catastrophes even great emperors try to avoid. You won't be able to bear it. Think carefully." Then he and the saints turned and left. He added, 18 Divine Son, take care of yourself." They had all withdrawn. Tanthu stood silently alone. Then others approached him, and Fen called out, 18 Divine Son. Vian Hong came worriedly, followed by many others. Tanthu replied, "From today on, I am just Tanthu." Then someone in the crowd said fiercely, "In our hearts, you will always be the 18 Divine Son of Vu Ho sect. Your glory, we will never forget. You will always be the pride of Vu Ho sect." At that moment, Mingai hurriedly said, "Master, I will go with you." Following that, Vian Hong and Infan spoke together, and Mi, Aksign and the others also shouted, "Me too." Then Tanthu seriously addressed everyone. "First, do not leave Vu Ho sect." Hearing that, everyone, Vian Hong immediately called out loudly, "Divine Son." Then Mingayat worriedly asked, "Divine Son, do you no longer need us?" Tanthu replied softly, "Listen to me." Then he explained to reassure them, "For now, I have no place to rely on. When I find a new refuge, you can come find me. But until then, stay in Vu Ho sect, I will be at ease." Hearing this, everyone silently and sadly accepted. At that moment, Dura flew over and called loudly from above, "Tanthu." Then he said fiercely, "Don't be in a hurry. When they return, maybe there is still a turning point." Hearing Dura, Tanthu replied, "This disaster and calamity is a serious matter. I do not want to put old Yang Ming in a difficult position." Then Tanthu's firm resolve left Dura with nothing to say. It sighed and flew away. Now on a small island floating in the sky, Tanthu approached a huge cocoon tightly bound on all sides. He looked at it thoughtfully and said, "I wonder if this big cocoon, before transforming, can be absorbed into my dansion. Let us see." Tanthu's power enveloped the cocoon and pulled it into himself. At this moment, Tanthu was shocked and wide-eyed, using all his strength to draw the cocoon into his dansion. He said, "The big cocoon is entering my dansion and absorbing the spiritual energy inside. The suction is incredibly strong. Even though my dansion is vast, it can barely keep up with the cocoon's absorption speed." A bright energy source spread all around the cocoon. Tanthu vaguely wondered what Bai Tru was doing after everyone's farewells, and whether the 18 Divine Son often returned. Mingayat looked up at Tanthu and said, "Master, I will wait for your news." Tanthu looked back and smiled gently. Then he began to leave this place. Watching Tanthu go, Lindong said sadly, "This man is really just leaving like that." Standing nearby, Bat Tanthu immediately noticed and asked Lin Dong, "Little one, Have you fallen for the 18 divine sun? Hearing this, Lindong snapped and turned away, saying, nonsense. Then she praised Tanthu. The 18 divine sun is the most outstanding person I have ever met. I believe even if he leaves Vuho sect, he will shine brilliantly. Tanthu charged forward with a powerful surge of bright energy surrounding him. Suddenly, the second divine tester and the first earth divine tester appeared, blocking Tanthu's path. The second divine tester spoke, and the 18th divine tester stopped in his tracks. Their appearance caught Tanthu by surprise as he said, the second divine tester. The first earth divine tester. Then the second divine tester raised his divine tester's mirror and said, Tanthu, give me your divine tester's mirror. The second divine tester smiled and firmly said, you deserve this divine tester's mirror. Immediately, the first earth divine tester also held out his divine tester's mirror and said, here's mine too. The first earth divine tester continued, I have already lost our battle. Even though you left Vuho sect, I may have taken the emperor's position, but losing is still losing. The divine tester's mirror is yours. After handing over the divine tester's mirrors, the two testers left. The second divine tester added, 18th divine tester. Tanthu thought to himself, I heard if you collect all 18 divine testers' mirrors, you get a C-rank divine tester's mirror in hand. Now I have 17. Just missing one mine. He scratched his head, confused. I do not clearly remember. I really can't recall where my divine tester's mirror went. Suddenly, the masked man rushed up and stood before Tanthu. Startled, he called out, Senior. The masked man looked at Tanthu seriously and said, I will go with you. Continue to be your protector. Hearing this, Tanthu tensed and nervously asked, Senior, is it really worth it? The masked man calmly and confidently replied, it is worth it. Since I became your protector, your life and death have been my top priority. He looked at Tanthu and added, this is part of a contract and a promise from you. You can back out. Tanthu clasped his hands respectfully, his voice full of determination. Tanthu, we'll never let the senior protector down, the masked man asked. The world is vast. Do you have any plans? Without much thought, Tanthu replied, not yet. I will just take it one step at a time. 3 days later, Tanthu was sitting and training on a tall rock amid a waterfall, a blazing crimson energy surrounding his chest. He thought, peak spiritual realm. Next, I will break through to the true human realm. True human. Earth human. Heaven human, 3 realms, each representing a new stage. Tanthu clenched his fist with determination. If I can get the strongest pill-breaking realm skill, the foundation will be much stronger, he said, staring into the distance silently. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Seeing the temporary mission, Tanthu's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the system board and said, a mission to temporarily sign in at the divine sect. And there's a temporary sign-in task. Without hesitation, Tanthu immediately set off. He leapt up eagerly, saying with excitement, well, I am free anyway. Nothing else to do. Tanthu dashed swiftly through the air, then landed on a street. He looked ahead with sharp, cold eyes. Before him was a place that was not considered a top power in East Wild. At best, it ranked second. Tanthu recalled the terrified image of someone hanging and thought, but the divine sect has a legendary story. The divine sect rebuilt their sect here, because this land was once a divine sect territory. Suddenly, someone slapped Tanthu's shoulder from behind and called out, little bro. Tanthu glanced at him immediately. Then he turned and asked, what is up? The other man solemnly placed a hand on his chest and asked, what is this Shen Ling? Xiaoch was startled and surprised, pointing at Tanthu as he asked, you do not know Shen Ling? Then why are you here causing trouble? Then he closed his eyes and said seriously, never mind. I will explain it to you for free. You know the history of the divine sect, right? Tanthu listened seriously with a cold expression. The man raised a finger confidently and said excitedly, the divine sect has a divine barrier where the divine sect's legend originated. Every 8 years, the divine barrier grants a divine barrier to someone with fate. But those with fate are basically disciples of the divine sect, since this is their territory. Hearing this, Tanthu asked curiously, then why are so many people still coming? Xiaoxuan replied quickly, because the divine still pool will disperse the heaven-earth technique. When the time comes, even if the divine still pool monopolizes something like the heaven-earth technique, it is useless. It is better to let someone worthy benefit, or share it with those fated to gain a good reputation. Then Xiaoxuan spread his hands and concluded, for that meat guy. So that is how it is. Tanthu stuffed a mouthful of food, smiling with delight, thinking to herself, my signing spot is right at the divine still pool. Looks like I have to stir up some excitement. Xiaoxuan happily showed off his jade pendant and said, here, I have this jade pendant, said to be a keepsake of the Tao ancestor. Tanthu, stop being mean. Then he leaned close to Tanthu's hand and added, it can help a close one connect with the great Tao and comprehend the heaven-earth technique. Tanthu looked quite confused. Xiaoxuan blurted out, whoever owns this Tao ancestor's keepsake will have the greatest chance at the divine still pool. Tanthu eyed him suspiciously and said, the ancestor's keepsake. You really dare say that? Xiaoxuan, still grinning, eagerly said to Tanthu. How about you buy this pendant? Deal. Seeing Tanthu did not look wealthy, he offered a 20% discount, 4,000 spirit stones. Final price. Xiaoxuan pressed the jade pendant against Tanthu and said, 4,000 spirit stones for a piece of fate. Quite a bargain. Right? Tanthu looked furious. Bagxiao, a girl stepped forward and pinched Xiaoxuan's ear. He yelped in pain and worry. Ouch. Ouch. Bah. Be gentle. Bai Mi was angry and scolded Xiaoxuan. Always tricking others. I should tear your ear off. Seeing this, Xiaoxuan rubbed his ear and quickly apologized. My bad. My bad. Won't he do it again? Then Bai Mui took the jade pendant back from Tanthu, smiling and said, Sorry about this trouble. Bai Mu quickly nodded her head. Sorry. After that, Bai Mi pulled Xiaoxuan along, saying, Come with me, being dragged away. Xiaoxuan grumbled regretfully. It is so rare to meet a fat savior. Tanthu just shook his head and said, What an interesting pair. Suddenly, a blazing pillar of golden light shone down from above. Everyone hurried toward the pillar, murmuring that it was the energy coming from the divine still pool of the divine still sect, a heavenly, earthly anomaly. Maybe Shenling said, Come on. Hurry there, or you will miss absorbing the heaven-earth technique. The peaceful scene showed a calm blue lake. By now, many people had gathered by the lake. Waiting, Tanthu was there too, nervously staring at the lake, thinking, this must be the divine still pool. But the system showed no activity. Only those who reached the very center of the pool could successfully sign a contract. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, Welcome to the divine still sect. Near the divine still pool, and the crowd below recognized the deputy sect leader. They bowed respectfully. Greetings, deputy sect leader. The deputy sect leader stroked his beard and continued. The divine still pool's opportunity only appears once every 1,000 years. The divine still sect never hides it. Those destined will receive it. Hearing this, the crowd cheered. Divine still sect is mighty. Divine still sect is righteous. Thank you, divine still sect. The participants were excited and hopeful, saying, if the divine still sect is this generous, Shenling will do well this time. No more dreaming, we just want to absorb some heaven-earth techniques. Seeing their reaction, then sneered, Look at them, a bunch of mundane fools. They do not even know their own limits. Do they really think the divine still pool's chance is that easy to get? Dongfeng smiled disdainfully. Just a bunch of nobodies. They do not deserve such a great opportunity. Tanthu stood silently staring at the lake, then suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw Xiaoxuan grinning brightly. Starting a conversation, we meet again. He again held out the jade pendant and said, Still not thinking about the ancestors' keepsake. Batch Tiu. The little one's call startled him into fear. Tiushin laughed awkwardly, quickly hiding the jade pendant, saying, Just kidding. But then someone nearby sneered. Batch Tiushin still scamming? Huh. Hearing that, Tiushin angrily spun around and cursed, Scam your grandma. What does that have to do with me? The other guy still sneered with contempt. Things are worse now. Has the Batch family been doing well lately? Why not sell your little one to me as a concubine? I will pay 100 spirit stones. Those words made Tiushin furious. He clenched his fists tightly. Then Tiushin cracked his knuckles and said, I am boiling with rage. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Tiushin's arm. The little one stopped him, urging, Batch Tiu, do not lose your temper. This is still the divine spirit sect. Tiushin clenched both fists. Still seething, others whispered and speculated. The group said, the Batch family has had bad luck these past 2 years. They used to be a famous cultivation clan. Now they are falling apart fast. Not only that, the head of the Batch family is seriously injured, and there are not many left. The Batch family's basically doomed. These 2 siblings probably won't last long either. After all, they had plenty of enemies. Tanthu listened and sympathized, realizing Tiushin and the little one were a poor pair. Later, Tiushin and the little one returned to the Fu family. Tiushin collapsed, crying. Seeing this, the little one frowned and said, What are you crying for? Weren't you just messing with others? Tiushin turned and denied, Who is crying? Are your eyes just blurry lately? The little one felt heartbroken and awkward, saying, Shut up. She then placed a hand on Tiushin's head, trying to encourage him. Things are tough now, but we can keep suffering. We have to lift the Batch family back up. Tian stood up helplessly and said, Lift it up. With what? We do not even have the money for your treatment. Then he cried bitterly, You are all dead? Do you even know that I am such a useless big brother? Tiushin's words shocked the little one. Seeing Tiushin so sad and teary, the little one called out. She rubbed his head, smiling optimistically. Don't worry. Maybe I can find some luck here soon, and your illness will improve a bit. Hearing this, Tiushin wiped his tears and replied, I hope. Then Tanthu stepped forward and said to the 2, I will buy that jade pendant of yours. Tanthu appeared stern and cold. His words surprised Tiushin, who asked, You want to buy the jade pendant? The little one was also surprised and flustered. Muttering, "Big brother, you," Tantho continued. "But do not try to fool me." Then he held up 2 fingers and said, "The pendant is not worth 4,000 spirit stones. I will pay 2,000. The little one panicked and said, "Big brother, listen to me. This pendant." Tantho cut her off. "Enough. Stop. You two can ask for more." Then Tantho handed a bag of spirit stones to Tiuk Shoyan, took the pendant, and left, saying, "The spirit stones are yours, the pendant is mine." Tiuk Shoyan watched Tantho leave and muttered, "Is this guy really stupid or just pretending?" The little one, annoyed by his ignorance, hit his head and said, "I think you are the real idiot." A passerby noticed Tantho holding the pendant. He sneered and pointed. "Hey thief, you are really buying that pendant from Batch Tiuk Xian." The crowd laughed loudly. The man sneered again. "This guy's not right in the head. Batch families finished. Batch Tiuk Xian relies on Fire Islands to survive. What kind of gaze does this kid have to believe him?" Then he stepped closer, placed his hand on Tantho's shoulder, and mocked, "Kid, are you stupid or what?" Right after, he got slapped hard. Tantho's slap made him wince in pain. The guy fell, caught by 2 others. Furious, he shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Tantho tied his hands and said with a smirk, "Mock me? You have got some nerve." The other guy shot back, "Who the hell are you? So what if I mock you?" Others got angry too. This kid is truly stupid, messing things up and still one T listen. At that moment, ripples appeared on the water, glowing brightly. Then a pillar of golden light shot straight up. Deputy Sect Leader YM appeared and announced, "Everyone, the chance has come. Please seek your own enlightenment." Those present began to separate and sit down. Someone said, "The breath of the heaven and earth's mystical power is really strong." 3 people stood above, watching the crowd murmur about the strong mystical breath. Experiencing some mystical power of heaven and earth during enlightenment greatly aids cultivation along the grand path later. At this point, Dan spoke with a sly expression, "Senior brother, and it is your turn to step into the arena." Donfengso, full of calculation, replied, "No rush. The more breath they use to summon mystical power, the more will gather. Let them enjoy it a bit." Then glanced at Donfeng and said, "True, this is our sect's home ground. No matter what they do, they won't take our chance. It is just a gift for senior brother." Suddenly, a beam of light shot toward a guy, astonishing everyone. He beamed with pride and laughed loudly. "I have successfully absorbed a piece of the heaven and earth's mystical power." Then Tiu Shuan remembered and asked Tantho's name. "Dao Hiu, what is your name?" Tantho glanced coldly at him and replied, "Tantho." Hearing this, Tiu Mai was surprised and thought to himself, "Tantho? Why does that name sound so familiar?" Then Tiu Shuan acted knowledgeable and continued, "Tantho, why do not you try to absorb the heaven and earth's mystical power? This is a big opportunity." Tantho glanced at him and said, "I can act recklessly." Hearing that, Xiaochuan stiffened and asked coldly, "Why?" Tantho quickly replied, "Because if I intervene even a little, I will hit the limit of this segment and do not want to stand out." Hearing this, Xiaochuan did not believe it, folding his arms and said, "You are just bragging." At that moment, then smirked slyly and said to Donfeng, "Senior brother, it is your turn now." He replied, "All right." Then he shot up high, surprising everyone else. He frowned with determination and shouted boldly, "Unleash the power of heaven and earth. Everyone, give me your strength," he said. While a strong power surged from within him, immediately, many beams of light converged on him. Seeing this, then was excited and said, "No wonder he is our senior brother. He has got the aura of our god still sect. This time, he will gain a huge amount of heaven and earth power." Then the vice sect leader also spoke up. "This time's opportunity is even greater than before. Maybe the spirit test area will be broken too." Everyone looked toward Donfeng, who was absorbing energy intensely. Those sitting below panicked and worried. "Our heaven and earth power is being drained." They all turned pale and coughed up blood in pain, saying, "Damn it! The heaven and earth power is being stolen by the god still sect's disciples. We have been betrayed." Someone angrily demanded, "God still sect? What do you mean by this?" The vice sect leader replied with a grim face, "Friends, those destined will claim the god still sect's opportunities. Their disciples just have a greater fortune." "What is wrong with that?" Than, standing beside him, covered her mouth and quietly laughed, signaling them with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Donfeng continued frantically absorbing all the heaven and earth power, saying, "Heaven and earth power, come to me." Others felt their powers drained, struggling in pain as they said, "Damn it! The heaven and earth inside me have all been sucked out. Divine will, your greed is just disgusting." Thentha watched as those around him gradually weakened. At that moment, Thentha heard a voice call from behind, "Me-e-me-I," and glanced over. Tu Uxine, tense and worried, caught little me and shouted, "Butch to you? Wake up! Quick!" Then he cried out in fear and worry, "Wake up, We do not need this fate anymore. Shen Shu stepped forward and placed his hand on the very weak Xiao Mui's head. He sat down in front of Xiao Mui and said, "Let me take a look." At this moment, Shen Shu was shocked and tense as he continued. "Strange. Why does there seem to be so much chaotic heavenly and earthly energy inside her body?" Xiao Mui was already exhausted, sweat streaming down her face. Hearing this, Xiaoxuan, tears welling up, said, "I do not know. This is her illness. And if we can find a way, she won't survive much longer. I did not expect the disease to flare up this early." Shen Shu then looked toward Duanfeng and said, "Right now, the earthly energy of the god of Enlightenment is still draining the heavenly and earthly energy here. It is disrupting the heavenly and earthly energy inside Xiao Mui. We have to stop him to preserve her strength." Hearing this, Xiaoxuan immediately became determined and said fiercely, "I will go ask the god of Enlightenment." "It is useless," Shen Shu said at once. Then he coldly glanced away and said, "The god of Enlightenment won't overlook such a rare grand fate just for the two of you. It seems everything now is the god of Enlightenment's plan." Hearing this, Xiaoxuan looked at Xiao Mu with deep pain and said, "Then what should we do? Should we just stand by and watch her suffer?" At that moment, Shen Shu had to decide and said, "We have no choice but to act." Hearing this, Xiaoxuan asked in surprise, "Who will take action?" But Shen Shu had already dashed off. Shen Shu rushed in front of Duanfeng, then raised his hand and shouted fiercely, "Heavenly and earthly energy, retreat!" Seeing this, Kungu looked down on Shen Shu with disdain, arms crossed, and said, "Where did this clown come from? He thinks he can absorb heavenly and earthly energy like the senior disciples. Let us see if he has got the skill." At that moment, the deputy sect leader stared calmly and confidently said, "No need to worry. The heavenly and earthly energy here will be fully absorbed soon. Then the divine spirit will appear, but immediately after." He squinted, looking alarmed. At this moment, Shen Shu was fiercely drawing the strength toward himself. Both the deputy sect leader and King were shocked and terrified. "What?" Duanfeng was also panicked and shouted, worried, "What is happening? All the heavenly and earthly energy is rushing to that brat." King could not believe her eyes and said in shock, "How is this possible? All the heavenly and earthly energy meant for the senior disciple has been stolen by this guy." Those sitting below now felt relieved and sighed with comfort. Much lighter now. The pressure has eased. They looked up at Shen Shu standing in midair, whispering among themselves, "He is the one stealing the god of Enlightenment's power from us. Who is he? And yet he stole Duanfeng's fate from the god of Enlightenment." Someone then recognized Shen Shu and spoke up, "Seems like he is the idiot kid who bought the jade ring from Bag Xiaoxuan." Shen Shu kept absorbing power amid Duanfeng's anger. Duanfeng was terrified and scared, sweating profusely as he spoke. "Damn it! The heavenly and earthly energy inside me is being drained and flowing straight into that brass body." And then shouted in panic, "Kid, what do you think you are doing?" Shen Shu calmly replied, "Challenging them." "Doing what?" "Absorbing heavenly and earthly energy." "Continue see." Immediately after, Duanfeng ordered Shen Shu. "I command you to stop." Shen Shu arrogantly replied, "Based on what?" At this moment, King stepped up to Shen Shu. She rushed forward, furious, shouting, "Because this is the god of Enlightenment's power." Seeing this, then they turned to look and said, "So what if it is divine will? The fate of this place belongs to those destined to claim it. Isn't this what you all call divine will?" Hearing this, then angrily snapped, "Who dares to argue back?" She raised her hand to attack and shouted furiously, "If you do not stop, I will cripple you." Then the drained power with one hand and slapped then hard with the other. Just one swing sent her flying far down below. Then was stunned and in shock, her voice trembling as she said, "What?" Witnessing this, Tioxan was also stunned and said, "Is he really that strong?" Then glanced at the deputy sect leader and said, "Divine will, if you have nothing else to say, let us settle this now." Then he held up 2 fingers and said, "I am leaving now." The deputy sect leader was furious, glaring with deep annoyance. Those below began whispering and murmuring, "Could it be divine will is just abusing their power? Divine will makes their own rules. Don't cheat. Can't even play fair." But then did not stop and kept shouting, "How dare you insult divine will? You are disrespectful." She rushed forward, blocking the path of Tian Nunfeng. At that moment, he gritted his teeth in pain, clenching his fists full of anger. Then anxiously asked, "Senior brother, how are you? Are you okay?" He clenched his jaw tightly, filled with frustration, and said, "I am. It is just that this person's method of absorbing heaven earth is too strong. I have been overwhelmed." At this, then angrily spoke to the deputy sect leader, "Master, stop divine will from taking the fate. We can let this slide. Don't ruin this big matter." He stood amid the swirling golden lights and continued speaking, equivalent to spiritual discernment. "These heavenly and earthly techniques are just minor opportunities." The deputy sect leader, with a dangerous and probing look, said, "I am very curious, who is this kid? Why does he attract these extraordinary heavenly and earthly techniques beyond normal people?" He said seriously and cautiously, "This kid really is a bit unusual, but he has not caused any real trouble." He glanced at the furious Duanfeng and said, "Duanfeng, the original darkness holds the God's essence in hand. Most of this spiritual discernment will ultimately belong to you." Meanwhile, Xiaomai gradually woke up. She softly called out. When Xiaochuan saw her wake up, He was overjoyed and called out, "Bah!" Sao Mai slowly sat up and asked vaguely, "What happened to me?" Sao Chuan supported her and said with relief, "That is great. You are awake now." Then he looked at Kun Shu and told Xiao Mui that he had saved her. At that moment, Kun Shu looked at her clenched fists and said, "The heavenly and earthly laws here have already been completely absorbed by me." Suddenly, a faint light flickered from inside Kun Shu's cage. He was startled and said, "What is this?" He did not understand what had just happened and wondered. The breath of the heavenly and earthly laws is dense, flowing out from inside me. Have I absorbed too much heavenly and earthly law these days? Then Kun Shu landed on the ground. He thought vaguely to himself, "It feels like the heavenly and earthly laws in my body have accumulated to a certain level. Some changes are happening, but these changes are not clear. I still can't fully sense them." As Kun Shu landed, the crowd swarmed toward him. Someone exclaimed excitedly, "This little guy. Almost all the heavenly and earthly laws here have been absorbed by him alone. How did he manage that?" Another person from behind Kun Shu spoke up. "He is still stealing food from the God's Gate, and he has left the God's Gate with nothing to eat." Impressive? Kun Shu stood before them and asked, "Want to know how?" Then Kun Shu held up the jade pendant he bought from Xiao Chuan and said, "It is this jade pendant. It lets all the heavenly and earthly laws flow into me." Hearing this, everyone was stunned and gaped. "What? This jade pendant is the real deal." Baek Xiao Chuan did not lie. Just a moment ago, he was mocking others. The real fool was himself, someone said in disbelief. Dan had also taken notice by now. Xiao Chuan heard this and the girl looked confused, saying, "Could it be I am really seeing things? I clearly bought this jade pendant from a street vendor." At that moment, Dan crossed her arms arrogantly and said, "So it is the person relying on the object showing this effect. This little guy has nothing to fear." Kun Shu smiled kindly in front of Xiao Chuan and Xiao Mui. The master beast appeared. The crowd immediately got excited, shouting wildly at it, "Come to me. Come to me." Another voice joined in, "Don't even dream about it. Themlin only accepts disciples of the Wan sect. Eventually, it will swim all the way to Duan Feng's place. Elsewhere, he calmly watches everything unfold. He arrogantly thinks, crush Themlin. Seize the opportunity. Master of the first heaven of Dong Huang. He must be able to rival the 18 divine disciples of the Wuho sect." Clenching his fists tightly, he decisively says, "I want to surpass the 18 divine disciples. One day, he will trample them underfoot and make his name known in Dong Huang." Finally, Themlin notices him. Its blood-red eyes fixate on him. Calmly, he says, "It is here, ready to face whatever comes." The people around can't help but look disappointed. Shannon says, "Sure enough, it is heading toward Duan Feng's direction." In another corner, Duan Feng's little apprentice looks down from above. She smugly said, "Duan Feng's senior brother will definitely win." The sect leader, hearing her, smiles with satisfaction and replies, "She looks so confident. She 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 looks so confident." He leaves behind, his gaze fixed tightly toward the mainland. Sinexu's figure blends into the crowd when suddenly someone asks, "What is going on? Why did Themlin stop?" He casually glances away, absent-mindedly looking in another direction. Suddenly, Themlin roars, its face showing fear and panic. Chaos breaks out as they rush quickly towards Sinsu. Seeing this, he looks alarmed. He urgently points to himself, shouting, "Themlin! I..." The crowded people can't help but whisper and discuss. Themlin is not choosing Duan Feng. Where does it want to go? Elsewhere, the two others are equally surprised. Bai shouts, "How can that be? Themlin actually left." The sect leader tries to calm her down. "Don't worry. Duan Feng holds 2 divine bones. Themlin will come back." Below, he sighs helplessly and says, "Senza has no choice but to use the 2 divine bones." At his words, he pulls a bone from his pocket. It glows bright with golden light all over. He raises the bone high toward Themlin and shouts. Themlin turns back and roars in response. Seeing this, he smirks with satisfaction. Divine bones really do work, but before he can revel in this, Themlin ignores it and continues forward. He becomes furious. What? Not just him. Duan Fengxiang is just as shocked and immediately turns to ask the sect leader, "Master, what is going on?" The elder's face darkens. The sect leader replies seriously. This time, Themlin's behavior feels very strange. Let us keep watching and see where Themlin wants to go. Scene shifts to the 10th group. They are surprised to realize where Themlin is heading. The little apprentice speaks first. "It seems Themlin wants to come to our place. Keep watching to see where Themlin is headed." Scene shifts back to the 10th group. They are surprised to see where Themlin is heading. The little apprentice speaks first. "Themlin seems to want to come to us." Baek Xiaoxuan gets excited hearing this. He is overjoyed. Could it really be coming to me? Could this chance actually fall into my lap? Duan Feng shouts in panic, "Themlin! Come back to me now." At this moment, Themlin slowly crosses the water. It completely ignores Duan Feng's words. Duan Feng is stunned by this. Damn it! Why won't Themlin listen to me? Themlin has never been like this before. Suddenly, it let out a roar. Themlin was approaching Thenthetha's location. Thenthetha immediately spoke up, just as expected. "This great beast is looking for me." Butch Tiuxin thought to himself, "Surely I am the one this beast needs." "Themlin! I am..." Saying that, he jumped forward, but Themlin roared again, throwing Butch Tiuxian far away. Only now did he realize, so this beast is not after me at all. Suddenly, the little girl spoke up, "Big brother, it seems Themlin was actually looking for me. I will go ahead then." Now, Thentha was suddenly surprised because Themlin had come right up to him. Bowing respectfully, Thentha spoke up, "Is this big boy trying to touch me?" At that moment, Yunfeng was right behind. Hun shouted, "Stop!" Then he pointed at Thentha's, raising his voice. Yunfeng, step aside. I do not care where you are going, but I order you to stay away from Them Lin. Thentha smirked and said, "Who dares order me around? Who do you think you are?" Hearing that, Yunfeng got furious. Hun quickly released his spiritual energy. "You are really bold. Take on my venom, God. You are an arrogant fool, so I won't waste words on you." Suddenly, Hun's little sister spoke up. Butch Tiuksun behind was worried. Thentha, be careful. Yunfeng is the one and only disciple of the Venom God. His power is terrifying and ranks in the top 200 prodigies of the eastern wilds. Still, Thentha easily blocked Yunfeng's attack. Hun was stunned by this. "What?" Thentha taunted. "Is that all you have got?" Trapped tightly, unable to move, Yunfeng shouted, "Damn you! How dare you disrespect my Venom God?" Thentha landed a punch on Henen's face. Seeing Yunfeng thrown back, Hun's little sister was shocked. "How could Hen do that? Big bro? What is wrong with you?" Up above, another person appeared. Thentha recognized him as the VM sect leader. He said, "People as weak as you better know your limits." Then he spoke, "You think you can touch the VN God?" Yunfeng beside him added, "Master, punish N quickly." The leader said, "VN and 1T let you get away with this? I will give you one last chance. Get out of here." Mo Quoth. Hearing that, Thentha said, "Looks like you Venom folks still do not know your limits." Then Thentha mocked him openly. His words were a clear insult. The sect leader immediately got angry, pointing and yelling at him for disrespect, his face full of scheming thoughts. Because of Them Lin, this brat must be eliminated. With those words, he charged straight at Thentha, shouting, "Insult the Venom God, and you will die." The little sister panicked. Seeing this, she shouted anxiously, "Tayu Kaka, run!" But with all her worry, a giant monster suddenly appeared behind the clan leader. It charged forward and slammed the clan leader aside. Losing momentum, he flew straight up into the sky. Panic-stricken, Them Lin, do not let it get away fresh. He witnessed everything and could not help but panic. He could not believe his own eyes. Them Lin actually attacked the master. His expression turned angry, confused. He said, "Them Lin attacks the master for an outsider." The little girl from the Feng clan shouted loudly, "Why stir up trouble?" After finishing, Them Lin approached Thentha, lowering its stance near him. Suddenly, Thentha leapt onto it, standing firm, sitting behind. Thentha wondered about the person's background, taking away the chance of the Venom God. This definitely was not simple. Suddenly, a loud call was heard. "Master!" He hurried over. It was that little girl. Angry, he turned to the sect leader, asking what to do now. "This is the Venom God's chance." The old man calmed down and made a plan. Them Lin is still protecting this brat. There is no way to touch him now. He ordered below, "Wait for this brat to come outside, then seize the chance." His face showed the smell of gunpowder. Back to Thentha, he was calmly absorbing Them Lin's energy, deep in thought. Finally, he understood why Them Lin's breath felt familiar. Before, when he and I killed the phantom spirit at Ningguai Loon God's altar, our breaths were the same. Lost in thought, he suddenly spoke. "Them Lin, phantom spirit, they seem connected." No more hesitation. This breath can evolve into a special form. First, let us try a bit and see. Sucking in all the spiritual energy greedily, it was absorbed into his body. In moments, a brand new armor appeared. He was overjoyed. It worked. My solar god body is evolving. The solar divine body has reached its final stage. I feel that with some special fate, my unique physique might advance even further. The deep spiritual energy surged straight into your face. "You have completely drained me." Tenshu suddenly got awkward and changed the subject. He sneaked a question. "Do you know how to talk?" Hearing that, he scratched himself and replied, "I am not saying I do not know how to talk." Tenshu spoke slowly. "If I did not know how to talk, I would not be talking now." Tenshu continued calmly. "Deep spirit," I asked, "where are we going?" His expression darkened as he slowly replied, "I am leading you on the path." As he said this, Tanshu's face instantly changed 180 degrees, shocked beyond belief. After walking for a bit, they stopped. Everything around was blazing red flames. The deep spirit spoke. "We have arrived." Ahead appeared an endless long road. Tanshu's face showed boredom and complaint. It was the road of the great emperor. Moments later, he loudly scolded the deep spirit. "Next time, speak clearly when you lead me on. Don't you scare me like that." Then Tanshu threw himself to the ground and looked around in awe. "This is the fourth great emperor's road I have stepped on." Walking on it, Tanshu smiled, feeling a little nostalgic for his senior. He stopped in front of a giant golden stone. Curiously, Tanshu wondered why his name was not on this golden stone. He remembered he was ranked 12th before. What happened? Where's my name? How did rank 12 become the universe champion? A large inscription appeared on the stone. Rank 12. Noon Heaven's first sect. Universe champion. The small figure of Tanshu looked up at each word. His face instantly went blank. Tanshu stepped forward repeatedly. Where's my name? How did rank 12 become the universe champion? The large inscription on the stone read again. Rank 12. Noon Heaven's first sect. Universe champion. The small figure of Tanshu stared at each word. His face froze in shock. Mouth agape. His rank had changed. Because of my arrival, The ranking changed. This universe champion is actually me. Hearing this, he got furious and full of resentment. What kind of freaky name is this? Did that bastard change my name? Somewhere. A fisherman suddenly started singing. He sighed in complaint. Wait, is that the voice of that brat Tanshu I hear? Maybe it is a hallucination? That kid has already stepped on the great emperor's path 3 times. He can do it a 4th time. A voice called out from behind. Senior, the old fisherman paused, annoyed by the call. Muttering, damn it, that brat's here again. Tanshu's figure appeared. Standing defiantly before him, Tanshu greeted cheerfully. Senior, long time no see. The old man angrily pointed at him. Cursing. Are you already addicted to the great emperor's path? How long has it been? Why are you here again? Tanshu calmly replied. I remember now. Senior, the old man got even angrier. Yelling. Nonsense. I am nothing like you, Tanshu said. Senior, actually this time I am here with a special gift for you, the old man replied dismissively. What gift? Show me your stuff then. Tanshu respectfully presented a golden coil. Seeing it, the fisherman's eyes widened in shock. He pointed at it and shouted, This is the golden scale heart. As expected, Tanshu saw the reaction. The fisherman immediately changed his attitude, smiling slyly to win him over. Let me see that again. Endo took his time explaining, saying that since last time he saw the senior fishing with the moon line, after the fishing line broke, he thought about finding a stronger line for the senior. Finally, he found an incredibly sturdy golden scale from the edge of the beloved statue's heart, planning to use it as the fishing line. This one definitely would not break. The more he spoke, the more his expression showed eagerness as he looked at me. Without hesitation, the old fisherman grabbed the treasure, but I quickly pulled back, saying, Wait a moment. Tando's face turned serious as he earnestly asked, Senior, I have something to ask you. The old fisherman grew impatient and shouted, Hurry up and ask. Once you are done, give me back the golden scale. Tando frowned and asked, Senior, is the name on that yellow stone the one who changed me? The old man became flustered and stammered. That matter. That name. Is not it a dream? Encouraged, Tantho shouted louder. A dream? The one true lineage of heaven and earth, the undefeated universe. That sounds crazy. Didn't he feel embarrassed? The senior cut him off angrily. Who told that brat to rush down the path of the great emperor so fast? Wasn't he feeling very embarrassed? Tantho reluctantly admitted. Senior, you have a point. Still, the old man did not forget the main issue. He lunged to grab the rope and shouted, Stop wasting words. Give it to me quickly. But I was quicker, dodging just in time to avoid his sudden attack. His face grew even angrier as he shouted, Aren't you going to hand it over? Tantho answered firmly. His gaze shifted, and the old man's expression turned thoughtful. The rope then turned to scold Tantho. Is this something you should be asking about? You, is this really something you should be asking about? Tantho responded innocently. Why can't I ask? The old man crossed his arms arrogantly and said in a deep voice, Rephrase the question, but Tantho looked pleadingly and said, There is only this one question. The old fisherman pointed at Tantho's face and angrily said, No matter how big a person's head is, even if they cause trouble, others want to save them. Why do not you just go up to the heavens? Do you think you are mightier than the great emperor? Hearing this, you do not have the right to know now. Right now, you are just a small shrimp. Knowing one did you any good. Hearing that, I lost my resolve and stood up to leave. I said, Fine. This question. Senior, you owe me. Senior, farewell. I said, then threw the golden scale toward him. He caught it smoothly, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Then he said, Junior, farewell. This path of the great emperor is a bit special. Feel it for yourself. I replied, Thank you for the reminder. Senior, after a moment, I stood before a path with fire on the left and ice on the right. I marveled. Looking down, unable to see the end at all. This path of the great emperor is interesting. Fire on one side, ice on the other. Suddenly, the flames on the left began to gather together. I wondered, wait a second, are those flames condensing? Is it condensing into a person? What is this? I carefully sensed around and realized. This breath, it is the breath of deep spirits and red moon. As I was lost in thought, the flame figure suddenly lunged at me. I was startled. This guy charged right through. Definitely not that simple. Then I drew the sword from my bag and said, No matter what you are, get lost. Immediately, the flame figure was cut in two. Then, its two halves slowly began to heal. No, it healed into two completely different flame figures. Seeing this, I felt a bit worried. Damn, it not only survived but split into two enemies. But then I smiled and said, Interesting. I do not believe I can defeat you. After a while of fighting, I stopped, panting from exhaustion. At this moment, those human-shaped flames had been cloned countless times. Looking at them, he wondered the more he slashed, the more they multiplied. reproducing asexually. These things have a bizarre aura. Just now, the senior fisherman said this path is special. It seems we can't deal with them the usual way. Saying that, he activated his divine body power. Armor appeared on his body, and a ring of fire energy condensed above his head. After activating, he released a ring of fire energy. This path is special. Looks like the usual methods 1T work against them. Saying that, he activated his divine body power. Armor appeared on him again, and a ring of fire energy formed over his head. After activation, he glared fiercely at them. The fireball above his head grew larger, radiating intense heat all around. Seeing his attack working, he clenched his fist tightly and shouted, "These things really require special physical power to fight." At this moment, the energy waves shattered all those human-shaped flames. Surprised, his face showed shock as the flames dissolved and slowly condensed into swirling energy rings. He reached out to feel the condition of the person inside. Suddenly, he realized something and said, surprisingly, there was a hint of crimson moon breath. Then, the remaining swirling energy rings flew into his body one by one. This caused him to endure quite a heavy pressure. After absorbing all that energy, he was both relieved and terrified. Perfect divine body. The solar divine body has reached its ultimate perfection. But that also means, my solar divine body can't improve any further. Just as he was feeling his newly evolved divine body, a sudden flame flared up, catching his attention. Staring at the blazing flame, his expression turned fearful. He wondered, the great emperor's path lies in the left flame. So why is there such immense pressure? The great emperor's path lies in the left flame. So why is there such immense pressure? The flame flared stronger, creating a force so intense he had to brace himself not to be thrown back. A cold aura descended on his body, causing his knees to buckle in terror. Instantly, he quickly stepped back, terrified, saying, "This is imperial might. I have never met a great emperor on this path who revealed imperial might. What is going on here?" While he was lost in thought, huge ice slabs surged up behind him. The ice slabs and the flames collided directly, creating a balance of forces. Looking at the collision, he could hardly believe it. Within the ice of the great emperor's path on the left, imperial might was also contained. These two powers clashed and temporarily held each other back. The senior fisherman told me to stay here and feel it. There must be mystical wine inside. Realizing that, he immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing the mystical wine within. At that moment, in his perception, fire and ice gradually merged together. Then, it formed a Tai Chi symbol in his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram." Then, he focused, carefully observing the Tai Chi diagram before him. He marveled. The path of the great emperor is believable. The ice on the left also contains imperial might. These two powers clashed, temporarily blocking each other. Now, he sensed the fire and ice gradually merging. Then, it formed a Tai Chi image in his mind. He snapped awake, eyes wide, exclaiming, "Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram." Then he focused, observing the Tai Chi diagram before him. He marveled. This path of the great emperor is truly fascinating. And now the legendary Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram appears. What does this foreshadow? Suddenly, the fire in the Tai Chi diagram gained the upper hand, gradually engulfing the entire diagram. Then, under his watch, the Tai Chi diagram shattered. He looked confused, exclaiming, "The Tai Chi diagram is broken. Yin that does not grow, Yang that does not give birth. Does this mean I need to balance Yin and Yang?" Just as he grasped the mystery, the old fisherman suddenly appeared behind him. He quickly turned and asked, "Senior?" And the old man said, "Not bad. You have grasped a few things." Knowing the old man knew something, he asked about his doubts. "Senior, this great emperor's path is not like before. Ice and fire, one left and one right before, represented Yin and Yang. Right? Note, this entry duplicates previous content and should be translated as well. Yin that does not grow, Yang that does not give birth. Does this mean I need to balance Yin and Yang?" Just as he grasped the mystery, the old fisherman suddenly appeared behind him. He quickly turned and asked, "Senior?" And the old man said, "Not bad. You have grasped a few things." Knowing the old man knew something, he asked about his doubts. "Senior, this great emperor's path is not like before. Ice and fire, one left and one right before, represented Yin and Yang. Right? Knowing you have grasped the mystery within, he said, "That is right. Do you know why this place is saturated with both Yin and Yang energies?" You respectfully replied, "Please enlighten me." Senior, his expression turned serious at that moment. He said, "Because a few women once fell here, leaving behind their talents. You had met one of those women, unaware, until he avenged her death. You had met one of those women, a rare talent. You had met one of those women, unaware, until he avenged her talent. You sparked a fire with two flames, one left and one right, representing the dual energies of Yin and Yang. Right?" Knowing you would grasp the mystery within, he said, "Exactly. Do you know why this place is saturated with Yin and Yang energies?" You respectfully replied, "Please, Senior, teach me." His face grew serious as he said, "Because a drop of fresh blood from the Yin-Yang Great Emperor once fell here." Hearing this, you were shocked. The Yin-Yang Great Emperor, an ancient emperor. Why had you never heard of him before? Recalling legends about this emperor, he smiled and said, "That is because the origin of the Yin-Yang Great Emperor is so distant. Even ancient texts barely hold a few words about him. Even ancient texts do not mention him much. Yet a single drop of his blood can transcend time, making the path of the emperor terrifying now, wielding supreme imperial power. Hearing his story, your interest was sparked, and you said, he must be a very powerful emperor. He smiled mysteriously and said, not just powerful. The yin-yang great emperor directly created this continent, which is why cultivation thrives here in later ages. Hearing this, you were horrified and could not believe it. What? He created this whole continent. Seeing your shocked expression, he smiled with satisfaction and continued, now tell me, do you know why you can comprehend these things, feel the imperial aura, and understand the yin-yang Teiji diagram? At this, you dared not show any disrespect, clasped your hands in respect, and said, I do not know. Junior does not know. Without any delay, he said plainly, because the one who created the solar divine body is the yin-yang great emperor. Hearing this, you broke out in a cold sweat, both excited and scared, saying, this is truly shocking news. The yin-yang great emperor created a special physique. Sensing something unsaid, you hesitantly asked, Senior, he is an incredibly ancient emperor. Why? Noticing your doubt, he laughed and explained, you want to ask why the solar divine body ranks low among the 108 special physiques. Right? In your heart, the yin-yang great emperor is an omnipotent being, you said seriously. That is right. If he could create this continent, he must be capable of the impossible. Creating a special physique should be easy for him. Hearing your question, he patiently explained, it is because the solar divine body is only half of the special physique founded by the yin-yang great emperor. Hearing this, you frowned and asked, half? Senior, what does half mean? What is the other half of the special physique? He answered, the other half is the lunar divine body. Hearing this, you were enlightened and said, all right, so in this world, there is also the lunar divine body. Receiving the answer, a question arose in your mind. If there is a lunar divine body, why the yin-yang divide? Hearing your question, he seriously explained, not everyone's yin and yang are balanced like the yin-yang great emperor. Most cultivators can only cultivate one or the other. Hearing this, you smiled excitedly and asked, what about me? Senior, can I cultivate both simultaneously? He touched his chin. After a moment's thought, he said thoughtfully, since you have comprehended the yin-yang Teiji diagram, you can cultivate both. Receiving his answer, you visibly rejoiced. Becoming determined to change your lunar divine body, you asked him, I want to ask, can I obtain the lunar divine body? Hearing this, your expression grew serious. Teiji yin-yang physique. Then, seemingly too eager, you stepped closer to the old fisherman and hurriedly asked, Senior, where can I obtain the lunar divine body? Ignoring your impoliteness, he touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, as far as I know, there is a sect in Nanning called Teiji sect. You might be able to learn how to cultivate the lunar divine body there. Receiving the answer, he visibly brightened, quickly clasped his hands, and respectfully said, thank you, Senior, for your guidance. He bid farewell to the senior and then left. After a while, he stepped into a barren land. Before him appeared a river. He said seriously, the Emperor's path is cut off here. This is the final point. Just then, the system voice rang out. Congratulations. You have successfully signed and earned your reward. Holding the Royal King pill, he joyfully said, finally, I have signed successfully. And this is the strongest pill of the true immortal realm breakthrough that I wanted most. This time, the Royal King pill is complete, so it is time to leave. Saying this, he suddenly disappeared. Soon after, he appeared atop the Deep Spirit. Sitting down, he happily said, we are out. Deep Spirit, let us go back. Receiving his command, it turned and left. Sitting atop the Deep Spirit, Tanthu started chatting. Deep Spirit, why are you at the Divine Still Gate? The Deep Spirit replied, I fell here at first and have stayed in this place ever since. Hearing this, he kept probing. What do you mean by fell here? Where did you fall from? It answered. Hong Yu. Surprised by the answer, he asked, what? You used to live on Hong Yu? It replied calmly. Yes. Why the surprise? He suddenly understood. The strange breath energy in him was from Hong Yu. So he really is a creature from Hong Yu. He then asked, why did Hong Yu disappear? Hearing this, it was a bit annoyed. Looked up and shouted, how would I know? If Hong Yu had not vanished, I would not have fallen here. Scene change. On the shore, a group of people were waiting for Tanthu's return. Baek Xiaoxuan wondered, it has been so long. Why has not he come out yet? Xiaomu confidently replied, Big Brother has great fortune. He must have found something powerful inside. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Divine Still Sect's leader asked, has everything been arranged? Duanfeng confidently replied, Master, everything is in order. Hearing this, the elder said sternly, when he comes out, no matter what fortune he gained, he must not be allowed to leave alive. At the same time, Duanfeng added, no matter what, I will personally make sure he can't escape. Sitting atop the Deep Spirit, Tanthu asked, Then why are you here waiting for someone with fate? Does the Divine Still Sect keep people here? Hearing the strange name, Deep Spirit asked uncertainly. Divine Still Sect? Then it angrily said, who are they? This place is called the Divine Still Land. Divine Still means me the fools. Grabbing a piece of frost from who knows where, it kept saying it was divine bone. Clueless about what it was thinking, knowing the sect can hold him, he curiously asked, then why do not you leave? Recalling his tragic past, Deep Spirit said, when I fell from Hong Yu, I was not alone. Many were eliminated by that elder. Then the elder saw I was handsome, did not trouble me, and made me a guide here. Hearing this, Tantho's eyes twitched as he looked down at Deep Spirit, asking, handsome, you are serious, right? Hearing his question, it smiled smugly and said, in our class, I really am quite handsome. That Deep Spirit chasing me might circle all around Hong Yu, not knowing what else to say. He changed the subject. Who is that elder? Weren't there others before who took the Emperor's path? Seeing he no longer talked about looks, Deep Spirit lost interest and half-heartedly said, don't know, but he is very strong. He was the first to take that path. Those before him did not have a breath like mine, so I sent them out. Hearing that, he felt lucky. It seems absorbing Hong Yu's breath brought Deep Spirit here. Suddenly, Deep Spirit remembered something. Right? That elder also said if someone takes that path, let me form a bond with him. Saying that, it suddenly produced an egg and held it out to Tantho. Seeing your fierce expression, he explained, forming a bond. Tantho looked at the egg suspiciously and asked, forming a bond, what do you want with this egg? The spirit replied, this is a newborn spirit egg. Take it back and raise it for fun. Though confused, he still took the egg and agreed. All right then. Scene changes to the sea surface where a crowd is waiting. The spirit stepped forward and shouted, it is here, coming out now. Nearby, Duanfeng also saw the spirit carrying Tantho approaching, and Thuk clenched his fists angrily, saying, the brat is finally coming out. At the same time, Batch Tushuan and Tiu Mi also saw him approaching. Tiu Moi happily said, big bro is out. He must have gotten a great opportunity. The master saw someone blocking Tantho. The spirit asked loudly, should I wipe out the Shen Still Sect? These guys are still causing trouble. Hearing this, Tantho stood up and stepped forward. He jumped down toward them and said to the spirit, no need. At the same time, his face tilted thoughtfully toward the spirit. The spirit thought, this spirit who talks about destroying a whole sect must be very powerful. The master had no intention of asking for help, so the spirit said without hesitation, then I will head back. Remember to keep that egg safe and look for a chance to hatch it. As the master was about to leave, he asked, how do I hatch it? The spirit replied, only the common spirits on the red moon can hatch eggs. Hearing this, he twitched his mouth and reluctantly said, but the red moon has disappeared. The spirit grew angry. After hatching, this egg might preserve some breath from the vanished red moon. Realizing its limited wisdom, he seriously said, the egg can only hatch on the red moon, but the red moon is gone. Hatching the egg might reveal news about the red moon's disappearance. So this is a cycle of death. Hearing this, it shouted angrily, that is why I gave you the egg. I hope you can understand this cycle. Hearing that, his eyes went blank, but he reluctantly said, all right. Duanfeng hurriedly stood in front of him and shouted, stop right there. He yelled fiercely, you punk. Tell me what you got from inside. He calmly replied, why should I tell you? Duanfeng kept pressing, this is the Shen Still Sect's opportunity. You want to get it? But Tantho refused to back down, resolutely saying, what if I just take it anyway? His face grew angrier, eyes blazing with killing intent. Then there is only one way out, death. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared from Duanfeng's hand. The sharp spear was already in Duanfeng's hand. His face smug. This is the Shen Still Sect's treasure. Today, I will use this spear to take your life. Tantho did not hesitate to draw his weapon too, confidently replying, well, I also have a Shen Spirit spear. He drew a golden spear that looked far superior to Duanfeng's. His face was full of confidence as he faced him. Immediately after, Duanfeng charged straight at Tantho with his spear. Elsewhere, Duanfeng's sect elder watched the whole scene, amused as she mocked Tantho repeatedly. The Shen Spirit spear was still ringing, and she wanted to consume the Feng God spear. Tantho smoothly dodged the charge, lightly waving the spear in his hand. With one move, he defeated Duanfeng. Two bystanders could not help but stare in awe as Duanfeng was knocked back toward them. His sect elder was shocked and screamed out loud. What? Even his master refused to give up and said, I do not believe it. Then he stepped in for Duanfeng. Duanfeng's elder cut in sharply. Feng God spear. As he spoke, his master's soul was quickly absorbed into the spear, greatly boosting its power. Even Tantho furrowed his brow watching this unfold. Those around were no exception. They kept marveling at the immense spiritual pressure the spear emitted. The divine soul's pressure is truly powerful. This Fengshan spear is extraordinary. Duanfeng arrogantly explained to Tan Shu, the Fengshan spear of our Shen Yun sect contains the remnants of the founding ancestor's soul, specialized in destroying cultivators' divine souls. He spoke calmly but firmly, saying, I want your divine soul destroyed. From afar, was extremely agitated. Shenyun sect does not break promises. As a prestigious sect, we stand by our word, stealing a chance by force. Xiaoxuan beside her also agreed with her words. Exactly. You guys have no martial virtue. Duanfeng heard clearly and turned to retort. This is our Shenyun sect's territory. What we say goes. Saying that, he turned to threaten Tan Shu. Kneel and hand over the chance. Or die? You are not afraid to die. Tan Shu calmly provoked him. Come fight me then. His face twisted with anger. He could not kill Tan Shu no matter what. Damn it. This guy is asking for death. Duanfeng fiercely swung the spear forward. He shouted loudly. Soul strike. Suddenly, Shenyun sect's elder's figure burst forward straight ahead. Tan Shu was stunned by the scene. He blinked in surprise, saying, "What?" Unexpectedly, he took Duanfeng's attack head-on. Tan Shu's pupils contracted. His whole body went blank. Duanfeng immediately sensed the taste of victory and laughed loudly. It worked. The target, completely intact. Xiao Mai watched anxiously. She called out, "Big bro." Seeing her junior easily defeat Tan Shu, the sect leader stood with arms crossed. He smiled with satisfaction, saying, "This kid's got some skill, but still too arrogant." Meanwhile, Duanfeng stared mockingly at Tan Shu. Serves you right for overestimating yourself and losing your divine soul. Opposite him, Tan Shu stood motionless. Suddenly, he gave a faint smile and said, "You destroyed my divine soul." At that moment, inside Tan Shu's mind, the founding ancestor's eyes widened in shock, wondering, what is this? Is this really that brat's divine soul? Why can the divine soul of a low-level cultivator shake me like this? Then, Tan Shu's divine soul opened wide and swallowed him whole. Outside, Duanfeng waved his spear, slowly stepping toward Tan Shu. Then he lowered his center of gravity, ready to charge, saying, "Now that your divine soul is destroyed, I will destroy your killing spirit too." Saying that, he stabbed fiercely at Tan Shu, igniting a huge flame that engulfed his entire body. Suddenly, Duanfeng's expression changed, horror flashing in his eyes. Tan Shu had awakened, gripping Duanfeng's spear with one hand, looking at him smugly. Seeing this, Duanfeng shouted in fear, "What, you? How are you unharmed? Who exactly are you?" Hearing this, Tanfeng kicked him into the air, grabbing his spear, and said, "I am your father." Then he casually threw Duanfeng's spear to the ground, lowering his center of gravity. He aimed straight at Duanfeng and said flatly, "It is." Seeing Tan Shu ready to kill Duanfeng, the sect leader standing nearby glared fiercely and shouted, "Stop!" Ignoring him, Tan Shu charged directly at Duanfeng, who screamed in pain. Then he collapsed beside his junior, shocking her. After recovering, she looked at him sadly, mumbling, "Senior brother, not far away." The Shenyun sect leader stared at him in disbelief, saying, "A disciple of our great Shenyun sect has been defeated." At this moment, Tan Shu ignored them, looking down at the spear he had just dropped and gently reached out. The spear immediately flew into his hand. "You are now holding 2 spears in your hands." Then, you look at your spear and quietly say, "Knowing the thirst you can resist." You swing the spear taken from Dong Feng forward. Then you point your spear at him and say, "Swallow this." After absorbing it, your divine spear's power rises another level. You look at the spear in your hand, satisfied, saying the divine spear of the hunter has evolved again. The power of the hunter's divine spear has increased. It now conservatively holds about 2,500 spiritual energy, radiating an intense surge. As you test its newfound strength, the old sect leader advances towards you, angry. He shouts, "Damn it! The Fengshen spear of my Shenyun sect has been destroyed by you." Seeing his face, the joy from your power-up instantly vanishes. You coldly stare at him and say, "This is all your own doing." Hearing your arrogant reply, he loses control and bursts out with his aura. He glares at you, no longer holding back, saying, "I am going to kill you." As he moves to attack, you calmly grip your spear and coldly say, "Perfect timing. I will test the power of the hunter's divine spear on you." Saying that, you swing and shout "Destroy." Facing his lightning-fast attack, you focus intensely and quickly stab your spear into his chest. Shouting, instantly, his expression changes in shock as he exclaims, "What?" Then he is flung back, leaving a long dent in the ground. Seeing the severely injured master collapse before you makes her freeze for a moment. Then, tears streaming, she covers her mouth with one hand, voice trembling as she says, Master, see, she is still standing here. Call all the Shenyun sect's top fighters now." Hearing the master shout, she fearfully collapses to the ground, loudly begging for help. "Someone, anyone, master and senior brother have been killed." Immediately, beams of light appear from the sky. Swiftly flying toward her, they land one after another, surrounding and blocking all escape routes for Tan Thu. Seeing everyone arrive, she finally snaps and yells, "Elders, kill him." Then an elder steps forward and says to Tan Thu, daring to act like this in Shen Thu. He sneers confidently, pointing his thumb at himself and says, "Listen up, I am Tam." Hearing his self-introduction, Another elder continues. Tanthu, right? Today you before he finishes. He suddenly realizes something, face turning pale as he says, wait, could he be Tanthu? One of the 18 divine warriors of Vuho sect. Hearing this, the crowd starts whispering. What? He is the 18th divine warrior. No wonder he looks familiar. So he is the famous divine warrior of Dong Hong. Now it is clear he really is the divine warrior. The 18th. Tanthu, nearby. Back to Yuxian's eyes widen and jaw drops. Unable to believe what he is hearing, the young woman smiles slyly as if she expected this, saying, Big brother truly has an impressive background. Then she turns to back to Yuxian and says, Back to you. Are not you always talking about the 18th divine warrior? Your idol. He still looks surprised and nods softly. That is right. He is my idol. Unexpectedly meeting him today, you calmly say, I have left Vuho sect and am no longer a divine warrior. Now, I am just Tanthu. Hearing this, the onlookers gasp loudly and say in fear, No way. The 18th divine warrior has left Vuho sect. I have never heard of this before. Can it really be true? At this, the elder of Shen Vu sect loses all restraint and points angrily at Tanthu, shouting, Kid, without Vuho sect's protection, you still dare act so arrogantly. Then, we have no reason to hold back either. Unleash your power. Watching them ready to attack, Tanthu just smirks contemptuously and says, You are all just clowns jumping around. I do not even bother to fight back. No sooner said, an attack strikes, forcing all the Shenvu elders to retreat in shock, saying, No way. At that moment, the guardian of Vuho sect appears, standing in front of Tanthu. Seeing him, the Shenvu elder asks fearfully, Are you the guardian of Vuho sect? He replies coolly, That is right. Anyone who dares lay hands on Tanthu will be destroyed by me. Hearing this, the elder's face changes with fear and respect as he asks, Guardian, Tanthu has left Vuho sect and is no longer a divine warrior. Why do you still protect him? Hearing that, he replied with disdain, What does it have to do with anyone? I just like protecting him. Hearing his answer, the old man was at a loss for words and could only point and say, You. At that moment, another elder stepped forward and spoke. Guardian, do you really think you alone can take on the entire divine martial sect? Hearing the question, he showed no hesitation and arrogantly replied, Sorry, but that is exactly what I think. He stepped toward the elders of the divine martial sect, slowly releasing his aura, and boldly said, If we do not fight, you won't be satisfied. Let us. Feeling so disrespected, they all darkened their faces, glaring at him with fierce anger, saying, How dare he look down on us? Then he boldly reached out his hand and stared at them, softly saying, Kill. Instantly, they felt a terrifying power surge toward them and could hardly believe it. What? Then, one by they exploded, their blood splattering all over him. Seeing each elder blow up right before him, the disciple's face showed clear horror. Stammering, Impossible. The divine martial sect leader could not believe what had just happened. Fear was written all over his face. He stammered nervously, but then forced a smile and clasped his hands toward the guardian, saying, Thank you, Senior. Scene change. After some time, the sky shone bright with golden sunlight, and a gentle breeze blew through. At this moment, Sinshu said, Next, I have to find a place to break through my cultivation. Just as he was about to leave, footsteps ran up to him. Back Xiao Xuan and Xiao Mui approached. Xiao Mai waved and called out, Big bro. Over here, big. I did not expect you to be the famous ancient divine disciple of the East Wasteland. Xiao Mai's big brother, Back Xiao, looks up to you as his idol. After Xiao Mui spoke, Back Xiao Xuan stepped forward, scratching his head sheepishly. Big, I was wrong about what happened before. Seeing them come over to check on him, Xinshu smiled politely and said, It is What do you plan to do next? Back Xiao Xuan replied, This time we came to the Divine Spirit sect hoping to find something to help you with your yin disorder. If this place does not work, we will try somewhere else. Where? He asked curiously. Back answered, Planning to go to Luoshe. Luoshe is a great clan. Their innate constitution can help you regulate your yin disorder. Hearing this, Xiao Mai's face saddened as she said, Actually, it is no longer a problem. I have seen through it all. Living happily is the most important thing. Sinshu did not say anything, just stared at the two of them for a moment. Then he turned away and softly said, Let us. Seeing him prepare to leave, Xiao Mai asked curiously, Big, where are you going? Sinshu replied, I do not know. I will go with you for a while. Wherever you go, I will go too. Scene changes to Luoshe. At this moment, Luyun was furious, shouting, Luan, how dare you openly provoke the imperial disciple of the Lu clan? Hearing that, Luan calmly explained, It is not provocation, it is a challenge. At that moment, a Lua family member, annoyed by his arrogance, stepped forward to mock him. He was a horse groom. What right does he have to challenge the imperial disciple? Hearing the ridicule, he just smiled contemptuously and said, Horse groom, I am the horse groom. Open your eyes and see. Even a horse groom can make it onto the East Westland's celestial roster. Hearing that, the friend of the one who mocked him was at a loss for words. Stammering. Seeing they could not argue back. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. That is right. How could Luan get on the East Wasteland's celestial roster? I thought it was strange before maybe the roster was wrong. Seeing no one recognized him and instead mocked him, Luan's eyes turned red with anger as he shouted. Lu clan. Want to fight? Lu Quandao stepped forward and said quietly. Luan, why do you want to challenge me? Seeing Lu Quandao step out, he smiled wickedly. Then he pointed directly at Lu Quandao and arrogantly said, because I want to prove I am stronger than you. Hearing that reason, Lu Quandao closed his eyes and shook his head softly, saying, no need to prove it. I admit you are stronger, so no fight then. Hearing this, he was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Lu Yun stepped forward angrily and scolded. Lu Quan, what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that, Luan quickly followed up. I want to defeat you and become the imperial disciple of the Lu clan. Left Quanzio did not seem to care much. Responding indifferently, you rank higher than me on the Thetavivu Dang Hong chart. So be it be the crown prince. Being the crown prince is not all it is cracked up to be anyway. The more Luxivan heard, the angrier she got. She shouted, Left Quan Yo, shut your mouth. Do you even know what you are saying? Hearing her scold him like that, Left Quan Yo still seemed unfazed, standing there quietly. Seeing this, Lushan thought to himself, this Left Quan Zio is surprisingly easy to deal with. I might as well take the crown prince spot. While he was lost in thought, a pitch-black demon-like creature with 3 horns and deep red eyes appeared, whispering into his ear, the demon Heavenly Path has issued a mission. Defeat Le Quanzio, seize the crown prince title, and claim the mission. At this point, Lesson no longer cared and provoked boldly. Left Quanzio, stop hiding your head like a turtle. You can run from today's battle. Attack. Saying that, he immediately grabbed his sword and swung it at Lefa Quanzio, who quickly reacted, raising his hand to block. Seeing his attack blocked, he added more force to his swing. Left Quanzio's face paled slightly as he struggled to hold back. Then Lutton increased his strength further, overwhelming him and knocking him backward. Seeing his ally completely unable to defend, Lesivan was terrified. Was Lucan really that strong? After regaining his footing, Left Quanyo stood firm as Lucan slowly approached. Taunting, hey, Left Quanyo, are not you going to fight back? Ignoring the provocation, he asked with confusion. Loverson, your aura feels strange. What cultivation method are you using? Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I am a born Daobody, I can sense it. The energy inside Luck and did not seem to belong to him. Lusson ignored the question and prepared to attack, unleashing the 10 Swords Rebellion against Heaven. Third form. Seeing him ready to strike, Left Quanzio quickly used his defensive technique. With a serious expression, Lesson lunged forward, shouting, strike. The two clashed, but when it had no effect, Lesson switched his attack stance. He flipped through the air, saying, can you handle this? 10 Swords Rebellion against Heaven. Fourth form. Then, a flurry of sword strikes rained down on Left Quanzio. After a long defense, Left Quanzio ran out of strength and was blasted backward, struggling to stop. He groaned. Damn it, this power is too strong. The onlookers also gasped. How is Lutzaten this powerful? He was just a stable hand before, yet the Crown Prince Lek Quanzio could not even hold a candle to him. Taking advantage of Lek Quanzio's weakness, Lucan prepared to continue his assault with 10 Swords Rebellion against Heaven. Fifth form. Watching from the side, Lufhiven's anger boiled over. You are just a stable hand. How dare you hurt the Crown Prince? That is unforgivable. Hearing her belittle him as a stable hand, Lessen's face darkened with rage. Stable hand. How dare you call me that? Furious, he swung his sword at Lexi Quanzio, but the latter jumped and dodged successfully. Immediately, Lucan spotted an opening while Lefa Quanzio hung in midair and spun around, preparing his next strike. With red eyes burning, he slashed at Lek Quanzio, silently commanding, strike. Left Quanzio fell, cracking the ground and coughing up fresh blood. Lesivan rushed forward, embracing Left Quanzio and worriedly said, Quanzio. Nearby, the little demon reappeared beside Ludden, and the Heavenly Path congratulated him on completing the mission. Defeat Le Quanzio, claim the Crown Prince title, and earn your reward. The Heavenly Demon Body. Overjoyed, Lucan raised his sword to the sky and shouted, Lovers in. Have won. Those around him looked on in stunned silence, unsure how to react to this. Lessa continued, from today on, Lovers in, and the Crown Prince of Lekis Sa. Meanwhile, Lessie Venin turned her back to everyone, her emotions hidden. She clenched her lips in anger and said, damn it. Then she turned and strode toward Lutzen, fiercely declaring, I am going to kill him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers, stopping her from leaving. At this moment, Left Quan struggled to speak. Hey, you are no match for him. The energy inside Lucan was incredibly strange. Seeing his injuries, she no longer cared about him. She said, Quan, stop talking. Let me take Ya to get treated first. Scene change. Tintha, Butch Tu, and Tu Mai were slowly walking down the road. Lussie Thin and looked at the forest ahead. Butch Tiuksun and Tu Mai seemed to be avoiding looking that way. Seeing this, Tinthe asked with concern, what is wrong? Butch Tiuksun replied, not far ahead is the Butch family, the place where we used to live. Tinthe asked, aren't you going to take a look back? He smiled faintly and said bluntly, I want to go back. Tu Mai explained, now the Butch family only has 2 descendants left, and the place has turned into Zhang Tri territory. No need to go back. He curiously asked, Zhang Tri territory? Tell me more. She explained, the Butch family declined not just because of oppression from servants, but mostly because many strange things started happening within the clan. 10th continued. Strange things. Is the Butch family haunted? Butch Tiuksun answered, not exactly haunted, but it is all very weird. Hearing this, 10th headed toward the forest and said, then even better. Let us go check it out. Looking surprised at him, Hun asked, that is Uncle Hai Nian, right? Tantha walked slowly toward that direction and replied, yeah, that is him. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Hun turned to his Tu Mealy and asked, what now? Tai Mai replied, following Big Brother Tan should not be dangerous. Let us go see. Maybe it is the last time we will ever return to the Butch family. After a short walk, Tanthe arrived in front of a mansion gate. 2 guards, seemingly bodyguards, were standing at the gate. Seeing this, Tanthe asked, didn't you say there is no one left in the Butch family? Butch Tiuksun replied, these guys are from the Lamb family. The Butch family's original territory has been taken over by those Lamb scum. At that moment, the 2 guards noticed Tantheus group. The purple-haired one asked, who sent you? Who are you? Butch Tiuksun made sure he was not mistaken. Seeing them approaching, the 2 raised their hands to stop them. Kunthaving having said, why would a dog from the Butch family still come back when it is all over? Butch Tu stepped forward to the purple-haired guard and said bluntly, move aside. The guard looked at him with disdain and said, what? Want to come in? Just so you know, this place now belongs to the Lamb family. Get out. No one's allowed in. Hearing that, he got so angry. Feeling pushed around, the guard kicked him hard, pushing him aside, saying, get lost. Who cares? At that moment, Tuntentha stepped forward and landed a heavy blow on the brown-haired guard. The guard was slammed backwards, his head hitting the ground. He could not believe it and asked, who hit me? Who is that kid to dare hit me? Tentha leaned down, angry, and said, if you do not scram, I will mess you up. Injured, the guard ordered. Disrespectful. Get him. Even though they were many, each guard was taken down one by one with a hard hit from him. The guard looked at him terrified and threatened, you will regret this. The Lamb family won't let this go, he said. Then they quickly fled, ignoring them. Tentha calmly said, let us go inside. Then the 3 slowly stepped into the courtyard. Feeling the aura around, his expression grew serious. Sure enough, there was an abnormal energy presence. Suddenly, a black demon with 2 horns and glowing red eyes let out a roar and charged at them. The 3 watched it cautiously. Butch Tiuksun asked, what is that? Tentha quickly pulled out a talisman and said, seal charm. Then he threw the talisman at the little demon. Hit by the charm, the demon immediately collapsed to the ground, motionless. Looking at it, he thought to himself, a malevolent spirit, but not very strong, easily sealed. Staring at the demon, Butch Tiuksun nervously said, Taiyu Emily was possessed by a stronger evil spirit at age 5, which messed up her body and caused her current state. Suddenly, another demon appeared, roaring a threatening cry. Instantly, Tentha drew his sword and sliced it in half, shouting, Cheem! The demon gradually disappeared, its aura fading away. You wonder, what is this? A wandering soul. Hearing this, Sao Mai curiously asks, how is a wandering soul different from evil spirits or monsters? Tandu explains that according to the records of Vu Ho Mun, a wandering soul is an unconscious spirit formed after life ends, a pure form of primal energy in nature. Bachtiv Xian seems to recall something and asks, what if it has consciousness? He replies, if it has consciousness, it is called a ghost. Evil spirits are polluted by consciousness, so they are no longer pure energy. Xiao Miwi, still unsure, asks, so wandering souls are not the same as evil spirits? Tantha knows they are still confused. He continues, wandering souls are a type of negative energy, or yi-energy, extremely dangerous to ordinary practitioners. As far as I know, their final destination is the underworld. Batch family, you have encountered wandering souls, many of them. This is not normal. Seeing Tando's knowledge about wandering souls, Xiao Mai, Big Brother Tan, can you help us investigate why these souls are appearing at the Batch family? He hesitates, then says, let us go inside and take a look. The 3 slowly step forward. Now, the 3 stand before a tombstone emitting a dense aura. Tando stares intently at the tombstone. Suddenly, A swarm of wandering souls bursts out from it. They quickly fly toward the three, batched in size. So many more wandering souls keep appearing, flying toward them one after another. Tando fixes his gaze on them, seemingly ready to confront them head-on. Xiao Miwi, worried, shouts, Big Brother Tan. Be careful. Tando smiles confidently. They are weak, not scary. Just as he finishes, the wandering souls scream and rush straight at him. They quickly surround Tando. Xiao Miwi, alarmed, calls out, Big Brother Tan. Batch Tuxian frowns, eyes narrowing on Tando. This is bad. He underestimated them. A thought flashes through him. He turns to Xiao. Run. Quickly. Tando, can T hold them off? She refuses, shouting fiercely, Shut up. I believe in Big Brother Tan. Still, Batch Tuxian tries to persuade her. I hope he is alive too. But with so many wandering souls inside him, does he really have a chance? His expression darkens with worry. Even our strongest Batch family expert would not survive 2 wandering souls. Suddenly, a strange noise catches their attention. In the distance, Tantha breaks free, his whole body glowing with immense power. Xiaomai gets excited, shouting, It is Big Brother Tan is fine. Batch Tuxian immediately changes his tone. That is my idol, I underestimated him. Tando calmly explains. I have a sacred protection. Even the Prison King's blood magic can't touch me, let alone these wandering souls. Suddenly sensing something, he quickly turns around, his pupils shrinking in surprise. A giant wandering soul with consciousness leads the others and demands, Who dares trespass here? Tantho jumps lightly, smirking. Finally, someone I can interrogate for info. It immediately gathers all the dark energy around into a single point and hurls it fiercely at him. Before it can cast a spell, a sealing talisman flies straight into the wandering soul's face. Tantho shouts, Seal magic. The talisman activates instantly, causing the wandering soul to writhe in pain as a strange sensation spreads through its body. Tando gently shrinks and flies onto its face. The wandering soul is completely defeated, using its last strength to scold Tando. Who is this brat? Trying to imprison me. Dream on. After finishing off the wandering soul, he breathes a sigh of relief. This one was much stronger. The talisman had no effect on him. From afar, a strange voice calls out, Here, Chief. Tando coldly looks toward the voice's source. The chief and his lords have arrived unnoticed. A close retainer points at Tando. That kid's on our side. Baitiu Xuan recognized them all and turned to ask, Tando, the Blue Clan has arrived. Should we retreat now? Tando smiled mysteriously and replied coldly, They came just in time. Soon as he finished speaking, his talisman was torn into 2 pieces. How dare you resist me, brat? It snarled. I will swallow your soul. Then it lunged forward. Tando began his plan, rushing forward, taunting, Come on. Then, Tando suddenly appeared beside the Blue Clan members, confidently saying, My troops have arrived. If you can chase me off, you are my kin. Turning to them, Tando said excitedly, You are just in time. Quickly, kill this Vong Lin. Their faces turned pale, mouths agape in shock. The Vong Lin sneered, For us, more prey is never a problem. Just extra nourishment. Then, all of them scattered in panic. From behind, the voice of the attendant echoed arrogantly, Chief, it is. They scattered, screaming, Oh no, this brat is ruthless. Get out of the way. This evil spirit can be handled here. Immediately, they all fell into the Vong Lin's grasp, terrified, begging desperately, Damn it, spare us. Soon after the noise died down, everyone caught by the Vong Lin turned into dry corpses. An elder of the Lam family was furious. All our people are dead. They were the best of the Lam family. You are the cause of this. I will kill you. The elder charged straight at Tando. Tando shouted, Deathblade. The sword instantly appeared in his hand. Then he commanded the sword. It flew straight toward the Lam elder. What? A figure suddenly appeared behind Tando. He turned to look. The Vong Lin had completely transformed, claws raised arrogantly toward Tando, furrowing his brow. Tantho muttered, After swallowing the souls of the Lam family, this Vong Lin has grown much stronger. The creature became agitated and taunted, Try me. I have devoured countless cultivators like you. But Tando stayed calm and asked, Answer me one thing. Why are you Vong Lin gathering here? The lost soul did not answer but charged straight at Tando, face fierce and ruthless, ready to attack. What right do you have to demand I answer? He wasted no time and unleashed a spell to absorb demonic energy. Let me absorb it. As he spoke, Tando shot out a giant hand aiming to grab him. The lost soul laughed mockingly. You want to absorb demonic energy with this little spiritual power? Who gave you that confidence? Without hesitation, he replied, It is the eternal moving dansion that gives me confidence. Then he focused the dansion, gathering power into one point. Tantho shouted, Eternal moving dansion. Infinite spiritual power. This attack hits with even greater force than before. This time, It is hard for him to defend. A cold sweat spread across the lost soul's face as he struggled to speak. What? A cultivator only at the spiritual stage suddenly releasing so much spiritual power? Tantho shouted. It has been a while since I used the eternal moving dansion. Infinite spiritual power is my ultimate trump card. This time, the lost soul completely submitted to Tantho's attack. The strike left a large hole, with the lost soul trapped inside. Seeing this, Tantho stepped forward and calmly asked, "Speak up. I will give you a chance to reincarnate back to the underworld." But it stubbornly refused to submit. "It is useless to ask me. I was just born with awareness here. I have no knowledge of what happened before." Then the lost soul pointed directly at the little girl standing not far away. "From what I understand, our existence is because of that girl." She looked stunned, utterly confused. Tantho's expression tensed as well. He roughly asked them, "Little Bay, what does that mean?" Lost soul, encouraged, fueled the fire. The lost souls were originally unconscious, attracted by her. Later, we regained awareness. Tantho turned to ask, "What is so special about Little Bay? Why are you drawn to her?" It did not dare lie and replied immediately, "Inside her body is something with the same origin as me, a fatal attraction to lost souls." Tantho hurriedly asked again, "What is it?" The lost soul's expression darkened as it explained slowly, "I do not know exactly. I was born aware not long ago and know little about the world. But I know this." It pointed at Little Bay. "And this is why all the Bay family's people are gone except this young lady and the young man she protects. Lost souls can truly harm her." Tantho's voice softened. "I understand now. I will spare your life. Leave here quickly and return to the underworld." The lost soul spread its hands weakly. "We won. But we can leave this place of the Bay family. Something terrible holds us here, and we can resist." Tantho looked into its eyes and knew this was the truth. He said, "Gather information and retreat. I will return here again." Scene change. The three had left the Bay family space. Little Bay curiously asked, "Has the Bay family really left this place?" Tantho showed signs of difficulty dealing with the situation. Bai Xiaoxuan, worried, quickly asked, "What is complicated? Can my little nose still be healed?" Looking at Bai Xiaoxuan, Tantho honestly said, "It is hard to say. I have not figured out a solution yet." Bai Xiaoxuan smiled, encouraging herself, "My little nose will definitely heal. Let us go to Lefi Rai and find someone with the Dao physique to help." Knowing her big brother worried about her, she bowed her head slightly and said anxiously, "I will follow fate. No need to force it." Knowing her brother worried about her, she lowered her head slightly and said anxiously, "I am just going with the flow. No need to force it." Seeing her understanding, he smiled gently and patted her head. Just as they were about to set off again, a hurried voice called out, "Tantho." At that moment, Lakvan fell in front of the three of them. Seeing her, Tantho wondered, "Lakvan? Why is she here?" Before Tantho could think more, she urgently said, "Tantho, I have urgent business and need to find someone." Seeing her urgency, Tantho could not help but ask curiously, "What is so urgent?" She recalled what had just happened, her angry face telling the story. Quan Dao was seriously injured by someone else. There is a traitor causing chaos in the Lak family, and now everything is in turmoil. We need your help. Hearing that our cousin was hurt, Lion hurriedly asked, "Lak Kwang Dao is injured. Tell me everything clearly." Then they quietly listened as Lak Van recounted the whole situation. Tantho lightly stroked his hand and said, "Lakan, this guy suddenly rising up is very suspicious." Seeing Tantho deep in thought, Lak Van quickly said, "Tantho, right now only you can help me. Come back to the Lak family with me. We absolutely can let Lakan take control." Tantho asked seriously, "I am not part of the Lak family. How can I help?" She said, "Your mother is the eldest daughter of the Lak family. To be exact, you are part of the Lak family. If you return, no one will say a thing." Hearing that, he did not hesitate and said, "No matter what, I will go back with you first. Anyone who dares hurt my cousin 1T get away with it." Then he turned to say to Hayam Moy Bachjia, Batch to you. Do not you all want to go to the Lak family too? Come with me." Hearing this, the two nodded seriously. Lak Van asked, "Who are they?" He replied, "I will explain on the way." Scene change. The Lak family was bustling with people coming and going. Suddenly, all eyes turned to one direction. Seeing Tanthu and his group arrive, they whispered, "Who are those people? Why is Lak Van bringing them here?" Others were not sure, but it seemed one of them was the 18th Divine Son. The 18th Divine Son wasn't his status revoked by Vu Homan. Tantho's mother is the eldest daughter of the Lak family. Vu Homan does not need him anymore, so it is normal for him to return to the Lak family. At this moment, they entered a room one after another. Inside, Lak Kwanda lay quietly on the bed, his expression revealing the pain he was enduring. Opening his eyes and seeing Tanthu, he hurried to sit up and said, "Cousin, you are here." Looking at him, Tanthu gently held out his hand and said, "Do not move. Let me check your injuries." Then, a stream of spiritual energy flowed from his palm. It gently penetrated Lak Kwan Dao's brain. As if sensing something, Tanthu's expression changed slightly. always feeling the aura inside his cousin's body. Why does Lac Quan Dao's condition feel so familiar to me? Lac Vantine asked. Tanthu, is there a way to heal Lac Quan Dao? Scene cut. Lac Vantine held out his hand in front of him. Do not move. Let me check your injuries. Then, a stream of spiritual energy flowed from his palm. It gently penetrated Lac Quan Dao's brain as if sensing something. Tanthu's expression changed slightly, always feeling the aura inside his cousin's body. Why does this feel so familiar? Seeing him realize something, Lac Quan Dao spoke. Cousin, that Lacan is very strange. You have to be careful. After seeing him check his cousin's condition, Lac Vantine asked. Tanthu, is there a way to heal Quan Dao? Scene cut. The Crown Prince can invite the Lac ancestor to intervene, and Quan Dao's 1-1 heal on its own. Hearing this, he looked into the void respectfully and said, Senior, please show yourself. Then, the guardian of Wu Homan appeared in the room. Tanthu stood with hands clasped, respectfully asking the guardian of Wu Homan to help heal my cousin. Hearing his request, Han said nothing and gently stretched out his hands. Tanthu asked, Dao. What now? Then Tamsi returned the name Lacan. Now you have enough information. Tamsi returned the name Lacan. Now Bantha returned the name Lacan. Tamsi returned the name Lacan again, respectfully requesting the guardian of Wu Homan. Senior, please heal my cousin. Hearing his request, he said nothing and lightly extended his hands toward Lac Quan Dao. A stream of spiritual energy flowed out from his palms. That spiritual energy stream, controlled by him, gradually invaded Lac Quan Dao's body, causing him to wince in pain. Then, he forcefully withdrew the spiritual energy from Lac Quan Dao's body. A strange kind of energy also flew out from his body along with it. Looking at that energy, he murmured in awe, This energy is truly extraordinary. I have seen it somewhere many years ago. Tanthu, standing beside him, stared intently at the energy and cautiously asked, Senior, do you know where it comes from? He quietly replied, Commander Triuthian. Hearing that name, Tanthu was startled. What? Commander Triuthian? Commander Triuthian never returned. Could this really come from him? He explained. Commander Triuthian is where the lion is breath battles heaven and earth, a commander of the celestial talents at the level of your father. Extremely ruthless. It is the resting place of the celestial talents' bones. Inside are all kinds of races, possessing various bloodlines and abilities. Using the name Heavenly Ground Battle, the energy of Commander Triuthian is the resting place of these celestial talents. He repeated, Commander Triuthian is where the lion's breath battles heaven and earth, a commander of celestial talents at your father's level. Extremely ruthless, it is the burial ground for celestial talents. Inside are all kinds of races, with various bloodlines and powers. Using all kinds of skills and methods, truly nothing is missing. Then he raised the energy and said, This energy is filled with malevolence. What is behind it is no ordinary matter. If it really comes from Commander Triuthian, the world's balance may face a major upheaval. I need to think this over. Lately, do not go poking at anything too powerful, or I might not arrive in time. After the guardian left the room, Lacan finally dared to speak. She said angrily, I told you. How could that mediocre Lacan suddenly rise up? I will report this to the elders of Lac Sa. As she prepared to leave, Lacqua suddenly sat up hurriedly, saying, Wait, talking now is useless, without solid proof. The elders won't believe you. She could not stay calm, replying anxiously. Then what? Just watch him take your place as the Emperor's son. In Lac Sa's entire history, only those who open the innate Tao body can hold the Emperor's son position. I won't let anyone else take it away. Seeing her lose composure, he calmly said, I have already been defeated by Lacan. I no longer have the right to avoid the Emperor's son position. Besides, Lac Sa has been weakening for tens of thousands of years. The whole clan wants a new great emperor. Whoever is stronger now will get everyone's support. Ignoring him, Lac Van turned to Tanthu and pleaded, Tanthu, help me handle this. Quang Dao can be Emperor's son, and it definitely can go to that Lacan. You should be the Emperor's son. Looking at her with a conflicted expression, he said, I want to face that Lacan too. But is it right? After all, this is still Lac Sa. Lac Quan Dao looked toward him and said, Brother, Hying is also from Lac Sa. Only Hying can turn the tide now. Lac Van has no issues. I won't oppose him becoming Emperor's son, but with the current situation, if he takes that role, I fear he will drag Lac Sa into endless trouble. At this, he seemed a bit angry, his eyes full of determination as he looked at Tanthu and said loudly, Brother, Hyun, act now. Hyun has left Wuho sect and can openly serve as Lac Sa's Emperor's son. Lac Van stepped forward and added, In a few days, the ancient temple Than Dong will open. Only celestial talents at the Emperor's son level can participate. Lac Sa can miss this chance. Scene change. On some street, a subordinate was laughing as he leaned on a sedan chair. Sitting inside was Lacan, while two subordinates smiled broadly. Flattering. One said, Emperor's son, your new magic robe is ready today. Please try it on, said the other subordinate. When we arrive at the ancient temple Than Dong, you will surely shine and be famous across Dong Hong. Ignoring their flattery, Lacan coldly asked, What is Lac Quandao's condition now? Two subordinates exchanged glances and truthfully replied, "We heard his injuries have healed." Hearing this, his expression changed, and he said in shock, "What? How could he have healed?" Then he calmed down, his face cold and thoughtful. "The energy from Mathian Dao is extremely domineering. Without help, that wound could never have healed on its own." At this moment, a subordinate answered his question. He was said to be the cousin of Lac Quandao, named Tanthu something. Hearing that name, he suddenly jumped down from the set-in chair, hardly able to believe it. Tanthu, the 18th disciple in the legend of the Wuhua sect. Right? At that moment, Tanthu stepped forward and replied, "Yes, that is me." Tanthu coldly stepped forward as the two Lac sisters followed behind him. Tanthu stared intensely at Lacan, his eyes full of killing intent, asking, "So it is you who wounded my cousin?" Lacan was also looking coldly at him just then. His master said nothing, but a subordinate tried to intimidate him, daring to speak that way to the crown prince. Immediately, that subordinate was struck by an invisible spiritual force and thrown backward before Lacan could react. Surprised, the other subordinate was frightened and asked in confusion, "Huh?" The subordinate was slammed hard into the set-end chair, breaking it, and the other subordinates standing behind were also knocked away. Seeing this, Lacan glared furiously at Tanthu. "You hit my man." "Tanthu, this is Lax. Haven't you gone too far?" Before Tanthu could reply, Lakfan stepped forward coldly, saying, "Tanthu's mother is the eldest daughter of our Laksa. Tanthu is from Laksa too, teaching a clueless mud a lesson. What is wrong with that?" Hearing that, Lacan pointed right at her face and snapped, "So what? Haven't you heard? If you hit the dog, look at its owner first." "Lakfan, your family has already lost power in Laksa. You would better face reality." Then he turned to look at Tanthu standing silently there. "One more thing. Tanthu, a dog once chased out by the Wuhua sect dares to show off here." Lac Van's expression darkened. "Tanthu, tear that mutt's mouth apart." Immediately after, Tanthu Lacan moved to a secluded spot, standing face to face, their gazes filled with killing intent. Tanthu struck first, concentrating his spiritual power into a golden fist and shouted, "Suppress." Lacan quickly reacted, gripping his sword and shouting, "Chop." The Ten Sky Rebellion sword strikes clashed, completely nullifying each other's power, creating a stalemate. Lac Van and Lac Quangdao stared in shock, amazed. What? Even Tanthu can handle him? On the other side, Tanthu silently admired after seeing his attack neutralized. The Ten Sky Rebellion's divine sword. Again, so the thing that made Lacan strong was the same thing that boosted Tranfam at the Moonwheel Divine Realm before. Seeing Tanthu freeze, Lacan confidently laughed. Scared? Tanthu, I am a lucky child, even if the whole East Wild shines. I am nothing to worry about. Then he combined his footwork with swordplay to strike at him. He swung his sword with full power, but Tanthu vanished before his eyes. Then Tanthu appeared behind him, eyes full of contempt. After a moment, he realized and quickly turned to look back at Tanthu. Unbelieving. What? Tanthu lightly flicked his hand, and he was knocked flying, unable to defend, struggling on the ground. He was told plainly, "Don't pretend in front of me. I specialize in dealing with people like you. No one can pretend before me and walk away unscathed." Seeing Tanthu easily defeat Lac, the two Lac sisters smiled with satisfaction. Lac Van clenched her fists and laughed loudly. Feeling great. Tanthu, finish him off. At this moment, members of the Laksa clan quickly flew over. They landed surrounding Tanthu, asking, "What is going on? Who is fighting the crown prince?" Tanthu raised his arm confidently but humbly, in his Tanthu, half-laughed. "Today I challenge Lacan to become the crown prince of Laksa." Hearing this, they whispered, "Tanthu, the biological son of the eldest daughter. Does that make sense? I heard Tanthu was already expelled from the Wuha sect." Hearing their conversation, Lesiven shouted loudly, "How could that not make sense? This Leth, although sharing the lucky name, is not from the main Luxa line and is just a stable boy. If he could become an emperor's son, then why can't Tin?" Hearing her still call mine by that fierce nickname, Lesson angrily shouted, "Damn it, stable boy, just keep calling me stable boy." At the same time, he vowed silently, "Lesivan, one day your whole family will be wiped out without a single survivor." Then, Lesivan and Lech Kwandao sternly fell silent, waiting for the Lexa elders to decide. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Lesson's mind again. "Zigonzone. The Mathin Dao has launched an important mission. Eliminative." Receiving the mission, unlike before, he showed obvious unease on his face, thinking silently, "This is a crucial mission. Mathin Dao has never launched such an important task before." As if hearing his thoughts, the small frog continued, "Tunthe is the one Mathin Dao absolutely must destroy. Eliminate him, and you will receive an unparalleled reward. Eliminative, become the ruler." Hearing this, he no longer worried. A proud smile returned to his face. He grabbed his sword, taking a stance. He whispered, "Do not worry. Even without this mission, I will definitely destroy that Tenthe." Meanwhile, The Lexi elders were still debating. I do not like this. If the Lexi Emperor's son from the 10-line steps forward now, Letson shouted. Give him a chance. I will give Tunthi a chance to challenge me. The Emperor's son, I want to kill him with my own hands. Hearing this, the Lexi elders did not argue further and said, if that is the case, invite them to the arena for a duel. Scene changed to the Lexi arena. Tunthethe and Lekin stood opposite each other on the battle stage. Lesson arrogantly said, Tintha, today you and I step onto this arena to settle life and death. If you regret it now, it is already too late. Tuntha looked at him with a mocking gaze and calmly replied, Lovers and a stable boy can be rebellious, but not arrogant. At least not in front of me. The price for arrogance is death by my hand. Enough nonsense. Are you ready or not? Lucan released his full energy and said, Then watch me unleash my heavenly rebel sword. Second form. With that, he slashed a sword energy attack at Tinantha. Facing the strike, Tentha smiled, drew a sword from his spatial pocket, and said, Perfect timing, heavenly 10 swords. First form. The two sword energies clashed violently, shaking the arena. Everyone watching was wide-eyed in shock, amazed at their equal strength. Seeing Tentha block his attack, Luchin pointed his sword at him arrogantly and said, You blocked that. Not bad. Worth showing you more. Seeing that smug look, Tunthetha's face darkened, still acting tough in front of me. Then he swung his sword, releasing two sword energies toward Luchin. Feeling the power closing in on him, Luchin clenched his teeth, eyes filled with fear. He quickly used a sword technique to block. Heavenly 10 swords. Third form. Still, he was forcefully pushed back. To avoid being knocked off the arena, he hastily stabbed his sword into the ground. Reaching the edge, he finally stopped himself. Looking at he shouted angrily, Damn you! You dared to wound me. You think that is funny? His teacher still dared to speak with such arrogance. Tunthat's face grew darker and he sneered. Keep pretending then? Then he unleashed two sword energies at him again. This time, already injured, Luffy could not block and was immediately struck back. Tentha coldly watched his struggling form, eyes full of disdain. Still pretending, show some humility in front of me. Know your place below the stands. The audience was amazed by Tenthanthe's strength. Whispering, He is unbelievably strong. Is this the legendary 18 divine sons? The peerless prodigy who rose to fame in Eastwild in no time. Lesson is no match for him at all. At this moment, after seeing Tanthu unleash his great power, Lavan's eyes sparkled like stars. She clenched her fist, glowing with determination, and said, This feels amazing. All the hopes from these past days are finally being fulfilled. Thean Kiyu. Watch how. Tanthu, perform this as the true Thean Kiyu. Now. The official looks at me with a deadly glare, speechless. Now he calls himself the official. Before, Tanthu was the same shield-wielding guy. Woman. Always changing. Back at the arena, Lakin has now stood up straight. He stared at Tanthu furiously, his eyes blazing with rage. I am seriously pissed off now. Then he charged at him, shouting, Inverted Heaven 10 swords. Fifth form. Watching him rush forward, Tanthu remained completely calm. He was really good at faking it. Then he slashed multiple sword energies toward Lakin. Lakin cried out in pain, mouth wide open, and fell hard to the ground. Seeing Tanthu's stance and Lakin's struggling posture, the audience gasped. Tanthu was seriously too formidable, not just strong, but something else. It was clear Lakin had not used his full power yet he could not even resist. Maybe Lakin would soon face an extraordinary royal of a different race. Suddenly, Lakin sprang up, his eyes bloodshot. His royal aura surged intensely, and he shouted angrily, I want lose. Lakin, am the favored child of heaven and earth, the inverted heaven wisdom son, inverted heaven 10 swords. Eighth form. Saying that, he slashed out a spiraling sword energy, shouting, Shatter the void. Seeing his current state, Tanthu warned kindly, You are risking your life, do you get that? Then he launched his attack. Destroy the heaven 10 swords. Eighth form. Immediately, a golden electric glow enveloped Tanthu's sword blade. Lakin's expression changed. Then a golden sword energy struck him, sending him flying far back, spitting fresh blood. At this moment, the sound of the demon heaven path echoed. Warning, the opponent's strength is overwhelming. You have entered a dangerous state. Please surrender immediately to save your life. Withdraw and wait to recover. Hearing this, his voice became resolute. He refused to surrender. Once I rise up, I will never fall. Lakin absolutely will not give up. Then he summoned his power, and a purple squid with glowing red eyes appeared behind him. He shouted fiercely, Heavenly demon form. Viewers watched in confusion, wondering why Lakin awakened the heavenly demon form instead of the heavenly immortal path like others in his clan. Tanthu grew serious, realizing heavenly demon form was the same as Vian Hong's body, but the aura it gave was completely different. Before Tanthu could think further, Lakin unleashed a tentacle attack. Thanks to his swift agility, Tanthu easily dodged the strike, but immediately, Lakin waved his hand lightly, saying, "Can you dodge this?" The octopus tentacles mimicked his arms and quickly wrapped around Tanthu. Once sure, they tightly grabbed him. Seeing Tanthu restrained, Lakan slowly approached and said, "Tanthu, anything else to say? Now you are under my control." Tanthu smiled coldly. "Is that all you have got?" Lakan sneered arrogantly, then swung his sword, about to slash down on Tanthu. At that moment, Tanthu unleashed a move, his body radiating like the sun. Both Lakan and his tentacles were shattered. Lakan was shocked. "What? My heavenly demon form?" Then Tanthu said, "I will make you taste defeat." He then landed a powerful blow. Lakan was stunned and panicked. "What the hell?" Suddenly, Lakan shouted, "Tanthu, wanna know how your mother died?" Hearing that, Tanthu immediately stopped his attack. Lakan barely escaped death but was still panting in fear. Tanthu asked, "How do you know my mother?" Lakan quickly explained that when the eldest daughter of the Lak family was pregnant, she was suddenly attacked. His father was one of the guards and failed to protect her. Because of that, his lineage has been punished for generations forced to raise horses. Tanthu spoke up, "Tell me what you know, and I might spare your life." Lakan continued, "My father witnessed the murderer who killed the eldest daughter of the Hop Lak family. He even drew a portrait of the killer." Hearing this, Tanthu was shocked but quickly turned cold with hatred and anger. His tone grew urgent. "Give me that portrait, now." Lakan reached into his coat pocket. He pulled out a piece of paper. Tanthu wondered, after all these years, why reveal this now? Lakan choked up, "Because of this, my whole clan was punished. I became a servant. Why would I ever reveal this? Honestly, if my life was not at risk, I would never expose this." Tanthu asked, "Are you sure this portrait is real?" Lakan confidently replied, "Absolutely. But this is just one of them. At least 3 people were involved." Surprisingly, even human monks took part in killing the eldest daughter of the Hop Lak family. Hearing this, Tanthu gripped the paper tighter. "With this, I will quickly uncover the true identity of this killer and the others. No matter who they are, they will face my wrath." Tanthu's eyes burned with fierce determination. Suddenly, Lak Van's voice rang out, "From now on, my cousin Tanthu will officially become the prince of the Lak family. He will represent the Lak family in the battle for the Eastern Palace." "Anyone oppose?" An elder declared. "The Lak clan respects strength. If Tanthu wins, he must be the Emperor's son. We hope the new Emperor Tanthu will restore the Lak family's glory." Tanthu smiled confidently. "Don't worry." Everyone watched his retreating figure. Lakan angrily thought, "I have lost. In the end, I still lost. I want to accept this." Suddenly he shouted, "Mathian Dao." The mission failed. Mathian Dao appeared beside him. "Tanthu is the greatest genius of Dong Hong. Blessed with the Emperor's aura and power. No one will kill him anytime soon." Lakan lamented, "What do I do now? I have lost my status as the Emperor's son. The Lak family will surely cast me out, leaving me nowhere to turn." He suddenly begged, "Mathian Dao." The other replied, "I warn you, this is a rare chance you must seize. If you succeed, you will become Dong Hong's unmatched genius. But it will cost you dearly. You will have to walk the path of a traitor." Lakan was stunned. "What? Walk the path of a traitor?" Mathian Dao looked at him and offered a choice. "Will you accept or not?" Faced with the question, Lakan fell into deep thought. "Falling to the dark path? I am a descendant of the former emperor. How could the true heir of Laksa fall to darkness?" At that moment, an elder of Laksa stepped forward. "Lakan, you have been defeated and lost your status as prince. You are no longer worthy of Laksa. Return to the servant quarters." Hearing this, Lakan lost his composure. Angrily retorting, "What? You are mistaken. Even if I lost my prince status, I am still one of Laksa's geniuses. You want me to return to the stables?" The elder calmly replied, "What is wrong with that? You came from there. It is only natural you go back." Furious, Lakan disregarded all courtesy and pointed straight at him. "You are pushing me too far. You all still look down on me." Facing his anger, the elder calmly turned and left, softly saying, "Hurry up, the horses have not eaten in days. Go back now. Do not make me say it again." Unable to hold back, Lakan's face flushed with rage, his eyes bloodshot. "I killed someone," he said, but before he could do anything, the elder grabbed his face. With a gentle shove, Lakan was pushed backward. The elder looked at him with disdain. "You overestimate yourself. Do you know my level? And yours, daring to strike me, thinking you are special. You do not know your place. Keep resisting, and I will kill you." Lakan lay struggling on the ground, his eyes full of anger but powerless to act. Silently, he watched the elder walk away. Then, he slammed his fist hard on the ground to vent his anger. He was no longer big, just angry. "I will make sure you all pay." Demon Heavenly Path. "I agree. I am willing to walk the demon path. Just give me unbeatable power, and I will pay any price." Hearing his answer, the Demon Heavenly Path smiled with satisfaction. Then, a tremendous power gradually filled his body, accompanied by the sound of the Demon Heavenly Path. "Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate destiny. Demon Seed. A demon seed will be planted in your body. destined to become the supreme celestial demon. Feeling the power within, his eyes turned ruthless. He smiled darkly and shouted excitedly. Very good. Perfect. This is the power I have been waiting for. Cut to, inside a room. Little Moi is sitting cross-legged. The heavenly official sits behind her, extending both hands forward, channeling spiritual energy into her body. Nearby, Bag Xiaochuan watches Little Moi with a worried expression. Seeing their distressed faces, he could not hold back any longer and spoke up. What is going on inside Little Mui's body? The heavenly official closes his eyes. Sensing her condition, he replies softly. Something soft. Little Bag's body seems to have. Before he could finish, Little Mui's body gradually flushed red, and strange energy began to radiate from her. Her eyes turned pale as if she lost consciousness, and the strange energy suddenly burst out. Seeing things worsening, Tando shouted urgently. Not good. Everyone, fall back. At this moment, the strange energy in her body spread outward. Suddenly, it lunged at the heavenly official. Surprising him, it struck him hard, sending him flying backward. The blow was so strong he caught up fresh blood, but it did not stop there. The energy transformed into a half-human figure. It clenched its fist tightly. Then, it swung a punch at him, but Tandhu stepped forward. Spiritual energy condensed in his hand. He said, "Give it to me." Shouting loudly, Tandhu drew out a burst of power in his hand. Meanwhile, Little Mu was being invaded by a strange power. Bag Xiaochuan could not help but worry even more. Little Miui. But the response was not the usual Little Miui. A cold voice rang out. You all must. The voice cut off abruptly. Little Mai's body completely lost control, floating in midair. On the side, Lakvan witnessed everything. Anxiety surged in her heart. This breath, so dark. I'm afraid she must be restrained. But just as her hand reached to grab Little Miui, Little Mai's arm grabbed her hand first. Then, Little Mai's attention shifted fully to her. She screamed in horror. What? Feeling an unknown energy flooding into her body, she panicked. Not good. She was still infected. Standing aside observing, Tando seemed to recognize that energy. He shouted, "That is the soul-wrecking energy." Then, he quickly stepped forward to block her. He said, "Move aside. Leave this to me." At this moment, the power inside Little Mui's body seemed to intensify. It poured out from the corners of her eyes and mouth. Then, it quickly grabbed Tanthu, trying to transfer the infection to him. Seeing this, the heavenly official's eyes showed terror, worrying beyond measure. Brother, be careful. Don't he catch it? Oppose him. At this moment, Tandhu's gaze was incredibly calm. Softly replied, "It is I have a taboo position. This spirit can decontaminate me." Little Bei, wake up, said. You threw a punch to her stomach. The shock from that punch made her strength gradually weaken. Little Bei flinched in pain. Seeing that, you quickly stepped forward and supported her over your shoulder. Little Bei's expression turned a bit uneasy. Fearfully asked, "Brother Tanthu, I am you cut her off before she could finish." Tanthu smiled, gently rubbed her head, softly said, "It is At this moment, someone who had not appeared in the room yet, he slowly walked toward them. Upon seeing the newcomer, the officials in Lakvan quickly clasped hands in salute, respectfully said in turn, "Elder Ancestor." "Greetings, Elder Ancestor." At this moment, the elder slowly stepped in front of Tanthu, asked, "Are you the new disciple of Lakde?" Tanthu, recognizing who he was, you quickly clasped hands in salute as well. Tanthu greeted the Elder Ancestor. The elder looked at you with one eye, slightly smiled, said, "You resemble your mother very much. That man, your father, is the junior I cherish most." Unfortunately, seeing the elder's expression turn a little sad, you quickly said, "Ledig, today, we want to bring up painful past matters." Elder Ancestor, you have remained unranked for decades. Why have you come here this time? The elder replied. The elder ancestor sensed an unusual breath. This girl is not simple. Realizing the elder knew something, you hurriedly asked, "Elder Ancestor, what do you mean by not simple?" Hearing your question, a spiritual aura gradually appeared from the elder's body. He clasped his hands and gently struck toward Little Bei. This spiritual energy then entered her body, surprising her. Suddenly, a mysterious black flower appeared on her head. Seeing that flower, Tanthu looked puzzled. Not recognizing it, said, "This is the breath from this spirit is, could it be I am mistaken?" At this moment, the elder ancestor softly said, "You are not mistaken. This is exactly the legendary spirit flower." Hearing this, the two Bai brothers' eyes bulged in shock. Lakvan also utterly horrified. She spoke without thinking. What? The spirit flower, one of the 10 great immortal creators. How could it be inside her? The elder ancestor remained calm as he explained. Our elder ancestor suspects. This young lady very likely is herself a spirit flower of an immortal creator. She is the incarnation of an immortal creator. The elder said seriously. However, this original lychee flower is far from reaching level 9. Otherwise, it will emit deadly energy. Anyone who touches it will surely die. Hearing that, Butch Tiuksum immediately worried for Ndi, he hurriedly shouted, "Then what will happen to Mei Mimi later?" Knowing he was worried for his little sister, the elder did not get angry. Calmly, He explained, "This is also the first time our ancestor has seen an immortal spirit form. The tea lin chi flower is different from other immortal spirit forms. It brings more death than anything else. So not many target it, but some evil cultivators are extremely attracted to the tea lin chi flower. The whereabouts of this little lady must be kept absolutely secret." At this moment, Tunthed stepped forward. He solemnly asked, "How long can she live?" The elder replied, "The tea lin chi flower is very mysterious. Our ancestor has many things he cannot understand. Why does the tea lin chi flower take human form? And why does it have a spirit? It is no different from a living person. These are all unbelievable things. Therefore, I can only make a cautious guess. It is due to the complex natural laws inside her body." Then, the elder held up 3 fingers and said, "She only has 3 years left." Hearing this news, Butch Tiuxian's mood collapsed like the sky falling. His face turned pale with fear. He shouted, "What? Mom, I only has 3 years left to live." At this moment, Tentha continued to ask the elder, "Does the ancestor know any secret method to extract the little white spirit?" The elder replied, "However, this time the representative of the Lefi Ra is going to explore the ancient Thanwang Palace. The ancient Thanwang Palace is one of the most mysterious remnants in the world. Maybe there will be some discoveries there. Who knows?" After hearing this answer, Tuntha clasped his hands respectfully and said, "I understand." Scene change. 3 days later, Tentha was slowly walking forward. Everyone behind seemed to be standing there to see him off. The ancestor was the first to speak and warn, "Tintha, this time you are going to the ancient Thanzang Palace. You must not disgrace the Lekira." Turned and lightly waved goodbye to everyone. Confidently, he said, "Ancestor, rest assured, I will make them know." Tentha was back. At that moment, Butch Tiuxan slowly stepped forward toward him. His eyes held a trace of sadness. He pleaded, "Brother Ten, can I go with you? I can bear to let Mlamai just die like that. I want to do something for her." Hearing this, Tentha looked at him seriously. "The ancient Thanving Palace is extremely dangerous. Besides, everyone who goes there is an emperor from a great power." Facing the pressure Tentha described, he narrowed his eyes and said firmly, "I am not afraid." At this moment, the little sister hurried back to her big brother's side. She said, Brother. Not letting her continue, he shouted loudly, "Stop talking. Take me away. Lived up. It is on you." Tantho stepped forward in front of him. "Agreed. Each emperor can bring 2 companions inside. Then I will take you with me," he said. He turned back to look at everyone, waved goodbye. "Everyone, let us set off," he said. He launched into the air. Scene change. Ancient King Tongland. At this moment, Elder Dongmin angrily shouted at the first divine son, "Tell me, why did the first divine son become an emperor? And what about the 18th divine son?" Tantho, facing the elder's question, he just scratched his face and said, "Elder Dongmin, please do not be angry. I did not want this either. This is not my fault." Looking anxiously at the elder grew angrier, shouted loudly, "Stop babbling. I'm asking, where is the 18th divine son?" Hearing this, no other choice, he stood with hands clasped. Then that answered, "The 18th divine son has renounced his title, abandoned the Vuho sect, currently unknown whereabouts." Knowing things are not simple, the elder's face gradually turned serious. "What? Explain everything in detail. What happened?" The elder seemed about to lose his temper. His face also tensed up. After finishing the story, he respectfully said, "Elder, that is how it is." After hearing the story, the elder stroked his beard, said, "So it is because of that family. Elder Ong and Elder Duong really are ruthless." Glance. His eyes sharpened, angrily said, "They are just 2 pets of the Vuho sect's great emperor. How dare they directly interfere with our Vuho sect's affairs? Return, elder. And they are not done yet." Glance. A sound echoed. "The time to enter ancient King Tong has come." Everyone around started cheering, buzzing with excitement. "Our emperor. Hurry inside. Seize the heavenly fate. This time, ancient King Tong will decide the foundation for your future emperors." Seeing it is time, the elder waved his hand, sighing, said, "Fine, things have come this far. You go into ancient King Tong first." Hearing this, he clasped his hands respectfully. The emperor will give his all, confident to earn this great opportunity for the Vuho sect. Hearing this, the elder angrily pointed at him, scornfully said, "You have a hammer of trust. Our elder only trusts the 18th divine son. You are just tagging along for show." Hearing the elder say this, he was speechless and said, "Elder, I will go in first." Then, he turned to speak to the 4th and 2nd divine sons who had been waiting nearby. 4th and 2nd divine sons, you have heard already. I will bring the 2 of you in. Both of them have become serious now. Prepare carefully and move forward. After a while, a group of people landed one after another in front of the ancient King Tong. Leading them was the red-robed man. He stood staring distantly toward the palace. The red-robed man's eyes were filled with deep thought. He worried silently and asked himself, "The divine child will come, right?" Seeing him like that, Yuanqing stepped forward with concern. "Our divine child is the one who holds the fate of heaven and earth. I believe he missed this grand occasion." Not just the 2 of them. Everyone else was staring straight at the ancient palace, eagerly awaiting the divine child's arrival. Cat, one of the 17 divine children, spoke up, "But the divine child is not an imperial heir. Even if he comes, he can enter." Suddenly, A voice interrupted their conversation. The imperial heir has arrived. Yifa's here. Yifa proudly sat in a sedan chair as it landed. His gaze swept contemptuously across the crowd. Someone who recognized him whispered as he turned. It is Yifa from the Yi family. He is the top-ranked heir of the Eastern dynasty. A confident man stepped forward to question Yifa. Imperial heir Yifa, do you have anything to say? He replied calmly in a deep voice. I heard the 18th divine child, Kunshu, was expelled from the martial transformation sect. Quite unfortunate. I had planned to cut him down this time. Chat's expression darkened, but now it seems he no longer deserves me to personally deal with him. At another spot, Miss Chinshu stepped forward and spoke to Yifa. That Kunshu did not even show up at the ancient King Tong. Once I seize the opportunity here, I will definitely take him down. Standing beside him was a figure resembling snow. She looked worried. It is good he did not come. Hopefully, I never have to see him again in this lifetime. Nearby, Chat's voice echoed as the head of the bisect spoke. Someone who does not even have the title of imperial heir is not worthy to be your opponent anymore. Your inner demon can finally be purged. Another voice rang out. Linwu descended sharply from the sky. He was pumped up. Kunshu is truly a useless failure. Falling into this state again, he does not even have the right to enter ancient King Tong. Truly divine retribution. Seeing his arrival, the crowd began to murmur. It is Crown Prince Lin of the Longshan Ancient Kingdom. Heard he has been suppressed by Kunshu for a long time. Longshan Ancient Kingdom also has a prince entering. Although Crown Prince Lin has lost many times, he keeps bouncing back. The prince has a great fortune of his own. But those words did not sit well with Lin Wu. He kept talking about Kunshu. Kunshu is a thief. The crown prince certainly won. Let him off. Xiao Minju cut. Shut up. How dare you? How could you insult my master like that? Yet Lin Wu replied firmly. Xiao Minju, you are a lowly woman, and you still blindly protect him at this point. He kept mocking you about Kunshu. One day, I will make you witness Kunshu kneeling and begging me for forgiveness. Xiao Minju grew angrier the more she heard. She could not hold back her power, and it flared up. Crown Prince Lin, who else dares to interfere? I will cut you down. Lamvu was furious. How dare you talk to me like that, now without Tanthu protecting you? Do you believe me? I will kill you right now. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in his mind. You little pest. You dare. He instinctively turned toward the sound. Who is there? Such sneaky behavior. Tanthu's stern expression appeared opposite Lam Vu. He spoke calmly. Lam Vu's muscles immediately tensed. Face slowly turned to panic. What? Tanthu? Baitiuxuan and Tanthu stood tall. Watching him, the crowd did not miss the chance and began whispering. It is Tanthu's actually here. What a grand gathering. As expected, he still did not miss it. The most surprised among them was probably Tu Min Gait. She was overjoyed. Then the path was not far. Siyu and Sin felt like a weight had been lifted from his heart. Then a T really had arrived. Ruo and Ling continued speaking. Finally, we get to see Then T again. But unlike their attitude, Lam V did not seem happy at all. He burst out in anger. Tintha, what are you doing here? Now you are just a beggar who lost his home. You have no business here. Tenthe ignored peace and coldly turned to speak to Tu Min Ingwite. Tu Min, this little mud is way too noisy. You do not have to hold back because of him. Hit him. She dared not hesitate and quickly responded. Master, at your command. Without delay, she charged straight forward, but he seemed unaware of the danger and was still strong. Didn't I know how to hold back his strength? Tu Min, you bitch. You are asking for it. Lam Vi blocked Tu Min Gaiet's blow, but he quickly realized the gap in strength. He straightened up. What? Right then, he was blasted backward like a punching bag. She folded her arms, unable to believe what he just said, surprised. It is all thanks to the master. What do you have to compare to the master? Her eyes darkened. Keep talking. In front of the master. You are not even worth trash. Only Lamb was seen standing up. He brushed off the dust and kept cursing. Damn it. After a while, when Tenthetsa's group was about to leave, they heard Lam VS call. Tu Min, just wait for me. That is all for my video. Above is the summary of the story. If you have any thoughts, leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time. Bye-bye.